Chapter 1. The Hell of the Yi Family. In the divine martial continent, amidst the desolate expanse of the ancient void region, lies the city of Sunfire. Yi Han, clad in tattered garments and drenched in blood, strides purposefully into the city, heading directly for the Yi residence. Ji Xian, what do you see here? Yi Han inquires, revealing his open palm to the woman before him in the backyard of the Yi family. What is it? The woman glances down, her face lighting up with astonishment. A celestial-grade elixir, the Kanglin pill? Indeed, I have scoured the depths of the cold abyss mine for half a year, and at last, I have procured this pill for you. With it, you shall swiftly achieve a breakthrough and ascend to the ranks of the inner disciples, Yi Han declares, extending the elixir toward her. I never expected such a treasure to exist in the cold abyss mine. The woman, identified as Ji Xian, receives the pill with exuberance. Yi Han, you have gifted me the Kanglin pill. What of yourself? I am unconcerned, Yi Han replies with confidence. Extending his right arm, he channels his inner strength, revealing intricate golden patterns. Ji Xian, when I obtained the Kanglin pill, I inadvertently consumed a golden fruit, which bestowed upon me a unique constitution. Even without the Kanglin pill, I shall still attain the status of an inner disciple. Her eyes sparkle with wonder. Such patterns are extraordinary. You have indeed acquired a special constitution? Yi Han nods earnestly. Yes, Ji Xian. Once I truly become an inner disciple, I shall request my adoptive father to arrange our marriage. Splendid. How wonderful. Today marks a turning point for me. Ji Xian. I, too, have a grand gift for you. Await me in the backyard, she exclaims before departing with the Kanglin pill. A grand gift? My efforts for you are without expectation of return. Yi Han chuckles, shaking his head. After changing his clothes, Yi Han retrieves a small wooden box from his bosom, gazing at the two thumb-sized elixirs within. There are two more Kanglin pills. One must be reserved for my adoptive father, and the other for my mentor. Over the past 6 months, he has endured countless hardships while cultivating in the cold abyss mine, nearly losing his life in the process. Yet, fortune has smiled upon him, rendering all his trials worthwhile. In this divine martial continent, elixirs, martial arts techniques, and divine abilities are categorized into 5 tiers: human, profound, earth, celestial, and the inconceivable divine level. In Sunfire City, celestial-grade elixirs are rare treasures, and to have acquired 3 Kanglin pills along with a unique constitution is nothing short of a monumental opportunity. I shall devote myself to rigorous training, striving to uplift the Yi family and repay my adoptive father for his years of guidance. Yi Han muses as he continues his preparations. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Ji Xian returns accompanied by a middle-aged man. Adoptive father, Ji Xian, you have arrived? Yi Han exclaims in surprise at the unexpected intrusion, chuckling softly. I have obtained a fortuitous opportunity. There was no need for such haste in visiting me. The middle-aged man seizes Yi Han's arm. Let me see your unique constitution. Yi Han furrows his brow, channels his inner strength, and the golden patterns on his arm immediately become prominent, radiant, and striking. Indeed, father, the golden patterns are unmistakable, Ji Xian remarks from the side. Indeed, the manifestation of the dragon pattern, with the golden pattern being the most prominent, the heavenly dragon battle body. This is the heavenly dragon battle body. The middle-aged man gasped, his breath becoming rapid. Crack! A chilling scream resonated through the air, and Yi Han's body trembled as he heard the sound of his bones shattering. Foster father, you? Yi Han shouted in shock. Before he could finish, the middle-aged man seized Yi Han's right arm, his fingers digging into the flesh, pulling out a blood-soaked golden bone. You have ruined my battle bone? Yi Han shrieked in a frenzy, fury evident in his voice. The middle-aged man's face remained calm and indifferent. The Yi family has raised you for over a decade. A mere battle bone is but a trifling matter in return, meant to elevate Xian Yuan. You should feel honored. At this moment, Yi Xuan, standing to the side, began rummaging through Yi Han's belongings and soon discovered a box. Yi Han, you are truly ungrateful. You received 3 Kanglin pills and kept 2 for yourself, failing to offer them all. Foster, Yangfu Wai, I, Yi Han, have been loyal all these years, never wavering. Upon returning, I first thought of you and Yi Xuan. How could it come to this? You had actually ruined my battle bone? Yi Han's eyes brimmed with rage. Merely a wild seed, Ultimately, an outsider, what talk of loyalty is there? Yi Yongfu kicked Yi Han aside, enveloping the golden bone in his energy. Come, Xinyuan. You have a few months until adulthood. Your roots have yet to solidify. This heavenly dragon battle bone can indeed serve you. Yi Zhishuan nodded. Thank you, father, but... A dagger materialized in Yi Zhishuan's hand, her gaze fixated on Yi Han. We must eradicate the roots. This wild seed should not be spared. Yi Yongfu glanced at Yi Han. Let him live a little longer. His death would not bode well for the Yan'Yang Academy. Neither can we kill him, nor should we leave him intact. Yi Zhishuan sneered, unhesitatingly thrusting the dagger toward Yi Han. Yi Han hastily recoiled, his complexion pale. Yi Zhishuan, you have already obtained the battle bone. Why must you go this far? Do you still wish to cripple me? Yi Han, as a mere wild seed, I, the Yi family, have granted you sustenance. Such is a great honor. Yet you dare to covet a marriage bestowed by my father? You deserve to die. I, Yi Zhishuan, a true princess of the Yi family, destined to soar high. How could you ever lay claim to me? Bestowed in marriage? Do you even think you are deserving? With a cold smile, Yi Zhishuan struck out with a palm, knocking Yi Han's arm aside. Swift, precise, and ruthless, the dagger pierced Yi Han's abdomen in an instant. With a sharp hiss, blood splattered, staining a large portion of his clothing. Yi Han felt an agonizing pain surge through him, as if his very soul were being torn apart, his energy dissipating like air escaping from a punctured balloon. My energy sea! You have destroyed my energy sea! Yi Han trembled, as if plummeting into hell. Having lost his battle bone, he could still cultivate, but now, with his energy sea rendered useless, all his years of hard work had been reduced to naught. From this moment forth, he would be but a husk of a man. He could hardly fathom that the man he had called foster father for over a decade, Yi Yongfu, had personally extracted his very essence. The once childhood companion, Yi Zhishuan, so malicious and heartless, would be the one to cripple him. Had they not feared his status as an ordinary disciple of the Yan'Yang Academy, he would likely be a corpse by now. I, Yi Han, am ultimately a disciple of the Yan'Yang Academy. You have ravaged my Qi Sea and seized my battle bones. Do you not fear the repercussions from the Academy? My master shall not let this matter rest lightly. Yi Han's gaze was fixed intently upon the two before him. With a disdainful sneer, Yi Zhishuan replied, You ventured into the perilous depths of the cold abyss mine, narrowly escaping with your life. Your realm has been utterly destroyed. What concern is that to the Yi family? As for your master, he is merely a jest in the eyes of the Yan'Yang Academy. Once I refine the Canglan pill and merge it with the Tian Jiao battle bones, I shall become the Academy's foremost genius. What can your master possibly do to me? Since my father has spoken, I shall grant you the mercy of a wretched existence for now. In the future, you will obediently serve as a servant of the Yi family. With that, Yi Zhishuan averted her gaze in disgust and departed alongside Yi Yongfu. As he watched their retreating figures, Yi Han trembled, consumed by despair. Years of arduous cultivation have been reduced to naught, and I have become a mere stepping stone for Yi Zhishuan. I, Yi Han, refuse to accept this fate. 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, I summon you forth. Chapter 2. The 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. Yi Han's voice was hoarse as he spoke, his gaze filled with hope as he looked ahead. In an instant, an eerie scene unfolded before him, as a small 9-tier tower, roughly the size of a palm, materialized within his grasp. Yi Zhishuan. If I, Yi Han, were to perish, I shall haunt you even in death. Should I survive, I shall ensure your demise in the underworld. The moment Yi Han finished speaking, he seized the dagger abandoned by Yi Zhishuan and plunged it directly into his heart. A gaping wound appeared, tearing through flesh and soul, as warm blood began to flow forth. At that very moment, he pressed the 9-tier tower against the exterior of his heart, and the blood cascaded over it. Vital essence, blood sacrifice to the Dragon Suppression Tower. As Yi Han's blood enveloped the tower, it suddenly erupted with a radiant golden light, transforming into a brilliant streak that vanished into his brow. Boom! Immediately afterward, Yi Han's body trembled, plunging him into a state of bewilderment. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a chaotic expanse. All around him, there was nothing but a colossal 9-tier tower towering above. Its exterior inscribed with 5 formidable characters: 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, do not let me down. Yihan's eyes flickered with determination. His expression hardened. Yi family father and daughter, do you truly believe that I, Yihan, am finished? With resolute steps, Yihan advanced towards the majestic tower. This Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower was a treasure he had obtained from the Cold Abyss mining area, its enigmatic nature rendering it inexplicable, which is why he had not revealed the truth to Yi Zhishuan. In reality, his celestial dragon battle physique was not born from the accidental consumption of a golden fruit, but rather from unwittingly acquiring this tower, with his blood marking its surface, leading to the emergence of battle bones within him. Such extraordinary physiques are rare and invaluable, possessed solely by the most elite of prodigies. How could they possibly manifest from a mere mysterious tower? Previously, he had refrained from performing a blood sacrifice to the tower, hesitant to step inside. Who could fathom whether this artifact would alter his entire skeletal structure, transforming him into a monster? Now, rendered powerless with no path of retreat, Yihan cast aside his hesitations. Pushing open the first portal of the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, a vast expanse of time and space unfolded before his eyes, reminiscent of the essence of a mustard seed containing the universe. Standing there, Yihan's body stiffened, his heart shaken by the spectacle before him. At the pinnacle of time and space, 9 pitch-black divine chains descended from the void, binding a 5-clawed golden dragon beneath them. The dragon's form coiled like a primordial mountain, exuding an unparalleled majesty that resonated powerfully, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, surpassing any creature Yihan had ever known. Even a single golden scale was as grand as a peak, evoking awe. A golden dragon? Yihan could scarcely believe he beheld such a legendary creature, one said to exist only in ancient texts. In this boundless realm, not even a mere serpentine dragon could be sighted. Overwhelmed by the spectacle, Yihan found himself momentarily speechless, as countless memories surged into his mind. In the pursuit of the Nine Heavens Dragon Control Technique, one gains dominion over the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, harnessing the collective power of the Nine Realms to unlock the gateway to the Dragon Realm, thereby mastering its formidable energies. An overwhelming torrent of memories surged within his mind, threatening to shatter his consciousness, and soon he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, Yihan found himself still reclining in the backyard of the Yi family, the sky cloaked in darkness, night having fully descended. The visions of the colossal tower and the 5-clawed golden dragon felt like fleeting dreams, now vanished from his recollection. The Nine Heavens Dragon Control Technique. Yihan's gaze sharpened. The essence of dragon energy nourished the soul, while imperial blood forged the body, allowing for the refinement of the 9 dragon emperors of the dragon race. This technique could harness the primal sources of countless dragons, thereby crafting an indomitable dragon body, capable of unleashing explosive energy that could shatter the celestial bodies and fracture the infinite rivers of stars. As he absorbed the memories in his mind and contemplated the cultivation methods of the Nine Heavens Dragon Control Technique, Yihan's pupils widened in astonishment, his heart racing. How could such a terrifying technique exist in this world, one that could forge an eternal dragon body during cultivation, reach unparalleled heights, and unleash a force that could obliterate the sun, moon, and stars with a mere punch? The revelations surrounding the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower were equally staggering. Ancient legends spoke of a chaotic era dominated by primordial beasts, with the dragon race reigning supreme among them. The dragon lineage was as diverse as humanity's myriad clans, with the most formidable being the 4 primary bloodlines: the 5-clawed golden dragon, the ancient true dragon, the primordial ancestor dragon, and the mighty celestial dragon. In legend, the revered 9 dragon lords of ancient times were supreme, wielding boundless power and ruling over the heavens, all hailing from those 4 bloodlines. Yet, the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, a fearsome weapon of unparalleled might, held within it the 9 dragon emperors in check. Could that golden dragon truly be one of the legendary 9 dragon emperors? The 5-clawed golden dragon emperor, perhaps? Yihan could not help but shudder at the thought. At that moment, a realization struck him. Although his body felt devoid of energy, with not a trace of spiritual force remaining, his injuries had vanished. His bones had mended, his heart restored, and even his shattered energy had inexplicably returned to its original state. Restored to normalcy, he was no longer a mere shell of a person. The prospect of rebuilding his martial prowess was now within reach, undoubtedly linked to the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. Yihan immediately began to channel the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique, immersing himself in its cultivation. His weakened physique was suddenly invigorated with strength, as fresh spiritual energy surged through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging within his energy sea. The pure essence of this revived energy granted Yihan a profound sense of control over immense power, as he felt the explosive vitality of his very bones and flesh being nourished by the spiritual force. This sensation was unlike anything Yihan had ever encountered. His body was awakening, his spirit revitalizing, and his cultivation level surging. He progressed through the stages of energy gathering, first to the first level, then the second, all the way to the 8th level. By the time he reached the 8th level, night had faded into dawn, and sensing a temporary plateau, Yihan ceased his cultivation. The 8th level of energy gathering. How could this be possible? Yihan was momentarily taken aback. In the divine martial continent, martial arts flourished with clear hierarchies, and practitioners were classified into 9 levels of energy gathering. Levels 1 to 5 were essentially the domain of clan guards and private soldiers in Flame City. Attaining the 6th level before the age of 16 qualified one for entry into the Flame Sun Academy as an ordinary disciple, while reaching the 8th level granted one the status of an inner disciple. As for the 9th level of gathering yuan, the inner strength is pure, capable of circulating through the meridians, refining the bones and flesh, fortifying the body, and enhancing one's physique. This already qualifies one as a formidable expert, a realm that ordinary warriors find exceedingly difficult to enter. The head of the Yi family, Yi Yangfu, is indeed a master of the 9th level. In the past, after over a decade of cultivation, Yihan only reached the 7th level of gathering yuan. In his expectations, achieving the 8th level to become an inner disciple of the Yin-Yang Academy would be a satisfactory accomplishment. If he could touch the realm of the 9th level, revitalizing the Yi family would not be a daunting task. Beyond that, he dared not to dream. Breaking through to the 9th level would signify becoming a master of the divine power realm. It is said that such experts condense a strand of divine power within their bodies, nurturing their souls, enhancing their spirits, and extending their lifespans to at least 100 years. Masters of the divine power realm are exceedingly rare. Yihan has never witnessed such a being in combat, though it is rumored that the Lord of Yin City has attained this level. But now, cultivating the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique, breaking through and re-establishing one's cultivation, in merely a day, he has astonishingly reached the realm of the 8th level of gathering yuan. What an extraordinary speed! If this continues, not only will reaching the 9th level be within grasp, but achieving a status comparable to the Lord of the City in the divine power realm may also become a possibility. Very well, Yi Zhishuan, if you wish to step upon me, Yihan, it is tantamount to seeking death. I shall not let you off easily. Yihan's will surged. Had it not been in the Yi family's backyard, he would have already roared out in fury. Years of affection turned to ashes in an instant. From the moment Yi Yangfu personally extracted the divine bone, and Yi Zhishuan rendered him incapacitated, his ties to the Yi family have been severed. From now on, it is a matter of life and death. Suddenly, the backyard was breached, and a group of Yi family guards arrived. Yihan, come out and prepare to face judgment. A sinister face appeared. It was Yi Ming, the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Yi family. Chapter 3. Reduced to a servanthood? A verdict? Yihan gazed coldly at the group of Yi family guards encircling him. Yihan, I have heard that your cultivation has been rendered useless. I never expected to witness your downfall. Yi Ming mocked, surveying Yihan with a smirk of triumph. In an instant, several guards seized Yihan's arms, and at Yi Ming's signal, they began to lead him out of the courtyard. Where are you taking me? Yihan's expression remained calm. The esteemed gentlemen of Yin City have arrived, including representatives from Yin-Yang Academy. Today marks the emergence of our Yi family's pride, and it is also the end of your wild-born status as the heir, Yi Ming said, his face darkening. Once the head of the family announces the revocation of your title, you shall remain by my side as a mere dog. By the way, your disabled teacher will be present as well. Both of you are worthless, perfectly matched. Speaking of your teacher, despite her disability, one cannot deny her alluring figure and beauty. No one in Yin City can compare. Should the opportunity arise, one can only imagine the pleasure she could provide. Yi Ming's face was filled with unrestrained desire. Unaware of your mortality, Yihan suddenly halted, an immense force radiating from him, causing a number of guards to topple like dominoes. You, how can you? Yi Ming's expression shifted to one of horror as a terrifying fist loomed before him. Boom. The punch erupted. With a crack, Yi Ming was sent flying 5 meters away. His ribs shattered, his body convulsing in agony, unable to rise again. Yi Ming, merely a 5th-level martial artist, lacked the qualifications to enter Yin Yang Academy due to his age. Even if he were to survive this blow, he would be rendered useless henceforth. Insult my teacher? You seek death? Yi Han cast a glance at the lifeless body before turning to the remaining Yi family guards. Where are they gathered? The square? The family square. A group of terrified guards stammered. Disregarding the frightened guards, Yi Han strode directly toward the Yi family square, an aura of frost surrounding him. A day apart felt like 3 years. He was no longer the same Yi Han of yesterday. The saying that a gentleman waits 10 years for revenge is nothing but nonsense. Yi Xian, today you shall meet your end. Initially, he intended to return to the academy to prepare for his dealings with the Yi family, but it seemed that some matters could no longer wait. Upon hearing Yi Ming mention the arrival of various so-called prominent figures in the city, and that his teacher would also make an appearance, Yi Han felt liberated from restraint. At the Yi family square, many figures had already taken their seats. Numerous members of the Yi family and guards displayed expressions of excitement and anticipation around the square. Leading the assembly was the head of the Yi family, Yi Yang, flanked by Yi Xian and a young man in white robes, with striking brows and bright eyes. Around 20 years of age, this young man exuded an extraordinary presence, and his identity was unknown. He had never been seen before. Additionally, there was the chief steward of the city lord's mansion, Li Xian, along with the heads of the Zhao, Wang, and Zhu families, as well as several teachers from Yin Yang Academy. It could be said that nearly all the notable figures of Yin City had gathered. Even the people from the city lord's mansion have arrived? This is splendid. Yi Han suppressed a cold smile as he glanced at Yi Zixuan and her father, then made his way directly into the crowd. Upon seeing Yi Han arrive alone and composed, Yi Yangfu, the head of the Yi family, furrowed his brows slightly. However, after a glance at his daughter beside him, he quickly regained his composure. Teacher. Yi Han approached a delicate-looking woman, around 20 years of age, who sat in a wheelchair. Yi Han, you are all right. The woman's previously furrowed brow relaxed upon seeing Yi Han's condition, her voice gentle. Yi Han beamed with a radiant smile. Teacher, since you are physically constrained, it is best for you to recuperate at the academy. What brings you to the Yi family? They say you encountered peril in the Hanyuan mine, beset by demonic forces, shattering your energy core and rendering you a waste. The woman spoke softly. I have heard that Yi Zixuan has awakened the celestial flood dragon battle body, a proclamation for the entire city. I could not help but worry. Yi Han glanced disdainfully at Yi Zixuan and her father in the distance and replied coldly, having received the blessings of the Yi family, I am fine. Teacher, there is no need for concern. As the two conversed, they noticed Yi Yangfu stepping forward, surveying the surroundings. Today, the Yi family has invited everyone to announce 3 matters. The first matter, which you are all likely already aware of, is that our prodigy, Yi Zixuan, has awakened the celestial flood dragon battle body. This heralds the rise of the Yi family, and from this day forth, there will be a grand banquet in Yin City for 3 days. Yi Zixuan stepped forward, extending her right arm, and a striking halo immediately enveloped her body. Her gaze surveyed the surroundings with an air of superiority, arrogant, yet confident. Her eyes flicked disdainfully over Yi Han before nodding to those around her, already exuding the aura of an ascendant power despite just having awakened her battle body. From this day forward, only the genius Yi Zixuan would rise in Yin City. No one would remember that the Yi family had once harbored and adopted wild air. Yi Han. Those seated in higher positions wore grim expressions. The heads of several prominent families were clearly displeased, knowing they would soon be overshadowed by the Yi family. The grand banquet in Yin City for 3 days? It seemed they had not reported this to the city lord's residence, and without the city lord's permission. According to the customs of Yin City, the chief steward of the city lord's residence, Li Xian, wore a cold expression. While it was a fortunate event for the Yi family, it did not necessarily bode well for Yin City. Yi Yangfu's grand banquet for 3 days? Does he regard the Yi family as the sovereign of Yin City? Does he truly disregard the city lord's residence? Humph, the city lord's residence? Yi Yangfu shot a glance at Li Xian. The grand banquet in Yin City is a private matter for my Yi family. Does the city lord's residence presume to meddle too much? You. Li Xian abruptly stood, but upon seeing Yi Zhishuan not far away, he forcefully reined in his emotions. The second matter is that, thanks to the favor of the Reincarnation Academy, Zhishuan will from this day forth join the Reincarnation Academy, enjoying the status of an ordinary disciple. Yi Yangfu's voice boomed with enthusiasm. Everyone was taken aback, their expressions revealing unmasked envy, jealousy, and even trepidation. The chief steward of the city lord's residence, Li Xian, was horrified. His heart raced, fearing that what he dreaded had indeed come to pass. Yi Zhishuan had only just been announced as having awakened the celestial flood dragon battle body yesterday. How could she so swiftly join the Reincarnation Academy today? The Reincarnation Academy is indeed a formidable power, a behemoth within the vast expanse of the ancient void domain. It stands as a colossus, akin to the Yin-Yang Academy of Yin City, yet the latter is merely a minor branch under the auspices of the Reincarnation Academy, with similar branches numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. It is no wonder that Yi Yangfu is so audacious, boldly disregarding the established order and challenging the city lord's mansion. It is utterly preposterous, with the esteemed identity of Yi Zhishuan backing him. Who would dare to lay a finger on the Yi family? For nearly a millennium, the ancient void domain has been in disarray, the royal path in decline, and various cities governing themselves independently. In the past, the city lord's mansion continuously rose to prominence, commanding Yin City. Should the Yi family expand in the future, it would be impossible to impose restrictions upon them. The mere thought is terrifying. As for the third matter, let it be known, young Master Yi Han has committed an act of treachery, coveting the purity of Zhishuan, flouting family law, and defying his elders. We, the Yi family, consider this a disgrace. Therefore, today we strip him of his title as heir and demote him to the status of a servant. Yi Yangfu's voice resonated powerfully. To depose the heir and demote him to servitude? The expressions of the people of Yin City were a tapestry of complexity. Yi Yangfu, having no sons of his own, had taken in Yi Han, who had displayed remarkable martial talent, over a decade ago, after finding him. He was subsequently enrolled in the Yin-Yang Academy and adopted as a son by Yi Yangfu, enjoying the title of heir and being groomed as the future head of the family. Who could have anticipated such a dramatic reversal in fortunes? That the heir would be cast aside? It is understandable. After all, Yi Han is ultimately an outsider. Now that Yi Zhishuan has risen to prominence, her future is boundless, and the Yi family has no need to place their hopes in an outsider. Moreover, it is rumored that Yi Han encountered peril in the Hanyuan mine for 6 months. His energy sea shattered, rendering him a mere cripple. Old dog Yi, silence yourself. A sharp, cold voice suddenly pierced through the atmosphere. Chapter 4. Fury unleashed. Countless gazes abruptly shifted to Yi Han, the atmosphere in the square so tense that one could hear a pin drop. No one anticipated that, at such a moment, Yi Han would dare to address the esteemed head of the Yi family in such a manner. You personally excavated my Tianjiao battle bones, and the despicable maid Yi Zhishuan has also personally crippled my vital energy. Do you believe you are worthy to issue commands and pronounce judgment upon me? Yi Han's voice was cold and piercing. Though I have narrowly escaped death, this hatred remains unquenched. Until you and your father are eradicated, my heart shall find no peace. Yi Han advanced step by step, his countenance chillingly resolute. Today, I shall face both of you in battle. Life and death shall be determined by fate. Everyone was taken aback. What was happening? A discarded heir suddenly challenging the illustrious head of the Yi family? Not to mention the formidable Yi Zhishuan, who possessed the Tianjiao battle form. The heads of various families and Li Xian from the city lord's manor observed the scene with keen interest, their expressions relaxed. It seemed that Yi Han's words hinted at deeper implications, but the truth was of little concern to them. They were simply eager to witness turmoil within the Yi family. Enough of this nonsense, be silent. Yi Yang's fury erupted, while Yi Zhishuan's expression grew grim. They had dismissed Yi Han as a mere failure. Yet his sudden defiance was bewildering. Had he lost his mind? Father, this Yi Han speaks recklessly and is unaware of his impending doom. Allow me to personally execute him as a warning. How dare a mere servant challenge the head of the family? Yi Zhishuan stepped forward, locking her gaze onto Yi Han. Yi Zhishuan, a debt shall be repaid in kind. Yi Han's murderous intent surged. Yi Han, return at once. A woman seated in a wheelchair urgently called out. But by then, the two had already clashed. Boom! Yihan's body quaked as his vital energy surged, a domineering force coursing through his right arm as he unleashed a thunderous punch. Yi Zhishuan, encased in golden light and empowered by the Tianjiao battle form, retaliated with an equally fierce blow. At the 8th level of Gathering Yuan, Yi Zhishuan had only just attained the Tianjiao battle form. Yet had she truly succeeded in her breakthrough to this level? Unfortunately, despite both being at the 8th level of Gathering Yuan, the disparity was immense. In the instant of collision, Yi Zhishuan let out a muffled grunt. Her form sent staggering backwards several dozen steps, her vitality churning violently. What? Yi Zhishuan's expression shifted dramatically. 8 extremities violent fist. Yihan's fingers curled as he growled lowly, launching another punch at Yi Zhishuan. Though the 8 extremities violent fist was merely a common martial art available to all at the Yin-Yang Academy, its practicality shone through, and with sufficient vital energy. Its explosive power was formidable. Divine Crane Sword Qi. Yi Zhishuan dared not be careless. She swiftly drew her sword and executed a fluid sword technique. Waves of sword qi erupted, their trajectories profound and ethereal. With the enhancement of the Tianjiao battle form, her sword qi gained an added layer of dominance. Its might magnified several-fold beyond the norm. The world is drawn to various divine bodies, battle forms, and imperial physiques precisely because each unique constitution offers distinct advantages, bestowing martial artists with immense boosts in strength and depth. Though Yi Zhishuan had only recently entered the 8th level of Gathering Yuan, the advantages of her physique had already propelled her combat prowess beyond that of seasoned veterans at the same level. In a moment of astonishment, a vast wave of sword energy was shattered. One could see Yihan emerging like a fierce tiger, leaping forward as his fists rained down with relentless ferocity, obliterating all in their path. The sound of thunderous impacts echoed through the air as the clash of fist and sword resonated like the ringing of bronze and iron, with a series of 8 explosive bursts reverberating. What? To achieve 8 forceful detonations at the 8th level of Qi gathering is nothing short of prodigious. A few instructors from the Yin-Yang Academy exchanged glances, all profoundly astonished. Although the 8 extremes violent fist may seem straightforward, attaining such a feat of 8-fold power amplification is exceedingly arduous, requiring an extraordinary amount of qi, a task many at the 9th level of qi gathering cannot accomplish. As the final explosion resounded, a resounding crash echoed as Yi Zhishuan's sword was sent flying. Die! Rushing before Yi Zhishuan, Yihan's gaze was devoid of mercy as he hurled a fist towards her heart. An indescribable dread enveloped her as she beheld the swift approach of that fist, causing her to panic and instinctively twist to evade. Alas, it was futile. Such a domineering strike at such close range could not be evaded, even by a master of divine might. Boom! The fist exploded forth, and though Yi Zhishuan barely managed to avoid a direct hit to her heart, her shoulder shattered, her qi nearly dispersed, and she was sent flying 3 feet backward, collapsing to the ground, groaning in agony, blood surging forth. Incompetent. Without a moment's hesitation, Yihan unleashed a punch aimed at her qi. You shatter my qi, and I shall repay you in kind, allowing you to experience the despair of years of arduous cultivation vanishing in an instant. Zhishuan, Yihan, you seek death. Yi Yangfu rushed in, filled with grief and fury, disregarding any notions of respect for elders. Unaware of why Yihan could recover and even advance after having his qi destroyed, he only knew that his daughter, Yi Zhishuan, was on the brink of death. Come at me, Yi Yangfu. I shall personally end you. Yihan roared, brimming with confidence. Having cultivated the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique, Yihan discovered that despite being at the same 8th level of qi gathering, the magnitude of his qi was exponentially greater than that of an ordinary individual, astonishingly robust. A typical practitioner at the 8th level could hardly hope to match him, and even with Yi Zhishuan's battle physique, she was no exception. Although Yi Yangfu had reached the 9th level of qi gathering, his qi was merely a mere fraction, perhaps a dozen times greater than that of an 8th level practitioner, rendering Yihan utterly unafraid. As the two clashed head-on, Yi Yangfu was met with an overwhelming force. Feeling as though his strike had collided with an immovable boulder, utterly incapable of causing any disturbance, Yi Han possessed not only enhanced cultivation and qi, but also the essence of the five-clawed golden dragon emanating from the Nine Realms dragon suppression tower within him, perpetually nourishing both his body and soul. Though the dragon's bones had yet to manifest, and the dragon's form was not yet present, his flesh had already undergone refinement and augmentation, rendering him exceptionally formidable and resilient, making it exceedingly difficult to injure him, even against a ninth-level master like Yi Yangfu. How could he be so powerful? Yi Yangfu was left dumbfounded. He had personally excavated Yi Han's bones and witnessed his daughter shatter Yi Han's qi. At this moment, it should have been a miracle that Yi Han was even alive. 8 Extremes Violent Fist. Yi Han struck once more, unleashing the same formidable fist technique, the power erupting in a relentless series of 8 explosive strikes. As the two engaged in fierce combat, Yi Yangfu surged into Yi Han's body, corroding his limbs and bones while battering against his meridians. The gathering Yuan 9th level signifies a transformation of essence, with surging exponentially, refining flesh and bone in a remarkable display of strength, manifesting in every movement with overwhelming force. However, on this day, Yi Yangfu felt utterly devoid of any advantage conferred by the gathering Yuan 9th level. His power, as it penetrated Yi Han's body, proved entirely ineffective. Yi Han's flesh and bone were astonishingly resilient, his overwhelmingly potent. Thus, Yi Yangfu's strength was submerged by Yi Han's own force, leaving no discernible impact. As only a master at the pinnacle of divine power could hope to inflict any injury upon him. One punch after another, Yi Han unleashed a frenzied assault, seemingly tireless and exhilarated. Gradually, Yi Yangfu became akin to a honing stone, serving as a practice target for Yi Han's 8 Extremities Violent Fist technique. With a sudden violent impact, Yi Yangfu was sent reeling, spewing a mouthful of reverse blood. "Old dog, having dug into my battle bones, now you shall pay." Yi Han roared as he charged forward, delivering a ferocious punch aimed at Yi Yangfu's energy sea. Chapter 5. The Nine Heavens Dragon Control Technique. The head of the Yi family? All the senior members of the Yi clan rose in shock, their eyes wide as they beheld the scene before them. In the balance between life and death, no one could instantaneously intervene in the battlefield to thwart Yi Han's assault. The most astonishing aspect was that a scion of the Yi family, recently stripped of his status, could contend with the formidable clan leader, forcing him to such desperate straits. Yi Yangfu, had he truly wasted decades of cultivation? How dare you? Yi Yangfu's fury nearly exploded. A bastard, in public, was treading upon him, using both him and his daughter as stepping stones. This surreal situation felt like a vivid dream. Bang! A fist struck at the center of Yi Yangfu's energy sea, an overwhelming force coursing through his body. Yi Yangfu could no longer withstand the onslaught. He was sent flying several meters away, collapsing helplessly to the ground. His complexion was ashen, void of any color, resembling a terminally ill patient on the brink of death. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his body convulsing. The fabric of his upper garments shredded, revealing mangled flesh beneath. A black fist imprint marred his energy sea, with blood seeping forth relentlessly. Not long ago, Yi Yangfu had been full of vigor. Now, he resembled a frail elder, clinging to the last vestiges of life. "I am your adoptive father," Yi Yangfu uttered in a daze. "Do you dare to kill me?" "Ha ha ha, adoptive father? I, Yi Han, have endured the grueling trials in the cold abyss mine, fortuitously acquiring the celestial dragon battle bone and 3 celestial grade pills, the Kanglin pill. I could not bear to use them myself, bringing one back for Yi Zhishuan and reserving the other 2 for you and my master. Yet, you and your daughter turned against me, mercilessly stripping me of my status, shattering my energy sea, and seizing my battle bone. Today, you publicly decree my demotion to that of a servant?" Yi Han's voice boomed, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. "Do you think I would endure? Do you believe you have me completely under your thumb? Heaven does not entirely forsake the living. I, Yi Han, will rise anew from the ashes, breaking through adversity. The agony of having my bones extracted and the hatred of my shattered energy signify the end of my ties to the Yi family. Killing you would be too merciful. I shall personally shatter your energy sea, rendering you a cripple, so you may experience the boundless suffering that comes with it." As Yi Han spoke, he had already closed the distance to within 3 meters of Yi Yangfu, raising his right fist and locking onto his target once more. "Yi Han, if you dare to harm my father, we shall be irreconcilable. Yi Zhishuan's voice rang out, piercing and anguished. Bang! The fist collided with tremendous force. Silence enveloped the arena as time seemed to halt. The onlookers witnessed the catastrophic explosion of Yi Yangfu's energy sea, his life force dissipating, his martial prowess utterly annihilated. Warriors often confront life and death, teetering on the brink of peril. Yet, individuals like Yi Yangfu typically bask in the comforts of Yin City, enjoying a life of luxury. Unless they sought out the treacherous cold abyss mine, it was not unusual for them to live a stable life without falling from grace. But today, before the eminent figures of Yin City, he was personally incapacitated by his former adoptive son, Yi Han. His downfall was his own doing. The esteemed steward of the Lord's mansion, Li Xian, could no longer contain his glee as he remarked. It has long been rumored that although Yi Han is but an adopted son, his loyalty to the Yi family is unwavering. He is respectful to his elders and would not suddenly undergo a drastic change in temperament. It is likely that the rumors hold truth. The Yi father and daughter have left him with no recourse but to retaliate. Indeed, Yi Yangfu is nothing short of a fool. Yi Han's ability to vanquish Yi Zhishuan, who possesses the dragonborn battle bone, and to engage with experts at the 9th layer of Gathering Yuan, marks him as a true genius, one destined to become an inner disciple at the Yin Yang Academy. How could such a talent be targeted by Yi Yangfu? The head of the Zhu family, Zhu Wenguang, interjected with a mocking tone. Isn't that so? Among our several esteemed families, although many disciples are enrolled at the Yin Yang Academy, most hold mere menial positions. The number of those who attain the status of ordinary disciples is scant. Those who become inner disciples are typically future heirs or elders. It is absurd that such a person is being suppressed. Does the Yi family truly believe that a single Yi Zhishuan can render everything else obsolete? Wang Weiren, the head of the Wang family, concurred. Suddenly, a member of the Yi family rushed into the square, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "It's terrible. Yi Han has incapacitated Yi Ming." The atmosphere grew tense as the elder of the Yi family, Yi Gang, furiously stood up upon witnessing Yi Ming's dire state. "Yi Han, what exactly do you intend to accomplish?" In an instant, the upper echelons of the Yi family, led by Yi Gang, surged toward the square, prepared to apprehend Yi Han. "You insolent brat, I shall discipline you on your grandfather's behalf." Yi Han cast a glance at the elder before swiftly propelling himself to stand before Yi Zhishuan. They are nothing but a pack of insignificant creatures, unless the elder ancestor, who is rumored to have entered the realm of divine power, emerges from seclusion. No one can suppress me. Yi Han possessed this unwavering confidence. His next objective was to reclaim the dragonborn battle bone and incapacitate Yi Zhishuan, ensuring that this malicious woman pays dearly for her actions. Enough. Just as Yi Han was about to strike, a chilling voice interrupted. In a blink, he saw the man who had previously accompanied Yi Zhishuan appear before him, standing merely a dozen meters away, unleashing a palm strike that produced a vacuum-like shadow. What? Yi Han's heart raced with trepidation, truly sensing the weight of oppression. The force of the palm surged toward him, crushing down in an instant, leaving him no choice but to endure. 9 Heavens Dragon Control Technique. Yi Han silently recited within, channeling his energy throughout his body to shield himself. In a mere exchange, Yi Han let out a muffled grunt, spewing forth blood as he was sent flying. The gathering of energy, the congealing of divine power, enhanced within his martial techniques. This was the might of a practitioner in the realm of divine power. Yi Han's heart screamed in frustration, unwilling to accept his fate. He felt as though his organs might burst. The opponent's palm force invaded his body, slicing through his meridians. Had it not been for the fortification granted by the dragon's essence, his resilience would have surely transformed him into a lifeless corpse by now. In the face of such an insurmountable disparity, no amount of vigor could suffice. A practitioner in the realm of divine power. How could such youth emerge from the Yi family? There were scarcely a handful of such formidable individuals in Yin City, and even the city lord, the most powerful expert, merely held the same status. The individual blinked and appeared beside Yi Zhishuan, placing a round, plump pill into her mouth to stabilize her injuries. He then turned his gaze away, his eyes devoid of compassion. "What are you, to dare to lay hands on a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy?" The name Reincarnation Academy was utterly captivating, commanding respect even from the Lord of Flame Sun City, not due to sheer strength, but because of its prestigious identity. Although Yi Han, a disciple of Flame Sun Academy, had displayed extraordinary talent today. The teachers from his academy deliberately averted their eyes, pretending not to notice. Flame Sun Academy was merely one of the countless branches of the Reincarnation Academy, a force so diminutive it could be likened to an ant. Even the head of Flame Sun Academy would not dare to confront this young man. Many members of the Yi family halted their steps, gazing expectantly ahead, utterly astonished by the immense power and illustrious background of the young man quietly accompanying Yi Zhishuan. Having provoked such an individual, Yi Han was surely doomed today. He was merely a genius from a small place like Flame City, and in the face of a disciple from the Reincarnation Academy, he remained an ordinary insect. Brother Luo, I implore you to end his life. Yi Zhishuan's eyes blazed with boundless hatred as she looked at Yi Han with venomous resentment. This bastard dares to covet the battle bone that rightfully belongs to me. Chapter 6. Today's humiliation will be avenged tomorrow, Junior Sister Yi, as you wish. With a cold gaze, Brother Luo approached Yi Han, casting an imposing presence over the entire arena. Should you meddle in the enmity between me and the Yi family, we shall be irreconcilable. Yi Han gritted his teeth, channeling the Nine Heavens Dragon control technique. Unfortunately, the internal injuries to his meridians were difficult to heal, rendering him unable to recover in time. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Irreconcilable? Brother Luo appeared to find the notion ludicrous, his demeanor haughty and condescending. You, a mere insect easily crushed beneath a fingertip, dare to threaten me? You are simply courting death. With a single pointed finger, a fierce and unmatched force struck at the center of Yi Han's chest. Yi Han's body trembled as excruciating pain tore through him. A gaping wound had already appeared, and he sensed that the blow intended to pierce his very being, nailing him to the ground. I bear you no grudge, yet you dare to treat me this way? I, Yi Han, will not let you go even in death. His anguished roar echoed with boundless hatred. Secretly, he frantically mobilized his primordial energy, preparing to retaliate with all his might. At that moment, his internal energy surged, far surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of gathering energy. And if he could unleash it in a concentrated burst, he would surely make Brother Luo pay a heavy price, even if it resulted in mutual destruction. Leaving him utterly crippled and hopeless, Yi Han was determined to vent his fury. It was far more satisfying than being crushed underfoot by this man. Boom, boom, boom. Unseen, Yi Han's bones and muscles resonated, as if awakening from a deep slumber. The primordial energy surged forth, fierce and unmatched, like a lion lying in wait for countless years, ready to emerge and devour the world. Ridiculous. Brother Luo raised his right arm. Who cares for the threat of an ant? With a downward strike, he aimed directly at Yi Han's head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Bang! A tremendous explosion resounded, and in the next instant, a figure was sent staggering back 100 paces. The crowd surrounding the square widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished to see Brother Luo being pushed back. A mere ordinary disciple of the Reincarnation Academy dares to lay a hand on my disciple, Imo Chingru. A cold and ethereal voice resonated, drawing the attention of all to the woman in the wheelchair. Imo Chingru, a teacher from the Yin Yang Academy, afflicted with a chronic ailment, could only sit in a wheelchair, seemingly inconspicuous. How dare she speak so to a genius of the Reincarnation Academy? Imo Chingru, the one who once graced the Yin Yang rankings. You have been hiding in Yin City, and this boy is your disciple? Brother Luo's expression turned pale with dread. The wheelchair glided forward, slowly approaching Yi Han's side. The woman did not speak, but the icy disdain in her eyes struck like a divine blade, threatening Brother Luo's very heart. His gaze fixated on her legs, emboldening him slightly. So what if it's you? Times have changed. You are no longer the Imo Chingru of the past. Your disciple dares to act against someone valued by Brother Foam. Then, begone. The woman cast a fleeting glance at Brother Luo. A single utterance resonated like a celestial chime, profoundly startling Brother Luo. I shall convey all that transpired today to Brother Foam. Brother Luo's expression fluctuated ominously as he decisively seized Yi Zhishuan and departed. Wait. Yi Han's gaze was merciless. Fixated on the retreating figure, the humiliation of today shall be avenged in the future. I must subdue you. What is your name? Luo Tianzheng. The young man scoffed. You intend to suppress me? Let us see if you can even enter the Reincarnation Academy first. Luo Tianzheng cast a bemused glance at Yi Han. as if listening to the ranting of an insignificant ant. Watching their silhouettes fade away, Yihan clenched his fists tightly. I, Yihan, will repay every grievance. The Reincarnation Academy, is it? Just wait for me. What of the disciples of the Reincarnation Academy? Resplendent and lofty? Such prodigies, once unapproachable, were now within Yihan's aspirations. Now, brimming with confidence, he possessed the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower within him. He would inevitably crush someone like Luo Tianzheng with a single blow. Struggling to rise, Yihan hurried to Mo Qingruo's side. Despite Luo Tianzheng's interference, he had failed to eliminate Yi Zhishuan. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. Mo Qingruo gently grasped Yihan's arm. That Luo Tianzheng is a martial artist of divine strength. At your current state, you cannot measure up. Do not dwell on it. He is inconsequential. In the future, you shall have ample opportunities to confront him once you enter the Reincarnation Academy. Indeed, teacher, I shall escort you back. Yihan nodded, disregarding others as he pushed the wheelchair beyond the confines of the Yi residence. The members of the Yi family, seething with rage yet deeply apprehensive, were left in a state of bewilderment, particularly the elder, whose mind reeled as if on the brink of madness. Yihan had survived. Yihan had shattered the patriarch's sea of energy with his own hands. Could Yi Zhishuan, endowed with the celestial serpent battle body, truly be a match for Yihan? Haraha. It is time for us to return. The grand banquet of the Yi family was no longer a source of joy. There would be ample opportunities for future engagements. Li Xian, the chief steward of the city lord's mansion, rose with a hearty laugh. The other clan heads followed suit. Discarding their previously subservient demeanor, it was a golden opportunity to strike a fallen foe. Yi Yongfu had been excessively domineering, hardly acknowledging their presence, and now they all bore the weight of unspoken resentment. With Yi Zhishuan's connections, though the Yi family might not vanish from Yin City, they were sure to face significant obstacles. With the patriarch rendered powerless, the future would be arduous for the Yi family in Yin City. From Luo Tianjing's actions, much could be inferred. The Reincarnation Academy would undoubtedly turn a blind eye to the trifling matters of the Yi family. With so many disciples, if the academy were to intervene in every familial dispute, it would cease to be an academy and become a hall of punishment instead. Yin City, Yinyang Academy. Nestled within Yin City, the academy was not far from the Yi residence. A quarter of an hour later, Yihan pushed Mo Qingruo to the academy. Arriving at her lodgings, Yihan spoke. I owe you my gratitude today, teacher. Without your assistance, I fear I would have found it difficult to extricate myself. Before taking action, Yihan contemplated numerous factors. With various prominent figures and members of the Yin-Yang Academy present in the city, he believed that as long as he swiftly defeated the father-daughter duo of Yi Yongfu, he would remain unharmed. Yihan was acutely aware of the intricate relationships among the major factions within the city. While they appeared harmonious on the surface, deep down, they yearned for one another's downfall to establish singular dominance, eagerly waiting for an opportunity to intervene in the affairs of the Yi family, ensuring his own security. However, he had not anticipated that beside Yi Zhishuan stood Luo Tianzheng from the Reincarnation Academy. Nevertheless, some experiences are inevitable. This world is vast, and Yin City is merely a speck. Once you enter the Reincarnation Academy in the future, you must learn to seize opportunities and conceal your true abilities, avoiding rash actions. Mo Qingruo advised. I understand, teacher. Yet, my resentment toward the heartless Yi Yongfu and his daughter is profound and unresolved. Regrettably, I obtained 3 Kanglin pills, keeping one for your recovery, but they were all seized by them. Yihan lamented. Mo Qingruo gently reassured him. The Kanglin pills are of no use to me. My legs will only heal if nurtured within the 10,000 laws furnace. Unfortunately, that is a treasured artifact of the Qianhuan sect, which disappeared centuries ago. There must be a way, Yihan immediately responded. By the way, teacher, you were once a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy? Chapter 7. Unable to swallow this resentment, Mo Qingruo arrived at the Yin-Yang Academy 9 years ago. Due to her mobility issues, she rarely revealed her capabilities, and at merely in her early 20s, many disciples of the academy overlooked her. However, Yihan was acutely aware that her understanding of cultivation was extraordinarily profound, far surpassing that of the other instructors at the academy. Indeed, I was once a true disciple of the Reincarnation Academy. However, after sustaining severe injuries during the Yin-Yang Rankings battle 9 years ago, My legs were afflicted by the frigid waters of the abyss, rendering me unable to walk and causing my cultivation to plummet, leading me to the Yin-Yang Academy, she recounted. Mo Chingru smiled gently at Yihan, her tone light as she continued, "You speak of your teacher with such reverence. If you truly joined the Reincarnation Academy, you ought to address me as senior sister." Yihan paused, taken aback. Having just witnessed Luo Tianjing's demeanor and hearing his teacher speak, he found himself developing a disinclination towards the Reincarnation Academy. "Are there no other prominent sects within this vast void ancient domain?" he inquired further. "Indeed, the divine martial continent is vast and boundless, with countless sacred mountains and rivers. Various sects, schools, and holy places each dominate their own territories. However, aside from the Reincarnation Academy, you have nowhere else to turn," Mo Chingru replied. "Nowhere else to turn?" Yihan furrowed his brow. Mo Chingru elaborated. "There are numerous factions, but most are mere empty names. Given your current strength and my own limitations, venturing beyond Yinyang City would only lead to death. I can venture forth alone, without your protection," Yihan asserted resolutely. "You are a disciple of Yinyang Academy, affiliated with the Reincarnation Academy. No one would dare to snatch a disciple from the Reincarnation Academy." Mo Chingru revealed the harsh reality. "Very well. The Reincarnation Academy will be recruiting disciples in 10 days. I shall prepare thoroughly," Yihan said helplessly. As one of the branches of the Reincarnation Academy, Yin-Yang Academy had emissaries who came annually to recruit disciples, with only one slot available, typically reserved for the strongest among the Academy's disciples. Previously, Yihan could only be considered exceptional, but in terms of age and other aspects, he was still inferior to the established inner disciples. However, he now felt confident that he could pass the assessment and earn the acknowledgement of the Reincarnation Academy's emissary. His teacher was correct. The divine martial continent was immense, and Yinyang City was but a speck. Even if he were to ascend to the position of the city's lord, he would merely be a jest in the eyes of those lofty powers. Take Luo Tianzhong, for instance. Although a mere ordinary disciple within the Reincarnation Academy, he came to Yinyang City exuding arrogance, dictating life and death with a mere thought, commanding respect even from the city lord. Had it not been for his teacher's presence, he might have already met his demise, leaving no room for contemplation of the future. Furthermore, there was Yi Zhishuan, that venomous woman who seized the Tianjiao battle bone and soared to prominence, capturing the attention of the powerful figures within the Reincarnation Academy. How could she leave unscathed? As if stepping upon his head to ascend? For Yihan, this was a bitter pill to swallow, a grievance lodged firmly in his throat. "Upon my arrival at the Reincarnation Academy, my foremost task shall be to exact vengeance upon you all." Yihan clenched his fists in silence. Nourished by the Nine Heavens dragon control technique and the aura of the Dragon Emperor, his original will had been subtly influenced, having already acquired a hint of imperial demeanor. While he could not claim to have lofty ambitions, he was certainly unwilling to be oppressed or enslaved by others. Without strength, one would forever be subjugated, living in constant fear and even struggling to survive. Within the Nine Realms dragon-suppressing tower, the legendary Dragon Emperor, who possessed transcendent abilities, had been brutally subdued. What was he in comparison? The Dragon Emperor may have perished, yet his renown could echo through the ages, while for a mere figure like himself, death would yield no remembrance. In this ephemeral existence, he sought to live this life with unrestrained vigor and exuberance. "Yihan, your elemental force is formidable. Although you can defeat Yi Yangfu, there are several seasoned inner disciples at the Yin-Yang Academy who are no less capable. If you wish to seize that qualification completely, it requires earnest attention. In a mere 10 days, one cannot expect to elevate their realm, but one can certainly improve their martial techniques." Mo Chingru continued, gesturing towards a bookshelf beneath the window. "Fetch the first book on the second shelf." Yihan hurriedly retrieved the tome, its cover emblazoned with the striking title, Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist. "Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist?" Yihan murmured, handing the book to Mo Chingru. She shook her head. "From now on, you shall cultivate this technique. The Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist consists of 4 strikes, with my annotations included. If you can successfully master the first strike within the next 10 days, your strength will undoubtedly increase significantly." "Excellent." Yihan did not hesitate. It seemed his instructor had been well prepared. "Go and train." Previously, I suggested you practice the ordinary 8 extremes violent fist to establish a solid foundation during the elemental gathering stage, placing less emphasis on martial skills. However, your foundation is now sufficiently robust, Imo Chingru advised. After bidding farewell to Imo Chingru, Yihan made his way to his humble abode within the academy. The quarters of ordinary disciples were merely simple dwellings, places he would have never considered before. However, after the events involving the Yi family, he now felt an immense sense of peace here. Sitting cross-legged, he opened the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist, absorbing the training techniques and detailed annotations with ease. Within just an hour, he had fully integrated the knowledge into his mind. When it comes to cultivating martial skills, practical experience is paramount. Han Yuan Mine, Yihan declared, his gaze unwavering. The Han Yuan Mine, rife with demonic beings and monstrous beasts, was undeniably perilous, yet it also harbored countless opportunities, rare treasures, exotic fruits, and precious mineral veins, all making it an ideal place for cultivation. After preparing himself, Yihan set off directly, 20 miles away from Yin City. He arrived at the entrance of the Han Yuan Mine. Before him lay a dark expanse of earth extending into the depths, the air thick with a violent and oppressive atmosphere. Yihan reflected, having recently departed from the Han Yuan Mine, yet today, his state of mind had transformed. Half a year ago, he had entered the mine solely to seek opportunities to help Yi Zhishuan break through to the divine power realm, all the while harboring a deep-seated trepidation towards the mine. Over the years, the Yin-Yang Academy had seen no less than 800 disciples perish within its depths. Yet now, Yihan possesses the confidence to rival the divine power realm, focusing intently on enhancing his martial prowess solely for his own benefit. Shortly after entering the mining zone, several ferocious figures lunged toward him. The Moonshadow Wolves? Seeking their demise. Yihan scoffed, delivering a powerful punch. The utmost limit of such demonic beasts is merely the second tier. The 3 Moonshadow Wolves before him are equivalent to ordinary martial artists at the 7th or 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, utterly insignificant. With a twist of his body, he unleashed 3 consecutive punches, leaving 3 lifeless beast carcasses on the ground. Worthless. Only when a demonic beast reaches the second tier can it develop a beast core within, which martial artists can refine or sell. These 3 first-tier beasts are hardly worth a bite. Martial artists who venture into such perilous areas in search of treasures have various methods to conceal their presence. However, this time, Yihan entered solely for the purpose of honing his skills and did not bother to hide at all. Continuing onward, his aura was soon detected, and a continuous wave of demonic beasts charged at him. Yet the outcome remained predictably the same. The ordinary first-tier demonic beasts are far too weak, insufficient to pose any challenge. Before long, he had grasped the situation. His strength had surged remarkably over the past 2 days. The myriad of beasts he had previously approached with caution were no longer his match, easily dispatched with a single punch. Unless he delved deeper into the mining area to confront more formidable entities, he would have never dared to proceed in the past. Now, he did so without hesitation. Demonic beings? Delving 10 miles in, Yihan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 8. A frantic breakthrough, ascending to the 9th level ahead. 2 figures were locked in a fierce battle. One was a second-tier demonic beast, the Gale Leopard, while the other stood approximately 5 feet tall, its muscular form revealing it to be a demon that had reached the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. What remarkable fortune! Without a moment's hesitation, Yihan charged forward. In this world of myriad races, it is not merely humanity and demonic beasts. There exists another formidable race, the subterranean demons. Legend has it that they are a result of a failed fusion of bloodlines between demonic beasts and humans during ancient times. A mutated lineage that survives in the shadowy corners of the divine martial continent. They inherit the ferocity of beasts, feeding on blood and displaying an unparalleled brutality, viewing humans merely as fodder. With a resounding crash, a powerful fist descended, striking the Gale Leopard squarely in the midsection. The second-tier demonic beast was sent flying several meters, howling in agony, its body convulsing. In an instant, another fist was unleashed, and the demon, despite enduring the blow, was propelled backward, consumed by inexplicable rage. Humans? Die, die, die. The demon's gaze was vicious, bloodlust emanating from its very being. With a swift motion, it aimed a palm at Yihan's face. Subterranean demons. Accustomed to the brink of bloodshed and slaughter, revere strength above all, often possessing formidable physical prowess that allows them to confront demonic beasts head-on. Though this demon had merely just entered the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, it could almost rival Yi Yangfu, who had been at that level for over a decade. That strike could have obliterated Yi Han 2 days prior. Yet now, Yi Han stood his ground, meeting the blow with force, and the demon let out a series of anguished cries. Kill! Yi Han's fighting spirit surged, his voice filled with the intent to slay. He unleashed the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist technique from his mind, treating the demon as a test of his abilities. The clash of fists reverberated, energy surging forth, as the two figures collided over 100 times within mere breaths. With a resounding crack, the demon's arm fractured, trembling uncontrollably, unable to lift itself. Impossible. You are but an 8th-level human. How can your strength be so exaggerated? The demon, now panicked, cast a fearful glance at Yi Han before turning to flee. Yi Han's power was more demonic than that of the demon itself. Each punch rained down, overwhelming for any ordinary being at the Gathering Yuan realm. Crucially, his body, tempered by dragon qi, possessed remarkable resilience, coupled with an abundance of vital energy that allowed for a relentless barrage. Die! With a sudden movement, Yi Han surged forward, delivering a crushing blow to the demon's back. The force penetrated its body, causing its heart to explode, and it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Such a creature deserves death. Yi Han's cold gaze swept over, forever haunted by the memory of witnessing a few months prior how demons had savagely devoured 2 disciples of the Yin Yang Academy. Turning his attention, he noted that the Gale Leopard had breathed its last, equally lifeless. Yi Han drew forth his blade, his technique deft and practiced, swiftly extracting the beast core. This core was a valuable asset, capable of being exchanged for various elixirs and spiritual liquids at the Yin Yang Academy. Should Yi Han ascend to the Divine Power realm, he could even refine the beast core himself. It appears that within a mere 10 days, mastering the thunderclap fist of the tiger and leopard is well within my grasp. Although I previously acted like a mantis stalking a cicada, taking advantage of the fierce battle between the swift leopard and the demon, it now seems that I possess the foundation to vanquish both peak-tier second-order beasts and ordinary Gathering Essence realm demons. Yi Han reflected on the recent skirmish, extracting valuable insights. As he meandered through the depths of the Cold Abyss mine, he continuously engaged in combat, growing increasingly adept in both his battle experience and the application of his power. Such bountiful gains were unprecedented. In prior ventures into the Cold Abyss mine, he had mostly concealed himself in the shadows, seeking various opportunities, rather than engaging in relentless battles as he did this time. The rewards exceeded his expectations, and by the 6th day, he had successfully mastered the first strike of the Thunderclap Fist. On the morning of the 9th day, a delightful surprise unfolded. After dispatching yet another demon, Yi Han felt an overwhelming surge of essence coursing through him, no longer able to be contained, swirling and compressing within, initiating a qualitative transformation. This transformation persisted for over 100 breaths, as his internal essence surged mightily, circulating through his limbs and bones, invisibly solidifying his foundation and sinews, rendering his strength more formidable and compact. Yi Han sensed an enhancement in the essence of life itself, his vitality flourishing tenfold. The 9th layer. The 9th layer of the Gathering Essence realm. He had finally transcended, scarcely daring to believe that within a mere half-month, he had risen from utter devastation to the pinnacle of the Gathering Essence realm, the 9th layer. Many in the Flame City would take 10 or even 20 years to achieve such a feat. Yi Han had long heard of the extraordinary talents among the great powers, whose breakthroughs seemed as effortless as eating and drinking. He had always found it difficult to conceive, yet he was now experiencing this sensation firsthand. It turns out that nothing is truly impossible. Although the Gathering Essence realm is merely the early stage of cultivation, it is only natural that, with the arrival of opportunities, one's ascent can be astonishingly rapid. This realization only strengthened Yi Han's resolve to hasten his journey to the Reincarnation Academy. Remaining in Flame City offered little prospect. Achieving the 9th layer of the Gathering Essence realm here would classify him as a formidable expert, as even the heads of the prominent families in Flame City were typically of this caliber. It was time to return, for the emissaries of the Reincarnation Academy would surely be arriving soon. After organizing the fruits of his labor over the past days, 73 Second-Order Beast Cores. Yihan departed from the Cold Abyss Mine. Upon returning to the Flame Sun Academy, Yihan immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Many familiar disciples regarded him with a complex expression, their eyes reflecting a mix of pity and regret. Zhu Wei, what has transpired at the academy? Why does everything seem so strange? Yihan called out to one of the disciples. The disciple approached cautiously, casting a wary glance at Yihan. Are you not aware? The admission requirements for the Reincarnation Academy have changed this year. How have they changed? Yihan inquired, intrigued. The emissaries of the Reincarnation Academy arrived yesterday, stating that there are now stringent requirements. This year, one must reach the Divine Power Realm to gain admission. What? Is it not the case that no one is deemed worthy? Yihan's expression shifted dramatically. How could it be such a coincidence? For decades past, had it not been the criterion that strength must prevail, with an age limit of no more than 30? Before venturing to the Hanyuan mine, Yihan had been filled with prospects. Today, poised for another breakthrough, he was brimming with confidence. Yet now, you should go and take a look. I am not entirely certain, Zhu Wei urged hastily. As a disciple of the Zhu family, he had previously harbored many grievances against Yihan, but now dared not express them, although he could not suppress a sense of schadenfreude. It was known that the academy had been buzzing with rumors of a potential dark horse emerging, and that horse was none other than Yihan. The seasoned inner disciples, upon hearing of Yi Yangfu's plight, regarded Yihan with deep trepidation. With Zhu Wei's words echoing in his ears, Yihan's spirits plummeted, and he made his way directly toward the depths of the academy. Chapter 9. The Agony of Mo Qingru in the Central Hall of the Yin Yang Academy. A voice echoed with a tone of helplessness. Li Envoy, can we not make an exception in this matter? Yihan, standing outside the hall, overheard the words of the academy head, Su Xiaocong. Make an exception? Su Xiaocong, what do you take the rules of the Reincarnation Academy for? A young and cold voice interjected. If no one can enter the realm of divine power, then I shall take my leave. I will not squander my time here. At that moment, Yihan heard his teacher's voice rise in protest. Li Kai, I am well aware of the Reincarnation Academy's regulations. They do not encompass such arbitrary rules. You are merely an ordinary disciple tasked with this matter, daring to impose your own regulations. Mo Qingru, the young voice brimmed with derision. Do you look down upon my status as an ordinary disciple? You are nothing but a failure, ostracized 9 years ago. Yet you dare to speak of the Reincarnation Academy's rules. Outside the hall, Yihan clenched his fists and stepped into the grand chamber. There, he beheld a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, seated at the highest point of the hall, with even the academy head, Su Xiaocong, relegated to a side seat. The young man exuded arrogance and spoke with unbridled audacity. As for the academy's rules, whatever Brother Feng says is the rule, whatever Sister Yin states is the rule. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to report to the Reincarnation Academy and see what waves you can stir. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned to Li Kai, who commanded even the academy head's reticence. There must be a reason for this. There is no smoke without fire. Su Xiaocong understood Mo Qingru's status well. The limitation imposed on entering the realm of divine power was merely a ploy to trouble Mo Qingru and her disciples. Yet, despite being the head of this branch of Yin Yang Academy, Su Xiaocong found himself powerless to alter the situation. He had to tread carefully around Li Kai. Otherwise, it could jeopardize future opportunities for disciples of Yin Yang Academy to enter the Reincarnation Academy. Furthermore, I have heard that your disciple, Yihan, has been reckless and caused a commotion at the Yi family. This matter has already reached the Reincarnation Academy. Sister Yi Zhishuan is quite displeased and has reported this to Brother Feng. To speak frankly, Yihan will find it impossible to enter the Reincarnation Academy in this lifetime. This stringent requirement for entering the realm of divine power was established by Brother Feng. Li Kai's voice rose with a hint of triumph. Yi Zhishuan has only just entered the Reincarnation Academy, and you dare to call her sister? Mo Qingru cast a glance at Li Kai. Li Kai scoffed. What of it? Although Yi Zhishuan has only recently joined the academy, she has been directly promoted to an inner disciple under Brother Feng's recommendation. Yi Zhishuan has been directly elevated to an inner disciple? Could it be? Mo Qingru's expression shifted, revealing her intrigue. Indeed, Li Kai proclaimed with pride. 2 years ago, Brother Feng ascended as the first child of reincarnation. Then, Li Kai's tone shifted. However, Mo Qingru, Nothing in this world is set in stone. If your disciple wishes to join the Reincarnation Academy, there may still be a glimmer of hope. No need for that. It is better that my Yi-Han does not go to the Reincarnation Academy. The first to speak was Yi-Han, and in an instant, numerous gazes converged upon him, drawing the attention of those in the hall to his unexpected presence. Casting a glance upwards at Li Kai, Yi-Han approached Mo Qingru's side. Teacher, in this world, every path can lead to the heights of success. I do not necessarily wish to join the Reincarnation Academy. Time had passed, and Yi-Han's perspective had shifted. If the Reincarnation Academy was filled with such arrogant and disdainful disciples, it was easy to surmise the character of its higher-ups. Is this truly your disciple? Came Li Kai's condescending voice from above, his gaze looking down upon them with disdain, akin to a sovereign surveying his subservient subjects. The gathering of the 9 heavens? In this meager place of Yin City, it may suffice, but surely you would not want to witness Yi-Han languishing in mediocrity here, would you? To speak plainly, I have come at the behest of Senior Sister Yin, Mo Qingru. If you can present that half-piece of the 9-yang fire jade and personally return to the academy to assist Senior Sister Yin in its refinement, then she may appeal to Brother Feng, allowing your disciple to join the Reincarnation Academy. Li Kai's eyes glinted with intensity as he focused on Mo Qingru. Teacher, do not acquiesce to him. Yi-Han immediately shook his head. Although he did not fully comprehend Li Kai's words, their literal meaning was clear. He could not bear to have his teacher suffer on his behalf. Mo Qingru fell into silence, pausing for a full 30 breaths before addressing Li Kai. What assurances can you provide for this matter? Above in the great hall, Li Kai's eyes brightened as he suddenly rose to his feet, producing a crystal-clear token that shimmered like glass. You will exchange the 9-yang fire jade for the disciple's token. It was evident that he had been well prepared. Very well, Mo Qingru said, her lips parting slightly as she regarded the jade token. Yet, pain suddenly flashed across her face, and in the next moment, she reversed her hand, revealing a fiery red jade pendant. With a gasp, Mo Qingru trembled, unexpectedly spitting out a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling instantaneously, her vitality waning. Teacher, what is wrong? Yi-Han rushed to support her, anxiety flooding his heart, feeling utterly helpless. Though his teacher had been physically impaired for years, she had always possessed her own essence of power. Unlike an ordinary person who would be gravely ill, this was the first time he witnessed such a condition. I am fine, Yi-Han. Give him the 9-yang fire jade, Mo Qingru insisted. No, teacher, please retract it. Yi-Han's voice trembled. How could he, unworthy as he was, allow his teacher to endure such suffering for his sake? She owed him nothing. Mo Qingru looked steadfastly at Yi-Han. I am fine, Yi-Han. If you still recognize me as Mo Qingru, then exchange that token. I faced with his teacher's pained and pallid visage. Yi-Han clenched his fists, unwilling to relent. Hurry, Mo Qingru urged. All right, I shall go. Yi-Han's voice carried a newfound weight, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Holding the 9-yang fire jade, he took several steps towards Li Kai, and under the mocking expression of the latter, he exchanged the jade for the token in his hand. Indeed, it is true. Those who adapt to circumstances are truly wise. Your choice must surely bring great joy to Sister Yin. Li Kai cautiously stowed away the 9-yang fire jade and continued. Then let it be so. I am pressed for time to report to Sister Yin, so I shall set off today. With his objective achieved, Li Kai felt a surge of happiness and added, Mo Qingru, I shall grant you a brief respite. We shall depart in 2 hours. By the way, regarding Master Su, is it feasible to prepare 2 carriages? Before meeting Sister Yin, it is imperative that nothing befall Mo Qingru. Certainly. Su Xiaocong sighed inwardly and nodded in agreement. Teacher, we shall return to rest for now. Yi-Han fixed a penetrating gaze upon Li Kai for a moment before guiding teacher Mo Qingru out of the grand hall. Teacher, there is no need for such concern. As they exited the hall, Yi-Han's voice was gentle, yet her expression was icy. Yi-Han, your teacher is already gravely injured. It is of no consequence. In truth, even if you were to align with other formidable factions, it would still be an arduous endeavor. However, at least within the Reincarnation Academy, I can still offer you assistance, Mo Qingru said, her tone soothing as she endeavored to comprehend Yi-Han's emotions. Chapter 10. The night's execution. Yi-Han remained silent, enveloped in contemplation. He guided his teacher to her residence, gathered essential items for their journey, and allowed her a moment of respite before returning to his own abode. Upon entering, Yi Han changed from the tattered, blood-stained garments acquired from the Han Yuan mining area, and then opened a package. Inside lay his entire bounty from the mining site, 73 conspicuous second-tier beast cores, seated cross-legged in the center of the room. Yi Han grasped one of the beast cores and abruptly activated the Nine Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique. A torrent of primordial energy enveloped the core, and in mere moments, the core became utterly devoid of substance, transforming into a crystalline transparency as its stored energy dissipated. The second, the third. Yi Han's pace of refinement was astonishing, a testament to the potency of the Nine Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique. In approximately 1 hour, he had refined all 73 beast cores, their energy surging into his limbs and bones. Gradually, his complexion began to flush, a manifestation of the tumultuous energy within, difficult to contain. Fortunately, having ascended to the 9th heaven of gathering Yuan, his mastery over his own state had significantly improved. Coupled with his enhanced meridians, bones, and flesh, he was capable of forcibly suppressing the raging energy and primordial force within. After completing this arduous task and regaining a semblance of normalcy, Yi Han departed, making his way back to the loft where his teacher awaited. Upon his arrival, he noticed Li Kai standing nearby, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the Yin Yang Academy. It appeared he had secured the Jiang Fire Jade, and now, Li Kai managed to temper his previously haughty demeanor. Casting a brief glance, Yi Han entered the loft and addressed his teacher. "Shall we depart?" Indeed, having rested for nearly 2 hours, Imo Qingro's complexion had improved considerably, though she still appeared quite haggard. Yi Han understood well that losing the Jiang Fire Jade had undoubtedly come at a significant cost to her. As he assisted her from the loft, under the scrutiny of many complex gazes from the Yin Yang Academy, he carefully placed her onto the prepared carriage and subsequently loaded the wheelchair. "Let us be on our way," Li Kai gestured, leaping onto another carriage. "Principal Su, I apologize for the trouble caused to the Yin Yang Academy." Imo Qingro's voice resonated within the carriage. "No matter, take care," Su Xiaozong replied with a wry smile. "What is a trifling inconvenience? One must exercise caution in the presence of the Reincarnation Academy, at the very least." This matter had been resolved without incurring the wrath of their prominent figures, which was a stroke of fortune. Consequently, the Yin Yang Academy would still retain its annual qualifications for disciples to enter the Reincarnation Academy. Soon, the two carriages had departed from the Yin Yang Academy, swiftly leaving Yin City and racing northward. With Li Kai leading the way, Yi Han drove the carriage, carrying his teacher closely behind. As they progressed, Yi Han's gaze remained fixed on the carriage ahead, and with the passage of time, his eyes grew increasingly frigid. The vast realm of Tai Su is far from small. The distance between the Reincarnation Academy and Yin City spans no less than several thousand miles. Even with two meticulously nurtured lion-blooded steeds capable of covering 10,000 miles a day, it would take 3 to 4 days to reach the Reincarnation Academy. After several hours of travel, the sun began to set, and the moon ascended to its zenith. Li Kai brought the carriage to a halt and called out to Yi Han, "Let us rest here, recuperate your strength, and we shall set forth again tomorrow. It is likely that your teacher, Imo Qingru, finds it difficult to endure prolonged journeys in her current state." "Very well," Yi Han replied coldly. He was acutely aware that Li Kai's concern was not born of kindness, fearing for his and his teacher's fatigue. Rather, he was worried that something might go awry with Imo Qingro's health, jeopardizing their mission. Although Yi Han was not privy to all the particulars, he could surmise that senior Sister Yin sought not only the Nine Yang Fire Jade from his teacher, but also wished to meet her in order to solicit her assistance in refining it. Yi Han was no fool. He possessed a fundamental understanding of cultivation norms. His teacher's realm had unfortunately fallen to merely that of a divine power realm warrior. While such a warrior was indeed formidable and rare in Yin City, the Reincarnation Academy was teeming with experts. It was inconceivable that one could not find a capable individual there. Why then did Senior Sister Yin require his teacher's aid to refine the Nine Yang Fire Jade? Could it be that his teacher was to pay a price for her assistance? The agony his teacher endured in procuring the Nine Yang Fire Jade had been immense. He had been unable to intervene at that moment, yet under no circumstances would Yi Han permit her to suffer again or pay any further toll. As night descended, the hour of the rat approached. The gentle breeze caressed the clouds, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Time flowed on, and within the carriage, his teacher had long succumbed to slumber. Li Kai leaned against a rocky outcrop, having teased Yi Han momentarily, gradually drifting into rest himself upon receiving no response. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the shadows of the night, Yi Han suddenly stirred from his seated position at the front of the carriage, his eyes snapping open with icy intensity. A chilling glimmer erupted from his gaze as he stepped forth, his movements silent as a fabled harbinger of doom. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. In an instant, he was but 5 meters from Li Kai, drawing his sword from behind with a resounding metallic ring. The sound of steel reverberated through the air. The moonlight reflected the sword's gleaming aura as it cast a cold light upon Li Kai, who abruptly awakened from his slumber. At the end of his line of sight, Yi Han, with sword in hand, descended with lethal intent. "You!" Li Kai exclaimed in shock, his expression shifting to one of fury. Alas, the sword had long since been poised for action. Once unleashed, it would surely taste blood, devoid of hesitation or deviation, precisely locking onto Li Kai's heart. With a piercing cry, Li Kai's body trembled violently as he was thrown aside. Damn it! Yi Han could not help but utter those words. From day to night, this strike had been rehearsed countless times in his mind, yet he had not anticipated that errors would still arise. The blade penetrated half an inch, and as Li Kai rolled away, he had already dissipated a significant portion of the force, narrowly avoiding the complete shattering of his heart. Die, die, die! You seek death! The enraged Li Kai bellowed like a slaughtered pig, furious at the audacity of his assailant. His entire reservoir of energy surged, and the divine power within him began to stir, due to the force of Yi Han's sword aura and energy. The upper half of Li Kai's clothing was utterly torn apart, revealing a form-fitting inner armor that shimmered with a faint golden light, marred only by a crack at the heart region. It was this inner armor that had absorbed over 80% of the blade's force. Otherwise, Yi Han's strike would have been a fatal blow, ensuring Li Kai's demise. Kill! Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Han stepped forward and launched his next attack. As he advanced, his energy surged with wild intensity, creating a thunderous resonance that echoed through his bones and meridians. Chapter 11. Beneath the Reincarnation Mountain with a swift motion. The sword was raised and brought down with tremendous force. Yi Han's vitality surged, and his elemental energy boiled. In the realm of elemental convergence, one must disregard the notion of mortality. Li Kai gritted his teeth fiercely, grasping the sword at his side. A surge of divine energy penetrated the blade, and in the blink of an eye, Li Kai raised his sword to meet Yi Han's assault. Upon the clash of swords, Yi Han felt an overwhelming recoil, his body shaking as he was forced back 3 steps. Li Kai, too, was not unscathed. His body trembled, and his arms went numb. Caught off guard, the sword in his hand was unexpectedly sent flying by Yi Han's formidable strength. Again, Yi Han bellowed, discarding his sword. He formed his hands into fists, charging forth like a fierce tiger unleashed, intent on tearing apart his prey. The first strike of the tiger leopard thunder fist, the fierce tiger emerges from the mountain. With a convergence of battle intent, murderous resolve, and rage, all manifested in a single blow, his fists thundered down, creating a sonic boom. The punch landed. A wretched scream echoed through the night sky. Li Kai was sent flying 3 yards away, blood erupting like a fountain. Could it be that a cultivator at the 9th level of elemental convergence could produce a true vacuum sonic boom? Li Kai stared at Yi Han in disbelief. Despite the protection of his inner armor, his internal organs churned violently, as if they were about to explode from within. His arm bones shattered, leaving him utterly incapacitated. You shall die? Yi Han's voice was hoarse, the words escaping his throat with a rasp as he advanced step by step. His internal elemental energy was nearly depleted, completely consumed by that ferocious punch, yet it was sufficient to sustain his final strike. I do not wish to die, I beg you. Spare me. Li Kai's face twisted in terror, panic taking hold of him. Bang! As his fist struck down, the overwhelming force penetrated Li Kai's armor, causing his heart to explode, extinguishing his life. Only in his final moments did he understand the futility of pleading for mercy. It was too late. Exhaling deeply, having witnessed Li Kai's demise, Yi Han felt his limbs grow weak, his body empty, and he sank to the ground. Long before at the Yin Yang Academy, he had already pronounced Li Kai's death sentence. Before he set out, He had forcefully refined the power of 73 second-tier beast cores within himself, preparing for the battle of the night. To attempt to refine beast cores without entering the realm of divine power was akin to courting death. Yi Han could not fully refine the beast cores, but he managed to seal their power within his resilient bones and flesh. If he delayed any longer, his body would burst from the overwhelming elemental energy. Fortunately, Li Kai was finally dead, and Yi Han had achieved his objective. Teacher, turning his gaze, Yi Han noticed Mo Qingru had lifted the curtain of the carriage at some point, calmly observing the unfolding events. To challenge a cultivator at the divine power realm while being at the 9th level of elemental convergence is far too reckless, Mo Qingru remarked, a gentle expression gracing her brow. From now on, no one will be able to bully us. Yi Han flashed a radiant smile, his teeth gleaming white. Rising to his feet, he retrieved the 9-yang fire jade from Li Kai's body, wiping away the bloodstains before approaching his teacher. Teacher here? As Mo Qingru meticulously refines and stows away the 9 suns fire jade, her demeanor visibly brightens, and Yi Han finally feels a sense of relief. He comprehends that the 9 suns fire jade is likely capable of alleviating the torment of the extreme cold prison water afflicting his master. Yi Han, promise me you will no longer take such reckless risks. Above all, life itself is paramount. As martial artists, we must survive to possess a future, Mo Qingru implores, clasping Yi Han's hands tightly. Master, I understand. Yi Han replies, casting a glance at the deceased Li Kai. Yet, it is equally crucial to contemplate the manner in which one lives. I, Yi Han, may not be virtuous, but I refuse to emulate those who oppress the weak while groveling before the strong, resorting to sycophancy and revealing their disgraceful nature. A gentle smile graces the woman's face as she listens to Yi Han's heartfelt words, her eyes radiating clarity and warmth. Indeed, Master, who exactly are senior sister Yin and brother Feng, as mentioned by Li Kai? Yi Han gazes at Mo Qingru, his fists clenched in frustration. How presumptuous! Must my admission to the Reincarnation Academy be dictated by them? You must understand that the path of martial arts is delineated by hierarchy, where the strong command respect. The Academy's rules state that disciples cannot slay one another unless they mutually consent to enter the life and death arena. However, such regulations are merely applicable to ordinary disciples. The true prodigies within the Academy are often unrestrained. Even when a single word can determine life or death, the higher echelons of the Academy frequently acquiesce. Mo Qingru interjects. You will gain first-hand insight into these matters upon your arrival at the Reincarnation Academy. It is essential to conceal one's capabilities until one achieves true strength. Yi Han listens intently, striving to etch every word of Mo Qingru into his memory. A quarter of an hour later, he buries the lifeless Li Kai and guides the carriage onwards into the distance. On the morning of the 4th day, as the first light of dawn breaks, Yi Han finally arrives alongside his master at the entrance of an ancient city known as Baiyun City. This city, tenfold larger than Yen City, boasts expansive markets, numerous shops, and bustling crowds, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary liveliness. Behind Baiyun City lies a vast and towering mountain range, magnificent and awe-inspiring, where clouds swirl and mist rises, resembling a celestial court. Baiyun City is situated at the foot of the Reincarnation Mountain Range, the very location of the Reincarnation Academy. Finally, they have arrived at the site of the Reincarnation Academy. Yi Han is taken aback, beginning to grasp why his master is so insistent on his admission. To possess such divine mountains and rivers as a foundation for gathering disciples from across the realm suggests an incredible depth of heritage, far beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. The figures wandering the streets are predominantly at the 8th or even 9th layer of gathering essence, and from time to time, one might catch sight of masters at the divine power realm, each exuding an extraordinary aura, imbued with a vitality that surpasses those from Yen City. Master, after our long journey, let us rest briefly in Baiyun City. Upon entering the city, Yi Han assists his master down from the carriage, subsequently selling the lion-blooded steed and the carriage to merchants who have long awaited in Baiyun City, exchanging them for 20 high-grade human-level vitality pills. In this ethereal ancient realm, the currency among warriors has long transcended mere gold and silver, embodying instead 2 characters, elixirs. The categorization of elixirs mirrors that of martial arts and techniques, encompassing 5 distinct grades: human, profound, earth, heaven, and even divine, each of which is further divided into inferior, medium, and superior qualities. Yihan had heard tales that, beyond the superior grade of heaven-level elixirs, there existed the legendary divine-grade elixirs, yet he had never encountered them. During his time in Flame City, the elixirs traded among warriors were merely ordinary human-grade inferior chi-gathering pills. However, upon arriving in White Cloud City, not a soul sought the chi-gathering pills, as even the least valuable elixirs exchanged in barter were human-grade superior vitality pills. Accompanied by his mentor, he entered a tavern, casually ordering hot tea and baked pastries, only to find that he had already spent half of his 20 vitality pills, leaving Yihan speechless. The cost of living in this grand locale was astonishing. 20 vitality pills could sustain 2 individuals for half a year in Flame City. Arriving in White Cloud City, with countless masters around, what was his impression? Mo Qingru observed Yihan with a smile. No impression, Yihan replied, rubbing his nose. I wonder how the Reincarnation Academy fares, and if it truly possesses the multitude of formidable experts as rumored. Any disciple within the Reincarnation Academy is a master, incomparable to the Flame Sun Academy, Mo Qingru remarked. Yihan gazed through the window toward the distant towering mountains, recalling the day of Luo Tianzheng and the memory of Li Kai, whom he had slain. Not necessarily. If we stood at the same level, they might not be my adversaries, Yihan responded calmly, a newfound confidence illuminating his face. Suddenly, from a distance, a cold scoff echoed. To slander the Reincarnation Academy is to be arrogant and ignorant, truly unaware of the peril they invite. Chapter 12. The canine entity. Yihan turned his gaze and noticed 2 men approaching from a distance. A swift glance revealed the potent aura of the divine power realm emanating from them. These 2 were no weaker than the deceased Li Kai, and their attire, adorned with a unique hexagonal star emblem, suggested they were disciples of the Reincarnation Academy. It was only natural, considering that Baiyun City lay at the foot of the academy. It was commonplace for disciples to frequent this area. Casual discussions are far from slander, Yihan replied coolly. This is not Yin City. And under the watchful eyes of the Reincarnation Academy, could these disciples truly be so arrogant as to bully others at will? If that were the case, it would be better not to ascend that mountain today. Presumptuous, do you dare to retort? A glint of malice flickered in their eyes. They could discern the slight fatigue of Yihan and Mo Qingru, who had journeyed long to arrive here, yet the 2 men showed no trepidation. Yihan furrowed his brow, instinctively channeling his inner strength. At that moment, Mo Qingru turned her face to glance at them, her voice calm. Is it true that the disciples of the Reincarnation Academy have become so overbearing? And if so, what of it? This boy dares to. You look remarkably familiar. Who are you? Both men halted simultaneously, fixated on Mo Qingru's visage. One of them suddenly revealed an expression of apprehension, as if a realization dawned upon him. The Yinyang list, Mo Qingru? Let us go. The other spoke decisively. Upon recognizing Mo Qingru, the previous hostility dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming caution as they hastily departed. In this world, no 2 leaves are identical. They would not mistake her identity, especially given that this woman sat in a wheelchair. Yihan quietly lowered his raised arm, observing the retreating figures before turning to Mo Qingru. Teacher, they seem quite fearful of you. Indeed, they must have seen me during my pursuit of the Yinyang list back in the day, Mo Qingru replied serenely. After a moment of silence, Yihan spoke. Teacher, did I impose on you by asking you to accompany me to the Reincarnation Academy? Not at all. I have been in seclusion in Yin City for 9 years. Some must have already taken note of my return, and it was inevitable that I would come back. Mo Qingru shook her head. Teacher, no matter what we encounter, I will always be here, Yihan declared earnestly. While he was unaware of the tribulations his teacher had faced, he could surmise that her return to the Reincarnation Academy would bring her challenges and pressure. Sipping a warm cup of tea, Yihan said, Teacher, let us set forth to the Reincarnation Academy. Very well. The 2 figures soon departed from Baiyun City, making their way toward the Reincarnation mountain range. After traversing merely 10 miles, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. In their line of sight stood a towering cliff, approximately 100 feet high, as smooth as glass, seemingly hewn by the blade of an unparalleled warrior. At the cliff's center, several large characters were etched, Reincarnation Academy. Numerous disciples of the Reincarnation Academy traversed this mountain range upon tamed mythical beasts, where a staircase resembling a celestial ladder spiraled upwards into the heavens. This was the entire Tai Su ancient domain, a place where countless martial artists flocked, yet few could gain entry to the Reincarnation Academy. One of the rare forces that towered above the 8 great dynasties within this vast expanse. Halt! Outsiders are forbidden to enter the academy. 8 figures materialized instantly, their gazes stern as they scrutinized Yi Han and his companion. Yi Han produced the token he had received from Li Kai. I am Yi Han, a new disciple from the Yin Yang Academy branch this year. A new disciple from Yin Yang Academy this year? The 8 individuals examined the token closely for a moment before returning it to Yi Han. Who is she? One of them inquired, directing his attention towards Mo Qingru. No need to investigate. When she was in the academy, you weren't even initiated, a mocking voice chimed in. The 8 gatekeepers shifted their gazes to the newcomer, immediately bowing respectfully. Greetings, Senior Brother Liu. Step aside. A tall young man clad in a blue battle robe with shoulder-length hair appeared, waving his hand with impatience. His eyes swept over Yi Han before narrowing in on Mo Qingru, a sardonic smile gradually forming on his lips. I never anticipated that the once mighty Mo Qingru, who ascended to the pinnacle of the Yin Yang rankings and was renowned throughout the academy, would find herself in such a wretched state today. Mo Qingru. To return to the Reincarnation Academy for such insignificant individuals, you truly remain as sentimental and loyal as you were back then. After 9 years apart, I presume you have come to terms with your situation? The young man continued with a cold laugh, seemingly relishing the opportunity to look down upon Mo Qingru. Throughout, Mo Qingru maintained her composure, revealing no fluctuations in her emotions as she glanced at the young man. After 9 years, Lu Yunxiao, you remain as reckless as ever, daring to provoke me again. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yunxiao's expression twisted in fury, his demeanor shifting dramatically. What did you say? Back then, you would not have dared to speak to me so. Mo Qingru remained unfazed, her tone as serene as ever. You still carry that arrogance, despite your fall from grace. With a thunderous roar, Lu Yunxiao unleashed his inner energy, stepping forward with fierce determination, fixing his gaze on Mo Qingru. Once you looked down upon me, but now, after 9 years, you are merely a cripple with diminished power. How dare you maintain such pride? You wretched fool. Even if Senior Sister Yin were to blame me, I shall make you confront the reality of your current state, Lu Yunxiao exclaimed, raising his arm to strike. Having long suppressed his anger, Yi Han could no longer hold back, thrusting his sword forward. The violent energy coursing through his body surged into the blade, heedless of the disparity in their realms, as he aimed directly at Lu Yunxiao's arm. Damned! 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 In the past, figures such as Luo Tianzheng and Li Kai, despite their arrogance and tyranny, would never have dared to openly insult their teachers. Yet here stands Lu Yunxiao, audacious enough to utter the derogatory words bastard. While the teacher may endure such insolence, Yi Han cannot abide by it. What utter nonsense is this Reincarnation Academy? It would be better not to set foot in such a wretched place. The world is vast, the primordial ancient domain boundless. With the 9 realms dragon suppression tower within his being, can he not rise to prominence without relying on the Reincarnation Academy? Suddenly, blood splattered forth as Lu Yunxiao's arm trembled violently, letting out a wretched scream, even before the slap had landed. A conspicuous wound in the center of his palm oozed blood, and the excruciating pain compelled him to retreat 3 significant steps. You dare to strike? Seeking death. His gaze, as menacing as a serpent's, locked onto Yi Han. With a sweeping motion of his arm, an overwhelming force surged forth, threatening to engulf Yi Han. Chapter 13. The girl in red with a violent cough. Yi Han spewed forth a mouthful of reverse blood, his internal organs feeling as though they were being pierced with tremendous force, his body on the verge of exploding. The disparity was insurmountable. Lu Yunxiao was in no way comparable to the previously slain Li Kai. You wretched brat, I shall render you powerless. Lu Yunxiao gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his palm and lunged forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. In an instant, he appeared before Yi Han, unleashing a devastating palm strike that sent Yi Han, who was struggling to rise, hurtling through the air, blood surging anew from his mouth. Within that single strike, 3 waves of divine power surged into Yi Han's body. In that fleeting moment, Yihan's source energy shattered under the onslaught of the divine might, leaving less than a tenth of his energy suppressed within his core. The three forces coursed through his meridians, wreaking havoc upon his form. The searing agony rendering Yihan momentarily incapacitated, nearly unconscious. Lying on the ground, he fought to swallow the blood that threatened to choke him. Hastily employing the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique to restore his energy, his fierce gaze fixed upon Lu Yunxiao. Unrestrained, lawless, wielding life and death at will. All in a single thought. Is this the demeanor of a disciple from the Reincarnation Academy? Stop! Just as Lu Yunxiao was about to advance again, a clear voice rang out. Yihan's gaze shifted instantly to see a girl clad in a crimson robe, roughly his age, rushing towards them in a fury. Upon seeing the fierce countenance of Lu Yunxiao, she instinctively recoiled, her voice losing some of its strength. How can you strike him? You must not harm him. The girl in red, with her bright eyes and pearly teeth, her skin fairer than snow, spread her arms wide, determined to shield Yihan. Striving to meet Lu Yunxiao's gaze. Witnessing this scene, Yihan's heart trembled. Strike him? I intend to incapacitate him. Lu Yunxiao's expression was merciless as he regarded the girl in red with disdain, as if she were a fool. Get lost. This girl is merely at the 8th layer of gathering essence. An insignificant insect, weaker than Yihan, dares to obstruct me? Is this not a death wish? I will not. The girl declared with unwavering resolve, her expression fierce. Lu Yunxiao's palms surged forth, his visage twisted with malice. Then you shall perish alongside this boy. Step aside. In an unexpected surge of strength, Yihan suddenly flipped over, grasping the girl's arm and pulling her behind him, determined to shield her. One cannot be devoid of compassion. Yihan could not bear to watch such a kind-hearted girl perish because of him. Having been taken in by the Yi family, where his adoptive father and Yi Zhishuan had feigned affection for years only to ultimately betray him, Yihan had endured much pain. Yet, despite it all, his heart remained warm. Boom! Lu Yunxiao's palm strike was merciless, extinguishing all hope, a true killing blow. Life and death hung in the balance in that fleeting moment. In that infinitesimal instant, Yihan suddenly found clarity, his cold, unyielding gaze fixed upon the impending strike. His thoughts and consciousness ascended to an unprecedented ethereal state, where everything within the cosmos seemed to dissolve into nothingness. In Yihan's eyes, only the ferocious hand descending upon him remained. A hum resonated. The suppressed primordial energy deep within Yihan's dantian finally surged forth. With great effort, he activated the Nine Heavens Dragon Control art, utilizing the last vestiges of his energy to connect with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower within him. Under immense pressure, Yihan ultimately forced open the Dragon Suppression Tower, releasing a drop of pure, five-clawed golden dragon essence. Indeed, it was but a single drop, yet it instantaneously permeated Yihan's limbs and bones. This drop, a culmination of the dragon essence's continual compression and condensation, had reached a state of liquefaction. Instantly, Yihan's injuries began to mend significantly, as his primordial energy was continuously replenished and transformed. Moreover, he felt his arm bones creaking, undergoing a transformative process of splitting and reassembling in an instant. With a resounding thud, Yihan was flung away by a shockwave, only to be caught in the embrace of the young girl. Yet, an astonishing event unfolded. Lu Yunxiao gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. His palm had not truly made contact with Yihan, but had met an invisible barrier midway, dissipating effortlessly. Immediately following, a fierce recoil emanated from that vacuum-like barrier, causing Lu Yunxiao to scream in agony as he was propelled 100 meters away, collapsing to the ground and spewing blood uncontrollably. Even an ordinary disciple from the Reincarnation Academy dared to strike at the daughter of Chu Tianxin. Chu Tianxin. Lu Yunxiao's voice trembled as he fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man who had appeared. Yihan also took note of this man, who called himself Chu Tianxin. He was robust, with piercing eyes and a commanding presence that radiated authority without anger. Director Chu, it was my blunder. I deserve death. I meant no harm to others. Please forgive me. Thud. In the next moment, Lu Yunxiao unexpectedly knelt down. His instinct to cower before the strong had taken over, as he was gripped by an overwhelming fear of having provoked such a figure. Chu Tianxin, one of the vice presidents of the Burning Moon Academy among the three great academies of the ancient Void Domain, had dominated this realm for years. He was a true tyrant. far beyond the reach of a mere Lu Yunxiao. Given the earlier scene, even if Chu Tianxin were to kill Lu Yunxiao on the spot, the Reincarnation Academy would not pursue any accountability. Observing Lu Yunxiao kneeling, countless gazes converged upon him. Yet, Lu Yunxiao cared not for their scrutiny, only wishing to survive this day. Fortunately, Chu Tianxin paused, glancing at his daughter, who had not been genuinely harmed, and then looked at Lu Yunxiao. For the sake of the Reincarnation Academy, I shall spare your life today. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy. Lu Yunxiao, trembling with fear, scrambled away. Are you all right? The red-clad girl beside Yihan blinked her eyes, resembling a tranquil pool of water. Thank you, I am fine. Yihan responded softly, gazing at her exquisite, untainted visage. It is good to hear that you are well. Only then did it dawn on Yihan that the girl lay nestled in his embrace. Her voice, suddenly soft as a whisper, carried a hint of crimson to her cheeks. The young man is quite remarkable, Chu Tianxin remarked, stepping forward with a demeanor that softened slightly. Observing Yihan with a calm intensity. I am grateful for your intervention, senior. I shall repay this kindness. Yihan rose with determination, bowing respectfully to Chu Tianxin. There is no need for such formality. I acted merely to protect this young lady. At that moment, Chu Tianxin appeared more approachable. It was clear he harbored a favorable impression of Yihan, who had stood resolutely in defense of the girl in red. Under ordinary circumstances, given his esteemed status, Chu Tianxin would have deemed a mere gathering realm individual like Yihan unworthy of his attention. In the distance, a group approached, accompanying Chu Tianxin and the girl from the Reincarnation Academy. An elderly man among them expressed his remorse. The disciples of the Reincarnation Academy have been unruly. It is our failure in discipline that nearly brought trouble to you, Master Chu. We ask for your forgiveness. Lu Yunxiao shall face the Academy's sanctions. Not a concern, merely a trifling matter. Chu Tianxin waved dismissively. His stature rendered such issues inconsequential. He had merely sought to uphold the Academy's reputation. Otherwise, even if Lu Yunxiao had not laid a finger on the girl, the outcome would have been inevitable. Let us take our leave for now. We shall converse again later. Chu Tianxin concluded. Very well. The members of the Reincarnation Academy nodded in agreement. I am Yihan. May I ask your name? Yihan inquired, turning to the quiet girl in red who stood beside him, her head slightly bowed. Chapter 14. The Imperishable Dragon Body Yihan. Remember, my name is Chu Yushi. The girl with pitch-black eyes gazed at Yihan, then lowered her head slightly, beneath the reflection of the red cedar. Her countenance was as exquisite as jade, reminiscent of a crescent moon. Her crimson lips parted gently. Chu Yushi. Yihan articulated these 3 syllables, then nodded earnestly. I shall remember too. We must take our leave. Beside them, Chu Tianxin, engaged in conversation with the upper echelons of the Reincarnation Academy, turned to look at his daughter. Farewell. Chu Yushi hastily waved to Yihan, and then joined Chu Tianxin and the others as they ventured into the distance. As the group departed, Yihan slowly advanced towards his teacher. Yihan, are you all right? Mo Qingru looked at him with concern. Teacher, I have caused you trouble. She grasped Yihan's hands, feeling the pulse, assessing his physical condition. What are you saying, teacher? It is I who have caused you trouble. Had it not been for me, you would still be in seclusion in Flame City, undisturbed. Yihan began to speak. At the moment he uttered the last word, a sudden tremor coursed through his body, and the veins on him bulged. His vitality and elemental force began to surge uncontrollably. Yihan hastily seated himself, employing the 9 Heavens Dragon control technique to regulate his breath. Moments ago, he had been jolted by Lu Yunxiao's palm, which had momentarily subdued the turbulence within him. However, at this moment, a drop of dragon energy surged into his body, causing a tumult that not only transformed a vast amount of elemental power, but also instigated another metamorphosis within Yihan's physique. Crackling sounds of skeletal transformation echoed, unheard by outsiders. Yihan felt an itch and warmth in his right arm, followed by a wave of coolness, alternating in sensation. Yihan. Mo Qingru expressed her deep concern, speaking urgently but feeling helpless. I am fine, teacher. Yihan opened his eyes wide, squeezing out 5 words from his throat. Indeed, not only was he unscathed, at that moment, Yihan was filled with exuberance. From the very beginning, when he first encountered the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, he had experienced a similar state upon the birth of the Celestial Dragon Battle Body. His arm had itched, and alternated between hot and cold, undergoing a qualitative change. This is skeletal fission, the birth of divine bones. Yihan could distinctly feel a singular bone within his arm growing increasingly potent, nurturing an indescribably new force. This power persisted for 20 breaths, becoming overwhelmingly immense, as if it were about to burst through Yihan's corporeal form. Hold on. Yihan felt a profound ache throughout his body, but gritted his teeth resolutely. He understood that if he could not endure, this newfound strength would undoubtedly tear apart his meridians and flesh, leaving him with no place to rest in death. Gradually, an inexplicable aura began to ripple from within Yihan, spreading in all directions. In that moment, everyone gathered from all sides experienced a soul-stirring sensation, yet they were all bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. Hiss! Yihan inhaled sharply, the furrowed lines on his brow finally relaxing. Within his right arm, a brand new divine bone had been perfectly nurtured, compared to the piece of celestial serpent war bone that was taken from him. This brand new divine bone possesses a potency that is tenfold, even 100-fold greater. If the celestial serpent war bone could be likened to a stubborn rock, then this new divine bone is akin to a precious gem of unparalleled value found in the heavens, driving anyone to madness. Yet, having learned from the past experience of losing the war bone, Yihan proceeded with utmost caution. The moment the divine bone was born, he restrained his aura, ensuring that none perceived any hint of its existence. What an immensely powerful divine bone! Yihan was astounded. In contrast to the serpentine energy contained within the former celestial serpent war bone, this new divine bone radiated an exceedingly pure dragon essence, the rare and enigmatic energy of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Yihan realized that he had finally birthed the everlasting dragon body. According to the teachings of the 9 Heavens dragon control technique, only upon entering the realm of divine power could one's flesh and bones allow for the emergence and nurturing of the everlasting dragon body. Such a constitution is far too formidable. Even a single alteration in a bone would be accompanied by an overwhelming surge of power. However, due to the pressure exerted by Lu Yunxiao, in a moment of life and death, he forcibly communicated with the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, allowing a drop of dragon essence to condense and merge within him, effectively commencing the gestation of the everlasting dragon body ahead of time. At the edge of the earth, Chu Tianxin's figure seemed to fade, yet he suddenly halted. In an instant, he turned back, his eyes narrowing as if sensing something. Originally intending to depart, he swiftly returned with Chu Yushi. Are you Yihan? I am Chu Tianxin, and I extend an invitation to you to join the Burning Moon Academy as an ordinary disciple, he stated directly, attempting to recruit Yihan into the academy. The Burning Moon Academy? Memories flooded Yihan's mind. He recalled his teacher mentioning that within the ancient void domain, there existed 3 great academies: the Reincarnation Academy, the Burning Moon Academy, and the Dragon Slaying Academy. These 3 institutions transcended the 8 great empires of the ancient void domain, with the Burning Moon Academy boasting an ancient legacy and profound depth, slightly inferior to the Reincarnation Academy, yet certainly not lacking in stature. Yihan was perplexed as to why someone like Chu Tianxin would turn back, yet he felt a genuine stir of interest. Recently, the appearances of Luo Tianzhong, Li Kai, and today's Lu Yunxiao had left him with little fondness for the Reincarnation Academy. But in this moment, he found himself hesitating. Should he join the Reincarnation Academy? He could rightfully seek vengeance against Luo Tianzhong or confront the vicious Yi Zhishuan, including Lu Yunxiao and others. At worst, he could resolve matters within the life and death stage of the Reincarnation Academy, where no one could contest his actions, not even their backing figures like Senior Brother Feng or Senior Sister Yin. However, if he entered the Burning Moon Academy, seeking revenge would become an arduous endeavor. If he truly wished to eliminate Yi Zhishuan, finding an opportunity would be nearly impossible. However, should one choose not to enter the Reincarnation Academy, the teacher would not suffer any further grievances. At the very least, that certain Senior Sister Yin would find it rather challenging to impose difficulties upon the teacher. Inner disciples. To everyone's astonishment, Chu Tianxin once again altered her stance, directly promising the designation of inner disciple. Should you choose to join, you shall ascend to the rank of inner disciple. In the annals of the Burning Moon Academy, such occurrences are fewer than 5. Beside her, Chu Yushi blinked, quietly observing Yihan in that moment. Vice Dean Shu, it is not the custom of the Burning Moon Academy to openly poach students. Just then, a hearty voice resonated from a short distance away. Yi Han beheld an elder, around 60 years of age, with graying temples, who approached with a smile. He regarded Yi Han on the ground. You are the new disciple of our Reincarnation Academy? It is assumed that you have received your identity token to arrive here? Disciple Yi Han. Yi Han retrieved the identity token of the Reincarnation Academy from within his robes. Ah, the elder nodded, smiling as he turned to Chu Tianxin. Vice Dean Shu. As you can see, Yi Han possesses his identity token, thus he has indeed successfully joined our Reincarnation Academy. Chu Tianxin furrowed her brow slightly, gazing calmly at Yi Han. It seems that some within the Reincarnation Academy do not hold you in high regard. Chapter 15. The enigmatic inscription not merely overlooked. I encountered considerable troubles even while still in Flame City. Moreover, you must understand that by entering the Burning Moon Academy, you will directly become an inner disciple. In contrast, at the Reincarnation Academy, you must start as a peripheral disciple and ascend step by step, a path fraught with challenges. Chu Tianxin glanced around. This time marks the arrival of new disciples, and it is likely that you have yet to be registered. If you accompany me to the Burning Moon Academy, it is not too late. Yi Han turned to his mentor, Imo Qingru, and found her gaze to be gentle and serene, devoid of any suggestions, as if everything were left to his discretion. Holding the token in his hand, the faces of those individuals surged forth in his mind. After a prolonged silence, Yi Han suddenly made up his mind. The path of martial arts is always an uphill struggle, a contest against the heavens. If Lu Yunxiao and his ilk can hinder my progress, then to turn back would be to retreat, and I shall not be afraid. Yi Han looked at Chu Tianxin, who bore a hopeful expression. I will remember your kind intentions today, senior, but having obtained this token, I refuse to withdraw. You must understand, opportunities are fleeting. Chu Tianxin continued to gaze at Yi Han. I shall step into this Reincarnation Academy, and no one can impede me. Yi Han pronounced each word with determination. Indeed, Chu Tianxin's expression remained impassive, and after speaking, she departed with Chu Yushi. Young man, should you wish, the Burning Moon Academy will always welcome you. A voice resonated in Yi Han's ear, conveyed through supreme means, audible only to him. As he witnessed Chu Tianxin and her companion depart, the eyes of the onlookers converged upon Yi Han. Particularly, the elderly man beside him regarded him with piercing eyes, as if seeking to unravel all his secrets. Regrettably, after a lengthy observation, he gleaned nothing. To him, Yi Han merely appeared as a youth with a more robust inner force than most, possessing a solid foundation. Yet he knew that a person of Chu Tianxin's caliber would not indiscriminately recruit an unremarkable youth. Imo Qingru, you vanished for 9 years, only to find refuge in Flame City and take on such a disciple. The elderly man spoke, regarding Yi Han with a hint of admiration. To swim against the current and contend with the heavens. I appreciate your spirit. Though I cannot intervene in Imo Qingru's affairs, rest assured, with the identity token you possess, you may enter the Reincarnation Academy with honor. Disciple Imo Qingru, I pay my respects to Elder Ji. Imo Qingru's words carried a sense of fondness towards the elder. Good, it is well that you have returned. The elder's gaze towards Imo Qingru softened with warmth. Your teacher must be immensely pleased. At that moment, Yi Han felt a gust of wind sweep towards him, and in an instant, a middle-aged woman, around 40, appeared before him. Though past her prime, her exquisite features and graceful demeanor suggested that she must have been a striking beauty in her youth. Teacher. Imo Qingru's eyes locked onto the woman, her expression complex, with tears gradually welling in the corners of her eyes. Old fellow, why didn't you inform me immediately when the girl returned? The woman cast a sharp glance at Elder Ji, her eyes glistening with tears as she pressed Imo Qingru's delicate hands to her heart. My dear, you are truly heartless to have left for 9 years without a word. How have you fared all this time? Have you suffered any grievances in Yin City? Her words flowed incessantly, each reflecting her profound concern. Observing this scene, Yi Han felt a sense of relief. It appeared that his mentor had family to care for her at the Reincarnation Academy. Unperturbed by the surroundings, the woman continued speaking, ushering Imo Qingru away with determination. Yi Han, come find me at Bamboo Rhythm Peak in the future. Imo Qingru turned back, casting a gentle glance at Yi Han without the time for introductions. Bamboo Rhythm Peak? Yihan silently etched these 3 words into his memory. Excellent. After the middle-aged woman departed with Mo Chingru, Elder Ji, who had previously appeared awkward and speechless, returned to normalcy and addressed Yihan. Let us proceed. I shall take you to register. Elder Ji, was that esteemed figure your cultivation partner? Yihan inquired, sensing a hint of trepidation in Elder Ji's demeanor. Do you perhaps fear her? Is that just my impression? Surely, her standing in the academy surpasses yours. As they entered the academy, Yihan's curiosity bubbled forth in a cascade of questions. Children should refrain from prying into matters that do not concern them, Elder Ji replied, his expression darkening. Yihan retorted, I am 16 this year, which, according to the customs of the divine martial continent, marks my coming of age. Rest assured, Mo Chingru is under the care of Elder One at Bamboo Rhythm Peak. No one shall disturb her there, Elder Ji remarked, casting an unexpected glance at Yihan. In all his years at the Reincarnation Academy, it was the first time he encountered a novice disciple who dared to jest so freely with an elder. Yihan's demeanor was neither servile nor timid. It was unclear whether it stemmed from his character or simply from the lack of fear that accompanies unfamiliarity. As they progressed toward a staircase reminiscent of a celestial ladder, Yihan beheld several altar-like structures embedded within the earth, each adorned with star-like engravings at their centers. These are teleportation arrays, Elder Ji explained, as they stood before one of the altars. Placing his palm against the altar's surface, he infused it with his primal energy, and an extraordinary event unfolded. Yihan immediately sensed an ethereal force enveloping them, lifting both him and Elder Ji skyward, traversing the layers of the staircase until, in a mere moment, they arrived at the summit. What a remarkable inscription teleportation array! Yihan exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. During his time at Yin-Yang Academy, he had never encountered such inscriptions or teleportation arrays. Our human intellect is extraordinary. Throughout the ages, we have built upon the foundation of martial arts to develop numerous skills, leading to the emergence of various professions, such as alchemists, artifact smiths, and inscriptionists. These vocations often rely heavily on innate talent and are quite rare. Just like this inscription teleportation array, it has been meticulously crafted by the inscription masters of the academy. You will soon have access to this knowledge. Elder Ji gazed at Yihan and remarked, Young man, if you possess a formidable talent for inscriptions, or perhaps the gifts of an alchemist or a weaponsmith, even if your martial arts cultivation lags behind, you can swiftly shed the identity of a mere servant disciple and ascend to the inner sanctum of the academy, or even become a true disciple or an elder. Yihan diligently committed Elder Ji's words to memory. Before long, the two arrived at a grand hall. Yihan, already in possession of his identity token, found the registration process remarkably straightforward. However, he was taken aback to discover that upon joining the Reincarnation Academy, he indeed had to start from the position of a servant disciple, just as Chu Tianxin had mentioned. The servant disciples were the lowest tier within the Reincarnation Academy, barely qualifying as disciples, with ranks above them including outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples, establishing a clear hierarchy that necessitated continuous advancement. Come, I shall take you to the quarters for the servant disciples. Your future will depend on your own diligence, Elder Ji stated after the registration, guiding Yihan, thus fulfilling his task of introducing Yihan to Mo Chingru. As they exited the grand hall, Yihan's gaze swept across the vast expanse of the heavens and the myriad of peaks shrouded in mystery, igniting within him an unprecedented surge of confidence and ambition. He suddenly inquired, Elder Ji, do you happen to know the whereabouts of a disciple named Yi Xuan? Chapter 16. The Secret of the Void. Yi Xuan? Elder Ji suddenly turned around, a tone of warning evident in his eyes. You must not inquire about this woman. She is someone of great significance to the child of reincarnation. Is the child of reincarnation formidable? Yihan's breath gradually grew colder. Formidable. An existence beyond your imagination. In the future, within the academy, refrain from probing into anything related to the child of reincarnation. Do you understand? Elder Ji earnestly cautioned Yihan. I understand. Yihan responded nonchalantly, though he paid little heed to the warning. Now that he had truly stepped into the Reincarnation Academy, he felt no fear of anyone. Soon, Elder Ji gestured towards the void ahead, as if communicating with something. In a moment, Yihan beheld a colossal jet-black eagle swooping down from the horizon, obediently kneeling before the two of them. Come aboard. Elder G was the first to leap onto the eagle's back. Once Yihan joined him, the eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky, swiftly ascending to the heavens. Feeling the fierce wind howling past and the vastness of the sky, gazing down upon the peaks below, it was as though he were traversing through clouds. Yihan was profoundly moved, experiencing a sensation he had never felt before. This is the iron-claw eagle, a domesticated avian beast suitable for transportation. Within the academy, there exists the Beastmaster Hall. Once you accumulate enough vitality pills, you may exchange them at the Beastmaster Peak for a suitable mount. There is also the Hall of 10,000 Medicines, the Hall of Weapon Refinement, and so forth. In the future, all that we warriors truly require can be exchanged therein. Moreover, there is a treasure hall within the academy, where one can procure various invaluable treasures. As they soared through the sky, Elder G kindly reminded Yihan of the academy's numerous offerings. Before long, the two descended upon a brand new peak. This is the Divine Power Peak, the dwelling place for the miscellaneous disciples of the Gathering Essence realm. The term divine power symbolizes the aspiration for all miscellaneous disciples to attain divine power, enabling them to advance to the status of outer disciples through rigorous examination, an embodiment of the ordinary disciple's resolve. You will cultivate here on the miscellaneous peak. As long as you do not violate the academy's rules, you shall enjoy your freedom in the future. After arranging Yihan's accommodations, Elder G mounted the iron-claw eagle and departed through the skies. As Yihan traversed the Divine Power Peak, he observed that within this magnificent mountainous expanse were numerous small courtyards, each shrouded in a luminous mist, exuding an imposing presence. Yihan paused before one such courtyard. Earlier, during registration, he had been assigned to this very residence. Upon stepping inside, he was astonished to find pure vitality flooding into his body, even without practicing. He felt an incessant influx of vitality transforming his very being. The luminous mist above the courtyard, it was indeed the essence of the heavens and earth. The martial artist integrates the essence of the universe into their being, subsequently refining it into primal energy through the operation of their techniques. This is a gradual process, influenced by various factors such as the potency of the techniques and the innate talent of the individual, but the richness of the universal essence itself is equally paramount. Unexpectedly, the residence of the lowest-ranking servant disciples at the Reincarnation Academy comprises merely 2 rooms, one designated for storage and the other for habitation and cultivation. Upon entering the living quarters, Yihan found a simple setup, a bed and a modest table and chair, devoid of any further embellishments. However, atop the table lay an intriguing tome titled The Secret Record of the Great Void. This book elucidates all matters pertaining to the Reincarnation Academy, including its rules and regulations, descriptions of numerous peaks, and various grand halls. Additionally, the latter part of the book offers a succinct overview of the Great Void ancient domain, detailing its unique locales and training grounds, as well as the various formidable factions within. Yihan eagerly picked up the book and began to peruse its contents with great interest. The further he read, the more exhilarated he became. Realizing the vastness and extraordinary nature of the Great Void ancient domain, knowledge he had previously been oblivious to while in Flame City. It dawned on him that the city lord of Flame City, upon arriving at the Reincarnation Academy, was at best merely an ordinary outer disciple of the Academy. In fact, some of the more formidable outer disciples likely surpassed the city lord in strength. There are servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Wait, among the true disciples, the most powerful entities, if they can successfully pass the assessments and ascend the 999 tiered pagoda of ascension to obtain the inheritance within, will be eligible to become the child of reincarnation? Yihan's attention sharpened as he came across the section discussing the children of reincarnation. Within the Reincarnation Academy, only 6 children of reincarnation can be born in each cycle, corresponding to the legend of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Each child of reincarnation is a true prodigy, a dragon among men, a phoenix among women, each one a paragon, selected from among the rarest talents, with only one emerging every 30 years to claim the title of Saint Child of the Academy. As for the other 5 who fail in the competition, they will join a mysterious faction known as the Hall of Saints within the Academy for further cultivation. Although these individuals are deemed failures in the contest for the title of Child of Reincarnation, they are nonetheless among the most formidable disciples. In this current cycle, the saint child has yet to be born, and only the first child of reincarnation has emerged, one named Feng Wuliang. Yihan murmured these 3 syllables, his pupils narrowing in sudden realization. Could the esteemed brother Feng they spoke of be this Feng Wuliang? This Feng Wuliang indeed exudes an impressive aura, possessing the authority to elevate newcomers like Yi Zhishuan to the status of inner disciples, a power that rivals even that of some elders. Yihan couldn't help but reflect on the situation. Ordinarily, Yi Zhishuan had arrived at the Reincarnation Academy relatively recently, and she should still be a servant disciple like himself. Yet, under Feng Wuliang's patronage, she had ascended to the lofty rank of an inner disciple, a meteoric rise indeed. No wonder Elder Ji harbors considerable apprehension, advising against any inquiries regarding the child of reincarnation. Yi Zhishuan, even with the favor of Feng Wuliang, the child of reincarnation, it is of no avail. He cannot remain by your side at all times. I, Yihan, shall inevitably defeat and slay you. For only then can my heart find solace, unencumbered, allowing my martial path to ascend to the heavens and progress step by step. Yihan coldly scoffed. Only strength is fundamental. Only strength is the true path. Whether Yi Zhishuan becomes an inner disciple is of no concern to Yihan. Lacking sufficient power, no matter how illustrious your status, you remain destined to be struck down by a mere punch. Reincarnation Academy, Burning Moon Academy, Dragon Slayer Academy, Dominant Martial Pavilion, Demon Sealing Manor, Tai Sword Sect, Hall of Primordial Demons. Yihan continued to peruse the 3 great academies and 4 major sects, as delineated in the Taishu secret record, represent the true behemoths of the Taishu ancient domain, towering over the 8 imperial dynasties, disregarding their rules and laws as sovereign powers. Yihan understood that the Taishu ancient domain exists under the dominion of 8 ancient dynasties. For instance, Flame City is a stronghold under the Sun Moon dynasty. Although the imperial authority has waned, cities have nearly declared themselves sovereign. They remain influenced by the edicts of the Sun Moon dynasty. Even the Lord of Flame City dares not defy the will of the Sun Moon dynasty. Yet now, having joined the Reincarnation Academy, even as a mere auxiliary disciple, I can disregard the rules and laws of the Sun Moon dynasty. Yihan immersed himself in his studies, neglecting all else for a full 3 hours, and finally, he had nearly completed the Taishu secret record. Suddenly, he heard a series of knocks at the door. Chapter 17. The Demon Ridge. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. With a hint of surprise on his face, Yihan swiftly opened the courtyard door. Standing before him were 3 disciples, their realms comparable to Yihan's, all at the 9th level of the gathering origin stage. Who might you be? Yihan inquired with curiosity. I am Ye Yuan. This is Zhao Yijian, and he is He Qingfeng. The disciple who introduced himself as Nye Yuan smiled at Yihan. May I ask how you are called? Yihan, came the somewhat perplexed reply. Yihan, we have decided to venture out for some training. Would you care to join us? Nye Yuan stated plainly, revealing their purpose. Training? Where to? Yihan asked, intrigued. He had not anticipated being invited for an expedition so soon upon his arrival at the Reincarnation Academy. To the Demon Ridge. Nye Yuan's face lit up with anticipation. By pooling our strengths, we have the means to explore the Demon Ridge, especially with a new task issued by the Academy that offers a reward of over 2,000 vitality pills. The Demon Ridge? Surely, that is not a place for us to tread, Yihan replied, considering the dangers. The Demon Ridge, located in the northern part of the Sun and Moon Empire, was teeming with fierce beasts, including numerous second- and third-tier creatures, and even more terrifying entities. Additionally, there lay a treacherous canyon within, a dwelling place for underground demons. A veritable hive of peril. Images of the Demon Ridge flooded Yihan's mind, as he recalled its description in the Void secret record. It bore a striking resemblance to the Cold Abyss mining area, yet the dangers therein were magnitudes greater. While it was indeed a coveted training ground for martial artists, the level of those embarking on such a journey was crucial. Accompanying these few miscellaneous disciples of the gathering origin stage, the odds of survival were slim. Brother Yihan, we shall remain on the outskirts of the Demon Ridge, where the risks are minimal, Nye Yuan assured, brimming with enthusiasm. We have thoroughly prepared, and with your participation, we have an 80% chance of completing the task. Should fortune smile upon us, we may even acquire some rare herbs and treasures to exchange for more vitality pills. What exactly is the task? Yihan inquired calmly, refraining from an immediate response. Even experts in the divine power stage might find their demise within the demon ridge. He reflected, having no fear is one thing, possessing wisdom is another. It is only natural to seek fortune while avoiding calamity. The task is issued by the Hall of 10,000 Medicines, Nie Yuan explained. They require the gallbladders of 20 Earthstorm bears for alchemical purposes, offering a reward of 2,000 vitality pills. The gallbladders of Earthstorm bears? Yihan pondered for 10 breaths before responding. Very well, I shall accompany you on this task. The Earthstorm bear, being a 3rd or 4th tier beast, primarily inhabits the periphery of the demon ridge. A 3rd tier Earthstorm bear can contend with the 9th level of the Gathering Origin stage, and even rival those in the divine power stage. With the emergence of a new divine bone within him, heralding the initial birth of the eternal, unyielding dragon body, Yihan was eager to seize this opportunity to validate his current strength. After a brief discussion, the 4 of them set off without delay. Upon arriving at the rear of Shunli Peak with Nie Yuan and others, Yihan discovered an expansive arena teeming with an abundance of magnificent steeds, including the lion-blooded warhorses, wind-piercing steeds, and the spirit-traveling leopards. The Academy's provisions were commendable. Even the common disciples, wishing to venture forth for training, were required to submit merely 3 essence pills to acquire a mount. However, the weaker individuals were not entitled to such privileges, in stark contrast to the outer sect, inner sect, and true disciples who enjoyed annual benefits from the Academy. The common disciples had to strive for everything on their own. The most effective avenue to achieve this was, like Nie Yuan and others, by accepting tasks to exchange for resources, including essence pills. Occasionally, the exalted inner sect and true disciples would also issue tasks, allowing some common disciples to assist them. For lion-blooded warhorses were soon let out, swiftly carrying Yihan and his companions away from the Reincarnation Academy. After half a day, they finally reached their destination, Demon Ridge. The dark and twisted mountains loomed ominously, creating an oppressive atmosphere that felt suffocating. Standing before Demon Ridge, the 4 felt their insignificance magnified. Spanning countless miles, the ridge echoed with the roars of numerous demonic beasts, and tremors surged through the ground, indicating that formidable creatures were engaged in battle deep within. Rest assured, brothers, Demon Ridge lies within the realm of the Sun and Moon Empire, relatively close to our academy. Many senior brothers and sisters often train here, and should any peril arise, they can signal for assistance, Nie Yuan declared, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng nodded in agreement. While the dangers of Demon Ridge were undeniable, entering it did not guarantee death, or else who would dare to venture forth? Yihan, do not worry, Nie Yuan encouraged, turning his gaze towards him. In the blink of an eye, the 4 entered the depths of Demon Ridge. After traveling barely 1,000 meters within, they exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Before them lay several skeletal remains, accurately described as desiccated corpses, stripped of flesh and reduced to mere bones. Nearby, a few blood-stained garments suggested these remains had perished no more than 3 days prior. In an instant, the previously lively and jovial Nie Yuan and his companions fell into a heavy silence, the scene sending a chill down their spines. They must have been devoured by demonic beasts after their demise. There's no need to dwell on it, Nie Yuan eventually reassured, reluctant for them to abandon their mission so soon and squander their efforts. Yihan furrowed his brow, crouching to scrutinize the skeletal remains, then closed his eyes to sense something. Demons, he exclaimed softly, detecting the presence of 5 demonic entities not far away. Suddenly turning around, Yihan glanced at Nie Yuan. I have perused some information regarding the situation at Demon Ridge in the Taishu secret record. Although there are indeed fiends rampant, they predominantly dwell near the vicinity of the demon abyss and are unlikely to venture to the outer edges. Exercise caution. Yihan subsequently cautioned Nie Yuan and his companions. On one side, He Qingfeng forced a smile. Brother, what jest are you making? How can you ascertain that they were slain by fiends rather than having perished and subsequently devoured by demonic beasts? The consumption of flesh by demonic beasts is seldom so thorough. Moreover, these remains bear the stains of fiendish blood and the aura of a god realm fiend. Yihan replied calmly. Despite being mere adolescents, Yihan's survival experience far surpassed that of the trio. He had spent an extended period in the cold abyss mine and had even witnessed the horrific sight of underground fiends devouring 2 disciples from the Flame Sun Academy. Demonic beasts are fearsome, yet fiends are even more terrifying. Most lower-tier demonic beasts rely on their brutal instincts and primal nature, making them simpler to confront. In contrast, underground fiends possess an intelligence that rivals that of humans. Humans perish. In an instant, 5 fiendish figures emerged, accompanied by their savage voices. Yihan turned around, immediately on guard. It was as if his thoughts had manifested. Having sensed something amiss with the corpses, he was astounded to encounter fiends, precisely matching his earlier estimations. Chapter 18. The Divine Power of the Demonic Beings. 5 formidable demonic entities, executing their movements with an astonishing finesse, materialized in an instant, targeting Yihan and his companions. In their grasp, they wielded weapons, treasures pilfered from human warriors. The first to strike was Nie Yuan, employing the Yuanling's sword technique. Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng swiftly followed suit, unleashing their own techniques, Snake Shadow Swordplay and the Mighty Palm. It was evident that these 3 had prepared extensively, responding with remarkable agility in the face of imminent danger. However, within the span of a heartbeat, calamity struck. Nie Yuan's sword shattered with a resounding crack, as one of the demonic beings unleashed a tremendous force, propelling him several meters away. Zhao Yijian's blade collided against a demon's fist, yet the creature emerged unscathed, merely bearing a faint mark. Simultaneously, Zhao Yijian found himself defeated, groaning in distress as he retreated. He Qingfeng fared even worse. His punch was met with a devastating counter from a demonic entity, causing blood to trickle from his mouth as he staggered back. What transpired? The 3 men were gripped by shock, their expressions darkening with apprehension. Notably, Nie Yuan was particularly vexed, having witnessed his weapon shatter. How could they continue to fight under such circumstances? 2 remaining demons advanced menacingly towards Yihan, seemingly sensing that his vitality was the most robust among them. For these subterranean fiends, the slaughter of warriors was merely a means to feast upon their flesh and bolster their own strength. Boom, boom. Yihan retaliated with ferocity, his strikes imbued with unyielding power. The first punch of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist erupted with the force of a tiger descending from the mountains, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense. After delivering 2 consecutive punches, the 2 enraged demons howled in agony, their arm bones shattered. Nie Yuan, retreat, Yihan commanded, positioning himself in front of Nie Yuan and unleashing a punch that sent the demon wielding a sword reeling in pain. His fist crashed against the sword, transmitting a fierce energy that forced the demon to relinquish its grip. Cursed fiend, the demon howled, its voice a chilling wail filled with murderous intent. Die! Yihan's second punch erupted with lightning speed, causing the demon's chest to burst forth with blood, narrowly avoiding the destruction of its heart. The demon collapsed, its gaze filled with hatred directed at Yihan, yet it was powerless to retaliate. Casting a glance at the fallen foe, Yihan swiftly surged forward, moving with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, and within mere moments, he had rescued Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng. In less than 100 breaths, nearly all 5 demons lay defeated on the ground, their faces etched with terror. Seizing the opportunity, Nie Yuan and the others swiftly executed their final strikes, ensuring that the threat was eradicated once and for all. Exhaling a breath of relief, Nie Yuan felt a wave of ease wash over him, while the 3 men gazed at Yihan in astonishment. I never anticipated that brother Yihan would be this powerful. Nie Yuan felt a lingering trepidation, yet he was also quite elated. With such a formidable ally by their side, it would surely be much simpler to vanquish the earth-breaking bear. He Qingfeng expressed his gratitude, saying, "Brother Yihan, we owe you a great debt of gratitude this time. I truly did not expect these demon beings to be so ferocious." "Not at all," Yihan replied, shaking his head. "Your martial skills are commendable, but your physical prowess leaves much to be desired. Given that demons are akin to ferocious beasts, possessing astonishing vitality and formidable bodies, it would be unwise to confront them head-on. It is far more prudent to rely on martial techniques to engage them in a battle of wits." The gap between Nie Yuan and his companions and the 5 demons was not insurmountable. It was merely a lack of combat experience. However, the path of martial arts lies in continual growth and self-improvement, which is entirely natural. Yihan was particularly pleased with himself. as he had just defeated a first-level demon of divine power with an almost effortless display of strength. It seemed that awakening the eternal invincible dragon body had significantly enhanced his overall physical abilities. Although he was currently at the 9th level of Yuan gathering, he now possessed sufficient confidence to defeat such a formidable opponent. Had Li Kai survived to this moment and dared to be insolent before him, Yihan was certain he could deliver a fatal blow within 30 breaths. Yihan stepped forward to retrieve the battle sword that the demon of divine power had dropped. "Nie Yuan, your sword is shattered. You may use this one henceforth," Yihan said. Without a weapon in this treacherous demon ridge, one would be in grave danger. Not everyone possessed an eternal invincible dragon body, capable of engaging in direct combat with beasts and demons. This sword? It is a high-grade human weapon. Far too precious for me to accept. Nie Yuan immediately shook his head. Just moments ago, his sword had been shattered by the demon wielding this very weapon, which was of high-grade human quality. Comparable in value to medicinal pills, this sword was worth at least 10,000 yuan chi pills. Even amongst outer disciples, a high-grade human weapon was considered a treasure of great worth. Do not be coy. Moreover, the demon core within that divine power demon should be kept by you. He Qingfeng, Yihan stated. He then turned to Zhao Yijian, who, anticipating Yihan's words, interjected with a wry smile. "Brother Yihan, there is no need for further discussion. Since the four of us have come together, we shall share both fortune and adversity. One has lost a weapon, and another has been injured. It is only right that compensation is due." "Very well." Yihan did not elaborate further, his gaze softening. Though they were all lowly servant disciples, they were youthful and full of vitality. Particularly with Nie Yuan and his companions, the atmosphere was relaxed and candid, devoid of ulterior motives. This was a long-lost feeling for Yihan. He seldom experienced such ease and companionship. Before long, He Qingfeng extracted the demon core from within the demon's body. The demons were a race that had mutated since ancient times, and upon reaching the realm of divine power, they produced a demon core within their bodies, akin to the beast cores found within ferocious beasts, which could also be refined by practitioners. It is said that the arcane cores birthed within some immensely powerful demons may even hold the martial legacies of these beings, though the truth of this matter remains uncertain. Brother Yihan, your efforts have been the most significant this time. He Qingfeng extended his hand towards Yihan. Such a mundane arcane core is of no use to me. Yihan replied resolutely, shaking his head. His cultivation revolves around the Nine Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique, which allows him to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth at a rate far exceeding that of an ordinary individual, transforming the gathered spiritual energy in mere moments, far beyond the capabilities of this singular arcane core. After a brief respite, the group set forth once more in search of the earth-shattering bear. According to the research conducted by Nie Yuan and the others, the bear likely resides within a 3-kilometer radius of the demon ridge's periphery, suggesting they are quite close. Help! Help! Who will save me? Are there any senior brothers or sisters from the Reincarnation Academy? Suddenly, a terrified and trembling voice echoed from the depths of the forest, accompanied by a palpable scent of blood. Is someone calling for help? Nie Yuan hastened towards the source of the voice. Wait. Yihan looked at Nie Yuan, alarmed. Are you seeking your own demise? Brother, it is a disciple of our Reincarnation Academy who is in distress, Nie Yuan implored earnestly. Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng were also stirred. Yet they refrained from their previous impulsiveness, instead turning to Yihan, awaiting his counsel. This is the Demon Ridge, where life and death are capricious. The decision to rescue hinges upon one's own capabilities, Yihan replied, shaking his head. Chapter 19. Kneel and apologize. As warriors, we cannot stand idly by in the face of death. Nie Yuan resolutely charged forward, emboldened by the recent acquisition of an exceptional human-grade sword. Keep up. Yihan shook his head, following closely behind alongside Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng. Having traversed merely 500 meters through the forest, they stumbled upon a blood-soaked battleground, where fierce combat raged. Several demon corpses lay strewn about, while 8 formidable demons relentlessly besieged a man and a woman, both seemingly disciples from the outer sect of the Reincarnation Academy. Brother, save me. The woman cried out in agony, her shoulders stained with blood, narrowly escaping the clutches of the demons. The male disciple roared, thrusting his sword at the critical moment to rescue her. Regrettably, in that fleeting instant, the tide of battle shifted, Overwhelmed by 8 demons, the man became distracted and was struck fiercely in the back, collapsing to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. What should we do, Brother Ouyang? I don't want to die. What should we do? The female disciple, in a state of panic, wept profusely. Help! Help me! The fallen man's face was etched with despair. Kill! Nie Yuan's voice erupted unexpectedly, propelling him forward as he lunged with his sword at a crucial moment. The demon attacking the man had its arm severed. Beast, perish! Nie Yuan shouted, unleashing another deadly strike. The demon's blood sprayed forth as Nie Yuan pierced its body, bringing it to an immediate end. In stark contrast to the nearly exhausted demons, Nie Yuan exuded an overwhelming ferocity. With a swift motion, he withdrew his sword, causing a cascade of blood to splatter. What are you doing? The female disciple shrieked, startled by the blood that splattered upon her. Can't you see? Ah, my apologies. Nie Yuan replied sheepishly, hastening to confront another demon. Yi Han and the others also engaged, and within a brief span, the 8 demons were vanquished. Though these demons were relatively strong, they had been severely depleted by prior battles. Otherwise, Nie Yuan alone would have struggled against even one of them. With the 8 demons slain, the rescued pair finally exhaled in relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped the abyss. May I ask your names, brother and sister? Nie Yuan smiled, wiping the blood from his sword. I am Nie Yuan, and they are. Brother, look. This filthy servant disciple splattered blood all over me. The woman's outburst interrupted Nie Yuan. The man on the ground gasped for breath, slightly shaking his head in acknowledgement. Sister, do you have any blood essence pills? Yes. Brother Ouyang. The woman quickly produced a crystal vial, pouring out a round, blood-red pill. Upon swallowing the pill, the man immediately sat down to meditate, gradually regaining his strength. Nie Yuan remained silent, feeling somewhat awkward, as this was likely his first encounter with such an uncomfortable situation. Let us go, Nie Yuan. Yi Han glanced at the two and urged him. All right. Nie Yuan turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, the man finally responded to Nie Yuan. Are you Nie Yuan? Yes, I am Nie Yuan, a servant disciple of the academy. They are Yi Han, He Qingfeng, and Zhao Yijian, who have recently joined the academy and are here on a mission, Nie Yuan replied promptly. A gentle smile appeared on the man's face. I am Ouyang Zheng, and she is Zhou Feng. Remember that? I will remember, senior brother Ouyang. Nie Yuan finally relaxed. Kneel down and apologize. At this moment, the man who called himself Ouyang Zheng slowly stood up and suddenly uttered those 4 words. What? Nie Yuan was taken aback, utterly confused. Senior brother, that sword seems to be a high-quality human-level weapon. Zhou Feng nestled beside Ouyang Zheng. Put down that sword as an apology to junior sister Zhou. Ouyang Zheng glanced at Nie Yuan's battle sword. Nie Yuan's expression stiffened in disbelief as he looked at Ouyang Zheng. Senior brother Ouyang, why should I apologize? We just saved you. You filthy servant, you splattered me with blood. How can I wash it off in less than half a month? Zhou Feng's voice was sharp and filled with disgust. I said it was unintentional. Nie Yuan exclaimed. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Nie Yuan's face. He staggered back 2 steps, half of his face burning and swollen. You filthy servant, do you dare to retort? Zhou Feng glared at Nie Yuan. You hit me? Nie Yuan stared at Zhou Feng. Junior sister hit you, and it dirted her hands. Consider yourself fortunate, you ignorant fool. Still not kneeling to apologize? Ouyang Zheng sneered as he stepped forward, an aura of divine power emanating from his body. Nie Yuan's expression changed drastically as an invisible pressure descended upon him. More of a mental strain. 3-fold divine power. A person of such caliber would render 100 Nie Yuans powerless. He dared not provoke him even in dreams. Senior brother Ouyang, senior sister Zhou, Nie Yuan did not mean it. Indeed, we are all disciples of the Reincarnation Academy. Let him apologize, but kneeling is unnecessary, right? He Qingfeng and Zhao Yijian hurriedly tried to mediate, supporting Nie Yuan's shoulders as a form of consolation and reminder. With Ouyang Zheng's 3-fold divine power, such individuals were formidable even among outer disciples. They were not to be trifled with by mere servant disciples who had only recently entered the academy. If you refuse to kneel and apologize, you for useless servant scum shall lie among these corpses. Ouyang Zheng's gaze was like lightning, chilling to the bone. Die! Yi Han roared like a dragon, his voice deafening. He could no longer endure. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of punches erupted forth, a tempest of fury. ceaseless and relentless. In less than 3 breaths, Yihan had unleashed at least a dozen punches, and by the time the final punch landed, Ouyang Zheng cried out in agony, writhing on the ground. His chest felt as if it were about to explode, his heart fractured and unable to supply blood. Even his elemental power was rendered non-existent. You dare take advantage of my vulnerability. This is a grave offense against the Academy. You, a worthless servant, dare to attack me? Ouyang Zheng roared in furious agony, his face contorted in pain. Take advantage of my vulnerability? Then let's do it again. Yihan advanced forward, and with a thunderous punch, he struck down under the incredulous gaze of Ouyang Zheng. Bang! The man's heart was instantly shattered, and he met his demise on the spot. What use is the 3rd level of divine power? Even before his injuries had healed, he dared to be arrogant. While such behavior might be tolerated elsewhere, here in the demonic ridge, even being the head of the Reincarnation Academy would not protect him. The onlookers were utterly stunned, unable to fathom that Yihan would erupt into violence. Should one take matters into their own hands? Yihan cast a nonchalant glance at Zhou Feng. With Ouyang Zheng dead, Zhou Feng was of little consequence, merely a feeble figure barely reaching the divine power realm. Even uninjured, she held no significance in Yihan's eyes. Please, Yihan, do not kill me. Zhou Feng pleaded desperately. Ouyang Zheng's demise was due to his own folly. I am different. I am of value to you. I would serve you dutifully. I am willing to be your woman, whatever you desire. Zhou Feng knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. With a disdainful step back, Yihan turned to the visibly distressed Nie Yuan. Brother, the fate of this woman lies in your hands. Life or death, you decide. One must learn to grow and bear the consequences of their choices. How Nie Yuan chooses is his own affair. Yet, for Yihan, Zhou Feng's fate was already sealed. Chapter 20. The Earth-Breaking Bear Nie Yuan. I implore you, spare me. Zhou Feng knelt before Nie Yuan, her demeanor pitiful and desperate. I have no enmity towards you. I even saved you. Why must you? Before she could finish, Zhao Yijian, standing beside Yihan, suddenly stepped forward. Thrusting his sword, blood oozed from Zhou Feng's neck, her face etched with disbelief. Her vitality waned abruptly, and within mere breaths, it extinguished entirely. Her eyes, wide open in shock, remained unblinking as she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Nie Yuan, what are you hesitating for? Zhao Yijian's voice pierced the air after Zhou Feng's demise. This admonishment jolted Nie Yuan from his indecision, and he gazed at Zhou Feng's lifeless form, his expression shifting tumultuously. Is she truly dead? A disciple of the divine power realm, fallen right before me. That wretched woman never regarded us as equals. Do you still fail to comprehend? Zhao Yijian continued sharply. Remember, we are but lowly servants, weak and insignificant within the academy. Anyone could easily trample upon us. He pointed at the corpse on the ground. Do you genuinely believe Zhou Feng would return and not seek revenge against you? I understand. But this is a matter of 2 lives, Nie Yuan replied. His face ashen. Their lives hold value, but ours do not. Zhao Yijian's gaze bore into Nie Yuan. Enough. Yihan interjected. Death has come. Let us bury them to prevent any future calamity or suspicion upon us. The 3 nodded in silent agreement and swiftly interred Ouyang Zheng and Zhou Feng. Brother Yihan. Nie Yuan approached Yihan, hesitating and filled with shame. I should not have attempted to save them. No, you were right to intervene, Yihan replied, his gaze steady upon Nie Yuan. But remember, kindness is an innate trait, while compassion is a choice. Nie Yuan stood frozen, deeply contemplating Yihan's words. Meanwhile, Yihan began to sift through the numerous corpses of the demons scattered about, with Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng extracting one magic core after another. The slain demons here were all at least at the 1st level of the divine power realm, each possessing a magic core within. In total, they unearthed 23 cores, a considerable windfall. Had it not been for Ouyang Zheng and Zhou Feng having already slain a significant number of demons, even their combined strength would not have sufficed to vanquish so many of the divine power realm demons. As He Qingfeng and Zhao Yijian prepared to hand over the collected magic cores, Yihan remarked, let us gather these cores and, upon returning to the academy, exchange them for vitality pills. We shall then divide them equally among the 4 of us. Agreed. They all nodded in affirmation, subsequently turning their attention towards Yihan. The ordeal with Ouyang Zheng and Zhou Feng served as a valuable lesson, solidifying Nie Yuan and the others' trust in Yihan. who demonstrated survival skills in the treacherous Demon Ridge far beyond their own capabilities. Moreover, Yihan's prowess is exceptionally formidable, capable of slaying masters of divine power. Although this was partly due to Ouyang Zheng's injuries not being fully healed, which allowed for a surprise attack, it was evident that accompanying Yihan would significantly ease their forthcoming endeavors. Let us proceed in search of the Earth Fury Bear. According to the map, we should be nearing our destination. Unhesitatingly, Yihan took the lead, guiding the three companions onward. A thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the jungle. In an instant, Yihan and his companions beheld 5 Earth Fury Bears prowling through the underbrush, mercilessly tearing apart some unfortunate beast and indulging in their feast. We must evade them, He Qingfeng urgently cautioned, having sensed the impending danger. The Earth Fury Bear is an exceptionally brutal creature, possessing immense strength. The ones before them were all 3rd tier, comparable to a master of the 2nd level of divine power. While hunting a solitary 2nd-tier Earth Fury Bear might be feasible, confronting this group would undoubtedly spell disaster. Too late, Yihan declared as he stepped forward. Such beasts, accustomed to the forest, possess acute senses and can detect the slightest disturbance in their environment. At the moment he moved, the 5 Earth Fury Bears charged towards them, exuding an aura of bloodlust and rage. Nie Yuan and the others gritted their teeth and charged into battle. We may not perish here, let us fight, Nie Yuan insisted. Indeed, together we shall prevail. Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng echoed, their spirits ignited. Upon arriving at such a perilous locale as the Demon Ridge, Nie Yuan and his companions realized that their preparations had been utterly futile. To claim they had no regrets would be disingenuous. The idea that they could easily hunt down a solitary 2nd-tier Earth Fury Bear or stumble upon precious herbs that had matured over decades to exchange for energy pills was nothing but a naive fantasy. However, having come this far, retreating to the academy was not an option. Boom. Up ahead, Yihan collided with an Earth Fury Bear. This particular beast was a 3rd-tier specimen. Its vitality astonishing, capable of shattering a century-old tree with a single blow. Most would dare not engage it directly. The optimal strategy would be to employ agile martial techniques to exploit weaknesses and ultimately wear it down. Yet, Yihan was different. His approach could be summed up in a single word: recklessness. Each punch he delivered seemed to unleash a tremendous force, his strikes now executed with remarkable proficiency. He alternated between the 8 Extremities Explosive Fist and the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist in an unrelenting barrage, clashing with the Earth Fury Bear for countless breaths. In a fleeting moment, Yihan's aura surged as he unleashed a newly mastered punch. Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist, 2nd strike, wind sweeping the clouds. Under the absolute support of overwhelming power, this strike, taught to him by Mo Qingru, was executed with astonishing speed, increased tenfold. The somewhat clumsy Earth Bear appeared distinctly bewildered, utterly unaware of how to thwart Yihan's impending strike. Seizing the opportunity, Yihan unexpectedly unleashed a powerful punch directly between the bear's eyes. In an instant, blood splattered forth as the Earth Bear convulsed and collapsed to the ground, rendered devoid of combat capability. Onward, Yihan exclaimed with fervor, turning to confront the 2nd Earth Bear. In the face of a creature akin to the 1st level of divine power, Yihan was now capable of annihilating it with absolute explosive force. Even slightly stronger beings could not withstand the profound aura emanating from Yihan after his cultivation of the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique. Their resistance crumbled before him, leading to their immediate demise. Such battles exhilarated Yihan, as he sensed the rapid circulation of his vital energy during combat, his pulse growing stronger, invigorating his very essence. More importantly, his physique, refined by the essence of the 5-clawed golden dragon, exhibited remarkable resilience. Upon reaching the realm of divine power, he would truly unleash the might of the invincible dragon body, expediting the metamorphosis of the 2nd bone within him into divine bone. Indeed, while most required only the transformation of a single bone to manifest a divine body, imperial body, or warrior body, enjoying extraordinary gifts, the invincible dragon body was different. The emergence of divine bone was merely the initial step. In the future, all of Yihan's bones, including his vital organs, would undergo successful transformation, acquiring divine attributes and thereby perfecting his dragon body. On the day the invincible dragon body reached its pinnacle, he would become a true dragon in human form, capable of delivering a single punch that could obliterate celestial dragons and pierce through the very fabric of the sun, moon, and countless stars. Chapter 21. The eruption of the demon tide. The battle in the forest was intense. Nie Yuan and his companions joined forces to barely slay a third-tier earth-violent bear. At that moment, the three turned and found themselves in a state of astonishment. Not far from them, Yihan calmly wiped the blood from his hands and adjusted his attire, while 4 corpses of earth-violent bears lay on the ground. "Are you a monster?" He Qingfeng exclaimed, unable to contain his disbelief. "Is this something a mere human can achieve?" After toiling to hunt down a single earth-violent bear, we were contemplating how to escape this ordeal, and yet Yihan effortlessly dispatched the remaining 4. His strength rivals that of a deity. He Qingfeng continued, "Yihan, you possess the combat prowess of a divine realm. How can someone of your extraordinary talent be among us, the outer disciples?" After a few moments of silence, Nie Yuan suddenly spoke. "I am not a genius." Yihan shook his head. "True geniuses can gather energy to the 8th or 9th level by the age of 12 or 13. By the time one reaches my age, they should have already entered the divine realm. Such individuals exist among the outer disciples of the Reincarnation Academy. Are you not a genius then? The 3 of us combined might not even withstand a single blow from you," He Qingfeng remarked, regarding Yihan with a peculiar expression, as if to say, "Do not be so modest." The secret record of the void mentioned that Feng Wuliang reached the 9th level of energy gathering by 12 and attained the 8th level of divine power by 16. Even among the outer disciples, some of these prodigies are of similar age to us, Yihan explained. "Enough. Let us extract the bear gallbladders and continue our search for more earth-violent bears," Yihan added promptly. The 5 bear gallbladders were soon collected, and the group resumed their journey through the mountains. Another corpse? After a brief moment, the group stared in disbelief at the ground before them. They beheld the body of a disciple clad in the garb of the Reincarnation Academy, lying there in a gruesome state, apparently having died no more than 2 or 3 days prior. Nearby were other bodies, but they did not appear to have perished from infighting. Their deaths were most tragic, with flesh missing from their remains. They were hunted by demons. Yihan gazed intently at the distance, where several demon corpses lay. "Wait a moment. Although there are many demons in the Demon Ridge, they typically reside deep within the Demon Gorge," Nie Yuan remarked. "It is nearly impossible to find traces of demons on the periphery. Indeed, as far as I know, we ventured here to hunt beasts and demons. Though the demons are brutal, they do not dare to approach the outskirts lightly," Zhao Yijin concurred. "This is quite strange. We have only entered the Demon Ridge for a short time, yet we have already encountered dozens of living and deceased demons," Yihan mused. "Regardless, let us focus on our task. 20 earth-violent bears should be easily attainable." Yihan now possessed a clear understanding of his abilities, grounded in reality rather than blind confidence. Over the next half-day, their gains were beyond imagination, as they successfully hunted over 20 earth-violent bears, along with several other 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts. The number of beasts encountered far exceeded what Nie Yuan and his companions had anticipated, increasing by 10-fold. The task, initially expected to take 3 to 4 days, has now been completed, along with additional gains. This achievement is undoubtedly attributed to Yihan's formidable strength. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging for ordinary disciples to survive in such an environment, even those at the divine power realm. "Shall we return?" Zhao Yijin inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Very well," Yihan responded with a nod. A sense of foreboding gripped him. During their previous hunt for beasts, he had sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying presence, at least a 5th or 6th-tier creature. Undertaking trials is one thing, but courting death is quite another. Yihan had no desire to linger further. The demon beast ridge felt awry. Suddenly, a dreadful roar erupted from the depths of the forest, a cacophony that hinted at the presence of demons, beasts, and seemingly human warriors entangled in the chaos. The very ground trembled as if countless ancient behemoths were charging forward. "What on earth is happening?" Yihan's expression darkened as he ascended a gnarled tree, his gaze met by a shadowy mass of figures surging towards him. Creatures of various kinds were locked in a relentless battle. He estimated there were perhaps thousands. At the forefront, a few young warriors were seen fleeing. "Fools," Yihan muttered to himself, realizing these warriors had provoked a horde of beasts, compounded by the bloodthirsty demons, igniting a state of pandemonium. The demons pursued the beasts, while the latter, driven by rage, sought to devour the hapless warriors. If they had fled separately, it might have been manageable, but this group of imbeciles was huddling together, heading towards a singular direction. Was this not a death wish? Run! Yihan shouted, leaping down from the ancient tree as he led Nie Yuan and the others towards the outskirts of the Demon Beast Ridge. Damn it, this must be a demon tide. How could we be so unfortunate? Nie Yuan gritted his teeth. A demon tide? Yihan was taken aback, immediately recalling the descriptions from the Taishu secret record. The reproductive rate of underground demons was astonishing. When a substantial number of them proliferated, famine ensued, driving them to madness as they surged forth to hunt beasts and humans alike. This was the so-called demon tide. The emergence of a demon tide heralded disaster, but fortunately, the Demon Beast Ridge was abundant in creatures, albeit it would still incite widespread chaos. No wonder the demons seemed frenzied and unafraid of death. The vast and unfathomable expanse of the Demon Beast Ridge, though, kept the group, limited by their cultivation levels, from venturing deeper. They could only navigate the periphery and would soon escape this perilous place. Suddenly, a violent tremor rippled through the air as they ran, causing an entire section of the forest to collapse. In the aftermath, a colossal figure, reminiscent of a hill, obstructed their path. Ice Frost saber-toothed tiger. Nie Yuan nearly despaired. It was a fifth-tier beast. A fifth-tier creature was at least comparable to a third-level divine power warrior, and a single swipe could reduce Nie Yuan and the others to mere pulp. Fortunately, there was something amiss with this fifth-tier beast. A 30-centimeter gash marred its chest, blood pooling around it. The frost saber-toothed tiger exhibited an unparalleled fury, its claws thrashing about in a tempest of rage, wreaking havoc in its surroundings. You three, flee at once, Yihan commanded with urgency. No, we shall stand together. Nie Yuan, though steeped in despair, was fueled by a fervent spirit. A thunderous roar erupted from the frost saber-toothed tiger, its bronze-like eyes fixating on the group as its massive form lunged forward, claws extended. A gale of wind following in its wake. Yihan swiftly delivered a kick to Nie Yuan's backside, propelling the fool several meters away before he darted aside. The ground where he had just stood cracked open, revealing a conspicuous chasm. I see you possess a modicum of sense. Yihan unleashed a surge of energy, bellowing at the frost saber-toothed tiger to divert its attention, his voice reverberating. Zhao Yijian, He Qing Feng, take him and leave. Do not hinder my escape. Brother Yihan, we shall await your return. Zhao Yijian and the others wore expressions of complexity, tears glimmering in their eyes as they grasped Nie Yuan's arms. The colossal paw swung once more, but Yihan had no time to react. He dashed into the thicket to draw the frost saber-toothed tiger away. In an instant, both man and beast vanished from the sight of Nie Yuan and the others. Chapter 22. The reappearance of Yi Zhishuan. What a stroke of misfortune. Yihan traversed through the dense forest, cursing inwardly. A fifth-tier demonic beast, a formidable entity comparable to a third-level divine force practitioner, should not have appeared at the periphery of the demonic ridge. Why did it manifest precisely at this moment? The most troubling aspect was that this beast was fixated solely on him, the one with the most potent vitality. Otherwise, he would not have risked his own life to rescue Nie Yuan and the others. He was not so noble. Roar! The roar of the frost saber-toothed tiger grew increasingly violent. The wound on its chest expanded with the relentless pursuit, blood gushing forth and staining its scales and fur. Once this beast's blood was fully drained, it would surely collapse, Yihan surmised. Direct confrontation was out of the question unless he were to step into the realm of divine force. Yihan had no desire to meet his demise. The claw of this frost saber-toothed tiger was more terrifying than the martial techniques of some divine force experts. Fortunately, the beast's overwhelming presence reverberated through the mountains, causing all other demonic creatures and dark beings to retreat in fear, sparing Yihan from much trouble. Swoosh! Suddenly, a chilling sword aura descended from the heavens. Blood stained the earth, and a sorrowful roar echoed behind Yihan as the frost saber-toothed tiger, which had been relentlessly pursuing him, abruptly ceased its movements and crashed to the ground. He beheld the massive form of the beast rolling not far away. Its roars infused with despair and unwillingness, yet its breath waned at an astonishing pace. What a powerful strike! Yihan was astonished, unaware of who had delivered the blow that had nearly annihilated the frost saber-toothed tiger. Senior brother Luo, Your swordplay is truly formidable. The core of this fifth-tier beast is exceptionally precious. A gentle voice resounded from the void. This beast core is of little consequence. Deeper within the demonic ridge, one can surely find 6th and 7th tier cores. A second male voice chimed in. This wretched creature has reached the 5th tier and can still be found at the periphery. It seems the tide of demons in the demonic ridge has completely erupted. These two voices reached Yihan's ears, causing his body to shudder momentarily, and his gaze became exceedingly complex. He looked up to the sky and saw a sky-blue cloud leopard soaring through the air, suspended in the 9th heaven. Upon the back of the cloud leopard stood a man and a woman. A piercing cold glimmer flashed in Yihan's eyes as he fixed his stare on them. Yi Zhishuan, Luo Tianzheng. How could these two wretched individuals be here? Time had passed, and Yi Zhishuan, draped in flowing garments, exuded an unprecedented aura of nobility, as if she had undergone a complete transformation. She was a stark contrast to the person he had known in Yin City. Crack, crack. Yihan's fists clenched tightly, the sound of his bones cracking echoing ominously. His fury and killing intent surged to their zenith at that moment. As long as Yi Zhishuan lived, Yihan's heart would remain in turmoil, and his thoughts would be in disarray. Before Yi Zhishuan seized the battle bone of the heavenly Jiao, the teenage Yihan had never fathomed that there existed individuals capable of such profound malevolence and heartlessness. Even the companionship of a dog, nurtured over many years, ought to evoke some semblance of emotion. Yet, when Yi Zhishuan initially appropriated the battle bone, she did so without a flicker of hesitation, even as she rendered her own energy impotent. An overwhelming impulse surged within Yihan, urging him to act immediately, to drag Yi Zhishuan and Luo Tianzheng from the void and crush them with sheer force. However, amidst this murderous intent, Yihan abruptly regained his composure. Presently, even if Yi Zhishuan had ascended to the realm of divine power, Yihan felt no fear. Yet, Luo Tianzheng was a different matter entirely. This man possessed the ability to slay a 5th-tier beast with a mere sword strike, his true prowess undoubtedly residing at least at the 7th tier of divine power. In Yin City, Yihan had lacked a direct understanding of the divine power realm. To him, those at the 1st and 2nd tiers had seemed insurmountable. But now he comprehended the stark disparity between warriors of the 1st and 2nd tiers and those of the 7th and 8th tiers. Each additional tier of divine power represented a terrifying augmentation of combat strength. To engage now would be tantamount to courting death without even knowing how it would come. Yihan's countenance shifted as he cast a fierce glance at the two before retreating into the depths of the forest, intent on escaping. Yihan. At that moment, Yi Zhishuan's voice resounded through the heavens and earth. On her seemingly radiant visage, a fierce hatred and murderous intent suddenly surfaced. As Luo Tianzheng prepared to depart atop his flying cloud leopard, he too focused on Yi Zhishuan's words, his gaze sharpening. Initially taken aback, a strange expression crossed Luo Tianzheng's face, as if he found it hard to believe that Yihan would appear alone in such a place. Is it this brat? Luo Tianzheng mused in surprise. He entered the Reincarnation Academy by virtue of that qualification from the Sunfire Academy. Yi Zhishuan looked down, fixated on Yihan's retreating figure. I didn't expect that waste, Li Kai, to fail to stop him. Brother Luo, I must kill him. As her tone shifted, her countenance fluctuated between calm and fury, the aura of death beginning to envelop her. For Yihan, it was a matter of life and death. However, for Yi Zhishuan, he remained a thorn in her side. After all, it was she who had taken Yihan's battle bone, and though she relied on the favor of the reincarnation son, Feng Wuliang, few dared to speak of it, and even fewer knew the truth. Yet now that Yihan had arrived at the Reincarnation Academy, the situation had irrevocably changed. Then let it be death. Luo Tianzheng replied with a nonchalant smile, unleashing the battle sword in a thunderous arc. From such a distance, a silvery sword energy pierced through the heavens, locking onto Yihan's very essence. With a single strike, it would obliterate all in its path. This sword was terrifyingly powerful, surpassing even the one he had wielded against the Frostfang saber-toothed tiger. Just one strike could mean Yihan's immediate demise. However, Luo Tianzheng ultimately underestimated Yihan. In the mere span of 10 days, although Yihan had not entered the divine power realm like Yi Zhishuan, he was no longer the same. With a forceful push of his legs, the blood and energy within him surged, propelling him several meters away like a divine ape. In the fleeting moment when the sword energy descended, Yi Han narrowly evaded a lethal strike. Nevertheless, the dissipating remnants of the sword's radiance stained his arm with blood, leaving a conspicuous wound. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. In an instant, Yi Han realized that he was utterly outmatched by Luo Tianzheng. His form shifted unpredictably as he darted through the jungle. Boom! Another wave of sword energy cleaved through the air above. Luo Tianzheng and Yi Zhishuan stood upon the back of the soaring cloud leopard, gazing down, perfectly capturing Yi Han's silhouette. With a mere flick of his wrist, even the simplest sword strike posed a hellish threat to Yi Han. Although Yi Han was on the run, he had previously felt a sense of certainty in surviving encounters with the frost saber-toothed tiger. Yet against Luo Tianzheng, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of hopelessness and suffocating pressure, as if no escape existed in this vast world. After narrowly dodging 3 deadly sword strikes, Yi Han gritted his teeth and bolted toward the depths of the Demon Beast Ridge. He could no longer afford to hesitate. This was his only chance for survival. Before the ferocious beasts and dark entities, there remained a glimmer of hope, but against the formidable Luo Tianzheng, Yi Han had no chance of victory. To flee toward the exit of the Demon Beast Ridge would be akin to digging his own grave, sealing his fate. Chapter 23. The Beast King. A sharp sword aura descended from the heavens, mere inches from Yi Han's form. He felt the cold, piercing chill of the blade's edge tearing at his back, sending shivers down his spine. Yi Han, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I shall grant you the opportunity to survive. Above in the sky, Luo Tianzheng stood upon the back of a flying cloud leopard, a mocking smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He casually swung his sword, as if toying with a mouse. Should you have the sense to repent and kneel before me to slap your own face 100 times, I might consider sparing you, Yi Han retorted defiantly. His thoughts raced, countless strategies flickering through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. The chasm between them was insurmountable, and no opportunity seemed to present itself. The flying cloud leopard, far more noble than the blood lion steed, moved with astonishing speed, unimpeded by any obstruction in the vast expanse. The flying cloud leopard? A glimmer of realization lit up in Yi Han's eyes, swiftly followed by a glint of cold determination. Even in the realm of divine power, one could not traverse the skies unaided. Luo Tianzheng and Yi Zhishuan's ability to stand in the air was solely due to their mount. Come down here. Yi Han seized a hefty stone weighing over 10 pounds, channeling his energy through his right arm, locking his gaze upon the flying cloud leopard. With a sudden heave, he unleashed all his strength. The stone soared upwards, unstoppable. In midair, the cloud leopard let out a pained roar, its body trembling as a bloody hole was torn into its right flank. Flying? I'll make you fall. With the first strike successful, Yi Han glimpsed hope. He hurled a second stone, infused with a violent force, propelling it with tremendous vigor. The cloud leopard howled, its cry a blend of rage and anguish. Being merely a beast of burden, its rank was not particularly high. It barely qualified as a third-tier beast and could hardly withstand the magnitude of Yi Han's assault. The third and fourth stones followed in quick succession, shattering against the cloud leopard, which roared in agony, blood cascading from its wounds. Yi Han, cease this at once. Luo Tianzheng cried out in desperation, his body swaying precariously atop the flying cloud leopard, on the verge of tumbling down. Fool! Yi Han scoffed coldly, sending another stone infused with energy soaring towards it. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward. Boom! The fifth wound opened on the cloud leopard, which then plummeted to the ground. Luo Tianzheng and Yi Zhishuan, akin to kites severed from their strings, fell from 100 meters high. I swear, Yi Han, I will kill you. Luo Tianzheng gasped in agony, his bones feeling as though they might shatter, had it not been for his protective divine energy. Several ribs would surely have broken upon impact. Yi Zhishuan remained silent, her expression dark as she glared fiercely at Yi Han's fleeing figure. Her fists clenched tightly in secret resolve. No one anticipated that Yi Han would resort to such measures. A warrior of the gathering Yuan realm possessed such formidable strength that he could forcefully bring down the sky cloud leopard. After a few breaths, the two, having adjusted their breathing, exchanged glances. Brother Luo, he cannot escape. Yi Zhishuan, visibly distressed, was filled with venomous hatred. Luo Tianzheng cast a glance at the nearby, barely breathing sky cloud leopard, his expression dark. Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. With the eruption of the demonic tide, a ninth-order beast king is bound to emerge. Brother Feng has commanded it, and we must not disobey. Our priority is to seek fortune for you. Very well. Let that wildling live a little longer. Yi Zhishuan's animosity towards Yi Han had reached an almost unbearable intensity, solely because Yi Han was still alive, capable of continuing his cultivation, and could even join the Reincarnation Academy. There was no other reason. Deep within the forest, Yi Han sprinted for several thousand meters, clenching his fists tightly. This Yi Zhishuan has obtained my battle bones, and with powerful figures backing her, she has actually entered the divine power realm. Yet even so, this freshly ascended warrior is not my match. But Luo Tianzheng and that son of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang, remained troublesome. Yi Han's voice was heavy with frustration. The pent-up anger within him was intensifying. Regrettably, with Luo Tianzheng in the way, the opportunity to eliminate Yi Zhishuan seemed elusive. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he was suddenly startled by the cacophony of battle that surrounded him. He had ventured beyond the outskirts. Although he had evaded Luo Tianzheng's pursuit, he had now stumbled into the jaws of another trap. The surroundings were filled with demonic beings and ferocious beasts, engaged in a frenzied slaughter, their innate malevolence rendering them exceedingly ruthless, displaying a clear determination to fight to the death. A glance revealed the corpses of third and fourth order beasts, and even those of greater strength. If he could procure the beast cores within, it would be akin to striking gold. Alas, Yi Han found no opportunity. He had become the target of some vicious beasts and demonic beings, who viewed him as an exquisitely tempting feast. Flee, was the singular thought racing through Yi Han's mind. In the blink of an eye, a dozen merciless demonic beings were in pursuit, yet Yi Han's agility was remarkable, allowing him to vanish without a trace. Just as he had barely escaped and had not caught his breath, another wave of demonic beings emerged, forcing him to flee once more. This was indeed a demonic tide rather than a beast tide. The number of demonic beings was truly greater than that of the beasts. Although most were not particularly powerful, Yi Han dared not hunt them. Should he become ensnared, he would likely be cruelly exhausted to death. After evading 7 or 8 waves of demonic beings and beasts, he finally arrived at a hilltop that resembled a sanctuary. At least within a 5-mile radius, there were no signs of demonic beings or beasts, allowing Yi Han to finally catch his breath. This was the result of his cultivation of the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique, which endowed him with profound strength. Had it been any other Gathering Yuan Realm warrior, they would have long since been utterly fatigued, unaware of how they might meet their end. Hiding here until the demonic tide subsided? Yi Han pondered. Just then, an inexplicable sense of oppression descended upon him. At the end of his gaze, a colossal creature, stretching over 100 meters, emerged, moving like a small mountain. The Xian green python? Yi Han stood in a daze, observing the scene. The Xian green python, an ancient and extraordinary species that has survived since primordial times, measuring at least 100 meters, is undoubtedly a 9th-tier beast. A 9th-tier beast king. Yi Han felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp tingling. He finally comprehended why the area within a 5-mile radius was enveloped in silence. It was the territory of a 9th-tier beast king, who would dare to intrude. As the air fell into a sudden hush, Yi Han immediately prostrated himself in the underbrush, completely concealing his presence. The Xian green python opened its massive maw, as if inhaling clouds and exhaling mist, its aura ferocious and menacing as it moved, emanating an astonishing power that crushed rocks and trees into dust. The demonic tide continued, and this 9th-tier beast king could no longer remain undisturbed, drawn by the chaos of the battlefield beyond its territory. As Yi Han observed this scene, he once again heard the sound of slicing wind, and witnessed 3 snow-white cranes approaching, from which 3 figures leapt down in the blink of an eye. These 3 individuals wore distinctive robes, yet appeared utterly unfamiliar, leaving Yi Han unable to ascertain their origins. Whenever the demonic tide or beast tide erupted, various opportunities presented themselves. What incredible fortune it would be if we could slay this beast. We would be immensely rewarded. One of them exhibited an overwhelming anticipation, brimming with excitement. Furthermore, as these 3 arrived, it seemed that more figures were also drawing near from beyond the territory. Truly, the path of adversaries is narrow. Yi Han's gaze fixated on the front, where unexpectedly appeared Luo Tianzheng and Yi Zhishuan. Chapter 24. the unparalleled sword Luo Tianjing and Yi Zhishuan, it was evident that they did not come with the intention of pursuing him. Although Luo Tianjing was formidable, he lacked the ability to track someone over such distances. Were these two here to slay the Xian Green King Python? In an instant, Yihan deduced much. How intriguing! Yihan scoffed. Though Luo Tianjing is powerful, does he truly possess the capability to vanquish the Xian Green King Python? In terms of actual combat prowess, a 9th-tier demon beast is far more terrifying than a warrior at the 9th level of divine power. Moreover, the physical strength and vitality of demon beasts are immense. And creatures like the Xian Green King Python are even more extraordinary, endowed with inherited talents from their bloodlines that should not be underestimated. I wish to depart now, but such an attempt would undoubtedly attract attention. It is wiser to bide my time, Yihan contemplated. This could present a splendid opportunity to deal with Luo Tianjing. Provided my assumptions are correct, and he genuinely aims to slay the Xian Green King Python. Even if he were to succeed in killing this beast, he would surely pay a heavy price. In that case, a phoenix in distress is no better than a mere chicken, akin to a piece of meat awaiting its fate on the chopping block. As Yihan pondered these thoughts, Luo Tianjing and Yi Zhishuan had already arrived ahead, encountering the three who had come before them. The leader among the trio from the Reincarnation Academy paled at the sight of Luo Tianjing. Both parties were acutely aware of each other's intentions. Luo Tianjing scoffed, getting straight to the point. So it is the three from the Dragon-Slaying Academy. Today, I shall claim the Xian Green King Python. You may leave. The expressions of the three darkened, clearly wary of Luo Tianjing. Luo Tianjing. We were the first to discover the Xian Green King Python. Yihan, hidden in the shadows, observed everything with surprise. The Dragon-Slaying Academy. He had not anticipated that these three who arrived first were disciples of one of the three major academies. The outbreak of the demon tide in the Demon Magic Ridge likely represents an opportunity for those above the realm of divine power, as many powerful factions would send their elite to hunt the top-tier demon beasts. As Yihan recalled his swift journey, he had witnessed several formidable warriors along the way. If you do not depart, then prepare to die, Luo Tianjing declared with overwhelming authority, his battle sword trembling slightly as an invisible aura erupted forth. Despite being fellow disciples of the three major academies, Luo Tianjing carried an air of arrogance, completely disregarding the three from the Dragon-Slaying Academy. Divine Power, 9th level. The three disciples of the Dragon-Slaying Academy were filled with trepidation. The disparity at each level of divine power was immense. Although they combined their strength, they were merely at the 6th and 7th levels, rendering them no match for Luo Tianjing. Roar! The arrival and confrontation of both sides transpired in mere moments, and at that moment, the Xian Green King Python had already emerged, locking its sights on Luo Tianjing and the others. A deafening roar reverberated through the forest as its massive tail swept forth, unleashing a tempest that engulfed the surroundings in chaos, threatening to lay everything to waste. Fortunately, Yihan had kept his distance from the onset, remaining undetected and unscathed. Though his heart raced with trepidation, a creature of such formidable caliber could obliterate him with a single strike. Moreover, the Xian Blue King Python, a beast of this nature, was not typically capable of vocalization. Yet, this creature roared, indicative of its superior bloodline and impending metamorphosis, rendering it more terrifying than the average 9th-tier beast. Legends suggest that in the divine martial continent, all serpentine creatures, including pythons, are descendants of dragons. Perhaps through generations of propagation, the dragon blood and aura have long since faded. Yet exceptional beings, through continual transformation, might indeed evolve from python to coiling serpent, and from serpent to dragon. Let us depart. The three disciples from the Dragon-Slaying Academy had evidently sensed this truth. Coupled with the pressure exerted by Luo Tianjing, they abandoned any thoughts of slaying the Xian Blue King Python and turned to leave without hesitation. They possessed some hidden cards and confidence. Yet it was unnecessary to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Luo Tianjing in this instance. With a flash of his sword, Luo Tianjing unleashed a strike known as the Cold Light Sword Slash. A blade of frost-like energy erupted forth, its terrifying aura sweeping outward, the piercing chill spreading as if it could freeze the very vacuum of space itself. In an instant, the Xian Blue King Python retaliated, its powerful tail colliding with the sword energy. A fearsome backlash ensued, propelling Luo Tianjing several dozen meters away, leaving him pale and visibly shaken. Although his sword energy managed to freeze a segment of the python's tail, the ice dissipated almost immediately, proving ineffective. The creature's physique was nearly indomitable, with vital areas beginning to form scales, showing signs of transformation. Though Luo Tianjing was formidable, the disparity when facing a ninth-tier beast king was starkly apparent. Before he could react, the tail lashed out once more. Beast, perish! Luo Tianjing gritted his teeth, launching another strike, the sword energy imbued with chilling brilliance, his most powerful blow. However, the vacuum erupted, and his sword energy was shattered by the python's simplistic yet forceful assault, which relied on its robust blood vitality and physical prowess to obliterate all obstructions in its path. With a resounding crash, Luo Tianjing's life force surged, nearly dissipated in that moment, leaving him severely injured. He had been overly confident, viewing the Xian Blue King Python as just another ninth-tier beast king. Yet he was far from its match. A colossal shadow loomed, opening wide its maw, intent on devouring both Luo Tianjing and Yi Zhishuan. "Senior brother Feng, save me!" Luo Tianjing cried out in alarm. In his hand appeared a jade token. He infused it with his energy, and at the critical moment, the token emitted beams of divine light, revealing a figure at its center. It was an exceptionally youthful man, appearing around 25 or 26 years of age, clad in a dual-colored battle robe of black and white. His gaze was as sharp as an unparalleled celestial sword, and his long hair cascaded freely, exuding an air of untamed spirit. Vile creature! A figure emerged, exhaling two words with a serene demeanor beneath the gentle breeze and soft clouds. As the colossal Xian green python surged towards him, the man raised his arm, extending his right middle finger as if it were a sword. With a single strike, a dazzling beam of sword light tore through the heavens, striking with immense force. After delivering the blow, the man stood there, exuding an indescribable air of pride, sanctity, and supremacy, akin to an invincible sword deity. Above and below, he was unmatched and indomitable. This was the true portrayal of the man before him, though merely a shadow. It possessed an unparalleled grace that instilled awe. Among all the formidable beings Yi Han had encountered, none could rival this man. If a mere shadow could evoke such terror, how fearsome must the true form be? Feng Shixiang, could this be the child of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang? With a resounding force, the sword energy pierced the mouth of the Xian green python, penetrating its skull. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, accompanied by anguished cries. As the upper half of the python's body plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. One strike, merely a simple strike, and the ninth-tier demonic beast king was slain? Yi Han stood in stunned disbelief, grappling with the magnitude of such extraordinary combat prowess. In the distance, Yi Zhishuan's gentle gaze remained fixed upon that figure, her pupils gradually radiating admiration. Following the strike, the man's form began to fade, on the verge of disappearing. At that moment, he seemed to perceive something, abruptly shifting his gaze. Chapter 25, The Struggle for the Treasure. Alas! In that fleeting moment, Yi Han's heart and mind were set ablaze. He sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, emanating from a gaze of unparalleled authority. It was a look that seemed to disdain all, a countenance that combined sternness with an icy indifference, reminiscent of a legendary sovereign, a deity unmatched, who governed the cosmos with an iron will. It felt as though all beings and all existence within the realm were utterly disregarded by this presence. The son of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang, a name that suffocated the air, a being so formidable that even the elders within the academy dared not provoke. A mere glance sent Yi Han's heart into turmoil, his resolve crumbling, igniting an impulse to venerate, to prostrate himself before this figure. Creak, creak. Yi Han's bones cracked as he clenched his fists tightly. In that infinitesimal moment, a fragment of divine bone within him began to resonate, emanating a soothing force that liberated Yi Han from the psychological oppression he felt. The indomitable dragon body, eternally undefeated. The power of this divine bone profoundly influenced Yi Han, clarifying his mind and erasing any trace of trepidation towards that formidable gaze. Fortunately, Yi Han managed to conceal his reaction, the imposing visage having offered no further indication. Along with the ethereal figure, gradually dissipated and vanished. In the earth ahead, with the demise of the Xian green python, Luo Tunjung exhaled a sigh of relief, hastily swallowing several medicinal pills as he settled down to recuperate. While restoring his strength, Luo Tianjing advised, "Junior sister, to prevent any unforeseen events, you should directly collect the beast core." "Very well," Yi Zhishuan replied with great anticipation. The beast core of a 9th-tier monster was of extraordinary value, particularly advantageous for her current Tianjiao battle bone. "Did you see its eyes?" Luo Tianjing inquired. "Below the right eye, between 10 and 30 inches, lies the beast core," he added. "Moreover, its life essence is contained within the second layer of scales on its chest, approximately 30 inches in." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhishuan swiftly produced a short blade and, steeling herself against the invisible fear, approached the head of the Xian green python. With determination, she thrust the blade forth. After approximately 50 breaths, a fist-sized azure crystal was unearthed by Yi Zhishuan. The moment the azure crystal emerged, her eyes ignited with fervor. Concurrently, hidden in the shadows, Yi Han's pupils constricted, radiating a dazzling light. Even from a distance, he felt an indescribable pull, as if the azure crystal had awakened the fragment of divine bone within him. Yi Han was overtaken by an impulse to surge forward and seize the beast core. A 9th-tier beast core, a remarkable treasure. In terms of value, it was worth at least several 100,000 essence pills, and no one would be foolish enough to exchange such a treasure for mere essence pills. Junior sister Yi is truly fortunate. This Xian green python has shown signs of transcending the 9th tier, transforming from python to dragon. This beast core already harbors a trace of dragon essence, Luo Tunjung remarked while seated on the ground, cultivating his energy. Transforming from python to dragon? Yi Zhishuan gazed at the beast core in her hand. Indeed, the transformation from python to flood dragon, and then to true dragon, are all descendants of the dragon clan from ancient legends. In this age, true dragons have vanished, and the metamorphosis into dragons is as daunting as scaling the heavens. However, the emergence of flood dragons remains a possibility. Once senior brother Feng returns to the academy and personally assists in refining this beast core for you, your heavenly flood dragon battle body shall undoubtedly be further enhanced. Luo Tianjung elucidated, a hint of envy coloring his tone. This 9th-tier beast core was an extraordinary temptation for him as well. Regrettably, under the orders of Feng Wuliang to assist Yi Zhishuan in hunting beasts, he wouldn't dare to covet it, even if offered tenfold the courage. Junior sister Yi, please collect the essence blood, Luo Tianjung said, flipping his arm to reveal a crystal vial from an unknown source. Yi Zhishuan accepted the vial and hurried to the chest cavity of the mysterious Inqing king python, beginning to dissect along the seams of its scales. The blade she wielded was exceptionally sharp, slicing through flesh as if it were mere clay, and soon she discovered the storage site of the vital essence blood. Blood dripped down, flowing steadily, and in no time, she had filled nearly half the vial. It was hard to fathom that such a colossal beast would yield only this small amount of vital essence blood. Senior brother Luo, what do you think? Should we continue hunting beasts for additional treasures? Yi Zhishuan inquired with eager anticipation. Luo Tianjing shook his head with a wry smile. I intended to capture some 6th, 7th, and 8th-tier beast cores, as well as magic cores from the beast battlefield, but now I find myself without opportunity. I underestimated this creature, resulting in severe injuries. If we were to engage in that demonic battlefield and encounter top-tier foes among the fiends, it would be exceedingly difficult to ensure your safety. Very well, but we have achieved our objective, Yi Zhishuan replied, a trace of regret in her voice. All right, I shall rest for a moment before we prepare to return, Luo Tianjing said, closing his eyes. Suddenly, a figure surged forth from the earth nearby. As it approached, a punch erupted, creating a vacuum sound explosion. The air crackled with a ferocious energy and power, as if it could shatter the very void. Who is it? Luo Tianjing's eyes flew open. Yi Han, Yi Zhishuan exclaimed, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she beheld the rushing figure. Yi Han's speed was astounding. Reaching its zenith, the momentum of that punch surged forward, imbued with an unwavering and indomitable will. This was a culmination of power long stored, an explosion of all the vitality and energy within Yi Han. In just 3 breaths, he had closed the distance to within 5 meters of Yi Zhishuan. Get back! Luo Tianjing shouted in alarm, raising his arm to unleash 3 divine energies simultaneously. This was the utmost strength he could muster in his current state. Yi Zhishuan must not come to harm, otherwise he would bear the consequences, as Feng Wuliang would not spare him. Luo Tianzheng was acutely aware of this. Are you seeking death? Yi Zhishuan seethed with fury, her eyes igniting with murderous intent. Retreat? She would not yield. With Luo Tianjing's divine power bolstering her, she was also a formidable practitioner of the first level of divine power. How could she fear a mere 9th-tier Yihan? Time has passed, and the circumstances have changed. It is no longer the same day at the Yi family. In a single encounter, 3 feeble strands of divine power were shattered by a single punch. Luo Tianzheng, already gravely injured, found that the 3 strands of divine energy, unleashed in a moment of desperation, could not possibly withstand Yihan's assault. In the next instant, Yi Zhishuan suddenly displayed an expression of anguish. She felt as though her arm was on the verge of destruction, violently repelled by an overwhelming force. The 9th-tier beast core slipped from her grasp. With a swift motion, Yihan expertly captured the beast core in his hand. Before Yi Zhishuan and her companion could react, Yihan advanced, his fist aimed precisely at Yi Zhishuan's face. Junior sister, quickly evade. Throw it away. Luo Tianjing shouted fervently. His martial arts experience was exceptional, sensing Yihan's overwhelming aura. He realized that Yi Zhishuan was on the brink of being severely injured. Yi Zhishuan's countenance turned fierce, filled with boundless hatred, and she was compelled to discard the vial containing the life essence of the Xian Inqing Wang python, her true form hastily retreating. Yihan's punch struck nothing but air. Simultaneously, several strands of divine power coalesced into a blade from behind, launched by Luo Tianzheng, who was risking his already critical state. With a swift motion, the sword penetrated an inch into Yihan's back, only to be thwarted by his tightly woven and resilient bones and flesh. Enduring the excruciating pain, Yihan grasped the crystalline vial, taking a single step that brought him 10 meters away in an instant. Did you think your elaborate schemes would thwart me, Yihan? His voice echoed with arrogance and defiance. You wretched creature, are you seeking death? Put that down. Luo Tianzheng roared in fury. Chapter 26. Breakthrough in Divine Power Realm. You wretched creature. Your entire family is worthless, Yihan exclaimed, launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at Luo Tianjing's face. Today, he would kill if given the chance. After seizing 2 precious items, Yihan felt no hesitation. He could discern that Luo Tianzheng was in a weakened state. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to intercept him. Oblivious to the peril, Luo Tianzheng gritted his teeth, seething with rage. He could hardly believe that Yihan dared to confront him directly. How could a mere 9th-tier martial artist of the Gathering Yuan realm presume to challenge someone at the 9th tier of the Divine Power realm? If anyone were to succeed, they would surely not be human, but rather a monstrous aberration, a true prodigy of heaven and earth. With a sudden tremor, Luo Tianzheng struck out, his arms entwining with an air of effortless power. In a single blow, Yihan's punch was neutralized. Their understanding of combat existed on entirely different planes. Luo Tianjing's strength stemmed not only from his realm, but also from the extensive battle experience he had accumulated over the years. Yihan felt an invisible force push him back, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. In that moment, he grasped the vast chasm that lay between them. The adage that a dying camel is larger than a horse rang true. Even in a severely injured state, Luo Tianzheng remained beyond Yihan's capacity to defeat. He could sense that Luo Tianzheng still possessed the power of 3 tiers of divine strength. Although Yihan could flee from this formidable opponent, emerging victorious was a sheer impossibility. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should one provoke me, I will unleash divine retribution. Yihan cast a deep glance at Yi Zhishuan nearby, and after his declaration, he retreated with the 2 treasures, swiftly vanishing from their sight. Boom! Luo Tianzheng stomped the ground, unleashing a furious roar towards the heavens. He had never felt such anger in his life. A mere 9th-tier Gathering Yuan disciple had dared to snatch away the essence, blood, and core of a beast right before his eyes. This was intolerable. Yihan had successfully stolen the treasures, and, as if that were not enough, he audaciously sought to retaliate against him. How grandiose, how reckless, how utterly foolish. It was as if Yihan had completely disregarded him, showing not the slightest respect for a powerful adversary. Calm down, brother Luo, Yi Zhishuan interjected. her eyes flashing as she composed herself, having come to terms with the situation. Yi Han is merely an inconsequential servant for now. Once we return, we shall ensure he faces justice. The term servant unleashed Luo Tianjing's pent-up fury, his eyes gleaming with malice. Sister, you are right. I am but a step away from advancing to the inner sect. At that point, eliminating a worthless servant would bear no consequences. There was no escape for Yi Han. However arrogant he might be, he was ultimately a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy. Surely, he could not avoid returning to the academy for the rest of his life. Several hundred meters away, within a dense thicket, Yi Han sat cross-legged. Little did Luo Tianjing imagine that Yi Han would possess such audacity, opting not to flee but instead hiding nearby. Though the Beast King has perished, its lingering aura remains, a formidable presence that continues to instill fear. For the immediate future, this territory within a 5-mile radius shall remain untouched. To flee this place would be the folly of a fool. These two treasures are undoubtedly unattainable. Li Han gazed intently at the Beast King's essence and the beast core before him, deep in contemplation. Luo Tianjing and Yi Zhishuan had suffered significant losses this time and would not rest until they sought retribution, returning with fervor to reclaim the two treasures, possibly even involving the child of reincarnation. What is deemed a treasure is not valuable until it is truly absorbed and refined for one's own use. Thus, it would be wiser to refine this essence of the Beast King. In an instant, this thought took root in Li Han's mind. Resolute in his decision, he opened the crystal vial after confirming that Luo Tianjing and his companion had completely departed and consumed the half-vial of the Beast King's essence. The metallic tang of blood filling his senses. The essence of a demon beast is truly a potent nourishment. In that moment, Li Han's body trembled, and his eyes sparkled with an intense light, as if flames were igniting within him. What is happening? A surge of heat enveloped him, as if his very bones and flesh were being scorched, and with every breath, he felt himself teetering on the brink of incineration. Pain coursed through his body, and he stifled a groan, his throat parched, striving to suppress his cries. He hastily activated the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique, channeling his entire energy to quell the turmoil within. Simultaneously, the divine bone within him seemed to respond, releasing wisps of power to aid Li Han in suppressing this burning sensation and backlash. Am I courting death? As he struggled to contain the chaos within, Li Han's thoughts shifted, and he began to understand. Previously, he had only refined the essence of first and second-tier demon beasts, which were trivial matters. This, however, was the essence of a 9th-tier Beast King. While it is indeed nourishing, it is evident that it has been excessively potent. His body felt as though it were on the verge of bursting apart and melting away. Minutes turned into hours. Eventually, the night descended, and Li Han finally found respite. Having navigated through the perilous ordeal, the burning sensation had subsided. Every fiber of his being, his veins, bones, and flesh, had merged with the power of the demon beast's essence, and through the influence of the divine bone within him, he experienced a transformation akin to rebirth, achieving a flawless refinement. With every movement, Li Han felt his physical strength amplified tenfold. A single punch could vanquish 10 bulls. At that moment, he retrieved the beast core. As soon as it emerged, his divine bone was stirred once more. It had also seemed to respond during the previous refinement of the essence. Now, Li Han felt an urge to attempt refining the beast core. If he were to take it back, it would certainly be lost, without entering the realm of divine power. He could not refine the beast core, but now he endeavored to awaken the divine bone within him and channel his energy into the core. The instant his energy penetrated the core, Li Han sensed a connection forming between himself and the beast core. Within the beast core, an unknown yet profound force surged along his hands and arms, flowing against the current and ultimately merging within his limbs, transforming into a brand new source of energy that entered his chi. Indeed, although I am not a warrior of divine might, I have, by leveraging the advantages of the eternal unyielding dragon body and the refining capabilities of the divine bone, successfully initiated the refinement of the beast core. Yi Han was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Within Yi Han's body, a torrent of energy surged forth. Explosive power began to proliferate. Within the chi, pure energy continuously gathered and compressed. A low growl escaped Yi Han's lips, the sensation of immense power invigorating his spirit, amplifying his strength, and expanding his consciousness, leaving him utterly exhilarated. If the essence of a beast's blood emphasizes the tempering of a warrior's foundation and roots, then the refinement of the beast core is entirely about the explosive augmentation of power. Under the formidable effects of the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique, even the most ferocious force contained within the beast core could be wholly transformed and condensed by Yi Han. His vitality underwent a second revival. The very essence of life transforming, breaking free from its shackles, achieving transcendence, and glimpsing the truth. In this moment, he gained an entirely new understanding of cultivation, martial arts, and power. Boom! At a certain moment, his Qi experienced violent tremors. Deep within the Qi, countless units of energy compressed to their limits, giving birth to an entirely new force. This force was domineering, pure, and noble. It was divine power. Yi Han had finally shattered the confines of the ninefold gathering of energy, birthing divine power and stepping into the realm of divine might. Splendid. How splendid. Luo Tianzheng, Yi Zhishuan, upon my return to the academy, I shall shed my identity as a menial laborer and ascend directly to an outer disciple. You shall be left merely to gawk in disbelief. Yi Han rose, letting out a triumphant roar, his long hair flowing wildly, filled with vigor and ambition. Chapter 27. You are doomed. The ascension to the realm of divine power finally bestowed upon Yi Han an unwavering confidence. In the past, Yi Han was but a target for anyone to trample upon. Whether they could extinguish his life was another matter altogether. However, he was now poised to undergo an evaluation to be promoted to an outer sect disciple. With this elevation, his status would be radically transformed, earning him the respect of the academy. Even with the likes of Luo Tianzheng and the enigmatic child of reincarnation standing behind Yi Zhishuan, they would not deter Yi Han from his path. It was time to return. With a single leap, Yi Han covered 5 meters, and his figure swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. As he journeyed, he observed that the demon tide had receded, leaving behind countless corpses of beasts and demons. Regrettably, the precious beast cores and demon cores had already been claimed by others, leaving him without any spoils. The journey to the Demon Ridge with Nie Yuan and the others had taken them half a day on their bloodline steeds. Yet now, fortified by immense strength, Yi Han traversed the land on foot and returned to the Reincarnation Academy in merely 1 hour. He arrived at Divine Power Peak. He wondered whether Nie Yuan and his companions had returned. Approaching his small courtyard, he glanced around. Nie Yuan and the others had arrived a few days earlier and were more familiar with the academy than he. Yi Han sought to inquire about the assessment for outer sect disciples. What is that? As he was about to enter his courtyard, Yi Han noticed a large group of disciples gathered at a distance, their demeanor suggesting a lively commotion. How unfortunate for them to have provoked Lu Yunxiao. It was said that he was seeking information on a new disciple, someone named Han. Yi Han. It was merely bad luck for them. These outer sect disciples were lofty figures, not to be trifled with. At that moment, Yi Han overheard a few passing servant disciples conversing. Lu Yunxiao. Yi Han stepped forward to address them. What are you discussing? Who has provoked Lu Yunxiao? Who are you? The servant disciples turned to Yi Han in unison. I am the new disciple, Yi Han. He proclaimed. You are Yi Han? The expressions of the servant disciples shifted dramatically. One of them exclaimed, You dare to return? Yi Han, I kindly advise you to flee. Lu Yunxiao is looking for you. Another added, We cannot afford to offend outer sect disciples. Someone like Lu Yunxiao can easily find an excuse to eliminate us. I understand, thank you, Yi Han replied, and, under their astonished gazes, he made his way toward the gathering crowd. Speak. Where is Yi Han? Not willing to divulge, are we? As he drew near, Yi Han immediately recognized the familiar voice of Lu Yunxiao. Slap. A resounding sound of a slap echoed, followed by the pained moans of Nie Yuan, He Qingfeng, and Zhao Yijin. If you refuse to speak, then endure the consequences. Listen closely, from this day forth. Anyone who colludes with Yi Han shall meet the same fate as these 3. A harsh voice rang out from within the throng. Yi Han arrived at the scene and was immediately confronted with a harrowing sight. Nie Yuan, Zhao Yijin, and He Qingfeng lay on the ground, their faces swollen, their backs marred with lash marks. Zhao Yijin, in particular, was drenched in blood, a pitiful sight indeed. The swordsman, proud and unyielding, though merely at the gathering essence stage, still exhibited an indomitable spirit. He was typically reticent, yet possessed a fierce character, likely enduring the most torment. Gritting his teeth, he stifled his agony and sneered. You are nothing but a dog for others, a mere lackey. What can you possibly say, you wretched creature? Lu Yunxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that. Aside from Yi Han, any of these lowly disciples would dare to insult him so brazenly. You are the one beneath contempt, Lu Yunxiao. Your fate is sealed. If you seek to interrogate us about Yi Han's whereabouts, you shall find no success. If you have the audacity, kill us in public. But know that when Yi Han returns, your demise is inevitable. Zhao Yijian swallowed a mouthful of blood and clenched his fists. Before the three, a figure wielding a long whip swung down fiercely. Stop! Yi Han's voice resonated like thunder. Huh? Lu Yunxiao halted abruptly, turning to face him. You were looking for me. And now I have returned. Yi Han's merciless gaze bore into Lu Yunxiao as he slowly articulated, dare to lay a finger on them. And today I shall ensure your demise here. Is that so? Upon seeing Yi Han, Lu Yunxiao's face twisted into mockery. The long whip lashed out once more, striking downwards as he savored the moment. Splat! Blood erupted from Zhao Yijian's body. Yet in that fleeting moment, he grasped the whip tightly and shouted at Yi Han. Brother Yi Han, flee quickly. Lu Yunxiao, you shall perish. Yi Han charged forward, and the crowd parted swiftly. Boom! Yi Han's fist collided with Lu Yunxiao's with a thunderous impact. In that instant, a ferocious and violent force surged up Lu Yunxiao's arm, crashing into his body. With a muffled grunt, Lu Yunxiao was sent staggering back several paces. In contrast, Yi Han stood proudly, undeterred, exuding a murderous intent without any sign of impact. You little wretch, do you dare to strike? Lu Yunxiao's face contorted with rage, his gaze venomous and fierce. You have committed heinous crimes, and no one can save you. Today, I shall incapacitate you and deliver you to the law enforcement hall for punishment. Though brimming with murderous intent and fury, Lu Yunxiao curiously refrained from immediate action. Is that so? Punish me? Yi Han regarded Lu Yunxiao as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Yi Han, Li Kai's body has been discovered. You have slaughtered your fellow disciples before even officially entering the sect. You cannot escape the death penalty. Lu Yunxiao's voice thundered, reverberating powerfully as he sneered. Do not claim his death is unrelated to you. The law enforcement hall has already gathered evidence. The surrounding low-ranking disciples turned pale, their gazes towards Yi Han now tinged with complexity as they retreated. Slaughtering fellow disciples. This is a capital offense. Whoever associates with Yi Han is simply inviting disaster. You are doomed. Do you not realize that? Lu Yunxiao gazed at Yi Han with a piercing intensity. Then, he shifted his tone. However, there is still a glimmer of hope in this matter. Senior Sister Yin has stated that as long as you can persuade Mo Qingru to surrender the 9 Fire Jade, she will take the responsibility for you. Oh, Li Kai's corpse? Yi Han suddenly erupted into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lu Yunxiao's eyes gleamed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Yi Han's nod. I find it amusing that you are so intellectually challenged. Yi Han asserted with unyielding authority. Is it not a display of ignorance to threaten me with something that is common knowledge? What did you say? Common knowledge? Lu Yunxiao seemed momentarily stunned, questioning his own perception, bewildered by Yi Han's proclamation. Indeed, I have laid my cards on the table. Li Kai was killed by my own hands. Yi Han's voice resonated powerfully, his gaze profound, exuding an unfathomable aura. With my first punch, I shattered his protective armor. With my second punch, I crushed his bones. With my third punch, I obliterated his heart. Yi Han fixed his gaze on Lu Yunxiao. In just 3 punches, I utterly extinguished Li Kai, that worthless wretch who dared to challenge me, serving as a lapdog for Yi Zhishuan. His fate was sealed. You too shall meet the same end. Chapter 28. What kind of monster are you? Yi Han, you. Lu Yunxiao struggled to articulate a response, his mind clouded with confusion, as Yi Han's unexpected behavior shattered all his preconceived plans. The body of Li Kai had indeed been discovered. Yet it was inconceivable that Yi Han possessed the strength to have slain him. It was likely the work of Mo Qingru, albeit without any evidence to substantiate such a claim. Initially, Lu Yunxiao intended merely to rattle Yi Han psychologically, hoping to compel him to persuade Mo Qingru to relent. Who could have anticipated that Yi Han would so boldly acknowledge the matter, his voice resounding with an audacity that suggested 3 punches had dispatched Li Kai. Even Lu Yunxiao himself could hardly fathom delivering such a blow. Today, If you dare to tread upon the divine power peak, it shall become your burial ground. Yi Han's voice reverberated once more, delivering a resounding decree to Lu Yunxiao. Suddenly, with a fierce determination, Yi Han unleashed a powerful punch. His figure surged forth, resembling a ferocious tiger emerging from the mountains, and in an instant, he had Lu Yunxiao locked in his sights. The three individuals sprawled upon the ground, Nie Yuan, Zhao Yijian, and He Qingfeng, were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had witnessed Yi Han's formidable prowess when he vanquished Ouyang Zheng at the Demon Ridge, but that had been a compelled act shrouded in secrecy. Now, however, they found themselves within the confines of the academy, on the divine power peak, under the scrutiny of the sun and moon, amidst a gathering crowd. The first strike of the tiger leopard thunder fist, the tiger emerges from the mountain. Lu Yunxiao hastily summoned his inner energy to counter the onslaught, yet upon collision, he was forcefully pushed back 3 steps, his body trembling violently. The force of Yi Han's punch nearly shattered his vitality. The second strike of the tiger leopard thunder fist, the wind sweeps away the clouds. With no hesitation, Yi Han followed up with the second punch of this martial technique. The fist surged with energy, embodying an overwhelming ferocity, as if it could obliterate all in its path, perfectly encapsulating the essence of the tiger leopard thunder fist. You are utterly reckless to challenge me, an outer disciple. I shall personally bring you before the law enforcement hall. Lu Yunxiao seethed with rage, disregarding all else. The notion of intimidating Yi Han into submission had proven futile. This mere servant disciple was beyond reason. 3 surges of divine energy coalesced as Lu Yunxiao struck out with a palm. Divine energy? Such feeble power? Yi Han scoffed, and in that moment, his fighting spirit and murderous intent converged, recalling the myriad encounters he had faced while hunting the earth-breaking bear and the demon at the Demon Ridge. Almost instinctively, he executed an exquisitely precise and lightning-fast punch. The third strike of the tiger leopard thunder fist, the surge of wind and thunder. The brilliance of this punch lay in the seamless fusion of speed and strength. For ordinary martial artists, mastering this punch is a formidable hurdle, especially when their vitality and inner energy are insufficient. Achieving the effect of the surge of wind and thunder is akin to scaling a mountain. Yet for Yi Han, every movement flowed effortlessly. His strength was boundless, making this strike a manifestation of sheer will. The earth beneath them trembled, resonating with a thunderous roar. The divine power of Yi Han collided with the 3 strands of divine energy wielded by Lu Yunxiao, intertwining their combat intentions, vitality, and divine forces. In less than a breath, Lu Yunxiao was sent reeling back by Yi Han's overwhelming might. Suddenly, it became evident that Yi Han held the upper hand. Divine Power Realm? You have actually stepped into the Divine Power Realm? Lu Yunxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. It dawned on him that Yi Han had truly become a master of the Divine Power Realm, albeit recently having broken through. Nevertheless, the potency of Yi Han's divine energy was astonishing, enabling him to engage in battles beyond his level. Indeed, I have reached the Divine Power Realm. Lu Yunxiao, did you ever expect that within such a brief span, I would acquire the means to eliminate you? Yi Han's confidence surged. His return was not only to guard against the schemes of Yi Zhishuan and Luo Tanzhong, but also to personally avenge himself against Lu Yunxiao, to rectify past humiliations. On that day, you struck me until I bled. Today, I shall repay you 100-fold. I will ensure your demise here. Yi Han's voice reverberated through the heavens. Given Lu Yunxiao's insults towards his teacher and his unwarranted aggression, Yi Han could not let him go unpunished. He was taken aback to find Lu Yunxiao had sought him out at the Divine Power Peak, further tormenting Nie Yuan and the others. Yi Han could no longer endure. Once you stood in a position of unparalleled superiority, but now, I too have entered the Divine Power Realm. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 figures clashed repeatedly, their energies and ancient forces boiling over, leaving a group of peripheral disciples in stunned silence. Such battles were seldom witnessed. Most encounters they observed were mere sparring sessions, devoid of significance. But this was a true struggle for survival. After 100 exchanges, Lu Yunxiao was forcefully repelled by a single punch from Yi Han, his vitality surging violently. The strength of a first-level divine power realm cannot be this formidable. Yi Han, you are no ordinary disciple. I now suspect you to be a spy sent by the Burning Moon Academy to infiltrate the Reincarnation Academy. I will report this to the higher-ups, unearthing all your secrets and ensuring your complete punishment. Lu Yunxiao bellowed. When Yihan first arrived and struck him back, Lu Yunxiao had thought it merely a display of raw power. Such disciples were common in the academy. Now, he realized that Yihan had indeed reached the divine power realm, a miracle in itself. Yihan was not a prodigy who broke through as effortlessly as one would eat or drink. He must have been placed here as an infiltrator. The accusation of being a spy was not made lightly. Whether I am a spy, the academy will determine. However, you will die here today. Prepare your final words. Yihan's expression remained devoid of emotion. Upon entering the divine power realm, Yihan could genuinely enjoy the enhancements granted by the eternal, unyielding dragon body. Coupled with his immeasurable and profound energy, his combat prowess had reached an unfathomable level. Though he had recently transformed, Lu Yunxiao was not someone he feared in the slightest. Ice Fire Sword Slash. Lu Yunxiao howled, drawing his battle sword, its fierce aura radiating an overwhelming threat. A sword pierced through the void, captivating all hearts. The sword's aura astonishingly split into two, one icy and one fiery, one cold and one hot, resembling the intricate interplay of yin and yang, ever-changing and unpredictable. This was the true essence of a lethal strike. At this moment, Lu Yunxiao dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness. How could he continue to regard Yihan as an inconsequential servant? Faced with this sword energy, Yihan remained unmoved. However, the divine bone within him began to tremble. The power of the divine bone surged through his arm, and his entire vital energy erupted like a volcanic lava, fierce and unmatched. As the sword energy approached Yihan, in that fleeting instant, he abruptly extended his right arm. What? Countless gazes converged ahead, filled with disbelief. Bang! In less than a breath, the two peak sword energies unleashed by Lu Yunxiao were seized by Yihan and crushed in his grasp. Striding forward, Yihan seemed to teleport, instantly appearing before Lu Yunxiao, delivering a devastating punch to his chest. Crack, crack! Lu Yunxiao's ribs shattered, blood gushed from his mouth incessantly, and he was forcefully knocked to the ground. What manner of monster are you? Lu Yunxiao spat blood, his face a canvas of fear and unwillingness. Chapter 29. A single punch to obliterate Lu Yunxiao was utterly consumed by frustration. He could not have fathomed that a mere servant he had once trampled upon would suddenly become so formidable within a matter of days. What say you, Lu Yunxiao? Are you convinced? Yihan regarded him with an icy gaze. I am not convinced. Lu Yunxiao's voice was sharp. You must be a spy, Yihan. I have seen through all your tricks. Your demise is imminent. Unconvinced, are you? I shall beat you into submission. Yihan advanced and delivered a crushing blow. Bang! The ferocious energy, infused with divine power, surged into Lu Yunxiao's body. He screamed in agony. For the force exerted by Yihan was beyond the imagination of a mere warrior at the third level of divine power. Still unconvinced, Yihan struck again, sending several of Lu Yunxiao's teeth flying. Observing Yihan's relentless assault, the surrounding servant disciples stood in stunned silence. They had never witnessed, nor even heard of, such a scene. A distinguished outer disciple, Lu Yunxiao, at the third level of divine power, was being ruthlessly beaten by a servant disciple who had only recently entered the academy, utterly devoid of the ability to retaliate. What a disgrace! After over a decade in the sect, he remained an outer disciple, surviving merely by serving as a lackey for others, attempting to assert his dominance over fellow servants. Yihan's expression hardened. You have come to me seeking death. Even if you had not sought me out today, I would have come for you myself, to personally end your life and teach you the lesson that some individuals are not to be trifled with. With blood streaming down his face and his vital energy scattered, Lu Yunxiao could no longer muster any resistance. He forcibly opened his eyes, glaring at Yihan with venomous hatred. In a sudden frenzy, he produced a token from within his robe. You wretched creature, this is Senior Sister Yin's token. If you dare to harm me, she shall not let you go. Lu Yunxiao howled in desperation. Senior Sister Yin again? Are you her grandson? Why do you care so much for her? Yihan retorted, thoroughly disgusted, and effortlessly shattered the token with a sweep of his hand. How dare a broken token wield such authority? Did he truly believe that she was an unassailable figure in this academy? With a mere gesture, blood splattered across the ground. Lu Yunxiao's vital core was shattered by a single punch, and his anguished cries echoed across Divine Power Peak. You shall not die a good death. In that moment, Lu Yunxiao had completely lost his sanity. With his vital core destroyed, he had truly become a waste of existence, destined to be trampled upon by anyone. Yihan disregarded him further and turned to the gathered servant disciples. Lu Yunxiao has been acting recklessly, abusing his position to oppress us. Who among you wishes to take action against him? Now is your chance. The crowd fell silent, heads bowed in submission. I will. Zhao Yijian suddenly rose, seizing a nearby whip and striking down fiercely. Already incapacitated, Lu Yunxiao wailed in agony, thrashing about and hurling curses. Yet, the more he cursed, the harder Zhao Yijian struck. Nie Yuan and He Qingfeng exchanged a glance, both rising to their feet, teeth clenched, as one of them forcefully stepped towards Lu Yunxiao. The three were consumed by rage. Prior to Yihan's arrival, they had endured immense torment at Lu Yunxiao's hands, and now they were retaliating fiercely. At an uncertain moment, Nie Yuan was the first to regain his senses, staring blankly at Lu Yunxiao on the ground, his expression shifting. He hastily grabbed Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng, exclaiming, "If we strike him again, he will perish. Do not fret." Yihan addressed the three. "Lu Yunxiao has bullied you all because of me. I shall take full responsibility for this matter." Nie Yuan and the others fell into silence, their faces changing, their thoughts intertwined. Suddenly, Nie Yuan spoke. "Brother Yihan, there is no need for further words. Lu Yunxiao is utterly unrestrained, viewing us as mere pawns. I only lament our lack of strength. Today, we seize this opportunity to exact our revenge. Should the Academy place blame upon us, I too shall bear my share of the guilt. Indeed, we have shared hardships. If this burden falls solely upon you, I would find it hard to bear. Future endeavors would surely be fraught with obstacles, and my swordsmanship would remain stagnant." Zhao Yijian added, "I too have my part." He Qingfeng chimed in with a grin. Meanwhile, others in the vicinity had long distanced themselves, secretly mocking Nie Yuan and the others. These individuals had merely arrived at the academy a fortnight earlier. Youthful and impetuous, they were nothing more than inexperienced youths. They likely underestimated the gravity of the situation, for it was customary for outer disciples to trample upon servant disciples, who would dare to defy authority. "You are exaggerating." Yihan chuckled lightly. "It is merely a trivial matter." As he spoke, he turned to Nie Yuan. "Where must I go to ascend to outer disciple status?" "What? You wish to become an outer disciple?" Nie Yuan and the others gazed at Yihan in astonishment. "Indeed, I have entered the first realm of divine power. Otherwise, how could I have defeated Lu Yunxiao?" Yihan replied calmly. Well. Yihan, if you become an outer disciple, then this truly is a trivial matter." Nie Yuan exclaimed excitedly. "The path to becoming an outer disciple is simple. Just head to the training grounds. Lead the way." At the Reincarnation Academy, the training grounds sprawled before them, occupying at least 1,000 acres, teeming with disciples pouring forth their sweat. The most striking features of the grounds were the hundreds of purple stone tablets, each surrounded by numerous disciples, some relentlessly striking the tablets, seemingly honing their martial skills. So vast. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Yihan was thoroughly astonished. The size of this single training area could rival dozens of locations belonging to the Yi family, nearly equivalent to a significant portion of Yin City. "Yes, this is merely a place for servant and outer disciples to train," Nie Yuan explained beside him. "Within the academy, anyone who becomes an inner disciple will possess their own mountain peak, fully equipped with all necessities, rendering such places unnecessary." "Your own mountain peak?" Yihan gazed at Nie Yuan, intrigued. "It is said that within those towering peaks lie formidable inscription formations capable of gathering the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the energies of the earth's veins, transforming the entire mountain into an ideal sanctuary for cultivation. In such an environment, one could cultivate medicinal herbs, nurture magical beasts, and practice martial arts in a serene and natural setting, undisturbed by any external interference." As Nie Yuan spoke of these wonders, his eyes sparkled with profound yearning. For most disciples of the academy, the greatest aspiration is to one day become an inner disciple, possessing their very own mountain. "Are those stone tablets meant for practicing martial techniques?" Yihan inquired, akin to a country lad stepping into the bustling city, filled with curiosity and longing. Having recently joined the academy, he had ventured to the Demon Ridge but remained unfamiliar with the institution. "No, those are known as inscription tablets, utilized for testing one's realm and divine power. The inscription tablets allow us to gauge our progress at any moment, Nie Yuan elucidated. How intriguing. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Yihan's eyes. Have you spotted them? Underneath those 9 ancient trees outside the training ground stand the instructors responsible for overseeing our promotion. Nie Yuan gestured towards a nearby location. Very well. Yihan advanced forward. Upon reaching the first ancient tree, he noticed a middle-aged man, half squinting, languidly stifling a yawn. Senior, I seek to advance to an outer disciple and wish to participate in the assessment, Yihan respectfully declared. Name and identification token, please. The middle-aged man replied in a lethargic manner, as though still ensnared in slumber. I am Yihan. Yihan responded, presenting his token. To pass the assessment, you must strike the adjacent inscription tablet with full force, creating 10 inscription patterns, the middle-aged man stated succinctly. Yihan nodded, approaching the stone tablet with a deep breath, his heart racing with excitement. I am finally about to become an outer disciple. He held no apprehension regarding the assessment. Wait, just as Yihan was about to strike, a chilling voice echoed from afar. Chapter 30. The capture of Yihan. Yihan, you have committed murder. Accompany us for a journey. The cold, stern voice echoed. Growing closer, Yihan's gaze sharpened as he abruptly turned around. At the end of his sight, 3 figures rushed forward, their eyes sharp as blades, radiating an intense fierceness. Murder? Yihan observed the trio, a mocking smile forming on his lips. As they approached, the leader produced a token, on which a stark and bloody character was inscribed. Punishment. This was the exclusive decree of the Hall of Justice. We are the enforcers of the Academy, and we suspect that your involvement pertains to the death of Li Kai. Come with us to the Hall of Justice. After presenting the token, the leader gestured dismissively. The 2 individuals beside him lunged forward, one on each side, seizing Yihan by the shoulders. Suspected? If it is merely suspicion, what right do you have to detain me? Yihan furrowed his brow and declared, once I complete my assessment, the Hall of Justice will come to me. Enforcers do not act according to your whims, the grim-faced enforcer retorted. Refusing arrest is a crime that compounds your guilt. Is that so? Yihan scoffed, his inner force surging, blood and energy coursing through him like a dragon. A tremendous power enveloped him, erupting forth, causing the 2 enforcers to stagger back in shock. Impudent. The man wielding the decree shouted, unleashing his energy towards Yihan. Boom. His strike halted 3 feet away from Yihan, colliding with an invisible barrier. Begone. A middle-aged man, who had been lethargically overseeing Yihan's assessment, suddenly uttered a single word. The 3 enforcers froze, then exchanged incredulous glances at the middle-aged man. Only suspicion, and you seek to arrest him? Since when has the Academy adopted such a protocol? The middle-aged man shot a sidelong glance. He killed Li Kai. The body of Li Kai has already, began the enforcer who had attacked. During an assessment? Do you intend to take him without regard for my position as his assessment instructor? The middle-aged man swung his arm, sending all 3 enforcers reeling backward. Mr. Li, consider carefully. Yihan is someone who has caught the eye of Yin Tianxiu, the enforcer stated, his gaze piercing. Yin Tianxiu? Merely a true disciple. As an instructor at this academy, must I act at her behest? The middle-aged man snorted in disdain. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from one side. The individuals turned their gaze, witnessing an astonishing sight. Yihan unleashed a powerful punch, striking the stone tablet with a resounding crash. The surface of the tablet erupted with 18 intricate patterns almost instantaneously. Then with a crack, the entire inscription tablet crumbled into a heap of debris. Senior, have I succeeded in my assessment? Yihan withdrew his fist, calmly inquiring of the middle-aged man. Indeed, the middle-aged man nodded. You have surpassed 10 patterns. And with your first level of divine power, starting today, you are now an outer disciple of the Reincarnation Academy. Upon concluding his words, he tossed a brand new token to Yihan. What is this? Yihan asked, eyeing the token. The identity token of an outer disciple, the middle-aged man remarked. There is an issue with this inscription monument, and it has not yet been repaired. However, you need not worry. The shattering of the monument is my fault, and you bear no responsibility. Casting a glance at Yihan, he continued, Upon hearing this, Yihan's expression stiffened. He was about to speak when the middle-aged man interrupted him, turning to the 3 enforcers. Why are you still here? What are you waiting for? To apprehend someone without evidence? Since when has the Hall of Enforcement bowed to those true disciples? Next, I shall report to the academy head about the Hall of Enforcement's lack of discernment. 3 ordinary enforcers, disregarding even a teacher like me, truly commendable. As the middle-aged man was about to continue, the expressions of the 3 enforcers shifted, casting a fierce glance at Yihan before ultimately departing in resignation. Thank you, senior. Yihan spoke earnestly. He understood the significance of the man's earlier actions and the token he had bestowed upon him. Although new to the academy, Yihan had quickly discerned that the servant disciples were akin to mere servants within the academy, trampled upon by anyone, unable to voice their grievances. Just as Nie Yuan and his companions had done before, not daring to resist. Yet with this token, he could finally be regarded as a true disciple of the academy, eligible for the benefits and rewards distributed each year, a distinction of identity. The matter of slaying Li Kai could be downplayed to a mere trifling incident. Not deserving of death, at most a minor punishment, easily dismissed. His prompt attendance for the assessment was motivated by this very reason. Clearly, the 3 enforcers had been ordered to obstruct his success in the assessment, and this seemingly irascible middle-aged man had, in fact, rendered him an invisible aid. Senior? In the academy, one ought to address teachers as such. The middle-aged man gazed deeply at Yihan. Remember, my name is Li Fuchelu. Thank you, Teacher Li. Yihan smiled in response. Indeed. Li Fuchelu scrutinized Yihan. You were too reckless just now. Reckless? Yihan stared in astonishment at the man, shattering the inscription monument with a single punch, showcasing talent and confidence. Are you seeking a life of hardship? Li Fuchelu added. Did you not claim that the inscription monument was flawed? Yihan retorted, speechless. If I hadn't said so, In Tianxiu would have dreamed of it tonight. Li Fuchelu replied, while observing Yihan. Dreamed? Yihan was utterly baffled. He imagines how to do away with you in his dreams, Li Fuchelu scoffed. It was as if he could see through all of Yihan's thoughts. You wish to demonstrate your talent and prove your worth before you are fully developed, so that others will not dare to touch you? Utterly foolish. Yihan fell silent, for the man was not wrong. The very reason he had dared to incapacitate Lu Yunxiao today was rooted in such thinking. If he could pass the outer disciple assessment and obtain the token to showcase his talent, and if that were not sufficient, he could always reveal a hint of the indomitable ancient dragon physique, allowing the Reincarnation Academy to recognize his status as a genius with a unique constitution. At that moment, the question arose, who held greater significance, Lu Yunxiao, who had languished for over a decade at the 3rd level of divine power and was now rendered impotent, or myself, who had ascended to the realm of divine power shortly after joining the academy? Surely, the Reincarnation Academy would arrive at a judicious conclusion. How Navi? The Reincarnation Academy stands as the foremost among the 3 great academies, a coveted sanctuary of martial arts within the ancient void domain, where countless prodigies and exceptional talents converge. Do you truly believe they are in short supply? Do you genuinely think that merely exhibiting a modicum of talent will earn you the Academy's favor, ensuring a smooth ascent to greatness? Li Fuchelu cast a fleeting glance at Yihan. After a moment of silence, Yihan spoke. You speak the truth, Teacher Li. Who is In Tianxiu? Yihan inquired once more. In Tianxiu? The first on the intersex yin-yang ranking. Does she bear a grudge against you? How could she possibly mobilize the enforcers from the law enforcement hall to apprehend you? Li Fuchelu regarded Yihan with a skeptical gaze. Chapter 31. Dragon Hidden Peak. In Tianxiu. She bears no grudge against me. Yihan clenched his fists, but given the opportunity, I would undoubtedly strike her 100 times, forcing her to kneel before me in atonement. Young man, your resentment is rather intense. Li Futu observed Yihan, cautioning that lacking strength while speaking so boldly could lead to dire consequences. Yihan fell silent once more, pondering that he was, after all, a person who had once faced death. How could one with such robust physicality remain obscure, having only recently stepped into the realm of divine power? Li Futu then regarded Yihan with a discerning gaze. I am not a naturally brilliant genius. My transformation has only occurred recently. Otherwise, I would not have gained entrance to the Reincarnation Academy. Yihan spoke with a calm demeanor, as if the winds were gentle and the clouds were light. He understood that in this world, some individuals are born extraordinary, favored by the heavens. By the time they reach his age, they are already dazzling and renowned, their realms far surpassing those of ordinary people. From destruction comes rebirth, a phoenix rising anew. Li Futu glanced at Yihan, recognizing him as a promising talent. Yihan was taken aback, surprised that this man could perceive his state of renewal. Young man, what are your aspirations? Which of the 6 paths do you wish to join in the future? Or do you aspire to enter the boundless sword sect, wielding a 3-foot azure blade, shattering myriad laws, and achieving the status of an invincible sword immortal? Yihan looked bewildered, wondering if Li Futu was speaking in riddles. The 6 paths? The boundless sword sect? What nonsense is this? Could it be that you wish to enter the unbeaten fist sect, evolving an invincible fist technique that shatters the void? Li Futu added, Teacher Li, I have just entered the Reincarnation Academy. How could I join another sect? What you speak of, the boundless sword sect, the unbeaten fist sect, what are they? And what do you mean by the 6 paths? Yihan was utterly perplexed by his words. What on earth is in your head? Do you know nothing of the academy? Li Futu was at a loss for words, feeling that his efforts were in vain. I have only just joined the academy a few days ago, Yihan explained candidly. Very well. Li Futu nodded. Our Reincarnation Academy embraces all. Vast as the sea and majestic as the mountains, a place for martial cultivation and education, distinct from ordinary sections. Although the academy has its rules, it is relatively free. Within its confines, some experts establish their own sects, gathering corresponding forces, such as the Boundless Sword Sect, the Unbeaten Fist Sect, as well as numerous other factions of varying sizes. As for the 6 paths I mentioned, they represent the 6 primary legacies of our academy, the very foundation upon which the Reincarnation Academy was built. Li Futu looked at Yihan. Surprising, isn't it? In fact, some of the forces within our academy, if placed in the ancient void domain, could stand tall and proud. Indeed, I did not anticipate this. Yihan was profoundly astonished. What Li Futu had described utterly shattered his previous understanding. Is it absolutely necessary to join these internal forces of the academy? Yihan then inquired, sensing that such an action seemed rather futile. Of course, there are no such regulations. Li Futu gazed at Yihan and remarked, however, those capable of establishing such forces are remarkable figures within the academy, whether they possess extraordinary talents or hold esteemed positions, enabling them to procure various resources and benefits for their subordinates. If it were you, what choice would you make? I understand. Yihan nodded, realizing it essentially meant having influential patrons. Should I consider joining the human path? Li Futua's previously languid gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of anticipation. With such a fine physique, it would be a pity not to join the human path. The human path? Yihan pondered for a moment. Teacher Li, I am still unfamiliar with the academy. Perhaps I should contemplate it further? Certainly. Feel free to seek me out at the training grounds once you've made your decision, Li Futua replied, casting a meaningful glance at Yihan. By the way, as you have now become an outer disciple, naturally, you shall not remain on Divine Power Peak. You should head to Dragon Hidden Peak for your training. Present your identity token. All right. Yihan nodded in agreement. Upon retrieving his outer disciple token, Li Futua flicked his fingers, sending a beam of golden light directly into the token's core. All set, you may go now. Li Futua waved his hand dismissively. After bidding farewell to Li Futua, Yihan swiftly approached Nie Yuan and the other 2 who had been waiting at a distance. Brother Yihan, Senior Brother Yihan, congratulations on successfully passing the assessment and being promoted to outer disciple. The trio simultaneously clasped their hands in respect, their eyes reflecting newfound awe and envy. Being promoted to outer disciple meant truly enjoying the academy's privileges, a stark contrast to their status as mere servant disciples. Just call me Yihan, he replied. Nie Yuan, please lead me to Dragon Hidden Peak. Of course, they responded eagerly. Half an hour later, a majestic peak loomed before them, towering and grand. It resembled a colossal dragon coiling upwards, shrouded in mist at its summit, seemingly insurmountable and deeply mysterious. This is Dragon Hidden Peak, but it appears to be unclaimed, Nie Yuan cautioned. Having joined the academy a few days prior to Yihan, they were already quite familiar with many aspects of the institution. Of course it's unclaimed. I shall train here from now on, Yihan said with a smile. What? Nie Yuan, Zhao Yijian, and He Qingfeng stood in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances before turning their astonished gazes back to Yihan. In the academy, one must at least be promoted to inner disciple to possess their own peak. Did you not just become an outer disciple? Zhao Yijin questioned, bewildered. I'm not sure. Teacher Li Futua, who oversaw the assessment, instructed me to train at Dragon Hidden Peak from now on, Yihan explained candidly. He realized that this situation was indeed peculiar. With countless disciples in the academy, over 90% being servant and outer disciples, if every outer disciple were granted their own peak, the abundance of summits within the Reincarnation Mountain range would soon prove insufficient. Yihan, a talent such as yours will undoubtedly be valued by the academy. Nie Yuan and the others were filled with envy, yet they found it easy to understand everything that had transpired with Yihan at the Demon Ridge. By the way, Yihan, the rewards from our last mission have been received, including your 500 vitality pills. Nie Yuan began to speak again. Yihan waved his hand, interrupting him. There is no need for further discussion. You suffered at the hands of Lu Yunxiao because of me, and my share is a form of compensation for you. A mere 500 vitality pills held immense significance for the three of them. However, for Yihan, who had reached the divine power realm, it was hardly sufficient even for a light snack. He desired vitality pills, but aimed to undertake more advanced missions, where a single reward could amount to tens of thousands of vitality pills. In the future, if you wish to find me, come to Longing Peak. I sincerely hope to see you all ascend to the status of outer disciples soon, so we can undertake missions together. Without waiting for the trio to respond, Yihan turned and made his way down to Longing Peak. The three exchanged complex glances, each nodding solemnly. At the foot of the mountain, Yihan produced the outer disciple token and pressed it against a nearby inscription teleportation array. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped him, carrying him towards the peak. Chapter 32, The Six Paths of the Academy, atop Dragon Hidden Peak. A magnificent hall came into view, inscribed above with the words, Dragon Hidden Hall. Before the hall lay a spacious training ground, capable of accommodating at least 100 disciples simultaneously. Yihan stood in a daze, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Is this truly the place where I shall cultivate and reside in the future? It is tenfold more grandiose than the Lord's mansion in Flame City. He sensed that the concentration of natural energy within Dragon Hidden Peak was unparalleled, at least 10 times more potent than that of Divine Power Peak. It must harbor some inscription array that gathers the essence of heaven and earth. A paradise. The phrase paradise immediately surfaced in Yihan's mind. With a mix of astonishment and unfamiliarity, he stepped into Dragon Hidden Hall. Inside, four towering pillars supported the structure, each intricately carved with a colossal dragon, symbolizing the four most invincible bloodlines of the dragon clan: the five-clawed golden dragon, the primordial true dragon, the ancestral dragon of the wilderness, and the great, might heavenly dragon. At the pinnacle stood a central throne, behind which, beyond a screen, lay several chambers and cultivation rooms. As Yihan traversed the hall, he felt the natural energy enveloping him ceaselessly, astonishingly flowing into his body and transforming into spiritual power. It was nothing short of miraculous. Once a mere inconspicuous individual in Flame City, I, Yihan, had long envied the lofty talents and disciples of great factions. Yet here I stand, possessing a peak of my own within the Reincarnation Academy. Consider Li Kai and Lu Yunxiao, who, relying on their status, once looked down upon me with arrogance. Ultimately, I have vanquished them with my own hands. These so-called geniuses are not extraordinary at all. I, Yihan, will strive forward, matching anyone in tenacity. Standing within Dragon Hidden Hall, Yihan exhaled deeply. Yi Zhishuan, you sought to suppress me through Luo Tianzheng and even the son of reincarnation, Feng Wuyang. Yet I have arrived at this moment. Relying on others' strength is but a petty path. True strength lies in self-empowerment. Yi Zhishuan, once I defeat Luo Tianzheng, I shall personally eradicate you. Only by eliminating you, wretched woman, can I unburden my heart, attain clarity of thought, and tread smoothly upon the path of martial arts, ascending step by step to greatness. Yihan's will grew ever stronger and more resolute. He stood in the hall for a full quarter of an hour before retracting his thoughts and moving forward. He wandered through the grand hall, familiarizing himself with everything, until he soon arrived at a chamber. Within lay the Taishu secret record alongside other texts. Yihan focused his mind and began to peruse them diligently. This time, with meticulous attention, he finally acquainted himself with the entirety of the Reincarnation Academy, including Dragon Hidden Peak. As Yihan surmised, Dragon Hidden Peak indeed possessed an extraordinarily wondrous inscription array, safeguarding the mountain's security while gathering the essence of heaven and earth, enabling warriors to cultivate with remarkable swiftness. In one of the texts, he finally encountered the 6 paths as spoken of by Li Fuqilu. The 6 paths are the path of the celestial gods, the path of the Azurus, the path of beasts, the path of hungry ghosts, the path of hell, and the path of humanity. In the world, there exists a legend of the 6 realms of reincarnation, and the establishment of the Reincarnation Academy is indeed founded upon these 6 realms. These 6 realms represent the distinct lineages of the Academy, each possessing its own formidable secret arts. However, as Yihan perused this text, a peculiar expression emerged in his eyes. According to the introduction of this tome, the significance of the 6 realms' inheritance is such that it is not something accessible to the average person. Only those who ascend to the esteemed ranks of inner disciples within the Academy and pass various assessments, such as having an impeccable background, are deemed worthy of joining the 6 realms. Having just been promoted to an outer disciple, Yihan found it astonishing that Li Futian would directly invite him to join the human realm. Could it be that he truly values my exceptional physique? Yihan mused. After comprehensively understanding the Academy, Yihan felt a desire to explore other factions within it. As mentioned in the text, joining one of the sects within the Academy does not conflict with becoming part of one of the 6 realms, alleviating Yihan's urgency. His foremost aspiration remained to join the Wuji Sword sect, which Li Futian had spoken of. The Sword Path, renowned as the supreme avenue of attack in the world. A swordsman is unparalleled, their brilliance boundless. With a 3-foot azure blade, one can cleave the heavens above and strike the 9 abysses below. On the martial path, who does not yearn to achieve unparalleled strength? Who does not wish to be invincible in combat? Who does not aspire to become the unrivaled sword immortal capable of shocking the heavens with a single strike? In this world, countless warriors exist, with at least 70% wielding swords as their weapon of choice. Yihan harbored such aspirations. Previously, he had no options, but now within the Reincarnation Academy, he was determined to pursue the sword path. According to the text, the Wuji Sword sect prioritizes talent above all else, imposing minimal barriers to entry. And one need not necessarily be an inner disciple to qualify, which greatly reassured Yihan. As myriad thoughts surged within him, Yihan continued to peruse the various texts. And by the time he finished, the night had deepened. Closing the book, he swiftly entered a state of cultivation. With the blessing of divine power, Yihan could entirely replace sleep with his cultivation. He was unwilling to squander the excellent cultivation conditions at Longing Peak, especially since he was acutely aware of his current circumstances. To speak of the recent past, Luo Tianzheng and Yi Zhishuan had suffered significant losses at the Demon Ridge, and they would likely seek him out soon. He needed to grow stronger to handle the impending challenges. Seated in the Grand Hall, he activated the 9 Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique, and in an instant, the essence of heaven and earth surged into his body like a tempest. In the blink of an eye, even more refined energy was generated. The rolling energy circulated, continuously compressing within his chi-si, while simultaneously refining the divine power within him. During his cultivation, Yihan discovered that the remnants of the 9th-tier Demon Beast King's blood and core power that lingered within him further integrated into his flesh and acupoints, enhancing the efficacy of his cultivation remarkably. The more potent the technique, the swifter the process of refinement. For an ordinary warrior at the first level of divine power, truly refining a 9th-tier Demon Beast King's core would take at least a month or 2. However, after a night of cultivation, by the early morning, the Beast King's essence and the power of the beast core that had settled within Yihan had completely vanished, merging entirely into his being, thereby transforming into his own strength. Within the sea of energy, as the vigorous primordial force circulated, the second strand of divine power was successfully birthed. He attained the 2nd level of divine power. Although this transformation was facilitated by the 9th-tier beast core, the environment of Longing Peak, and the convergence of various factors such as the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique. The recent metamorphosis allowed Yihan to experience a breakthrough akin to the simplicity of eating or drinking. Now, with the augmentation of 2 strands of divine power, and supported by the indomitable dragon physique, he mused that his true combat strength should be able to contend with a warrior at the 4th level of divine power. With such thoughts, Yihan rose, invigorated, and after refreshing himself, departed from Longing Peak. Today, he intended to join the Wujijianzong and embark on the path of the Sword Immortal. Chapter 33, The Boundless Sword Sect. The summit of the sky upon arriving at the Boundless Sword Sect, Yi Han beheld towering peaks resembling an unparalleled celestial sword, piercing into the depths of the heavens and supporting the ends of the universe. Countless disciples gathered beneath the summit of the sky, each radiating boundless reverence and yearning. The path of the sword is the mightiest path, the road of invincibility. Who could possibly resist the freedom and ease of soaring through the 9 heavens on a sword, defying the world? After 3 years, I have finally attained the ability to withstand 10 sword energies. Yi Han observed a disciple of the second realm of divine power, overwhelmed with joy, dancing exuberantly ahead. Congratulations! Withstanding 10 sword energies grants you entry into the Boundless Sword Sect, allowing you to become a sword attendant. Only through sufficient contributions during this period can you ascend to the rank of an ordinary disciple. In front, a man clad in white, with a flowing robe and a long sword slung across his back, spoke with an air of nonchalance. Now, I bestow upon you the sword order. The white-clad man tossed a palm-sized sword-shaped token into the air. Thank you, senior brother. The ecstatic disciple of the second realm of divine power immediately knelt on one knee, his hands trembling with excitement as he cradled the sword order. A throng of people surged forward, their envious gazes unmistakable. Congratulations. After 3 years of waiting, you have finally joined the Boundless Sword Sect. Observing this spectacle, Yi Han felt no empathy whatsoever. In fact, he found it difficult to comprehend. Not far away, others participated in the so-called assessments, enduring the sword energies unleashed by the masters of the Boundless Sword Sect. Yet, most failed the evaluations, with many struggling to withstand even 7 or 8 sword energies. Nevertheless, even in failure, these individuals remained undeterred, sitting cross-legged beneath the summit of the sky, seemingly in contemplation or gathering strength for the next assessment. Are they truly this relentless? Yi Han pondered in disbelief. In his eyes, these individuals had lost their true selves in their quest to join the Boundless Sword Sect, prostrating themselves in fervent devotion upon receiving the so-called sword order, as if the sect were the embodiment of their lifelong faith. Listening to the conversations around him, Yi Han quickly grasped the rules of the assessments. To enter the Boundless Sword Sect, one must withstand 10 sword energies without faltering to succeed in the evaluation. Naturally, the strength of the sword wielders varied according to individual realms. However, even after successfully passing the assessment, one would only attain the status of a sword attendant, requiring further contributions to have a chance to become a true disciple of the Boundless Sword Sect. Essentially, the sword attendants were mere followers of certain individuals, serving as practice partners for sword techniques and cultivators of the sword path. In essence, they held no true status, akin to the menial workers or servants under the masters of the Boundless Sword Sect. The requirements for discipleship in the Boundless Sword Sect were astonishingly stringent, comparable to those of the Reincarnation Academy. Yi Han gasped in astonishment, wondering who among the Academy's ranks could have established the Boundless Sword Sect. Surely, it must have been someone of exceedingly high standing, perhaps an elder? I wish to participate in the assessment. Yi Han approached the white-clad man from earlier. Oh, the white-clad man cast a glance, his expression revealing that Yi Han was unfamiliar to him. Indeed, I have recently entered the Reincarnation Academy, Yi Han replied. Name and realm. The man in white gazed intently at Yi Han. Yi Han, second level of divine power realm. Yi Han responded. Very well, withstand my 10 sword energies. The man in white unsheathed his battle sword with resolute precision, swiftly unleashing a single strike. A frigid sword energy surged forth in an instant, targeting Yi Han's chest. Bang! Yi Han waved his arm, his vitality surging, shattering the sword energy on the spot. The second sword energy followed, its edge sharper and more ferocious. Yi Han maintained steady breaths, countering with a punch. Fist against sword energy. With a resounding clash, the second sword energy was likewise obliterated. The third, fourth, up to the 10th. In a fleeting moment, the 10th sword energy descended, prompting Yi Han to extend his palm. His fingers coalesced into a fist, vitality mingling with a surge of divine power that erupted forth, once again disintegrating the 10th sword energy. 10 sword energies, a mere trifle. With a slight retraction of his aura, Yi Han felt immense satisfaction. Regardless of the place, strength reigned supreme. Although he was at the second level of divine power realm, his vitality and elemental force were extraordinarily potent, enabling him to contend with experts at the 4th level. Passing this assessment posed no challenge. Numerous envious gazes converged upon him. Some disciples even felt a twinge of jealousy. They had not seen Yihan's visage, yet it was evident he was a newcomer. To withstand 10 sword energies on his first attempt and pass the assessment, such individuals were exceedingly rare, only a handful each year. Assessment failed. The man in white cast a casual glance at Yihan before sheathing his sword. Why was it a failure? Yihan's pupils narrowed, scrutinizing the man. You employed divine power while resisting the 10th sword energy. The man in white declared, turning his back on Yihan and striding away. Then let me take the assessment again. Yihan spoke up immediately. He had observed that others had also used divine power against the sword energies without issue. Why was there a problem when it came to him? Nevertheless, he remained entirely confident in his ability to withstand the sword energies using pure elemental force alone. Do you not comprehend my words? The man in white whirled around, his gaze icy and his aura imposing. With an insincere heart, return for your second assessment in a year. A year? By then, all would be stale. Moreover, the earlier one commenced their sword training, the more solid their foundation. Those who embarked on the path of the sword in their youth, even developing sword energies, often achieved great success in the future. Yihan hailed from a small place called Flame City, where conditions for sword training had been non-existent. Now that he had the opportunity, how could he let it slip away? Resign yourself to fate. A fellow outer disciple approached Yihan, whispering a well-meaning warning. This is how the endless sword sect operates. Joining is impossible without a year's wait. Passing the assessment is futile. They will always find an excuse to dismiss you. Resign myself? Yihan gazed at the individual before him, pondering the meaning of accepting one's fate. After all, the assessment was not an insurmountable challenge. Should passing it not grant one the opportunity to join? Such is the reality. The Wujian sword sect holds immense power, casting a vast shadow that renders the admission of others seemingly trivial. It is said that even certain true disciples find it exceedingly difficult to gain entry. The man chuckled bitterly and, casting a glance around, lowered his voice further. According to their interpretation, passing the assessment is merely one aspect. What they seek is devotion. Devotion? Yihan regarded the individual with skepticism. Indeed, devotion to the path of the sword, he immediately replied. Nonsense. Yihan retorted bluntly. Abruptly, he turned and strode towards the man in white. I demand a second assessment. Begone. Who do you think you are, to speak to me in such a manner? The white-clad man, upon recognizing Yihan, felt a surge of intense hostility in his eyes. Beneath the towering peak, any aspiring member of the Wujian sword sect must exhibit utmost respect. It is not only Yihan, an outer disciple of the second realm of divine power, who must bow in humility. Even inner disciples are expected to approach with deference. Chapter 34. The provocation of Yihan. Are you attempting to provoke me? Yihan gazed intently at the individual before him. Ha ha ha, a mere existence akin to an ant. Do you believe you are worthy of my provocation? The man clad in white appeared to have heard the grandest of jokes. With a resounding clang, the sound of a sword echoed through the air as the blade at his back was unsheathed in an instant. Pointing the sword towards Yihan, a chilling gleam emanated from its edge. Whether human or beast, everyone aspires to join the Wuji sword sect. What do you think the Wuji sword sect is? Yihan, you have incited my wrath. I, Ding Xiao, declare here and now that if you ever ascend the Tianfeng Peak in this lifetime, I shall share your surname. Ding Xiao's voice was thunderous and brash, instantly drawing numerous gazes toward him. In a mere moment, a multitude of figures converged upon the scene, including several experts from the Wuji sword sect, who approached with keen interest. Such a spectacle was unprecedented beneath the Tianfeng Peak. To aspire to join the Wuji sword sect, one must exhibit a pious demeanor, respect, and ample patience. No one dared to question an individual from the Wuji sword sect in such a manner. To defy senior brother Ding was to court disaster. Just moments prior, those who envied Yihan's success in the assessment began to jeer. Unable to pass the examination themselves, they relished the opportunity to witness Yihan's downfall, finding a semblance of satisfaction in his plight. Young man, you are truly audacious, disregarding us entirely. Another figure from the Wuji sword sect scoffed, a defiant person such as you. Do you believe you are fit to cultivate the sword path? The essence of the sword path lies in unwavering sincerity. Only then can one achieve unparalleled sword intent and ultimately become an invincible sword immortal. At that moment, A man in his 30s, a master of the third level of divine strength, spoke up. He had also failed the assessment not long ago. Yihan shifted his gaze, looking at him with pity. Sincerity of heart, what nonsense is that? At your age, you are still languishing in wait for assessment approval? You do not consider your own interests yet are here to speak on behalf of the Wuji Sword sect. It is truly laughable. The middle-aged man's expression darkened with anger. Silence. Yihan chose to ignore him and turned back to Ding Xiao and his companions. I refuse to believe that the Wuji Sword sect is governed by mere disciples of the divine strength realm. Ding Xiao grinned menacingly. The Wuji Sword sect is not under our control, but whether you can join the sect still depends on our approval. Enough of this nonsense. Break his legs and throw him out. Another expert from the Wuji Sword sect interjected. A chorus of voices erupted, exuding an overwhelming arrogance. Coldly observing these individuals, Yihan felt a profound disappointment. He had arrived today, brimming with confidence to join the Wuji Sword sect, only to be met with such a scene. It was not just Ding Xiao. Every disciple of the Wuji Sword sect displayed the same oppressive demeanor. These individuals were accustomed to wielding authority, allowing no dissenting voices in their presence. He could hardly believe that the Wuji Sword sect was merely governed by such divine strength disciples. Senior Brother Ding, what are you all doing here? Just as Yihan was about to speak again, a figure appeared in the distance. Yi Zhishuan. Yihan's gaze suddenly turned extraordinarily sharp. Yi Zhishuan also caught sight of him, and in that fleeting moment, their eyes met, both radiating an icy coldness that pierced to the bone. So it was junior sister Zhishuan. Ding Xiao shifted his gaze, a smile instantly blossoming on his face. He pointed at Yihan, remarking, "This reckless fool wishes to enter the Wuji Sword sect, yet after failing the assessment, he remains unwilling to accept defeat. Is he not seeking to cause trouble? Cause trouble?" Yihan scoffed coldly. "Is it not your Wuji Sword sect that seeks to use me, Yihan, as an example to intimidate the other candidates?" Yi Zhishuan stepped forward, and the members of the Wuji Sword sect hastily parted to make way for her, as if she held significant stature among them. "Yihan, so it is you who seeks to stir up trouble," Yi Zhishuan remarked, a smirk playing on her lips. "Do you desire to join the Wuji Sword sect?" Seeing this, Ding Xiao quickly interjected, "Ah, so junior sister Zhishuan is acquainted with this lad." However, Yi Zhishuan gestured for Ding Xiao to cease speaking, then leaned in to whisper something into his ear. In mere moments, Ding Xiao's expression transformed, a fierce glint emerging in his eyes. "Yihan, is it? If you genuinely wish to join the Wuji Sword sect, it is not out of the question," Ding Xiao said ominously, fixing his penetrating gaze on Yihan. "Kneel beneath the Tongtian Peak for 10 days and nights, and after that, I shall personally grant you the sword command." Yihan remained silent, simply observing Ding Xiao, as if attempting to unveil the secrets hidden within him. Yi Zhishuan chimed in, her tone laced with mockery and a hint of jest. "Let me not withhold from you that the Wuji Sword sect was founded by Senior Brother Feng. If you wish to join, you must kneel here to demonstrate your sincerity. Otherwise, despite the grandeur of the Reincarnation Academy, should Senior Brother Feng express his disapproval, no sect within the academy would dare to accept you. Kneel and beg me. Only then will you have the opportunity to join the Wuji Sword sect." Yi Zhishuan taunted, her gaze fixed on Yihan. What if he had joined the Reincarnation Academy, without the divine body's endowment, and lacking the favor of someone as esteemed as Senior Brother Feng? He would remain a mere inconsequential figure. Even his teacher, Imo Qingru, at her peak, could not rival Senior Brother Feng, let alone now, when she had already been rendered incapable of aiding Yihan. "You wretched creature." Yihan's fury ignited, his fist emanating a fierce aura, locking onto Yi Zhishuan's head. "Senior Brother Feng. Feng Wuliang? What? Does he possess the power to appear and rescue you now?" He retorted angrily. "In the illustrious Reincarnation Academy, could it be that a mere reincarnation child like Feng Wuliang can dominate all?" Yihan was incensed. Had he known that the Wuji Sword sect was founded by Feng Wuliang, he would never have set foot on Tongtian Peak. Yi Zhishuan instantly recoiled, vividly recalling the near-fatal blow she had received from Yihan in the Demon Ridge. "Dare to act beneath Tongtian Peak, and I shall cripple you." On the side, Ding Xiao brandished his sword, swiftly striking towards Yihan. "The swordsman is invincible? Let us see how many of my punches you can withstand." Yihan had long harbored disdain for Ding Xiao. Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist. In an instant, the martial technique was unleashed. Yihan let out a long, resonating roar. akin to a fierce tiger emerging from the depths of the forest, ready to annihilate all in its path. Boom, boom, boom. With a sequence of 3 punches, Ding Xiu's sword aura was shattered on the spot. Yi Han's blood surged, his primal energy surged, and 2 divine forces within him roiled. All his powers erupted forth, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, fierce and unparalleled. Bang! The space before him seemed as if it had been obliterated. The 2 figures clashed multiple times in a brief moment. At one instant, Ding Xiu's sword was sent flying by a single punch, his entire being thrown into disarray, retreating several steps. Spurt! Blood splattered forth. Ding Xiu's complexion turned pale, disbelief etched across his face, filled with extreme humiliation and rage. Is this what they call the way of the sword? Is this the foundation of your arrogance? You think you can cripple me? It is utterly laughable. Yi Han's cold gaze swept over him, his fighting spirit and murderous intent coalescing. You are finished, Yi Han. Never has anyone dared to cause a disturbance before the gates of the Wuji Sword sect. When Brother Feng returns, he will not let you off. Ding Xiu, consumed by shame and fury, coughed blood, supported by a group of masters from the Wuji Sword sect. In a pitiful state, he could not accept it. In less than 30 breaths, he had nearly been beaten to death by Yi Han. Chapter 35. Stalemate, am I doomed? Yi Han cast a glance at the group before him. This is the Reincarnation Academy, not the Wuji Sword sect. The Reincarnation Academy boasts countless disciples and formidable masters. While the Wuji Sword sect is no trivial matter, it remains merely a faction within the academy. Yi Han does not believe that the Wuji Sword sect wields enough power to overshadow all. His gaze swept across the surroundings, his imposing presence palpable as his garments fluttered in the wind. Fixing his eyes upon the towering celestial peak, he declared, "Today, you insult me, but one day I, Yi Han, shall stand upon the celestial peak." With a sudden movement, Yi Han advanced, causing a group of disciples from the Wuji Sword sect to instinctively shield Ding Xiu and Yi Zhishuan as they retreated. A collection of inept individuals, nothing more. Yi Han scoffed, casting a lingering glance at Yi Zhishuan before turning away towards the distance. The gazes of the Wuji Sword sect's experts upon Yi Han were like that of venomous serpents, yet none dared to obstruct his path. Leaving this place, Yi Han, guided by memory, arrived beneath another mountain peak, the giant God Peak. Here lies the domain of the Invincible Fist sect. Although less bustling than beneath the celestial peak, numerous disciples gathered at its base. The assessments here were similarly standard, devoid of anything extraordinary. One merely needed to endure 10 punches from an Invincible Fist sect disciple to pass. For Yi Han, this assessment posed no challenge whatsoever. However, just as he succeeded in passing, several figures bearing battle swords appeared. This individual, Yi Han, dares to cause a ruckus beneath the celestial peak. Should the Invincible Fist sect wish to claim him, let them bear the consequences. The newcomers wasted no time. Some onlookers from the Invincible Fist sect frowned, and the disciple responsible for assessing Yi Han spoke. He has already passed the assessment of the Invincible Fist sect. We have conveyed Sister Yi Zhishuan's intentions. Beyond this, we have no further involvement. Upon hearing this, the experts of the Invincible Fist sect exchanged wary glances, the apprehension evident in their eyes. Yi Han, we regret to inform you that you must seek another path. The Invincible Fist sect cannot accept you. The assessing disciple voiced his regret, a hint of remorse evident. Yi Han's physique is remarkably robust. While he may not possess the qualities of an exceptional genius, he far surpasses the average individual, making him an ideal candidate for the Invincible Fist sect. Yi Zhishuan, can she truly exert influence over your Invincible Fist sect? The assessors of the Invincible Fist sect did not exhibit the haughty demeanor of those from the Wuji Sword sect, which Yi Han found somewhat agreeable. Although Yi Zhishuan may not be qualified, she was appointed as an inner disciple upon her entrance to the academy, designated by the Son of Reincarnation. Thus, the individual before Yi Han regarded him with a touch of regret. I understand. Yi Han clasped his hands in acknowledgement and promptly turned away. Half an hour later, before the Fenglei Pavilion of the Reincarnation Academy, the message was conveyed. Yi Han, we are sorry, but the Wuji Sword sect has spoken. We cannot accept you. At the front of the 7 Stars Hall of the Reincarnation Academy, Yi Han, seek another path. We cannot provoke the Wuji Sword sect and cannot accept you. In the Reincarnation Academy, before the Purple Chi Battle King sect, Yi Han, You are indeed a talent. Emerging from a small place like Flame City, you possess such a formidable physique, yet regrettably, we cannot accept you. Within a single day, Yi Han traversed numerous factions established within the academy. Yet all responses bore a resemblance. Passing the assessments? Apologies, it holds no significance. You have provoked the Wujian sword sect. Yi Zhishuan has spoken, and no one dares to take you in. For words, utterly impeded. Although Yi Zhishuan possesses the formidable heavenly flood dragon battle body and extraordinary talent, her limitations in realm prevent her from wielding substantial influence. However, Yi Han's disturbance at the gates of the Wujian sword sect quickly spread, deterring anyone from accepting such an individual. In the eyes of many, Yi Han has become akin to a dead man. Feng Wuliang personally led a group of senior members from the Wujian sword sect to handle a significant matter upon their return. Any one of them could easily crush Yi Han. What is it about Yi Zhishuan that has garnered such attention from Feng Wuliang? Consumed by rage, Yi Han surmised that this predicament was orchestrated by Yi Zhishuan and Ding Xiu among others. Yet, he could not fathom why. Among the millions of disciples in the Reincarnation Academy, so many true geniuses existed. The heavenly flood dragon battle body that Yi Zhishuan claimed, while powerful, was certainly not the pinnacle of physiques. What, then, is so extraordinary about this woman that warrants Feng Wuliang's esteem? The power of influence looms large. At last, Yi Han comprehended the essence of overwhelming might. As the son of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang need not personally intervene or declare his stance. His mere presence suffices to instill trepidation throughout countless corners of the academy. With a twinge of reluctance, Yi Han made his way to the academy's training grounds. Training, transformation, strength is the ultimate path. If he were a formidable inner sect disciple, or even a true inheritor, why should he concern himself with the opinions of others? Bang, bang, bang. In one corner of the training ground, Yi Han relentlessly threw punches, venting his frustrations against the inscribed stone tablet. Kid, if you break a few more of those tablets, you won't have enough to compensate for them all. A familiar voice called from behind. Teacher Li? Yi Han paused, forcing a semblance of a smile. It was none other than Li Futuo, who had assessed him for admission as an outer sect disciple just the day before. What's the matter? Is your temper already flaring after just one day? Li Futuo inquired, observing him closely. It's nothing. Yi Han shook his head. You, daring to cause a ruckus at the gates of the Wujian sword sect, and even striking their disciples? Li Futuo regarded him with suspicion. Yi Han fell silent. Li Futuo, familiar with the boy, continued, You certainly have guts. Ever since its establishment, the Wujian sword sect has surpassed all major factions, ranking just below the 6 paths of the academy, and it's the first time someone has dared to stir trouble. Are you not afraid of death? Yi Han remained silent, while Li Futu continued to speak to himself. You have a feud with that In Tianxiu, and now you are entangled with the Wujian sect. This is quite troublesome. From now on, you will find no refuge within the academy, and misfortune may follow you closely. Is the Wujian sect truly that powerful? It is merely a force established by a disciple within the academy. Yi Han finally could not restrain himself from responding. Indeed. However, Li Futu gazed at him. This is no ordinary disciple. It is the son of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang. You have only recently entered the academy and may not yet comprehend the weight of the title son of reincarnation, having struck one of the Wujian sect members. It is likely that other factions within the academy would hesitate to allow you to join them. Wouldn't you agree? Frustrated? Depressed? Aggrieved? Li Futu teased. Yes. Yi Han clenched his fists, finally unable to hold back his response. Welcome to the path of humanity. Li Futu uttered those 6 words, revealing the true purpose of his discourse. The path of humanity. Can it enable me to subdue In Tianxiu? Yi Han fixed his gaze upon Li Futu. Indeed. The path of humanity. Can it allow me to conquer Tongtian Peak? Indeed. The path of humanity. Can it empower me to defeat the son of reincarnation? Indeed. Li Futu smiled at Yi Han. Cultivating the path of humanity, the son of reincarnation is unworthy of standing alongside you. Your vision should extend further. Very well. I shall join the path of humanity. At that moment, Yi Han made an irrevocable decision. Perhaps he sought only a sense of peace. Li Futu's response mattered little to him. Congratulations, you are the inheritor of the path of humanity in this lifetime, Li Futu declared, promptly producing a worn tome from his bosom. Chapter 36. Yi Han, the path of humanity. heir? Yihan gazed at Li Futu with a mix of astonishment and skepticism. An unsettling premonition gnawed at him. How could it be that he, having just joined the path of humanity, was already deemed a so-called heir? This path of humanity was not one of the 6 realms of the Reincarnation Academy, teeming with prodigies. How could they possibly elevate a mere newcomer to such a status? At a loss for words, Yihan noticed Li Futu extend a weathered tome towards him. What could this be? As he accepted the book, its cover bore 5 grand characters, the royal record of astonishment. Martial arts of heaven and earth, grounded in humanity. Among the myriad paths, the path of humanity reigns supreme. The path of humanity, the foremost of the 6 realms, when cultivated to its zenith, can shatter mountains and rivers with a punch, transcending the heavens with intent. Li Futu regarded Yihan with utmost seriousness, gradually articulating, the royal record of astonishment encompasses our path of humanity's most potent legacy, encompassing techniques, martial skills, secret arts, and more. Humanity reigns supreme? Yihan shot a glance at Li Futu. The world claims that the sword path is the foremost of offensive arts. When perfected, the sword immortal is invincible under heaven. A flicker of unabashed disdain appeared in Li Futu's eyes. The path of humanity, the royal path, when cultivated to its utmost, can obliterate a sword immortal with a mere punch. Yihan pondered, thinking he could boast even more than Li Futu. Very well, let us return to our training. I anticipate your endeavors in elevating the path of humanity. I shall procure a few items and return next month to seek you out. With that, Li Futu hurried away, casting Yihan an encouraging glance as he departed. Elevated. Yihan found himself at a loss once again, utterly perplexed by Li Futu's words. Having only just joined the path of humanity, he was still grappling with the basics. Yet Li Futu proclaimed him an heir and expressed hope for his future elevation. Were it not for the tome he had received, Yihan might have suspected Li Futu was a charlatan. As Li Futu left, Yihan felt little inclination to linger, returning to Longing Peak. Amidst the lush greenery of Longing Peak, he casually harvested some fragrant fruits from the roadside. Upon consuming them, a profound sense of fulfillment enveloped him. These fruits contained a rich essence of vitality, invigorating his spirit and enhancing the efficacy of his cultivation manifold. This convenience was remarkable. The verdant woods of Longing Peak were replete with an abundance of unique fruits and herbs, alleviating any concerns of hunger and allowing Yihan to focus wholly on his prolonged cultivation. At that moment, he truly appreciated the delight of possessing his own mountain, where all was under his dominion. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Yihan entered the Longing Hall and retrieved the royal record of astonishment. The royal record of astonishment, a celestial grade technique. As he opened the first page, the character's celestial grade technique leaped out at him, igniting a fervent gleam in his eyes. To think it was a celestial grade technique. The hierarchy of techniques mirrored that of martial skills, medicinal concoctions, and weaponry, ranging from human, mysterious, earthly, celestial, to the overwhelmingly formidable divine grade. In the ancient city of Yen, even the most powerful techniques possessed by the 3 prominent families were merely of the human-grade middle tier, while the average martial artists practiced the commonly found human-grade lower-tier techniques. Upon arriving at the Reincarnation Academy, Yihan's aspiration was to engage with techniques related to the profound or even the earthly grade, be it martial arts, elixirs, or weapons. Even the most inferior earthly grade lower tier techniques would greatly satisfy him. As for the middle and upper tiers of earthly grade, he dared not even dream of them, for they were likely reserved for inner disciples or even true disciples. To his astonishment, today Li Futu casually bestowed upon him a heavenly grade technique. This imperial record of astonishment was not merely a single technique. As Li Futu had mentioned, it encompassed a variety of martial skills and secret arts. What was this? It completely alleviated his future concerns. He no longer needed to, like other disciples, undertake tasks in the Great Hall of 10,000 Medicines, the Hall of Forging, or the Treasure Hall to collect spirit essence pills in exchange for martial skills. It is crucial to understand that within the academy, acquiring any weapon or cultivating any technique or martial skill required a substantial amount of spirit essence pills. All resources were tied to these pills, which were exorbitantly priced, making it exceedingly troublesome to gather enough. 1 technique, Imperial Record of Astonishment. 3 martial skills, Imperial Ghostly Steps, Coiling Dragon Finger, Void Emperor's Slash. 1 secret art, Divine Power 100 Eruptions. After perusing the imperial record of astonishment, Yi Han took a deep breath. Not only was it a heavenly grade technique, but the three martial skills it contained, among which the imperial ghostly steps and coiling dragon finger were top-tier earthly grade skills, were astonishing. As for the Void Emperor's slash, it was even more remarkable, reaching the upper tier of heavenly grade. Heavenly grade upper tier. Who could rival such divine-level prowess? In Yi Han's mind, true divine-level techniques, martial skills, and secret arts were nearly synonymous with legend. It was said that they were exceedingly rare even within the vast realms of the ancient void. So one could surmise that they might be non-existent within the Reincarnation Academy. Suddenly, Yi Han felt as if everything was a dream. What was happening today? Had fortune fallen from the heavens, landing squarely upon him and being offered to him? Was there truly such good fortune? The accompanying secret art, Divine Power 100 Eruptions, was no trivial matter either. It was said that upon mastery, it could induce a brief eruption of divine power in battle, stacking layers of combat strength with each eruption. If one could reach the 100 eruptions level, they would be an invincible presence in the realm of divine power, with no opponent capable of rivaling them. What should he do next? Cultivate. With such excellent techniques and martial skills laid before him, failing to seize the moment to practice would be foolish. Moments later, the imperial record of astonishment was activated by Yi Han. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Yi Han's expression changed. He felt the spirit energy within him begin to surge, boiling in an instant. Not only that, but his two streams of divine power were exceedingly rampant, crashing through his limbs and bones, surging through countless meridians. A searing agony, akin to the sensation of one's body being torn asunder, suddenly engulfed him, as if he were on the verge of bursting apart. I must suppress it. In an instant, Yi Han activated the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique, seeking to quell the turmoil within. As he channeled the technique, he immediately sensed the excruciating pain dissipate. The primal energy summoned by the Dragon Control technique completely overpowered that of the Emperor's astonishing technique, causing the two forces to clash within him. However, in a mere moment, the Emperor's astonishing technique lost its efficacy. What on earth? Yi Han was left speechless, utterly bewildered. The Emperor's astonishing technique, a celestial grade technique, was beyond his reach. No, it wasn't that he could not cultivate it. Rather, after mastering the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique, the Emperor's astonishing technique could not even be activated, rendered entirely suppressed. Could it be that the celestial grade technique pales in comparison to my Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique? Existing on an entirely different echelon? Might I have truly acquired a divine grade technique from the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower? Yi Han's eyes sparkled as a multitude of thoughts surged forth. Chapter 37. The Divine Power Explosion in the Realm of Martial Arts Cultivation. One's techniques serve as the foundation. A formidable technique can bestow infinite benefits upon a martial artist. The most immediate manifestation of this is a swifter cultivation speed, as well as a purer and more formidable strength. At the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, Yi Han's primordial energy was already 100-fold that of an ordinary person. At that time, he possessed no particular awareness of this, as the disparities among individuals are often vast. However, today, Yi Han has come to realize for the first time just how formidable his Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique truly is within the Reincarnation Academy. It is unlikely that any technique could rival it. Who would have imagined that a mere outer disciple would possess a technique surpassing the heavenly level? Yin Tianxiu and Feng Wuliang. Even you gifted individuals cannot compare your techniques to my Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique. Can you? You prodigies have merely started your cultivation a few years earlier than I, and you may not be as powerful as the rumors suggest. I, Yi Han, will inevitably rise and stand shoulder to shoulder with you, perhaps even surpassing you. Yi Han mused quietly. The Reincarnation Academy has 6 positions for the children of reincarnation, and Feng Wuliang occupies but one of them, leaving 5 vacancies. Yi Han felt that it was not beyond his reach to contend for one of these positions in the future. Reining in his thoughts, Yi Han redirected his focus to the Imperial Extreme Shocking technique. When he activated the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique, he discovered that although the primordial energy invoked by the Imperial Extreme Shocking technique was suppressed, there was an indistinct similarity in essence between the two techniques. Both primarily aimed at refining the physical body, strengthening the bones, invigorating the blood, and even honing the soul. In essence, The Imperial Extreme Shocking Technique could be seen as a greatly weakened version of the Nine Heavens Dragon Control Technique. Upon contemplating this, Yihan was struck with a solution. While he had no intention of settling for the Imperial Extreme Shocking Technique, which was nonetheless a heavenly-level technique, it was exceedingly rare throughout the vast expanse of the ancient void domain, invaluable in its ability to effectively conceal all aspects of the Nine Heavens Dragon Control Technique. How to conceal it? Yihan devoted an entire night to various attempts and ultimately succeeded in allowing the Nine Heavens Dragon Control Technique to operate with utmost freedom. With a mere thought, he could completely transform the aura of the Imperial Extreme Shocking Technique through the Nine Heavens Dragon Control Technique, generating primordial energy that exuded the same essence, rendering it imperceptible to others. The Imperial Extreme Shocking Technique, when cultivated to its zenith, could evolve into a formidable method known as the Heaven and Earth Human Emperor Diagram. Yet Yihan envisioned a new direction. With the Nine Heavens Dragon Control Technique, he could not only manifest the Heaven and Earth Human Emperor Diagram, but could even evolve into the more powerful 10,000 Realms Dragon Emperor Diagram. Of course, this was merely a conjecture, an idea. Whether he could truly succeed in the future remained uncertain. In the early hours of the following day, Yihan slowly concluded his cultivation. He exited the Dragon Concealment Hall and resumed his training in the secret technique, Divine Power Explosion. For now, he chose not to divert his attention to the three martial techniques within the Imperial Extreme Shocking Record, as he had yet to fully master the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist bestowed by his teacher, Emo Chingru. However, the Divine Power Explosion was a secret technique seemingly tailor-made for him. This technique directly amplifies combat prowess. In the training grounds before the Dragon Hidden Hall, as the dawn sun rose, Yihan continuously unleashed his punches. With the eruption of hundreds of fist beams, his divine power and primordial energy operated with increasing proficiency and stability, undergoing a transformation in both internal and external aspects in accordance with the technique of Divine Power Explosion. Boom! In a fleeting moment, a vacuum sonic boom emerged. Yihan struck with a punch, erupting with the force of a pinpoint explosion, suddenly elevating the essence of his strength. What a formidable secret technique! Yihan was astonished. Having executed just one explosion, he had already significantly augmented the power of that strike. The primordial energy within him seemed to surge with greater vitality, boiling with fervor, invigorating his blood and enhancing the purity of his divine power as he continued to punch. Boom, boom, boom. The sun hung high in the sky, and 3 hours had passed. The sonic booms on Dragon Hidden Peak multiplied, erupting in a series akin to firecrackers. 28 explosions. Yihan, drenched in sweat, finally ceased. Feeling a tinge of regret, after 28 bursts of divine power, the force of his punch had surpassed the ordinary second level of divine power by countless folds. Yet, this was his current limit. Pushing further would risk physical rupture. Yihan's primordial energy was already formidable, and with such a secret technique at his disposal, he felt capable of forcing even a master at the 5th level of divine power to kneel and call him grandfather in a genuine life and death struggle. However, there remained a considerable gap between him and Luo Tianzheng, he pondered. Luo Tianzheng had suffered a significant setback previously. Yet, since Yihan's return, this individual had not appeared, which struck Yihan as peculiar. Such a proud and domineering person, a favored figure by Feng Wuliang, tasked with guarding Yi Xuan, would undoubtedly seek revenge for his prior humiliation. He was likely concocting some scheme against Yihan. With these uncertainties looming, Yihan realized that the best course of action was to swiftly enhance his strength. Moreover, to eliminate Yi Xuan, he must first deal with Luo Tianzheng, which would prove exceedingly difficult without doing so. As Yihan contemplated all of this, his brow suddenly furrowed. He sensed fluctuations in the inscription array set up on Dragon Hidden Peak. Someone was forcefully intruding upon Dragon Hidden Peak. Yihan's expression turned cold as he strode purposefully down the mountain. Upon arriving at the foot of Dragon Hidden Peak via the inscription teleportation array, he immediately spotted a multitude of figures approaching. At least several hundred people crowded together, most merely there to spectate. Yet, at the forefront, a tall and robust man was relentlessly attacking the altar of the teleportation array. Who are you? Yihan regarded the man calmly. The man halted, his gaze filled with fury and murderous intent colliding with Yihan's. The instant he locked onto Yihan, His eyes widened in shock. You are Yihan? Indeed. Yihan replied. Pray tell, who gave you the audacity to practice on Dragon Hidden Peak? The man spoke bluntly, his tone exceedingly domineering, as if Dragon Hidden Peak belonged to him. Is there an issue with my training on Dragon Hidden Peak? Yihan felt somewhat bewildered. He had initially thought that Luo Tianzheng could no longer suppress his grievances and had finally come to confront him. To his surprise, he was met with this mindless individual instead. Longing Peak, a mountain belonging to the realm of mortals, forbids any outsiders from entering. Begone. The man advanced with heavy steps, causing the very altar to tremble momentarily, as an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped Yihan like a dark cloud. From various distances, numerous disciples pointed and whispered, continuously speculating. This Yihan truly lacks discernment. Indeed, who does he think he is to enter Longing Peak? I wonder which elder assigned him this privilege. Rumor has it that Yi Zhishuan is at odds with him, and furthermore, he has provoked the Wajijian sect. Could it be that someone is deliberately orchestrating his downfall? Just yesterday, news circulated within the academy that Longing Peak had found a master, officially recorded as a certain Yihan taking dominion over Longing Peak. This news has spread throughout the academy, inciting discontent among nearly all. Why should an outer disciple possess a mountain of his own? It is worth noting that many inner disciples, even those ranked lower, are forced to share a single peak for their cultivation. The academy boasts numerous mountains, yet the allocation is exceedingly scarce. At this moment, the majority were mocking Yihan. Chapter 38. Yihan, the successor. Why do you linger here? Depart at once. Are you too shameless to leave? As an outer sect disciple, do you dare to cultivate on the peaks of the mortal realm? How audacious! A torrent of idle gossip surged around, with some voices growing increasingly fervent. While it was expected from the miscellaneous disciples, even among the outer sect disciples, faces flushed with indignation, hurling the most disparaging remarks. We are all outer sect disciples, yet you, Yihan, presume to claim a mountain for your cultivation? What makes you so special? What is your name? Yihan inquired, fixing his gaze upon the man before him. Xiaochun, the man declared with a resonant voice. Xiaochun, is it? Is this Longing Peak yours? Yihan continued to scrutinize him. Not yet. Xiaochun replied curtly, a glimmer of arrogance flickering in his eyes. But soon, I shall be cultivating there. If it is not yours, then why do you not leave? Yihan interjected, abruptly cutting off Xiaochun's words. What did you say? Xiaochun's eyes widened in disbelief, his fists cracking ominously, as if ready to strike. You dare come to my territory and act so brazenly? Are you prepared for me to cast you out? Yihan cast a disdainful glance at Xiaochun. What is this? A pompous fool coming to demand an explanation? Yet, in the end, you are nothing. What grounds do you have for such arrogance? Yihan had initially thought that Li Futu was indeed a charlatan, digging a grave for himself by assigning him a mountain with an owner. Little did he expect to encounter such a self-important individual. Boom. Xiaochun could no longer contain himself and launched a punch aimed at Yihan's face. A newcomer daring to speak to him in such a manner? Seeking death. Are we? Yihan spread his arms, blocking the incoming punch, only to feel a tremendous force pushing him back 3 steps. Kid, if you do not appreciate the grace extended to you, then do not blame me. Xiaochun's smile turned icily contemptuous as he sent another punch flying. This one imbued with the essence of 6 divine powers. The 6th level of the divine power realm. This man was exceedingly formidable. His physical prowess bolstered by a ferocious vitality, and seemingly enhanced by some hidden strength, rendering his fist all the more tyrannical. Among the outer sect disciples, he was undoubtedly a fierce contender. What are you, to come here and demand an explanation? Yihan, despite his typically good temper, could no longer restrain himself. His essence surged, and within him, 2 divine powers roared to life, unleashing the tiger leopard thunder fist. Both men, tired of idle chatter, engaged directly in combat. No other techniques were employed, only fists clashing in a relentless exchange. The earth trembled beneath them, and Xiaochun, already robust, seemed almost like a human bull, instilling fear in those who dared approach. Yet Yihan showed no fear. As he fought and retreated, he adapted, his essence recalibrating. In a fleeting moment, Yihan let out a long roar. His vitality surged. Divine Power 1 erupted. Divine Power 2 erupted. Divine Power 3 erupted. Divine Power 28 erupted. Yihan's sinews resonated in unison, his body vibrating as though struck by the beat of a drum. This was the manifestation of his divine power reaching its zenith in an instant. In a fleeting moment, Yihan unleashed the third strike of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist, the surge of wind and thunder. Boom! With a single blow, Shao Chun let out a cry of agony. Retreating in an instant, his entire form began to tremble, particularly his arms, which were nearly shattered by Yihan's fist, one bone broken beyond repair. Foolish creature, do you dare to claim dominion over Longing Peak? You are unworthy. Yihan sneered as he charged forward, undeterred by the 4 levels of divine power that separated them. If he were to strike, it would certainly draw blood. Should Shao Chun remain standing today, there would inevitably arise a second, a third Shao Chun tomorrow. Who could withstand such a tide? With the blood of the wild bull surging within him, Shao Chun bellowed in fury as he consumed a mysterious elixir. Instantly, his internal energy surged violently. Observing him, one could see his veins bulging, as if he had succumbed to a frenzy, entering a state of unrestrained ferocity. The injury to his arm seemed to vanish from his mind. With a single strike, he unleashed 6 paths of divine power, channeling a fierce gale towards Yihan's head. The blood of the wild bull endowed Shao Chun with formidable physical prowess. Though he lacked a special constitution, the relentless honing of his body through the blood of the wild bull could one day enable him to cultivate extraordinary innate abilities. Many disciples looked on in envy. The martial artist's talent manifests in myriad ways. Beyond the exceptional physiques, various other gifts abound. Some, despite lacking divine, imperial, or battle bodies, possess bloodlines of immense strength. As Shao Chun did, with an ancient and powerful lineage, the blood of the golden wild bull. This bloodline grants immeasurable strength. In terms of pure physical power, even some inner disciples could not rival Shao Chun. Presently at the realm of divine power, once he transcended this stage and reached higher domains, the advantages of his bloodline would be fully realized. The indomitable dragon body of eternity. As Yihan sensed Shao Chun's state, he decisively summoned the divine bone within him. More accurately, it should be referred to as the dragon bone. The moment the dragon bone was invoked, a torrent of concealed power surged through Yihan's limbs, infusing him with dragon energy that permeated his entire being. With a furious strike, his fist collided with Shao Chun's. An overwhelming force surged through Yihan's arm. Simultaneously, his blood energy, in concert with his elemental and divine power, erupted with tremendous force, crashing into Shao Chun's body. Crack! A resounding fracture echoed through the air. Onlookers beheld Yihan retreating a few steps, while Shao Chun, pallid and drenched in beads of sweat, writhed on the ground, clutching his arm in agony. His right arm had been utterly shattered by Yihan's blow, and the path to recovery was fraught with difficulty, requiring the aid of a top-tier expert and a significant sacrifice. How could you wield the 100 explosions of divine power? In excruciating agony, Shao Chun roared in fury, fixating solely on this singular matter. Following that strike, he finally perceived a distinct change in Yihan's condition. It was the state bestowed by the divine power 100 explosions. The concept of divine power 100 explosions was largely unfamiliar to the surrounding miscellaneous workers and outer disciples, yet Shao Chun was acutely aware of its significance. In fact, he was intimately acquainted with it, for it was the arcane technique he had long yearned for. Should he acquire the divine power 100 explosions and combine it with the blood of the golden barbarian bull coursing through his veins, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. He would possess the confidence to engage in combat with adversaries of the 7th or even 8th tier of divine power. But how could Yihan possibly wield the divine power 100 explosions? I am Yihan, the sole heir of the human path in this era. From his elevated position, Yihan gazed down upon the writhing Shao Chun, his voice resonating with immense clarity and unwavering conviction. As the successor of the human path, do you truly question why I would employ the divine power 100 explosions? With his words, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings as countless astonished gazes fixated upon him. No, it cannot be. With no one joining the human path, I, Shao Chun, am destined to become its future heir. Shao Chun gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain of his shattered bones, roaring once more. He could not accept it. Not merely the defeat to Yihan, but the very notion that Yihan was the heir of the human path. This was inconceivable. Do not presume to leave. Shall I personally ensure your departure? Yihan replied with a cold smile. An outsider like you, seeking to stake a claim on Longing Peak, to meddle in our human path's domain? Chapter 39. Two inept individuals all around. The crowd lowered their heads. Many outer disciples, who were once filled with fervor, had fallen into a profound silence. The successor of the human path, Yihan. This was truly an inconceivable matter. How could the illustrious human path, one of the 6 legacies of the Academy, accept an outer disciple like Yihan into its fold? Even more astonishing, they would designate him as their successor? Consider the numerous exalted inner disciples, some of whom were true inheritors, who aspired to join the human path. Yet, none managed to gain its recognition, finding themselves bereft of any opportunity. Xiaochun, despite being an outer disciple, had long been acknowledged as the individual most likely to join the human path. He had always regarded himself as the successor of the human path, earning a measure of respect even from some inner disciples. Who would have imagined that today? Yihan would make a stunning declaration, delivering a resounding slap to Xiaochun's face, proclaiming himself as the true successor of the human path? Xiaochun was merely an impostor. The irony was palpable. Not only had he masqueraded as the successor of the human path, but he had also dared to taunt Yihan, only to be brought low. How utterly ridiculous. You are merely at the 2nd level of the divine power realm. You occupy Longing Peak, and there are those who will not let you off easily, Yihan. Xiaochun trembled as he rose, fixing an unyielding gaze on Yihan, his resentment and fury intensifying. Is that so? Yihan regarded Xiaochun intently. In that instant, his will surged forth, revitalizing his spirit. Stop. As Xiaochun turned to leave, Yihan's voice rang out sharply. What? Are you still unsatisfied? Xiaochun's face darkened. There are those who will not spare me. It seems you have someone backing you. Pray tell me, who is it? Yihan stepped forward, his piercing gaze locking onto Xiaochun. What did you say? I cannot comprehend. Xiaochun gritted his teeth. I shall give you 10 breaths. If you do not speak, I will ruin you. Yihan's expression was devoid of mercy. Xiaochun sneered, stepping away, seemingly indifferent to Yihan's threat. Ruin me? Who would dare? Unless your status surpasses mine, as an inner disciple, this matter will be trivialized. A thunderous sound erupted. In an instant, Yihan struck. His body surged forward, closing the distance to Xiaochun in mere strides, and with a swift motion, he delivered a powerful blow to Xiaochun's shoulder. How dare you? Xiaochun roared vehemently. What is there to fear? Kneel before me. Yihan's blood and essence surged forth in a tumultuous wave. At that moment, Xiaochun collapsed to his knees, raising a cloud of dust. The blood of the golden barbarian bull within him erupted, attempting to empower his limbs and rise. Yet Yihan's arms stood immovable, akin to an insurmountable mountain. The blood of the golden barbarian bull? What worth does it have? Before the invincible body of the eternal dragon, it is but dust. Although Yihan had yet to awaken the blood of the dragon, the singular piece of dragon bone within him exuded enough draconic power to overshadow countless so-called supreme bloodlines and physiques. Who is it that orchestrates your troubles with me from behind the scenes? Yihan inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at the struggling and tormented Xiaochun. Speak, and you may depart. Otherwise, test my resolve to render you powerless. Xiaochun's face contorted, persistently resisting, ignoring Yihan entirely. Very well. A warrior may be slain but not humiliated. I, Yihan, harbor no desire to demean you. I have the capability to incapacitate Lu Yunxiao, and I can just as easily do the same to you. Allow me to grant you a swift end, serving as a warning to others. Otherwise, shall everyone come to disturb me, treating my dragon-hidden peak as a mere playground? As Yihan spoke, he abruptly raised his arm. Boom. A strike descended. Wait. Xiaochun's voice trembled. Mere inches separated Yihan's hand from Xiaochun's face, halting in that fleeting moment. The first of the yin-yang rankings, Yin Tianxiu, Xiaochun declared succinctly, emphasizing the title with gravity. Yin Tianxiu, again her. Yihan's gaze shifted toward the distance, fury unmasked in his eyes. Yin Tianxiu. He had scarcely arrived at the Reincarnation Academy, having never encountered this individual. Yet, she had repeatedly dispatched others to create turmoil in his life. Were it not for his possession of the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower and the various resources at his disposal, he might have already faced humiliation and suffering at the hands of adversaries stronger than himself. Leave. The thought of Yin Tianxiu dampened Yihan's spirits, and he waved his hand dismissively. All of Xiaochun's emotions clamored to a halt, and he silently staggered away. The other disciples, witnessing Xiao Qin's departure, hurriedly dispersed, fearful of lingering too long and uttering a single wrong word that might provoke Yihan's wrath. They understood clearly, without the strength of a 7th-level divine power or greater, one ought not to provoke Yihan. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yihan returned to Dragon Hidden Peak, yet he made his way deeper into the academy. With so much transpiring of late, he felt compelled to consult his teacher, Imo Qingru, regarding a solution. Yi Zhishuan and Luo Tianzhong were relatively quiet for the moment. But Yin Tianxiu proved to be an insidious thorn, exceptionally difficult to deal with. A resolution was imperative, otherwise his training would be forever hindered. An hour later, Yihan arrived at the foot of a verdant and towering peak, Bamboo Sound Peak. His teacher had mentioned that he could find her here. The Taishu's secret record spoke highly of this place, for it was the sanctum of an elder of the academy. Known as Gu Yunzhu, a middle-aged beauty who had taken his teacher away, Yihan approached the inscription teleportation array at Bamboo Sound Peak, channeling a surge of primal energy into it, and awaited patiently. This was a unique method to activate the teleportation array, and those atop the peak would certainly sense it. After waiting for approximately the duration of half a cup of tea, Yihan sensed the spatial fluctuations triggered by the teleportation array. In an instant, he beheld his teacher seated in a wheelchair, being pushed down alongside a middle-aged woman. Teacher. Yihan's eyes sparkled as he broke into a radiant smile. In the presence of Imo Qingru, he felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation, devoid of any pressure or intrigue. I have met the senior. Yihan then turned his attention to the middle-aged beauty, 2nd level of the divine power realm. Before Imo Qingru could speak, the middle-aged woman, who had accompanied her, displayed a look of surprise. Although she had disregarded Yihan when she took Imo Qingru away that day, she had evidently paid attention to him and was aware of his capabilities. In such a short span of time, Yihan had progressed from the 9th level of the Gathering Essence realm to the 2nd level of the Divine Power realm, regardless of his talent. Such rapid advancement was exceedingly rare within the academy. Yihan, you have reached the 2nd level of the Divine Power realm? Imo Qingru's wise and gentle eyes revealed a hint of astonishment, accompanied by a sense of pride. Indeed, I had an opportunity 2 days ago and refined the core of a 9th-grade beast king, Yihan replied. Go ahead and speak. The middle-aged woman, despite her serious demeanor, had been scrutinizing Yihan, and her expression softened noticeably at this moment. Meanwhile, at the foot of another towering and magnificent peak within the academy, numerous disciples had gathered, engaged in incessant discussion and speculation. Before this peak, 2 figures were kneeling. One was Lu Yunxiao, who had been incapacitated on that fateful day. The other was Xiao Qin, who had recently been defeated by Yihan. Both wore expressions of resentment and helplessness, their gazes directed toward the summit, tinged with profound trepidation. Even in the face of ridicule from countless disciples, the 2 dared not rise. 2 worthless fools. At some point, a woman's voice resonated from ahead. Lu Yunxiao and Xiao Qin trembled slightly, as if filled with trepidation, not even daring to lift their heads. Chapter 40. Yin Tianxiu with a resounding slap. A hand struck fiercely against Lu Yunxiao's face. Blood spewed forth as he collapsed to the ground, utterly wretched, now reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Devoid of any protective energy, he could only endure the pain, suppressing even the urge to cry out. If Yihan were present, he would scarcely believe that this once formidable figure now found himself in such a pitiful state, akin to a mere pet dog, subjected to a brutal beating. The woman who had arrived possessed an alluring figure, her long hair cascading down, and her features were strikingly beautiful. Yet, within her eyes lay an innate arrogance coupled with a palpable disdain towards Lu Yunxiao and Xiao Qin. Please, Senior Sister Wang, intercede on my behalf and request a destruction nirvana pill from Senior Sister Yin, Lu Yunxiao implored, his expression one of obsequiousness as he gazed at the woman before him, unashamed and even proud after receiving that slap. Waste. Get lost. Senior Sister Wang cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yunxiao. A destruction nirvana pill is a top-tier heavenly elixir, immensely precious. You, a mere useless individual, cannot even manage a trivial task, and yet you presume to ask Senior Sister Yin to expend her resources for you? But I am doing this for her, Lu Yunxiao replied, confusion and anguish etched upon his face. Kneeling here will do you no good. Do not bring misfortune upon yourself. If you provoke Senior Sister Yin's displeasure, You shall bear the consequences, Senior Sister Wang stated, turning her attention to Xiao Chun. Despair engulfed Lu Yunxiao, and in that instant, he felt utterly lost. He realized that his life had come to a tragic end. After being rendered powerless by Yi Han and subsequently beaten by a group, he had narrowly clung to life. Yet, from this point forward, he would be nothing more than an irretrievable cripple, a fate entirely of his own making. Xiao Chun, speak, Senior Sister Wang said, regarding him. You, a cultivator at the 6th level of divine power, have been reduced to this state. Is it possible that Yi Han has other guardians by his side? No. Xiao Chun's face was ashen. Yi Han has mastered the 100 Explosions secret technique of divine power, and his strength is formidable. I am no match for him. Waste. Senior Sister Wang bluntly uttered those words once more. However, her eyes soon glinted with intrigue. What did you say? 100 explosions? He truly is the chosen heir of the path of humanity, and he has already mastered it to the 28th explosion. 28th explosion? Senior Sister Wang's pupils constricted, and she no longer paid heed to Lu Yunxiao and Xiao Chun. In the blink of an eye, she turned and ascended the mountain peak. At the summit stood a grand hall, magnificently constructed from purple gold stone. Senior Sister Wang hurriedly entered, addressing the figure seated upon the throne at the hall's center. Senior Sister Yin, that Yi Han has defeated Xiao Chun using the 100 explosions, and his mastery has reached the 28th explosion. Does that mean he is the chosen heir of the path of humanity? A voice emerged from the throne, belonging to another woman. Her form enveloped in a veil of fiery red mist, ethereal and indistinct, lending her an aura of mystery. Indeed, Senior Sister Wang affirmed with a nod. The woman above let out a cold snort. The 6 paths of the academy have long diminished in the human path, which has been in decline for many years. Although the Emperor's record of astonishment is a celestial-level technique, it remains unpracticed by anyone. I had hoped that Xiao Chun would have the potential to join the human path, serving as a bargaining chip in my dealings with Feng Wuliang, granting me the identity of a reincarnation child. However, it turns out Xiao Chun is nothing but a waste. Silence enveloped the grand hall, where Senior Sister Wang had exerted her dominance before Xiao Chun and his companion, yet she dared not breathe in the presence of Yin Tianxiu. After a long pause, Senior Sister Wang suddenly spoke, making a gesture across her throat. How about it? Silence. Yin Tianxiu spoke sharply. In 3 months, the Academy Conference will commence, and thereafter, the contention of the 6 paths will follow. The leader of the human path has no viable plans and will forcibly establish a successor. Yet, the leader's thoughts are overly simplistic. Feng Wuliang's expedition to the Crimson Dragon domain is aimed at awakening the human dragon body. Given his style of action, once he embarks, success is inevitable. After Feng Wuliang's return, the momentum will be irreversible, and the leader of the human path will ultimately have to bow down. Listening to Yin Tianxiu, Senior Sister Wang was profoundly astonished. The human dragon body? How can that be? Feng Wuliang is a reincarnation of an ancient deity, a being truly destined by fate. Beyond our comprehension, whatever he aims to achieve, no one can obstruct him. Failure is not an option. Yin Tianxiu's gaze flickered as she continued. As for Yi Han, he is merely a minor figure of the 2nd layer of divine strength, inconsequential. Not only must he not be killed, but he must also be well protected. Protected? Senior Sister Wang was perplexed. He is Mo Qingrou's disciple. Obtaining the half-piece of the 9-yang fire jade from her hands hinges on Yi Han. A few days ago, during the outbreak of the demon tide at the Demon Ridge, Luo Tianzheng had entered with Yi Zhishuan to acquire a beast core and blood from a 9th-tier demon beast king. However, midway, Yi Han seized it, leading to a deep-seated enmity between them. Luo Tianzheng has been in seclusion these days to break through his realm and advance to an inner sect disciple. Once he emerges, Yi Han will undoubtedly perish. We certainly cannot allow such a scene to unfold. Yin Tianxiu spoke unhurriedly, her words infused with a sense of calculation, as if she could orchestrate everything with precision. Meanwhile, atop Zhuyun Peak, in a training ground, Yi Han, Mo Qingrou, and Elder Gu Yunzhu gathered. In the training field, Yi Han continuously unleashed his punches. Each strike was fierce and powerful, his blood surging, creating a series of sonic booms. Well done, Yi Han. It seems you have mastered the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist, Mo Qingrou remarked. Previously in Yin City, your talents were truly underappreciated. In this reincarnation academy, your abilities are on par with the best. Not at all. Yi Han replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. He understood that his teacher, Imo Qingru, was merely trying to comfort him. He gradually recognized the plethora of talents within the Reincarnation Academy, similar to the distinguished outer disciples like Luo Tianzheng, who are far beyond my capabilities, let alone the countless formidable inner disciples, not to mention the enigmatic true disciples. Imo Qingru did not elaborate further, but instead handed a tome to Yi Han. Soul-rending thunder. Yi Han murmured the 4 characters inscribed in the book, casting a curious glance at Imo Qingru. Soul-rending thunder, a martial art without rank. Imo Qingru smiled at him, saying, "The reason I had you cultivate the tiger-leopard thunder fist was to lay a foundation for this. The soul-rending thunder emphasizes an overwhelming force, with sound waves capable of slaying. A roar akin to the thunder of heaven and earth, it can directly shatter an opponent's fighting spirit and even fracture their very soul." "What does it mean to be without rank?" Yi Han inquired, his curiosity piqued. Without rank means that the potential of this martial art is extraordinarily high. As long as your foundation and aura are sufficient, the power of this technique can be infinitely amplified. Conversely, if your foundation is lacking, then even mastering the soul-rending thunder would be futile, devoid of any lethality, Imo Qingru explained. "I understand," Yi Han replied, stowing away the soul-rending thunder. He then proceeded to ask, "Master, I came to seek your guidance regarding another matter, concerning Yin Tianxiu." Just as Yi Han was about to continue, he suddenly felt the bamboo rhythm tremble violently. Elder Gu Yunzhang's expression shifted slightly as he closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. Moments later, Gu Yunzhang turned to Yi Han and said, "It seems your great trouble has arrived." Chapter 41. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime is inescapable. A significant predicament? Yi Han's eyes suddenly turned icy. In the Hall of Law Enforcement, the Deputy Hall Master personally led a group here. "What have you done?" Gu Yunzhu gazed at Yi Han. "I have incapacitated Lu Yunxiao." Yi Han glanced at Imo Qingru beside him. Since it is the Hall of Law Enforcement that has arrived, it must pertain to the matters concerning Li Kai and Lu Yunxiao. Yi Han was not worried about Li Kai, who had no evidence against him. However, with Lu Yunxiao rendered a cripple, it was certain that Yin Tianxiu, his backer, would not let this matter rest and would seek to exploit it. "There is no escaping this calamity. Let us go and see." Gu Yunzhu cast a glance at Yi Han, seemingly surprised that a minor character emerging from Yin City, a disciple of Imo Qingru, could cause such a stir at the Reincarnation Academy. The 3 quickly arrived at the foot of Zhuyun Peak. A multitude of experts had gathered ahead, with dozens at the forefront, each exuding a fierce aura and a solemn gaze, emanating an invisible killing intent. Yi Han recognized their attire, reminiscent of the enforcers from the Hall of Law Enforcement on that fateful day. Accompanying them was a woman enveloped in a fiery red aura, her visage obscured by a veil, rendering her features indistinguishable. The woman held a high status, surrounded by the crowd, exuding an imposing presence. Even through the veil, Yi Han felt an oppressive sensation that stirred his very soul. Numerous disciples of the academy hid at a distance, watching this scene in terror, with many outer disciples too afraid to raise their heads, fearing that a mere misstep in eye contact could lead them to be seized by the Hall of Law Enforcement as examples. "Captured." A middle-aged man spoke, his arms sweeping through the air. In an instant, over 10 enforcers surged forward, their momentum fierce. "Impudence." Elder Gu Yunzhu stepped forward. Immediately, the 10 enforcers hesitated, revealing expressions of trepidation. "To come to my Zhuyun Peak and seize individuals without cause. The Hall of Law Enforcement has indeed grown increasingly audacious in these past 2 years, Gu Yunzhu declared sternly. In the expanse before them, the middle-aged man approached, locking his gaze on Yi Han. "Yi Han, you have wantonly slain your fellow disciple Li Kai. After entering the academy, you have personally rendered your fellow disciple Lu Yunxiao a cripple. Your crimes are deserving of death." The middle-aged man's tone was ruthless, brimming with murderous intent, as he pronounced Yi Han's fate with an air of finality that was simply unassailable. Having spoken, he turned to Gu Yunzhu. "This matter has been conclusively established. The guilt is determined, and no one can reverse it. Elder Gu, it would be prudent for you to step aside and avoid causing us further trouble." "Elder Qiu, you claim Yi Han killed Li Kai. Where is your evidence?" Gu Yunzhu fixed her gaze upon the middle-aged man. "Evidence?" Elder Qiu cast a glance at Yi Han. "This boy has publicly admitted that Li Kai perished at his hands." In an instant, All eyes were fixated on Yi Han. Even Gu Yunju found herself momentarily speechless. Yi Han admitted it himself? What further discussion is there? Yi Han, come with us. Elder Chiu shot Yi Han a glance. Just because he admits it, does that make him the murderer? After a prolonged silence, Imo Qingru finally parted her crimson lips and spoke. Li Kai is the one I killed. She cast a fleeting glance ahead, addressing Lord Qiu. Are you intending to apprehend me and take me to the law hall? Lord Qiu was rendered speechless. The disciples of the academy, standing at a distance, began to murmur, their gazes toward the enforcers of the law hall shifting dramatically. Evidence. Is this how the law hall gathers proof? Just a mere statement from Yi Han suffices as evidence for an arrest, leading to a death sentence? By that logic, if Yi Han claimed to be the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor or the sword god, would that automatically make it true? If Yi Han asserted that the law hall owed him 100,000 vitality pills, would that also be deemed valid, simply because he spoke it? Li Kai is merely an ordinary disciple. He dared to show disrespect toward me and plotted to take my life. Does Lord Qiu require any further explanation? A hint of cold arrogance flickered in Mo Qingru's eyes as she fixed her gaze on Lord Qiu. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond adequately. Who is Mo Qingru? She was once a prominent figure on the intersex yin-yang ranking, an unparalleled talent. Even after a 9-year hiatus, her status as an intersect disciple remained intact upon her return to the academy. Li Kai's disrespect towards her, if subjected to the academy's rules, would indeed warrant a death sentence. As for Lu Yunxiao, his lack of strength led to his downfall at the hands of Yi Han. He had no one to blame but himself. Mo Qingru glanced at Lord Qiu once more and then addressed Yi Han. Yi Han, according to the academy's regulations, your defeat of Lu Yunxiao might be considered slightly excessive. A minor reprimand would not be unwarranted. Yi Han stood to the side, observing Lord Qiu with a cold gaze. Simultaneously, he began to grasp a new understanding of the academy's so-called regulations. Indeed, these so-called rules and the law hall's punishments were merely established for the weak. True strength transcended such limitations. His mentor, Mo Qingru, was undeniably formidable, effortlessly rendering Lord Qiu speechless with her words. Indeed, while death sentences could be avoided, the punishment for living was inescapable. At that moment, a woman cloaked in an enigmatic, fiery aura, who had been observing silently, finally spoke. Yi Han's pupils dilated in surprise. He had not anticipated that someone would speak at such a critical juncture. He sensed Mo Qingru's body tense suddenly. In Tianxiu. Mo Qingru locked her gaze on the woman, her throat constricting as she uttered those 3 words. A surge of murderous intent enveloped Yi Han's eyes, fixated on the woman. In Tianxiu, was it truly her? Though they had never met, she had lurked in the shadows like a venomous serpent, watching both him and his mentor. Ever since he entered the Reincarnation Academy, all troubles seemed to be connected to her, and today she finally appeared before him. In an instant, a surge of vitality coursed through Yi Han, igniting an overwhelming impulse to charge forward and crush In Tianxiu. Mo Qingru, it's been a long time. In Tianxiu stepped forward, nostalgia washing over him as he recalled days of yore. How about it? That fragment of the 9 suns fire jade. It is high time it was brought forth. Is it not? His gaze, veiled yet piercing, seemed to glance at Yi Han before settling on Mo Qingru. In Tianxiu, that fragment of the 9 suns fire jade. Even if I were to destroy it, you shall never possess it, Mo Qingru retorted, her tone chilling, infused with a boundless fury. However, in this moment, she remained confined to her wheelchair, her realm diminished, starkly contrasting with the imposing presence of In Tianxiu before her. After all these years, lingering memories still weighed upon her heart. Mo Qingru, this is not who you are. In Tianxiu continued, your disciple Yi Han aired gravely, seizing the opportunity meant for Luo Tianzheng and Yi Zhishuan, once again provoking the Wajijian sect. When the children of reincarnation return, you should grasp the inevitable outcome. Before Mo Qingru could respond, In Tianxiu's voice resonated once more. Some matters can be trivial or monumental. I could intercede with the children of reincarnation and assist in alleviating this strife. Wretched fool, silence yourself. Yi Han could no longer contain his fury, his voice erupting in anger. Chapter 42. Invincible within a moment of profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Countless gazes converged upon Yi Han, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Wretch, Such words directed towards Tianxiu? Even Mo Qingru could not fathom Yi Han's audacity to confront Tianxiu on his behalf. Seeking death, Tianxiu, consumed by rage, drew his sword with a swift motion. An overwhelming aura of killing intent surged forth. The blade trembled as it locked onto Yi Han's head in an instant. With a sharp whoosh, the sword's energy sliced through the air, appearing before Yi Han in the blink of an eye, despite the distance of several dozen meters. In her wheelchair, Mo Qingru's eyes narrowed, her entire essence surging with energy. Yet, at that moment, Yi Han stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The force of his strike roared forth, his blood surging like a dragon. Even though he faced an inner sect disciple, the formidable first on the Yinyang rankings, Yi Han remained undaunted. Only exhilaration coursed through him. A person with a timid heart possesses a spirit that is crippled, a spine that is bent, and a will that is feeble. On the path of martial arts, only by being invincible within can one ascend step by step to the heavens. What of Tianxiu? No one shall defecate upon the head of Yi Han. With a thunderous explosion, akin to a bolt from the blue, Yi Han shattered Tianxiu's sword energy with a single punch, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. Tianxiu had never anticipated that a mere ant at the second level of divine strength could withstand his strike. Though in his fury, Tianxiu had restrained some of his power, he never intended to truly end Yi Han's life, as he still held value for threatening Mo Qingru. At that moment, Tianxiu finally regarded the young man who had recently joined the academy with newfound respect. With a cold snort, he shook his sword, unleashing a silver blade of light that once again surged towards Yi Han. The terrifying pressure was palpable. This attack was not as casual as the previous one. Divine power 100 explosions. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Han activated the secret technique. In that fleeting instant, his blood boiled, and his energy surged. Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist. The fourth strike. Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. With unparalleled ferocity, he unleashed an explosive punch. Under immense pressure, Yi Han's strength erupted, instinctively delivering this blow. At last, he could execute the final strike of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist. A vacuum sound explosion resounded with a deafening bang. One punch, an overwhelming wave of energy surged forth, amplifying Yi Han's battle spirit, akin to a tiger or leopard charging from the mountains, roaring and ready to engage in battle. All his power was unleashed in its entirety, culminating in an explosive release. In a single blow, Tianxiu's second wave of sword energy was obliterated. Staggering back 3 steps, Yi Han felt the remnants of the sword energy surging into his fist, as if attempting to reverse through his arm. Yet, at that moment, the dragon bone within him shuddered, emitting an invisible force of suppression that eradicated the residual sword energy that had entered his body. Tianxiu, to aspire to possess the 9-yang fire jade is nothing short of a delusion. Yi Han's voice resounded with clarity, his determination unparalleled. Having made his move, he showed no mercy to Tianxiu. The facade of civility had long since been discarded. What was there to consider? Would yielding now prevent this venomous woman from targeting him and his mentor? Yi Han was certain that even if his mentor were to bestow the 9-yang fire jade upon Tianxiu, the outcome would remain unchanged. She was resolute in her intent to eliminate both him and his mentor to avert future threats. Good, good, good. Tianxiu seethed with rage, repeating the word thrice. Yi Han, an obscure newcomer who had recently joined the academy, had publicly shattered 2 of her sword energies, a profound humiliation in itself. Even if she could not slay Yi Han, he would undoubtedly pay a heavy price today, learning that the might of inner disciples was immeasurable and not to be provoked. With her vital energy surging, she infused it into her sword, striking forth with a single stroke. In an instant, the sword energy split into 2. Akin to a dragon emerging from the depths, twisting and turning, intertwining like yin and yang, both energies simultaneously locking onto Yi Han's form. Mo Qingru, seated in her wheelchair, was almost the first to act. However, Gu Yunju, standing nearby, shook her head, enveloping Mo Qingru in her vital energy and restraining her immediately. Unlike before, Mo Qingru's cultivation had diminished, having fallen to the 5th level of divine power. If this situation persisted, she would inevitably follow the path Yi Han once tread, descending into the realm of the ordinary, never to cultivate again. At that moment, Yi Han charged forth with a fierce roar. akin to a tiger or leopard in a reckless assault, fearless and unyielding. In a flash, their energies collided. Yihan was hurled backward, crashing into the earth 10 meters away. The two sword energies, unstoppable as they surged forth, forced their way into Yihan's body. His arms trembled violently as if they would be severed, pain piercing to his very core. With a spurt of blood, he fell to his knees, contemplating 100 slaps to his own face, or else death awaited. Yin Tianxiu had somehow moved to stand before him, her form surrounded by fierce and domineering energy currents, altering the surrounding vacuum, like legendary dragons coiling around her. Each pulse of energy was suffocating, imbued with an overwhelmingly potent aura. The explosive force of her energy surged forth, striking from a distance. This was energy detonation. Yihan had gleaned some understanding of it from the Tai Su secret record. Beyond divine power lay the realm of energy detonation. Such individuals possessed unmatched depth and extraordinary means, their strength unfathomable. Yin Tianxiu was a peerless master of this realm, having ascended to heights beyond Yihan's imagination. Though her face was obscured, in that moment, Yin Tianxiu embodied the renowned might of the inner disciples. Reigning supreme as the first on the yin-yang list, her invisible aura utterly captivating, almost suffocating. Fool. Yihan could only utter those two words. With a cold smile directed at Yin Tianxiu, the dragon bones within him surged, emanating waves of concealed power that permeated through his limbs and bones under the immense pressure. Despite bearing such weight, the earlier punch had expelled all the pent-up energy within him, and at this moment, his body felt as if it had been ignited. As the Nine Heavens dragon control technique commenced, an overwhelming torrent of natural energy surged into his being. The atmosphere rumbled thunderously. His energy sea trembled, with primal forces swirling and divine energy cascading forth. Within mere breaths, a third strand of divine power was instantaneously birthed. Divine power at the third level. In this moment, Yihan astonishingly attained the third level of divine power. The previously agitated blood and the injuries upon him vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The two sword energies that had entered his body had failed to inflict any significant damage, having been subdued to nothingness by the indomitable and formidable strength of the everlasting invincible dragon body. Today, you may attempt to kill me. Should you fail, I shall only emerge stronger. Yihan abruptly rose, his gaze as piercing as an unparalleled divine sword, radiating brilliance. He fixed his unwavering stare upon Yin Tianxiu. Though I, Yihan, may be a mere insignificant figure, I shall never allow myself to be trampled upon by anyone, whether it be you, Yin Tianxiu, or anyone else. Those who dare to oppress me today shall inevitably pay the price. In the days to come, when I rise, I will ensure that the Reincarnation Academy becomes a battleground of chaos, where heaven and earth shall be turned asunder. Yihan's resonant voice echoed throughout the expanse, akin to the rumbling of thunder, striking terror into the hearts of countless onlookers. Chapter 43. The dragon returns to the sea. The atmosphere was thick with silence, hearts trembling with anticipation. Yin Tianxiu gazed through her veil at Yihan, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from her being. In that fleeting moment, she felt an impulsive desire to slay Yihan, disregarding all consequences. Yet, as if struck by a sudden revelation, her gaze fell upon Mo Qingru in the distance, and reason triumphed over her inner fury. Yihan, I commend your courage, Yin Tianxiu declared, her demeanor shifting to one of uncanny calmness. However, among the countless geniuses of the Reincarnation Academy, you are but a trivial figure, especially within the vast realm of the Taishu ancient domain. You dare to provoke me, the foremost on the yin-yang list, yet I shall not hold it against you. With that, she turned to the Hall Master Qiu. Hall Master Qiu, what do you think of sentencing this boy to 3 months in the Netherworld law realm? Hall Master Qiu regarded Yihan with a penetrating gaze. Such a proposal is indeed commendable, fair, and fitting. Absolutely not. Mo Qingru interjected, her voice unwavering as she addressed Hall Master Qiu. Yihan is merely a disciple of the divine power realm. There is no precedent for sending him to the Netherworld law realm. Hall Master Qiu chuckled softly. Mo Qingru, though you were once a prominent figure among the inner disciples, you cannot sway me. Xiu Ling, the vice master of the law enforcement hall. Indeed, Yin Tianxiu remarked, her eyes conveying a deeper meaning as she regarded Mo Qingru. It is only fair for him to enter the netherworld law realm after 3 months. His participation in the Academy Assembly will remain unaffected. Before Mo Qingru could respond, In Tianxiu continued, however, if you could present me with that half piece of the 9-yang fire jade, given our relationship, I might be able to extend some leniency and help reduce his sentence. Unthinkable. Yi Han interrupted In Tianxiu once more, his gaze filled with fierce determination as he looked at Mo Qingru. Teacher, the 9-yang fire jade must not be given to her. The netherworld law realm, is it? Very well. Yi Han's eyes burned with hostility as he regarded In Tianxiu. And as for Hall Master Qiu, this man, as the vice master of the law enforcement hall, should not be beholden to the whims of an inner disciple. He was unworthy of such a position. A parasite. He was nothing more than a pest within the Reincarnation Academy. Yet, in that moment, Yi Han was acutely aware that he was no match for them. He approached Mo Qingru, speaking in hushed tones meant only for her ears. Teacher, the netherworld law realm may in fact present an opportunity. Opportunity? Mo Qingru shook her head, unconvinced. Do not forget that I am the successor of the human path, bearing treasures bestowed by Li Fuqilu, which can shield me from peril. Within the netherworld law realm, there are also chances. My entry may not be fraught with danger, but rather a chance for various trials. Yi Han's expression was resolute. However, the 9-yang fire jade must not be given to her. We shall discuss everything once I emerge. Yi Han gazed intently at Mo Qingru's exquisite visage. After a brief silence, a flicker of regret crossed her features. I have brought you trouble. If it were not for you, I would have perished at the hands of Luo Tianzhong in the Yi family of Yan City. Such talk of being a burden should never be spoken again. Yi Han replied earnestly, indeed. Very well. Mo Qingru's beautiful eyes bore into Yi Han's, shimmering with a glimmer of hope. 3 months hence, I shall await you outside the netherworld law realm. Sister. Yi Han felt a tremor within. All right, let us depart. Master Qiu spoke, gesturing with his arm as a group of enforcers surrounded them. I can walk on my own. Yi Han glanced at the enforcers, then turned to Master Qiu. As the esteemed deputy master of the Law Palace, you today act upon the whims of In Tianxiu. I shall remember this day. You are not yet worthy to speak to me in such a manner, Master Qiu retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Han. The enforcers closed in around him, escorting him away. Yi Han, your senior sister awaits you. The gentle voice of Mo Qingru echoed from behind. Yi Han turned back, his smile radiant, devoid of any despondency. The Academy, the Nether Peak. This was indeed the entrance to the Nether Realm. Under the watchful eyes of numerous disciples, Yi Han was brought to a mystical altar atop the peak. Master Qiu personally activated the inscription array, and in an instant, Yi Han's form vanished from sight. With Yi Han's departure, In Tianxiu suddenly spoke to the crowd. Wang Rong, I assume Yi Han has yet to meet you? Indeed, senior sister Yin, replied Wang Rong, the one who had previously disciplined Lu Yunxiao and Xiao Chun, her tone respectful. You must also venture into the Nether Realm, keep a close watch on Yi Han, and ensure he does not perish. However, take this inscription crystal for communication. Once I acquire the 9-yang fire jade, I shall contact you. Should the need arise, eliminate him. In Tianxiu made a subtle gesture across her throat, her voice low, meant only for Wang Rong's ears. Understood. Wang Rong nodded eagerly, accepting a sky-blue crystal orb, the size of a child's fist. Approximately half an hour after Yi Han was sent away, Wang Rong entered the altar, and as her form disappeared, the glowing inscriptions upon the altar faded entirely. For the next 3 months, the Nether Realm would remain sealed. In the distance, countless disciples gazed at the scene atop Nether Peak, their expressions complex, engaging in fervent discussions. After today, the name Yi Han would likely spread among the outer academy and among the miscellaneous disciples. A newcomer, having joined the academy for less than a month, committing such a grave error and being cast into the Nether Realm for 3 months was indeed unprecedented. To emerge alive would be a stroke of incredible fortune. Atop Nether Peak, Master Qiu and In Tianxiu departed with their entourage. Along the way, Master Qiu remarked to In Tianxiu, this Yi Han appears to be the true successor of the human path. What of Li Futuo? Li Futuo? In Tianxiu's gaze, veiled yet piercing, turned towards the horizon. In both sentiment and reason, one of the 6 great path masters cannot allow their disciples to violate the Academy's rules, can they? The Nether Realm. Yi Han surveyed the dim and desolate land before him, feeling as though he had stepped into a netherworld, a realm beyond time and space. The descriptions of the Nether Realm from the Taishu's secret record surfaced vividly in his mind. The vast and boundless divine martial continent held ancient and extraordinary lands, where spatial overlaps could give rise to realms within realms. These realms within realms are tethered to the divine martial continent. Yet they possess their own unique modes of propagation and operate under distinct cosmic laws. The Netherworld realm is one such domain. In ancient times, the Netherworld realm was indeed a part of the divine martial continent, but through the wondrous passage of time, the fabric of space-time folded, giving rise to this realm within a realm. Within the Netherworld realm, danger lurks at every turn. Although no humans reside here, hidden within are demonic entities and monstrous beasts, including terrifying beings that surpass the 9th tier of monstrous creatures. Indeed, for those formidable masters within the academy, this is a place of trial and tribulation. Yet, even the inner disciples tread cautiously, and for someone like Yihan, a mere minor figure of divine power, entering the Netherworld realm for 3 months would be nothing short of a calamity. One misstep could lead to a death so sudden that one wouldn't even comprehend the manner of their demise. However, Yihan is different. In Tianxiu, do you and that Master Qiu truly believe that by casting me into the Netherworld realm, I am an inexperienced, timid soul? You are mistaken. My entry into the Netherworld realm is akin to a tiger returning to the mountains or a dragon returning to the sea. As Yihan traverses the earth, his presence is steady, his demeanor impassive, while others may find themselves paralyzed with fear. Yihan is acutely aware that these 3 months offer him the finest opportunity to soar within the Reincarnation Academy, free from the oppression of so-called geniuses and inner disciples. Chapter 44. The Netherworld realm. In this realm, the mountains rise in majestic ridges, resembling dragons, perhaps due to the long absence of human presence. The entire atmosphere is imbued with an ancient and desolate essence. Yihan channels his primordial energy, moving like the wind as he traverses the vast terrain. Eventually, he encounters a scene of blood flowing profusely, with the remains of demonic beasts scattered about, seemingly lifeless for 2 or 3 days. Sword marks? Yihan observes that these deceased beasts were wounded by a battle sword, not the result of inter-beast conflict or hunting by demonic entities. Although the Netherworld realm is rarely visited, Yihan knows that certain powerful inner disciples, undaunted and resolute, choose to dwell here for extended periods, akin to ascetic monks, enduring peril to refine themselves and transform their martial path. A hell for the weak, a paradise for the strong. Such thoughts inevitably arise in Yihan's mind. In the outer world, he is plagued by disturbances, unable to cultivate in peace. Yet here, he is free to engage in fierce battles with demonic beasts and other foes, honing his skills without reservation. Having distanced himself from the entrance and delved deeper into this realm, it is not long before Yihan hears the roars of demonic beasts and the howls of demonic beings. As he strides forth, he occasionally encounters the corpses of both beasts and demons. Even some formidable 3rd, 4th, and even 5th or 6th tier beasts are drawn to his presence. Yet all fall before his fists. Previously, 5th tier beasts had posed significant challenges for Yihan at the Demon Ridge, but now, having attained the 3rd level of divine power, even they could not withstand 3 of his strikes. 7th tier. In Yihan's estimation, only a 7th tier beast would be worthy of engaging him in a life and death struggle. As he continues his hunt, Yihan feels his vitality surging, his foundation transforming imperceptibly, gradually acclimating to his recently achieved 3rd level of divine power. He discovers that his combat prowess transcends mere rank. He begins to realize the immense enhancement bestowed by his indomitable dragon body. On the 3rd day within the Netherworld realm, he encounters a 7th level demonic being, and in their fierce confrontation, he pierces the demon's heart. By the 10th day, after exerting himself to slay 2 more demons, his vitality surges, the myriad of acupoints in his body resonate in unison, and a 4th strand of divine power is born within his sea of energy. Divine power level 4. He has ascended to the 4th level of divine power. In the hierarchy of martial arts, the gathering essence realm and the divine power realm fundamentally represent a pure enhancement of strength. Thus, those born with extraordinary qualities, special physiques, unique bloodlines, or who have cultivated powerful techniques, often leap forward with remarkable speed. This explains why some individuals, at the tender ages of 11 or 12, can enter the divine power realm. After practicing the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique, Yi-Han's primordial energy is immensely abundant. He finds himself able to ascend without reliance on elixirs or spiritual liquids, drawing in the elemental energies of heaven and earth in quantities far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. As Yi-Han ascended to the third and fourth levels of divine power, he discovered that his connection with the dragon-suppressing tower deepened significantly. The aura of the Dragon Emperor emanating from within the tower surged to several times its previous intensity. Nurtured by this overwhelming draconic energy, Yi-Han sensed the second bone within his arm beginning to transform. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, the second dragon bone was on the verge of successful birth. This engendered a virtuous cycle. As his realm continuously elevated, the essence of the Dragon Emperor absorbed from the tower multiplied, accelerating the metamorphosis of his physique. Even a mere wisp of draconic energy was a coveted treasure beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, let alone the constant nurturing Yi-Han received from this potent force. For him, the ninth level of divine power felt like traversing flat ground. Within 3 months, he was even confident in breaking through to the pinnacle of the ninth level. If Yin Tianxiu were aware of Yi-Han's profound foundation, she would likely hesitate to allow him entry into this domain, even if granted tenfold courage. On the 14th day of his sojourn in the Netherworld Law Realm, Yi-Han found himself in a deep and narrow canyon. Chaos reigned within, with demons and beastly creatures howling, including demons at the 8th level of divine power and some beasts nearing the 9th level. Confronted with such formidable entities, even Yi-Han found it somewhat strenuous to engage them. However, given his purpose in entering the Netherworld Law Realm, he could not shy away from danger. This canyon served as an excellent training ground. Even if he ultimately fell short, he could retreat with his profound essence, as no being short of a 9th-tier beast king or a demon at the 9th level could catch his trail. Within the canyon, Yi-Han advanced, battling as he went, his strength surging like a tempest. Were there onlookers present, they would likely be struck dumb by the audacity of a warrior at the 4th level of divine power daring to hunt 7th and 8th-tier beasts. Such an act was tantamount to courting death, even for those gifted with exceptional physiques and bloodlines. The canyon was immense. After traversing at least 3,000 meters, he still beheld no end in sight. Yet, through his relentless hunting, he reaped considerable rewards, acquiring several cores from 7th and 8th-tier beasts, alongside the cores from demons, all of which he refined. His speed in refining beast and demon cores surpassed that of an ordinary 4th-level divine power wielder by 100-fold. With the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique in operation, enveloping his essence, he could even refine an 8th-tier beast core within the span of half a tea time. Suddenly, as he pressed onward, Yi-Han's expression shifted. At the horizon of his gaze loomed a colossal figure akin to a mountain. That aura was indelibly etched in his memory, the 9th-tier beast king. However, this was a deceased 9th-tier beast. Though it did not rival the formidable Xian Yin Xing Wang python he once encountered, slaying this beast would likely demand a minimum attainment of the explosive realm. Beyond the levels of divine power lies the explosive realm, where one can unleash their essence explosively to strike from afar. All inner disciples of the Reincarnation Academy belong to this echelon. The Tai Su secret record delineates 3 explosions within this realm, the enhancement of vital blood and explosive essence, which constitutes the first explosion, the blood explosion. Exhaling with a powerful breath, he guards his essence. This is the second explosion, the Qi blast. With energy piercing the heavens and capable of claiming lives from 100 meters away, this is the third explosion, the vacuum blast. Yin Tianxiu is indeed a formidable presence at the Qi blast realm, being the foremost figure on the inner sect's yin-yang ranking. And she may have even reached the domain of the third explosion, the vacuum blast. To slay a 9th-order beast king like the one before him, one must at least attain the first level of Qi blood explosion, otherwise it would be tantamount to courting death. Back then, Luo Tianzhong, in his arrogance, believed he could defeat the Xian Yin Xing Wang python with merely his 9th level of divine power, only to find himself utterly outmatched. Had he not possessed the means left behind by Feng Wuliang, he would have likely perished in the Demon Ridge. Yi-Han pondered deeply and stepped forward to investigate, discovering that the beast core of the 9th-order beast king before him had already been extracted. As he pressed on, He was astonished to encounter two more ninth-order beast kings within a mere quarter of an hour. Both met with a gruesome fate, their cores missing, their bodies marred by sword wounds, evidence of human involvement. This canyon is indeed peculiar. Each ninth-order beast king possesses its territory, making it impossible for them to converge in one place. Furthermore, such a scene suggests that inner-sect disciples from the academy have been training here, hunting these beasts. If any ninth-order beast kings still live, I would stand no chance against them now, Yihan mused, furrowing his brow. While courage is commendable, he would never seek death recklessly. In the midst of his hesitation, Yihan's pupils suddenly focused, fixated on a precipice ahead. At the center of the cliff were inscribed two rows of ancient characters: Burial of Heaven and Earth, 9 Nether. Observing the cycle of sun and moon. An ancient martial tomb? Yihan's heart raced, nearly escaping his lips. Chapter 45. The ancient martial tomb as time flows and the years transform. Even the mightiest of warriors cannot withstand the relentless erosion of time. When unparalleled strongholds age and their lifespans dwindle, they are loath to succumb to the twilight of their existence. Thus, some formidable beings prepare their burial sites in advance, entombing all that is theirs within, in hopes of a future revival, or perhaps unwilling to see their legacies extinguished, they leave them for the generations to come. The places they choose for their final repose, discovered by future generations, become the fabled ancient martial tombs. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Yihan could almost instantly ascertain that this was an exceedingly precious and ancient martial tomb. This realm belonged to the netherworld, which, in days of yore, was part of the divine martial continent, possibly even connected to the vast void ancient domain, where sects and races thrived. The existence of an ancient martial tomb here was hardly surprising. It appeared that someone had discovered this tomb before him. He pondered whether its treasures had already been claimed. Regardless, he felt an irresistible urge to explore further. Weighing the pros and cons, Yihan dashed through the canyon, soon arriving beneath the precipice. Buried within the earth and the depths of the abyss, witnessed the cycles of the sun and moon. Beneath two rows of robust, powerful characters, a weathered and ancient stone door stood, rusted and forlorn. The stone door had been opened. After a brief hesitation, Yihan resolutely stepped inside. He had come this far, and retreat was not an option. The moment he crossed the threshold, he found himself in a profound passageway. Mysterious patterns flickered and shifted along its walls, resembling inscriptions, yet different from any he had encountered before. It was likely that this place once bore intricate arrays of arcane inscriptions, but with the passage of time, they had faded. Their power diminished, leaving many formations broken and easily traversable. Yihan noticed some sword marks and cuts, evidence of weapons having been drawn, indicating that more than one person had forcefully intruded. As he advanced down the passage, covering a mere 100 meters, he soon beheld a colossal stone hall. The walls of the hall were adorned with carvings of the sun, moon, stars, and ancient divine mountains. Each stroke contained an unseen momentum that was awe-inspiring. At the forefront stood a central throne, upon which rested a skeleton, long deceased, the remains of the tomb's master. Simultaneously, a refreshing fragrance enveloped him. This aroma imbued the tomb with vitality, dispelling any sense of decay or desolation. Yihan's attention was drawn to two small pools flanking the throne, each filled with a milky white liquid. Spirit liquid? He exclaimed involuntarily. There are two types of spirit liquid, one birthed from the essence of heaven and earth, and the other refined by alchemists using various potent herbs. Each type is extraordinary, far surpassing the value of comparable elixirs. He comprehended why so many formidable beasts congregated within this grand canyon. Their acute sense of smell had undoubtedly drawn them to the alluring fragrance of the spiritual liquid. Alas, despite their intelligence and prowess, these beasts were ultimately unable to breach the confines of this martial tomb. Suddenly, several voices resonated simultaneously. Yihan gazed intently and soon discerned that there was an inner sanctum within this stone hall. As the inner sanctum was unveiled, 5 disciples, each bearing a battle sword and exuding an aura of lethal intent, emerged together. Outer sect disciple Yihan pays respects to all esteemed seniors. Yihan addressed the 5, a glimmer of light flashing in the depths of his pupils as he clasped his hands in greeting. Outer sect disciple? The 5 exchanged glances, seemingly relieved. In an instant, Yihan observed as they all appeared to deflate, sequentially settling onto the ground to cultivate and recuperate. An outer sect disciple dares to enter the netherworld realm? One individual raised an eyebrow, simultaneously channeling his energy while scrutinizing Yihan. Yihan, wearing a look of exasperation, replied, I was sent by Yi Xian to venture into the netherworld realm in search of a particular herb. I inadvertently stumbled upon this place and did not intend to offend you, esteemed seniors. I shall take my leave. Stop. The individual continued, Yi Xian? Who is she? She is an inner sect disciple, elevated by the Son of Reincarnation, possessing the celestial serpent battle body. Her request for us to enter the netherworld realm to seek herbs is to aid her in cultivating that physique. The frustration on Yihan's face was palpable. A place like the netherworld realm was one that even the likes of Luo Tianzheng would hesitate to tread lightly upon, let alone an ordinary outer sect disciple such as himself. Upon hearing Yihan mention the Son of Reincarnation, Feng Wu Liang, the five-seated individuals erupted in laughter. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed they had come to a mutual understanding. Yihan, it appears you serve as that Yi Xian's martial attendant? One of the men in front remarked with a gentle smile. In the vast void ancient domain, powerful warriors often have martial attendants by their side, akin to the sword attendants of those who practice the sword path. It can be charmingly referred to as a follower, yet unflatteringly. Martial attendants or sword attendants are merely the servants of others. Indeed, Yihan's expression shifted, seemingly unwilling, yet he nodded with resignation. That Yi Xian is excessively domineering. How could she compel you, a disciple of the divine power realm, to venture into such perilous territory in search of herbs? I, Zhaoli, have always disapproved of such tyrannical behavior. Yihan, consider yourself fortunate to have encountered us. Once outside, I shall personally intervene and intimidate Yi Xian into relinquishing your status as her martial attendant. The man continued, his eyes reflecting indignation, as if standing up for Yihan. Indeed, a fine young man should not be reduced to serving a woman. Another chimed in. However, Yihan's face revealed a flicker of joy, yet he remained indecisive. Why must a man's ambition be so timid and hesitant? Do not hesitate any longer. Come here. Yihan, let us cultivate together. This ancient martial tomb still harbors some legacies that we can share with you. Perhaps by the time you depart, your realm will have significantly elevated, allowing you to ascend to the inner sect and face Yi Xian without fear. Zhaoli gestured decisively. All right. Yihan gritted his teeth and nodded, finally resolute in his decision. He stepped forward and soon found himself beside the five individuals. Yihan, what is your current realm? Allow me to assess it. Perhaps I can assist in enhancing your strength. Zhaoli extended his arm, smiling as he reached for Yihan's arm. Fourth level of divine power. It is nothing remarkable, Yihan replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Suddenly, a surge of immense force erupted from within Yihan. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Li's elemental power surged forth, radiating along his arm. In that fleeting moment of contact between their arms, both of their expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 46. Five Corpses' divine power erupted with 100 explosions, 28 in total. Yihan's aura surged, reaching its zenith in less than a fleeting moment. Boom, boom, boom. Yihan and Zhao Li collided with 3 consecutive punches. A formidable force reverberated, causing Yihan's blood to boil as he was forced to retreat. Yet Zhao Li, seated firmly upon the ground, cried out in agony, his arm shattered beyond repair. Death! In an instant, Yihan charged forward once more. These individuals were evidently unaware of who Yi Xian was, clearly seasoned warriors from the perilous realms of the netherworld. None of them were benevolent souls. Any individual with a modicum of sense would not believe they harbored genuine goodwill. This place, the martial tomb, was a veritable treasure trove. Should outsiders intrude, Yihan himself would contemplate silencing them, or at the very least, restraining them to prevent the dissemination of information regarding this location. From the very beginning, Yihan had been on guard against them. Audacity. The remaining 4 launched their assault simultaneously. 4 streaks of energy shot forth, transforming into a sword-like force aimed directly at Yihan's chest. Splat! Blood erupted from Yihan's torso. Yet, defying his grievous injuries, he appeared before Zhao Li. Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist. With all his might, Yihan unleashed the 4th punch of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist, a colossal iron fist that tore through the air, reverberating with a thunderous roar reminiscent of a dragon and tiger in their utmost fury. In one strike, Zhao Li's head was obliterated, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Brazen, you dare to kill an inner sect disciple? Kill him. The remaining four transformed into a visage of fury, their expressions twisted with rage, an overwhelming malice radiating from them. What audacity! This young man had the temerity to slay one of their own? With Zhao Li's demise, what were the four of them worth? Yi Han let out a resounding roar, his voice filled with vigor, his body moving with astonishing swiftness. In a flash, he executed another punch aimed at yet another adversary. The four, initially engaged in healing, were caught off guard, their techniques abruptly interrupted as they hastily rose to evade. Each of them experienced an explosive surge of energy, their vital forces erupting from within, striving to thwart Yi Han's onslaught. Bang, 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 bang. Yi Han delivered 4 consecutive punches, sending the 4 adversaries reeling, each coughing blood profusely. This young man, could he truly be at the 4th level of divine power? The 4 wore expressions of disbelief, their faces pale. Clang. The sound of a sword being unsheathed resonated. One among them was the first to draw his weapon. With unwavering determination, Yi Han consolidated his spirit and energy, unleashing 4 powerful punches in an instant. All the essence of the first, second, third, and even the 4th punches of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist merged into this singular blow. Before the opponent could even swing his sword, Yi Han's fist struck his shoulder. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. The sword clattered to the ground, and the figure before him suffered a catastrophic shoulder fracture, being sent sprawling 10 meters away by a single punch from Yi Han. With a resounding crack, Yi Han felt 2 beams of energy pierce through his back. His robe tore apart, blood gushed forth once more, and a tumultuous surge of vitality coursed through his body, leaving him with the sensation of being utterly penetrated. Life and death hung by a mere thought. Yi Han bit his lip fiercely, his fingers digging deep into the flesh, and he spun around with sudden ferocity. You shall all perish together. With an unrestrained ferocity, he declared, to kill and to plunder, adorned in golden belts. While mending bridges and roads bereft of corpses, crackling sounds echoed as Yi Han's flesh quaked, his bones creaked, and his primordial power surged like a tidal wave, akin to a stampede of 10,000 horses. At that moment, the fusion of murderous intent and battle spirit elevated Yi Han's resolve to an unprecedented realm. 30 explosions. Yi Han's divine power technique, under extreme duress, astonishingly reached 30 explosions. Boom. The fierce wind tore through the vacuum. The 3rd adversary screamed and howled, obliterated by a single punch. As this individual perished, Yi Han's energy surged, locking onto the 4th target. With relentless ferocity, his fist struck forth, colliding head-on with this 4th inner disciple. In an instant, the adversary's arm went numb, feeling as though their fist had collided with an ancient iron stone, impenetrable, unyielding, ultimately succumbing to an overwhelming force. Accompanied by a wretched cry, Yi Han advanced with great strides, his entire being radiating power, channeling all his essence into one punch. He completely dispatched this foe. For men, all slain, only you remain. Yi Han fixed his gaze upon the last individual, exhaling a long, deep breath. What are you? Please don't kill me. We can discuss this. Yi Han, I possess treasures accumulated over years, which I can offer you, along with secrets regarding this ancient martial tomb. The man trembled in sheer terror, retreating in fear. Is that so? Then enlighten me on the secrets of this ancient martial tomb. Yi Han regarded him with an unyielding, penetrating gaze. This ancient martial tomb is the burial place of the King of 9 Hells, dating back 3,000 years. It may conceal the sun-moon universe technique left behind by the king. That technique is a genuine high-grade, Earth-level art. Discovering it would be an immense fortune. Furthermore, have you seen that pool? Within it lies Earth's spiritual milk, gathered over 3,000 years, sufficient to allow us to cleanse our veins and reshape our bodies. The rest can be taken to the treasure hall to exchange for countless riches. The man spoke incessantly, fearing that any pause might provoke Yi Han to strike him down. After finishing his hurried words, he swallowed hard, glancing at Yi Han with trepidation. Is that all? After 5 breaths, Yi Han uttered 2 words. Ah! The man before him was momentarily stunned, stuttering, unable to articulate a coherent response. Boom! In an instant, Yi Han appeared before him, delivering a fatal punch directly to the heart. The fist pierced through the chest cavity, shattering the heart, and the last man breathed his last. All 5 inner disciples eradicated. Phew. At this moment, Yihan finally exhaled in relief. A sense of ease washed over him, alleviating the tension that had gripped him, only to reveal the excruciating pain that tore through his chest and back. The Qi explosion realm was truly formidable, and the difficulty in vanquishing its masters was undeniable. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he activated the 9 Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique, exerting all his strength to mend his injuries. The preceding battle was fraught with peril, unimaginable to outsiders. Those 5 were inner disciples, a term in the Reincarnation Academy that signified the Qi explosion realm. Each of these individuals was a master at the first stage of Qi explosion, their prowess in blood and energy explosive. In comparison, Yihan felt as if he were on the ground while they soared in the heavens, existing on entirely different planes. Had it not been for their severe injuries rendering them weak, barely achieving 30% of their peak combat potential, Yihan would have sought a means of escape long ago. Even so, the initial strike from Zhao Li, infused with vital energy and explosive blood, had dealt Yihan a devastating blow. Coupled with the surprise attacks from 2 others behind him, were it not for the invincible dragon body he possessed, his flesh tightly knit and bones resilient, he could have been pierced through and slain on the spot. The Qi explosion realm, even among inner disciples, proved to be such. In the face of life and death, they displayed cowardice and fear, lacking any semblance of bravery. After a quarter of an hour, Yihan rose, having recovered a significant portion of his injuries. Among the 5 corpses, he discovered 4 beast cores from 9th-tier demon beast kings, confirming that those demon beast kings had indeed been slain by them. Beyond that, there were no other treasures of note, merely a few scattered medicinal pills and supplements, utterly commonplace and devoid of value. Were inner disciples truly reduced to such impoverishment? Yihan furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of disappointment, sensing that something was amiss. This ancient martial tomb could not possibly contain only that pool of earth spirit milk without any other treasures present. Yet these individuals bore nothing of worth. Chapter 47. The King of the 9 Hells. Yihan once again entered the inner hall. As soon as he stepped inside, he was met with a pungent scent of blood. There, lying on the ground, were 4 corpses, all clad in the garb of disciples from the Reincarnation Academy, evidently having succumbed not long ago. Apart from these grim figures, the hall contained nothing but ordinary stone tables and chairs. Yihan could surmise the reasons behind Zhao Li and his companion's grievous injuries. It was only natural to suffer losses while storming the martial tomb and engaging in battle with these 3. Zhao Li. Yihan's pupils dilated suddenly. Among the victors, Zhao Li possessed the greatest strength. If any treasures were to be found, they were likely to be on him. With this thought in mind, Yihan hastily exited the inner hall and approached Zhao Li's lifeless form. The body lay in tatters, making it improbable that any treasures remained concealed. Yet, upon closer inspection, Yihan's gaze quickly fixated on the middle finger of Zhao Li's left hand. A ring. A cerulean ring adorned with inscriptions that Yihan could not decipher. An inscription ring? Yihan tapped his head, swiftly removing it. Having entered the Reincarnation Academy, he had repeatedly encountered inscribed formations and thus possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the arcane art of inscriptions. Though distinct from martial prowess, the art of inscriptions was undeniably wondrous. Through inscriptions, one could manifest various formations, enhance weapons and armor, or etch extraordinary artifacts, such as sound-transmitting crystals or spatial rings. The ring on Zhao Li's hand was likely a spatial ring, capable of containing treasures within its hidden space. A surge of elemental energy coursed into it. Instantly, Yihan's vision brightened, feeling as though the ring had fused with him, becoming an extension of his own being. In a mere thought, he could sense everything contained within. Who would have thought I could acquire such a remarkable item? Yihan was elated. Indeed, it was a spatial ring. In Yin City, even the city lord would be unworthy of possessing such a treasure. Among the inner disciples of the academy, it was likely that only Zhao Li had such an artifact. Its value was immeasurable. At least, it was so for Yihan at that moment. If Yihan recalled correctly, during a hurried glance in the academy's treasure hall, a spatial ring had a price tag of no less than 20 million vitality pills. This spatial ring would undoubtedly add immeasurable convenience to Yihan's future endeavors. Inside the ring, the space was approximately the size of a room. It contained several changes of clothing, 2 9th-grade beast cores, a powerful magic core likely belonging to a magic being of the explosive realm, and an ancient, tattered tome. Beyond that, there was nothing more. Simply put, it was barren. Yihan was left dumbfounded. Where were the treasures? He wished to inquire. Where were the promised riches? Hadn't these ancient martial tombs' legacies been claimed by these individuals? Nevertheless, it was prudent to remember that greed often leads to demise. Acquiring the inscription ring along with a few beast cores and a magic core was already an extraordinary stroke of fortune. In but a few breaths, Yihan had comprehended everything before him. He then took a step forward, approaching the pool of milky white liquid. In an instant, a formidable force reverberated back. In a daze, it felt as though an invisible arm struck him fiercely, causing his blood to surge. What? Yihan gazed ahead, uncertainty etched on his face, his focus narrowing to the skeletal figure seated upon the central throne. The King of the Nine Hells? This seemed to be mentioned in the secret records of the void. The martial Daoqi array. Yihan furrowed his brow. The path of martial arts involves supreme masters gathering the three flowers atop their heads and channeling the five energies towards their origin, exhaling their essence to communicate with the heavens and earth, thus giving rise to a corresponding martial arts domain unique to oneself. Within such a domain, the martial artist is innately invincible. Any adversary would be restrained and weakened. It is no wonder that although Zhao Li and his companions clashed fiercely, battling for their lives, they could never approach this pool of Earth's spiritual milk. They were fundamentally incapable of doing so. Yihan's thoughts shifted, a multitude of ideas flooding his mind. The martial Daoqi array embodies the will of the martial artist. When the King of the Nine Hells was alive, he was indeed formidable and unfathomable. However, after 3,000 years, although the Qi array has not perished, it is unlikely to retain its peak splendor. Yihan synchronized his breath, unifying his internal and external energies, and immediately drew upon the divine bone within him. With all his might, the essence of true dragons surged within him, forming whirlpools of dragon qi. Had there been an observer present, they would have seen Yihan emanating waves of golden radiance. Bathed in this golden glow, he exuded an aura of sanctity. Break from me. In this state, Yihan suddenly stepped forth, his gait steady. A punch soared through the air, crashing towards the King of the Nine Hells. The rebound force emerged once more, causing Yihan's body to shudder. Yet this same recoil could no longer inflict true harm upon him. Again, with a slight adjustment, Yihan struck again, resembling a fearsome beast in human form, his power boundless. The King of the Nine Hells had long since perished, and the martial arts array he left behind had seen its martial imprints fade, the will contained within it utterly weakened. Despite this, the array should not have been something a martial artist of the divine power realm could shatter. Even experts like Zhao Li from the Qi explosion realm would struggle to breach it. Yihan was utilizing the invincible dragon body of ancient times, employing the will of the dragon to dismantle the will of the King of the Nine Hells within the martial arts array. After a full quarter of an hour, at a certain moment, a thunderous explosion resonated through the void. Yihan's fist shattered an invisible barrier. Before him, the skeletal form of the King of the Nine Hells suddenly disintegrated. The martial Daoqi array had been broken. At the moment of its shattering, an overwhelming fragrance, tenfold, 100-fold, wafted forth. The pool of Earth's spiritual milk seemed on the verge of evaporating, disappearing entirely. Yihan stepped forward, immersing himself in the center of the pool. Crack, crack. Initially, his bones began to undergo a transformation once more. Immediately following the visceral and resonant transformation, an indescribable refinement was attained. As the essence of the Earth's spiritual milk continuously flowed into his being, every nutrient was absorbed by Yihan. With each breath, his composure grew steadier, and his exhalation became more profound. In every fleeting moment, Yihan's foundation was undergoing a metamorphosis, intensifying with each passing instant. His sinews sang, and his flesh quivered. A hidden power surged forth from every orifice, spreading through each meridian. He was undergoing a true rebirth. Based upon the indomitable dragon body of ancient times, upon the foundation of his former corporeal form, vitality, and sinew, Yihan gradually accomplished a remarkable transformation. All impurities within him vanished, and potential hazards dissipated, akin to a phoenix rising anew. A complete rejuvenation. Yihan's eyes gleamed with clarity. capable of perceiving the movements of an ant 100 meters away. His ears were acutely attuned, able to detect the slightest rustle of wind or grass within a 100-mile radius. This sensation was utterly unprecedented. It was, in the truest sense, the ability to observe in all directions and hear all sounds. Boom. Simultaneously, a tumultuous eruption occurred within Yi Han's energy sea. Deep within, the primordial force roared incessantly, compressing, converging, and transforming. The fifth tier of divine power was birthed. Yi Han had finally ascended to the fifth level of divine strength. At the moment of his breakthrough, a sharp glint flickered in the depths of his gaze. His eyes, filled with piercing intensity, fixed upon the passage leading into the martial tomb. At the other end of the corridor, he heard the voice of a woman. Chapter 48. Observing all directions and listening attentively in the ancient martial crypt. This young man is truly blessed. This is the tomb left behind by the monarch of the Sun and Moon dynasty, the king of the Nine Nether. From 3,000 years ago, should he acquire the Sun and Moon Shinkoan technique, it would be an extraordinary fortune beyond comprehension. A woman's voice echoed, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. As she concluded her musings, she spoke once more. I wonder how Senior Sister Yin's endeavors are faring? At the rate of this young man's transformation, by the end of 3 months, could he possibly step into the realm of explosive energy? Once Senior Sister Yin obtains the 9-yang fire jade, I must act swiftly to restrain Yi Han, or even eliminate him. A continuous stream of her words reached Yi Han's ears. Approximately 40 breaths later, Yi Han beheld a woman clad in a pink robe entering the vicinity. Help! Save me! Is there a senior brother from the academy? Please, save me! The moment she appeared, she was in a state of panic. Her steps hurried as though she had encountered a great terror. Upon seeing Yi Han, her eyes sparkled with joy. Senior brother, save me. Yi Han inquired, looking at the woman. Who are you? I am Wang Rong, a disciple from the outer sect of the academy. I entered the underworld realm for training and unexpectedly encountered several explosive energy demons pursuing me. The woman spoke, her demeanor radiating fragility. So it is Senior Sister Wang Rong. Yi Han nodded. No need to worry. Within this martial crypt, demons cannot tread, and the top-tier beasts outside have all been vanquished. You are safe for the time being. Yes, yes. The woman, identifying herself as Wang Rong, hastily responded, appearing noticeably relieved. In the midst of their conversation, her gaze was drawn to the pool where Yi Han stood. Is that Earth Spirit Milk? Wang Rong's eyes glimmered with brilliance. Oh, Senior Sister Wang recognizes this Earth Spirit Milk? Yi Han observed her intently. Indeed, it is a precious substance. I have had the fortune of witnessing a drop and felt its aura, but such a valuable treasure is beyond my reach. Wang Rong looked pitifully. Since you have come to this place, it must be fate. Once I complete my cultivation, Senior Sister Wang may partake in the cleansing of this Earth Spirit Milk. How does that sound? Yi Han gazed at her earnestly. Really? That would be wonderful. Wang Rong's face blossomed into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with charm as she shyly glanced at Yi Han. But then, you must not steal glances, junior brother. By the way, may I ask how to address you, junior brother? Wang Rong inquired further. Yi Han, he replied, uttering his name before slightly closing his eyes to commence serious cultivation. From the outset of observation, one could discern that, with the passage of time, the brilliance of the liquid in the pool was gradually waning. After half an hour since Wang Rong's arrival, Yi Han's entire body resonated with crackling sounds as his bones exploded with energy. Finally, he leapt from the pool, exclaiming, I have refined it all. The essence of this pool of Earth Spirit Milk possesses the potential to assist 2 or 3 individuals in cleansing their meridians and achieving rebirth. Yet, at this moment, all of its essence had been absorbed into Yi Han's being. Under the formidable influence of the eternal unyielding dragon body, Yi Han's physique resembled an unfathomable abyss. Not only was his vital force and blood essence tenfold, or even 100-fold stronger than that of an ordinary person, but his body could also accommodate a greater variety of powers and the quintessence of vitality. If a typical warrior at the 5th level of divine power could completely refine a 9th-tier beast core, then Yi Han, at present, could effortlessly refine 10 or even 100 without risking explosion. 5th level of divine power. You? As Yi Han emerged from the pool, Wang Rong's astonishment was palpable, her disbelief evident. What's wrong, Senior Sister Wang Rong? Is it strange that I possess divine power at the 5th level? Yi Han inquired, his expression filled with confusion. And no, it's nothing, Wang Rong replied, her smile appearing somewhat strained. Then why not give it a try, senior sister? Yihan suggested, gesturing toward the pool. All right. Wang Rong's attention was instantly captivated. Eagerly, she stepped into the water, closing her eyes and adopting a posture of sheer enjoyment. However, this blissful demeanor was short-lived. She abruptly opened her eyes, revealing a look of uncertainty. Why is there no effect? Wang Rong questioned, her confusion evident. No effect? That can't be right, Yihan said, regarding Wang Rong with skepticism. Come on, the earth spirit milk is an invaluable treasure. There's no way I'm not going to absorb it completely. Am I supposed to leave some for others? No effect? That pool of liquid is now merely Yihan's bathwater, the divine essence having already been absorbed into his body. It's astonishing that it would still have any efficacy. A reluctant Wang Rong emerged from the pool, casting a glance at Yihan before shifting her gaze to several corpses nearby. Zhao Li, he actually perished here, Wang Rong exclaimed, her shock palpable as she quickly scanned the surroundings with a wary expression. They were already dead when I arrived, Yihan shrugged. I see. Did they leave anything behind? Wang Rong, regaining her composure, returned to her previous gentle demeanor, her brows fixed upon Yihan. Nothing. Yihan shook his head. However, he did leave behind a few ninth-tier beast cores. As he gestured with his hand, 3 robust ninth-tier beast cores lay before him, each one extraordinarily precious. For in total, I kept 1 for myself. Senior sister, would you like to take these 3 for your cultivation? Yihan spoke, a hint of shyness creeping into his tone. Very well. Very well. You are thoughtful, junior brother. Wang Rong glanced at the ring on Yihan's middle finger, casting him a flirtatious look, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Junior brother, wait here while I check if there are any dangers outside. This martial tomb serves as an excellent sanctuary. We can stay here until the netherworld realm opens once more. Before Yihan could respond, Wang Rong refrained from reaching for the 9th-tier beast cores, instead articulating her thoughts. All right. Yihan nodded readily, though hesitantly, a pang of reluctance surfacing. Senior sister, you won't just leave like this, will you? Rest assured, junior brother. After Wang Rong finished speaking, she hurriedly rushed towards the exit of the martial tomb, disappearing into the depths of the corridor. Gazing at Wang Rong's retreating figure, Yihan's initially reluctant expression gradually turned cold, a hint of derision appearing at the corners of his mouth. In Tianxiu, you truly are an unrelenting specter. Yihan clenched his fists and closed his eyes. In Tianxiu was relentlessly seeking a way to enter the netherworld law realm, simultaneously threatening sister Imo Qingru from the outside, and somehow managing to pull Wang Rong into this realm as well, likely applying pressure from both within and without. The reincarnation child, Feng Wuliang, may soon return. It seems In Tianxiu could hardly wait. She intends to use her life to threaten sister Imo Qingru. Fearing that Feng Wuliang's return might lead to him standing up for the Wujian sword sect and ultimately killing her, thereby thwarting her plans. She had no choice but to secure herself within the netherworld law realm first. Alas, this is destined to be a miscalculation. Wang Rong, at the peak of the explosive realm, is comparable in strength to those who perished before. Yihan began to assess Wang Rong's capabilities. Simultaneously, he heard Wang Rong's voice outside the martial tomb. Sister Yin, the plan has changed. This Yihan has been in the netherworld law realm for over 10 days and has already reached the 5th level of divine strength. His cultivation speed rivals that of some prodigious inner sect disciples, posing a significant threat. Perhaps I should eliminate him to eliminate future troubles, especially since Imo Qingru is unaware. No worries, this brat has placed immense trust in me, even willingly giving me 3 9th-tier beast cores. Wang Rong continued to speak, revealing that she was fully aware of Yihan's every move within the netherworld law realm. The only thing she concealed was the matter of this ancient martial tomb, likely out of selfish intent. Yet, Wang Rong could never have imagined that every word she uttered was crystal clear to Yihan's ears. Chapter 49, Toying with Wang Rong, a decisive strike, 5th level battling 9th level. With the enduring power of the eternal undying dragon body, I am confident in my ability to confront the 9th level while at the 3rd level of divine strength. Yihan's gaze was piercing and resolute. This Wang Rong must perish. Initially, Yihan sensed that something was amiss with Wang Rong, who had concealed their identity and could not possibly be an outer sect disciple. Among the outer sect disciples, Who other than himself would dare to venture into this place? Yihan contemplated seizing the opportunity. Like attracts like, and whoever was sent by Yin Tianxiu must meet their demise. This Wang Rong was a few degrees more formidable than those at the 9th level of divine strength. Yet, Yihan believed he might still have a chance to slay her. Even if he could not kill her, he could escape and devise a new plan. Thoughts surged through Yihan's mind, and at that moment, a figure appeared. Wang Rong approached gracefully, a smile adorning her face. Her delicate features tinged with flirtation and shyness. Junior brother Yihan, there is no longer any danger outside. Indeed, good, Yihan replied, a smile gracing his lips, appearing harmless. Sister, actually. Just as Wang Rong stood before him, Yihan hesitated and began to speak. What is it, junior brother? Wang Rong queried, curious. The sun and moon Qiankuan technique. Yihan uttered 5 words. I wish to share it with you, sister. His words instantaneously halted Wang Rong in her tracks, her expression shifting to one of complexity. The sun and moon Qiankuan technique, an inheritance of the king of 9 hells. A top-tier, earth-level technique. The emphasis lies in its top-tier classification. Techniques of such caliber are all extraordinarily precious and beyond compare, each one priceless and capable of inciting madness. In the Reincarnation Academy, other resources might be manageable, but acquiring an earth-level technique or higher is akin to climbing to the heavens. Within the treasure hall, the sun and moon Qiankuan technique was unavailable for purchase. Only within the Academy's most esteemed library could such a level of technique be found, requiring either a high status or absolute contributions to the Academy to obtain it, utterly unattainable through the purchase of vitality pills. So, the sun and moon Qiankuan technique truly rests in your hands, yet you do not trust me, junior brother? Wang Rong's expression was laden with melancholy. Come here, sister. Yihan chuckled. I shall present the sun and moon Qiankuan technique at once. Wang Rong approached eagerly, suppressing her excitement. She was merely cultivating a mid-tier mysterious technique, diligently working for Yin Tianxiu daily, and vainly hoped that upon Yin Tianxiu's ascension to a true disciple, she might be granted an earth-level technique to cultivate. Behold, this is the sun and moon Qiankuan technique. In Yihan's hand, a ring shimmered, seemingly ready to reveal something. Boom! In an instant, a violent force erupted. Just as Wang Rong lowered her gaze, awaiting Yihan to produce the technique, a colossal fist struck her shoulder directly. With a single blow, Wang Rong let out a muffled groan and was sent flying several meters away. The strike was effective. Wang Rong's shoulder shattered, blood staining her robes. You. Yihan, you dare to strike me? Wang Rong was taken aback, her voice sharp as she struggled to endure the agony of her shattered shoulder. I will still kill you. Yihan's expression was devoid of mercy, his gaze as piercing as a blade. At this moment, he bore no resemblance to the harmless figure he had been moments before, filled with reluctance. Striding forward, Yihan unleashed his iron fist, once again advancing toward Wang Rong. You seek death. Wang Rong's voice was chilling. It was then that she realized she had been completely toyed with by Yihan. The previous pool of earth spirit milk, a treasure that could drive even the most esteemed disciples and elders of the Academy into madness, had been entirely absorbed by Yihan, leaving not a trace behind. It had all been a deliberate ploy on his part. With her fingers intertwined, a torrent of energy erupted forth. Wang Rong sprang to her feet, swiftly evading Yihan's strike by several dozen meters. You, a mere ant of the divine power realm, dare to strike me? I shall return this blow 1,000-fold. Today, I will end your life, and upon my return, I will advise senior sister Yin to eliminate that Imo Qingru, wiping out both of you. Wang Rong was engulfed by fury, no longer concerned with concealing her identity to gain Yihan's trust. Her arm shot up with a thunderous force. Despite her delicate female form, the power she unleashed was akin to an unstoppable torrent, relentless and explosive. With a sharp sound, the vacuum trembled as a blast of energy surged forward. From a distance of several meters, her strike was unleashed, and Yihan found himself unable to evade. Energy explosion. This was the true essence of an energy explosion, striking the foe from afar, rendering them without escape. Interesting, Yihan mused. The energy explosion realm is indeed formidable. Yet this strike is insufficient. He locked his gaze upon the incoming energy beam, displaying not a hint of fear. At this moment, his divine power surged, reaching its peak at 30-fold. With the amplification of 30-fold divine power, Yihan's vitality erupted, merging his inner and outer strength. He launched a straightforward punch, delivering a devastating blow. Tiger leopard thunderous sound. His fist radiated through the air like a fierce tiger unleashed, a leopard pouncing with unparalleled ferocity. In an instant, the vacuum erupted with a resounding blast, as Yihan's punch obliterated the energy beam. What? Wang Rong was overwhelmed with shock. How could a martial artist at the 5th level of divine power possibly shatter her strike in an instant? Her attack was a low-grade Xian-level martial skill, honed over many years, and was one of her trump cards. Vacuum split kill. Wang Rong waved her arm, unleashing 2 more energy beams that transformed mid-air into a pair of scissors, tearing the vacuum as they passed. She could not afford to underestimate Yihan. His performance exceeded her expectations. Was this the power of the 1st level of the energy explosion realm? A smile graced Yihan's lips, and boundless confidence surged within him. With the first exchange, he understood the disparity between them, becoming familiar with the uniqueness of the energy explosion realm. 8 Extremes Explosive Fist. Yihan instead unleashed this fully explosive 8 Extremes Explosive Fist, propelling himself forward with a single, mighty blow. Bang, bang, bang. Each explosion was immensely powerful. A continuous barrage of 8 explosive punches, all launched in succession. Wang Rong's strike unexpectedly failed once more, shattered by Yihan. Today, I shall eliminate you. Yihan's murderous intent was unwavering. An inexplicable dread surged within Wang Rong, instilling a sense of terror that she had only felt in the presence of those exalted figures on the Yin-Yang rankings, or even among true disciples. Cold Frost Finger. Wang Rong retreated her body, while simultaneously unleashing an extraordinarily formidable martial technique. Streams of finger energy pierced through the void, targeting Yihan's chest with deadly precision. This exemplified the terrifying prowess of a master in the Qi explosion realm, capable of striking from a distance. Yihan found himself unable to approach, forced to endure the onslaught of Wang Rong's martial skills. The sharpness of her finger energy was astonishing, imbued with a frigid force that threatened to freeze Yihan's very essence. You little beast, I refuse to believe that you, a mere warrior in the divine power realm, can stir any significant waves, Wang Rong exclaimed in exasperation. You are doomed. Yihan's gaze was merciless, and he wasted no time on idle chatter. His fists thundered forth repeatedly, leveraging the formidable invincible dragon body to press onward against the mounting pressure from his opponent. Though the stone hall was vast, it felt insufficient for the life-and-death struggle between the two combatants. As a practitioner of the Qi explosion realm, Wang Rong found herself unable to create distance. Her martial techniques, surprisingly, proved ineffective, particularly in this state of distant combat. They failed to inflict any genuine harm upon Yihan. In a sudden clash, a battle sword was unsheathed. Wang Rong extended her body forward, aiming a lethal strike at Yihan's head. Chapter 50. The Second Dragon Bone in the midst of close-quarters combat. Yihan discerned Wang Rong's intentions, and an expression of delight flickered in his eyes, glinting with an icy resolve. This was tantamount to courting death. Wang Rong had just suffered a crushing blow to her shoulder from his unexpected strike, leaving her significantly weakened. In such a state, she dared to engage in close combat. And Yihan felt no trepidation. The first explosion of the Qi burst realm, blood Qi explosion? Yet, one must possess sufficient blood Qi to unleash such an explosion. In terms of blood Qi intensity, Yihan's vitality surged with vigor, a harmonious whole that far surpassed the wounded Wang Rong. With a resounding crash, a seemingly invincible fist erupted, striking the sword in her grasp with immense force. To his astonishment, Wang Rong's sword was sent flying. Unyielding, Yihan pressed on, his momentum relentless as he delivered another devastating blow to her opposite shoulder. Wang Rong let out a muffled grunt, forced to retreat under the impact. Fortunately, she had prepared herself this time. Her blood Qi coalesced, her muscles quivering as she braced against Yihan's punch. With her blood Qi unified and her resolve unwavering, she struck back. Wang Rong, filled with fury, disregarded her fallen sword and confronted Yihan head-on. Huh, is this what you call a blood Qi explosion? You have merely breached a false realm. How can you wield such feeble power? Yihan laughed heartily as they exchanged blows, delivering 30 punches in mere moments, each one imbued with tremendous force. As a master of the Qi burst realm, Wang Rong exhibited a remarkable mastery over her blood qi and elemental energy. Yet, it proved futile. Under the overwhelming onslaught of Yi Han's domineering strength, she struggled to breathe, her body quaking as though on the verge of collapse. In stark contrast, Yi Han appeared to embody the true essence of a master in the Qi Burst realm. Time passed like an ephemeral moment, and they clashed countless times. Wang Rong began to feel a profound emptiness, as if her very being was unraveling from the immense drain of her strength. Yet, Yi Han thrived amidst the fray, his spirit only growing fiercer. In the realm of martial combat, victory often hinged upon the will to persist. Even the weak could triumph over the strong. Yi Han had initiated the battle with unparalleled vigor, and now he had ascended to a new zenith of exhilaration. Meanwhile, Wang Rong's heart began to falter, her resolve waning. It is impossible. No one at the 5th level of divine power can possess such formidable strength. Wang Rong exclaimed in shock. Yi Han, what secrets do you harbor? You are certainly not the insignificant figure under Mo Qingrou's command, nor are you the waste who lost the celestial dragon battle body to Yi Zhishuan. Wang Rong, despite her youth, had been a long-standing member of the Academy. Throughout the years, she had encountered numerous extraordinary beings. The Academy was rife with prodigies, many possessing unique constitutions and bloodlines. Yet, few could compare to Yi Han. Even the once illustrious Yin Tianxiu had not exhibited such brilliance. Nor had Mo Qingrou shone so brightly during her own tenure in the Qi Burst realm. There is indeed a secret, a colossal secret, Yi Han declared, his voice resonating with confidence as he continued to strike. Indeed, you. Wang Rong was horrified. She abruptly closed her mouth, fixating her gaze on Yi Han ahead. In that fleeting moment, a hazy golden light emanated around Yi Han's figure. To the eye, it appeared as though he were clad in an unparalleled golden armor. Though merely an inconspicuous figure at the divine power level, in this instant, the golden radiance rendered Yi Han akin to a formidable war deity. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the air, surrounding Wang Rong, a master at the explosive realm, and compelling her to feel an instinctual urge to prostrate herself, begging for mercy and forgiveness from Yi Han. A unique constitution. Wang Rong, well-versed in such matters, instantly recognized this extraordinary trait, leaving her utterly astonished. Yi Han possessed a special physique. Such a genius, in the Academy, could swiftly ascend to the inner disciple ranks. Those slightly stronger could dominate the yin-yang rankings, rivaling the might of individuals like Yin Tianxiu. Hadn't this physique been taken by Yi Zhishuan? It was impossible for one person to possess dual special constitutions. Otherwise, it would have sent shockwaves throughout the entire Tai Su ancient domain. Dai, Yi Han's voice thundered, engaging in a true battle with a master of the explosive realm. He savored the overwhelming pressure of their realms and strength, invigorating his own life force. Particularly, that dragon bone within him, harboring secretive power, erupted suddenly, augmenting his entire being. In that moment, Yi Han radiated brilliance, the 9 realms suppressing dragon tower within him, under the enhancement of his foundation and vitality, seemed to be unlocked once more, releasing a fresh wave of dragon energy that infused his very bones. Imperial majesty, divine and unparalleled. That wisp of dragon energy was truly the essence emanating from a 5-clawed golden dragon, one of the 4 indomitable imperial bloodlines in dragon lore. Under the influence of this dragon energy, not only did Yi Han's combat prowess and foundation surge, but his entire demeanor underwent a transcendent transformation, embodying the regal stance of an emperor surveying the cosmos. This overwhelming presence, born in an instant, shattered Wang Rong's battle spirit and will. Countless prodigies exist in the world. Yet I, Yi Han, shall ultimately trample all, for you are but stepping stones. With a ferocious punch, Yi Han surged forward, locking his sights on Wang Rong. No. Wang Rong's voice was a piercing wail, filled with terror. She could no longer resist, having utterly lost faith, her strength now in disarray. With a punch, Wang Rong struck the stone palace wall, blood gushing forth, her energy chaotic, teetering on the brink of death, with only a breath remaining. She had been defeated. Never in her wildest dreams did Wang Rong imagine that she would be reduced to such a state by a mere 5th-level martial artist, facing imminent demise. Whether it be you, Luo Tianzhong, Yin Tianxiu, or even that so-called reincarnation child, Feng Wuliang, You all serve as stepping stones for me, Yi Han. A murderous intent ignited within Yi Han, and in a mere thought, he appeared before Wang Rong. No, I beg you, do not kill me. I am of service to you. Henceforth, I, Wang Rong, shall be yours. I can accompany you, and you may pursue any endeavor you desire. In her utmost terror, Wang Rong began to unravel mentally. I shall assist you in dealing with Yin Tianxiu. Yi Han remained unmoved by her words. At that moment, Wang Rong suddenly produced a crystal orb. Infusing her essence into it, she screamed frantically, "Save me, senior sister Yin." Boom! A fist descended, and Wang Rong met her demise. Yi Han picked up the crystal orb, his eyes shimmering. Is this the sound transmission crystal inscribed with runes? Speak, Wang Rong, what transpired? Within the crystal orb, a familiar voice emerged, as Yin Tianxiu began to speak. Yin Tianxiu, await your fate. Yi Han's tone was as frigid as ice, and upon finishing his words, he crushed the crystal orb with a resounding crack. He took a deep breath, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, feeling a surge of vitality and clarity of purpose, as if possessing an invincible heart that surveyed all. A month prior, he was but a mere figure. At that time, he was unaware of the existence of the explosive realm, believing that the Lord of Yen City, a being of such formidable strength, was a dominant force to be reckoned with. Arriving at the center of the stone hall, Yi Han sat cross-legged upon the earth. The golden aura surrounding him had not waned. Rather, it intensified. As the Nine Heavens Dragon control technique commenced, Yi Han's energy erupted forth. His voice resounded. The second dragon bone, coalesce for me. Chapter 51. The frantic breakthrough indeed. The second dragon bone is about to be born. The torrent of dragon energy began to converge, and Yi Han's vital blood surged with fervor. 5 powerful divine forces intertwined and coiled around a fragment of arm bone, assisting in its refinement. Within Yi Han's body, the second bone started to emit a golden radiance, growing ever more intense. His entire essence seemed to undergo a profound transformation, as if he were on the brink of entering a new realm, a new pinnacle. 1 hour, 2 hours, 8 hours. After 8 hours, the second dragon bone had fully taken shape. The process of refinement took considerably longer than anticipated, yet it was grounded in solid fundamentals and formidable depth. Excellent. The early formation of the second dragon bone further enhanced the power of my eternal indomitable dragon body, augmenting my combat strength. Yi Han was exceedingly pleased. In truth, he had always passively enjoyed the benefits bestowed by the eternal indomitable dragon body. However, due to his low realm, he could not truly harness the power of this physique. Nevertheless, this situation was destined to change swiftly. Soon, once he stepped into the Qi explosion realm and achieved the ability to strike from a distance, he would be able to activate the eternal indomitable dragon body, condensing its hidden and primordial powers into his martial techniques, unleashing a myriad of astonishing feats. Accumulation was key for him. Relentless accumulation would allow for continuous breakthroughs, reaching the pinnacle of divine power at the 9th level, unbound by any other constraints. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Han glanced at the corpses strewn about, chose to disregard them, and turned to leave the ancient martial tomb. This venture into the ancient martial tomb had yielded substantial benefits. After refining his body with the earth's spirit milk, his combat power was now exceedingly close to the first explosion of the Qi explosion realm. Although Yi Han could not rampage through the nether law realm with impunity, he was at least assured he would not easily perish. With no further interruptions within the realm and over 2 months of uninterrupted time, it was an unparalleled opportunity for cultivation, ideal for honing his skills. Meanwhile, in the outside world, at the Reincarnation Academy, atop Ziki Peak. At the summit of Ziki Peak, Yin Tianxiu emerged from the Grand Hall, his aura icy and forbidding. Yi Han, Mo Qin grew. Our paths shall not cross amicably. Enraged, Yin Tianxiu spoke, his arms sweeping with intent. Suddenly, a fire-feathered bird, radiating flames, soared from the side of the mountain, obediently prostrating before him. With a leap, Yin Tianxiu mounted the back of the fire-feathered bird, and in an instant, they broke through the air, heading towards Zhuyun Peak. Before Zhuyun Peak, Yin Tianxiu declared, Mo Qin grew. The events of the past have long since faded. Why must you cling to them? One must face reality and see the situation clearly. Today is your final opportunity. To speak frankly, I have dispatched someone into the nether law realm. Yihan's life hangs by a thread. His gaze was piercing. In the distance, on the ground, Imo Chingru sat in a wheelchair, her countenance serene, unperturbed, and she did not respond to Yin Tianxiu's words. Imo Chingru, surrender the other half of the 9-yang fire jade. I, Yin Tianxiu, solemnly swear to the heavens that from this moment on, you and your master shall part ways with me, and I shall no longer interfere. Furthermore, should the need arise in the future, I shall step forth to safeguard Yihan's life. Upon witnessing Imo Chingru's calm demeanor, Yin Tianxiu's tone softened, tinged with a hint of earnestness. You must comprehend that Yihan and Yi Zhishuan are fated to be adversaries. Yi Zhishuan is a favored child of the reincarnation, held in high esteem by Feng Wuliang. In 2 months, Feng Wuliang shall return to the academy, and that shall be Yihan's time of demise. As time slipped away, the land around them fell into silence once more. After what felt like an eternity, Imo Chingru finally spoke. Yin Tianxiu, should anything befall Yihan in 2 months, you shall bear a most grievous price. With that, Imo Chingru turned her gaze away, retreating under the guidance of Elder Gu Yunju, choosing not to engage with Yin Tianxiu further. Cursed be this. Yin Tianxiu clenched his fists tightly, seething with rage. Faced with the unyielding Imo Chingru, he felt as though he were striking a fist against a sponge. His anger had no outlet. Imo Chingru, now that you have revealed yourself and returned to the academy, that half of the 9-yang fire jade ultimately belongs to me. With Feng Wuliang's imminent return, it seems I must rely on his hand. Yin Tianxiu, breath unsteady, turned away in fury. At Zhuyan Peak, Master, will Yihan be all right? Imo Chingru's face was no longer serene. It was fraught with concern. Do not worry. Elder Gu Yunju reassured her with a smile. Yin Tianxiu is clearly agitated, caught off guard. He must have come to you for a reason. Looking at Imo Chingru's anxious expression, Gu Yunju continued, in 2 months, the truth will be revealed. My dear girl, your immediate priority is to recuperate. As for Yihan, he is not inferior to the prodigies of the academy, especially with his unwavering resolve. Talent in martial arts is one aspect, but a strong heart is paramount. He is not destined for an early demise. Unbeknownst to Yihan, events transpired outside. During the ensuing days, the underworld realm became a veritable slaughterhouse for him. Each day, countless beasts and demons fell to his hand, most of which were of the 8th and 9th tiers. Yihan's progress was astonishing, particularly with the foundation of 2 dragon bones. His endurance surpassed even that of the beasts. After a month, his realm ascended directly to the 6th level of divine power, capable of confronting 2 9th-tier beasts simultaneously. If news of this were to spread, it would surely terrify many. On that day, Luo Tianzhong, at the Demon and Beast Ridge, possessed the 9th level of divine power, yet he found himself with no chance against the Xian Yin Green King Python. Whenever his energy waned, and he was exhausted from battling beasts and demons, Yihan would consume 9th-tier demon cores, directly refining their power to replenish himself. In the 2nd month, while engaged in a fierce struggle with a burst Qi realm demon, Yihan finally broke through to the 7th level of divine power. In contemporary times, Yihan's foundation has reached an astonishing level, and his mastery over the power of the 2 dragon bones has become increasingly refined. Soon, he shall emerge. Yin Tianxiu, I find myself compelled to express my gratitude towards you. This journey into the nether realm has truly empowered me, Yihan. He mused to himself, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. His growth transcended mere strength, encompassing his very spirit. Since vanquishing Zhao Li and others, as well as Wang Rong, he has genuinely cultivated self-assurance. Slaying foes beyond his level is a feat achievable by the foremost geniuses of the academy. I, Yihan, can accomplish the same. Moreover, during these days of cultivation and combat, Yihan sensed a transformation within the 9 realms dragon suppression tower residing in his body. He discerned that as his cultivation level ascended, the dragon aura emanating from the tower increased significantly, and the rate of absorption accelerated. This phenomenon, should it persist until he reaches the Qi explosion realm, will herald a fundamental metamorphosis. According to Yihan's estimations, once he steps into the Qi explosion realm, he would be capable of condensing a drop of liquid, true dragon essence, every 10 days from the accumulated dragon aura. This may very well be the opportunity for senior sister Imo Chingru's recovery. Yihan felt that presenting her with a drop of true dragon essence might aid in expelling the frigid abyssal waters from within her. In the 3rd month, Yihan once again broke through, successfully advancing to the 8th layer of the divine power realm. Few could fathom that a youth who had joined the academy merely a few months prior could ascend directly from the 3rd to the 8th layer of the divine power realm through a single expedition into the nether realm. Such instances are not exclusive to Yihan. There are others within the academy who have experienced similar transformative speeds in the divine power realm. Yet they are predominantly those exceptional prodigies endowed with the finest resources for cultivation by the Reincarnation Academy. In contrast, Yihan relies solely upon his own efforts. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Yihan now stands quietly awaiting at the entrance to the nether realm. The portal to the entrance, with a resounding rumble, finally swings open. Chapter 52. Yihan's return outside the realm of the underworld. Countless masters from various academies had gathered, including many inner disciples who rarely made an appearance. Numerous powerful figures exchanged glances, their curiosity palpable. Today, Yihan was set to return. A mere individual who had joined the academy not long ago, lacking extraordinary talent and the academy's extensive training, had managed to incapacitate several outer disciples in a short span and even dared to challenge a prodigy like Yin Tianxiu. Such an individual stirred intrigue among many. 3 months had passed. Yihan was presumed to have perished within. We, the inner disciples, would not dare to venture into the realm of the underworld alone, unless accompanied by others. A group of inner disciples gathered, engaged in conversation. If Yihan were to return alive, it would indeed be noteworthy. After all, he was brought back by Mo Qingru, who had once dazzled us all, a figure we could hardly aspire to reach. Had she not fallen in her battle against Yin Tianxiu, she would likely have become a true disciple by now. Hush! It is unwise to discuss that battle lightly. Yin Tianxiu is not someone we can provoke. As the disciples spoke, at the forefront of the crowd, Mo Qingru sat in a wheelchair, gripping the sides tightly, her anxiety unmistakable. In the distance, Yin Tianxiu stood with hands clasped behind her back, her face obscured. Yet an aura of icy coldness emanated from her. After a cup of tea, the entrance to the realm of the underworld opened. The inscription array flickered, and in an instant, a figure emerged from the portal, transported to the altar's center. Clad in tattered clothing, covered in blood, the figure appeared utterly disheveled. Yet, the muscles of his arms were bulging, his vitality robust, radiating an astonishing presence. There was no sign of defeat. Rather, an air of maturity and pressure emanated from him, shaped by trials and tribulations. Yihan had returned. Yihan, teacher, Yihan has come back. Mo Qingru's lips parted slightly, a gentle smile gracing her face, captivating all around her. The crowd gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that a disciple with a cultivation level of the 3rd stage could emerge from the realm of the underworld unscathed. No, he had reached the 8th stage. In just 3 months, Yihan had achieved the 8th stage of divine strength. In that moment, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, countless disciples murmuring in disbelief. Damn it, the 8th stage. What kind of talent does Yihan possess? Yin Tianxiu trembled with fury, a chilling aura radiating from her. If previously Yihan had been but an inconspicuous pawn in her eyes, a tool to deal with Mo Qingru, today he had transformed into a genuine threat. She understood all too well what it meant to ascend from the 3rd to the 8th stage in merely 3 months, an indication of immense talent and potential. Descending from the altar, Yihan walked with steadiness, his aura unmatched. His gaze swept across the expanse before him, landing squarely on Mo Qingru's face. Within the previously tranquil visage, a radiant smile suddenly emerged. Senior sister, I have returned. Under the gaze of countless eyes, he approached Mo Qingru, gently grasping her hands. I have returned alive, having attained the 8th level of divine power. From this moment forth, no one shall dare to bully us. Yihan spoke with unwavering confidence, oblivious to his surroundings. At this moment, he and Mo Qingru saw only each other in their eyes. Indeed, Mo Qingru nodded slightly, observing Yihan's face, which bore the marks of hardship yet retained its defined features. She softly advised, do not become too proud. The 8th level of divine power is still not on par with the inner disciples. Inner disciples? Upon hearing these words, Yihan chuckled. Are inner disciples truly formidable? Are they so impressive? He abruptly turned, his gaze piercing through the void, directly locking onto Yin Tianxiu. 3 months in the netherworld, and I, Yi Han, have grown even stronger. Today, I return to express my gratitude to 2 individuals. The first, naturally, is our fair and just Vice Dean Xiu of the Law Enforcement Hall. As for the second, it is the mysterious, reclusive Yin Tianxiu, who dares not reveal her true self. Yi Han's voice resonated like thunder, filled with vigor, echoing across the nether peak. The clamor around them vanished in an instant, leaving almost everyone in a state of astonishment. Dares not reveal her true self? Who would dare describe the illustrious Yin Tianxiu of the Yinyang rankings in such a manner? The top 10 of the Yinyang rankings have always been poised for advancement to true disciples, let alone Yin Tianxiu, the first amongst them. To provoke a future true disciple in front of so many people, was Yi Han courting death? How audacious! Yin Tianxiu seethed with rage, her voice cutting through the air as her gaze pierced through her veil to meet Yi Han's. An invisible force seemed to morph into a tempest, sweeping forth with a palpable sense of oppression. What is it? Yi Han glanced at Yin Tianxiu. 3 months apart, and your temper has only grown worse? Yin Tianxiu stepped forward abruptly. Yet, at that moment, Yi Han would not yield. He surged forward defiantly. In the past, he had refused to bow his head. And 3 months later, he was even less inclined to do so. You, Yin Tianxiu, have merely trained a few more years than I. What is so remarkable about that? I do not wish to engage with someone of your caliber, but I hope you can survive this academy conference. With that, Yin Tianxiu turned and departed. One could only speculate what scheme she was concocting, but Yi Han understood well that she would not easily relent, despite her feminine form. Her heart was as venomous as they come. Is that so? I nearly forgot. While in the netherworld, I encountered Wang Rong's lifeless body. Her demise was tragic. I suggest, Senior Sister Yin, that you conduct yourself with more caution in the future, lest you follow in Wang Rong's footsteps. Yi Han retorted with a cold smile. Yin Tianxiu's body momentarily stiffened, yet she did not turn back, resolutely boarding her fire-winged bird and departing. The Deputy Master Qiu of the Law Enforcement Hall wore a stern expression, remaining silent as he turned to leave with a group of enforcers. Yi Han let out a cold snort, casting a glance at their retreating figures before retracting his aura. Senior Sister, Elder Gu, let us depart, Yi Han said, turning to face Imo Qingru and Elder Gu Yunju beside her. The trio left the ghostly peak together, and as Yi Han observed Imo Qingru in her wheelchair, a powerful urge for breakthrough surged within him. Soon, once he stepped into the explosive Qi realm, he would be able to swiftly condense the liquid of the true dragon. With the potency of the true dragon liquid, her ailment could likely be alleviated or even cured entirely. Not long after they descended from the ghostly peak, Imo Qingru suddenly spoke up. Yi Han, Master Li has come to seek you once. Master Li? Yi Han responded, bewildered. The master of the human Tao, Li Futian. Imo Qingru articulated 7 words. Is it true? Li Futian is indeed the master of the human Tao? Yi Han found it hard to believe. He had considered Li Futian's identity, thinking he might hold considerable status within the human Tao lineage. Yet he had not connected him to the title of Master of the Human Tao. After all, the Master of the Human Tao, one of the 6 masters of the Reincarnation Academy, possessed an extraordinary identity, undoubtedly a figure of great significance. When Yi Han first met Li Futian, he was merely a teacher responsible for evaluating him under the sweltering sun. Would such a distinguished master of the human Tao engage in such trivial matters? With the Academy conference now underway, it was customary for the competition among the 6 paths to follow thereafter. And perhaps Master Li had been under considerable pressure in recent days. Imo Qingru continued. Yi Han, since you have become the successor of the human Tao, you should also share some of the burdens. It would be wise to visit the Human Emperor Peak and see Master Li. Chapter 53. The Path of the Demon Emperor. The Path of Beasts. The Peak of the Human Emperor? Very well, I indeed have matters to attend to. Once I am done, I shall seek out my senior sister. Perhaps, I shall present you with a surprise. Yi Han spoke with a smile, his demeanor somewhat enigmatic. After bidding farewell to Gu Yunju and Imo Qingru, Yi Han set forth towards the peak of the Human Emperor. The peak of the Human Emperor is one of the 6 principal peaks of the Academy. It is worth noting that Yi Han had only recently joined the path of humanity and was cast into the netherworld for 3 months. As a successor of the path of humanity, he had yet to visit the peak of the Human Emperor. As Yi Han made his way to the peak, He noticed the academy was bustling with activity. A few months prior, it was rare to encounter inner disciples. Now, he could occasionally sense the formidable aura of some inner disciples. At times, he even encountered disciples exuding an inscrutable and overwhelming presence, likely those mysterious true disciples. This surge of activity was likely due to the Academy conference that had recently commenced. Yihan had gleaned information about this conference from the Taishu secret record. It was a competition among the disciples of the Academy, a grand battle where victors were richly rewarded, serving as a genuine opportunity for many to rise and embark on their journey. As Yihan advanced, numerous disciples gathered to observe him. The events of the Netherworld Peak had already spread widely by the time he set off. These onlookers, even those who followed him, bore no malice. Their curiosity was purely innocent. Yihan remained unfazed by their gazes, striding confidently, an invisible aura enveloping him. Although he was still an outer disciple, his current confidence and poise were such that even many esteemed inner disciples could not overshadow him. Nie Yuan, He Qing Feng, Zhao Jin. It has been quite some time since we last met. Yihan suddenly noticed a group and waved in greeting. Upon being recognized, the three approached with wry smiles. Even the loquacious Nie Yuan had lost his usual nonchalance, displaying a hint of trepidation. Greetings, senior brother Yihan. Am I truly that fearsome? Judging by the glances you three cast upon me? Yihan chuckled, taking the initiative to pat the shoulders of the trio, exuding familiarity. Please, do not call me senior brother. We are all friends. Observing Yihan's demeanor, Nie Yuan and his companions relaxed considerably. Recently, has anyone troubled you? Yihan inquired, looking at the three. No, not at all. They replied, almost in unison. That is good. Otherwise, I would feel quite guilty. Yihan scratched his nose. I have pressing matters to attend to at the peak of the human emperor, and once I am finished, I shall seek you out. Be cautious, Yihan. We have heard that recently, there are those who intend to target you. Yin Tianxiu and some prominent figures from the Wajijian sect seem to have returned. Nie Yuan glanced around, speaking cautiously when mentioning Feng Wuliang. Fear not. Yihan winked before departing. Whoever dares to bully us shall face the consequences. Lu Yunxiao is next in line. The three were taken aback, not expecting Yihan to take it so lightly. I shall assert that Yihan is not the kind of person one might presume. After Yihan departed, He Qing Feng merely cast a glare at Nie Yuan. Indeed, Yihan remains unchanged. Rather, it is our mindset that has evolved. Regardless, it is imperative that the three of us seize the opportunity to swiftly transcend our menial status and elevate ourselves to the ranks of outer disciples, Zhao Yijin remarked. The Emperor's Peak, a towering summit, resolutely standing against the heavens, where the essence of the world abounds in richness. Countless trees flourish, reaching towards the sky, alongside innumerable medicinal herbs cultivated within. As one approaches, a myriad of fragrant aromas waft through the air, evoking a sense of serenity and delight. Yihan was somewhat taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a treasure trove within the academy. The resources accumulated within this peak are simply unfathomable, enough to incite envy in any heart, truly deserving of its title as one of the 6 paths, the peak of the realm of mortals. While others are prohibited from entering freely, Yihan faced no such restrictions. Under the fervent and envious gazes of many, he extended his fingers, invoking the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique to instantly channel the exclusive aura of the Emperor's astonishing art into the teleportation array beneath the Emperor's peak. In the span of 3 breaths, Yihan vanished without a trace, instantly transported to the summit. Gazing around, the vastness of the heavens unfolded before him, with ethereal clouds swirling in the distance. There were scarcely any peaks that could rival the Emperor's peak, imparting a sense of superiority over all other mountains. What a remarkable will! Yihan mused aloud. He sensed an elusive will lingering in the air, reminiscent of the will of kings, emperors, and sovereigns. Yihan understood well that such an endowment of will could bestow immense fortune upon any martial artist atop the Emperor's peak, especially in fortifying one's own convictions, yielding unimaginable benefits. Ahead, various structures were arranged with purpose, each exhibiting distinct styles. Most prominent among them was, of course, the Emperor Hall. As Yihan approached the Emperor Hall, he could soon hear a cacophony of activity within. It seemed that the hall was quite crowded and lively. The realm of mortals had long since declined, yet it was not eradicated, merely lingering due to historical reasons. However, the old must eventually be discarded. It cannot perpetually monopolize the hollow reputation of the realm of mortals. Li Futuo, have you made your decision? As Yihan drew near, such words echoed from within the hall. Dear friends, you appear rather anxious, came the voice of Li Futuo from inside the hall. The contest of the 6 paths has yet to commence. When the time comes, victory and defeat shall be determined, and we can discuss other matters then. And what of your disciples from the realm of mortals? Are you, Li Futuo, the lord of the realm of mortals, preparing to take action? Such voices emerged from within the hall, laced with sinister laughter, tinged with mockery. Li Futuo fell silent, rendered speechless for a moment. In the upper echelons of the hall, Li Futuo sat cross-legged upon the central throne, casting a cold gaze over the few present. Our realm of mortals has already established a successor. A successor? Was the lord of the realm of mortals referring to that Yihan? A youthful voice chimed in, laced with a hint of sarcasm. A trifling individual of the 3rd level of divine power? The martial path is boundless. One must not judge by initial realms. The future of the 6 paths within this academy remains uncertain, and yet here you are, the young scion of the Demon Emperor's path, speaking with such audacity. Li Futu appeared to engage in dialogue with the youth, unfazed by the mockery directed at him, likely having grown accustomed to such taunts. Am I truly being impertinent? There is no need for you to feign strength, Tao Masterly, should you find yourselves in need of numbers. We of the Demon Emperor's path could easily lend you a couple of individuals to bolster your ranks, lest the contest of the 6 paths becomes too embarrassing. Upon the conclusion of the youth's words, laughter erupted within the grand hall. Disrespectful and ignorant, a fitting epitome of the foolish offspring spawned from the beast's path. Suddenly, an abrupt voice echoed from outside the hall, plunging the room into an instant silence. All eyes turned as the grand doors creaked open, revealing Yihan, who stepped forward with deliberate strides. You seek death, daring to insult our Demon Emperor's path. A young man clad in white robes erupted with a fierce aura, his countenance turning ashen. Is it merely the beast's path? What insult is there to speak of? Have those from the beast's path grown so hypocritical? Yihan cast a fleeting glance at the young man, his tone calm and untroubled. He surveyed the assembly before addressing Li Futu with a respectful gesture. I pay my respects, Tao Master. And who might you be? The white-robed youth glared intently at Yihan. And what manner of beast are you? Yihan raised an eyebrow. I am Lu Qingping, a disciple of the Demon Emperor's path. I embarked upon martial arts at 6, reached the divine power realm at 10, attained the 9th level of divine power at 15, and shattered my shackles at 17, stepping into the explosive Qi realm. The white-robed youth spoke with pride, his demeanor haughty. I am Yihan, and I have just slain 6 individuals within the explosive Qi realm. Yihan's gaze turned icy, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Chapter 54. The transformation of the ancient demon elephant. The young man in white, Lu Qingping, froze momentarily. Yihan's response shattered Lu Qingping's train of thought, leaving him somewhat flustered. You, beastly scoundrel, hold your tongue. This is the territory of the human realm. Yihan cast a cold glance at Lu Qingping, his eyes glinting with icy disdain. How dare you? Lu Qingping erupted in fury, stepping forward defiantly. The 6 paths of the academy are the heavenly path, the Shura path, the beast path, the hungry ghost path, the hell path, and the human path. The beast path, an archaic term that has long been deemed inappropriate, was renamed the Demon Emperor path countless years ago. Likewise, the hungry ghost path has also been rebranded as the ghost and god path. Yet, Yihan today chose to invoke the term beast repeatedly, a blatant humiliation that drove Lu Qingping into a frenzy. The roots of this animosity ran deep. It was not merely a war of words. The elder seated nearby wore an expression of profound displeasure. If you have business, speak. If not, be on your way. What purpose does your presence serve? Yihan regarded the group with utter indifference. He who insults others shall himself be insulted. The audacity of the heir of the human realm intrigued him, and he yearned to witness the source of Lu Qingping's arrogance. Receiving a subtle nod from the elder, Lu Qingping suddenly erupted with vigor, his vital energy surging forth. Yihan's fingers shifted, and he retaliated with a single, powerful punch. Unyielding and fearless, the two exchanged blows in a mere heartbeat, colliding 3 times in rapid succession. Staggering back, Lu Qingping felt a jolt in his arm, his blood surging with agitation. Yi Han stood resolutely, his gaze devoid of mercy. His vital energy roared to life, the essence of the dragon coursing through him, transforming him into a peerless beast. A fierce and tempestuous dragon. The first explosion of energy resonated. Was this the extent of his opponent's prowess? Such a level of adversary was laughable, for even the most ordinary of combatants could not match Yi Han's explosive strength. Blood of the demon elephant. Lu Chongping bellowed, awakening a hidden power deep within his lineage. Erupting once more with ferocity. Unwilling to yield after being repelled, he charged at Yi Han again, with fists capable of shattering all. He unleashed two overwhelmingly forceful vacuum punches aimed directly at Yi Han. The surge of energy and blood fueled his assault, striking from a distance with intent to overpower Yi Han through sheer dominance. Boom! The ground trembled as Yi Han's form resonated with the thunderous sound of an explosion. Deep within his core, divine power surged forth. The first explosion, the second. 40 explosions, 48 explosions. Yi Han's divine might escalated to a state of 48 explosions, transforming his very essence. The ancient demon elephant transformation. Lu Qingping's blood surged with awe-inspiring power as he advanced, akin to a bolt from a crossbow, charging towards Yi Han with unbridled wrath. Yet Yi Han remained unfazed, raising his hand to create a slight ripple in the vacuum, producing a resounding sonic boom. Emerging later, yet arriving first, with a single strike, Yi Han directly targeted Lu Qingping's essence. Bound by the constraints of his realm, Yi Han was unable to unleash a burst of energy. Nevertheless, the vigor of his blood was boundless, almost terrifying in its intensity. In an instant, Lu Qingping spat blood midair, forcefully propelled by Yi Han to the side of the grand hall, where he lay convulsing on the ground. Begone! Yi Han cast a cold glance at Lu Qingping before speaking. Lu Qingping was indeed a prodigy, possessing a robust vitality and the blood of the demon elephant, more precisely known as the purple extreme demon elephant, an ancient and formidable beast lineage. The concealed power within this bloodline was immensely potent. If cultivated to its zenith, it could potentially unlock the innate lethal techniques of the purple extreme demon elephant. However, in comparison to Yi Han's eternal unyielding dragon body, it was utterly laughable. What demonic beast could rival the dragon lineage? Moreover, Yi Han's dragon body was not of the ordinary sort. It was cultivated from the dragon essence of the five-clawed golden dragon sovereign. The dragon race reigns as the king of all beasts, and the five-clawed golden dragon sovereign stands as the emperor among emperors. Very well, the path of humanity has been enlightened. An elder suddenly rose, casting a profound gaze at Yi Han before assisting Lu Qingping to his feet. The elder turned to Li Fuqilu, master of the path of humanity. I ask you once more, are you willing to present the 3 heavenly grade great pills? The demon sovereign path merely seeks the heavenly demon pills. The other individuals in the hall were equally watchful, their eyes gleaming with hope. I regret to inform you that I cannot see you off. Li Fuqilu closed his eyes, choosing to disregard them entirely. Excellent. I hope this Yi Han from the path of humanity can rise again. The elder from the demon's sovereign path waved his arm, taking Lu Qingping away, clearly filled with frustration. Master of the path of humanity, farewell. May we meet in the contest of the 6 paths. Others also took their leave, escorting their disciples out of the grand hall. Before departing, many glances swept over Yi Han, filled with profound significance. Some of the brought disciples bore intense hostility, with murderous intent openly displayed. What are you staring at? Have you swallowed my rice? Yi Han shot back with fierce eyes, refusing to show weakness. Once the crowd had completely vacated, Li Fuqilu opened his eyes, a flicker of divine light shimmering within. You, young man, possess quite the explosive temperament. Though Li Fuqilu seemed to admonish, the curve of his lips betrayed his amusement. Master of the path? I never imagined that the esteemed master of the path of humanity would take the time to assess a mere auxiliary disciple. Yi Han regarded Li Fuqilu in silence, realizing that the latter had previously concealed his identity, leading Yi Han to believe he was a charlatan. 48 bursts in 3 months. Do you believe you can achieve 48 bursts? Li Fuqilu scrutinized Yi Han, as if trying to unveil all his hidden depths. In his observation, Yi Han's vitality was unparalleled, dormant yet potent, standing there like a humanoid tyrannosaurus. During the battle with Lu Qingping, Yi Han had not even unleashed his peak power. The power and vital essence contained within this corporeal form is as ferocious as an uncontrollable furnace. How could one possibly regard Yi Han as merely a warrior of the divine force realm? Indeed, he currently resides in the realm of explosive energy, a notion that Li Fuqilu does not doubt in the slightest. Certainly, achieving the pinnacle of 100 explosions in divine force is still a matter of approximately 6 months. However, with the commencement of the Academy's Grand Assembly, should I participate and confront formidable opponents, it may be feasible to attain the state of 100 explosions in a short span. Yi Han responded candidly. Very well, in the contest of the 6 paths, there is hope for our human path to emerge victorious. Li Fuqilu nodded in satisfaction, clearly in high spirits. Those individuals from earlier, were they from the other 5 paths? Yi Han inquired, gazing at Li Fuqilu. Li Fuqilu cast a glance outside the hall, revealing a look of derision. The Azura path, the Demon Emperor path, the Ghostly Deity path, and the Hell path, merely a gathering of hypocrites. What do they intend to accomplish? Do they truly wish to disband the human path? Yi Han asked with curiosity. Indeed, Li Fuqilu replied. Feng Wuliang has returned from the Scarlet Dragon domain, having attained the form of a human-dragon hybrid. The momentum is established, and these individuals have arrived prematurely, seeking to seize a share of the power, compelling me to present 3 celestial-grade elixirs treasured by the human path. Celestial-grade elixirs? Yi Han regarded him with intrigue. The Heavenly Demon Elixir, the Heavenly Polar Combat Chi Elixir, and the 9 Revolutions Celestial Elixir. Li Fuqilu spoke with a calm demeanor, deftly revealing 3 sealed boxes. Chapter 55. Heavenly Grade Great Pills, Heavenly Demon Pills. The Heavenly Demon Pills refine vital essence and transform one's physique. The Celestial Battle Chi Pill converts essence into formidable energy, shaping it into armor. The 9 Transformations Celestial Pill, with its 9 transformations, empowers one's fists to rend the heavens. Li Fuqilu stepped down from the central throne, presenting 3 boxes before Yi Han. Take them. Is that all? You are simply giving them to me? Yi Han was momentarily taken aback. He understood the principle of no reward without merit. In martial arts cultivation, the physical body reigns supreme. The first 3 realms are of utmost importance: gathering essence, divine strength, and explosive energy. Upon reaching the explosive energy realm, a perfect foundation is established. These 3 heavenly grade great pills will enable you to forge the strongest martial foundation in the future, Li Fuqilu explained. Having entered the netherworld Dharma realm, I have refined my body with earth spirit milk. I should have no need for these 3 pills now, should I? Yi Han gazed at Li Fuqilu, effectively refusing the offer. Do not be so pedantic. Moreover, you underestimate the heavenly grade great pills. These are of the highest quality, worth an immeasurable fortune, and the entire academy possesses only a scant few dozen. Li Fuqilu shot a glance at Yi Han. Do you know that even Feng Wuliang, upon his transformation into a human dragon physique, covets these 3 pills immensely? Feng Wuliang, human dragon physique. Yi Han fell into a deep silence, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Living in this reincarnation academy, no one could escape the influence of the name Feng Wuliang, especially for Yi Han. His connection to Feng Wuliang was already established through Yi Zhishuan. Had it not been for Feng Wuliang promoting Yi Zhishuan directly to an inner disciple and dispatching formidable protectors like Luo Tianzhong to safeguard her, Yi Han would likely have sought vengeance sooner, potentially resulting in Yi Zhishuan's demise by his own hand. Very well. When shall I refine these 3 pills? Yi Han accepted the 3 pills, his fingers deftly transforming as he stored them in his spatial ring. A spatial ring? Li Fuqilu expressed surprise. Acquired from the netherworld Dharma realm, Yi Han replied. All right then, you may refine the heavenly demon pills at any time. While the celestial battle chi pill should ideally be refined when you advance to the 2nd explosive energy realm during the energy explosion. The 9 transformations celestial pill should be refined at the moment of vacuum explosion, Li Fuqilu elucidated. Understood. Yi Han nodded. He turned to Li Fuqilu. The Academy's tournament is commencing. I wish to participate. As an outer disciple, am I allowed to challenge the inner disciple Yi Zhishuan? Participation is essential. Combat is the only path to a martial artist's advancement, Li Fuqilu stated. However, challenging Yi Zhishuan, you may find disappointment. Why? Yi Han's expression turned icy in an instant, his fists clenched tightly. Feng Wuliang has returned, and he has taken a group of geniuses, including Yi Zhishuan, to Tantian Peak for training, Li Fuqilu explained. Tongtian Peak, Wuji Sword Sect? Yihan's body trembled, his vital essence surging uncontrollably. He could never forget the scornful taunts of the people from the Supreme Sword Sect before entering the realm of the underworld. Indeed, because of provoking the Supreme Sword Sect, even the various factions within the academy dared not recruit him. Before he had fully matured, he needed to learn restraint. Yihan, you must remain vigilant of Feng Wuliang. He is an extraordinary prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium genius from the ancient void domain. By joining the human path, you are inevitably destined to stand in opposition to him, and you will eventually have to confront him, especially since you must kill Yi Zhishuan. Feng Wuliang will undoubtedly prevent this from happening, likely even to the point of eliminating you. Li Fuqilu took a deep breath and looked at Yihan with utmost seriousness. Yihan, my urging you to join the human path is indeed based on your formidable physique and strong foundations, without any ulterior motives. Today I ask you, do you wish to withdraw from the human path? It is not too late. Withdraw? Yihan, do not make choices lightly. The Path Lord is overly concerned. Yihan replied with a faint smile. By not withdrawing, some within the academy will surely thwart your ambitions. I can state this clearly. Feng Wuliang, hailing from the divine path, is an unparalleled genius with unparalleled will, seeking to dominate the six paths and unify their powers to become the king of the six paths, the Lord of Reincarnation. The other four paths have already compromised. Only the human path remains. Thus, should you grow strong, you will undoubtedly be a thorn in his side, unless you choose to yield to him. Li Fuqilu's expression was laden with concern. The legacy of the six paths has historically been one of mutual constraint and competition, which is essential for the longevity of the academy. However, the emergence of Feng Wuliang, while seemingly glorious, is in fact suppressing the other paths. As the saying goes, the success of one general can lead to the demise of countless others. If Feng Wuliang truly becomes the master of the six paths, no talent within the academy will ever rise again. Such words do not reflect the truth, Path Lord. Yihan's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. At that moment, a powerful confidence radiated from him. I, Yihan, fear nothing and am not inferior to others. Since I am the successor of the human path, I will not permit anyone to tarnish it. Sometimes jesting is harmless, but Yihan is no heartless individual devoid of feelings. Although Li Fuqilu may have had some ulterior motives in persuading him to join the human path, he was undeniably sincere and trustworthy. He had directly bestowed upon him the Royal Extreme Record and the Divine Power 100 Explosions secret technique, and today, he readily offered 3 precious heavenly-grade elixirs, clearly expressing high expectations. Yihan accepted all of this, fully aware of the responsibilities it entailed. Moreover, in terms of personal sentiment, he held no fondness for the yet-to-be-seen Feng Wuliang. Unless Feng Wuliang were to present Yi Zhishuan before him, allowing Yihan to exact his vengeance swiftly. After conversing with Li Fuqilu for a while, the two descended from the Emperor's Peak together. They arrived at a vast square deep within the academy, where Yihan witnessed a throng of disciples, bustling with energy to the utmost. This was the place where the academy's grand assembly was to commence. The Academy Conference serves as a platform for the high-ranking officials of various academies to convene, delivering speeches, coordinating efforts, and bestowing rewards. However, the most crucial aspect of this event is the Disciples' Grand Competition. Disciples of the same rank engage in combat, determining victors and losers, with those exhibiting exceptional prowess receiving numerous accolades and even opportunities for advancement. For many, this represents an invaluable opportunity. For external disciples like Yihan, an outstanding performance showcasing formidable combat strength and innate talent could lead to immediate elevation to inner discipleship, thereby alleviating future complications. After Li Futu enrolled Yihan, he proceeded to a nearby peak, which appeared to be a gathering place for the prominent figures of the academies. At present, the arena was filled with the fierce contests of numerous menial disciples, and it was not yet time for external disciples like Yihan to compete. This afforded him a temporary respite, allowing him to observe the surroundings and the true capabilities of the myriad disciples within the Reincarnation Academy. Not long into his observations, Yihan discerned that warriors at the Divine Power realm were abundant, many of whom were exceptionally formidable external disciples with remarkable backgrounds. A select few possessed extraordinary attributes and talents, such as exceptional bloodlines or unique physiques. Indeed, the number of geniuses present was staggering, any one of them should they emerge from this gathering, would be regarded as a top-tier prodigy in the former Flame City, attracting the vigorous attention of various esteemed families. In fact, there were many whom Yi Han could not fully fathom, their depths far surpassing his expectations. At a certain moment, Yi Han's expression suddenly turned cold, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. His gaze pierced through the crowd, fixating on a particular figure. At that moment, the other person also locked eyes with him, and an instant surge of murderous intent enveloped the air. Luo Tianzheng. Yi Han's voice was devoid of mercy. Chapter 56. A fiery confrontation between enemies when enemies meet. The atmosphere grows intensely charged. Their gazes locked across the distance. An invisible storm seemed to be born in that fleeting moment. Yi Han. Luo Tianzheng strode forward with an imposing presence, accompanied by a group of disciples. The surrounding students, sensing the palpable tension, recoiled in trepidation. Parting to grant Luo Tianzheng a clear path, their faces etched with fear. This group hailed from the Wuji sword sect, and Luo Tianzheng was notably favored by Feng Wuliang, the son of reincarnation. An intangible aura enveloped the area, rendering a 30-meter radius around Yi Han a void, as none dared to intrude. Yi Han, you have returned. Splendid. Luo Tianzheng proclaimed, his crimson eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I was concerned you might perish within the netherworld realm. His piercing gaze locked onto Yi Han like invisible blades, instilling dread. Yi Han remained unfazed, meeting Luo Tianzheng's gaze unwaveringly. Rest assured, while others may perish, I shall not. As for you, Luo Tianzheng, cherish the time you have left. Luo Shixiang, why waste breath on this fool? Just eliminate him. A young disciple, brandishing a battle sword, stepped forward with a sinister grin. 8th level divine power. He was a standout among the outer disciples. Raising his sword, he lunged toward Yi Han's chest, exuding a reckless bravado. Those skilled from the Wuji sword sect, to some extent, could disregard certain rules within the academy, for each bore the shadow of a powerful figure. Feng Wuliang. Yi Han remained motionless, calmly observing as the sword approached within a mere meter. In a flash, his right arm shot out, fingers coiling around the sword's body, enveloping it in a surge of formidable vitality. The sword quivered violently, and the 8th level disciple's expression shifted drastically. With a muffled grunt, he felt an unparalleled force reversing upon him. Both man and sword were sent hurtling away like a severed kite, crashing into a throng of spectators several dozen meters away. Such reckless fools should not seek their fortunes here, Yi Han remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Tianzheng. Luo Tianzheng's expression darkened, his expectations shattered by Yi Han's display. Those who had trailed behind him, previously poised to strike, were now stifled by an overwhelming caution, gazing at Yi Han with disbelief. What is happening? Step back, step back. Suddenly, a group of formidable figures approached from afar, their tones commanding and their gazes piercing. The enforcers from the law enforcement hall had arrived. Luo Tianzheng, during the academy assembly, do not instigate trouble, or no one will be able to shield you, warned a man at the forefront. As their eyes swept over Yi Han, they uttered no words, likely perceiving him as the victim in this encounter. Yi Han, I will personally render you powerless and take your life, Luo Tianzheng declared coldly as he departed, a chilling smile gracing his lips, his murderous intent suffusing the air. Unless, of course, you withdraw from the mortal realm. This is what I wish to convey to you, Luo Tianzheng. Your demise is inevitable. Yi Han, with a piercing gaze, regarded Luo Tianzheng as one would a lifeless corpse. The surge of vitality. Luo Tianzheng had reached a state of explosive energy, yet alas, it bore little significance. Yi Han harbored no fear of masters dwelling in the realm of explosive energy. It was through Luo Tianzheng that Yi Han truly recognized the formidable strength of the Reincarnation Academy. In Yin City, Luo Tianzheng had commanded with an air of superiority, leaving even the residents of the city lord's mansion breathless in his presence. Time has transformed circumstances, Luo Tianzheng, having repeatedly obstructed Yi Han from extinguishing the life of Yi Zhishuan, is destined for annihilation. Only through this fate can Yi Han find solace within, his thoughts unclouded, ascending the path of martial arts to celestial heights. Once Luo Tianzheng and his companions departed, Yi Han redirected his focus to the battlefield ahead. HM, Nie Yuan, He Qing Feng, Zhao Yijin. At that moment, Yi Han spotted the three figures amidst the crowd. The Academy's grand assembly necessitated participation from all disciples, from the humble servants to the esteemed apprentices, unless one chose to forfeit. A splendid opportunity. I could indeed lend them a hand. With determination, Yihan maneuvered through the throng and reached the trio. Yihan. The sight of him brought smiles to their faces. So what do you think? Do you feel confident in contending for a ranking and securing a reward? Yihan inquired. Nie Yuan responded with a wry smile. Confidence is scarce. Our time at the Academy barely exceeds yours by a few months. We cannot possibly compare to the seasoned servant disciples. Participating in this competition is merely for the sake of gaining experience. Isn't it true that the top 10 among the servant disciples can directly ascend? Yihan interjected. Indeed, those in the top 10 can become outer disciples, He Qingfeng affirmed. Yihan nodded. Follow me. Leading the bewildered trio away from the crowd, he suddenly extended his arm. I shall channel my strength into you to assist. Boom, boom, boom. 3 surges of energy forcefully entered their bodies. At that moment, Nie Yuan and his companions displayed expressions of astonishment, each settling into a meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation. After a quarter of an hour, Zhao Yijin was the first to open his eyes. How is this possible? He exclaimed. I sensed the signs of half-step divine strength. Doubt lingered in his mind, for it was utterly unfathomable. Moments later, Nie Yuan and He Qingfeng followed suit, their expressions equally astounded. The aura of the 3 had grown immensely stronger, as though they had undergone a rebirth. Indeed, you have not misinterpreted. It is half-step divine strength, Yihan declared. With your current prowess, you should have no trouble securing a position among the top 10 in the servant disciple competition. What a remarkable feat, Yihan. You are simply extraordinary. Even the true disciples cannot match your prowess. Nie Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Enough talk. Let us return, lest we delay your competition. Yihan did not respond excessively, lest he attract the covetous gaze of certain individuals. He swiftly returned to the arena of the disciple competition with the 3 companions. These 3 individuals were all at the Gathering Yuan realm, a level that essentially reflects the accumulation of foundational strength. With the indomitable ancient dragon body as his foundation, and having been cleansed by the earth spirit milk after entering the nether law realm, Yihan's prowess was astonishingly superior to even the most formidable of those in the Qi explosion realm. A mere infusion of his elemental energy into their bodies could forcibly enhance their foundational strength, even elevating their realm. Moreover, Yihan's power contained a subtle thread of true dragon essence. To him, this fragment of true dragon energy was as insignificant as a drop in the ocean, akin to dust upon the earth. However, within the bodies of Nie Yuan and the others, it represented an extraordinary opportunity, a profound transformation that could yield immeasurable benefits, potentially elevating them to a half-step divine power and promising even greater advantages in the future. This was nothing short of a miraculous maneuver, one that even the most esteemed disciples of various academies would find unattainable. Should the elders of these academies become aware, they would undoubtedly be left in astonishment. First, following the competition among the miscellaneous disciples, the external disciples contest would commence. At that time, I am determined to seize the first place, securing my qualification for advancement to the inner sect. As Yihan observed the battles unfolding in the arena ahead, he subtly adjusted his own aura, deep in thought. The vast square was divided into hundreds of small battlefields, and the pace of the miscellaneous disciples' contests was remarkably swift. At this rate, the external disciples' competition would surely commence by the afternoon. Chapter 57. Yihan takes the field. Time flows inexorably. The conclusion of the outer disciples' competition surprises Yihan. Zhao Yijin decisively breaks into the top 10, securing an opportunity for promotion to outer disciple. Meanwhile, Nie Yuan and He Qingfeng find themselves ranked in the top 20, failing to achieve advancement. Indeed, the Reincarnation Academy is a place of hidden talents, with many formidable and unique individuals among the outer disciples. However, Yihan remains unperturbed. Both Nie Yuan and He Qingfeng are already on the cusp of breakthrough, standing at the threshold of the divine power realm, and their promotion will soon be a matter of course. As noon passes, the outer disciples' competition finally commences. Those who enter the top 10 will receive a thunderstorm fury pill, while the top 3 will attain the status of inner disciples and be rewarded with a high-grade mysterious weapon each. At the forefront of the square, an elder of the academy announces the rules. As his voice fades, the crowd stirs, with envy etched on the faces of nearly all present. A select few exhibit a fervent fighting spirit, itching to rush onto the battlefield and vanquish all foes to seize the coveted rewards. The Thunderstorm Fury Pill is a low-grade, Earth-level elixir, enabling martial artists to swiftly break through their limitations and step into the explosive realm. High-grade mysterious weapons are even more remarkable, often regarded as more precious than elixirs of the same rank. Such weapons are exceedingly rare, even among inner disciples. Yet, 3 of them are astonishingly offered as rewards for the outer disciples competition. On the battlefield, various elders of the academy manifest, calling out the names of the participants. Lu Feng faces Wang Ji on the first battlefield. Shi Jiong combats Nan Gong Chung on the second battlefield. Yi Han confronts Fan Xian on the 36th battlefield. Numerous participants summoned by name promptly step onto their respective arenas. Hundreds of small battlegrounds erupt into fierce clashes, where combatants unleash their full potential, employing every hidden technique and martial skill with reckless abandon, spurred on by the allure of the rewards. As Yi Han enters the battlefield, he finds a man in his late 20s standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Yi Han, Fan Xian, the 2 lock eyes, tension crackling between them. Admit defeat and leave the battlefield. Fan Xian coldly regards Yi Han. Yi Han furrows his brow. Had he never encountered this individual before? How can Fan Xian be so arrogant? Before Yi Han can react, a gleaming sword aura surges forth, targeting his head. Intent to kill. Does Fan Xian dare to threaten him? Such arrogance. Yi Han extends his arm, fingers shifting as immense force surges forward. The second strike of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist. A tempest unleashes. The vacuum explodes, and the energy surges like a gale. In an instant, Fan Xian's sword is wrenched from his grasp, sent hurtling to the edge of the battlefield. Admit defeat, Yi Han retorts, echoing Fan Xian's words back to him. Such a minor figure in the divine power realm is hardly worthy of his notice. Beneath the explosive realm, distinctions among levels of divine power are negligible. Unless one possesses a unique constitution akin to that of a genius, they are hardly qualified to exchange blows with Yi Han. Yet, the outcome is invariably the same. Yi Han leaves them battered and in need of assistance. Before the eyes of the crowd, all are left in stunned silence, witnessing a rare spectacle. The clash between the 8th and 9th levels of divine power culminates in what seems to be a decisive suppression. Who exactly is this Yi Han? What talents and attributes does he possess? Fan Xian, a prodigy of the Wujian sword sect, renowned for his exceptional skills in the Great Flame sword technique, should not have been so easily vanquished. Whispers circulate among the onlookers as the mysteries surrounding Yi Han gradually unravel. Fan Xian, concede defeat. Fan Xian's expression shifted multiple times as he struggled to suppress his urge to continue fighting, finally uttering those 5 words. The disparity was too pronounced. Fan Xian was no fool and did not wish to court death. Yi Han cast a glance at Fan Xian's retreating figure before turning away from the battlefield, awaiting the next round of combat. In the distance, Brother Luo, Yi Han is indeed more formidable than he appears. Fan Xian, having suffered defeat, looked at Luo Tianzhong with palpable frustration. I am no match for him. How strong is he? Luo Tianjing's expression remained impassive. 3 punches. I sensed that he could. He could kill me in 3 punches. Fan Xian paused, his countenance darkening. Despite his reluctance to admit it, the aura Yi Han exuded in their recent battle instilled in him a chilling sense of dread. What? Luo Tianjing's demeanor finally shifted, a flicker of malice igniting within his shadowy gaze. His fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking bones resonating as he exhibited signs of imminent fury, ready to spring into a state of battle. At that moment, he regretted not having crushed this insignificant insect when he had the chance, allowing Yi Han to grow to such heights. Luo Tianjing's gaze remained fixed on Yi Han's direction. Yi Han's rapid ascent was astonishing, occurring so swiftly that it left him unprepared to respond. After having suffered significant losses due to Yi Han's seizing of treasures from the Demon Ridge, Luo Tianzhong intended to seclude himself to break through to the inner sect, planning to eliminate Yi Han thereafter. Who could have anticipated that Yi Han would evade for 3 months in the Netherworld Law Realm? In just 3 months, Yi Han had ascended to the 8th level of divine power, capable of overwhelming a master like Fan Xian, who stood at the 9th level. Brother Luo, It seems the rumors of Yi Han defeating Lu Chengping within the Imperial Hall are likely true, Fan Xian remarked, casting a wary glance at Luo Tianjing. Lu Chengping, possessing the blood of the purple extreme demon elephant, was a prodigy of the Demon Emperor's path, his strength undoubtedly on par with Luo Tianjing's. As Fan Xian's words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the group, none daring to provoke the ire of Luo Tianjing. After enduring a grueling retreat into seclusion to break through his own limitations, Luo Tianjing had planned to capitalize on this moment to annihilate Yi Han. Yet, the impending outcome now appeared uncertain, rendering the situation rather awkward. The once inconspicuous figures they overlooked had long ceased to be the easily trampled entities of the past. Very well, I shall pay a visit to the sect master, Luo Tianjing declared, abruptly dismissing the gathering with a wave of his hand as he departed. The master he spoke of was undoubtedly the leader of the Wujian sword sect, the reincarnated son of the academy, Feng Wuliang. After a brief interval of tea time, at the summit of Tongtian Peak, Luo Tianjing knelt on one knee, gazing hopefully at the majestic hall before him, the Wujian Great Hall. Luo Tianjing, can what you say truly be believed? That inconspicuous little grasshopper, Yi Han, possesses such formidable combat prowess. A clear, yet chilling voice resonated from within the hall. Indeed, it can be confirmed. Even Lu Chengping, the Demon Emperor, is no match for him. I have personally witnessed him defeat Fan Xian with a single punch. As Luo Tianjing spoke, a look of trepidation and fear graced his countenance as he stared at the imposing Wujian Great Hall. Very well, should Yi Han perish, extinguishing the hopes of the earthly path masterly future Lu, it may also free Yi Zhishuan from her inner demons. Thus, I shall break the rules to assist you. The voice from within the hall echoed once more. Soon after, Luo Tianjing witnessed a flash of light at the hall's entrance, as if a wave of vacuum had materialized. In that instant, a palm-sized piece of pale yellow talisman paper manifested, transforming into a streak of flowing light that soared towards him. A martial talisman, crafted at great expense by top-tier warriors. Its power upon activation is unimaginable. Thank you for your gracious gift, Master, Luo Tianjing proclaimed, performing 3 profound bows and 9 kneelings in reverence. Regardless of whether the recipient could perceive his gesture, he resembled a devoted subject honoring an invincible emperor, his expression radiating utmost sincerity. After his act of veneration, a surging aura of murderous intent enveloped Luo Tianjing. He departed from Tongtian Peak, clutching the martial talisman, and made his way toward the site of the Academy's grand competition. Chapter 58. The body of the Dragon Man in the courtyard of the Academy. A multitude of figures converged, engaged in fierce battles across numerous small arenas. Yi Han once again stepped onto a battlefield, facing an opponent named Wan Jingshan. To his surprise, this Wan Jingshan was a formidable entity at the 9th level of divine power. Furthermore, he adhered to an exceptionally pure and fiercely intense path of swordsmanship. Even before making a move, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, commanding attention. Yi Han, you should never have provoked our Wuji sword sect, Wan Jingshan declared with an air of absolute dominance upon his arrival. Let us not waste words, attack. Yi Han, upon glancing at him, sensed that today's competition concealed ulterior motives. Normally, it was the Wuji sword sect that asserted its dominance. Never had anyone dared to challenge its disciples. Wan Jingshan stood with arms crossed, his words sharp and his demeanor arrogant, as he pointedly discussed his prowess. Too much talk. Yi Han scoffed, his energy expanding as he charged forward in an instant. His essence, spirit, and vitality coalesced, surging with vigor, in a heartbeat. Yi Han leaped into the air and unleashed a strike aimed at Wan Jingshan. Against such an opponent, Yi Han felt no need to employ the secret technique of the 100 explosions of divine power. Kill, Wan Jingshan intoned, his words imbued with lethal intent as he sprang into action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A vacuum formed, resulting in a series of explosive sword energies erupting forth in rapid succession. The two figures collided with a force that resonated throughout the arena. The 9-Death Sword, an advanced technique of the Xian rank. It was said that this technique was crafted for Wan Jingshan by the son of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang, as a reward for his past contributions. Within mere breaths, the sword energies clashed, fists collided, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange. With a resounding crash, the final sword energy was shattered by Yi Han's punch. Yihan's vitality surged with overwhelming strength, bursting forth with relentless momentum, obliterating all in its path. The very space quivered, the vacuum roared, and the sounds of thunder echoed. The fourth fist of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist, the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. In a single thought, he directed the flow of power through the battlefield, capable of shattering everything in his wake. Yihan realized that his senior sister, Mo Qing Ruo, possessed remarkable insight, having chosen this martial technique that suited him perfectly, especially as the second dragon bone formed within him, amplifying his vitality. The execution of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist felt as if it were tailor-made for him. As the Nine Deaths sword was dismantled, Wan Jingshan felt his vitality wane, his elemental force seemingly dissipating. He rapidly retreated, maneuvering across the battlefield in an attempt to create distance. "Get out of the arena," Yihan roared, propelling himself forward in a single bound. His figure flickered as he weaved through the battlefield, and in a blink, he stood before Wan Jingshan. With immense force surging through his arm, Yihan struck, causing Wan Jingshan to scream as he was sent flying out of the arena, crashing to the ground. His fate uncertain. "Wuji Sword Sect, come forth," Yihan remarked coldly, casting a glance beyond the arena at the gathering of cold-eyed masters from the Wuji Sword Sect. On that day beneath Tongtian Peak, Ding Xiu, who had been nearly beaten to death by his own hand, found himself within the same confines. However, in the presence of Yihan, Ding Xiu, an ordinary practitioner of divine power, was unworthy to engage. Upon descending from the battlefield, Yihan's aura fluctuated yet remained remarkably steady. The recent confrontation had not drained him in the slightest. Although his realm had not changed, he had grown significantly stronger since his departure from the netherworld. As he awaited the next round of combat, a long-anticipated figure approached. It was Elder Ji. Yihan smiled, recognizing the elder who had once guided him into the academy. "I can hardly believe it. You've achieved the 8th level of divine power, and your combat prowess has become formidable enough to easily defeat Wan Jingshan." Elder Ji scrutinized Yihan, unable to conceal his astonishment. "What is Wan Jingshan to me? In this academy competition, my goal is to ascend to the inner sect and secure first place." Yihan responded calmly. Elder Ji furrowed his brow, shaking his head as he spoke. "Yihan, while youthful exuberance is to be expected, you must learn to conceal your strengths." "Conceal my strengths?" Yihan gazed at Elder Ji and suddenly burst into laughter. "That Luo Tianzheng has broken through to the explosive realm and deliberately refrained from advancing to the inner sect, intending to confront you during this academy competition. Be cautious. If circumstances become dire, you may surrender according to the rules." Elder Ji continued. Although he had little personal connection with Yihan, having witnessed his impressive performance upon entering the sect, coupled with his relationship with Mo Qingru, Elder Ji regarded Yihan with a sense of mentorship, which explained his timely warning. Observing the elder about to speak again, Yihan interjected, "Low profile, patience, concealment? That is simply out of the question. You young man, such a temper." Elder Ji was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. "Luo Tianzheng has repeatedly sought to trouble me. My patience has reached its limit. In this grand competition, I will undoubtedly defeat him myself." Yihan's gaze swept over the members of the Wuji Sword Sect. "If I maintain a low profile and endure, will the Wuji Sword Sect cease their harassment? Absolutely not. They will only escalate their provocations, perceiving me as an easy target. Moreover, as a successor of the human Tao, my identity forbids me from enduring quietly. The struggle of the 6 paths will commence after the academy competition, and I shall inevitably face the geniuses of the other 5 paths, including Feng Wuliang." Yihan took a deep breath. "In that case, what purpose does my restraint serve? It would only serve to stifle my own spirit. I, Yihan, shall forge ahead with unwavering resolve, seeking transformation in adversity. The struggle of the 6 paths." Feng Wuliang. Upon hearing the name Feng Wuliang, Elder Ji could not help but frown deeply. Feng Wuliang is a formidable individual. You must exercise caution. He has returned from the Crimson Dragon domain, his human dragon body now fully formed, and he has recently gathered a cadre of experts, including Yi Zhishuan, with the intent to dominate the upcoming struggle of the 6 paths. Elder Ji warned. Even as an esteemed elder of the academy, he harbors a certain trepidation towards Feng Wuliang, a prodigious talent said to emerge once in thousands or even tens of thousands of years in the realm of Taishu. While genius is not a rarity, Individuals like Feng Wuliang epitomize the zenith of brilliance, reigning as the sovereign among prodigies. The human dragon physique? This marks the second occasion for Yi Han to hear mention of such a form. The dragon symbolizes power, nobility, and honor. Among all beasts, the dragon clan stands supreme. Revered as emperors and kings, exalted above all. The rulers of dynasties liken themselves to true dragon sons, donning dragon robes, seated upon dragon thrones, and transported in dragon litters. Elder Ji's eyes sparkled with fervor. The true dragon body is indeed one of the most noble and formidable special physiques in existence. Alas, in this contemporary era, true dragons are scarce, making the dragon body exceedingly rare. The various serpentine forms that emerge, such as the flood dragon and python dragon physiques, hardly merit the title of dragon bodies. Observing Elder Ji's demeanor, Yi Han couldn't help but feel an air of peculiarity. The dragon body is difficult to attain? Before he could ponder further, Elder Ji displayed a look of astonishment. One cannot deny the terror that is Feng Wuliang. He has schemed for years, harnessing dragon energy and refining himself. Previously, he ventured into the Red Dragon ancient domain to seek opportunities, and indeed, he has managed to manifest the human dragon physique. The human dragon physique, is this all there is? Yi Han expressed a hint of disdain. Do not underestimate it. Although the human dragon physique is the most rudimentary form of dragon body, it qualifies as a true dragon physique. Over the past few years, he has incessantly gathered those endowed with the celestial flood dragon physique, the python serpent physique, and the dragon python physique, talents that he has attracted to cultivate together. Thus, there lies hope for the human dragon physique to undergo continuous metamorphosis, and one day, Feng Wuliang shall give birth to a true and perfect dragon body. Elder Ji continued. Chapter 59. Boundless arrogance, is it truly so? Yi Han chuckled, yet inwardly scoffed. Before the might of his eternal undefeated dragon body, what other constitution dared to claim supremacy? The notion that the dragon body was an unstoppable force appeared to him as a mere jest. No wonder Feng Wuliang held such affection for Yi Zhishuan. Yi Han spoke, and the long-standing doubts in his heart finally found resolution. It was clear why Yi Zhishuan could forge a connection with someone as unattainable as Feng Wuliang and receive such favor, becoming an inner disciple upon her entrance to the academy. Yi Zhishuan's acquisition of his celestial flood dragon battle body was undeniably intertwined with the legendary dragon body. The transformation of a flood dragon into a true dragon. Such occurrences have been chronicled in ancient legends. What if I were to bestow upon Feng Wuliang a wisp of five-clawed golden dragon essence? Would it drive him to madness, prompting him to eliminate Yi Zhishuan with his own hands? Yi Han could not help but entertain this wicked thought. Would a mere wisp of five-clawed golden dragon essence incite Feng Wuliang to the brink of insanity? Would jealousy consume him? Yet, such a scenario was improbable. Yi Zhishuan. He would eventually take matters into his own hands and exact revenge. As for Feng Wuliang, the claims of being extraordinary or a reincarnation of an ancient deity might not hold as much weight as believed. The more Elder Ji spoke, the more Yi Han comprehended the terror and rarity of his eternal undefeated dragon body. When the true dragon does not emerge, the dragon body remains concealed. In Yi Han's eyes, even if a genuine dragon body were to manifest in this vast ancient domain, it would pale in comparison to his eternal undefeated dragon body. In any case, Yi Han exercised caution. After Elder Ji concluded, he departed from the scene. Yi Han awaited the forthcoming battles in silence, and soon, the third round commenced. His opponent was yet another prodigy from the Wujie sword sect. Sharing the same realm of divine power, this individual possessed remarkable depth, not inferior to the previous Wan Jingshan. The sword energy surged forth but could not penetrate Yi Han's defenses. In mere moments, he was vanquished and eliminated. In the fourth round, yet another master of divine power from Wujie sword sect faced him. The outcome was, of course, similar. These individuals were indeed formidable, hailing from Wujie sword sect, and their swordsmanship was commendable. Alas, the chasm between them and Yi Han was insurmountable. They were no match for him. Luo Tianzheng. How naive you are. After dispatching another opponent, Yi Han's gaze swept through the crowd, landing upon Luo Tianzheng, laced with subtle mockery. Defeated before the battle had even begun, it seemed Luo Tianzheng lacked the confidence to secure victory, resorting to underhanded tactics. Yi Han did not believe his luck could extend so far as to encounter opponents with divine power in every round. After all, while the outer disciples were numerous, those at the pinnacle of divine power, or even nearing the explosion realm, were few and far between. To think he could exhaust his vital energy and blood against these inconsequential foes for a sliver of chance. What a grand folly. Even if Yi Han tirelessly endures through 100 fierce battles, subduing countless masters of the 9th level of divine power, his strength remains unspent, and he continues to exude an invincible vigor. His primordial energy is at least 100 times more formidable than that of these 9th level divine warriors, rendering him unyielding even against ordinary masters of the Qi explosion realm. After 10 rounds, spanning 3 hours, Yi Han has fought 10 times and finally reached the ultimate showdown. Luo Tianzhong, Lin Xiao, and Yi Han. These three stand at the pinnacle with unblemished records of 10 victories each. However, in terms of ranking by realm, Yi Han, being at the 8th level of divine power, naturally places 3rd. Yet, this is inconsequential. It is merely a provisional ranking. In the plaza, all 20 contenders have arrived, gazing at one another, awaiting the drawing of lots. Yi Han, your demise is certain. Luo Tianzhong does not conceal his chilling intent, his gaze towards Yi Han brimming with a predatory essence. Despite having anticipated this moment, the sight of Yi Han standing before him, equally boasting a flawless record, remains difficult for Luo Tianzhong to accept. He feels as though he is ensnared in a dream, where reality eludes him. Just months prior, Yi Han was a mere figure, easily trampled upon, a character who could be rendered half dead with a single slap. One was an eagle soaring in the heavens, while the other barely amounted to a sparrow on the ground. There was a chasm-like disparity between them. Yet today, Yi Han stands in the arena for outer disciples, even holding the prospect of contending for the top 3. How can Luo Tianzhong possibly endure this? I suggest that Luo Tianzhong be assigned to me. Yi Han promptly shifts his gaze to the elder responsible for the drawing of lots. The assembly of individuals present cannot help but exchange peculiar glances. Recently, Yi Han's name has spread throughout the academy. After all, it is exceedingly rare for an outer disciple to garner such attention. Witnessing him in person, they are confronted with the audacity of Yi Han. How dare he provoke Luo Tianzhong? Such arrogance demands a price. Without strength, it is not arrogance, but rather a lack of awareness of one's mortality. Throughout the academy's history, there have been no fewer than 8,000 reckless individuals who have been killed outright. In the first round of the decisive battle, Yi Han faces Zhu Zixiao, while Luo Tianzhong contends with Zhao Yu. The elder of the academy announces the results of the first round of lots. Brother Luo, I shall personally incapacitate this fool. Zhu Zixiao steps forward, addressing Luo Tianzhong with respect. If he can align himself with Luo Tianzhong in this battle, joining the Wajijian sect in the future would no longer be a dream. Despite having no personal grudge against Yi Han, Zhu Zixiao is eager to curry favor with Luo Tianzhong. Indeed, Luo Tianzhong nods slightly, straightforwardly declaring, after the competition, come to register for the Wajijian sect. Thank you, Brother Luo. Zhu Zixiao exclaims with uncontainable joy, hastily cupping his hands in gratitude. Fool. Yi Han casts a glance at Zhu Zixiao, eager to pledge loyalty so soon. He seems oblivious to the reality around him. To reach the top 20 is no simple feat. Even those who have made it are concealing their true strengths. But what of it? Confidence and strength are hallmarks of true prowess. Who would engage in trifles otherwise? Upon the conclusion of the elder's recitation, 20 individuals were swiftly allocated to various battlefields, heralding the commencement of the first round of combat. Yi Han, individuals of your ilk are not uncommon within the academy. Yet those who ultimately participate often meet with dire fates. Zhu Zixiao regarded Yi Han with disdain. Do you truly believe that achieving 10 consecutive victories renders you a contender for the top 3? In an instant, Yi Han took action. Like a fleeting shadow, he traversed the space and appeared directly before Zhu Zixiao. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, prompting Zhu Zixiao to hastily raise his right arm in defense. However, Yi Han's strike was imbued with immense force and unyielding ferocity, landing a thunderous blow upon Zhu Zixiao's face. In the blink of an eye, a powerful punch connected with Zhu Zixiao's shoulder, propelling him 10 meters away, where he crashed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Impudence. Blood of 100 refinements. Zhu Zixiao bellowed in fury, his bloodline surging with vigor. Although he lacked a unique constitution, his bloodline was extraordinary, concealing the essence of 100 refinements, which he intended to unleash during the final confrontation to vie for ranking. This explains why Yi Han's 10 victories do not intimidate Zhu Zixiao. Your words are utterly excessive. Yi Han surged forward with a swift stride, seizing Zhu Zixiao's shoulder with his right arm and pressing down forcefully. He could sense the tumultuous energy within Zhu Zixiao, a latent power yearning to erupt. Alas, the myriad bloodlines of the world do not guarantee strength. In the face of the indomitable power of the eternal, unyielding dragon body, the essence of 100 refinements holds little significance. With a mighty heave, Yi Han sent Zhu Zixiao soaring 100 meters away, akin to a fledgling chick tossed aside. Noisy, Yi Han cast a glance at the distance and stood resolutely in the arena. The first round concluded with a resounding victory. In this battle of 20, there would be at most 4 rounds, and it would conclude swiftly. Luo Tianzhong, today I shall trample your pride beneath my feet. Yi Han's gaze was fixed upon the skirmish between Luo Tianzhong and Zhao Yu not far away. Chapter 60. The Great Battle against Luo Tianzhong in the distant battlefield. Zhao Yu, though formidable, was no match for Luo Tianzhong. Having entered the Qi explosion realm, Luo Tianzhong should have been an inner disciple, thus ineligible to participate in such a competition for outer disciples. However, he forcefully entered the fray under the guise of an outer disciple, and the academy turned a blind eye, for he was a favored individual before the son of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang, hailing from the Wujin sect. As the battle concluded, Zhao Yu, resigned and eliminated, found himself ranked outside the top 20. Luo Tianzhong emerged victorious, his presence unparalleled. His piercing gaze met Yi Han's, and in that fleeting moment, both exuded an intense murderous intent. A deep-seated enmity demanded retribution today. Only one would emerge triumphant. A quarter of an hour later, this round of conflict came to an end, with only 10 contenders remaining. The second round of drawing lots commenced. Yi Han was set to face Lu Sheng, while Luo Tianzhong would contend against Sun Xiang. The elder of the academy spoke. Yi Han displayed a hint of disappointment. It was not Luo Tianzhong he was to battle. Within the arena, Lu Sheng forced a wry smile, stating, Yi Han, I concede. I am not your opponent. Having reached the top 10, Lu Sheng had witnessed Yi Han's relentless dominance and recognized his inferiority. I hope you defeat Luo Tianzhong. Before departing, Lu Sheng cast a reluctant glance at the battlefield where Luo Tianzhong stood. Fear not. He is doomed. Yi Han replied with a smile. It seemed not everyone was willing to be a mere pawn of Luo Tianzhong and the Wujin sect. The members of the Wujin sect often acted without restraint, and many disciples harbored discontent, having faced bullying. As anticipated, Luo Tianzhong triumphed, advancing to the third round. Only 5 combatants remained. In this draw, one individual received a bye. Directly entering the top 3, the elder began the draw once more. Yi Han, you receive a bye and advance to the top 3. In an instant, the elder's voice resonated throughout the arena. Yi Han felt a pang of frustration. While a direct advancement was advantageous for others, it held no significance for him. Bored and waiting in the arena, he anticipated the clashes among Luo Tianzhong and the others. A quarter of an hour later, the victors of the third round were announced, Luo Tianzhong and Murong Feng. The top 3 of the outer disciple competition were Luo Tianzhong, Murong Feng, and Yi Han. Let the drawing commence. Luo Tianzhong gazed at the elder with a fierce intensity, struggling to contain his murderous intent. For the others, this was merely a contest of skill. But for Luo Tianzhong, today was a day for bloodshed, a chance to eliminate Yi Han in broad daylight. The elder, having understood Luo Tianzhong's intentions, regarded him with a profound gaze. After several breaths, he declared, in the final draw, Yi Han shall face Luo Tianzhong. Murong Feng receives a bye, but may choose to challenge afterwards. The elder and Murong Feng stepped aside, leaving the battlefield for Yi Han and Luo Tianzhong. Boom! Luo Tianzhong's body began to tremble with anticipation. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, as his vital essence and inner strength reached their zenith. At this moment, Luo Tianzhong transformed completely, his spirit, vitality, and energy all at their peak. The previous battle had not compelled him to unleash his true power. With a fierce focus, Yi Han observed this individual. Although Luo Tianzhong had recently broken through, the aura he exuded was not characteristic of a novice warrior. Instead, it bore the weight of profound strength, hinting at an impending breakthrough. For reasons unknown, Yi Han sensed a formidable pressure emanating from Luo Tianjing, an intensity that transcended the realm of mere explosive vitality. How intriguing! If you are indeed a useless wretch, slaying you would yield no reward, Yi Han mused inwardly. Simultaneously, a fervent battle intent surged within him. A hazy crimson light spread outward from his form, a manifestation of his immensely potent and robust vitality, operating at its utmost limit. Kill! Luo Tianjung advanced, his murderous intent palpable as thunderous winds roared. Tiger and leopard thunderous fists. Yi Han struck, unleashing the third and fourth punches of the tiger-leopard thunder fist in unison. The two forces converged in a single blow, as Yi Han's fist violently crashed towards Luo Tianjung. In the blink of an eye, their forms intertwined. Divine power at the 8th level clashed against explosive vitality. In this moment, neither could quell their tumultuous hearts as an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The two figures intertwined for but a fleeting instant before separating, entangled combat rendered impossible, for their strengths resided on entirely different planes. With a single strike, just one blow, and Luo Tianjung unleashed a heart-wrenching, agonizing roar, forced to retreat step by step under Yi Han's fist. How could you little wretch? Luo Tianjing's eyes widened in disbelief, madness consuming him as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Han. Little wretch? Luo Tianjung, your words are far too contemptuous. You dare provoke me repeatedly, and today, you are destined to be vanquished by my hand. A sharp divine light erupted from Yi Han's eyes as he advanced, each step resolute, as if intent on leaving gaping holes in the ground. Within him, the essence of 8 divine powers surged. With the 8 divine powers at his core, his entire inner strength boiled over. In that very moment of striking, he had already entered the state of 48 explosive divine powers. Eternal Sword of the Ages. Luo Tianjung raised his battle sword, emanating an incomparably pure and exquisite sword intent. With a single stroke, he split the void, his explosive vitality enhancing the attack. The rolling sword energy, imbued with a sense of foreboding, slashed towards Yi Han's head. This was no ordinary strike of explosive vitality. Luo Tianjing's state was robust, as Yi Han had sensed, a far cry from one who had just recently broken through. Rather, it exuded the aura of someone deeply entrenched in their current realm, their power manifesting with effortless mastery. With myriad sword energies, I shall shatter them with a single punch. Yi Han stood imperiously, his gaze cold and unwavering. Confronted by an immensely powerful and ruthless strike, his very being trembled at that moment. The vitality and divine radiance emanating from him intensified, and his right arm extended forth like the hammer of a thunder god, intent on obliterating all in its path and dismantling every obstacle. This was a collision of sheer magnitude, an explosive release of absolute power, sword energy, and fist strength. Between the two, a vast vacuum wave surged forth, tumultuous and fierce, akin to the roaring sea and tempestuous winds, exuding an extreme chill. This was the manifestation of power reaching its zenith. Bang! A sonic explosion erupted. The lethal sword energy unleashed by Luo Tianjung was immediately shattered by Yi Han's punch. The ensuing explosion sent cascading waves of energy in all directions, transforming the vicinity of Yi Han and Luo Tianjung into a chaotic battleground, rife with swirling currents. Yi Han, standing firm amidst the chaos, emanated an even greater aura. A mere 10 meters ahead, Luo Tianjing's arm quivered slightly, his sword tip unwavering yet unstable. The brilliance of Luo Tianjing suddenly diminished by a third. The space around them seemed to freeze in time. In the square, from the lowly servants to the esteemed elders and higher-ups of the academy, all displayed expressions of utter astonishment. It was shattered. The eternal unyielding sword had been vanquished. That was a low-grade, earth-level martial technique, crafted personally by the child of reincarnation. Profoundly intricate. It was said that not even some of the higher-ups of the Wujia sword sect were qualified to cultivate it. Luo Tianjung had been fortunate enough to receive direct instruction from the child of reincarnation and took great pride in it. But now, the surroundings fell into a brief silence before erupting into chaos. Chapter 61. Crimson Flame and Blood. The invincibility of the sword cultivator. This is a widely acknowledged truth. Luo Tianjung, a master of the Wujian sword sect, has personally received teachings from the son of reincarnation. even among those of equal rank. Few can stand against him. Yet now, he finds himself shocked as Yi Han, defying all odds, shatters his sword aura with a single punch. Luo Tianzhong is filled with terror. He wishes to inquire about the level of martial skill Yi Han employed to obliterate his eternal sword of the ages with a mere fist. However, in the next moment, he realizes that Yi Han's aura is remarkably pure. It is a genuine explosion of fist radiance, an absolute surge of vital energy and divine power. That invincible punch just delivered by Yi Han did not rely on any martial technique. This implies that he shattered a low-grade, earth-level martial skill with his own overwhelming vitality, divine energy, and primordial force. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare in martial conflicts. Only when the disparity in power reaches an insurmountable level can one suppress their opponent with a mere thought, disregarding all tactics. Yet, Yi Han evidently possesses a significant gap in realm compared to him. Crimson flame and blood. Luo Tianjing's expression fluctuates, shifting between shadow and light. In this moment, he is uncertain of how to proceed. With a steely resolve, he suddenly unleashes his aura in a fierce surge. His bloodline begins to stir, erupting with ferocity. Deep within his being, a mysterious and concealed force seems to awaken. At this moment, blazing flames envelop Luo Tianjing, his very blood appearing to ignite. Especially now, having reached the stage of explosive vitality, the flames and divine light radiate even more brilliantly and powerfully. At a glance, it seems as though a fiery battle armor has manifested around him, rendering him akin to a fiery war god. What? Crimson flame and blood. Outside the battlefield, numerous astonished eyes converge upon the scene. Crimson flame and blood. One of the ancient 5 elemental secret bloodlines. This lineage is exceedingly powerful, dominantly fierce, and possesses boundless potential. No wonder countless experts from the Wujian sword sect, including many inner disciples and even true successors, have joined its ranks. Yet, Luo Tianzhong, merely an outer disciple with divine power, has garnered the favor of the Son of Reincarnation, receiving personal instruction in the eternal sword technique. It turns out he possesses the crimson flame and blood. Alas, how regrettable it is that the crimson flame and blood is exceedingly domineering. Ordinarily, Luo Tianzhong would need to enter the second explosive realm of vital energy to truly harness and invoke its power. Elders from the academy sigh, lamenting the situation. Luo Tianzhong, being only a practitioner of explosive vitality, is forced by Yi Han to prematurely activate the power of the crimson flame and blood, incurring significant harm to himself. Even if he wins this battle, his body will suffer a backlash from the crimson flame and blood, requiring years of recuperation. With each step taken, Luo Tianjing's eyes grow ruthless, exceptionally cold. He resembles a deity of fire descending to earth, intent on slaying Yi Han in this very moment. Bang! Yi Han resolutely strikes forth. The fist erupted with a resounding force, piercing through the void and striking towards Luo Tianjing's heart. A thunderous roar reverberated. Luo Tianjing's body trembled as his right arm shot up, unleashing a deadly sword strike. The eternal sword of the ages was once again employed, its blade radiating a powerful aura infused with the essence of flames and the vitality of blood. A fierce wave of energy surged forth, mingled with the sword's essence, threatening to engulf Yi Han entirely. With a single blow, Yi Han's right hand quivered and was swiftly sliced open. He let out a muffled groan, unexpectedly pushed back several paces by Luo Tianjing's strike. His right arm trembled slightly, and a flash of blood appeared on the back of his hand. An injury manifested, but in an instant, it healed. The power of the dragon bone enveloped Yi Han's limbs and core. The resilience of the everlasting dragon body was evident. Such a wound could heal in a mere thought, restoring him to his former state. This is the essence of Crimson Flame Battle Blood. Yi Han felt not fear but exhilaration, his internal energy harmonizing, his bones resonating. The explosive force surged forth. 49 explosions, 50, 51, 60. Under the stimulation of the Crimson Flame Battle Blood, Yi Han astonishingly entered the state of 60 explosions of divine power in an instant. His body trembled with immense vitality, even more vigorous than consuming the most potent elixirs. The essence of the Crimson Flame Battle Blood had fully awakened him. Kill! Yi Han unleashed a battle cry, his fists radiating fierce energy. He abandoned the tiger leopard thunder fist and, in that moment, wielded the eight extremes violent fist. Though merely a rudimentary technique of lesser martial arts, it ignited a glimmer of hope within Yihan, a hope for the enhancement of his bloodline and the elevation of his realm. This was an ultimate explosive martial technique, maximizing his state to its zenith, inciting exhilaration. Fist after fist erupted forth, meeting the oncoming sword energy. Each blade was sharp and menacing. In every fleeting moment, Yihan's arms were cut, yet they healed in a blink, embodying a cycle of annihilation and resurrection. The crimson flame battle blood could not be subdued. In fact, it only fueled Yihan's excitement, invigorating his life force even further. Boom! Another ferocious wave of sword energy surged forth. This was the most crucial and powerful strike from Luo Tianjing's eternal sword of the ages, taught personally by the son of rebirth, Feng Wuliang. It pierced directly into the essence of swordsmanship. One strike, an absolute kill. Luo Tianjing unleashed his mightiest blow, aiming to completely obliterate Yihan. Come forth. Yihan felt an overwhelming thrill and retaliated with a punch. Outside the battlefield, countless gazes were fixed intently, faces etched with astonishment. A physical fist meeting a battle sword, confronting a low-tier earth-level martial technique? Was Yihan so swept up in the battle that he had lost all sense of danger? Did he truly believe that his fists were made of iron? Is it that you possess an unparalleled physique, a terrifying depth of talent, with a corporeal form capable of such extraordinary prowess? Many formidable beings contemplated this, but in the next instant, a deafening sonic boom erupted upon the battlefield. The clash of a fearsome, lethal strike met with Yihan, shattering upon contact. Following this, Yihan let out a resounding roar towards the heavens, brimming with vigor. His primal energy surged forth, initiating a remarkable transformation of his strength. His body trembled with a thunderous resonance, as the surrounding elemental energy of the world surged violently into him, transforming at an unprecedented rate into a fresh, potent force. Within his energy sea, the power began to compress incessantly. Crack! Crack! Yihan extended his hand, revealing a crystal radiating a celestial azure light. He tossed this crystal into his mouth, and within mere moments, he chewed and swallowed it whole. A ninth-tier beast core. Countless onlookers were struck with terror, their gazes fixated on Yihan's form. This Yihan, consuming a ninth-tier beast core? A monstrosity, a monstrosity. How could this be possible? Is he not afraid of the backlash upon his flesh, or of being overwhelmed? The energy contained within a ninth-tier beast core is immensely potent and ferocious. Typically, one would refine a ninth-tier beast core by gradually absorbing its power until the core itself transformed into a transparent crystal, rendered entirely inert. Yet Yihan, astonishingly, devoured the entire core whole. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no one a moment to react. In the earth before him, Luo Tianjing, having unleashed a peak strike, found himself somewhat drained. He was momentarily paralyzed by the scene before him, unable to immediately thwart Yihan or disrupt his state. Converge the ninth divine power. At that moment, Yihan roared with fervor. Chapter 62. Breaking through the martial symbol, forcing a kill. A cataclysmic force erupted. Deep within Yihan's energy sea, waves of primal energy surged incessantly. A brand new divine power emerged, extraordinarily robust, pure, and formidable. The ninth divine power. In that fleeting moment, Yihan ascended to the ninth level of divine power. His entire essence, spiritual, physical, and realm, underwent a remarkable transformation, stepping into an entirely new domain. A sensation of grand perfection enveloped him. In the realm of divine power, the convergence of 9 divine forces signifies true completeness. When 9 divine powers unite, the combat prowess and foundation of any martial artist ascend to an extraordinary state, with each individual experiencing at least a doubling of their strength. As for Yihan, a tenfold increase. His combat strength surged by at least 10 times. Moreover, the richness of his vitality and primal energy surpassed that of Luo Tianjing. The eternal sword of 1,000 autumns. The sword path is but trivial. My fists, Yihan's, shatter the heavens and obliterate all illusions. Yihan's voice resonated like an immortal melody, echoing powerfully. He locked onto Luo Tianjing and, in an instant, stepped forward. Luo Tianjing doomed. With a single punch, He unleashed no martial techniques, no alterations, only a pure, unbridled force. This was the first strike following the breakthrough to the 9th level of divine power, an invincible blow born from the pinnacle of will and strength. With a thunderous sound, even before the punch reached him, Luo Tianzhong began to retreat. The relentless intent of that punch, combined with Yi Han's overwhelming momentum, filled Luo Tianzhong with an inexplicable dread. His spirit was under Yi Han's formidable oppression, igniting an impulse to concede and prostrate himself in submission. In a moment of desperation, Luo Tianzhong's spirit erupted in a primal roar as his battle sword trembled. Just as he uttered 2 words, he found himself unable to execute the eternal sword of 1,000 autumns. Yi Han had already closed the distance. With one punch, Luo Tianzhong let out a wretched scream, akin to a kite severed from its string, launched into the air. 9 powerful divine forces, enveloped in surging primal energy, crashed into Luo Tianzhong's body through Yi Han's fist. Blood stained the air as terror filled Luo Tianzhong's eyes. Boom! He crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. A prominent hole appeared in the center of his chest, brutally pierced by Yi Han. On that day within Yin City, Luo Tianzhong regarded me as an ant. Today, at the Reincarnation Academy, I, Yi Han, shall rise while treading upon your head. In this world, no one can bully me. Yi Han's will was immensely powerful as he advanced toward Luo Tianzhong, like a martial god descending. At this juncture in battle, life and death were sealed. Luo Tianzhong, utterly defeated, a master of the Qi explosion realm, could not withstand a single punch from Yi Han. Almost all spectators outside the battlefield widened their eyes in disbelief, with several high-ranking members of the academy rising in astonishment. How could such a prodigy emerge? This Yi Han, previously rumored to be vengeful and reckless, with no one suggesting he possessed such remarkable talent. A person of this caliber could not possibly remain concealed. At the very least, upon joining the academy, he would be fervently sought after by various elders, stirring the interest of high-ranking officials within the institution. What unique gift does he possess? His physical form is extraordinarily robust, indicative of possessing a supreme constitution. Yet was not his heavenly serpent battle body seized by Yi Zhishuan? Some began to voice their thoughts, while others recalled Yi Han's past tribulations. On the battlefield, Luo Tianzhong appeared despondent. As he gazed at the approaching Yi Han, he suddenly gritted his teeth and commanded, "Martial Talisman, attack!" Yi Han experienced a fleeting moment of terror. In an instant, he halted, his gaze locking onto Luo Tianzhong. A divine radiance enveloped the latter. Above Luo Tianzhong, a youthful figure materialized, clad in a black and white yin-yang battle robe, his long hair cascading down, his eyes resembling an unparalleled celestial sword. "Enough! Withdraw from the battlefield." A calm voice resonated. The man's countenance was serene, yet an unmatched aura emanated from him, exerting pressure over all. Noble, sacred, supreme. The lord of the boundless sword sect, the sole reincarnation of the academy, and the heir of the celestial path, Feng Wuliang. Outside the battlefield, countless disciples erupted in fervor, their emotions running high. Many were witnessing Feng Wuliang's visage for the very first time. The king of talents, the king of monsters. A once-in-a-millennium figure from the ancient void realm. He is the object of admiration for countless disciples, a figure to be followed, and the pride of the entire Reincarnation Academy. Damn it! Yi Han's eyes burst forth with a chilling light, his heart silently protesting. His spirit was subjected to an indescribable pressure, akin to facing an invincible sword deity, compelled to submit without harboring any thoughts of resistance. This was the second time Yi Han felt such an overwhelming presence. The first occurred at the Demon Ridge, a distant memory, though it had still left him trembling. Today, standing here, Yi Han's combat prowess and level had vastly improved. Yet he was still engulfed by a suffocating sensation. Withdraw from the battlefield? On what grounds? Impossible. Even if you are Feng Wuliang, you lack the right to interfere in this battle. I, Yi Han, shall not concede or surrender. Boom. Yi Han suddenly took a step forward. This step felt akin to trudging through an endless mire, exhausting all his strength, an arduous endeavor. Yet, that single step solidified his resolve. My intent to kill is unyielding. My fighting spirit cannot be shattered. Yi Han's heart was resolute, his gaze unwavering, as his vital energy surged through his limbs, permeating his entire being. Die? His fist radiated with energy as he lunged forward, crashing toward Luo Tianjin. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. At that moment, Feng Wuliang's ethereal form raised an arm and pointed a finger at Yi Han. This was the supreme sword finger, embodying a terrifying will of the sword. Imbued with an overwhelmingly fierce aura of slaughter, the sword aimed unerringly, striking directly at Yi Han's brow. A sense of annihilation, a breath of death, seemed poised to shatter Yi Han's resolve and obliterate his will. This thrust was not merely a conventional technique of assassination. It was a manifestation of sword intent, capable of imposing absolute oppression, causing one to falter and collapse without any direct confrontation. A mere meter separated them, a chasm that felt insurmountable. Yi Han's fierce intention to kill was thus rendered futile. Luo Tianjung lay trembling on the ground, fear having firmly taken hold of his mind. He could scarcely fathom that Yi Han would dare to launch such a punch even after the power of that martial talisman was unleashed. And the will of the wind Wuliang was manifested. Time seemed to freeze for 3 breaths. For Yi Han, these 3 breaths felt like an eternity. He sensed himself immersed in an endless realm of swordsmanship, where terrifying sword energies filled the air, each one carrying the intent to annihilate him. His spirit was on the brink of collapse, his will wavering, his strength dwindling. Once, Yi Han had been an inconspicuous figure, bullied in the small city of Yan. Now, having entered the Reincarnation Academy and bearing the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, he feared no one. No one could bring about his downfall. His will was indomitable. Yi Han roared internally, regaining clarity in an instant. The figure of Luo Tianjung re-emerged in his vision, as did the entirety of the battlefield. With a resounding impact, he unleashed a punch, decisive and overwhelming, forcing his way through. Blood gushed forth as Luo Tianjing's chest caved in, lifeless in an instant, devoid of any vitality. Luo Tianjung was dead. Impudent. The furious voice of Wind Wuliang reverberated simultaneously. Chapter 63. Half-step sword immortal. A tempestuous aura surged forth, overwhelming Yi Han in an instant, leaving him breathless under an immense weight. Feng Wuliang pointed decisively at Yi Han's brow. Meanwhile, countless disciples outside the battlefield fell into a hushed silence. Several high-ranking officials of the academy were struck with alarm, rising to their feet. Has he perished? Luo Tianjung is dead, a being who had attained the Qi explosion realm. On the verge of advancing to an inner disciple, was effortlessly slain by Yi Han. For the academy, this did not constitute a significant loss, yet it marked an unprecedented occurrence. Execution is imperative. Yi Han, with his ruthless temperament and cruel methods, is unworthy of being an academy disciple. Several elders voiced their outrage, particularly Vice Hall Master Chiu of the Law Enforcement Hall, who was visibly agitated. Undoubtedly, this transgresses the academy's regulations. If a duel could result in the arbitrary slaughter of an opponent, would the academy not descend into chaos over time? In the midst of the battlefield, Yi Han staggered backward, retreating 100 meters. The horrifying force behind Feng Wuliang's finger was inexorable, carrying an aura capable of annihilating all as it surged into Yi Han's being. Feng Wuliang's murderous intent was boundless. Yi Han's body trembled, his brow stained with blood, feeling as though his skull were about to be pierced. The lethal force of that finger was not overwhelmingly potent, yet the will it harbored was exceptionally formidable, almost insurmountable, capable of extinguishing everything. A moment's carelessness could lead to Yi Han's own will being shattered by Feng Wuliang's intent, causing his consciousness to collapse into a state of mindlessness, reduced to a mere shell. In a critical moment, as thoughts raced, Yi Han unleashed his power, his energy surging forth. Roll. Under the crushing pressure, a resounding command reverberated through the air. The tone was rich, domineering, decisive, fearless, unrestrained, and accompanied by Yi Han's astounding martial will that erupted in an instant. The sound waves stirred, transmitting and expanding in a single breath. The energy soared, and the sonic waves became lethal. An unparalleled martial technique, the soul-claiming thunder sound. Under the oppressive weight of Feng Wuliang's will, at that moment, Yi Han, having ascended to the 9th level of divine power, unleashed the soul-claiming thunder sound. Mo Qingru had intended to grant him this technique after he entered the Qi explosion realm. Yi Han had merely skimmed through it, with no intention of deliberate practice. Yet today, it flowed forth effortlessly, allowing his will and fury to be fully expressed. In an instant, a vacuum resonated, like an invisible current surging forth. Like the tidal waves of a great river, it crashed through the sound waves, overwhelming everything. 100 meters ahead, Feng Wuliang's ethereal form shattered into fragments, vanishing without a trace. On the ground, a martial talisman cracked with a sharp sound, rendered useless from this moment forth. Exhaling deeply, Yihan finally relaxed. He had succeeded in obliterating Feng Wuliang's will, emerging as if from the depths of the 18 layers of hell, achieving a profound liberation of spirit. It was a feeling akin to surviving a calamity. I have triumphed. Yihan surveyed the vast expanse ahead, calmly uttering 3 words. A sense of exhilaration coursed through him, as he felt utterly at ease. Every pore of Yihan's body was expanding, continuously absorbing the elemental energy of the surroundings. In this moment, having vanquished Luo Tianzheng, his heart felt as if a tormenting demon had been expelled, and his will flowed boundlessly. He yearned to take lives. Even the reincarnation-born Feng Wuliang could not impede him. A profound confidence burgeoned within him. Alas, it was lamentable that the wretched Yi Zhishuan did not partake in the battle. Yihan gazed towards the distant battlefield, his spirit restless. He felt an overwhelming urge to ascend to the summit of Tongtian Peak and confront Yi Zhishuan directly, to eliminate her presence once and for all. Yi Zhishuan was the most grievous thorn in his heart. If he could extricate this thorn, then the past grievances would turn to ash, allowing Yihan to truly unshackle his will and ascend the martial path unencumbered. After a moment of contemplation, Yihan turned towards the edge of the battlefield. Despite having just emerged from a fierce conflict, even pressed by Feng Wuliang's will, he remained in a state of peak performance, buoyed by his realm, foundation, and the transformation of his spirit. In the impending battle, the first contest, Yihan felt no fear. Yihan prevails, announced the elder of the academy, his gaze intricate. He turned to Morong Feng. Morong Feng, do you wish to challenge Yihan? Morong Feng, also a contender among the top 3, a prodigious talent among the outer disciples, fixed his gaze upon Yihan with utmost complexity. Observing Yihan's vigorous stride, still unwearied, Morong Feng shook his head. I forfeit the challenge. What folly it would be to confront Yihan at the zenith of his power. Morong Feng was not so foolish. Very well. I hereby declare the results of the outer disciples competition. Yihan takes first place, Morong Feng second, and due to Luo Tianzheng's demise, third place is awarded to Lin Xiao. The elder's voice resonated, echoing throughout the space as he announced the final standings. Outside the battlefield, Lin Xiao's expression was complex. He had been one of the dark horses in the earlier rounds, a strong contender for the top 3, but had unfortunately faltered in the battle for the top 10. To his astonishment, he found himself inadvertently benefiting from Yihan's triumph, as Luo Tianjing's death propelled him into the ranks of the top 3. According to the rules, the 3 of you shall be promoted to inner disciples after the Academy Conference. Congratulations, the elder continued. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one had anticipated such an outcome. The outer disciples of the Academy were numerous, with many possessing unique bloodlines or special physiques, while countless others had lingered in the outer ranks for years, amassing a wealth of experience. The competition was fierce, and merely entering the top 10 was a formidable challenge. Yihan, having joined the Academy only a few months prior, had secured first place in the outer disciples competition, shattering many preconceived notions. Especially astonishing was the fact that Yihan did not appear to possess extraordinary innate talent. His abilities seemed rather unremarkable, rendering the situation even more incredulous. Rewards were distributed forthwith. The top 10 rewards include the Earth-level inferior elixir, Thunderstorm Fury Pill. In addition, there are rewards for the top 3, granting immediate promotion to inner disciples, a meteoric rise. However, just as the rewards were being distributed, an unexpected voice emerged. Many experts from the Academy turned to see Deputy Hall Master Chiu of the Law Enforcement Hall had appeared, his presence unnoticed until now. This individual is known for his ruthless methods and malevolent heart, daring to kill openly during the disciple competition. Such a person could hardly be allowed to ascend to inner disciple status. Deputy Hall Master Chiu's gaze was indifferent as he glanced at Yihan. Indeed, in an instant, 3 more figures emerged, expressing strong opposition. The sword-wielding elders. The Academy possesses a treasured trio of swords, heaven, earth, and man. which formed the foundation of the Academy's crucial defensive sword formation. Historically, these three battle swords have been wielded by formidable experts. Should any disciple seek to settle a life-and-death grudge, they must sign a life-and-death contract and enter the life-and-death platform to resolve their conflicts. Yi Han, having directly killed during the disciple competition, cannot escape culpability. His cultivation must be abolished, and he should be expelled from the Academy, with the gravest penalty being execution. The elder at the forefront spoke, identified as the Elder of the Heaven Sword among the sword-wielding elders. The crowd turned their attention, their expressions a mix of complexity. The three sword-wielding elders are all half-step sword immortals. It was unexpected that all three would appear together to obstruct Yi Han's promotion to the inner sect. Chapter 64. The endless fury. Yi Han's countenance shifted dramatically, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before him. He never anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, further troubles would arise. While he could comprehend the stance of Deputy Hall Master Chiu from the Enforcement Hall, after all, this individual had previously allied with Yin Tianxiu to impose sanctions upon him. He was perplexed by the presence of three elderly gentlemen, their identities completely unknown to him. What grievances could possibly exist between them? Master of the Heavenly Sword, what is your intent? In an instant, another figure emerged at the outskirts of the battlefield, Elder Ji. Yi Han's icy demeanor softened slightly, taken aback by Elder Ji's timely appearance. Unexpected occurrences are not uncommon in the disciple competition. Moreover, Yi Han's triumph over the stronger adversary is a commendable feat, and thus, his actions against Luo Tianzhong are justifiable. Elder Ji fixed his gaze upon the Master of the Heavenly Sword, his brow furrowed in concern. Haha, justifiable? The Master of the Heavenly Sword's expression remained stern, his eyes sharp as blades. Without rules, there can be no order. Yi Han has transgressed the regulations and must face punishment. Elder Ji attempted to interject, but the Master of the Earthly Sword stepped forward. Ji Yuanming, as an ordinary elder, you lack the qualifications to protect this outer disciple. Withdraw, lest you bring shame upon yourself. The three great sword elders, heaven, earth, and man, each exuded formidable authority, all esteemed figures within the Academy. Indeed, Ji Yuanming, should you dare utter another word, it will be construed as collusion with this boy, and you shall be suppressed alongside him. The Master of the Human Sword sneered ominously. Joining the fray, you three, esteemed sword elders, are targeting an outer disciple? What ancient enmity could possibly exist? Yi Han, no longer silent, stepped forward. His resolve was unwavering. Despite the inscrutable depths of the three sword elders, he felt no trepidation. Targeting? You overestimate your significance. You, a mere outer disciple, dare to commit murder in broad daylight? Such an act warrants the death penalty. The Master of the Heavenly Sword cast a disdainful glance at Yi Han. Death penalty? Yi Han retorted, his gaze fixed on the Master of the Heavenly Sword. Luo Tianzhong is nothing more than an ordinary outer disciple. He dared to show murderous intent toward me, and thus, he deserves to die. What did you say? A glint of cold fury ignited in the Master of the Heavenly Sword's eyes. Yi Han had the audacity to retort, am I mistaken? The path of humanity is one of the 6 legacies of the Academy. I, Yi Han, am the sole inheritor, the only disciple. If he wishes to slay me, he harbors ulterior motives, seeking to sever the legacy of the path of humanity, and thus, he is deserving of death. Yi Han's voice resonated powerfully. His demise at my hands is only fitting. Let it be known, even if he were an inner disciple of noble birth, attempting to assassinate me to obliterate the legacy of the path of humanity, such an act constitutes a grave crime, and he would deserve death. Casting aspersions is a skill anyone can master. Engaging in verbal sparring is trivial. Yi Han had resolved to silence all 3 sword elders with his words. Relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. Yi Han had come to this profound realization. Elder Ji is capable of speaking on his own behalf, and Yi Han is certainly grateful for that. However, he is keenly aware that Elder Ji's influence is quite limited. Among the elders of the Academy, Elder Ji, being an ordinary elder, holds little sway compared to the 3 formidable sword-wielding elders who occupy positions of significant authority. The Heavenly Sword Elder is profoundly surprised. He never anticipated that Yi Han would make such a bold declaration. This mere boy, scarcely in his teens, articulates words with such incisiveness that he momentarily leaves all 3 elders at a loss for words. The phrase successor of the human Tao resonates heavily in their hearts. Setting aside the matter of power, in terms of identity and status, Yihan's position as the heir of the human Tao is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, within the 6 paths of the academy, the other 5 paths boast numerous disciples and many prodigies. While the human Tao is universally acknowledged as the most challenging to cultivate and also the weakest, with few willing to join its ranks. Adding to this, the rigorous selection of disciples by the human Tao master, Li Fuqilu, has resulted in Yihan being its sole disciple. With a silver tongue, audacious, the heavenly sword elder's expression shifts, revealing an intense ferocity. A boundless might erupts from his profound gaze, surging toward Yihan like an overwhelming torrent, severing all avenues of retreat. Thunderous, Yihan grits his teeth as his body trembles. Above him, it feels as though an ancient divine mountain has materialized, intent on pinning him down. In this fleeting moment, it seems as if Yihan's form is on the verge of being crushed, excruciating pain radiating through his limbs and bones. By what right do you seek to suppress me? Yihan clenches his fists, fervently channeling his inner energy. Deep within his energy sea, 9 divine powers surge forth, weaving through his meridians and bones, assisting him in resisting the external pressure. Indescribable and unfathomable. Such is the might of the heavenly sword elder. The disparity between them is immeasurable. In the elderess eyes, Yihan is no different from an ant on the ground, and a mere thought could annihilate him numerous times over. Kneel. In a daze, Yihan seems to hear the heavenly sword elder's voice resounding like a great bell. His eardrums thrum with the force of the reverberating sound waves, threatening to obliterate Yihan's will and compel him to kneel in submission, confessing his error. Error? What error is there? You, a venerable elder of the academy, suddenly appear to confront me, an outer disciple, without any justification? Crackling sounds echo as Yihan's flesh and bones strain, blood surging as if on the brink of bursting forth. To one side, Elder G's energy surges as he steps forward. Yet, at that very instant, both the Earth Sword Elder and the Human Sword Elder move in unison, stepping forth with cold smirks, flanking Elder G with their swords drawn, effectively blocking his path. The chilling sword aura swirls menacingly, exerting immense pressure on Elder G, as if poised to erupt and end his life on the spot. You, esteemed Sword Elders, are you truly willing to compromise your dignity to confront an outer disciple? Elder G's face darkens considerably. Such an event, if it were to spread, would be utterly inconceivable, rendering them a laughingstock. No matter how domineering, how forceful, or how prone to trouble Yihan may be, his grievances with a few disciples beneath him could hardly involve a figure of such stature as the Sword Elder. As he stood upon the earth ahead, Yihan's form was subjected to an overwhelming pressure, yet he would rather face death than bow. His knees felt as though they were on the verge of being crushed into the ground, pain radiating through his entire being, threatening to shatter him. Suddenly, with a fierce determination, Yihan bent one knee and struck the ground with his right arm. The earth beneath him cracked, fissures spreading like a web. With great effort, he braced himself against the ground and lifted his head, a piercing cold light emanating from his eyes. Heaven and earth, all paths within the universe. Apart from my parents, no one shall compel Yihan to kneel. Sword Elder, what are you? Even a figure made of clay possesses a temper, let alone Yihan. If the Sword Elder truly questioned his actions against Luo Tianzhong, it was somewhat understandable. However, this individual was clearly seeking conflict. Today, at the Academy's Grand Assembly, with countless experts and disciples present, to kneel would be an unbearable humiliation, absolutely out of the question. Chapter 65. The thunderous fury Pil Yihan's will is formidable and invincible. His voice resonates powerfully. His physique is unyielding. The sound waves ripple through the air, echoing across the heavens and the earth, instilling fear in the hearts of many. In the face of the oppressive aura emanating from the Elder of the Heavenly Sword, Yihan remarkably perseveres to this extent, a feat unforeseen by anyone. Let me see the source of your confidence that emboldens you to defy me. The Elder of the Heavenly Sword remarks with an indifferent gaze, seemingly unperturbed. Yihan, a mere insignificant disciple, is one among millions within the Academy. Lacking the status of a true disciple, he is deemed unworthy even to engage in direct conversation with him. True disciples are exceedingly rare, constituting less than 1,000th of the Academy's students. A powerful aura envelopes Yihan. In that moment, he feels the elder's gaze piercing through his very being, uncovering all his concealed secrets. No hidden truth escapes this man's perception and scrutiny. Mental force. This is the martial arts mental force. The elder of the heavenly sword is a half-step sword immortal, having already acquired the martial arts mental force. This force is extraordinarily wondrous and possesses boundless applications. It can sense the fluctuations of an opponent's aura amidst battle and detect even the slightest movement in the world around. Resolutely gritting his teeth, Yihan concentrates his spirit and energy to the utmost. In the fleeting instant, under the immense pressure of the aura and the sweeping mental force, he establishes a connection with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower within him. The power of the two dragon bones within him communicates with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. The moment the elder's mental force enters his body, the power of the dragon bones temporarily merges with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, concealing itself entirely. After several breaths of scrutiny, the elder furrows his brow, revealing an expression of disbelief. Yihan's interior is devoid of any extraordinary bloodline power or physical prowess. It is merely an ordinary body. At most, it possesses vigorous vitality and abundant elemental energy, which is not surprising. The cultivation of the path of humanity emphasizes the relentless honing of the physical form, akin to how an ordinary person becomes robust through regular exercise. As the mental force retracts, the overwhelming aura dissipates in an instant. Yihan finally feels a sense of relief. The elder of the heavenly sword casts a glance at Yihan. Regardless, you have slain Luo Tianjing, violating the Academy's regulations, and have dared to confront me. The sword elder, you shall receive punishment. After a few breaths, the elder speaks again. I shall not make things difficult for you, insignificant as you are. For your dual offenses, your qualification for promotion to an inner disciple is hereby revoked. With that, without waiting for Yihan's response, the elder turns and departs. The elder of the earth sword and the elder of the human sword also cast a cold glance at Yihan, sneering as they leave together. Exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration, Yihan's expression sharpens, remaining silent. No amount of words would alter the outcome. This is the best possible resolution. He understands that his identity as a successor of the path of humanity ultimately instills a degree of caution in the elder of the heavenly sword. Otherwise, today's conclusion would have undoubtedly been far more dire. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yihan slowly rose and approached Elder Ji, saying, I almost dragged you down with me. Not at all. You, my boy, are someone I have watched enter the academy. You are, in a sense, a junior. If I do not intervene today, who will advocate for you? Elder Ji waved his hand nonchalantly. The two departed from the square, and Yihan inquired, who, exactly, are those three individuals? They are the three great sword elders, the sword of heaven, the sword of earth, and the sword of man. Elder Ji glanced into the distance. They have a favorable relationship with Feng Wuliang and occasionally offer guidance to the disciples of the Wuji sword sect. All three are formidable beings in the realm of swordsmanship, akin to half-step sword immortals. Are they acting on Feng Wuliang's orders to deal with me? Yihan's expression darkened. That should not be the case. Elder Ji shook his head. Feng Wuliang is a true dragon among men, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, and he is far too proud to rely on others for assistance. Moreover, he has recently been preoccupied with refining his dragon human body and is unlikely to concern himself with a mere outer sect disciple. Yihan ceased his questions, understanding that Elder Ji's words, while perhaps grounded in reality, reflected the harsh truth. If one were to ask him to confront a mere errand disciple, even if that individual were to leap and flail before him, Yihan would hardly pay them any mind unless they were seeking certain doom. Aside from Feng Wuliang, you must exercise caution with others. After all, the Wuji sword sect's influence within the academy is steadily expanding, and few dare to provoke them as you have. Many elders within the academy would likely show deference to the Wuji sword sect, Elder Ji added. Once separated from Elder Ji, Yihan swiftly returned to his dragon hidden peak. The upcoming competition among the inner disciples, including the contest for the true discipleship, had little relevance to him. He intended to take this opportunity to solidify his cultivation and adjust his state in preparation for the impending Six Paths contest. The Six Paths contest is of utmost importance, as it pertains to the future. More significantly, he may have to confront Feng Wuliang directly. This represents a formidable challenge, should he succeed in overcoming it. he would establish a significant presence within the academy, thereby alleviating many future troubles. Conversely, failure to do so would leave him vulnerable to Feng Wuliang's ambition to dominate the Six Paths, unifying their power to become the king of the Six Paths, the master of reincarnation. If Yihan's foundation is insufficient, he would inevitably be engulfed by the momentum that Feng Wuliang seeks to consolidate. At Dragon Hidden Peak, Yihan sat cross-legged within the Dragon Hidden Hall, retrieving a pill, the Thunderstorm Fury Pill. Though he had lost his qualification to advance to an inner disciple, Yihan remained unperturbed, confident that upon stepping into the explosive realm, he would assuredly succeed in his promotion. In fact, this Thunderstorm Fury Pill would be of immense benefit to him at this moment. It is a low-grade, Earth-level elixir, a treasure he had never even laid eyes on during his years in Flame City. Moreover, the rewards for placing in the top 3 of the competition included a high-grade mysterious weapon, which he had yet to obtain. Nevertheless, Yihan remained unconcerned, choosing not to entangle himself further. Whether it be disciples of the academy or even some esteemed elders, none would risk offending Yin Tianxiu or the members of the Wuji Sword sect on his behalf. In the future, with strength at his disposal, such a stifling situation would inevitably transform. Swallowing the elixir, it instantly became a refreshing stream within him. Yihan hastily activated the Nine Heavens Dragon Control Technique, and immediately felt his body swell, his power surging. Boom! It felt as though 1,000 galloping stallions were racing within him. The potency of the elixir surged wildly through his limbs and bones, traversing every meridian. Each acupoint, every bone, every inch of flesh underwent relentless tempering and hammering by this newfound strength, rendering him even more robust. Yihan's complexion changed. He sensed that everything within his Qi was being drawn upon. Divine power and primal energy surged tumultuously within the Qi. As time passed, 9 strands of divine power, enveloped by primal energy, departed from the Qi and began to circulate through his meridians. With each cycle, Yihan felt the tempering of his entire being, both inside and out. The repetitive refining and successive impacts enriched his vital essence, augmenting his strength continually. He sensed that he was on the verge of shattering the shackles that bound him, ready to plunge into the realm of explosive energy, achieving the first detonation, blood energy explosion. The Thunder Fury Pill was designed to facilitate a martial artist's initiation into this explosive state, propelling them into the realm of explosive energy. However, at that very moment, Yihan's will surged forth, forcefully suppressing everything within him. He resolutely restrained the impulse to enter the explosive realm, stabilizing his mind. A breakthrough at this juncture would be an act of utter irresponsibility. Chapter 66. The arrival of a great adversary in the realm of martial arts cultivation. Both the Gathering Yuan and Divine Power stages are about accumulation. However, upon reaching the Qi explosion stage, one truly ascends to new heights. This marks the commencement of transcending the mundane and stepping into the supreme domain. Having just entered the 9th level of divine power, if I were to break through again, my foundation would undoubtedly be unstable. The Qi explosion stage is of paramount importance. Yihan practices the Nine Heavens Dragon Sovereign Technique and is acutely aware of its extraordinary nature. After achieving the Qi explosion stage, numerous transformations will manifest. Beyond the fundamental enhancements of vitality and bone structure, culminating in the explosive release of Qi and blood, it is likely that various divine anomalies and profound changes will arise. Should one's foundation be insufficient and one's depth lacking, even a successful breakthrough would yield inadequate power to support the transformations of the body. This would render one indistinguishable from the masses. Hence, Yihan resolutely refuses to be reckless in pursuit of power. Seated in tranquility, Yihan delves once more into cultivation. He tirelessly channels his technique, connecting with the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, drawing forth strands of 5-clawed golden dragon energy to continuously refine himself, gradually solidifying his second dragon bone. This is a process of accumulating depth. Once all refinement is perfected and the realm is complete, a breakthrough will occur naturally. Meanwhile, at the Academy's Purple Qi Peak, Yin Tianxiu stands in proud defiance, her gaze sweeping across the heavens as she stares into the vast sea of clouds ahead. Time is running short. Were it not for my summoning of the 3 great sword elders, this Yihan would already be an inner disciple, and that would spell trouble. Yin Tianxiu's aura is unstable, radiating intense anger and resentment. Her features, concealed beneath a veil, seem to shift constantly as she plots and deduces countless possibilities. In battles among disciples of the same rank, the Academy typically turns a blind eye to the mutual slaughter of miscellaneous disciples. However, when it comes to outer disciples, should there be fatalities in their conflicts, if one possesses formidable strength, talent, or an extraordinary background, such matters often dissipate into trivialities. Yet, when inner disciples engage in vendettas, they cannot act with such impunity. Should a true blood feud arise, it can only be resolved on the life and death stage, where only one can emerge alive. Otherwise, should they engage in mutual slaughter, the Academy's regulations will impose severe repercussions on the perpetrator, exacting a painful price. Of course, if actions are taken covertly, without witnesses or evidence, that is an exception. Yi Han was once a mere inconsequential figure, a lowly servant in Yin Tianxiu's eyes, comparable to an ant. She could methodically deal with him, applying pressure until he ultimately crumbles and submits. Who could have foreseen that a grand competition at the Academy would unveil Yi Han's true strength? His rate of transformation is alarmingly swift. So much so that Yin Tianxiu can no longer afford to underestimate him, sensing a profound threat. For 9 years, I have lingered at this stage. If I cannot acquire that half of the 9-yang fire jade, I shall be unable to refine the 9-yang fire source. Will my cultivation remain eternally stagnant in the void explosion domain? Amidst her musings, Yin Tianxiu extends her hand, drawing forth energy. In the blink of an eye, a figure radiating fiery brilliance arrives, prostrating before her. It is her demonic beast mount, the fire feather bird. Yi Han, your stubbornness, along with your master's, leaves me no choice but to act. I lack the patience to continue this stalemate. With that, Yin Tianxiu soared into the sky on the fiery feathered bird, departing from Ziki Peak. At Longing Peak, Yi Han, who had been immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes wide, breaking free from his meditative state. He exited the Longing Hall, and before him in the expansive training ground stood a person and a beast, a figure who held the first position on the yin-yang list. Yin Tianxiu. An indescribable sense of danger enveloped him, and Yi Han regarded the newcomer with utmost vigilance. This Longing Peak was not easily accessible to outsiders. Unfortunately, Yi Han's insufficient strength rendered him incapable of activating the numerous protective formations of the peak. Without the safeguarding formations, someone like Yin Tianxiu, who possessed a flying mount, could simply descend without relying on the teleportation array below. Yi Han, trouble has come your way, Yin Tianxiu declared coldly upon seeing Yi Han. Is that so? Though you are the first on the yin-yang list, I, Yi Han, as the heir of the human path, do not regard you highly. Yi Han replied with a sardonic smile. An astonishing aura descended in an instant, an oppressive force that seemed to seal all of Yi Han's potential avenues for retreat. Yin Tianxiu took a step forward, her words laced with derision. The heir of the human path? The human path is on the brink of extinction. In the future, as the 6 paths converge into one, you, the so-called heir, are nothing but a jest. Yin Tianxiu's voice carried a beguiling quality, capable of swaying one's will, drawing Yi Han unknowingly into the atmosphere she had conjured. The 6 paths converging into one. Are you suggesting that Feng Wuliang intends to dominate the 6 paths? Yi Han stood with his hands clasped behind him. You may be disappointed. As long as I, Yi Han, exist, I care not for the other 5 paths. But the human path shall endure. Yi Han, after you killed Luo Tianzheng and rose to prominence as the top outer disciple, it is only natural for you to harbor such confidence and arrogance. Alas, without strength, all words are mere illusions. Feng Wuliang is an unfathomable existence. In the struggle of the 6 paths, he will eliminate you. You can hardly conceive of the power possessed by someone like Feng Wuliang. Yin Tianxiu fixed her gaze on Yi Han. 1,000 of you combined would not stand a chance against Feng Wuliang. Then, are you implying that your purpose in seeking me today is to serve as a pawn for Feng Wuliang? Yi Han surveyed Yin Tianxiu, feeling no fondness for this relentless figure atop the yin-yang list. Not quite. Yi Han, if you can persuade Mo Qingru to produce that half piece of the 9-yang fire jade, I, Yin Tianxiu, will ensure your safety this time. You must have witnessed the might of Feng Wuliang. Yin Tianxiu's voice was urgent. Haraha. Yi Han suddenly erupted into laughter, gazing at Yin Tianxiu with disdain. To use Feng Wuliang as a threat against me. This is what it means to be the foremost on the yin-yang list. The unknown is what holds mystery, even terror. Yet, having already felt Feng Wuliang's imposing presence, I fear him not. Since he forcibly broke through Feng Wuliang's oppressive aura and vanquished Luo Tianjing, subsequently extinguishing a phantom of Feng Wuliang with the soul-seizing thunder, he has known no fear. The strength of his martial spirit is beyond the imagination of someone like Yin Tianxiu. Do not expect any further courtesy. After Yi Han's declaration, he paid no heed to Yin Tianxiu. There is no one to blame but myself. Having failed to sway Yi Han one last time, Yin Tianxiu resolved herself completely. With a sweep of her arm, an overwhelming momentum transformed into a tempest that surged forth in an instant. The air vibrated with lethal intent, spanning 100 meters. Culminating in a vacuum explosion, Yi Han abruptly turned, filled with trepidation, as the formidable energy and essence within him erupted. With a thunderous roar, a fierce gust coalesced into an invisible wall, crashing towards him relentlessly. Yi Han let out a muffled grunt, his body akin to a kite severed from its string. Uncontrollably propelled to the entrance of the Dragon Hidden Hall, Yin Tianxiu advanced step by step, her aura shimmering like silver serpents in a chaotic dance. Today, I shall seize the 9-yang fire jade. Yin Tianxiu's voice resonated with unwavering determination, leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 67, Vacuum Explosion. Invincible. Impossible. In this lifetime, you shall never obtain the 9-yang fire jade. Yi Han's lips bled as a grim smile twisted his face. A profound surge of murderous intent and fury overwhelmed his heart. Within him, the primordial force surged wildly, attempting to stabilize his injuries. He had not anticipated that Yin Tianxiu would arrive at such a critical moment, directly attacking him. Was this a desperate act born of panic? Boom. Yin Tianxiu struck again. With a flick of her arm, a streak of energy sliced through the air, descending with crushing force. The ground trembled, the vacuum quaked, as if it were on the verge of shattering from this blow. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Han roared in fury and forced himself to rise. Tiger Leopard, Thunder Fist. He unleashed a punch, his strength surging fiercely. Bang! Another wave of energy struck him, and Yi Han's fist was like a feather caught in a tempest, instantly obliterated. His body was once again sent crashing beneath the Grand Hall. Yin Tianxiu's casual strikes were far beyond what Yi Han could withstand. This was an absolute disparity of power. Yi Han sensed that even if he were 10 times stronger, he would still be no match for Yin Tianxiu. The realm of explosive energy, blood bursting, and vacuum explosion. Yin Tianxiu had ascended to the pinnacle of the vacuum explosion domain, her cultivation profound and formidable, executing her lethal techniques with seamless fluidity, each thought manifesting into action. Though Yi Han had previously vanquished 6 explosive energy warriors in the netherworld, they seemed but trifles before Yin Tianxiu. I refuse to accept this. Yi Han's heart cried out in anguish. Though Yin Tianxiu was powerful, he was absolutely confident that, given time, he could surpass and defeat her. Yet today on Longing Peak, faced with the might of Yin Tianxiu, he felt as powerless as a mere scholar. Hence, Yin Tianxiu's tone was indifferent. Her murderous intent towards Yi Han was boundless. Had it not been for her earlier reservations, she would have already torn him to shreds. The last time Yi Han dared to provoke her in front of others had sealed his fate in her eyes. For someone of her elevated status, enduring a challenge from him had reached its limits. In mere steps, Yin Tianxiu stood before Yi Han, raising her right arm. Her 5 fingers extended as she pressed down into the air. A nearly transparent vacuum handprint materialized. This unique technique of vacuum explosion, the primordial force handprint. With a thunderous boom, the handprint crashed down upon Yi Han's body. In an instant, Yi Han felt his entire energy and vitality shattered, leaving him utterly powerless aside from his energy sea. All martial skills, all secret techniques were rendered useless against her. Yi Han found himself unable to enter the state of divine power 100 explosions. Even the 9 strands of divine power within his energy sea remained inaccessible, completely suppressed. That handprint was a seal, binding his limbs and blood vessels, imprisoning all means of resistance and opportunity. Yin Tianxiu, how dare you oppress me in such a manner? I, Yi Han, shall not let this stand. You will inevitably face a dire reckoning for your actions. A hoarse and agonized voice erupted, as Yi Han stood with unparalleled spirit, his eyes ablaze with fierce rage and murderous intent. Cease your wild proclamations. No one cares for the rants of an insignificant insect. Yihan, your meager talent is inconsequential in the academy. In Tianxiu cast an indifferent glance at Yihan. On that day, when Yihan dared to publicly insult and provoke her, you should have anticipated this outcome. Yihan struggled incessantly, yet at that moment, his empty body was devoid of strength. All resistance proved futile. Just then, In Tianxiu made her move once more. She pointed her hand, and a surge of elemental energy coalesced before her. This energy transformed into an almost invisible chain, a binding force of elemental power. The chains descended upon him, wrapping around Yihan like a zongzi, completely subduing him. Though In Tianxiu harbored boundless murderous intent, she remained steadfast in her purpose for the day. With a gust of wind, the fire-feathered bird, as if attuned to her will, soared over. In Tianxiu summoned the elemental force, and with a swift motion, she cast Yihan onto the bird's back. She herself stepped onto the creature's back, intent on commanding it to leave this place. Panic surged within Yihan. At that moment, he found himself unable to resist, yet his mind was remarkably clear. This In Tianxiu had completely lost her sanity. She intended to capture him and take him to Zhuyuan Peak to meet her senior sister, Imo Qingru. Yihan had anticipated many outcomes, but this was beyond his calculations. In Tianxiu's mind, the competition of the 6 paths was about to commence, and he was destined to perish at the hands of Feng Wuliang. She aimed to seize the 9-yang fire jade through him before the onset of the contest. Absolutely not. He could not allow himself to endanger his senior sister, Imo Qingru. Yihan gritted his teeth fiercely. Blood surged within him, and despite the excruciating pain that felt as if his body were being torn apart, he finally connected with the Qi Si in that fleeting moment. A thread of subtle elemental power emerged, forcibly squeezed out from the Qi Si. Utilizing this elemental force, Yihan re-established the connection with the 2 divine bones in his arms. The power of the divine bones erupted instantaneously. A torrent of formidable dragon energy surged, racing through his limbs and bones with blinding speed. A sound of cracking echoed. The power that had been sealed within Yihan was obliterated. Crack! The elemental chains binding him shattered in an instant, breaking apart and vanishing. Get down! A voice like thunder boomed unexpectedly. In Tianxiu spun around abruptly, her gaze fixed upon Yihan, who had been cast aside. Boom! At that moment, Yihan sprang to his feet, delivering a fierce stomp. The fire-feathered bird flapped its wings, attempting to take flight, but its recently airborne body suddenly swayed and trembled. Boom! Once again, a foot imbued with boundless power descended. Blood splattered from the back of the fire-winged bird, its cry piercing and mournful, its wings trembling uncontrollably as it lost its sense of direction in midair, unexpectedly diving at an angle towards the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In Tianxiu was caught off guard. She had never anticipated that Yihan, whom she believed she had completely subdued, could break free. With her arm extended, In Tianxiu, consumed by rage, reached out to seize Yihan. Yihan let out a cold snort, leveraging the momentum of the descending fire-winged bird to leap forth with a sudden spring. Plummeting from a height of over 10 meters, Yihan landed firmly atop Longyin Peak. His breath began to revive, an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. The essence of 2 dragon bones resonating throughout his being. When he harnessed the might of both dragon bones, Yihan finally established a connection with the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. A sacred, supreme, and vast force enveloped him entirely. This was the might of the true dragon. However, before him, In Tianxiu had never encountered a true dragon in her lifetime and could not discern the enormity of the situation. The fire-winged bird crashed to the ground, completely prostrate. This beast, as though confronted by the most terrifying entity in existence, reflected an endless turmoil deep within its eyes. Whether from agony or sheer terror, its body trembled incessantly, rendering it incapable of movement. The true dragon, king of all beasts, emperor of all creatures. Every beast in the cosmos was compelled to respond to the aura of the true dragon. A thunderous roar erupted. As Yihan communicated with the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, a droplet of pure, pristine dragon energy manifested. The tower trembled, Yihan's aura surged. And in that moment, he seemingly transformed into a human-shaped true dragon. His will influenced the vacuum of the 8 directions. His aura resonated across the vast earth, Suddenly, the entire Longing Mountain experienced a fleeting tremor and quake. What was happening? Yin Tianxiu's gaze sharpened to a razor's edge as she surveyed her surroundings. The ground beneath her feet seemed to quiver once more. Chapter 68. The Revival of the Dragon Vein. The Academy is astounded. Suddenly, a formidable force erupted from the base of the mountain, akin to a terrifying torrent of earth surging upwards. The ground trembled violently, and Longing Peak began to shake violently, undergoing unpredictable changes. Atop the peak, Yin Tianxiu was struck with profound astonishment. With each breath, she felt an overwhelming surge of energy enter her body, rejuvenating her spirit. In a moment of daze, Yin Tianxiu sensed her own vital energy beginning to stir, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Alarmed, she forcibly suppressed the burgeoning power, refraining from a direct advancement. Longing Peak continued to tremble intensely. A faint golden aura emerged, rolling forth from the earth. This aura surged forth to envelop Yihan, encasing him within its protective embrace. The energy of the earth vein? Yin Tianxiu gasped, finally grasping the reality before her. Why are certain majestic mountains and rivers revered as paradisiacal realms? It is precisely because such locations often harbor unique topographies or concealed beneath them lie powerful, exceptional, and precious earth veins. In any case, these elements provide remarkable benefits to martial artists during their cultivation. Clearly, beneath Longing Peak lay a hidden earth vein, and judging by the magnitude of this energy, it was undoubtedly an exceedingly rare and precious top-tier vein. This is impossible. Yin Tianxiu inhaled deeply, casting her gaze toward Yihan. At this moment, Yihan's spirit seemed to transcend into a mysterious domain, impervious even to someone as formidable as Yin Tianxiu. The earth vein had just emerged. How could Yihan possibly harness its power to augment his own body? He had received the acknowledgement of this earth vein, which allowed him to draw upon this energy for cultivation, even in battle. Within the earth, Yihan sat cross-legged, his eyes radiating intense brilliance. Outside his pupils, Yin Tianxiu's figure appeared less imposing. Boundless power and immense resources coalesced within him at this moment. Every meridian and every strand of hair seemed to harbor infinite strength. Inexhaustible and unyielding, Yihan felt as if he could communicate with Longing Peak in an instant, merging his essence with that of the mountain, indistinguishable from one another. The grandeur of the peaks converged within himself. With a fierce determination, Yihan struck out, a single finger extending as the faint golden aura surged forth, charging ahead. His finger pierced through the air, akin to a sonic explosion. With this strike, Yin Tianxiu let out a muffled grunt, being forcefully pushed back several dozen steps. Impossible. Even with the acknowledgement of the Longing Peak earth vein, it was insufficient. Yin Tianxiu's vital energy surged as she inhaled and exhaled the immensely potent energy of heaven and earth. With a commanding voice, she stepped forward, her battle sword locking onto Yihan. The sword descended from the sky, as if slicing through the very fabric of vacuum itself. The sword's edge approached Yihan with unparalleled ferocity, a peak strike capable of shattering the void. Roar! Yihan unleashed a resonant sound that echoed through the heavens. A resounding wave of sound surged through the void, instantly penetrating into Yin Tianxiu's mind. For a fleeting moment, she found herself in a daze, as though ensnared in an ethereal illusion, causing the sword in her hand to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, Yihan sprang to his feet, his right arm thrusting forward with great force. With one strike, the sword chi shattered. The vacuum exploded, yet it was of no consequence. In the face of Yihan at this moment, she remained firmly suppressed. Yihan could not comprehend what had transpired moments before. All he knew was that he felt immensely powerful at this moment, his abilities rivaling those of Yin Tianxiu, aside from their martial realms. This mountain peak seemed to awaken today, and as its master, Yihan exerted overwhelming strength, basking in absolute enhancement, embodying an aura of invincibility. "You shall perish," Yin Tianxiu shouted furiously. The sudden transformation of Yihan ignited a sense of absolute provocation within her. A mere insignificant figure, whom she had easily dismissed not long ago, now appeared extraordinarily formidable, a reality she could scarcely accept. "You are the one who should perish." Yihan advanced with murderous intent. Although he was unfamiliar with the changes occurring on Longing Peak, he resolved not to squander this opportunity. Seizing the moment, he aimed to eliminate Yin Tianxiu. ensuring no future threats would arise. Yi Han's speed reached its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Yin Tianxiu. Despite her superior realm, at this very moment, his raw power eclipsed hers entirely. Slap! A resounding slap struck Yin Tianxiu's face forcefully. The impact nearly toppled her, leaving her face swollen and her blood surging uncontrollably. A piercing cry, tinged with a frenzied madness, reverberated atop Longyin Peak. Yin Tianxiu's fury soared to the heavens, her murderous intent coalescing into a transcendent sword, poised to rend the heavens and obliterate Yi Han. For years, no one had dared to strike her. As she ascended within the academy, now reigning atop the Yin-Yang rankings, she basked in unparalleled glory, becoming a figure of immense attention. How could she have endured such humiliation? An outer disciple dared to slap the unparalleled genius ranked first in the Yin-Yang rankings? Such a scandal, if it were to spread, would incite widespread turmoil and render her a laughingstock. Her battle sword trembled, raised menacingly. Yet, before she could unleash her strike, a fist followed her like a shadow, crashing violently into her right shoulder. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the scene as her sword was sent flying from her grasp by Yi Han's punch. Smack! Another resounding slap echoed. Yi Han exerted all his strength. Blood splattered, and Yin Tianxiu stumbled, her face now entirely swollen. Smack! The third slap landed. The veil covering Yin Tianxiu's face fell away, revealing her true visage. Upon seeing her features, Yi Han was taken aback. The upper half of her face bore 9 dark, charred imprints, as if seared by flames, leaving a mark of disfigurement. Through the mark, a once distinct visage becomes faintly discernible. No wonder that Yin Tianxiu has long concealed his true face behind a veil, afraid to reveal his countenance. Yin Tianxiu is howling, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, his eyes filled with an unearthly intensity. Yi Han, upon seeing my true form, your demise is assured. A terrifying wave of energy erupts from within Yin Tianxiu, beginning to spread outward. Meanwhile, within the confines of the academy, countless powerful beings simultaneously open their eyes, collectively directing their gaze toward the direction of Longyin Peak. The dragon vein awakens? An elder expert speaks in astonishment. At this moment, atop the summit of Tongtian Peak, within the Wuji Sword Sect, the Grand Hall of Wuji suddenly opens, and a peerless figure steps forth. The child of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang. His gaze sweeps across heaven and earth, piercing through the barriers of time and space, beholding all that transpires on Longyin Peak. The dragon vein. Feng Wuliang utters the 2 words with gravity. He extends his hand in a beckoning gesture, and from the heavens above, a colossal shadow descends in a spiral. The void-devouring cloud dragon, an ancient beast of dragon bloodline, soars through the clouds, traversing 100,000 miles in a single day. Only Feng Wuliang possesses the right to ride such a magnificent creature. Mounted upon the void-devouring cloud dragon, Feng Wuliang speaks with calm assurance. Longyin Peak. In an instant, both rider and dragon vanish into the vast expanse of the sky. Chapter 69. The Son of Reincarnation, Wind Wulian. At Longyin Peak. In but a moment, the powerful figures gathered. As the crowd arrived, Yi Han's blood surged like a dragon, unleashing a flurry of punches. Yin Tianxiu had also donned his veil, his aura soaring to the heavens, continuously executing various martial techniques, colliding head-on with Yi Han. How could this be possible? Some high-ranking members of the academy squinted, attempting to discern whether this was merely an illusion. Bang, bang, bang. Resonating sounds echoed from the front of the Longyin Great Hall. The 2 forces clashed, resulting in continuous explosions. Although Yi Han could not achieve the explosive might of Yuan power to kill from a distance, his current vitality and Yuan force were so profound that he held no fear against Yin Tianxiu. Gradually, Yin Tianxiu found himself suppressed, retreating while attempting every means to defeat Yi Han, all in vain. If this continued, the outcome was evident. An extraordinary scene, seldom seen throughout history, might unfold. Divine Power's 9-fold strike defeating the vacuum blast. Enough. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stepped forward. The Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Xiao. This man extended his hand, and in an instant, a colossal arm of condensed Yuan power surged forth, seeking to separate Yi Han from Yin Tianxiu. Get away from me. Yi Han, filled with rage, held a deep-seated animosity toward this Vice Hall Master Xiao. He struck out with a punch, and the overwhelming fist radiance split midair into two, transforming into twin pale golden vacuum dragons, each hurling toward Yin Tianxiu and Vice Hall Master Qiu. Yihan was consumed by fury. Boom. In an instant, one of the fist radiances was shattered into nothingness by Vice Hall Master Qiu. The punch directed at Yin Tianxiu was also suppressed on the spot by Qiu. Staggering back, Yihan felt a powerful force strike him. Vice Hall Master Qiu sneered at Yihan. You are merely a lowly outer disciple, daring to provoke me. The Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall? A mere hill of jackals. Yihan glared at the two before him, unable to refrain from spitting out 4 words. In this vast academy, there are bound to be some parasites. Regardless, he was still one of the academy as higher-ups. To conspire with Yin Tianxiu, acting upon his suggestions, was utterly unreasonable. Yihan, I advise you to speak and act with caution. Vice Hall Master Qiu's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Yihan. Speak out of turn, and you shall find yourself apprehended and punished by the Law Enforcement Hall. Is that so? Try to capture me if you dare. Yihan snorted coldly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. This Vice Hall Master Qiu had always targeted him, assisting Yin Tianxiu in finding fault. And Yihan would not let this man go unscathed. Boom. Vice Hall Master Qiu made his move, reaching out to lock onto Yihan's form. At that very moment, a formidable beam of Yuan power erupted, sending Vice Hall Master Qiu staggering back. Entering the scene were Elder Ji and Gu Yunzhu, their cold gazes fixed upon Vice Hall Master Qiu. Elder Gu Yunzhu spoke with immense authority. Since when has the Law Enforcement Hall acted so tyrannically, suppressing academy disciples over a mere disagreement? Gu Yunzhu and Ji Yuanming? Vice Lord Qiu felt a sense of trepidation. He found himself at a loss when faced with either of the two individuals before him. At that moment, numerous elders from various academies, along with masters and leaders from different halls, descended upon Longyin Mountain. All eyes converged upon Yihan, displaying a semblance of astonishment. Simultaneously, each person took a deep breath, feeling the surging vitality of the universe and the essence of the dragon vein permeating their being, bestowing upon them immense enhancement. Indeed, Longyin Peak was as legendary as the tale suggested. It was said that in ancient times, a true dragon had descended upon the reincarnation mountain range, seeking a transformative rebirth through supreme nirvana, only to ultimately fail and conceal itself here, giving rise to an unparalleled dragon vein. The arriving powerful figures were abuzz with discussion, all astonished. Everyone recognized that Longyin Peak had undergone a complete transformation, emerging as the pinnacle of celestial paradises within the reincarnation mountain. Yihan was indeed a master of strategy and fortune. With the blessing of the dragon vein, his benefits were boundless. In the future, his cultivation would continually harness the power of the dragon vein, enhancing his physique through the essence of dragon qi. Although the dragon qi within this vein was not purely that of a true dragon, it was exceedingly rare, far surpassing numerous top-tier spiritual liquids. Others began to speak, unable to maintain their composure in the wake of such a spectacle. Even some elders from the academies felt a pang of envy. However, the Reincarnation Academy, standing firm on the path of righteousness, upheld a sense of propriety. Even the elders could not arbitrarily encroach upon another's territory or seize their opportunities. Suddenly, a resonant hum reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Above in the void, a formidable wave of energy surged forth, an overwhelming aura manifesting with an indescribable pressure. Creatures such as Yin Tianxiu's fiery feathered bird and the mounts of other elders all prostrated themselves upon the ground, trembling in fear, hesitant to move. The void-devouring cloud dragon, an ancient creature of dragon bloodline, a rare primordial variant of the world, was the steed of the son of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang. Upon the emergence of such a lineage, all beings were compelled to bow, quaking in terror. On the back of the void-devouring cloud dragon stood a man clad in white, exuding an air of pride. His black hair billowed, his brows resembling a celestial sword, his gaze sweeping across the realm with unparalleled majesty, as if the supreme sword god had descended, radiating brilliance that could pierce through the heavens and the earth. With a thunderous roar, the void-devouring cloud dragon unleashed its might, exuding waves of overwhelming energy as it descended upon Longyin Peak. The white-clad man surveyed his surroundings, his eyes locking onto Yihan in an instant. Feng Wuliang, the son of reincarnation, Unconsciously, Yihan clenched his fists. The true presence of Feng Wuliang had arrived. This was no mere manifestation of will condensed within a martial talisman. Senior brother Feng. In the distance, Yin Tianxiu's gaze flickered, filled with deep admiration. She had encountered the son of reincarnation. The Vice Master Qiu also began to speak. As the esteemed deputy of the law enforcement hall, he held considerable power and influence. Yet, in the presence of Feng Wuliang, he exhibited a subtle demeanor of respect and submission. In the distance, some formidable beings approached, seeking to convey their deference to Feng Wuliang. However, Feng Wuliang remained indifferent to all, his focus singularly fixed upon Yihan. His pitch-black eyes bore down on Yihan, and in an instant, the cosmos seemed to shift, the sun and moon reversing their courses. Yihan's body trembled involuntarily, a momentary haze clouding his vision. His will faltered, as though he had plunged into an endless, boundless abyss of the underworld. Within this infernal realm, the world appeared devoid of light, shrouded in darkness, suffused with an atmosphere of death, destruction, and desolation. Anyone standing in this place would feel an overwhelming urge to surrender completely, to prostrate themselves in utter submission, believing they could never rise again. In the blink of an eye, the hellish landscape faded away, giving rise to a vast and expansive realm of swordsmanship. Within this domain, everything was transformed by the essence of swords. Even the slightest blade of sword energy contained the power to astonish, capable of annihilating all. Whether corporeal, spiritual, or even the intangible essence of will, all would be crushed to nothingness beneath this sword energy, utterly shattered and obliterated. His eyes, sacred and supreme, transcended the bounds of the earthly realm. They resembled the divine gaze of the heavens, the unparalleled eye of the sword deity, imbued with the might to dispel all illusions and barriers. In that fleeting moment, Yihan felt as if every facet of his being, both internal and external, was laid bare before this figure. All his secrets and hidden truths were rendered transparent in the presence of such profound power. Chapter 70. Unmatched, seizing the dragon vein. Feng Wuliang's gaze darted like a shuttle, silent yet commanding. His overwhelming presence enveloped the surroundings like a divine dragon, disrupting the very heavens and earth. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 20 breaths. For a full 20 breaths, the onlookers dared not stir, too intimidated to disrupt the harmonious might emanating from Feng Wuliang. In this fleeting moment, Yihan found himself trapped in a hellish limbo, enduring an unimaginable pressure that no one could fathom. The gap between them was ineffable, the aura insurmountable, an unstoppable force that defied opposition. Yihan sensed that should Feng Wuliang harbor any intent to kill, he could obliterate everything in an instant. No matter how formidable his vitality, how potent his primordial energy, or how resilient his body, he stood no chance against this man. Fortunately, Yihan had meticulously concealed all knowledge of the eternal, unyielding dragon body. Even if Feng Wuliang's eyes were filled with terror, he could never discern that Yihan possessed the true dragon physique, nor could he detect the 9 realms dragon suppression tower, which even Yihan struggled to connect with. "You have slain Luo Tianjing?" Feng Wuliang finally spoke, his words light and airy, yet they resonated in Yihan's ears like the tolling of a celestial bell, reverberating with the might of divine thunder. Step by step, Yihan retreated, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Elders Ji and Gu stepped forward simultaneously, their combined auras forming an invisible barrier around Yihan. Feng Wuliang cast a fleeting glance at the 2 elders, his eyes radiating an indescribable majesty that caused even the esteemed elders to blanch. Elder Ji, utterly astounded, seemed to have unearthed an unfathomable truth, instinctively taking a step forward, fearful that Feng Wuliang might strike and eliminate Yihan. The son of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang, wielded a presence that even overshadowed the 2 elders. Yihan's heart raced, unable to find tranquility. This was his first true encounter with Feng Wuliang, whose might had reached a level beyond Yihan's comprehension. Suddenly, Feng Wuliang extended his arm forward, his fingers grasping at the void. A radiant purple-gold divine light surged forth, coalescing into an ethereal hand. The brilliance of the purple gold shone with divine majesty, reminiscent of the aura of legendary emperors. Boom! The surrounding space trembled within a 1,000-meter radius. "What do you intend to do, Feng Wuliang?" Elder Ji's vigilance was palpable, his defenses heightened, Feng Wuliang remained silent, yet his will was unyielding. In a mere thought, his arm reached out toward Yi Han. Bang! In front of Elder Ji. The vacuum erupted violently, akin to an invisible mirror shattering. In an instant, he let out a muffled groan, his body involuntarily propelled back several meters. Immediately, Elder Gu Yunju stepped forward, unleashing her formidable aura. Feng Wuliang's expression remained unchanged, as if the very fabric of this realm held no significance to him. Rumble. In an instant, the essence of Gu Yunju trembled. After barely enduring for a breath, she was abruptly shaken off, unable to withstand the oppressive force of Feng Wuliang's violet gold hand. Yi Han's pupils widened in astonishment. He had never imagined that an elder of the academy could be subdued by a mere disciple, especially one in collaboration with another elder. Was it that Elder Ji and Elder Gu lacked strength? Or was it that Feng Wuliang was simply too formidable? Clenching his fists tightly, deep within Yi Han's dantian, 9 strands of divine power stood ready. Should Feng Wuliang truly seek to end his life, Yi Han would not resign himself to fate, even if it meant facing an inevitable demise. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. Yi Han barely had time to act before the violet gold arm enveloped him. A dragon's aura, a dragon's will, combined with the essence of Feng Wuliang's true form, surged into Yi Han's body, overpowering him in conjunction with the might of the violet gold arm. Yi Han's blood surged violently, his body quaking, utterly unable to resist, even finding no opportunity to counterattack. The essence of the dragon human spirit. It was Feng Wuliang's dragon human spirit that thoroughly suppressed Yi Han. A piercing sound echoed above Yi Han, followed by the manifestation of a faint golden chain of energy, forcibly extracted from Yi Han's being by Feng Wuliang. This golden chain was none other than the dragon vein chain. What a tremendous fortune it was, yet alas. From a distance, someone sighed, shaking their head repeatedly. In a mountain, there cannot be 2 tigers. In a river, there cannot be 2 dragons. Yi Han, despite his seemingly ordinary self, was indeed talented and favored by fortune. Yet he encountered Feng Wuliang. Some elders exchanged glances in the shadows. One rises, overshadowing an era. Feng Wuliang was such an extraordinary talent, let alone Yi Han. Even among the inner disciples, those exceptional beings were rendered powerless in his presence. Before Feng Wuliang, all talents must bow low and temper their pride, forced to humble themselves. Every era may give birth to such unparalleled figures, casting a shadow over all other beings. The future of the Reincarnation Academy needs individuals like Feng Wuliang. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted from the void above Yi Han's head. That fearsome arm seized the faint golden chain and pulled it back. Feng Wuliang glanced at Yi Han with indifference, and in a single breath, he swallowed the faint golden aura. The dragon vein had changed hands. What Feng Wuliang sought to accomplish was beyond anyone's obstruction. With the revival of the dragon vein, Yi Han gained its acknowledgement and absorbed its essence. Yet, alas, this stroke of fortune was short-lived, swiftly claimed by Feng Wuliang. Damn it, Feng Wuliang, what gives you the audacity to be so overbearing? Yi Han's heart roared in fury, his rage threatening to shatter the very fabric of the universe. Powerless, Yi Han could only watch as the essence of the dragon vein was seized by the other party. He had no opportunity to resist, no means to thwart this individual. In a fleeting moment, a sliver of murderous intent from Feng Wuliang almost shattered Yi Han's will. This was an enormous humiliation, an unparalleled disgrace. I, Yi Han, shall eventually rise against the heavens, mastering an invincible martial path to engage in a life-and-death battle with you. I shall crush your head beneath my foot, reducing your arrogance to mere mud, rendering it worthless, and forcing you to pay a grievous price. Yi Han glared furiously at Feng Wuliang. This Feng Wuliang, seemingly calm and unperturbed, exuded an overwhelming arrogance, appearing to regard Yi Han with utter disdain. Yet, beneath the surface lay an insidious malevolence. From the moment he appeared, he unleashed a celestial aura that oppressed Yi Han. He shattered the defenses of the 2 great elders, Ji Yuanming and Gu Yunju, and ultimately seized the essence of the dragon vein, a plan meticulously devised from the outset. His ambition extended beyond merely acquiring the dragon vein. He sought to crush Yi Han's spirit, implanting a seed of failure within his heart, destined to become a tormenting inner demon in the future. Thus, Regardless of whether Yihan ultimately ascends, whenever he faces Feng Wuliang or even contemplates the mere mention of his name, fear will arise within him. A feeling of perpetual inferiority, an insurmountable obstacle, an authority not to be defied. A cunning scheme indeed. Yet, alas, Yihan is not of such a disposition. With the dragon suppression tower of the 9 realms embedded within him, and the invincible dragon body bestowed upon him, the continuous refinement of dragon energy has already instilled within him an indomitable spirit, the essence of the dragon emperor, and an unwavering resolve. No one can oppress him in such a manner. No one can exhibit such arrogance before him. No one can instill fear in Yihan. Not even if you are the child of reincarnation or an extraordinarily gifted genius. Chapter 71. The celestial eye of martial arts. A sudden chill flickered across Feng Wuliang's brow as he cast a dispassionate glance at Yihan. In the depths of his eyes, a fleeting surprise emerged, only to be swiftly concealed. You refuse to yield? Feng Wuliang's gaze was piercingly sharp. I refuse, Yihan proclaimed, his chest thrust forward as he took a bold step ahead. A haughty smile graced his lips. What pride is there in suppressing me with mere realms? Excuses. Yin Tianxiu, standing not far away, scoffed dismissively. In this world, countless martial artists exist, each varying in strength of realm. Is it not absurd for a celestial dragon soaring through the heavens to regard an ant on the ground as an equal, lowering itself to the level of vermin to conquer its foe? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. Trash is simply trash. Why can it not be acknowledged? Why seek out these utterly futile and meaningless excuses? The weak are forever laden with justifications. In the contest of the 6 paths, I offer you a chance. Feng Wuliang's voice resounded, regarding Yihan as one would an inconspicuous ant or a sluggish snail. Were it not for Yihan's status as a human path successor, Feng Wuliang, intent on mastering the 6 paths, would have dismissed him entirely. Upon finishing his words, Feng Wuliang showed little concern for Yihan's response as he strode to the very center of the Longyin Hall. Standing there, his robes fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, reverberating with an imposing energy. An unparalleled, boundless aura suddenly emanated from him, revealing countless mysterious, arcane, and bizarre patterns across his form. The human dragon body. Both Yin Tianxiu and the other esteemed members of the academy simultaneously conjured this phrase in their minds. Feng Wuliang's brilliance grew ever more resplendent. His journey to the ancient red dragon domain aimed to attain the human dragon body, and indeed, he returned triumphant. Such a physique is nearly legendary. In the vast expanse of the ancient void domain, it has been countless years since a true human dragon body has manifested. At this moment, as the human dragon body unveiled itself, Feng Wuliang's essence seemed to connect with the sky above and the earth below. With every breath he took, an abundance of worldly essence and dragon pulse energy surged into him. Feng Wuliang's vitality surged, continually reaching new heights. Centered around him, a sudden whirlwind of heavenly energy erupted, expanding outward and causing many to pale in fear. Elder Ji and Elder Gu hastily returned to Yihan's side, striving to shield him from the oppressive force. All eyes were fixed on Feng Wuliang, uncertain of his next move. Boom! The void beneath Feng Wuliang resonated with a deafening roar. There, an overwhelming frenzy of worldly essence converged, bolstered by the formidable dragon pulse energy. Finally, at a pivotal moment, Feng Wuliang let out a cold snort and took a decisive step forward. Beneath his feet, the earth seemed to be cleaved by a celestial sword, suddenly revealing a conspicuous fissure in the ground. This chasm appeared to descend directly into the abyss of the underworld, an endless void. A profound and resplendent golden aura surged forth from the depths of the earth, gushing through the crevice and ascending to the surface. This was the pure essence of the dragon vein, emanating from the core of the earth, and at that moment, Feng Wuliang was absorbing it incessantly. Yet, this seemed insufficient. Feng Wuliang was not satisfied. At the center of his brow, an ancient pattern flickered into existence, its form fluctuating between clarity and obscurity. This pattern expanded rapidly, and in an instant, it coalesced into the shape of an eye. The heavenly eye, a martial arts heavenly eye? Yihan stared intently ahead, his mind flooded with the knowledge from the Taishu's secret record. The record spoke of extraordinary prodigies who, as their martial prowess deepened and their will strengthened, would have the opportunity to awaken a martial arts heavenly eye. However, throughout history, Those capable of manifesting such an eye were exceedingly rare, 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100,000, 1 in a million. Yet here was Feng Wuliang, on the verge of manifesting a martial arts heavenly eye. No wonder. When he had previously exerted his overwhelming presence, Yi Han felt as though he was completely seen through. Yi Han was filled with dread. One may possess a proud spirit, but it is folly to be blindly arrogant. He had to concede that whether or not Feng Wuliang was a once-in-a-millennium genius, or even a reincarnation of an ancient deity, his innate talent was undeniably formidable. Boom! In an instant, an unparalleled column of energy erupted between heaven and earth, soaring toward the clouds. At that moment, Feng Wuliang's martial arts heavenly eye finally opened. Instantly, a more sacred aura enveloped him, transforming Feng Wuliang into a god of swords and martial prowess among mortals. His heavenly eye surveyed the world, focusing intently on the dragon-hidden peak beneath his feet. The beam of light seemed to penetrate the endless earth, revealing all that lay deep within the dragon-hidden peak. Gasping, Feng Wuliang exhaled deeply. In the next moment, he inhaled sharply, witnessing an endless surge of pale golden energy erupting wildly from the fissure beneath him. The essence of the dragon veins continued to coalesce without end. After a brief moment, everyone felt a powerful and unique wave of energy ripple through them. Suddenly, a pale golden dragon shadow, approximately 1 meter long, burst forth from the ground. This dragon seemed intent on traversing the heavens and the earth, escaping into the void, vanishing without a trace. Yet, at the instant of its emergence, Feng Wuliang grasped it with his arm, forcefully restraining it, and then swallowed it whole. The essence of the dragon vein was entirely consumed. Having completed this act, Feng Wuliang turned to glance at Yi Han, offered a slight nod to Yin Tianxiu, and then stepped onto the back of the ethereal cloud-swallowing dragon. In the blink of an eye, the pair vanished into the vast sky above. Feng Wuliang has finally departed, and with his exit, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of many present. In truth, among the esteemed leaders of the academy gathered there, numerous individuals were not inferior to Feng Wuliang in terms of their realms. However, in the realm of martial arts, mastery is not the sole determinant of superiority. Those exceptional prodigies are invariably capable of transcending their limits in combat. And even a mere display of Feng Wuliang's formidable aura could instill a sense of oppression in those of higher cultivation. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to overshadow both Elder Ji and Elder Gu simultaneously with his presence alone. As the crowd exchanged glances, their eyes eventually fell upon Yi Han, filled with a mixture of pity and derision, seemingly mocking his audacity to stand tall before Feng Wuliang despite being in the divine power realm. Soon after, the assembly dispersed, and Yin Tianxiu cast a venomous glance at Yi Han before soaring away on her fiery phoenix. With elders Ji Yuanming and Gu Yunju present, she recognized that the opportunity to capture Yi Han had vanished, leaving her to reconsider her strategies. Yi Han, you are far too headstrong. With the Six Paths competition imminent, how will you contend with the repercussions of provoking Feng Wuliang today? Finally, Ji Yuanming spoke after the crowd's departure. Beside him, Gu Yunju shot a disapproving glare at Ji Yuanming before casting an appreciative look at Yi Han. In the Six Paths competition, Master Li will undoubtedly make arrangements. You need not overthink it, Yi Han. Yi Han gazed into the void, his silence profound. An unprecedented will surged from within him. Chapter 72. The Rebirth of the Dragon Bone. Refining the Celestial Demon Pill. Am I too inflexible? Yi Han took a deep breath and suddenly gazed at Elder Ji. Is it truly the correct course of action for me to kneel before him, bow my head, and plead with Feng Wuliang, who forcefully intruded upon my dragon-hidden peak, publicly suppressed me, and seized the dragon vein? Within his eyes, a brilliant light erupted, unwavering and formidable. Elder Ji Yuanming stared at Yi Han, momentarily at a loss for words. If I prostrate myself and show weakness before Feng Wuliang, will he let me go? Perhaps I should simply sever my own head in front of him, presenting it with both hands as a display of sincerity? A hint of sarcasm graced Yi Han's lips. That is not the intention, Yi Han. You must comprehend a fundamental truth. In a prestigious institution like the Reincarnation Academy, teeming with prodigies, it is essential to conceal one's capabilities, Ji Yuanming remarked. Elder Ji, you have stood before me more than once to speak on my behalf. I, Yi Han, am not devoid of gratitude and will repay such kindness in due time. However, If you continue to impart these sentiments every time, it becomes rather tedious. Yihan shook his head, his heart brimming with discontent. Concealment? Modesty? Have I erred? Not at all. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that I have been in the academy for less than 4 months, and I spent 3 of those in the Netherlaw realm. My time within the academy has been fleeting, yet those individuals keep coming to my door. How can I possibly remain low-key? What have I done to provoke them? Today, Yin Tianxiu forcibly entered Dragon Hidden Mountain, intending to suppress me. I can understand that. This woman is determined to obtain the 9-yang fire jade from Sister Imo Qingru, and employing certain tactics is to be expected. But what of Feng Wuliang? Descending from on high, after brutally suppressing me, he casually seized the dragon vein and departed? So many high-ranking officials from the academy stood by and watched the spectacle. Did anyone utter a word in my defense? Not even Ji Yuanming or Gu Yunju, the 2 elders who, due to Sister Imo Qingru's influence, stood by me, merely safeguarded me from being killed by Feng Wuliang. Everyone accepted Feng Wuliang's seizure of the dragon vein as a matter of course. It was as if this dragon vein inherently belonged to him, and only he was worthy of its benefits. As for me, I was merely an inconspicuous pawn, and yet, I am urged to remain low-key, to avoid provoking Feng Wuliang? This is utterly absurd, even laughable. Why should this be the case? Yihan realized that, regardless of the setting, talent and strength reign supreme. The competition within the Reincarnation Academy is ruthlessly fierce. Prodigies like Feng Wuliang roam freely, unchecked. No one dares to provoke such individuals, and few would dare to criticize them. When I take action, it is often deemed a violation of the Academy's rules. Meanwhile, Feng Wuliang can seize and suppress others at will, his extraordinary talent rendering him exempt from any restrictions. You, my dear fellow, are truly amusing. It is no wonder you have garnered the attention of the master of the human realm. When rebutted by Yi Han, Ji Yuanming did not express anger. Instead, a spark of enlightenment illuminated his countenance, and he chuckled. Yi Han, I never anticipated that after so many years of existence, it would be your words that awaken me from my slumber. As martial artists, we crave this very vigor that you embody. Let us depart. Allow him the tranquility he requires to participate in the 6 paths of strife. Gu Yunju glared at Ji Yuanming and promptly exited the scene, wishing to spare Yi Han from further disruption to his mindset. On Longing Peak, only Yi Han remained. He gazed quietly at the distant expanse of heaven and earth. His will formidable, wind without bounds. All must bow to your presence. Yet I, Yi Han, shall not yield. In this upcoming 6 paths of strife, I shall ensure your ambitions do not come to fruition. He turned and returned to the Longing Hall, whereupon he activated the 9 Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique. Plunging into a fervent state of cultivation, he refined the true dragon essence. During his previous battle with Yin Tianxiu, Yi Han, beneath the Extreme Realm, once again connected with the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, a droplet of dragon energy, condensed into true dragon essence, entered his body. This single droplet held the equivalent power of dragon energy that Yi Han would typically absorb over several months of diligent practice, rendering it immensely precious. With the operation of his technique, a series of crackling sounds resonated from within his body, as numerous bones underwent a process of fission and reorganization. The second dragon bone within him reached a state of complete perfection, while signs of the emergence of a third dragon bone began to surface. 1 dragon bone signifies the birth of an indestructible dragon physique. 2 dragon bones herald a transformation of the dragon body, with a surge in vitality. Should this third dragon bone come to fruition, it would indeed be extraordinary. Yi Han felt his life force intensifying wildly, as every aspect of his being underwent continual enhancement and refinement. The effects of a single droplet of true dragon essence were akin to a rebirth, a profound metamorphosis. His body transformed into a weapon, repeatedly subjected to the impacts and refinements of the true dragon essence, growing ever more formidable. Gradually, the third bone within his arm transformed into a pale golden hue, then deepened to a rich gold, becoming increasingly pure. Seated in the Longing Hall, a golden aura enveloped Yi Han, showcasing the full manifestation of the indestructible dragon physique. The entire hall resonated with an unmatched sanctity, an imperious majesty akin to that of an emperor. Upon Longing Mountain, a tempest of primal energy erupted momentarily. Torrents of energy surged into the Longing Hall, flowing into Yihan's being, concurrently transforming into a novel force of vitality. Within his energy sea, the 9 divine forces quaked incessantly, with the first divine force already merging into his flesh and blood. As time progressed, the second divine force integrated seamlessly, followed by the third, the fourth until the 9th. Yihan's transformation persisted for several hours, as he integrated the 9 divine forces into his bones and flesh. The assimilation of divine power was achieved in one continuous flow, marking the completion of the first step into the realm of energy explosion. Heavenly Demon Pill. A flicker from the spatial ring in Yihan's hand revealed a box. A round, dark red pill was drawn forth, seemingly encapsulating a legendary beast within, exuding an aura that suggested it might rupture the very heavens upon its emergence. This was a heavenly grade pill, the Celestial Demon Pill. It was designed to refine one's vital essence and transform one's physique, perfectly suited for warriors seeking to surge forth in power and breach their limits. Yihan was poised to challenge his boundaries. Initially, he intended to wait, needing to reach the pinnacle of the divine force realm before attempting to transcend. However, after the fierce battle with Tianxiu, the appearance of a drop of true dragon essence, along with the birth of a third dragon bone, had flawlessly solidified his foundation. If such a rare and precious treasure as true dragon essence couldn't propel Yihan to a breakthrough, then no one else would ever hope to transcend. As he swallowed the Celestial Demon Pill, Yihan immediately felt as if his body might burst. He suppressed, refined, and absorbed. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his energy with all his might, embarking on an unceasing process of refinement. Truly, the effects of this heavenly-grade pill were nothing short of miraculous, brimming with the essence of countless top-tier beasts. Now, this essence flowed into Yihan, igniting a frenzied transformation and elevation of his vital essence. Boom, boom, boom. The interior of Yihan's body resonated with explosive sounds, akin to heavenly thunder and the tremors of the earth's crust. In a mere thought, he could breach his limits. Today, he would step into the realm of explosive vitality. Chapter 73. In fury, a breakthrough, the blood and qi erupt. Deep within the academy, atop an exalted divine peak, Li Futu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing through the fabric of space and time, seemingly able to perceive everything within the distant longing peak. Refining the Celestial Demon Pill? A smile graced Li Futu's face. This lad truly exceeds expectations. Though the dragon vein has been seized, it has instead ignited his heart of transformation. Excellent. Yihan's entry into the Qi explosion realm brings hope for this upcoming contest of the 6 Paths Boom. At that moment, a thunderous resonance erupted from the depths of the divine peak, a tremendous aura rising and causing the surroundings to shift. Damn it, has the seal weakened again? Li Futu's expression changed dramatically. Without further thought, he turned and rushed deeper into the divine peak. Unbeknownst to Yihan, everything transpiring atop Longyin Peak was sensed by Li Futu, the mortal Tao Lord. Yet, for reasons unknown, he chose not to reveal himself. Meanwhile, within the Longyin Hall, Yihan's aura grew increasingly formidable. Every pore of his being vibrated, his flesh and blood surging with an overwhelming power. No blood of warriors or divine blood could possibly contain such immense strength, nor could they compare to the intensity of Yihan's current vitality. Were there others present, they would surely be astounded, for the entire Longyin Hall was consumed by a frenzied tide of blood and vital energy. Normally, even a master like Tianxiu, skilled in vacuum explosions, could not conjure such a spectacle. On the following day, a deep and resonant roar echoed through the hall. Above Yihan, a colossal shadow materialized, a white tiger racing through the realms. The white tiger roared, as if ready to burst forth from the hall and shatter the heavens above. In an instant, another roar erupted, heralding the appearance of a beast wreathed in dark red flames, its presence equally formidable, howling incessantly. This was an ancient species, the flame-eating celestial wolf. Various ethereal forms of extraordinary beasts manifested, their roars shaking the air, imbued with astonishing will and immense power, striving to break free from their chains and escape the confines of the heavens. A total of 45 distinct beastly apparitions emerged in succession. Devour! Yihan commanded fiercely. His eyes widened, surveying the forms above, and he opened his mouth wide. Inhale. With a deep breath, It was as though he sought to draw every essence in this vacuum into his being. A visible stream of white energy surged into Yi-Han's abdomen as he swallowed it whole. With each gulp, he consumed the essence of a beast's form. After dozens of swallows, he ultimately absorbed the entirety of all the beastly apparitions into himself. For a full 2 days, the celestial demon pill was completely refined. The powers, wills, and essences of the 45 extraordinary beasts contained within that singular pill fused seamlessly into Yi-Han, without a trace of waste. In that fleeting moment, Yi-Han's body surged forth, appearing in the training grounds before the longing hall. Roar! Yi-Han emitted a roar reminiscent of a mythical beast, an instinctual release of his essence and will. The power he had accumulated within him had burgeoned to an unparalleled level. In that moment, Yi-Han unleashed a punch. The force of his fist erupted, his vital essence surged forth. 200 meters away, a monument shattered into fine powder. The explosive force of his energy transcended the distance, manifesting the first explosion, the eruption of vital essence. He had finally broken through. Yi-Han's eyes glimmered with an intense brilliance, captivating and fiercely sharp. A wave of profound confidence surged within him, and he felt an immense satisfaction with his state. Ordinary practitioners at the explosive energy level could only strike down their foes from a distance of 100 meters. Beyond that range, their power diminished, rendering them ineffective. However, Yi-Han's seemingly effortless strike could obliterate a monument from 200 meters away. This was the consequence of his formidable foundation, the result of the invincible dragon body that had fortified his strength. According to Yi-Han's estimation, this was not his limit. He believed he could subdue an opponent from 300 meters away. With the explosion of vital essence, he had stepped into a realm that opened the door to martial ascendance, liberating him from the shackles of the mundane world, marking him as a true warrior. Boom! At that moment, Yi-Han felt a surge of power and thoughts coursing through him, a tremendous tremor resonating within his body. He then sensed the dragon energy, tenfold stronger than before, flooding into his limbs and bones. With each breath, his meridians and sinews underwent refinement by the dragon energy. 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. Yi-Han uttered those 5 words. He felt a deepening connection with the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower after entering the explosive energy realm. From this day forth, he could actively communicate with the tower at any moment, capturing and refining strands of true dragon energy, and in approximately 10 days, he would be able to condense a drop of true dragon essence. Sister, perhaps there is hope, Yi-Han murmured to himself, filled with anticipation. He yearned to condense a fresh drop of true dragon essence immediately to aid Mo Qingru in dispelling the frigid waters within her. Wu Liang, you have seized the dragon vein of Dragon Hidden Peak, treating it as a treasure, Yi-Han remarked with a cold scoff, gazing into the distance. Yet to me, the dragon vein is nothing but refuse. The so-called dragon vein could only gather the energy of river dragons, not the true essence of dragons. The consensus held that without the emergence of true dragons, their essence could not manifest. Having entered the explosive energy realm, Yi-Han could now absorb the essence of the 5-clawed golden dragon from the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower at any time. How could he regard the so-called dragon vein with any significance? Yi-Han was now certain that, disregarding all else, in terms of cultivation conditions, he far surpassed Wu Liang. The latter sought to attain a human dragon body, which could only evolve into a true dragon body under favorable circumstances, a mere possibility. Moreover, even that dragon body might astound the world, causing a stir in the ancient void realm. Yet, in Yi-Han's eyes, it was hardly impressive, merely the most inferior and base form of a dragon body. Feng Wuliang, at this moment, could not be compared to himself. Moments later, Yi-Han's aura was subdued. He descended from Longing Peak, the exhilaration of his breakthrough allowing him to selectively forget the events that had transpired there. He could not ascend to the heavens in one bound, yet he could at least strive to catch up. Everything that had occurred today was trivial. In the future, he would inevitably reclaim it all, one by one. He intended to make the Reincarnation Academy understand that Feng Wuliang might not be the one who ultimately triumphs. Outside the Academy's assembly, Yi-Han's figure gradually approached, quickly capturing the attention of numerous experts. Was this not Yi-Han? He appeared unperturbed, as if nothing had transpired. Seemingly carefree. What else could he do? Could he dare to resist the oppression of senior brother Feng and seek retribution? Many whispered among themselves. Although they had not witnessed the events atop Longing Peak, they were aware of the news regarding Feng Wuliang's plundering of the dragon veins and his forceful suppression of Yihan. Now, Yihan had risen, seemingly transformed into a figure at the center of attention. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yihan's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he moved towards a gathering of disciples, each bearing a battle sword upon their backs. Chapter 74. I have come to seek trouble. The disciples of the Wujian sword sect gathered here, mockingly observing Yihan. Each face bore a strong expression of derision. Yihan, who dared to cause a commotion beneath the Tongtian Peak, was now surely tasting the bitter fruit of his actions. He must have come to understand that provoking the Wujian sword sect, regardless of his status as a successor of the human path, would yield no benefits. He would still pay a grievous price. Yihan, are you here to apologize, you wretched cur? I suggest you kneel and bow 10 times before I even consider granting you forgiveness. The speaker was an old acquaintance, Ding Xiu, a disciple of the Wujian sword sect. Having been beaten to the ground and left bloody by Yihan's fists beneath the Tongtian Peak, he had since retreated into obscurity. Now, witnessing Yihan's presence, he exuded an overwhelming arrogance. Oh, Ding Shidi, is this the troublemaker from that day? Immediately, others around Ding Xiu chimed in, their eyes scrutinizing Yihan with a mix of amusement and disdain. Indeed, brothers, Ding Xiu's voice boomed, this fellow is Yihan. In an instant, a dozen pairs of eyes fixated on Yihan, all brimming with inscrutable intent. Truly ignorant of danger, one man who had inquired about Ding Xiu stepped forward, exuding an impressive aura, a master of formidable prowess. Not only that, but among the gathered disciples of the Wujian sword sect, there were at least 10 others of similar caliber. Figures like Ding Xiu were merely trivial jesters, inconsequential, and serving as lackeys for this assembly. With the intersect battles still ongoing and nearing their climax, these individuals awaited their turn to engage. Yihan, I have heard you wish to join the Wujian sword sect to practice the sword path. I can offer you an opportunity. Serve as my loyal hound under Wang Xian from today onward, as my martial attendant. Should you prove your unwavering loyalty, I might just elevate you to an official disciple of the Wujian sword sect. The man spoke with authority. Wang Xian, isn't that rather inappropriate? Yihan could indeed make a fine dog. I too wish to take him as my guard dog. What do you propose? Another voice emerged, echoing the sentiment. Today was markedly different from the day beneath the Tongtian Peak. Back then, many powerful disciples of the Wujian sword sect had followed Feng Wuliang to the Qilong ancient domain. Those remaining within the sect were predominantly of Ding Xiu's ilk. However, now, many disciples of the Wujian sword sect were present, ready for battle, all genuine inter-sect members, each more formidable than the last. This assembly could be regarded as the core of the Wujian sword sect's elite. Beyond them lay the terrifying figures on the Yinyang rankings of the academy. Even some true disciples had submitted to the might and allure of Feng Wuliang. Rarely seen in ordinary times, a multitude gathered, their voices raised in laughter and derision, and, unbeknownst to Yihan, many had already begun to subconsciously lock onto his essence. Since Yihan had arrived, he should not harbor any illusions of departing easily. The news of his provocation against the Wuji sword sect had long spread, and although he had already faced suppression and punishment from Feng Wuliang, it was still insufficient, far from enough. Anyone who dared to challenge the Wuji sword sect, even if they were a true disciple, would have to pay a grievous price. A group of worthless fools. Yihan coldly regarded the assembly, suddenly speaking out. What did you say? Wang Xian exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Boom. A fist shot forth, landing squarely on the man's face. Yihan's speed was unparalleled, accompanied by a transformation akin to a dragon's tail sweeping through the air. At such a close distance, Wang Xian was unable to evade. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground. Wang Xian's entire visage crumpled, his bones shattered, collapsing on the spot. You wretched creature. I will kill. Wang Xian emitted a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. His vitality surged violently, reaching its zenith in an instant, forcefully expelled outward. Yihan's expression was as cold as frost, offering Wang Xian no opportunity for retaliation. He burst forth, appearing beside the man, his right fist brimming with boundless vitality, striking fiercely beneath Wang Xian's arm. Crack! Crack! Several of Wang Xian's ribs fractured, obliterated by Yihan's blow. With a cry of anguish, This pinnacle practitioner of vitality collapsed to the ground, effectively rendered incapacitated by Yi Han in a heartbeat. Yi Han's vitality throbbed powerfully. In his first battle since breaking through, he found himself unable to contain the surging tide of his own energy and essence. He pivoted, appearing before another adversary. A hand shot out, 5 fingers pressing down forcefully onto the shoulder of this individual. The shoulder bone of this explosive vitality practitioner crumpled under the pressure, the man crying out in agony as he fell to his knees. Step, step, step! Ding Xiao and several disciples of the divine power realm all retreated in haste, their eyes wide with terror, fixated on Yi Han as though he were a world-destroying demon. How could this be? Yi Han, how could he be so formidable? Whoosh! A vacuum palm strike surged from behind. A master from the Wuji sword sect had made a move, unleashing a strike from a distance, aiming to kill. Yet Yi Han was no longer the same. He was instantly alert, spinning around in a heartbeat. Seeing the oncoming palm strike, Yi Han raised his arm and retaliated with a blow of his own. Indeed, a strike from thin air, spanning several meters. To the onlookers, a brilliant vacuum fist glimmered into existence. The fist cleaved through the air, colliding with the palm mid-flight. Boom! An explosion resonated as the palm strike was instantly shattered into nothingness. However, the fist did not dissipate. It surged forward with relentless momentum, crashing into the chest of the assailant in the blink of an eye. Crack! The sound of a shattered rib echoed ominously. A wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig emanated from the vicinity. From all directions, countless gazes converged upon the scene. Witnessing this, everyone was struck with horror. Has Yi Han lost his mind? How dare he provoke the Wuji sword sect? The last time such rumors surfaced, many were well aware that it was merely the Wuji sword sect deceiving its patrons, a common occurrence that the average person dared not voice their indignation over. Yet today, amidst the assemblage of countless experts within the academy, Yi Han dares to provoke trouble? The atmosphere trembles as a surge of sword energy manifests. The assailant is a tall man, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. The sword energy not only harbors a powerful burst of vitality, but also intertwines with strands of condensed gale, signifying his impending entry into the realm of the second explosion. The domain of the fierce aura. This strike is akin to a near-fatal blow, a manifestation of peak power, executed without a hint of restraint. Yi Han, emboldened to confront in broad daylight, is observed by all. This presents an opportune moment. To slay him would elicit no whispers of dissent. Those lacking the strength to instigate trouble must face the dire consequences of being vanquished on the spot. However, at the moment the sword energy is merely 3 meters from Yi Han, a radiant burst of vitality suddenly erupts. With a resounding crash, this sword energy shatters. The force, vitality, and sharpness all collide as if striking against an unparalleled divine metal, vanishing without a trace. A group of inept individuals. Do you presume to partake in the inter-sect disciple contest? Yi Han surveys the assembly with an overwhelming demeanor, exuding dominance and strength. The humiliation endured that day is to be avenged today. The scene beneath Tongtian Peak, where the Wuji sword sect members toyed with him, remains vivid in his mind. Have you all become the villains? What place is there for me, Yi Han? Must I continue to be bullied by you? Indeed, today as he breaks through, he has come to seek retribution. Chapter 75. Boundless Tyranny, Annihilating All. Kind-hearted individuals are often taken advantage of. Yi Han has come to a profound realization of this truth. Today, he seeks to unleash his pent-up emotions, purifying his heart and fortifying his martial spirit. Boom! The vacuum resounds. In an instant, an extraordinarily potent sword aura, imbued with an unadulterated intent to kill, surged forth. With a single strike, a tempest of sword energy erupted, fierce and relentless as a gale. Yi Han's gaze zeroed in on the tall, imposing figure of a man, his demeanor suddenly transforming into a chilling smile. Back for more? In terms of combat prowess, this individual was indeed remarkable, far surpassing the ordinary masters of the Qi explosion realm. Within this domain, the distinctions were not merely superficial. The 3 tiers, Qi blood explosion, Gang Qi explosion, and vacuum explosion, each harbored varying degrees of strength. The Qi blood explosion, for instance, comprised 9 levels. Achieving the 9th level signified an unparalleled vigor, granting the martial artist the potential to condense Gang Qi. This bore a resemblance to Yi Han's cultivation of the divine power of the 100 explosions. Before him stood a being who had likely reached at least the 8th, if not the 9th, level of Qi blood explosion, merely a step away from Gang Qi explosion. However, the quantity of explosions mattered little. In the face of Yi Han's current foundation, even the 9th level of Qi blood was a mere jest. Yi Han made his move, his fists slicing through the vacuum. With one punch, the vacuum shattered. An overwhelming torrent of Qi blood mingled within his fist's radiance, exuding a staggering momentum capable of obliterating anything in its path. The clash between his fist and the sword aura produced a cacophony of shattering sounds, as the previously indomitable sword energy, tinged with Gang Qi, was obliterated in an instant. The Qi explosion realm? In that moment, the surroundings erupted with commotion. The disciples of the Wujie sword sect were gripped by terror. Notably, Ding Xiao, who had witnessed Yi Han's journey firsthand, was intimately aware of his capabilities. Back then, Yi Han was hardly anything significant. Although his combat strength was formidable, he was merely regarded as possessing abundant Qi blood. Countless geniuses with rich Qi blood existed within the academy, and a select few even boasted extraordinary bloodlines, making them even more formidable. Now, merely 3 months later, had Yi Han truly ascended to the Qi explosion realm? Ding Xiao and a cohort of divine power disciples watched in shock, an overwhelming urge to flee surging within them. The earth began to tremble as Yi Han advanced. With each step he took, a fierce and domineering energy surged forth. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the formidable foe, who gazed at him in disbelief. Yi Han's right arm extended once more, fingers curling into a claw, ready to strike. Kill. The master of the Wujie sword sect felt a sudden surge of murderous intent. He acknowledged his underestimation of Yi Han and had never anticipated that Yi Han would break into the Qi explosion realm. This realization filled him with profound dread and a sense of helplessness. Yet in that moment, retreat was no longer an option. The sword trembled, a formidable sword technique slicing through the air. The chilling sword aura glimmered ominously, reflecting upon Yi Han's visage, emanating a palpable threat. Bang! A vacuum sonic boom erupted, and in an instant, Yi Han grasped the sword's body firmly. His palms pulsated with a surge of vitality, his flesh taut, as if a layer of unparalleled resilience had suddenly enveloped him, rendering the sword aura harmless. With a mere grip, Yi Han shattered the sword's energy, and in the blink of an eye, his right arm surged with might, delivering a punch akin to a short yet devastating blow, accompanied by a metallic resonance. The adversary's sword flew from his grasp, clattering to the ground several meters away. The air exploded. In that fleeting moment of disarming the sword, Yi Han unleashed a forceful punch that soared through the void, unavoidable and unyielding. A scream resonated across the land as the genius of the Wujie sword sect, on the brink of entering the realm of explosive energy, faced a catastrophic collapse of his chest, his vital force in turmoil. His body was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground, incapacitated and unable to rise, the extent of his injuries unknown. Let us depart. This wretched being has already solidified his status as an inner disciple. Concurrently, Ding Xiao, accompanied by a group of minor figures of divine strength, hastily retreated. Their animosity with Yi Han stemmed from a past grievance instigated by Ding Xiao's earlier provocations, and witnessing Yi Han's formidable display now left him trembling in fear. I shall tear your mouth apart. Yi Han abruptly pivoted, locking onto Ding Xiao. Such minor figures of divine strength were hardly worthy of his consideration. Yet this individual persistently taunted, unable to restrain his foul tongue. If you seek death, I shall oblige. With explosive speed, Yi Han surged forward, closing the distance as the group of divine strength disciples barely managed to escape a mere 10 meters. Boom! A punch unleashed a powerful wave of energy that swept across the area. The disciples of the Wujie sword sect stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, Ding Xiao, who was positioned at the center, emitted a piercing scream as Yi Han's overwhelming punch struck his back. The force penetrated through his body, shattering his internal energy reservoir. One blow rendered him incapacitated, forevermore a shadow of his former self. In that moment, Yi Han acted with unbridled audacity, disregarding any consequences. Indifferent to the depth of the Wujie sword sect's foundation, today he sought to conquer. In this brief span, injuries were inflicted, and some were left crippled. The multitude of experts from the Wujie sword sect gathered in this vicinity found themselves utterly unable to withstand Yihan's might. Those who entered the Wujik sword sect were considered elite among their peers, yet even the explosive energy practitioners present were no match for Yihan. Their sword energy appeared feeble in his eyes, easily shattered by a single blow, and their physical prowess was incomparable to his. As they witnessed Yihan incapacitating Ding Xiao, the expressions of others turned grim, and they instinctively recoiled. Their murderous intent towards Yihan was boundless, yet in that moment, they felt no desire to fight. Only fear and trepidation, boldness, audacity. A surge of formidable energy approached, accompanied by a chilling reprimand, and in the blink of an eye, a group of individuals materialized before Yihan. This assembly, tasked with maintaining order at the Academy's Grand Assembly, were none other than the enforcers. Disrupting order and violating regulations would result in arrest. At the forefront of this contingent strode a man with the gait of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. Exuding an aura of authority, his voice devoid of mercy. Each enforcer wielded a black chain, composed of an unknown material, shrouded in mystery and depth, adorned with intricate and arcane patterns, emanating a frigid and terrifying presence that seemed to stir the very soul. Enforcers? Yihan turned his gaze, a cold smile spreading across his face. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he regarded the encircling enforcers without a hint of trepidation, an indescribable brilliance flickering in his eyes. Yihan, you are audacious beyond measure, disturbing the order of the Academy's assembly. The foremost enforcer intoned coldly, his authoritative gaze threatening to engulf Yihan like a surging tide. Anyone else would have quaked under such overwhelming authority, their wills crumbling, compelled to bow, crawl, and submit, ultimately facing arrest. Silence. Yet Yihan was an exception. Before the enforcer could finish, he interjected boldly. What did you say? The enforcers, along with disciples from all directions, widened their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 76. Suppressing the enforcers at the onset of my conflict with the members of the Wuji sword sect. Where were you? Yihan cast a disdainful glance at the enforcers present. Now you choose to appear forcefully, seeking to apprehend and subdue me? His words were sharp and commanding, resonating like thunder in a vacuum, reverberating through the ears of all present. Enforcers? A jest. The ordinary disciples would be terrified by this group. Yet, Yihan regarded them with utter contempt, devoid of any fear. You dare question our enforcement hall? The foremost enforcer's smile was cold, his expression darkening further. Indeed, I am questioning. Yihan's battle intent surged, his eyes gleaming with intense fervor. The enforcers of the Academy had provoked him more than once. Today, they stood here, disregarding the Wuji sword sect and fixating solely upon him. This bias was intolerable to Yihan. Seize him. With a swift motion of his arm, the enforcer pointed directly at Yihan. Behind him, 8 figures surged forth, wielding black chains that whirled ominously, swiftly encircling Yihan's form. The chains resembled iron whips, poised to strike him mercilessly. Enforcers typically acted with impunity, instilling fear in the Academy's disciples. Even with the formidable Feng Wuyang of the Wuji sword sect at his back, few would dare to confront them. Yihan stood motionless, and as the chains approached, he suddenly thrust out his arm. In that chaotic moment, he maneuvered with unparalleled agility. His limbs ablur, the chains trembled violently. In the next instant, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Yihan seized all 8 chains with his bare hands. Despite the combined might of the 8 enforcers, Yihan remained unyielding, a frost settling upon his visage, his murderous intent palpable. Come to me. Yihan's blood surged fiercely as he yanked forcefully. The 8 enforcers, as if their strength had abruptly dissipated, offered no resistance and were instantly drawn towards him. The collective force of 8 was no match for Yihan. These were all enforcers who had reached the realm of explosive vitality, sufficient to handle most inner disciples. Yet they were powerless against Yihan. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted. Yihan unleashed a flurry of punches, each infused with overwhelming vitality and unmatched strength. The 8 enforcers screamed in agony, sent flying, crashing to the ground, feeling their strength dissipate under Yihan's onslaught. You wish to apprehend me? Once Yihan made his move, his momentum surged like a dragon, unrestrained. You little rascal. The enforcer leader, stunned for a brief moment, revealed a sinister expression. With a shake of his black chains, they transformed into a massive serpent, poised to strike. charging wildly at Yi Han. "Kneel before me." Yi Han's figure shifted, and he stomped forward with determination. His arms danced like serpents, twisting and intertwining in an instant, unexpectedly ensnared by a dark chain. From a distance, it appeared as though Yi Han's very essence was bound by the chains. With the first move, their capabilities became apparent. In Yi Han's perception, the figure before him was a paragon of vitality, exuding formidable strength, enveloped in a unique force of protection. It was pure qi. This individual was a master of the highest caliber, wielding explosive qi. Divine power 100-fold. Yi Han silently mused, excitement coursing through him as he yearned to test the gap between his nascent explosive qi and that of such a master. A torrent of untamed vitality and elemental energy surged within him, erupting in a fierce explosion. 90-fold. Had Li Futian been present, he would undoubtedly be astounded. As Yi Han entered the explosive qi realm, he had astonishingly comprehended the secret technique of divine power to a staggering 90-fold. In an instant, his power and spirit surged dramatically. Boom! The top black chains trembled violently before shattering into two pieces. With a flick of his arms, the severed chains hurtled forward. The enforcer, clearly caught off guard, was nonetheless extraordinary. In the nick of time, a silvery aura enveloped him. It was a battle armor forged from pure condensed qi. The chains clashed against the armor, clattering to the ground without inflicting any harm. Such formidable defense. Yi Han was astonished, gaining profound insight into explosive qi. Indeed, the three stages of explosive qi were increasingly formidable, each surpassing the last. You may fail to capture me and dare to confront the enforcer. Today, I shall bring you to your knees, awaiting the hall of law to declare your crimes and cast you into the depths of the prison. The enforcer leader ahead revealed a sinister smile, speaking repeatedly. He stepped forward, his qi thickening, and with a swift motion, conjured a sword from the energy between his hands. Qi manifested as weaponry. This was a unique technique of masters at the explosive qi level, capable of birthing weapons and armor from their own qi. However, this was only in the context of normal battle. In a true life-and-death struggle, no warrior would dare to do so, as it incurs tremendous personal cost. As he transformed qi into a sword, he shattered the vacuum with a strike aimed at Yi Han. Yi Han's gaze hardened, internally channeling his cultivation and summoning his vitality and elemental energy. Although there was a disparity in realms, he was not destined for defeat. While this explosive qi was potent, it did not reach the level he had anticipated. Perhaps it was merely his own profound foundation that compensated for the difference. He was confident that he could shatter this explosive qi sword with a single punch, bringing the enforcer to his knees. However, just as Yi Han's arm was raised, an unexpected sword aura materialized from nowhere, instantly deflecting the enforcer's strike. Subsequently, Yi Han felt a powerful gust of wind sweep past him, and in the blink of an eye, a man wielding a sword appeared before him, exuding an aura of immense strength. Enough. Upon his arrival, the man cast a cold glance at the enforcer ahead and stated, "Attend to your own matters." "Brother Song, how dare you obstruct me? This fellow openly defies arrest. We must apprehend him today," the enforcer sneered, his sword crackling with energy once more. Witnessing this scene, Yi Han's eyes turned icy. It was evident that the enforcer had come with a contingent, disregarding the members of the Wuji sword sect and solely targeting him. This man was likely a formidable figure belonging to the Wuji sword sect as well. The Wuji sword sect indeed cast a vast shadow. To think that one of its disciples could also be an enforcer. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving the enforcer in a state of bewilderment, frozen in place as he stared blankly at his assailant. "Get lost. With the conflict of the six paths imminent, how dare you jeopardize the sect master's grand plans?" There was no concealing the murderous intent in Brother Song's eyes. "Yes, Brother Song." The reprimanded enforcer, upon hearing the mention of the sect master, was instantly filled with dread, abandoning his pursuit of Yi Han and hastily fleeing the scene. The other enforcers, too, supported one another and swiftly departed. Brother Song then turned his gaze towards Ding Xiao and the group of disciples who had been incapacitated and severely injured. "A bunch of useless fools," he declared. "Return at once. There is no need for you to participate in this disciple competition." The experts of the Wuji sword sect, filled with trepidation, clearly held Brother Song in great fear, lowering their heads and retreating, no longer daring to entangle themselves in any disputes. Yihan, take care of yourself. With that, Brother Song left with a stern countenance. Yihan was taken aback. This man evidently belonged to the Wuji sword sect, serving Feng Wuliang, yet upon his appearance, he refrained from attacking him. This was not the typical modus operandi of the Wuji sword sect. As Yihan pondered this unexpected turn of events, he noticed that the surroundings had already erupted into a commotion, with countless individuals shocked and intently focused on him. Chapter 77. The body of 10,000 beasts. The Wuliang sword sect casts a vast shadow over the realm. Since its inception within the academy, no one has dared to provoke it. The sect is replete with formidable masters, including enigmatic true disciples, and most notably, Feng Wuliang, the most fearsome scion of reincarnation. The common folk instinctively steer clear of such a force. Yet, Yihan boldly challenges them head-on, inflicting severe injuries upon a group of Wuliang disciples and even incapacitating someone like Ding Xiao. Has this fellow lost his senses? Surprised murmurs arise. It has always been the Wuliang sword sect that causes trouble for others, and never has anyone dared to confront them. Yihan's appearance today is a blatant provocation, an open declaration of war against the sect. He even dares to strike against the enforcers of the academy. Is this merely a display of pent-up frustration? How naive. Some elders of the academy shake their heads in disdain. On Longing Peak, Yihan's dragon vein was forcibly taken by Feng Wuliang, leaving him suppressed and publicly humiliated. No one could swallow such indignation, yet they have no choice but to endure it. Yihan, unable to contend with Feng Wuliang, resorts to venting his fury by assaulting Wuliang disciples. Such an act is the height of folly, only serving to incite Feng Wuliang's ire, leading Yihan to endure even greater suffering and oppression in the struggle of the six paths. Yihan cast a glance at the crowd, disregarding their opinions, and turned to depart towards the distant Renhuang Peak. Through his recent outburst, he has truly familiarized himself with the power of the Qi explosion realm. He has gained a clear understanding of his current combat prowess. Although he has just entered the Qi explosion realm, technically only at the initial stage of blood energy explosion, the weakest stage, his invincible dragon body amplifies his blood power, supplemented by the divine power of 100 explosions technique. He is now fully capable of subduing experts at the 8th and 9th blood explosion stages, against masters of the Qi explosion level. He even possesses the strength to confront them. If he can endure until the end, he could exhaust them into oblivion. Remarkably, this insight is based on his recent breakthrough, as many of the techniques of the Qi explosion realm remain unrefined. Upon entering the Qi explosion realm, a warrior can develop numerous techniques and possibilities, such as integrating the bloodline of supreme beasts to amplify their own blood power, thereby generating enhanced strength in combat. Furthermore, they can begin cultivating specialized skills, harnessing the powers of heaven and earth, and enhancing their arms and bones to master extraordinary martial techniques. Additionally, one can commence the refinement of their eyes, embarking on the cultivation of the martial Tao Heavenly Eye. This supreme technique is a dream cherished by countless warriors, once successfully refined. It heralds a transformative enhancement in their combat capabilities. Regrettably, the martial Tao Heavenly Eye is extraordinarily rare, akin to opening a third eye in the center of one's forehead, a feat as daunting as scaling the heavens, nearly impossible to achieve. In a realm with 10 million martial artists and 100 million warriors, it is exceedingly rare to find a soul who can awaken the heavenly eye of martial arts. The emergence of such a phenomenon, as exemplified by Feng Wuliang, is nothing short of extraordinary and unfathomable. This individual's innate talent defies all conventions. Indeed, within the vast expanse of the ancient void domain, Feng Wuliang stands alone in possessing this remarkable ability. Even more astonishing is that Feng Wuliang has now cultivated a dragon body, enabling him to refine the heavenly eye of martial arts with the primal energy of his physique. By integrating the way of the sword into this process, he may ultimately transform it into the sword Tao Heavenly Eye, an outcome that is beyond imagination. As Yihan traversed the path, he pondered these matters yet did not harbor any feelings of envy or inadequacy. His own cultivation technique, the Nine Heavens Dragon Sovereign Art, contains similarly profound secrets. Should he accumulate sufficient true dragon essence, he could regenerate his bones and reconstruct his true form, thereby unlocking a Dragon Emperor's eye. The power of such an eye would surpass that of the heavenly eye of martial arts by an unimaginable margin, leaving him devoid of any desire to covet Feng Wuliang's prowess. Suddenly, as Yi Han approached the human emperor peak, a melodious and clear voice resonated. Is that Chu Yushi? Yi Han turned swiftly, his gaze brightening with warmth. Clad in the same crimson attire as before, Chu Yoshi's dark eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light as she smiled gracefully. Senior Chu, Miss Chu, Yi Han exclaimed, stepping forward with a smile. Recognizing the two before him, Chu Tianxin, the vice principal of the Burning Moon Academy, and the brave girl who had once stood resolutely before him, attempting to protect him. Chu Yushi. However, after months apart, while Chu Yoshi's appearance remained unchanged, she bore a hint of weariness and paleness that was absent before. Seniors, have you come to the Reincarnation Academy? Yi Han inquired. Indeed, Chu Tianxin replied, a note of helplessness in his voice. I am here to help this girl suppress the affliction within her body, but the journey has been arduous. The Reincarnation Academy's numerous ley lines can provide some strength to alleviate her condition for a few months. Looking at Yi Han, Chu Tianxin shed the authoritative demeanor of the vice principal, revealing instead the visage of a father burdened by concern for his daughter. He did not expect much from Yi Han. His words were merely an expression of the pressure he felt. An affliction? Yi Han turned his gaze to Chu Yushi, whose smile was gradually replaced by a touch of bitterness. Her complexion was poor, a clear indication of the torment caused by her ailment. She lightly bit her lower lip, her bright eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. It is not quite an affliction, Chu Tianxin sighed. In ancient times, it would have been a tremendous blessing, but now. What is the nature of her condition, senior? Could you elaborate? Yi Han asked. He felt an inexplicable concern for Chu Yushi, perhaps stirred by the memory of her brave stand before him, a moment that had deeply touched his heart. This girl was born with an innate and formidable constitution known as the body of 10,000 beasts. Chu Tianxin did not shy away from revealing that this constitution is extraordinarily powerful, as documented in ancient texts. If this physique were to reach its full potential, it would be nothing short of miraculous. However, it is a case of having arrived in the wrong era. The body of 10,000 beasts, as the name suggests, requires the continual infusion of the bloodlines of supreme demonic beasts for its cultivation, absorbing the strength of myriad beast bloodlines to integrate into its fundamental essence, achieving perfection. Chu Tianxin expressed her unwillingness, pondering the vast multitude of demonic beasts. For the head of the academy, this should not pose a significant challenge, right? Yi Han regarded her with a hint of confusion. The divine martial continent is teeming with demonic beasts, even within the vast expanse of the Taishu ancient domain. The variety of these creatures likely approaches the tens of thousands. Given Chu Tianxin's status and strength, hunting demonic beasts to acquire bloodline power should not be overly difficult. Yet, the bloodlines of so many demonic beasts must undoubtedly consist of primordial anomalies, with the least among them being some of the most elite bloodlines. In this current age, such bloodlines are nearly invisible, particularly within the Taishu ancient domain. A flicker of helplessness appeared in Chu Tianxin's eyes. Over the years, she had made several attempts to stabilize the fundamental essence of the body of 10,000 beasts for this girl, but in these past 2 years, it has gradually. She did not continue, yet Yi Han could infer everything. Chapter 78. The dragon's breath refines the body. Yi Han gazed at Chu Yushi with a tinge of sorrow. Is it true that the benevolent are often envied by the heavens? Possessing the body of myriad demons, she was inherently extraordinary, a phoenix among mortals. Yet, due to the overwhelming nature of this trait, it could not be cultivated in the present era and could even lead to backlash. I do not wish to die, Chu Yushi murmured, her lips barely moving, her eyes shimmering with a hint of timid light. With me here, you shall not come to harm. Yi Han found himself saying almost instinctively. Chu Tianxin cast a surprised glance at Yi Han, then shook his head with a wry smile. He held a favorable impression of this youth and had previously sought to recruit him into the Burning Moon Academy. Yi Han's words were not only a reflection of his genuine intentions, but also served to comfort Chu Yushi, a realization that Chu Tianxin understood well. Is that truly so? For the second time seeing Yi Han, Chu Yushi appeared significantly more cheerful than before. Absolutely. Yi Han gazed earnestly at Chu Yushi, his voice resolute. Chu Yoshi's eyes focused intently on Yi Han, her fist clenched in determination, her face aglow with a radiant smile. At that moment, Yi Han turned to Chu Tianxin. Senior, can the power of the earth veins suppress Miss Chu's body of myriad demons? This is a matter of necessity, Chu Tianxin replied. The power of the earth veins, along with other unique and formidable forces, can temporarily suppress the essence of the myriad demon's body, but it does not resolve the fundamental issue. Moreover, the body of myriad demons is exceedingly potent. Its inherent power grows stronger and more vibrant with the girl's maturation, and one day, it will become uncontainable. Chu Tianxin appeared somewhat haggard. In the past, we could suppress it for as long as 6 months with the aid of certain earth vein powers, but now, it has dwindled to merely 3 months. I see. A glimmer of hope suddenly flickered in Yi Han's eyes. Perhaps I may have some solutions. Senior, if you have no pressing matters in the coming days, could you and Miss Chu stay at my Dragon Hidden Peak? You have a solution? Chu Tianxin chuckled in disbelief. However, in the next instant, realization dawned upon him as he widened his eyes, fixating intently on Yi Han. 3 months. The Qi Explosion Realm. Chu Tianxin uttered those 6 words, his expression a complex mix of entanglement, envy, and regret. He lamented not having acted with greater decisiveness back then, offering more enticing conditions to recruit Yi Han into the Burning Moon Academy. Truly worthy of a dragon's body. Chu Tianxin spoke again. Dragon's body. The 2 words left Yi Han in contemplative silence. Yi Han, do you know why I turned back that day? It was because I sensed the eruption of dragon energy within you. Chu Tianxin began to smile, perhaps having discerned Yi Han's wariness, and continued, in this current age, true dragons do not emerge, nor do dragon bodies manifest. All that appear are the bodies of flood dragons and serpent dragons, categorized by the purity of their dragon energy, each varying in strength. Yi Han, your dragon physique must be extraordinary, approaching that of Feng Wuliang's human dragon body, perhaps even on par. Yi Han spoke casually, yet deep within. He felt a sudden release of tension. The secrets of the eternal, unyielding dragon body must remain concealed from all, for their revelation would spell calamity. Fortunately, the true dragon physique of the Taishu ancient domain has not manifested for countless years, making it inconceivable for ordinary people to suspect they possess such a true dragon constitution. Not long ago, I refined a Tianyao Dan, and combined with my unique constitution, it may indeed assist Miss Chu in suppressing the essence of the myriad demon's body. Yi Han regarded the 2 individuals before him earnestly. Tianyao Dan. Chu Tianxin glanced at Yi Han, then at her daughter. Very well. Yi Han, your physique may rival that of Feng Wuliang's human dragon form. Perhaps you truly can aid this girl. However, rest assured, I, Chu Tianxin, shall certainly offer my gratitude. I can provide you with. Chu Tianxin continued. Yi Han promptly shook his head, interrupting her. In this world, myriad sufferings abound, and pain is the most profound. When I entered the hospital, Miss Chu stood up for me. Thus, if I can help her suppress the myriad demon's body, it is only right. If you speak of repayment, you underestimate me, Yi Han. After conversing briefly with the Chu father and daughter, Yi Han swiftly ascended to the human emperor peak, seeking insights into the specifics of the 6 paths conflict. Li Futu was not present, yet Yi Han remained unperturbed, soon descending the mountain to return with the Chu father and daughter to the Longyin Peak. The Longyin Hall was exceedingly spacious, within its numerous inner chambers. Not only could the Chu family comfortably reside, but even a dozen more could find ample accommodation. In the center of Longyin Hall, Chu Yushir sat cross-legged, while Yi Han placed his hands firmly on her back. A surge of primal energy flowed into her being. How do you feel? Yi Han inquired. Chu Yushir's expression softened considerably. I feel much lighter. It seems effective. A glimmer of determination shone in Yi Han's eyes. Miss Chu, prepare to cultivate. At that very moment, a golden light enveloped his form. With a resounding roar, the 2 dragon bones within him trembled, and in an instant, a torrent of dragon energy began to surge forth, pure and formidable, imbued with a hint of imperial dragon might, startling even Chu Tianxin beside him. A stream of dragon energy, intermingled with primal force, surged into Chu Yushir's body. She trembled, her eyes widening in surprise, as a flush of vitality and color returned to her previously pale countenance. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yushir promptly began to cultivate, drawing upon and refining the power that had entered her body. Time flowed ceaselessly. This process of refinement persisted for an entire day and night, ultimately culminating in completion. Chu Yushi emerged from her meditative state, her complexion seemingly revitalized, restored to its normal hue. Not only that, but her martial arts realm has also undergone a breakthrough, rising from the 8th to the 9th level of gathering yuan. The dragon chi has tempered her body. To be precise, it is the 5-clawed golden dragon chi. The benefits are simply unimaginable. Across the vast expanse of the ancient void domain, and even the boundless and vast divine martial continent, only Yihan possesses such conditions. Even those formidable figures standing atop the 9 heavens, those peerless powerhouses of unparalleled strength, could not possibly summon the 5-clawed golden dragon chi. Such overwhelmingly powerful beings, even if they exist in this world, could not be found in any corner of the divine martial continent. It is truly astonishing. Yihan, how can the dragon chi within you be so potent and so pure? Chu Tianxin has witnessed everything from beginning to end, having seen Yihan in action, and at this moment, she could not suppress the tumult within her heart. I have stated before that Feng Wuliang's human dragon body may not necessarily compare to mine. However, I must request that this matter be kept confidential, esteemed senior. Yihan gazed at Chu Tianxin. Naturally, Chu Tianxin contained her own astonishment and spoke. The physique related to the dragon clan is not limited to just 1 or 2 types. Feng Wuliang's human dragon body is merely the most basic and inferior form. Above the human dragon body, there are the earth dragon body, the profound dragon body, and the celestial dragon body, all of which are possible manifestations in the divine martial continent. Only beyond the celestial dragon body lies the legendary, incomparably powerful, and defiant true dragon body. However, no one could possibly possess a true dragon body. Your dragon chi is so pure. Could it be the earth dragon body? Stronger than Feng Wuliang's human dragon body? Chu Tianxin queried repeatedly, not out of a desire to dig deeper, but rather due to sheer astonishment. It is important to note that within this ancient void domain, and even in broader realms, the human dragon body is already considered extraordinary. What then of the earth dragon body, the profound dragon body, and the celestial dragon body? These are but legends, rarely seen over the span of centuries. My physique is undoubtedly more formidable than Feng Wuliang's. Yihan responded, offering no further explanation, allowing Chu Tianxin to speculate as she wished. After all, she could never fathom that his physique is even more terrifying than the true dragon body. The 6 paths of strife should commence today. In the coming days, esteemed seniors and Miss Chu shall remain at the Reincarnation Academy, while I participate in the 6 paths of strife. Subsequently, I shall assist Miss Chu in tempering her body with dragon chi daily. With repeated tempering, even if I cannot eradicate the affliction of the myriad beast's body, I should at least be able to suppress it for a considerable duration. Yihan rose and spoke. Excellent. Chu Tianxin saw a glimmer of hope, and at this moment, there was no room for refusal. Her eyes flickered, a complex gaze directed at Yihan. The world knows of Feng Wuliang at the Reincarnation Academy. But how many are aware that you, Yihan, are not inferior to him? The world is ignorant. I shall focus solely on my own path. Yihan stated calmly. A quarter of an hour later, Yihan, along with Chu Tianxin and Chu Yushi, descended from the dragon-hidden peak. The 6 paths of strife shall commence today. Chapter 79. The contest of the 6 paths. The Academy Conference has concluded. The grand competition among the miscellaneous roles, outer sect, and inner sect disciples has come to an end. Only a handful of true disciples remain engaged in battle. However, these true disciples possess extraordinary strength that renders the Academy Square an inadequate venue for their confrontations. Such clashes could incite catastrophic consequences. Thus, they have retreated to various secret realms of the Academy for their fierce duels. The outcomes of these battles are of no concern to mere figures like Yihan. Following the customary conclusion of the Academy Conference, the focus shifts to the contest of the 6 paths. Unlike the vibrant Academy gathering, this contest truly captures the attention of all. Not only will members of the Reincarnation Academy bear witness, but also notable figures such as Chu Tianxin, the vice president of the Burning Moon Academy, along with representatives from the Dragon Slaying Academy and the 4 foremost sects of the Great Void, the Demon Sealing Manor, the Beginning Demon Hall, the Tai Sword Sect, and the Overlord Martial Pavilion. Within the Great Void, 8 grand dynasties exist, and esteemed individuals from these dynasties will also attend the Reincarnation Academy to witness the spectacle of the contest of the 6 paths. It can be said that this event is a significant occurrence that reverberates throughout the entire Great Void, showcasing the prowess of the Reincarnation Academy while simultaneously attracting numerous prodigies, talents, and exceptional individuals to join its ranks. The Reincarnation Academy embraces all, welcoming those endowed with strength and talent regardless of their background. When Yihan and Chu Tianxin arrived at the Academy Square, they were greeted by a vast assembly of formidable beings. Unlike the previous days, the crowd now comprised many unfamiliar faces, each radiating an aura of immense power and strength. A single glance from Yihan revealed numerous individuals whose might was beyond comprehension. Some possessed combat prowess that could rival figures like Chu Tianxin, undoubtedly representing the leaders, vice leaders, and esteemed elders of various factions. Among them, Yihan's attention was drawn to an elderly man, approximately 60 years of age, adorned in a purple and gold robe intricately embroidered with 9 mighty 5-clawed golden dragons. The presence of these 9 dragons signified imperial authority. This man, draped in a dragon robe, could only be one person, the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Dynasty, Xiao Yunquan, who, in truth, is nearing 800 years of age, approaching the twilight of his life. Noticing Yihan's gaze fixed upon him, Chu Tianxin took the initiative to provide an introduction. The Emperor of the Sun and Moon Dynasty, Xiao Yunquan? What an imposing aura! Yihan couldn't help but marvel. The Sun and Moon Dynasty holds profound connections to Yihan's current existence, as he had inherited the Sun and Moon universe technique left by the King of the 9 Nether Realms, the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Dynasty, 3,000 years ago. Do you see that individual? He is the second Sword Emperor of the Tai Sword sect, known as Jian Wuji, who practices the Great Annihilation Sword Path, an immensely powerful technique. And over there, the esteemed Elder of the Beginning Demon Hall, Mo Wui, once dominated the Great Void, staining the land with countless bloodshed, having cultivated the great heavenly demon scripture to its 4th layer. In the illustrious Zhanlong Academy, one of the 4 dragon lords, the Lord of the Xinlong, possesses the formidable Xinlong battle body, which, among the various dragon forms, is second only to the human dragon form of Feng Wuliang. At this moment, Chu Tianxin, despite being the headmaster of the Feng Yu Academy, speaks to Yihan with the gravitas of a venerable elder, imparting wisdom and guidance. As he continues, a thought seems to strike him, and he suddenly warns, "Be wary of those from Zhanlong Academy among the 3 great academies." Why? Yihan inquires, perplexed. The core and upper echelons of Zhanlong Academy cultivate a particular technique known as the Tian D2 Long Ju, Chu Tianxin elucidates. As the name implies, it is a method aimed at exterminating the dragon race. For anyone possessing draconic or serpent-like qualities, they become prime targets for these practitioners. He regards Yihan with a cautionary gaze. The Tian D2 Long Ju? Yihan's eyes shimmer with intrigue, radiating with flashes of understanding. I shall remain vigilant. I had no idea Zhanlong Academy held such peculiarities. For someone with my constitution, it indeed poses a latent threat. However, considering that Feng Wuliang embodies the human dragon form, is he not also a target of their pursuits? Yet, when Zhanlong Academy sends representatives to observe, they are not met with hostility. Yihan's mind races with questions. Chu Tianxin smiles. Why should there be hostility? My warnings are predicated on the notion of their covert actions. Zhanlong Academy, like us at Feng Yu and the Reincarnation Academy, stands as a bastion of righteousness. While we may be competitors, we do not regard each other as enemies. In fact, periodically, disciples and experts from the 3 great academies engage in exchanges. Does that imply I must guard against their clandestine maneuvers? Yihan gazes intently at Chu Tianxin. Precisely. Chu Tianxin nods affirmatively. One must never take appearances at face value. During their discourse, Yihan notices an individual approaching from a distance. Li Futuo. Master Li. Chu Tianxin exclaims, evidently well acquainted with Li Futuo. Headmaster Chu. Li Futuo greets with a smile, casting a surprised glance at Yihan. You, my boy, have managed to befriend Headmaster Chu? Huh. I almost persuaded Yihan to join Feng Yu Academy back in the day, lamenting only that the incentives were not generous enough. Chu Tianxin chuckles heartily. Li Futuo, however, shifts the conversation, directing his attention to the nearby Chu Yushi. Uncle Li. Chu Yushi speaks sweetly. Ah, young Yushi. You appear to be in much better spirits, Li Futuo notes warmly. With that, Li Futuo presents Yihan with a token. What is this? Yihan inquires. Observing the token, "This is the Rinjian Dao Ling," Li Futuo explains. In the contest of the 6 realms, there are 2 rounds of combat. The first round involves consolidating one's Dao intent by ascending the Understanding Dao Cliff. With this Dao Ling in hand, you will be able to manifest Dao marks around you. The greater the number of Dao marks, the stronger your innate talent, and rankings will be determined by the quantity of these marks. As for the second round, it entails ascending the Tower of Ascendancy, which is where your true opportunity to surpass the other 6 realms and vie for the ultimate ranking resides. Upon the Tower of Ascendancy, each individual is required to rely solely on their own willpower, complemented by the strength of their vital essence and physical prowess. Starting from an almost identical point, Li Futu continued, "The Tower of Ascendancy? A fair starting point? No significant advantage in realms?" In an instant, Yi Han's eyes sparkled with brilliance, brimming with boundless confidence. Indeed, the starting point is the same. Furthermore, in the 2 rounds of competition, points will be awarded based on rankings, ranging from 6 points, 5 points, down to 1 point. You need not feel pressured. For us in the realm of humanity, as long as we do not finish in last place, it suffices. Li Futu reiterated, encouraging Yi Han and bolstering his confidence. What nonsense! Yi Han shook his head. How could I rank 6th? I shall ensure that the realm of humanity shines brilliantly. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, 3 booming chimes resonated from the front of the plaza. "Those of the 6 realms, please ascend the Cliff of Enlightenment," a deep voice echoed ahead. Chapter 80. The Cliff of Enlightenment, the Emergence of True Disciples. With the decree of the mortal realm in hand, Yi Han stepped forward with unwavering confidence. The day he had awaited had finally arrived. This marked the true beginning of his rise within the Reincarnation Academy. In terms of cultivation and combat prowess, he felt utterly overshadowed by Feng Wuliang. Even the other masters from the 6 paths likely surpassed Yi Han by a considerable margin, leaving him with no advantage whatsoever. However, in other respects, Yi Han felt no fear towards anyone. "Go for it," Chu Yushir whispered as she watched Yi Han take his first steps. "Let us go," Yi Han responded, clenching his fist and flexing his arm. Amidst the multitude, 6 figures emerged in the square. Each of the 6 paths sent forth one representative, engaging in a contest that was never merely a battle of brute force, but rather an evaluation of their foundational roots, talents, willpower, and other attributes. The Reincarnation Academy was never lacking in prodigies. The foremost aspect of the 6-path competition was inheritance. Only those with talent and potential could be deemed worthy of carrying on the legacy of the 6 paths. Feng Wuliang led the charge, standing with a poised demeanor that made him appear exceptionally remarkable. Even without making any move, an invisible aura emanated from him, stirring the very heavens and earth, reminiscent of a youthful sword deity. The other contenders, each possessing a unique and formidable presence, had all transcended Yi Han in terms of their cultivation levels. Upon arriving, Yi Han was astonished to find that aside from himself, another participant had reached the realm of vacuum explosion. The remaining 4 had surpassed the explosive aura realm, a level that Yi Han could not even begin to fathom. True disciples. In an instant, Yi Han comprehended that within the 6-path competition, besides himself and the master of vacuum explosion, the other 4 paths had all dispatched true disciples. Within the Reincarnation Academy, outer disciples were at the divine power realm, while inner disciples were required to reach at least the explosive aura realm. As for true disciples, they were a rarity, needing to attain the exceedingly formidable postnatal extremity. Within the Yuan body realm, indeed, the path of martial cultivation is divided into postnatal and innate stages. The 4 realms of postnatal cultivation are gathering Yuan, divine power, explosive aura, and Yuan body. Not only within the Reincarnation Academy, but throughout the entire vast ancient domain. A master of the Yuan body realm is regarded as a formidable figure. It is said that a master of this realm can achieve remarkable feats in the Sun and Moon dynasty, qualifying for the rank of a true general. The Yuan body realm seemingly encompasses 9 transformations, with each step toward advancement proving exceedingly arduous. Among the Academy's million disciples, only a scant few manage to enter the Yuan body realm and become true disciples. This is a realm that Yi Han could scarcely imagine, one he could only look up to, entirely out of reach. Even with his unparalleled dragon body, whether he could ever attain the Yuan body realm remained uncertain. As the path to advancement was fraught with challenges, and required substantial accumulation. How intriguing! While I may fall short of these true disciples, and many inner disciples might surpass me in strength, the six-path competition hinges on aspects beyond mere cultivation level, rendering the connection to realms somewhat tenuous. I am most curious to observe the disparity between myself and the true disciples. Yi Han is imbued with unwavering confidence, displaying neither trepidation nor hesitation, but rather a sense of excitement and anticipation. However, the others remain unconvinced. To any observer, Yi Han's presence appears as a mere jest. The contest of the six paths is traditionally graced by the most gifted disciples, those who have reached the pinnacle of the Qi explosion realm. Akin to the formidable Yin Tianxiu, when has there ever been an insignificant figure like Yi Han, whose only accomplishment is a minor surge of vitality? Like a rabbit amidst a pack of ravenous wolves, the human realm of the Reincarnation Academy has truly fallen. It is indeed hard to fathom that they would dispatch a fledgling who has only just ventured into the Qi explosion domain. Some outsiders voice their opinions, with one shaking their head. Although the human realm may be in decline, it shall not succumb to despair. It is rumored that Feng Wuliang aspires to dominate the six paths and will inevitably take charge of the human realm, and today should reveal some clues regarding that. In the center of the square, an elder of the academy approached, having inspected the Dao tokens held by Yi Han and the other five. He then activated a grand inscription teleportation array. Once the array was set in motion, an invisible force enveloped Yi Han and his companions, as if opening a celestial highway through the void, transporting them away from that place. The Cliff of Enlightenment. This is a sacred site within the academy, where a unique treasure known as the martial Dao Heavenly Stone resides. In ancient times, unparalleled powerhouses from the Reincarnation Academy once dwelled here, utilizing the martial Dao Heavenly Stone to comprehend the supreme martial arts, leaving behind corresponding imprints of their martial traditions. Martial artists of later generations who come to the Cliff of Enlightenment, armed with Dao tokens, have the opportunity to grasp the martial imprints present here, thus reaping immense benefits. Some may achieve sudden enlightenment, others may enhance their foundations, and some may even develop a unique constitution within the Cliff of Enlightenment. Regrettably, access to the Cliff of Enlightenment is exclusive to the six paths of the Academy. Without a Dao token, ordinary individuals cannot comprehend anything at all. Upon their arrival, Yi Han and the other five were instantly awestruck. With Dao tokens in hand, they could feel the subtle and unique energies of the surrounding space seeping into their beings. It was an astonishing power, seemingly possessing a refining effect on martial artists. As they surveyed the Cliff of Enlightenment, they beheld various stone carvings and steely intertwining with one another, including ancient remnants of enigmatic imprints and inscriptions, along with archaic scripts and intricate patterns. This was a supreme treasure, a place of enlightenment, concealing monumental secrets and the legacies and aspirations of generations of unparalleled masters from the Reincarnation Academy. However, whether one could grasp even a fragment of such treasures depended on their innate talent and fortuity. Feng Wuliang was the first to approach a particular stone tablet. Upon it were engraved 9 battle swords, each following a distinct trajectory, seemingly representing a supreme sword path, or perhaps an extraordinary sword technique. Of course, whether one could comprehend its essence would depend on the martial artist's innate abilities. Another individual then advanced, swiftly arriving before a large stone, its surface adorned with peculiar patterns, the significance of which remained a mystery. Yi Han beheld 3 humanoid figures intricately etched upon a stone wall, seemingly depicting an unparalleled martial artist practicing a breathtaking combat technique. Swiftly, several individuals approached, eager to delve into its mysteries. In but a fleeting moment, 6 had chosen their respective targets. Yi Han found himself before a massive boulder, upon which 3 distinct fingerprints were inscribed. Concurrently, as the 6 began their contemplation, a myriad of radiant lights flickered and transformed above the Academy's square. This spectacle was a manifestation of the inscription techniques. Several inscription masters from the Reincarnation Academy collaborated to engrave runes and devise formations, which subsequently projected a celestial veil in the void above. Within this shimmering curtain, the figures of Yi Han, Feng Wuliang, and the other 4 were vividly displayed. The impending contest among the 6 would soon unfold upon this luminous screen, allowing all who gathered to witness the spectacle firsthand. Chapter 81. The dragon's fingerprint. The conflict among the six paths, though far less boisterous than the Academy assembly, held profound significance, especially with the emergence of the remarkable figure, Feng Wuliang. In a subtle yet palpable manner, certain gazes converged upon a specific spot where Li Futu, Chu Tianxin, and Chu Yushi stood. Li Futu, truly a prodigy of his generation, yet one must lament the circumstances. Several adept individuals from rival academies whispered among themselves in hushed tones. The pivotal question rested upon Yihan's performance. As long as he did not finish at the bottom of the rankings, the human path might remain stable for the time being. Otherwise, the collective pressure would mount, and even Li Futu might struggle to withstand it. Prominent figures from various factions, clearly aware of the unfolding situation, exchanged words in the shadows. To be fair, there lingered a glimmer of hope that Yihan might rise spectacularly, breaking into the top 5, as none wished to witness the complete ascendance of Feng Wuliang from the Reincarnation Academy. Should Feng Wuliang truly master the six paths, he would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable youth among the ancient domain of Tai Su, casting an imposing shadow over this land and suffocating the aspirations of his contemporaries. At the cliff of enlightenment, Feng Wuliang inhaled deeply, an immense force surging through him. In an instant, a dramatic transformation occurred. He raised his arm, fingers aligned like a sword, and suddenly traced an arc of profound significance. This seemingly simple gesture, akin to the strike of a legendary swordmaster, transformed the mundane into the extraordinary, giving birth to a radiant sword aura. Then, the second strike followed. The second sword aura, the third sword aura, the ninth sword aura. In mere moments, Feng Wuliang manifested 9 sword auras. As the 9th sword aura took form, a verdant radiance blossomed behind him. The path marks. Feng Wuliang was the first to comprehend and condense the essence of the path, evolving into path marks. Countless spectators, peering through the celestial light curtain, bore witness to this astonishing feat, all left in awe. Such innate talent displayed by Feng Wuliang was truly remarkable. Within just 100 breaths, he had already manifested the path marks, a source of immense pressure for the other 5 participants. His existence loomed like an insurmountable chasm, one that could only be gazed upon, never crossed or matched. The 9 palace sword aura is but this, Feng Wuliang declared nonchalantly, raising his arm sharply and thrusting his fingers forward. A brand new sword aura materialized once more. In an instant, 10 sword auras proliferated, swirling within the vacuum before him, exuding an endless chill. The 9 palace sword aura, perhaps a creation of a venerable elder from your Reincarnation Academy over 1200 years ago, a legacy left for posterity. Yet none could master it. Yet today, Feng Wuliang has just grasped it and directly birthed the 10th sword aura. Chu Tianxin cast a glance towards Li Futu. Li Futu nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. In the days of yore, the esteemed elder of the Academy aspired to cultivate the 10th sword aura but failed throughout his lifetime. Had he succeeded, he would have shattered the constraints that bind him, offering a glimmer of hope to transcend beyond the realm of sword immortals. Amidst the discussions of countless individuals, Wu Wuliang had already manifested within another stone wall at the Enlightenment Cliff, embarking on his second epiphany. The others, too, exhibited a noticeable shift in their auras, each reaping their own rewards, suggesting that the manifestation of their Tao traces was imminent. At this juncture, Yihan remained utterly motionless, seemingly entrapped in a state of stupor. His gaze was fixated upon the stone before him, where 3 distinct fingertip impressions were etched into its surface, as if indelibly stamped in his mind. Within the realm of his spirit, a vision unfolded. An enigmatic figure executed a series of gestures. One finger disrupted the heavens, another sealed the void, and the third pierced through the cosmos. These 3 fingers, each unique, embodied an inexhaustible depth of meaning. The dragon coil finger. Yihan's heart surged with exhilaration. The moment he selected this place for enlightenment, he had sensed a peculiar familiarity with the stone before him. Though it appeared unremarkable, it evoked an inexplicable sense of recognition within him. Now he finally comprehended the significance of the 3 fingertip impressions. It was the imprint of the dragon coil finger. If fate had not intervened, the individual who had previously attained enlightenment here and left their mark was undoubtedly a master of the human Tao. Within the annals of the human Tao's legacy, the Emperor's astonishing record, aside from the Emperor's astonishing art, and the 100 explosions of divine power. There exist 3 martial techniques: the Emperor's ghostly steps, the dragon coil finger, and the void human Emperor's slash. Regrettably, Yihan had been constrained by his own limitations and had once lacked the qualification to cultivate these martial arts. Only upon reaching the stage of true chi explosion could he be deemed worthy of practicing the dragon coil finger. Yet, at this moment, Yihan felt an undeniable certainty that he could grasp the essence of the dragon coil finger today. Moreover, in this instant, he perceived the myriad deficiencies within the 3 fingertip impressions before him. The dragon coil finger, by its very nature, was meant to evolve the trajectory of a dragon through the martial artist's fingertip strength. A single strike, akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens, could obliterate all that lay in its path. Alas, the martial artists of later generations had only encountered creatures such as serpentine dragons or pythons, rendering it impossible to behold a true dragon. Thus, the ideal cultivation of the dragon coil finger was beyond reach. Particularly, techniques like the dragon coil finger and the void human Emperor's slash required an overwhelming surge of vitality. It is no exaggeration to assert that even individuals endowed with unique bloodlines or special physiques would find it exceedingly arduous to successfully cultivate and unleash such techniques. However, for Yihan, none of this posed a challenge. He possessed the invincible dragon body of the ages. His blood vitality had reached an unfathomable level, unrivaled within the same realm. Furthermore, Yihan had genuinely witnessed the presence of the 5-clawed golden dragon emperor in the first tier of the 9 realms dragon suppression tower. Numerous dragon clans exist in this world. Who could compare to the 5-clawed golden dragon emperor? It is one of the 4 legendary bloodlines of the dragon race. An unparalleled sovereign among dragons, a true emperor among emperors, and a revered entity among the exalted. The Panlong finger, a skill that typically requires a decade of arduous training to master, will take mere moments for Yihan to grasp, an opportunity not to be squandered. With these 3 imprints as his catalyst, Yihan has the potential to conjure miracles today. As time inexorably marches on, an hour has swiftly passed. Feng Wuliang has already manifested 10 profound marks, while the other 4 individuals have each comprehended at least 3. In stark contrast, Yihan remains utterly still. The square of the academy buzzes with excitement, the air thick with chatter regarding this event. With only 3 hours allotted for the first round of competition, could it be that Yihan is truly incapable of understanding anything? The Lord of the Mortal Realm, having exerted considerable effort to identify Yihan as a successor before the 6 Paths contest commenced, initially believed he had an eye for talent. Yet, it now appears that Yihan is merely a pretender, a hollow figure adorned with formidable vitality, yet devoid of true merit. Vitality? Surely one cannot overestimate Yihan's strength in this regard. He is but an ordinary individual, of mediocre constitution. Should he encounter those possessing exceptional bloodlines or unique physiques, his meager vitality would undoubtedly be swiftly extinguished. Many voices rise, unrestrained in their judgment of Yihan. After all, should he find himself at the bottom of the rankings this time, it is highly likely that Feng Wuliang will dominate the 6 Paths, having already garnered the support of the other 4. Chapter 82. When my flower blooms, all others shall perish. In the second hour, Feng Wuliang and several others had already reaped immense benefits. Yet, Yihan remained utterly motionless. This Yihan had failed in his pursuit of enlightenment, succumbing to madness. Countless martial artists burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves any longer. The path of enlightenment for a martial artist is far from simple. A moment's carelessness can lead to an entrapment of the will, rendering one unable to extricate themselves, thus plunging into a state of mania. Such occurrences were not uncommon during the 6 Paths of conflict. The martial imprints left by some former powerhouses were overwhelmingly potent and profound, beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Forcing oneself to grasp such profundities could result in madness, leading to severe injuries or even transforming one into a cripple on the spot. What shall we do, Masterly? This lad might. Chu Tianxin frowned, having held Yihan in high regard. No worries, for he comprehends the Panlong fingerprint. Li Fuchelu maintained an air of calmness, seemingly unconcerned and rather relaxed. Unbeknownst to them, they had approached the 3rd hour. At the cliff of enlightenment, Yihan, who had remained motionless for a considerable time, finally trembled. A resonant hum emanated from his surroundings, creating a vacuum centered on him. Suddenly, his arm extended, and a burst of energy shot forth into the sky. With a single finger, the heavens transformed, a formless storm coalescing. An unparalleled will erupted from within Yihan, radiating outward and enveloping the entire cliff of enlightenment. His eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. Although he exhibited no other movements, the vitality within him surged to its peak. Bang, bang, bang. Within his flesh, it seemed as if numerous acupoints were resonating and vibrating with primordial force. His blood surged powerfully, the energy fluctuating, embodying an essence of continual breakthrough. The explosion of blood comes in 9 stages. Upon achieving the 9th explosion, a martial artist's vitality becomes formidable and invincible, granting the opportunity to condense the Gale Qi. Yihan had only recently entered the state of Qi explosion, merely at the first stage of blood explosion. However, having comprehended the Panlong fingerprint and infused it with his own will, the will of the true dragon surged within him, and at this moment, his intent and strength surged. Unbeknownst to him, completing the transformation into the 8th explosion of blood, only 1 explosion remained. Once the 9th explosion is achieved, the accumulation will be sufficient, thus granting Yihan the qualification to challenge the 2nd layer of the Qi explosion realm, the Gale Qi explosion. Naturally, all of this was imperceptible to outsiders. Typically, unless one had suddenly consumed some extraordinary treasure, no one could accomplish the accumulation of 8 explosions in an instant, transitioning from the 1st to the 8th explosion of blood. Yihan had finally awakened. The Panlong finger had been successfully cultivated. Just as he completely regained consciousness, an intangible shift occurred in all directions, within heaven and earth. With a sudden hiss, a figure abruptly opened his eyes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! What is happening? My path to enlightenment was clearly sound. This individual exclaimed in fury, scanning the surroundings but finding no discernible cause. He is the heir of the Azura path, known as Xia Bingyan, renowned among the true disciples and regarded as a supreme genius. As the state of the Azura path heir Xia Bingyan was shattered in an instant, 3 others simultaneously opened their eyes. They are the heirs of the Demon Emperor path, Li Qianjua, the Ghost God path, Yi Yunfei, and the Hell path, Wang Pe. It seemed as if an invisible hand descended, simultaneously disrupting the enlightenment states of these 4 prodigies and pulling them from their meditative reverie. What transpired? Each of them, disheveled and wild-eyed, appeared maddened, their anger palpable. Being forcibly pulled from a state of enlightenment is a grave taboo for martial artists, as it could potentially lead to the shattering of their Tao heart, a collapse of power, and a descent into madness. Despite their extraordinary talents, they managed to stabilize their conditions in time, yet all suffered backlash. Among the 6 heirs, only Feng Wuliang remained in a state of enlightenment. However, just 10 breaths later, Feng Wuliang let out a muffled groan and staggered 3 steps. His eyes suddenly snapped open. With a grunt, Feng Wuliang's throat convulsed. Suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. Feng Wuliang was no exception. His state of enlightenment was also disrupted. His essence, energy, and spirit entered a chaotic state, signaling signs of a collapse of power and will. The stronger the martial artist, the more intense the backlash they endure when their state of enlightenment is broken. Unbounded and unrestrained, the body of a dragon human, lend me your suppression. In that fleeting moment, Feng Wuliang spoke with a fierce voice. A majestic dragon aura surged forth, a terrifying power spreading throughout his entire being. Feng Wuliang's essence, energy, and spirit soared to their zenith, exuding an overwhelming presence that could subdue all of creation. Boom, boom, boom. The earth beneath Feng Wuliang trembled violently, threatening to split apart. Li Qianjua, Yi Yunfei, Wang Pe, and Xia Bingyan, the 4 prodigies, fell into silence, fixated on the scene before them, their gazes laden with complexity. The depth of Feng Wuliang's power was formidable, and the backlash he endured was unimaginable. Yet even so, he forcibly quelled it. This exemplifies the disparity. In terms of realm, any who become true disciples have at least stepped into the pinnacle of postnatal realm, the Yuan body stage. However, when it comes to combat power and foundation, the heirs of the other paths are simply unqualified to stand alongside Feng Wuliang. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Feng Wuliang finally calmed down. However, his countenance remained chillingly cold, clearly reflecting his deep discontent. The disruption of his state of enlightenment was a significant loss for Feng Wuliang. It is essential to note that while there are numerous martial marks within the enlightenment cliff, the number that could genuinely provide insights and rewards to a genius like him is exceedingly scarce. Missing such an opportunity for enlightenment is a tremendous loss, whether for an ordinary person or someone of Feng Wuliang's caliber. Let us proceed directly to the second round. After a moment of silence, Feng Wuliang forcefully suppressed his anger and resentment, reluctantly speaking up. At the rear of Wudao Cliff, the elder from the academy who had escorted Yi Han and the other 5 approached, addressing the rest. What are your opinions? Thus commenced the second round. Xiao Bingyan spoke first. Li Qinjue, Wang Pe, and Yi Yunfei exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. In truth, the rankings had already emerged, with Feng Wuliang far ahead, having condensed 23 Dao marks. Apart from Yi Han, who was at the bottom and had not comprehended any Dao marks. The disparity in the number of Dao marks among the others was evident, ranging from 9 to over a dozen. The remaining time was of little significance, as there was no possibility of altering the rankings. Yi Han, what is your opinion? The academy elder inquired. The initial round of comprehension lasted 3 hours, and with just over 2 hours elapsed, they could still linger here for a while. Let us commence the second round, Yi Han replied, casting a glance at Feng Wuliang, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke calmly. Very well, I shall escort you to participate in the second round of the competition. The ascent of the floating pagoda's heavenly ladder. With the consent of all, the elder announced. At that moment, a transmission array activated once more, swiftly transporting Yi Han and the other 6 to the location of the floating pagoda's heavenly ladder. Meanwhile, in the academy square, countless experts observing the celestial light screen engaged in fervent discussions, filled with confusion. What has transpired? Have their states of comprehension been disrupted? Many exchanged glances, revealing the bewilderment and astonishment in their eyes. Could this be related to Yi Han? Someone ventured uncertainly. Impossible. A group erupted in laughter. Yi Han? He hasn't even manifested a Dao mark, nearly ensnared by the martial imprint. Are you jesting? Outside the square, Li Futu and Chu Tianxin exchanged glances. To achieve enlightenment, countless bones must decay, my blossoms bloom while others perish. Chu Tianxin exclaimed, eyes ablaze with divine light, incredulously stating, how can this be possible? Chapter 83. The Ascending Stairs of the Pagoda, supreme among the 9 extremes. Master Li, your discerning vision is truly unparalleled. Chu Tianxin gazed at Li Fuchulu, marveling at the brilliance of this once great prodigy from the Reincarnation Academy. His awe was genuine, laced with a profound envy. I implore you, Master Chu, to keep this under wraps. This young man is only just beginning to blossom, Li Fuchulu remarked, locking eyes with Chu Tianxin. In that moment, the 2 formidable experts, leaders from distinct academies, exchanged unspoken sentiments. Rest assured, Master Li, I hold a favorable opinion of that lad, Yi Han. Recently, he has been aiding my daughter in alleviating her ailments, Chu Tianxin replied with a smile. However, the pace of Feng Wuliang's remarkable growth is truly astonishing. I shall devote myself entirely to nurturing Yi Han for the path of humanity. Li Fuchulu's words were calm, yet his eyes sparkled with boundless brilliance. Within the depths of the Reincarnation Academy lay the ascending stairs of the pagoda. Before one's gaze, a staircase soared upwards into the heavens, vanishing into the clouds, as if it bridged the realms of heaven and earth, connecting the Reincarnation mountain range with the infinite sky. In this world, all is esteemed in accordance with the 9 extremes. The ascending stairs of the pagoda comprises a total of 9,999 steps, symbolizing the ascent to the zenith of heaven and the pinnacle of martial arts. Each level imposes a corresponding pressure, capable of suppressing a martial artist's corporeal vitality, spiritual essence, and willpower. The relentless climb of the ascending stairs of the pagoda serves as the most pure and primal means of refining oneself, honing one's physical form without any adverse effects. Within the Reincarnation Academy, any disciple aspiring to become a true successor must traverse the ascending stairs of the pagoda. Beyond the necessity of entering the Yuan body realm, one must commence from the very first level of the stairs and ascend to its summit to attain qualification. Of course, this does not apply to individuals like Yin Tianxiu. According to the Academy's regulations, should a disciple from the inner sect ascend to the top of the Yin-Yang rankings, they shall be directly awarded a true successor token as a reward. Thus, Despite her status as an inner sect disciple, Yin Tianxiu could also be regarded as a true successor. Once she enters the Yuan body realm, she will be able to sever ties with the yin-yang rankings and all associated with the inner sect. Remember the rules. You, the heirs of the six paths, must ascend without relying on your Yuan power. You may only resist using your own vitality, physical strength, and willpower, declared one of the Academy elders. Any violation will result in immediate expulsion and forfeiture of points. Understood, responded Li Qianjue, Xia Bingyan, and the others promptly. Commence, the elder announced without delay. Feng Wuliang stepped forward, taking his first step onto the ascending stairs of the pagoda. The others followed suit, each stepping onto the first level. The depths of their eyes sparkled with anticipation, brimming with confidence for what lay ahead. If the first round of enlightenment measured talent, then this round of ascending the pagoda would genuinely test the martial artist's foundation and accumulated prowess. Those with unique bloodlines and exceptional physiques often held the advantage. However, among the 6 inheritors present today, the formidable Feng Wuliang, who possesses the body of a dragon and human, is but one of the remarkable individuals here. The others, too, are endowed with various extraordinary physiques. Yet, there stands Yihan. In the eyes of all, Yihan has become nothing more than a mere substitute for the inheritor sought out by the mortal realm's master, Li Fuqilu, seen as nothing more than a puppet. The significance of Yihan's inclusion in the mortal realm is solely to ensure that there is at least someone to represent the mortal path in this contest of the 6 realms. Nothing beyond that. In the first round, the path's essence has yet to coalesce. In the second round, how can a mere mortal body compare? A waste is eternally a waste, incapable of standing on the grand stage. At a certain spot in the Academy's plaza, Yi Zhishuan stands with her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze fixed upon the luminous barrier separating heaven and earth, a low, disdainful laugh escaping her lips. Were Yihan present, he would surely notice that Yi Zhishuan has undergone a profound transformation, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura that subtly influences the surrounding void. Having seized Yihan's celestial serpent battle body, she seems to have truly mastered it, imbuing her form with a noble quality as the essence of the battle body envelopes her from within and without. This aura, altering the very nature of the void, is a hallmark of one who has reached a breakthrough. Who could have imagined that within a span of mere months, Yi Zhishuan could achieve such heights under Feng Wuliang's guidance? Before the eyes of the onlookers, the 6 individuals ascend the steps of the tread of the Buddha. Feng Wuliang leads the way, each breath propelling him forward with incredible speed, swiftly reaching over 100 levels. The others are not far behind, having also ascended to around the 40th level. In this round, Yihan's gap with them seems minimal, as he has reached the 30th level. As Yihan presses forward, he senses an intangible pressure enveloping him from all sides, each level presenting an even greater strain than the last. It is as if an unseen arm continuously looms overhead, pressing down relentlessly. Moreover, in all directions, an invisible vacuum of pressure constrains his very being. The 40th level, the 50th level, 100 levels. Unbeknownst to him, Yihan has arrived at the 100th level, where the pressure is tenfold that of the first level. This is a fortuitous opportunity, allowing him to rigorously hone his physique. Yihan contemplates this with anticipation. However, the pressure at this 100th level is hardly a challenge for him. It lacks the refinement he seeks, urging him to continue climbing. Above the tread of the Buddha, in the 120th level, the inheritor of the Azura path, Xia Bingyan, proceeds, her speed having slowed considerably. Above her, at the 140th level, is Yi Yunfei, the inheritor of the ghostly spirit path. Ascending further, at the 153rd level, stands Wang Pe, the inheritor of the hell path. Notably, the inheritor of the demon emperor path, Li Qianjue, demonstrates remarkable prowess, having reached the 213th level, establishing a significant distance from Yihan and the others. This is to be expected for the demon emperor path. Akin to the beast path, allows adept practitioners to harness the unique attributes of their techniques to refine vast amounts of beastly bloodlines, thereby fortifying their physiques. While the individuals present are indeed gifted with extraordinary bloodlines or physiques, the disparities remain significant. However, the physical form of the demon emperor possesses an extraordinary strength, endowing it with an undeniable advantage. Feng Wuliang, at the 400th level. Upon reaching this height, the pressure escalates to hundreds of times greater than before. Yet for Feng Wuliang, it seems to have little effect. His speed remains unimpeded, demonstrating an effortless grace. This exemplifies the might of the human dragon body. In terms of physical constitution, no one can rival the strength of Feng Wuliang's form, though it may be regarded as the most inferior of dragon forms. It is indeed a true embodiment worthy of the title dragon. In this contemporary era, possessing a human dragon body is nothing short of extraordinary, and such a claim is not an exaggeration. Yihan appears to enter a state of transcendence, continuously ascending while attuning himself to the transformations of the floating pagoda's stairway. 150 levels, 180 levels, 200 levels, 300 levels, 400 levels, 500 levels. The moment Yihan reaches the 500th level, a piercing gaze suddenly shoots towards him from not far away. It is the inheritor of the Shura path, Xia Bingyan. Impossible. How can a mere mortal reach the 500th level? Xia Bingyan's voice booms. With his bloodline, he feels as though he has reached the brink of his limits, unable to advance further under the immense pressure. However, at this moment, Yihan's aura remains calm and steady, as if he were walking on level ground, inciting a sense of inexplicable anger in Xia Bingyan. If I am but a mortal, then what do you consider yourselves? Yihan casts a dispassionate glance at Xia Bingyan and continues his ascent. A mere Xia Bingyan holds no significance in Yihan's eyes. Today his objective is Feng Wuliang. Chapter 84. The Four Great Talents. How outrageous! Xia Bingyan exclaimed fiercely. In that instant, an astonishing aura seemed to burst forth from within him. The blood of the calamity, Azura. Taking a step forward, he instantly arrived at the 501st level, fixating his gaze on Yihan as though he were an arch-nemesis. At this moment, they were engaged in a silent contest of wills. Xia Bingyan summoned a hidden yet formidable power from his bloodline, unleashing it without reservation as he began his relentless ascent. 502, 503, 550. Upon reaching the 550th level, Xia Bingyan's body trembled as signs of imminent collapse emerged. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his aura plummeted to its nadir. He lifted his right leg, attempting to step into the 551st level, yet the distance felt insurmountable, as if an abyss lay before him, an obstacle forever out of reach. Damn it! How could this person surpass me even under the enhancement of my calamity Azura blood? His eyes darkened, his heart howling with anger and frustration, a sentiment unimaginable to others. Above him, on the 600th level, Yihan continued to ascend steadily, his presence unwavering and his aura calm as ever. Unreasonable. Yihan cast a glance at the discontented Xia Bingyan below, shaking his head slightly, choosing to disregard him. The inheritor of the six paths was nothing extraordinary. While Xia Bingyan could be considered a talent, his physique was simply inferior to Yihan's. As for the bloodline power within Xia Bingyan, Yihan did not regard it as significant. Although he lacked various extraordinary bloodlines, the essence of the ancient, indomitable dragon hidden within him far surpassed many so-called divine bloods, secret bloods, or battle bloods. 600 levels. At this moment, a piercing gaze shot forth. The inheritor of the ghost god path, Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei's pupils fixated on Yihan as if witnessing the most extraordinary being in existence. 600 levels. A martial artist who had just entered the explosive realm could reach this height solely through his own physique, vitality, and willpower? Yi Yunfei recalled that at a similar stage, his own limit had barely reached 200 or 300 levels. Should he attempt to climb higher, the pressure within the floating pagoda would have crushed him. How had Yihan accomplished this? In a daze, it seemed as though a powerful essence arose within Yi Yunfei, augmenting his being. He began to move, sensing an implicit rivalry with Yihan. No one wished to fall behind, especially when competing against someone like Yihan. Yi Yunfei was a master of the Yuan body realm, a true disciple of the academy. His realm represented everything. Upon entering the Yuan body realm, the enhancement to his physical form was immense, and his level of body refinement far exceeded that of Yihan. Naturally, he was unwilling to remain beneath Yihan. Yihan glanced at Yi Yunfei and then simply ignored him, continuing his ascent. At this moment, in the Academy Square, countless individuals bore witness to the extraordinary spectacle unfolding within the celestial luminescence. Each breath quickened, as they experienced what could only be described as the most peculiar and unfathomable scene. Yihan, relying solely on the strength of his mortal frame, ascended to the 600th level, and still, he continued to climb. Observant onlookers noted an intriguing detail. Throughout his ascent, Yi Han maintained a constant velocity, unwavering and unhurried. The inheritor of the human path, Yi Han, not far from the Academy Square, atop a mountain peak, an elder suddenly spoke. His breath was tumultuous, his gaze icy, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped him. Li Futu, you have truly bestowed upon us a grand gift. The elder cast a cold smile towards Li Futu, who stood in the square, remarking, a fledgling with broken wings. Let us see how you will save yourself in the square. Li Futu seemed to instinctively sense the elder's piercing gaze and abruptly turned his attention. Celestial Pathmaster, Li Futu uttered coldly. Beside him, Chu Tianxin noticed the shift in Li Futu's demeanor and furrowed his brow, inquiring, what has transpired, Master Li? It's nothing, Li Futu replied, shaking his head. The once cacophonous square had unwittingly descended into silence. Many were utterly captivated by the events unfolding within the celestial light. Among them, two figures stood out remarkably. Feng Wuliang, of course, had already reached the 2,200th level. The other figure, however, was Yi Han, who had been the subject of derision. He had now ascended to the 680th level, leaving the inheritor of the ghostly path, Yi Yunfei, in his wake. Though the ultimate outcome remained uncertain, in that very moment, many hearts were set ablaze with disbelief. No one had anticipated such a scene. Yi Han, a martial artist of merely ordinary caliber, ranked at the very bottom among inner disciples, achieving an ascent beyond 600 levels. How had he accomplished such a feat? A quarter of an hour later, Yi Yunfei, the inheritor of the ghostly path, reached his limit at the 660th level. Like Xia Bingyan, he gazed upon Yi Han with eyes brimming with fury and resentment. If Yi Han were indeed a genius, it would be one matter, but he was undeniably an exceedingly ordinary being, lacking a formidable bloodline or any special constitution. And his cultivation was woefully low. Why? What allowed Yi Han to surpass him? At the 800th level, Wang Pe, the inheritor of the Hell Path, reached his own limit. His breath disordered, teetering on the brink of collapse. This was the pinnacle of his capability. He could ascend no further. Wang Pe witnessed Yi Han ascend past him at the same level, continuing his ascent with an unhurried grace, leaving him utterly astounded. He yearned to advance, to surpass Yi Han, or at the very least, to follow in his footsteps, yet he found himself utterly incapable. I possessed the body of annihilation, honed through rigorous trials of refinement. How could Yi Han possibly suppress me? What could the reason be? Wang's thoughts surged and shifted, a tempest of anger and astonishment. 900 layers, 1,000 layers, 1,100 layers. Yi Han stepped into the 1,100th layer. Within the same level, the inheritor of the Demon Emperor's path, Li Qianjue, widened his eyes in disbelief, a torrent of ferocious blood energy erupting from his body. 1,000 demon divine body. Li Qianjue uttered those 4 words. His will surged, his blood energy erupted further, as if he possessed boundless strength, ascending once more. The 1,000 demon divine body was no trivial matter. It required the refinement of the essence blood of over 1,000 demon beasts, continuously tempering one's roots, flesh, and blood, combined with esoteric cultivation methods to be birthed. It bore a striking resemblance to Chu Yosher's myriad demon body. However, if truly compared, once perfected, the myriad demon body would surpass this 1,000 demon divine body by countless folds. 1,200 layers, 1,300 layers. At this level, Li Qianjue suddenly trembled, a mouthful of reverse blood spewed forth, and he collapsed to the ground. Without employing his innate power, even one as formidable as he had reached the limit of his physical source, unable to advance further. I will not accept this, Li Qianjue's voice thundered, his will manifesting in its entirety, filled with utter dissatisfaction. Above his line of sight, Yi Han remained unhurried, steadily progressing upward, now appearing at the 1,400th layer. At that moment, amidst the 2,900 layers of the floating pagoda, Feng Wuliang suddenly turned his gaze back. 2 piercing eyes, brimming with an astonishing aura, locked onto Yi Han, as if seeking to penetrate all of his hidden secrets. Yi Han had, astonishingly, approached nearly half of his progress. Chapter 85, The Battle of Yin and Yang, the 6 Realms of Blood Ants. Feng Wuliang gazed intently at Yi Han for 5 breaths before uttering 2 words. Having spoken, he resolutely turned away, his vitality surging as he took a powerful step toward the heights of 3,000 layers. The Pude Ocean Ladder, with its 3,000 tiers, presents a formidable challenge. Should one possess the strength to transcend these layers through sheer physicality, a martial artist would receive immense benefits, gaining an intangible power bestowed by the Pude Ocean Ladder. In this trial of ascending the Pude Ocean Ladder, Feng Wuliang's only adversary is himself. He aims to seize this opportunity to further refine his dragon body, making it ever more pure and formidable. With each step, he forges ahead, destined to one day give birth to a true dragon body. Yihan looked skyward, his expression unchanged as he regarded Feng Wuliang with indifference. His figure gradually receded from the sight of the onlookers below, including the likes of Li Xinju. 1,600 layers, 1,900 layers, 2,000 layers. As he crossed the 2,000th tier, Yihan's pace finally slowed slightly. However, in that fleeting moment, a tremor surged through his dragon bones, imbuing his limbs with a secret power. His speed restored, he ascended once more at a steady rate. At this juncture, the pressure exerted by the Pude Ocean Ladder had grown immensely. While Yihan felt confident in his ability to reach the summit without employing his eternal, unyielding dragon body, his speed would inevitably wane, diminishing the efficacy of his self-forging. As he continued to climb, he sensed every sinew in his body enduring tremendous strain. Under this oppressive force, he pressed onward, gradually fortifying the resilience of his physical form. With the protection of the eternal, unyielding dragon body, the pressure from the 2,000-plus layers of the Pude Ocean Ladder posed little threat to him. For Yihan, this ascent was purely a process of self-tempering, enhancing his foundational strength. While others climbed, Yihan was in the midst of cultivation. 2,500 layers, 2,700 layers, 2,900 layers, 3,000 layers. At an unknown moment, Yihan finally reached the height of 3,000 layers. You audacious! From above, Feng Wuliang's countenance was stern. Yihan slightly lifted his head. He did not respond, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a subtle, indifferent smile, seemingly mocking or perhaps dismissive. The son of reincarnation? The Academy's foremost genius? One who aspires to dominate the six realms? In a state devoid of primal energy. He is merely this. The so-called dragon body, spoken of with such reverence, is not nearly as formidable as claimed. Yihan took another step, advancing toward the heights above. The distance between him and Feng Wuliang noticeably diminished. Yihan maintained his speed, while Feng Wuliang's pace had already slowed tenfold. Dragon body! Feng Wuliang exclaimed those four words, and in an instant, numerous acupoints within him trembled. Within each hidden passage, an incomparably formidable and enigmatic power manifests, incessantly permeating the entire being, enhancing both the exterior and interior. Although the primal energy has not yet been summoned, at this moment, Feng Wuliang stands unrivaled, akin to a human-shaped true dragon. In a single breath, Feng Wuliang ascends directly from over 3,000 layers to the 4,000th layer. At this elevated height, he gazes down upon all, resembling an invincible deity, disdainful of all living beings. No creature can stand beside him. None are worthy of comparison. How many layers can you reach? Feng Wuliang muses calmly, looking down at Yihan, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. It is indeed astonishing that Yihan has stepped beyond the 3,000 layers, a feat that Feng Wuliang had never anticipated. Yet what of it? A mere mortal with mediocre talent. Perhaps it was that Li Fuchulu, in an effort to preserve the path of humanity and allow Yihan to compete for ranking, summoned some concealed powers to enhance Yihan's physique. Such methods are but trifles, unworthy of grand esteem. In the face of absolute strength, any stratagem ultimately becomes a source of ridicule. Half an hour later, Yihan emerges at layer 3,999. His gaze meets Feng Wuliang's, and the two are nearly eye to eye, separated by just one layer. What means have you employed? Feng Wuliang's eyes are icy, glinting with a chilling brilliance. He is enraged. The esteemed lord of humanity, Li Fuchulu, a figure of renown, employing petty tactics to assist Yihan is somewhat understandable. However, enough is enough. Are you, the child of reincarnation, truly regarding me in this manner? Yihan fixates on Feng Wuliang, responding with calmness. The moment the last word escapes his lips, Yihan strides forth. The Pudu Celestial Ladder, for 1,000 layers. Boom. The Pudu Celestial Ladder trembles as if in resonance. In an instant, Feng Wuliang's vitality erupts magnificently, dazzling divine light radiating from his entire being. The essence of the human dragon body is pushed to its zenith. With each step, he ascends toward the heavens. Within the academy square, the masses tremble, and numerous deeply concealed and unfathomable elder figures of the academy suddenly manifest from afar, gazing intently at the luminous veil. A monumental miracle has unfolded today, an event that defies the very fabric of possibility. A martial artist of explosive vitality has reached the 4,000th layer of the Pudu celestial ladder without summoning primal energy, relying solely on the strength of his flesh. Experts from other academies, including the Shur Mo Hall, Tai Sword Sect, Feng Mo Mountain Manor, and Bawu Pavilion, also witnessed this astonishing sight with disbelief. Each individual bears a complex expression. What has transpired? What extraordinary qualities does Yi Han possess that allow him to keep pace with Feng Wuliang? In the vast expanse of the Taishu ancient domain, there are numerous top-tier prodigies among the younger generation, such as the heirs of the Shur Mo Hall, the sword disciples of the Tai Sword Sect, the young lord of Feng Mo Mountain Manor, and the contemporary successors of Bawu Pavilion, all of whom are unparalleled in their brilliance. To speak candidly, were those few individuals to arrive here, the 3,000 tiers would likely be the utmost limit. They could never truly keep pace with Feng Wuliang. The emergence of a figure like Feng Wuliang at the Reincarnation Academy has already instilled trepidation among countless peers in the vast void ancient domain. Everyone is wary of the day when Feng Wuliang fully ascends, for then he shall tower above all, rendering it arduous for anyone to catch their breath. Who could have anticipated that an inconspicuous individual, an utterly ordinary Yi Han, could attain the staggering height of 4,000 tiers through sheer physical prowess? 4,300 tiers. Feng Wuliang halted abruptly, glancing back. Not far behind, Yi Han advanced with an air of tranquility, already positioned at 4,290 tiers, poised to catch up to him. The cracking of Feng Wuliang's bones echoed ominously. No one could fathom the depth of his fury. The universe is boundless, the cosmos in chaos, the blood of yin and yang's 6 paths. With a visage as sharp as a celestial sword, Feng Wuliang's long hair danced wildly, his garments billowing, resembling a demon god of the mortal realm. Within him surged an unparalleled and formidable bloodline, the blood of yin and yang's 6 paths. According to legends of the Reincarnation Academy, it is the supreme bloodline possessed by the first reincarnation progeny. Empowered by such a lineage, combined with the formidable foundation of the dragon body, Feng Wuliang's vigor reached its zenith at that very moment. With his potential unleashed, Feng Wuliang commenced his ascent in earnest. 4,400 tiers, 4,500 tiers, 5,000 tiers. In one breath, this individual astonishingly found himself at the height of 5,000 tiers. Yet, when Feng Wuliang turned to glance back once more, a figure defied the heavens, ascending the heavenly ladder, resting at 4,999 tiers. Just a step away, and they could stand level once more. However, at this moment, Yi Han's gaze was profound, calmly fixed upon Feng Wuliang, refraining from taking another step. Meanwhile, the entire Reincarnation Academy had erupted into chaos. Chapter 86. The Emperor of Humanity's Dominant Physique, a step away. The floating pagoda's heavenly ladder reaches 5,000 tiers. The oppression within is exceedingly intense. It is not merely the pressure on the physical body, but also a mental collapse that looms. Without invoking one's primal energy, no one can endure such a trial, unless one possesses an unparalleled physique like Feng Wuliang, with unmatched foundation and the body of a human dragon. Moreover, at this moment, Feng Wuliang has also awakened the battle blood of yin and yang's 6 realms. No one could have fathomed such depth within him, as it had remained concealed in the past. With a premier constitution and an exceptional bloodline, the combination of these two will inevitably lead Feng Wuliang to the pinnacle of the human dragon body, truly transforming into a dragon's form. Yet what of Yi Han? 4,999 tiers. What difference does that height make compared to 5,000? Feng Wuliang stands as the unrivaled champion among a million disciples of the academy. Yi Han is merely a puppet summoned by a mere mortal, brought forth to contend in the 6 realms conflict. Feng Wuliang gazes down upon Yi Han, whose eyes reflect a stubborn glimmer, revealing nothing more. Enough. A profound light emanates from Feng Wuliang's gaze as he fixates on Yi Han. In the past, you stepped beneath the celestial peak, seeking to join the Wujishan sword sect, only to be obstructed by Ding Xiu and others. It is only natural to harbor resentment. Yi Han remains silent, maintaining his gaze upon Feng Wuliang. Feng Wuliang inhales deeply and speaks once more. Today, you have touched the 5,000 tiers of the floating pagoda, capturing the attention of the world, proving your worthiness to join the Wujishan sword sect. Yi Han still refrains from speech, allowing Feng Wuliang to continue. However, a hint of irony subtly graces his features. The Wujishan sword sect? In the myriad paths of the world, all proclaim the sword path as unparalleled. Indeed, Yi Han once harbored aspirations to cultivate the sword path. Yet, having undergone a transformation in his realm, his comprehension of martial arts has evolved beyond recognition. His desire for the sword path has dissipated entirely, not out of spite. He possesses the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, practicing the 9 Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique, absorbing the essence of the Dragon Emperor for his cultivation. He treads the path of the Celestial Emperor and the Dragon Path of all realms. How could he be compared to the mere sword path? After observing Yi Han for a moment, sensing his demeanor, Feng Wuliang suddenly stomps his foot. Boom! Within Feng Wuliang's being, an explosion of wild vitality erupts. The essence of the human dragon body stirs. With a mocking expression, Feng Wuliang strides forward, charging upwards once more. His foundation is beyond Yi Han's imagination. Since Yi Han is so oblivious to his own mortality, Feng Wuliang will ensure he comprehends the vast chasm that separates them. Should Yi Han attempt to forcibly ascend the floating pagoda's heavenly ladder relying on the means bestowed by Li Fuqilu, the ultimate outcome will be a body unable to withstand the pressure, leading to utter collapse and demise. If not death, he shall be left crippled. 5,100 tears, 5,200 tears, 5,500 tears. The moment Feng Wuliang appears, he seems to recall something and suddenly turns. At the end of his gaze, Yi Han remains steadfast at 4,999 tears, showing no signs of movement. Has he reached his limit? Feng Wuliang cast a cold glance at Yi Han. His aura once again transformed, even without the augmentation of primordial energy. Feng Wuliang's spirit seemed to resonate with the heavens and harmonize with the celestial staircase. He took another step. 5,600 layers, 5,700 layers. Above the firmament, a terrifying momentum surged. A faint golden radiance coalesced, as if summoned from the cosmos, piercing the void and descending upon Feng Wuliang. In that moment, his entire being erupted with vitality, as though he had received the blessing of the universe, bearing the power of the heavens. Suddenly, he let out a long howl that shattered mountains and rivers. The body of the Dragon Man reached its ultimate explosion. 5,800 layers, 6,000 layers. Under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, Feng Wuliang's heavy form abruptly stepped upon the 6,000th layer. At that instant, he was enveloped in resplendent celestial light, dazzling beyond measure. What a formidable Dragon Man physique! Around the Academy Square, numerous powerful figures simultaneously entertained this thought. The pressure of the 6,000 layers of the celestial staircase was unparalleled. For an ordinary person, even with primordial energy shielding their body and exerting their utmost effort, it would be exceedingly arduous to venture into that realm. Yet Feng Wuliang could defiantly ascend, alleviating the infinite pressure, and reach the height of 6,000 layers. Given time, if Feng Wuliang's Dragon Man physique fully matured and he mastered the 6 paths, he would certainly ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial staircase by sheer physical prowess, becoming the greatest of all time, as assessed by the elder experts within the Academy. Many high-ranking officials of the Academy felt immense relief. Perhaps Feng Wuliang's rise could elevate the Reincarnation Academy to unprecedented heights. Let us not forget, Feng Wuliang also possesses the bloodline of the 6 paths of Yin and Yang. This is the very bloodline that belonged to the first generation of holy sons of our Reincarnation Academy. Should this bloodline reach its full potential, Feng Wuliang could manifest the Reincarnation battle body. At that point, endowed with dual divine physiques, he would be simply unimaginable. Many within the Academy speculated about the heights Feng Wuliang might reach in the future. Meanwhile, the experts from forces such as the Hall of Original Demons and the Demon Sealing Academy displayed cold glints in their eyes, their expressions exceedingly grim. What? Suddenly, countless gazes contracted simultaneously. The scene within the celestial light curtain shifted once more. Yihan moved. One step forward, 5,000 layers. 5,100 layers. 5,200 layers, 5,500 layers. The moment he appeared at 5,500 layers, his entire being radiated a fiery red glow. This was the manifestation of the vitality of blood, an anomaly resulting from an overwhelming surge of life force. The Emperor's overbearing body. Someone within the academy exclaimed. Chu Tianxin's eyes widened. Then she glanced at Li Fuqilu. Has Yihan cultivated the Emperor's overbearing body? I do not know. Li Fuqilu was at a loss for words, his expression peculiar. He certainly recognized Yihan's formidable vitality and astonishing potential. Otherwise, he would not have directly made Yihan the heir of the earthly path. However, the issue remained that he, as the master of the earthly path, had not imparted much instruction to Yihan. On the day Yihan joined the realm of mortals, Li Fuqilu departed with resolute intent, embarking on a quest to seek out rare and potent elixirs in preparation for Yihan's future cultivation of the sovereign emperor's dominant physique. This revered physique could only be manifested after the advanced stages of the imperial ultimate astonishing arts were mastered. Achieving such a feat was akin to scaling the heavens. It required an abundance of extraordinary herbs, countless sessions of body tempering, and the accumulation of immense power to bring it into existence. Years prior, Li Fuqilu invested over a decade of relentless effort to successfully cultivate the sovereign emperor's dominant physique, never anticipating the astonishing surprise Yihan would present. The emergence of this physique elucidated how Yihan could ascend to the remarkable height of 5,500 tiers on the floating pagoda. Within the academy, discussions arose among the scholars, yet an unsettling sense of discord lingered. Even with the sovereign emperor's dominant physique, it seemed implausible for such brilliance to manifest. For Yihan's cultivation level was still evident, and his foundation could not possibly be so formidable. Yihan set forth once more. 6,600 tiers. 6,700 tiers. 6,999 tiers. At an uncertain moment, he found his footing here, his body finally ceasing its relentless motion. Just as before, he stood merely a step away from Feng Wuliang. The sovereign emperor's dominant physique and the master of the mortal realm could indeed demand such a price. Feng Wuliang's gaze was fixed intently upon Yihan. A tempestuous surge of blood and energy erupted, crashing toward Yihan with overwhelming force. In that fleeting moment, Feng Wuliang could no longer contain himself. Chapter 87. The Claw of the Reverse Dragon. In an instant, an astonishing aura erupted forth. The terrifying and formidable power of blood energy descended like an ancient divine mountain, pressing down upon Yihan's head. In the contest of the six paths, it was understood that direct confrontation was forbidden, otherwise it would be utterly meaningless. Yet at this moment, Feng Wuliang still chose to act. He did not invoke his primal force to suppress Yihan, nor did he unleash any martial techniques. This pure force of blood energy locked onto Yihan, overwhelming him. And by all accounts, it should have been beyond Yihan's capacity to endure. If one were to be scrupulous, this action did not violate the rules of the six paths, did it? The 6,000 layers of the Buddhist ladder were enveloped in the intertwining brilliance of the human dragon body and Feng Wuliang's bloodlight, covering each layer of the heavenly stairway. Yihan's true form was shrouded at the very center. The intent of martial arts was unparalleled, penetrating the heavens and the earth. Although Feng Wuliang had not truly engaged in combat, at this moment, the entire Buddhist ladder seemed transformed into his domain. Standing within this realm, Feng Wuliang appeared invincible and undefeated. Any others would be ensnared by the power of the domain, unable to lift their heads. The blood energy surged forth like a torrent of the heavens, imperceptibly crashing against Yihan's true form. In a daze, one could only gaze from afar, as if a blood-colored dragon shadow descended, rushing forth to engulf Yihan. Damn it! On the academy square, Li Fuqilu suddenly stomped his foot. Just as he was about to rise, the nearby Chu Tianxin shook his head, pressing down on Li Fuqilu's shoulder. The human dragon body's eruption, the suppression of blood energy, the constraining will of martial arts. None of these constitute a breach of the rules, Chu Tianxin remarked. Upon the latter, Yihan's form swayed precariously. Waves of blood energy crashed down incessantly, assaulting Yihan's being. His body trembled continuously, as if on the verge of collapse. Unable to withstand the oppressive force of Feng Wuliang, threatening to plummet from over 5,000 layers of the ladder. What are you clinging to? Feng Wuliang spoke coldly, his arrogance unabashed. A mere character like Yi Han, on ordinary days, would not even merit a conversation with him. At this moment, Yi Han's desperate struggle seemed utterly insignificant in Feng Wuliang's eyes. Since Li Fuqilu is unwilling to relent, I shall ensure your complete defeat in the realm of humanity. After 20 breaths, Feng Wuliang appeared to have lost patience. His body suddenly trembled, and as he inhaled and exhaled, a faint golden aura shot skyward. In an instant, a pale golden dragon shadow coalesced above Feng Wuliang's head, fierce and unmatched, exuding an aura capable of devouring all and extinguishing everything as it swooped down. The dragon's claw was raised, ruthlessly descending upon Yi Han's true form. The will of martial arts coalesced within the essence of blood energy, manifesting such a strike. It was not a martial technique, yet it was more terrifying than any technique. With this blow, Yi Han was destined to be rendered a fool, his will directly shattered. Boom. The ground where Yi Han stood was enveloped in an endless golden light. A dragon's shadow surged forth, imbued with an overwhelming might, and plunged into Yi Han's being. Why resort to such measures? Feng Wuliang scoffed coldly. This strike aimed to suppress Yi Han did not elicit any sense of triumph. In fact, it was a source of humiliation. For one as formidable as he, to invoke the will of martial arts to subdue a mere minor figure like Yi Han, who barely grasped the power of the Qi explosion realm, was hardly commendable. In Feng Wuliang's eyes, this would become a blemish upon his reputation. He could only blame Yi Han for his ignorance, for failing to recognize the vast chasm that separated them. In an instant, it seemed as though something within Yi Han had shattered. Following this, a resplendent golden light erupted, transforming into a colossal vortex, akin to a mysterious maw birthed from the void itself. As the mouth opened, it devoured all the essence swirling around Yi Han, consuming every trace of the vitality and divine light that Feng Wuliang had emitted. Within the heart of the vortex, a golden dragon claw materialized. The claw radiated a profound and pure energy, accompanied by an awe-inspiring might that surged forth in retaliation. In a mere fraction of a moment, Feng Wuliang was unable to evade, and the dragon claw struck him forcefully in the center of his chest. A spurt of reverse blood erupted forth. Feng Wuliang's form swayed and trembled, his complexion paling, his breath waning to the utmost degree. Having endured the blow of the dragon claw, his gaze became vacant, his energy disordered, and the blood and vitality within him surged violently, as though he were on the brink of losing control. His body became increasingly unmanageable. As the pressure from the floating pagoda's staircase descended once more, Feng Wuliang let out a muffled groan and plummeted from the 6,000th tier of the staircase. Below, an elder from the academy furrowed his brow, his vital energy surging forth. He stepped into the void, catching Feng Wuliang mid-fall, and then gently descended to the ground. Fool! A hint of mockery appeared on Yi Han's face. Why must one seek out such folly? A mere human dragon physique, the weakest and most inferior among all dragon bodies. Did he truly believe his constitution was unparalleled? To attempt to suppress him by harnessing the vitality of the human dragon body alongside his own martial intent was nothing short of reckless folly. Indeed, Yi Han had been straining against the tide. He had been steadfastly suppressing the eruption of his own primordial essence, holding back the two dragon bones within him from consuming Feng Wuliang's human dragon form. Casting a glance at the 6,000 tiers of the pagoda, Yi Han chose not to ascend further, but rather turned to descend. Was today's Six Paths contest not at an end? Based on the results, he had finished the first round in last place, accruing a solitary point. In the second round, he had secured a score just behind Feng Wuliang, earning 5 points. These 6 points had far surpassed those of the inheritors of the Azura Path, Xiao Bingyan, and the Ghost Path, Yi Yunfei. In the Academy Square, countless gazes were fixed upon the shimmering celestial screen, watching as Yi Han descended the staircase with an air of tranquility. Each observer felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. This entire spectacle seemed unreal. How could Yi Han possibly have ascended to the 5,999th tier of the floating pagoda? Even possessing the Emperor's dominant body, such an exaggeration seemed improbable. In terms of realms, Yi Han possessed only the strength of a blood explosion. Even if he were to harness his primordial force, ascending to such heights would be nearly impossible, let alone relying solely on the power of his physical form. As Yihan descended the heavenly staircase, Feng Wuliang was gravely injured due to the backlash of his own vitality and had already been sent for healing. Xia Bingyan, Li Qianjue, Wang Pe, and Yi Yunfei fixed their gazes upon him, their eyes darting like arrows, intent on uncovering every secret of Yihan. Unfortunately, regardless of their probing efforts, Yihan remained an ordinary warrior of blood explosion, devoid of any remarkable attributes, and it was inconceivable that he possessed any extraordinary or potent physique. Even the emperor's dominance he had previously exhibited seemed merely an illusion, lacking any extraordinary qualities at this moment. This raises the question, has the earthly sovereign Li Futua truly employed clandestine methods? As the inscription teleportation array activated, Yihan and the others were swiftly transported back to the Academy Square. I hereby declare the contest of the 6 paths concluded. The final rankings are as follows. The path of the gods stands first, the path of the demon emperor second, the path of hell third, the path of humanity fourth, the path of ghosts and deities fifth, and the path of Azuras sixth. The voice of the elder from the academy thundered forth, amplified by primordial force, resonating through the heavens and reaching the ears of all present. Wait! Suddenly, an aged voice echoed through the air. Chapter 88. The Battle of the Pathmaster. An elderly man approached with measured strides from the distance. His aura was profoundly dense, enveloped by an overwhelming force that instilled fear. His aged gaze fixated upon Yihan, and he emitted a cold snort. In the first round, he ranked last. In the second round, how can the enhancement provided by Li Fuchalu's secret technique be counted towards the score? What do you imply, Celestial Pathmaster? The elder responsible for assessing the 6 paths furrowed his brow. Yihan, the heir of the human path, has cheated, the old man stated bluntly. In the second round, his score should be nullified. His total score amounts to merely 1 point, placing him at the very bottom. Celestial Pathmaster, such arrogance. Li Fuchalu's voice resonated as he appeared on the plaza in an instant. To nullify Yihan's points over a mere disagreement? Cold Wuxin, your reach extends too far. Cold Wuxin, the Celestial Pathmaster, holds a position of great authority and distinction within the Reincarnation Academy. Li Fuchalu continued. It is understandable that your human path does not wish to be at the bottom. The elder, known as Cold Wuxin, sneered. Yet, how do you intend for this boy to ascend the 999th step of the Fuchala ladder? With a glance cast at Yihan, he continued. Though his vitality is robust, it is merely a tad more vigorous than that of an average person. He possesses no extraordinary physique or special bloodline. Even that human sovereign dominance is simply a portion of your own essence, drawn forth by your secret techniques, intended to aid him in achieving results. A pronounced sarcasm graced Cold Wuxin's face, as if he had seen through all of Li Fuchalu's schemes and designs. Some actions, when taken too far, become a source of ridicule. It was evident that today, Yihan, emboldened by Li Fuchalu's methods, had unwittingly exposed himself, oblivious to the need for concealment. In the blink of an eye, several figures arrived at the plaza. Some were elders of high rank and profound realms, while others were masters from the 6 paths. Each individual held a significant status within the academy. With such proximity, numerous gazes converged upon Yihan, their mental energies swirling like an invisible tempest, enveloping his very essence. Within Yihan, various shifts in aura manifested before these onlookers, revealing to them his entire being. A mortal body, lacking any supreme bloodline or extraordinary constitution. With such talent and foundational physique, even a millennium hence, he would be unable to ascend the Fuchalu ladder relying solely on his physical prowess. Li Pathmaster, a clarification is in order. Numerous faces soon turned to Li Fuchalu, pressing him insistently. Clarification? Li Fuchalu's gaze swept across the assembly. A hint of mockery appeared upon his countenance. Why should my human path be obligated to explain our actions to others? Do you believe you are worthy? Upon finishing his words, Li Futu approached Yihan's side, nodding slightly, a flicker of satisfaction evident in the depths of his gaze. We shall depart. You, the sovereign of the mortal realm, what are your intentions? In broad daylight, employing secret techniques to channel your power into this young man, blatantly cheating? As Yihan and Li Futu commenced their journey, a series of voices suddenly echoed from behind them. Boom! In the vacuum behind, Several formidable waves of energy manifested in an instant. 5 figures stepped forward simultaneously, their spirits and essence fixated upon Yi Han and Li Futu. Li Futu abruptly halted, turning his body. 2 icy beams of divine light erupted from his eyes, his robes quivering without wind. Centered around Li Futu, an astonishing wave surged forth. In a flash, a terrifying tempest of aura surged violently, expanding in all directions, enveloping the surroundings like a vast ocean, subduing everyone within its grasp. Li Futu stood tall, gazing down imperiously, hands clasped behind his back, appearing as if he were an emperor descended upon the mortal realm, causing all beings to tremble and prostrate. The Emperor's dominance. The perfected state of the Emperor's dominance. The figures ahead stared intently, each pair of eyes reflecting shock and trepidation. Your injury. An elder inhaled deeply, fixating on Li Futu, seemingly trying to discern something. However, Li Futu's aura intensified, his imperial might escalating even further. Maintaining composure. In the eyes of the celestial sovereign, brilliance gleamed as he regarded Li Futu directly. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy spread forth as the celestial sovereign took a step forward. Ancient and mysterious patterns appearing on his skin. Raising his arm, he struck toward Li Futu with an overwhelming force. The palm of the celestial deity. The imprint of his palm, as large as a wheel, rotated towards Li Futu, drawing upon the boundless essence of the universe to press down upon him. Li Futu snorted coldly, raising his own arm, radiant light converging at his palm to form a gleaming guillotine. Watch closely. Li Futu softly addressed Yi Han. With these 3 words, Li Futu stepped forward. An immensely potent martial intent radiated outward, enhancing the guillotine. As he struck, the dazzling blade of light seemed to cleave the heavens in two, slicing through the celestial canopy and tearing apart the palm imprint unleashed by the celestial sovereign. The imprint shattered, yet the blade's brilliance did not wane. It continued its relentless advance, carrying an indomitable might. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. The celestial sovereign's body shook violently, retreating 3 or 4 steps. Moreover, the other figures standing before him were also compelled by this attack, each instinctively stepping back, unable to withstand the tempestuous force. The Void Emperor's slash. Yi Han's heart trembled as he slightly closed his eyes, absorbing Li Futu's aura, feeling the terrifying power and will embedded within that fearsome blade of light. In the remarkable record of the imperial extremity bestowed by Li Futu, 3 martial techniques are delineated: the imperial ghostly step, the coiling dragon finger, and the void human sovereign slash. Among these, the coiling dragon finger has been thoroughly comprehended by me through fortuitous circumstances. As for the imperial ghostly step, I have yet to cultivate it. While the void human sovereign slash is beyond my current capabilities, only attainable upon reaching the true chi explosion or even the primordial body realm in the future. Today, I have the opportunity to experience the might of such martial arts in advance, leaving an indelible mark in Yi Han's mind, which will undoubtedly benefit him immensely in the future. Truly, Li Futu is the sole existence in the past 4 millennia to have perfected the human sovereign's dominant body. Though the celestial path master was forced back by a single strike, his countenance remained grim, unwilling to concede defeat. Instead, he coldly remarked, "I am curious to see how many moves you can unleash." The earth trembled as the celestial path master unleashed his vital energy, stepping forward like an ancient lion dominating the world, ready to showcase his might once more. Then let us see. Li Futu scoffed disdainfully. In a barely perceptible moment, his body swayed. While others failed to notice, Yi Han sensed it with acute clarity. Casting a glance ahead, Yi Han casually placed his arm upon Li Futu's back. A surge of vigorous vital energy surged into Li Futu's body in less than a breath. Li Futu's body trembled, and he turned to regard Yi Han with a gaze that was both complex and profound. In the next instant, an overwhelming imperial aura enveloped him as he stepped forward with formidable resolve. The transformation of his essence, spirit, and strength refracted beams of golden light overhead. These myriad golden rays intertwined and shifted, as if forming a celestial map of the void. The crowd before them turned pale, rendered speechless. Chapter 89. The diagram of the 10,000 sovereigns. A thunderous rumble reverberated through the void, as the celestial diagram became increasingly discernible. Intense ripples surged forth from the ethereal chart, emanating a formidable aura that overshadowed all directions. Li Futua advanced with unwavering resolve, extending his arm in a commanding gesture. In an instant, the celestial diagram enveloped the scene, transforming into a vast celestial tapestry that engulfed all figures within its grasp. As the diagram bore down with crushing force, the multitude paled in response. Waves of ferocious power erupted, and the assembled individuals strained against the oppressive might of the celestial diagram. This standoff lasted but a fleeting moment. Some emitted muffled groans, doubling over in distress, while others, despite exerting their utmost energies, found themselves unable to withstand the diagram's dominion, blood trickling from their lips. A few trembled uncontrollably, their faces ashen. Li Futua, you have gone too far. The once eager demeanor of the heavenly Tao master had vanished, leaving behind only a visage of resentment and fury. Li Futua remained silent, his gaze indifferent, as if surveying mere ants scurrying upon the ground. 30 breaths of time slipped by. The assembly quaked in trepidation. Each person's essence surged to its peak, yet none could escape the celestial diagram's suppression. At last, in a singular moment, Li Futua waved his arm, and the terrifying celestial diagram dissipated. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of those who had been subdued, some staggering and nearly collapsing to the ground. This assembly comprised either the esteemed elders of the Reincarnation Academy, their status surpassing that of Ji Yuanming and Gu Yunzhu, or the Tao masters of one of the 6 paths, their standing on par with Li Futua. Each was a true figure of prominence, feared and revered in the vast ancient domain. Yet today, this illustrious gathering was rendered powerless beneath the weight of a single celestial diagram, unable to mount any form of resistance. How could you possibly manifest the diagram of the 10,000 sovereigns? The heavenly Tao master spoke, his voice tinged with bitterness, his rage at its zenith yet restrained. Li Futua's gaze swept over him, offering no response, as he turned to depart with Yihan. Wait, Yihan called out, surveying the crowd before him. Li Futua turned his attention to him. In Yihan's hand, the human Tao token suddenly materialized. A radiant beam of light erupted from the token, illuminating the space above Yihan's head. His energy shifted as he extended his fingers, locking onto the formidable figures of Xia Bingyan, Li Qianjue, Wang Poing, and Yi Yunfei. With a decisive thrust of his finger, he unleashed a golden force, akin to a dragon's shadow surging forth, its momentum tumultuous across the heavens and earth. The ferocious strike slammed into the ground before the 4 prodigies, unleashing a torrent of vitality that swept through the arena, instilling dread. Coiling dragon finger, Yihan executed the technique in its entirety. Had it not been for the constraints of his realm, this strike, augmented by his essence, would have been unfathomably powerful. This particular skill of finger strength has been notoriously difficult to master since ancient times. To truly comprehend it is akin to scaling the heavens, representing one of the most unparalleled esoteric arts of the human realm. Observing Yihan execute this finger technique, the onlookers were filled with profound astonishment. Given Yihan's innate talent, it seemed utterly implausible that he could cultivate such a skill without a decade or more of relentless effort. This technique not only necessitates conventional training, but also demands repeated refinement of one's vital energy and blood, rendering it exceedingly arduous. Any martial arts technique or method within the human realm is an order of magnitude more challenging to practice than its counterparts of equal rank. This reality elucidates the decline of the human realm, with a dwindling number of disciples, reduced to merely Li Fuchulu and Yihan in contemporary times. What is that? The inheritor of the Azura path, Xia Bingyan, suddenly gazed upwards at Yihan's head. At the moment Yihan unleashed this strike, the radiant beam emitted by the human realm's decree instantaneously manifested 18 striking traces of Tao. 18 traces, still holding the second rank, surpassed only by the 23 traces refined by Feng Wulian. I wonder, O Lord of the Celestial Path, how will my Yihan fare in this contest of the 6 paths? Yihan regarded the incredulous and astonished expression of the Celestial Path Lord, along with the other 4 path lords by his side. A martial imprint, 18 traces of Tao. The elder overseeing the contest of the 6 paths suddenly had his eyes gleam with disbelief as he looked at Yihan. Before the Celestial Path Lord could utter a word, the elder spoke up. 2 rounds, second place, 10 points. In this contest of the 6 paths, The human realm claims the second position. Yihan gave a slight nod to the elder, then retracted his aura, stowed away the human realm decree, and departed alongside Li Fuchulu. The entire expanse of heaven and earth plunged into silence. Countless gazes converged upon Yihan and Li Fuchulu. No one dared to exhibit any trace of mockery. Yihan had astonishingly manifested 18 traces in the first round. Why had he not revealed this earlier? Had it not been for the relentless pressure from the Celestial Path Lord, this would have remained unknown. The traces of Tao are unequivocal, regardless of the circumstances. Even if Yihan's second-round results were disregarded, the human realm would not find itself at the bottom in this contest of the six paths. At this moment, many were reminded of Yihan standing tall on the 999th step of the Fuchulu ladder. At that time, he was merely a step away from Feng Wuliang. Had Yihan taken that step, or even two, what rank would he hold now? Given Yihan's previously effortless demeanor, he might have genuinely had the opportunity to ascend to the 6000th step of the Fuchulu ladder, or perhaps even higher. The tenacious spirit of the human realm endures. Ultimately, the human realm, once the foremost among the six paths, though now diminished, shall not perish as long as Li Fuchulu exists. The supreme elder of the Hall of the Primordial Demon, Mo Wui, spoke with an air of ease. Had Yihan faltered, and Li Fuchulu proved as weak as rumored, the outcome of today might have been uncertain, and the human realm could face imminent annihilation. In such a scenario, Feng Wuliang would truly dominate the six paths, consolidating the power of the six paths into a singular entity, with potential for the future beyond imagination. These outsiders are unwilling to witness the resurgence of a prodigious talent like Feng Wuliang. Such foul luck. The heir of the Azura path, Xia Bingyan, abruptly stomped his foot, glaring at the retreating figures of Yihan and Li Fuchulu, his expression exceedingly displeased. Yihan had remained immobile at the Enlightenment Cliff, and logically, even if he achieved comprehension, he could only refine a few traces. Yet just moments ago, 18 distinct traces had fully manifested, coupled with Yihan's singular gesture, making the situation glaringly evident. Yihan's fortune was remarkable, as he grasped the complete long dragon finger at the Enlightenment Cliff. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for 18 traces to emerge simultaneously. Outside the plaza, Li Daozhu, are you all right? Chu Tianxin seemed to sense something amiss. No worries. Li Fuchulu waved his hand. Let us depart. Yihan, along with Li Fuchulu, Chu Tianxin, and Chu Yushi, gradually retreated, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Shortly thereafter, the quartet returned to Yihan's Dragon Concealment Peak. As soon as they set foot atop the summit, Li Fuchulu's face turned pale, his vital energy fluctuating, and he suddenly coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 90. The Birth of True Dragon Essence, a surge of chaotic blood, and a waning aura. The rapid fluctuation of Li Fuchulu's energy startled Yihan. Master, Yihan exclaimed urgently. I am fine. Li Fuchulu replied with a bitter smile, channeling his energy to swiftly suppress his injuries. With Yihan's assistance, the group entered the Dragon Hidden Palace. At that moment, Li Fuchulu fixed his piercing gaze upon Yihan, seemingly seeking to confirm something. Was that aura the essence of a dragon? Indeed. Yihan nodded affirmatively. Haraha. Li Fuchulu's spirit appeared to revive significantly. He was invigorated, exclaiming, Heaven has not forsaken the path of humanity. I never anticipated that at the twilight of my life, I would recruit a transcendent genius possessing a dragon body for the path of humanity. Chu Tianxin marveled once more. The world speaks of Feng Wuliang, whose dragon body is unparalleled. Yet how could one have imagined that Yihan harbors the earth dragon body? The human dragon body is merely the most rudimentary and inferior form of dragon body. The earth dragon body is truly formidable and fearsome. Above the earth dragon body lies the profound dragon body, and beyond that, the celestial dragon body. These dragon bodies are the potential physiques that may emerge in the divine martial continent, deserving only the title of dragon bodies. Only by surpassing the celestial dragon body can one rightfully claim the title of true dragon body. The chasm between these distinctions is unfathomable. It represents an essential disparity that is nearly insurmountable. In ancient times, this may have been acceptable, but in the present era, without the emergence of a true dragon, one cannot attain the pure essence of a true dragon, rendering recovery impossible. Yihan possesses the earth dragon body. This fate ensures that, In terms of physique, Feng Wuliang will almost certainly never surpass him in this lifetime, unless Feng Wuliang is one of those rare talents with dual or triple divine bodies. Observing the profoundly shaken and unsettled expressions on Li Futu and Chu Tianxin, Yi Han chose not to elucidate further. Such misunderstandings are preferable. It spares him the burden of exposing his extraordinary physique, which could attract countless troubles. Yi Han's eternal invincible dragon body. Such a phenomenon is inconceivable within the divine martial continent. Those within the void ancient domain could hardly have heard of it. Yi Han has long suspected that the 9 realms suppressing dragon tower within him may have descended from a mysterious realm beyond the heavens. Since ancient times, emperors of humanity have likened themselves to the true dragon son of heaven. Among terrestrial beings, the emperor among men is revered, while among celestial beings, the dragon lineage is esteemed. Our path of humanity embodies the imperial way, a path to sovereign power. The culmination of the imperial way leads to a transcendence that metamorphoses into the dragon path, representing an evolution of life's essence and a transformation of power's nature. Li Futu's eyes sparkled with brilliant light, exuding an aura of inspiration. Yi Han, you possess the earth dragon body, making you inherently suited to cultivate all aspects of the path of humanity. In the future, you shall undoubtedly shatter the ancient limits and elevate the path of humanity to unprecedented heights. Rest assured, Master, Yi Han replied with conviction. Someday, Li Futu would come to realize the magnitude of the surprise he would bring him. The conclusion of the 6 Paths conflict has left the hearts of those within the academy in tumult. The name Yi Han has ascended like a newly risen star, known to countless souls, not for his innate talent, but rather due to his extraordinary fortune. Concurrently, the human path has faced its share of criticism, with many whispering that the human path master, Li Futu, has covertly employed underhanded tactics. It is said that Li Futu temporarily infused his own imperial essence into Yi Han, allowing him to shine brilliantly upon the Futu heavenly ladder. Otherwise, a mere martial practitioner who has just entered the blood-explosive realm could never hope to ascend nearly 6,000 tiers. Had the human path master not been so obstinate, the son of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang, would have undoubtedly dominated the 6 paths, destined to flourish magnificently with his prodigious gifts. In the future, the entire Reincarnation Academy would bask in the glory brought forth by Feng Wuliang. The other 4 paths have all consented to collaborate with the divine path to cultivate Feng Wuliang. Why should the human path consider itself so unique and insistent? Nevertheless, the human path master holds an exceptional status and formidable strength, leaving no one daring to voice dissent, only engaging in hushed discussions. Within Longing Peak, for a continuous fortnight, Yi Han and his companions have remained undisturbed. Throughout these days, Yi Han has been infusing dragon energy into Chu Yushi, aiding her in suppressing the myriad demon body. Chu Yushi's condition has improved significantly. The detrimental effects of the myriad demon body are now almost imperceptible, although it cannot be entirely eradicated. The significance of this development is monumental. It is essential to note that Chu Yushi, being of the same age as Yi Han, both at 16, was not expected to survive past 18 due to the backlash from the myriad demon body. However, Yi Han's intervention has firmly suppressed the myriad demon body, effectively granting Chu Yushi an additional 8 years of life, allowing her to potentially thrive until the age of 26. The coming decade may unfold countless possibilities. Moreover, with her health improving, Chu Yushi is gradually on the verge of breaking through. The infusion of dragon energy has propelled her into the realm of divine power. Within her, the sinews, bones, and flesh have undergone a qualitative transformation after enduring Yi Han's dragon energy, exhibiting signs of transitioning towards a dragon's physique. Yi Han himself has experienced a substantial metamorphosis. Chu Tianxin, having witnessed daily the lengths to which Yi Han goes for his daughter, pouring in dragon energy to help suppress the myriad demon body, has spared no effort in mentoring Yi Han, akin to a devoted elder. Coupled with the presence of Li Futu, a figure of great renown in the ancient void domain, both possess an extraordinary understanding of martial arts. Their every word and action seems imbued with the essence of martial principles. Some teachings are beyond Yi Han's current comprehension, yet as his realm evolves, he is bound to glean insights and reap immense rewards. The only disquieting aspect for Yi Han is the condition of Li Futu. Every day, Li Fuqilu would manifest myriad diagrams of the emperor for Yi Han, employing techniques such as the Void Emperor's slash, along with profound insights into the cultivation of the imperial extreme shocking record. In truth, the Void Emperor's slash is beyond Yi Han's current capabilities, attainable only if he were to later enter the realms of vacuum burst or even the primordial body. The myriad diagrams of the emperor are likewise intricate. Upon reaching the latter stages of the imperial extreme shocking arts, a warrior will have the opportunity to evolve into the diagrams of heaven, earth, and humanity, with the myriad diagrams being a derivative and transformation of these celestial diagrams. At present, Yi Han cannot genuinely comprehend them. He can only internalize and memorize the essence, strength, and will that Li Fuqilu has manifested. Such actions by Li Fuqilu evoke a peculiar sensation in Yi Han, as if the former were bequeathing him his final wishes. However, both Li Fuqilu and Chu Tianxin remain reticent, leaving Yi Han with no avenue for inquiry. In this fortnight, however, a momentous surprise emerged. Yi Han, having stepped into the realm of Qi explosion, finally coalesced a drop of true dragon liquid within his body. With this precious liquid in hand, Yi Han immediately thought of his senior sister, Imo Qingru. This had been his long-held aspiration. This drop of true dragon liquid could potentially eradicate the frigid hell water within her. With the enhancement of the true dragon liquid, she would surely rise once more, surpassing In Tianxiu, merely a matter of time. Alas, time is of the essence, for he must suppress the gate of hell. Yi Han, your talents are extraordinary, for now. I find little need to instruct you further. Remember this, on the path of martial arts, the foundation is paramount. Do not be reckless in your pursuit of power. Half a month later, Li Fuqilu finally bid farewell to Yi Han, descending from Longyin Peak to attend to the so-called Gate of Hell. Yi Han, for the first time since the Six Paths competition, also descended from Longyin Peak, determined to visit his senior sister. As he walked, whispers filled the air. Look, is that not the inheritor of the human path? Resorting to underhanded tactics to secure a rank in the Six Paths competition, yet still unable to rival Brother Feng. Bah, what nonsense. The human path is truly a disgrace to our academy. Let's depart, it's bad luck. Along his journey, Yi Han was subject to countless glances and murmurs from disciples lining the path. Chapter 91. The Conspiracy of the Celestial Path. Do you wish to end your existence? Yi Han's gaze was as frigid as ice, sweeping over the crowd with an air of disdain. What is the matter, Yi Han? Do you truly think so highly of yourself? A group of inner disciples exchanged glances, each wearing a mocking expression. Whispers had already begun to circulate, suggesting that the day Li Fuqilu had conjured myriad images of the emperor in the academy's square had not been as effortless as it appeared. He had been straining, even resorting to arcane techniques. This implied that the fall of the human path lord was imminent. When that day arrived, what would Yi Han be? Merely a trifling figure at the Qi explosion realm, no more significant than an ant within the academy. Any formidable master could easily crush him. Boom. Yi Han's energy surged violently, erupting in an instant. A single punch cleaved through the void, crashing down before the crowd. Cries of anguish echoed as the inner disciples, regardless of whether they were at the Qi explosion level or not, found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding that blow. They could never fathom the terrifying might of Yi Han's peak strike, even without invoking the power of the eternal, unyielding dragon body. His profound vitality and elemental force were sufficient to sweep away all before him. In the past fortnight of cultivation, he had perfected the 100 Explosions secret technique, achieving true mastery over it. In a complete eruption, even warriors at the Qi explosion level stood no chance against him. Yi Han, once Li Fuqilu falls, you will be nothing more than a puppet, a mere insect to be toyed with. How dare you act so arrogantly? An inner disciple, filled with resentment, fixed his gaze on Yi Han. Yi Han turned his eyes away, offering no response. He took a step forward, his palm thrusting sharply ahead. A surge of formidable vitality propelled his fist, crashing into the chest of the disciple from a distance. In an instant, the ribs shattered, sending the inner disciple hurtling backward, crashing into the earth, blood gushing from his mouth. Without pausing, Yi Han strode forward. What are you planning to do? I am a disciple of the Seven Stars Hall. The disciple looked at Yi Han in terror, attempting to issue a threat. Yi Han cast a cold glance, raising his right arm for a crushing strike. With a crack, the protective aura surrounding the inner disciple shattered. A fierce torrent of vitality surged into his energy sea. Instantly, the energy sea exploded, causing his entire elemental force to dissipate, rendering him a mere husk incapable of further cultivation. Yihan is not to be trifled with. We must flee. The disciples nearby trembled in fear, hastily retreating in panic. What a bunch of sycophants! Yihan disdainfully surveyed the fleeing figures, unimpressed. This was the reality. These individuals were strangers to him, with no enmity whatsoever. Yet, they sought to provoke him merely because Feng Wuliang's influence loomed large, his status within the academy rising ever higher. What benefit was there in their actions? Feng Wuliang would likely remain oblivious, indifferent to their provocations. Yihan was utterly perplexed. Was Feng Wuliang truly the father of this group? Such unwavering loyalty from them all. However, Yihan had no desire to dwell on such matters, and soon arrived at the foot of Zhuyun Peak. Channeling his energy into the teleportation array, Elder Gu Yunju soon appeared to escort Yihan to the summit. Yihan, I have heard of your remarkable performance in the Six Paths competition. Gu Yunju regarded him with a glimmer of pride. Your senior sister is quite delighted to learn of your achievements, yet you have inadvertently provoked the child of reincarnation. It matters not. Yihan's eyes sparkled with determination. If Feng Wuliang can be deemed the child of reincarnation, then I, Yihan, am equally capable. If Yihan still failed to comprehend the current situation, he would truly be a fool. On the ascension ladder, his strength had surpassed that of the Six Paths successors, and he had only been a step away from Feng Wuliang. That single step was no obstacle for Yihan. He could continue to ascend, effortlessly nearing 7,000 levels. In contrast, despite possessing the dragon body and utilizing all the bloodlines of Yin and Yang and the Six Paths, 6,000 levels marked Feng Wuliang's limit. What did this signify? The undeniable disparity in talent. His eternal, unyielding dragon body was exceedingly powerful, as was the Nine Heavens dragon control art. Feng Wuliang was simply unworthy of comparison. However, Yihan knew he must not allow all his capabilities to be fully revealed. Engaging in reckless rivalry would only make him a target, leading to his demise. Thus, the focus now lay in diligent cultivation and steady advancement. You possess such aspirations, which is splendid. I only hope that before the conclusion of Master Li's reign, you can become the child of reincarnation and safeguard the path of humanity. Gu Yunju spoke with a complicated expression. Soon after, the two entered the grand hall, where they found Mo Qingru waiting at the entrance. Senior sister, Yihan called out. The Six Paths competition has concluded, and you performed admirably. Mo Qingru's gaze was fixed upon Yihan, warm and bright. His accomplishments had far exceeded her expectations, and she had never envisioned that Yihan would ascend at such an extraordinary pace upon arriving at the Reincarnation Academy. The Six Paths competition is merely the beginning. I shall inevitably engage in a fierce battle with Feng Wuliang. I will personally cast him down from his pedestal, so that the Academy may recognize who truly deserves the title of the foremost disciple. Yihan spoke calmly, his resolve unwavering. Gu Yunju cast Yihan an odd glance. The Academy housed countless disciples, many of whom were exceptionally talented, and those who participated in the Six Paths competition were not particularly remarkable. The genuinely powerful individuals congregated within the sacred hall. Yet, only Yihan dared to express such confidence in claiming he would dethrone Feng Wuliang. By the way, senior sister, has Yin Tianxiu been troubling you these days? Yihan inquired. Not at all. Yin Tianxiu seems to have retreated into seclusion lately, though it appears she has joined the Wujian sword sect. Mo Qingru replied, frowning. She then added, Yihan, have the master of the academy and Chu Yusher been at your longing peak recently? Indeed. Yihan nodded. The master of the Chu Institute is indeed a commendable individual. In his youth, he shared a mutual respect with Master Li. Mo Qingru turned to Yihan and suggested, in the coming days, it would be wise for you to accompany the master of the Chu Institute and spend some time at the Burning Moon Academy for your cultivation. Yihan shook his head, replying, I had not considered that. Just as Mo Qingru was about to speak further, Yihan's fingers shifted, and suddenly, a formidable aura of the true dragon filled the entire hall. What? Both Mo Qingru and Elder Gu Yunju were taken aback. True dragon essence. Yihan exclaimed, Sister, I have finally condensed a drop of true dragon essence. If you refine it, it may drive out the frigid hell water within you. Meanwhile, within the depths of the academy, at the summit of Tongtian Peak, Feng Wuliang and the Master of the Divine Path convened. At the pinnacle of Tongtian Peak, Feng Wuliang exuded an unrivaled presence, one that seemed to influence the very fabric of the void around him. His gaze was intensely captivating, revealing an unmasked intent to kill. Li Fuqilu must perish. As for that ignorant little ant, Yi Han, who dares to provoke my authority, he too should be thoroughly eradicated. However, I shall leave the task of dealing with Yi Han to Yi Zhishuan. Feng Wuliang's voice resonated powerfully. The Master of the Divine Path beside him remarked, Li Fuqilu has already ventured to the gates of hell. Perhaps soon our plans can be set into motion. I have confirmed that Li Fuqilu is in a poor state. Indeed, he was merely forcing himself to endure. Splendid. Feng Wuliang turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 92. Mo Qingrou's recovery. Thank you for your troubles, Dao Master. Feng Wuliang gazed at the celestial Dao Master with great anticipation. I will communicate with you as soon as there is news from the gates of hell. Having spoken, the celestial Dao Master turned and departed. Feng Wuliang also made his way toward a grand hall not far away, the Hall of Infinity. Deep within the Hall of Infinity, in a vast secret chamber, sat 36 figures in meditation. Yi Zhishuan was among them. Master. Upon seeing Feng Wuliang enter, the crowd rose respectfully. Their gazes filled with utmost reverence. Feng Wuliang waved his hand. Is everything prepared? It will be soon. Once the Heavenly Gang's absolute kill formation is activated, there can be no room for error. Rest assured, Master. They replied in unison, their eyes brimming with fervent anticipation and a hint of madness. Good. Feng Wuliang nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Yi Zhishuan. If this endeavor succeeds, your Tianjiao battle body will ascend directly to the primordial body realm. Primordial body realm? With gratitude, Yi Zhishuan expressed, I can never repay your cultivation, Master. Her eyes sparkled, clearly struggling to contain her excitement. After breaking through, if you can personally slay Yi Han, it will eliminate your inner demons. Your path in martial arts will soar to unprecedented heights, Feng Wuliang said. On Zhuyuan Peak, Yi Han quietly observed Mo Qingrou before her transformation, alongside Elder Gu Yunzhu, awaiting the moment. The true dragon liquid was something Mo Qingrou adamantly refused to accept. After much persuasion, Yi Han finally convinced her to agree to refine it. As time dragged on, it felt as though days stretched into years. Yi Han grew increasingly anxious and expectant. The dragon energy surged around them, and Mo Qingrou's aura fluctuated, at times bursting forth, at times retreating, undergoing tremendous changes. Her presence grew stronger, her state steadily reviving. After a full 3 hours, Mo Qingrou suddenly opened her eyes. A jet of black blood erupted forth. This was the stagnant blood accumulated within her body over many years. After expelling the stagnant blood, Mo Qingrou focused on her breathing, channeling her energy. In that instant, her aura soared, gathering divine power, as if on the verge of a series of breakthroughs. Divine power level 6, divine power level 7, divine power level 8, divine power level 9. Mo Qingrou shattered 4 realms in rapid succession, rising from divine power level 5 to the pinnacle of level 9. In her past, her realm was extraordinary, and she had merely fallen to the divine power realm. Thus, her current speed of revival was not surprising. Emerging from her meditative state, Mo Qingrou's expression was complex, part anticipation, part fear of the unknown. Taking a deep breath, she trembled slightly, her hands resting on the sides of her wheelchair. In the next moment, Mo Qingrou stood upright completely. Congratulations, senior sister. A radiant smile blossomed on Yi Han's face. Tears glistened in Gu Yunzhu's eyes, betraying her emotions at this moment. After more than 9 years, she could finally stand tall. The trials and tribulations that Mo Qingrou endured over these years, filled with helplessness and resentment, were beyond the comprehension of others. Such despair and helplessness would have caused many with weaker hearts to succumb entirely. In an instant, Mo Qingrou and Gu Yunzhu embraced one another, and the tears that had lingered in Gu Yunzhu's eyes finally fell. Though they were master and disciple, their bond had grown to resemble that of a mother and daughter. At this moment, Gu Yunzhu felt as though a heavy stone that had long weighed upon her heart had finally been lifted. Yi Han, thank you. Mo Qingrou turned to Yi Han, her gaze soft yet complex. It seemed she had a multitude of words to express, yet found herself at a loss for how to articulate them. Sister, now that you have eliminated the extreme cold prison water, I believe your martial arts realm will soon return to its former glory, Yihan remarked with a smile. However, Imo Qing-ro shook her head. The extreme cold prison water has not been dispelled. What? Yihan's expression changed. That drop of true dragon essence is indeed potent. But it is ultimately not a remedy for the extreme cold prison water. I can only suppress it, Imo Qing-ro replied, her tone tinged with resignation. What shall we do then? Sister, to eliminate the extreme cold prison water, must we rely on the 10,000 methods melting furnace of the Thousand Illusions sect? Yihan immediately suggested. In the past, Imo Qing-ro had mentioned that her legs could only recover within the 10,000 methods melting furnace. Every word she had spoken was etched in Yihan's mind. Indeed, Imo Qing-ro nodded. But you need not worry. With a drop of true dragon essence to suppress the extreme cold prison water, although I cannot fully recover, my realm will not diminish, and I can walk normally again. The Thousand Illusions sect has vanished for 300 years, Gu Yunju sighed. If even the Thousand Illusions sect has long since ceased to exist, how can we hope to find the 10,000 methods melting furnace? 300 years? It is neither too short nor too long. Perhaps there is hope to locate the melting furnace, Yihan replied. In any case, our purpose for coming here has been partially fulfilled. At least Sister has returned to her normal state and is no longer tortured by the extreme cold prison water. It is unfortunate that the extreme cold prison water cannot be entirely eradicated. Henceforth, her martial arts realm may be stunted. This extreme cold prison water, the nature of which remained a mystery, was truly insidious. That even the true dragon essence could not eliminate, it was something Yihan had not anticipated. At that moment, Yihan suddenly sensed something and retrieved a crystal engraved with runes for communication. This had been given to him by Li Fu Tu in the past half-month, and there was a corresponding crystal with Chu Tian Xin. In times of necessity, the three parties could communicate with one another. The crystal in his hand illuminated. Yihan promptly infused it with his vitality, and soon, the deep and calm voice of Li Fu Tu resonated. Yihan, depart immediately and accompany the Academy Master Chu to the Burning Moon Academy for a period of time. What? Yihan exclaimed, as he was about to inquire. Chu Tianxin's voice resonated. Yihan, which peak are you on? I am here to fetch you. Zhuyin Peak. Yihan's expression was exceedingly cold, his brows furrowed tightly. Previously, his senior sister had suggested that he accompany Chu Tianxin to the Burning Moon Academy. How was it that only a few hours had passed when Li Fuqilu suddenly reached out to him, echoing the same sentiment? When Yihan attempted to communicate with Li Fuqilu again, there was no response. It was as if he had completely fallen silent. He could only wait for Chu Tianxin's arrival to seek clarity. 30 breaths. Merely 30 breaths later, Chu Tianxin once again contacted him through the communication crystal. Yihan, we have arrived at the foot of Zhuyin Peak. Senior sister, Elder Gu, shall we go take a look? Yihan ventured. Indeed. Gu Yunju nodded and promptly exited the main hall with Yihan and Imo Qing-ro, personally activating the teleportation array. In an instant, the three found themselves at the base of Zhuyin Peak. Senior, what has transpired? Yihan asked directly. Do not inquire yet. Follow me, and you sure. We must return to the Burning Moon Academy first, Chu Tianxin instructed. Please elucidate, Senior. Yihan remained unyielding, his eyes filled with determination. Chapter 93. Today, no death, no rest. Yihan, depart with the Academy Master of Chu. At this moment, Imo Qing-ro also spoke up. Why must we leave the Reincarnation Academy? Yihan shook his head, gazing at Imo Qing-ro, still withholding his agreement. To claim any sense of belonging to the Reincarnation Academy would be somewhat absurd. However, Yihan could not depart without understanding the circumstances. Something may have happened to Master Li. Chu Tianxin interjected. He had long instructed that, should any trouble arise, you would be taken from this place without delay. Something has occurred? Yihan's pupils constricted. During the past half-month of cultivation alongside Li Fuqilu, Yihan sensed that the latter was in a precarious state, as if burdened by hidden ailments from past injuries. Yet, it seemed unlikely that an issue would arise so suddenly, unless Master Li intends to suppress the gate of hell. The interior of that gate connects to one of the most formidable underground realms of the vast void ancient domain, inhabited by extraordinarily powerful demonic beings. If attacked by these demons, it would not be unexpected, Chu Tianxin elucidated. Are you suggesting he may fall within the gate of hell? Yihan inquired. Chu Tianxin shook his head. It is unlikely he would perish. After all, Master Li is a legendary figure, possessing extraordinary combat prowess. However, as the sole disciple of the human path, it is crucial that you accompany me to the Burning Moon Academy, allowing him to act without concern. Brother Yihan, let us depart. Chu Yushir also chimed in, their relationship having grown considerably during their time at Longyin Peak, even altering their manner of address. Very well. Yihan remained silent for 10 breaths before finally speaking. Senior sister, will you return with us? Yihan asked. Naturally. Chu Tianxin responded without hesitation. Mo Qingru began. If senior sister does not leave, then I shall remain at the Reincarnation Academy. Yihan's resolve was unwavering. After a brief discussion among the group, they bid farewell to Elder Gu Yun's hus, setting forth from that place. Yihan was still plagued by countless questions. Chu Tianxin had certainly not divulged the full truth. Li Fuchalu's condition and circumstances might be graver than anticipated. Yet, at that moment, further inquiries seemed futile, as they were intentionally concealing certain matters. Yihan had little to gather, for all his belongings were contained within his spatial ring. The group did not return to Longyin Peak, but instead headed directly toward the academy's exit. As they progressed, suddenly, the very fabric of space and time seemed to tremble momentarily. Yihan abruptly turned back, casting his gaze deep into the academy. A crimson light surged forth from the depths of the academy, akin to a cataclysmic blood calamity emerging into existence. The terrifying tremor reverberated throughout much of the Reincarnation Academy, causing the surrounding peaks to shake. In that moment of disorientation, one could even perceive the ground beneath them slightly quaking, as if heralding an impending earthquake. Within the academy, countless powerful beings simultaneously turned their attention toward the depths of the institution. In the eyes of the ordinary disciples, a look of panic emerged, leaving them bewildered as to what had transpired. However, the senior members of the academy displayed expressions of complexity, their gazes tinged with a hint of sorrow. The backlash of the gates of hell. Chu Tianxin spoke. The demons are upon us. A tide of malevolence is rising. When the demons within the gates of hell erupt, a demonic tide is born, and with the emergence of certain unparalleled demons, such cosmic phenomena are not unexpected. Yihan turned to Mo Qingru. Indeed, Mo Qingru nodded, offering no further words. Yihan felt increasingly uneasy, for figures swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Reincarnation Academy. Yihan, Mo Qingru. Suddenly, a cold, merciless voice echoed from behind. The four halted, and Yihan turned, clenching his fists in an instant. Yin Tianxiu. It was perplexing to find Yin Tianxiu here, accompanied by two disciples whose presence exuded immeasurable strength, even unfathomable depth. The eyes of the three swept over Yihan, then fixated on Mo Qingru. Yin Tianxiu appeared as if she had witnessed the most astonishing spectacle imaginable, her demeanor suddenly shifting to one of disarray, a primal, instinctive kind of panic. Yin Tianxiu. In Mo Qingru's gaze, an indescribable aura of authority seemed to manifest. This authority seemed to be ingrained, as if she were a celestial being, transcendent and divine, commanding reverence. Stumbling back, Yin Tianxiu retreated 3 steps. Yet in the next moment, realization dawned upon her. She smirked coldly. Mo Qingru, though you can walk now, your realm shall never be restored. The 9-yang fire jade must be surrendered, don't you think? Yin Tianxiu continued. Silence. Yihan interjected, abruptly interrupting her. In an instant, Yin Tianxiu stepped forward. Yihan, you reckless little wretch, where do you intend to take them? Outside the academy lies danger. Do not wander recklessly. It would be prudent to accompany us to Tongtian Peak. Vile creature. Yihan's blood surged, his essence brimming with power. As he gazed fiercely at Yin Tianxiu, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. It seems those slaps I dealt you did not awaken your senses. You seek death? Yin Tianxiu seethed, her eyes locking onto Yihan with a chilling intensity. On the peak of Longyin, Yihan, empowered by the dragon vein, had surged in strength to such an extent that he could confront her directly. Furthermore, he had delivered several resounding slaps to her face, nearly driving Yin Tianxiu to madness. No one had ever treated her so, nor dared to do so. Her hatred for Yihan far exceeded her animosity towards Mo Qingru by 10-fold, 100-fold. It is you who court death. Best not to provoke me. Yihan cast a glance at Yin Tianxiu. In days gone by, she had stood atop the yin-yang rankings. A figure of extraordinary distinction. How extraordinary she had been. Despite the several dogs beneath her, each one brimming with arrogance and disdain, capable of bullying Yihan at will. The passage of time has rendered Yihan utterly unafraid of Yin Tianxiu. It is indeed a grand jest that such a wretched creature, akin to a stray dog, dares to speak in such a manner. Yihan truly embodies the reckless spirit as rumored. The two men flanking Yin Tianxiu exchanged glances, their faces betraying a smirk of scornful derision. Their gazes scrutinized Yihan with palpable disdain. Perceiving his assertive demeanor as nothing more than a farcical display akin to a monkey prancing in the woods, devoid of any significance. Arrogance demands a foundation of strength and confidence. Who are you two to dare discuss me in such a manner? I shall make you comprehend that reckless words bear consequences. Yihan addressed the two men directly, unflinching and resolute. They were both beings of the Yuan Ti realm, their cultivation far surpassing that of Yin Tianxiu. Undoubtedly true disciples of the academy. However, having encountered Feng Wuliang, Yihan was not inclined to regard these two with any seriousness. In his eyes, true disciples were not as formidable as imagined, merely possessing a temporary advantage in cultivation. Young man, you are indeed audacious. With such a volatile spirit, do you seek to invite misfortune upon yourself? One of them thundered, stepping forward with imposing might, bearing down on Yihan like a tempest. An invisible pressure surged forth, seeking to envelop Yihan. At that moment, Chu Tianxin furrowed her brow and silently appeared beside Yihan. Chu Vice Principal. The three ahead fixated their gaze on Chu Tianxin. You remain an outsider. Should you meddle in the grievances of the disciples of the Reincarnation Academy, it would breach the established rules. Do you intend to incite a conflict between the two major academies? The man spoke, his words laden with menace despite his evident trepidation toward Chu Tianxin. This is the Reincarnation Academy. This is not your domain, Chu Tianxin. You are indeed powerful, but should you involve yourself in matters of the Reincarnation Academy, you shall bear the consequences. Amidst this tension, Yihan sensed powerful auras converging from various directions. Occasionally, demonic beasts would tear through the air, and at times, young, indifferent faces would emerge unexpectedly, alongside high-ranking members of the academy, including elders and enforcers. The vice principal Chiu of the law enforcement hall soon appeared not far away. You cannot escape. Yin Tianxiu's words were frigid, yet they could not conceal his triumphant demeanor. Yihan, do not underestimate us. You and your ally shall surely face retribution. Today, I shall claim the Nanyang Fire Jade. What of Chu Tianxin's protection? You, an outsider, wish to take away disciples of the Reincarnation Academy, which would violate the rules. Especially considering your identity as the vice principal of one of the three major academies. Such actions must be approached with caution. Cannot escape? Suddenly, Yihan let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame others for it. Oh! Yin Tianxiu gazed at Yihan with a mixture of amusement and disdain, akin to observing a mere jester. I, Yihan, hereby issue a challenge of life and death to you, binding myself to this solemn oath. Today, upon the death arena of the academy, it shall be a battle to the bitter end, with neither of us conceding defeat. In an instant, Yihan's resolve surged forth, his eyes radiating an intense and unadulterated killing intent. Yin Tianxiu has chosen her path towards demise. Thus, let it be as she desires. Chapter 94. The shattering sword technique. The clang of steel resonated through the void, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished, their gazes fixated on Yihan. The life and death platform was a place where survival was not guaranteed, and yet, this was an extraordinary occurrence. Yihan, a martial artist of explosive vitality, had yet to obtain the inner sect disciple token, still bearing the status of an outer sect disciple. He dared to challenge a true, direct disciple? Yin Tianxiu, though positioned on the Yin-Yang rankings as an inner sect member, had long since held the token of a true disciple, his status immensely prestigious. Yihan, do you seek death? Yin Tianxiu's eyes narrowed, fixated on Yihan with an intensity that conveyed his disdain. If you wish to court death, do not blame others. In that fleeting moment, Yin Tianxiu felt as though he were ensnared in a dream, grappling with the surrealism of the situation. How could a martial artist of explosive vitality presume to challenge him? Yet, Yihan had audaciously issued a challenge for a life-or-death battle. What could he possibly rely upon? Or was it that Yi Han was simply oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth, mistakenly believing he possessed the capability to confront a vacuum-level warrior? Such foolishness. Yi Han surveyed Yin Tianxiu. I will accept the life and death battle, but... Yin Tianxiu's eyes gleamed with sudden cunning as he interjected, I propose a wager. If I win, Imo Qingru must hand over the 9 Yang Fire Jade. Yi Han erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the grandest jest. What do you find amusing? Yin Tianxiu demanded, perplexed. A wager? Fool, you lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. Yi Han retorted coldly. This is a life and death battle, not a contest of wagers. There are no winners or losers, only survival. Yi Han, please. Imo Qingru approached, shaking her head gently. Senior sister understands your intentions, but she is a vacuum-level warrior, shielded by the 9 Yang Fire Source. It is not impossible to achieve victories against higher realms once one reaches the explosive vitality stage, as the Academy's top geniuses have proven. However, to challenge a vacuum-level master from the explosive vitality realm is to confront a chasm of difference beyond imagination. Statistically, 100 explosive vitality warriors would struggle to defeat a single vacuum-level martial artist. Yin Tianxiu cannot remain unscathed. My desire for vengeance cannot be quelled, Yi Han replied resolutely. With his fury unabated, he stepped forward, making his way towards the Academy's life and death platform. Yin Tianxiu clenched his fists, seething with rage, his lungs nearly bursting from indignation. If he sought death, then let him perish. Beside Yin Tianxiu stood 2 powerful direct disciples, observing Yi Han's retreating figure with a mixture of amusement and intrigue. It is exceedingly intriguing. They have indeed never encountered such a short-sighted individual. Countless disciples surrounding the Academy have witnessed this scene and have already dispersed, eagerly sharing the news. The life and death arena of the Academy has not seen a visitor for at least 3 years. It is a place where grudges are settled and life and death battles ensue. Moreover, it is none other than Yi Han challenging the illustrious and esteemed first of the Yin Yang rankings, Yin Tianxiu. Such an event is rarely witnessed even once in a lifetime. Let him have a modicum of confidence. Chu Tianxin remains relatively at ease. Unlike Imo Qingru, he is well aware of Yi Han's capabilities. In the recent 6 Paths competition, the entire Reincarnation Academy believed that Yi Han had been favored by Li Fuqilu. Chu Tianxin understands that someone as proud as Li Fuqilu would never covertly intervene to assist Yi Han. Otherwise, even if he were to leave the Reincarnation Academy, he would do so with ease, and today's situation would not have arisen. At the Reincarnation Academy, as Yi Han and his companions arrived at the life and death arena, the crowd was already overwhelming. Such a scene was likely nearing the commencement of the Academy's Grand Assembly. Yi Han, upon entering the life and death arena, must be prepared for the gravity of life and death. An elder of the Academy appeared, known as the Elder of Life and Death, who was responsible for matters pertaining to the arena. The news of Yi Han's impending duel with Yin Tianxiu had already spread throughout the Academy, prompting many law enforcers, hall masters, temple heads, and elders to make their presence known. Furthermore, it seemed that some exceptionally mysterious masters had also arrived, individuals rarely seen within the Academy, each exuding an unparalleled aura and possessing unmatched prowess. These were the Supreme Elders, each radiating immense authority. Have you thought this through? Yi Han gazed intently at the elder. Where is the life and death contract? In contrast to Yin Tianxiu, Yi Han brimmed with enthusiasm, overcome by an irresistible impulse to engage in battle at that very moment. The Elder of Life and Death opened the spatial ring in his possession, directly retrieving a life and death contract forged from special materials. With swift strokes, Yi Han inscribed his name upon it. The life and death contract serves as proof. By signing this document, the ensuing battle will be overseen by the Elder of Life and Death and other high-ranking officials of the Academy. The victor shall live, while the vanquished shall perish. The winning side may execute their opponent without facing any repercussions, free from the constraints of the Academy's rules. Very well, Yi Han, I underestimated you. Yin Tianxiu approached, her demeanor exuding irritation. Initially uncertain, she found it inconceivable that someone of Yi Han's stature could possibly defeat her. However, unable to grasp the underlying essence and witnessing Yi Han repeatedly display an unwavering confidence and fearlessness, her murderous intent was thoroughly ignited. Today, she has fully integrated into the Wuji Sword sect, having found a genuine powerful ally, and no longer requires Yi Han to threaten Imo Chingru. She intends to bury Yi Han in the life and death arena once and for all. The moment Yin Tianxiu signed her name, countless experts present were moved. The life and death contract had been irrevocably sealed, with no possibility of retraction. In the life and death arena, Yi Han had long been awaiting this moment. Within his body, streams of vital energy circulated through his limbs and bones. In the blink of an eye, Yi Han had entered a state of divine power explosion. His entire being resonated with a cacophony of cracking bones, constantly adjusting to the surge of energy within. Kill. Suddenly, Yi Han turned his gaze, his words dripping with murderous intent. The instant Yin Tianxiu stepped onto the life and death stage, Yi Han launched his attack. With a swift motion, he traversed the space ahead, like a streak of starlight, cutting through the air with lightning speed. His fingers coalesced into a fist, and he struck towards Yin Tianxiu's head with unparalleled ferocity. Yin Tianxiu drew her sword, which erupted with a resounding crash upon colliding with Yi Han's fist. The tremendous force sent her staggering back several dozen steps. You little beast. Such formidable vitality, but alas, it is futile. Yin Tianxiu's gaze was icy and piercing. Her entire being radiated with energy, enveloped in a shimmering layer akin to a white battle armor. This was a special technique derived from the vital energy, known as the protective aura. Vacuum sword, void sword, rift sword. The three swords united to form the great shattering sword technique. Yin Tianxiu unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy. The sword aura disrupted the very fabric of the world, illuminating the life and death stage with brilliant divine light in an instant. As the three sword energies converged, they merged into one, creating a sensation of upheaval that threatened to shatter all in its path. Among the myriad paths of heaven and earth, and the 18 types of weaponry, warriors often revered the sword path, and Yin Tianxiu was no exception. This great shattering sword technique was a true mid-tier, earth-level martial skill. Its full mastery beyond imagination. The most potent sword energy, formed by the union of three swords, coalesced into a dragon-like entity, poised to rend the heavens asunder. Annihilation, absolute kill, destruction, death, obliteration. Countless terrifying wills seemed to be contained within the sword energy, overwhelming Yi Han with an unrelenting force. Chapter 95, Life and Death Battle Die. Yin Tianxiu glared fiercely at Yi Han, brimming with an unwavering confidence. How dare such a trivial character challenge her? It was akin to courting death. Truly, there was not an ounce of intellect in him. Did he not ponder why he had maintained his position on the Yinyang rankings for 9 years? With even some true disciples and Deputy Hall Master Chiu from the Law Enforcement Hall willing to assist him? Boom! A terrifying sound of sonic explosion erupted. Yi Han's entire being radiated with overwhelming vitality and divine light, resembling a martial king of the mortal realm. With a single punch, he shattered the formidable sword energy that sought to obliterate him. This strike was immensely powerful, erupting in an instant, incomparable in its might. The force was capable of causing a vacuum to explode. To think that a mere strand of sword energy would dare attempt to slay Yi Han was nothing short of absurd. The will contained within the sword energy failed to penetrate Yi Han's body and disintegrated midway, vanishing into nothingness. Seeing this, Yin Tianxiu's murderous intent intensified. She dashed across the ground, launching a sword directly aimed at Yi Han's head. Though she did not specialize in the sword path like others from the Wuji sword sect, her innate talent for swordsmanship was undeniably remarkable, and her various techniques were executed with effortless grace. This was a sword technique of assassination, distinct from the previous destructive sword art, Shadowless Assassin's Sword. With a swift strike, light fled from the heavens, and the sun and moon dimmed. Should Yin Tianxiu transcend to the realm of flight in the future, such an attack would become unfathomable, a specter of terror, tenfold more formidable. Emperor's Dominance. A vast aura erupted from within Yi Han. His essence surged to its utmost pinnacle. A faint golden glow enveloped him, forming a semblance of divine armor. Clang! Yin Tianxiu's sword struck before Yi Han, but could not advance further. The blade met an impenetrable barrier, akin to striking against ancient cold iron, yielding no penetration whatsoever. In Yi Han's hands, golden and crimson lights intertwined, a manifestation of the vitality and the true dragon's energy coalescing into formidable power. His fingers coalesced into a fist. Utterly unmoving, Yihan had forcibly blocked the shadowless assassin's sword with his bare hands. This was an astonishing spectacle beyond imagination. Yin Tianxiu's heart trembled violently, and an indescribable sense of crisis surged within her. This is bad. Her steps shifted abruptly as she retreated, seeking to distance herself from Yihan. The essence of a fatal strike required a significant distance, a core principle of assassination. Even though her realm surpassed Yihan's, she dared not engage him in close combat. Boom! Yihan's body surged forward. Vitality blazed, radiating outwards. Although he appeared as a mere human, to Yin Tianxiu's perception, he resembled an ancient mountain awakening, shifting through the earth, advancing, and crushing everything in its path. Within his form lay boundless strength. The vacuum trembled as a fist of light rolled forth, surging forward in an instant. Like a divine dragon in battle, like a tiger or leopard emerging from the mountains, like an emperor descending upon the world. The fourth strike of the Tiger-Leopard Thunder Fist, the Tiger-Leopard Thunder Sound. Although this Tiger-Leopard Thunder Fist may appear ordinary and lacks exceptional martial prowess, in the hands of Yihan, it possesses boundless dominance and profundity. In fact, due to the enhancement from the eternal invincible dragon body, this strike has transcended the ultimate form of the Tiger-Leopard Thunder Fist. It is infused with the essence of a true dragon, embodying its power and will. The distance between the two combatants is less than 3 meters. Such a strike, unleashed, is unavoidable even for someone as formidable as Yin Tianxiu. In an instant, a colossal wave of fist radiance surged forth, carrying unparalleled might that crashed against Yin Tianxiu's shoulder. The immense impact shattered his protective barrier, disrupting his vital energy and lifeblood. With a violent cough, Yin Tianxiu spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his expression twisted in agony. Even the explosion of his true energy could not withstand such a powerful blow from Yihan. Were it not for the hidden protective force within him, Yin Tianxiu would have been utterly pulverized. The Emperor's dominance body. Li Futuo, a masterful strategist, has successfully implanted a fragment of the Emperor's essence within you. Consumed by rage, Yin Tianxiu endured the excruciating pain as he forcefully retreated, creating a 20-meter gap between himself and Yihan. Their fierce skirmish had transpired in merely an instant, a whirlwind of transformations within the blink of an eye. Surrounding the life and death platform, countless gazes converged, all reflecting profound astonishment and disbelief. No wonder Yihan exuded such confidence, daring to sign a life and death contract. The disciples and followers buzzed with speculation. Could it be that Yihan has once more manifested the Emperor's dominance body? It was evident that Li Futuo had forcibly infused a fragment of his own essence into Yihan's being. This was a self-destructive maneuver with no benefits. No one would willingly undertake such an act. The cultivation of any bodily essence requires immense effort, consuming countless resources and time. Losing such essence could lead to irremediable risks. It was astonishing that the Lord of the mortal realm, Li Futuo, valued Yihan to such an extent, placing all his hopes upon him in a desperate gamble. Had another master of true energy explosion been present, they might have indeed fallen victim to Yihan's unexpected might. Unfortunately for him, he was confronted by Yin Tianxiu in the earth before the life and death platform. Amidst his fury, Yin Tianxiu suddenly channeled his vital energy. A blazing inferno erupted, enveloping him in an instant. A field of flames manifested around him, fierce and boundless, as if to incinerate all within its reach. Vaguely, 9 ethereal silhouettes appeared above this fiery realm, resembling 9 mysterious sons of the heavens. What? Yihan felt an immense sense of alertness. He sensed an indescribable pressure emerging. The searing currents seemed to weave an ethereal net of the heavens, descending to completely refine him within. Could this be the 9-yang fire source? Thoughts raced through Yihan's mind, and a multitude of memories surged forth. Having thoroughly studied Yin Tianxiu, I understand that knowledge of both oneself and one's opponent leads to certain victory. Within Yin Tianxiu resides a formidable and enigmatic force, known as the 9-yang fire source. However, this power comes with a significant drawback. It necessitates the refinement through an exceptionally rare treasure. Otherwise, she would endure a perpetual backlash and influence from the 9-yang fire source. The disfiguring changes upon Yin Tianxiu's visage are a direct consequence of this relentless backlash. The treasure she seeks is the 9-yang fire jade, which was once split in two, with the other half now in the possession of her elder sister, Imo Chingru. This explains why Yin Tianxiu has gone to great lengths to procure the 9-yang fire jade. In this tumultuous day, transforming into divine flames. 9-yang fire source. Empower me. The aura emanating from Yin Tianxiu surged with an overwhelming intensity and oppressive force. The emergence of the 9-yang fire source instilled in Yi Han a sensation of insurmountable challenge, compelling him to contemplate surrender. Ultimately, he had underestimated the prowess of this master of vacuum explosions. Yet, I shall not accept defeat. I am resolute in my intent to vanquish Yin Tianxiu. Yi Han's murderous intent was unwavering, and his formidable resolve shattered the suffocating weight of the 9-yang fire source in an instant. A plump pill materialized in Yi Han's hand, which he promptly swallowed. It was a heavenly-grade pill, the Celestial Battle Chi pill. Chapter 96, The Spiral Dragon Finger. One finger shatters 10,000 paths. The Heavenly Gang Battle Chi pill, transforming essence into gang, and gang into armor. In this moment of life and death combat with Yin Tianxiu, Yi Han made a decisive choice to refine it. Since the explosive power of his blood energy could not defeat Yin Tianxiu, then it was time to break through. Yi Han had already reached the 9th explosion of blood energy. It was indeed time for a breakthrough. Boom. In an instant, Yi Han's body trembled violently. Within his being, it was as if thunder was rumbling and divine drums were resonating. An immensely profound and tyrannical aura enveloped his form. The 9 Heavens Dragon Control Technique. Yi Han roared within, directly channeling his cultivation method. His entire essence surged like a tempest, swiftly entering the Heavenly Gang Battle Chi pill to envelop, crush, and refine it. Had Yi Han lost his mind? Even in a life-and-death struggle, with the Emperor's dominant body, there was still hope for maneuvering. What was he attempting to accomplish? In that moment, the few formidable presences within the academy were momentarily stunned. The Heavenly Gang Battle Chi pill was too powerful and too unique. The aura released after consuming the pill was unmistakably evident, immediately recognized by this group. Heavenly-grade pills are classified as inferior, medium, and superior. However, only the superior heavenly-grade pills are deemed as great heavenly pills. For a martial artist at the explosive blood energy realm like Yi Han to refine, it was exceedingly troublesome. The power contained within the pill was overwhelmingly potent, necessitating a step-by-step refinement. Any forced refinement would explosively shatter the martial artist's body. For a martial artist seeking to refine a great heavenly pill, success was impossible without 10 days to half a month. Yet now, Yi Han had audaciously swallowed the Heavenly Gang Battle Chi pill in the arena of life and death. What was he doing? Was he courting death? That was the only explanation. He had become desperate, losing all sense of reason, forgetting even the most fundamental principles of martial arts. The 9-yang fire arrow kill. At that moment, Yin Tianxiu made her move. A life-and-death battle was no trifling matter. Seeing Yi Han seek death by refining a heavenly-grade pill, Yin Tianxiu immediately seized the opportunity. The fiery domain trembled, her hands shifting, conjuring a torrent of flames. A longbow, forged from the concentrated flames, materialized, accompanied by the power of the 9-yang fire source and her own blood energy and essence, giving birth to the arrow. Swish! The void trembled. Standing 20 meters away, Yin Tianxiu locked onto Yi Han's brow. A flame arrow streaked across the sky, piercing through the vacuum. Its pinpoint brilliance could penetrate all things. A lethal strike. Roar! In an instant, a terrifying sonic wave erupted. It resembled a tiger-s roar, a dragon-s chant, akin to thunder. The air trembled with the force to rend the heavens and earth, to shatter the myriad realms of time and space. An immeasurable and boundless aura erupted from within Yi Han. In the fleeting moment, Yi Han's right middle finger extended. With a resolute gesture, he thrust forward, unleashing a deadly strike. The blood energy surged, and the essence boiled. A blood-red finger of power, imbued with the primordial force of an invincible dragon body, surged forward. This force, akin to a dragon, twisted and writhed, its claws tearing the very fabric of heaven and earth. The terrifying energy collided head-on with the fiery arrow mid-flight. In the space between them, a vast vacuum erupted instantaneously. The lethal fiery arrow shattered with a resounding explosion, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks before dissolving into nothingness, vanishing in an instant. The dreadful shockwave birthed countless violent torrents of vacuum, each one chilling to the bone, harboring unimaginable annihilative power. Should any master of the Chi explosion realm manifest at this moment upon the life and death stage, the lighter would be pierced through, while the heavier would meet their demise. Obliterated entirely. What? Yin Tianxiu shrieked in disbelief, her complexion paling, as if paralyzed by terror. No one could fathom the depth of her fear. She understood the true horror of the arrow she had unleashed. It was a genuine lethal arrow, a guaranteed kill, an arrow of annihilation. No practitioner of the Chi explosion realm could withstand it. Yet, Yihan had blocked it. Who, exactly, was this Yihan, and what secrets did he hold? To Yin Tianxiu, Yihan had always been an inconsequential figure. Even during their last encounter on Longyin Peak, where Yihan had utilized the dragon veins to contend with her, she had never regarded him as a true opponent, for she deemed him unworthy. Yin Tianxiu was a genuine prodigy, a true top-tier genius, revered and admired by all within the academy. Yet, if time were to reverse, returning to the period when she herself had experienced a surge of vitality, she would have been utterly incapable of achieving what Yihan had done, regardless of her formidable foundation. At this very moment, however, a sense of profound realization struck Yin Tianxiu. She had gravely misjudged the situation. To be mistaken carries a price, and some prices may be death. Boom, boom. Having unleashed that unparalleled strike and shattered Yin Tianxiu's arrow, Yihan's body began to resonate. The power of the Tiangang Battle Chi pill surged wildly through his limbs and bones, continuously refined by the Nine Heavens Dragon control technique. With each passing moment, Yihan's strength grew, his foundation strengthening. Upon entering the Chi explosion realm, a warrior's 9 divine powers merge with their flesh, facilitating a transformation of the body, attaining a state of explosive vitality. When the vitality and power reach a certain limit, a quantitative change will lead to a qualitative transformation, giving rise to the manifestation of Gang Qi. Yihan was currently undergoing this very metamorphosis, with his martial arts foundation accumulated to such an extent, and aided by a heavenly-grade elixir. The breakthrough he was experiencing could almost be described as seamless. Even amid fierce battle, Yihan possessed absolute confidence in maintaining his state. Collapse was not an option. 9 arrows filled the heavens, a return to the essence. In her state of panic, Yin Tianxiu felt her vitality ignite as if aflame. The foundation of the 9 yang fire source had been propelled to its utmost limit. Once more, she drew back the flaming longbow in her hands, but this time, 9 fiery arrows manifested simultaneously. With a single strike, 9 arrows were simultaneously birthed, akin to 9 flaming dragons, continuously weaving and transforming. The brilliance of these arrows reached its zenith, and at the moment they approached Yihan, they astonishingly fused into one, becoming the most formidable void flame celestial arrow. Dragon-slaying finger. Yihan's pupils widened in astonishment. From the depths of his energy sea, an inexhaustible power surged forth, rapidly accumulating, compressing, and erupting, all converging upon the tip of his finger. With a single finger, myriad paths are shattered. With a single finger, myriad laws are extinguished. With a single finger, the heavens and earth are fractured. With a single finger, the celestial realms are seized. An astonishingly invincible finger manifested before all. Among the 3 most potent killing techniques of the human realm, the dragon-slaying finger was finally unleashed by Yihan today. Yin Tianxiu invoked the 9 yang fire source. Culminating in a unified strike of 9 arrows, the mightiest blow was obliterated. Once again, it was shattered. Yihan's dragon-slaying finger decimated it into mere dust. In an instant, the space above the life and death arena was suffused with a sense of desolation and deathly stillness. The air was devoid of any trace of elemental energy. All the elemental essence of the world converged around Yihan within 3 breaths. Subsequently, all the energy vanished without a trace, as if it had been devoured whole by Yihan. Simultaneously, the elemental energy within Yihan underwent a metamorphosis, his vital essence continually augmenting, and white streams of energy enveloped him entirely. The formidable aura was finally born. The surging aura circled around Yihan, perpetually rolling and condensing. In the next moment, Yihan's entire form appeared as if encased in an unparalleled armor, transforming essence into aura and aura into armor. At this moment, Yihan had finally stepped into the second realm of the explosive energy state. Aura Explosion. Chapter 97. If she dies, you shall pay with your life. The air crackled with an explosive energy, drawing countless astonished gazes. No one could fathom how Yi Han had achieved his breakthrough. The mere fact that he had not succumbed to the backlash of his own power was astonishing in itself. A single Tiangang War Qi pill, a genuine heavenly-grade elixir, could not possibly be refined in the blink of an eye. In Tianxiu, your fate is sealed. This day next year will mark your death anniversary. Yi Han raised his head and let out a ferocious roar, his aura surging mightily. At this moment of transcendence, his vitality and spirit ascended to an entirely new pinnacle. A fresh limit. His strength multiplied 100-fold, pure and unadulterated. Even if 100 inner sect disciples, bursting with qi, stood before him, they would be obliterated by a single punch from Yi Han. Foolish and oblivious, In Tianxiu's murderous intent was boundless. Around her, the flames roared and surged. The power of the nine-yang fire source surged once more, seizing her battle sword in an instant. The blade locked onto Yi Han, engulfed in a torrent of flames. A fiery sword aura, imbued with the power to annihilate all, slashed toward Yi Han. What difference does it make that Yi Han has broken into the realm of explosive qi? The outcome of this battle will remain unchanged. The chasm between her and the explosive qi was still insurmountably vast. While such disparities could be mitigated by various aspects of physical prowess, Yi Han's emperor's body was merely a boon from Li Futuo, lacking in inherent strength. The recent skirmish had likely exhausted all of Yi Han's reserves. At this moment, he possessed only the realm, devoid of combat power. Who is In Tianxiu? She is a true prodigy. Her comprehension of martial cultivation is on par with that of seasoned disciples. In the fleeting moments of life and death, she could analyze Yi Han's every condition, grasp their differences and her own advantages, and thus evolve the most formidable and invincible killing move. Boundless Qi Kill. Yi Han's will sword, permeating the heavens and the earth. His blood, his sinews, his strength surged wildly, forming an invisible vacuum storm in an instant. As the fiery sword aura approached, Yi Han unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! The sword aura was shattered in an instant. Immediately, Yi Han's figure shadowed In Tianxiu, closing the distance with astonishing speed. What? In Tianxiu's expression darkened significantly. Deep within her heart, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged. In this battle, Yi Han exuded an unfathomable aura, as if his strength would never wane. His strike was astonishing. Though he had just broken through, he exhibited signs of reaching the pinnacle of explosive qi, teetering on the verge of a vacuum explosion. As Yi Han moved, In Tianxiu realized she had underestimated him. The figure of In Tianxiu retreated frantically, transforming as she traversed the life and death arena, desperately attempting to distance herself from Yi Han, hoping to leverage the advantage of her void explosion realm to annihilate him. Yet, her efforts proved futile, for Yi Han's speed was astonishingly swift. Supported by boundless vitality and elemental energy, every movement he made radiated an overwhelming strength. As he remained perpetually in his most formidable state, the battlefield trembled with the force of their clash. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided, unleashing a relentless assault upon one another. Each punch landed with a visceral intensity, striking at the very limits of life itself. In Tianxiu trembled, feeling as if her very essence was on the brink of collapse. Even the power of the nine-yang fire source could no longer shield her entirely, showing signs of being shattered by the onslaught of Yi Han's fists. The fiery domain had long since been obliterated. In Tianxiu struggled to endure, suffering from indescribable agony coursing through her limbs and bones. This sensation was utterly debilitating, rendering her so frustrated that she felt on the verge of vomiting blood. Her entire state began to falter. Deep within her heart, a profound fear and helplessness took root, eroding her will and stifling her combat spirit. The advantage of the void explosion realm seemed to hold little significance in the face of Yi Han's overwhelming power, and she gradually felt that she was losing this edge, teetering on the brink of annihilation. In an instant, the sword body of In Tianxiu trembled as she attempted to unleash a lethal sword technique once more. However, a terrifying fist aura surged towards her, and successive blows sent her battle sword flying, reverting their clash to a primal state. What was the advantage of the void explosion? It was the ability to pierce the heavens, striking enemies from 100 meters away, utilizing space and distance to ambush opponents. leaving them no chance to resist. But within the life and death arena, despite the battlefield being considerably vast, spatial constraints ultimately prevailed. Moreover, with Yihan relentlessly closing in and entangling her at every moment, Yin Tianxiu found herself deprived of any opportunity to strike from afar. It was an impossibility. No practitioner of the Qi explosion realm could possibly amass such formidable power. Yin Tianxiu's heart roared in indignation. She felt that everything about Yihan was absurd, unreal, a mere illusion. Under normal circumstances, a practitioner of the Qi explosion realm would have exhausted their strength by this point, rendered a mere husk of their former self, devoid of combat effectiveness. Yet Yihan remained as imposing as ever, his strength showing no signs of waning. Yihan's vitality and elemental energy seemed to ignite simultaneously. With a single punch, he collapsed the void. A resounding boom echoed through the air, as if all was destined to be shattered, dispersed, and obliterated. Yin Tianxiu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her body hurled into the air by Yihan's blow, crashing down not far away. Blood surged violently, uncontrollably spilling forth. Yin Tianxiu's peak momentum had utterly disintegrated. Like an elderly man whose candle of life flickers dimly, devoid of any strength and on the verge of extinction, the world around him fell into profound silence. Countless masters of the academy gathered around the life and death platform, holding their breaths in anticipation. Defeated? Yin Tianxiu has been defeated? This scene was painfully evident, though disbelief lingered in the air. I refused to accept this. After several breaths of silence, Yin Tianxiu suddenly unleashed a furious roar towards the heavens. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming force erupted around her, her spirit and vitality surging dramatically, signifying an imminent breakthrough into a new realm. Yin Tianxiu was on the brink of transcending. A vague yet potent sense of crisis and pressure enveloped Yihan's heart. Attempting to break through? Impossible. Yihan moved like a flash, appearing before Yin Tianxiu in an instant. A roar echoed, reverberating like the cry of a tiger or the roar of a dragon. The unparalleled martial technique, soul-seizing thunder, surged forth from Yihan, imbued with boundless power and depth. In that moment, he forcibly pulled Yin Tianxiu back from her impending breakthrough, shattering her spirit and vitality. You shall perish. Yin Tianxiu seethed with rage, her voice piercingly shrill. Her mind felt as if it would explode. The soul-seizing thunder struck like invisible steel needles, uncatchable and irresistible, nearly shattering her very soul. Die? Yihan remained unfazed, his killing intent resolute. Boom. An unparalleled fist descended. Yin Tianxiu found herself with no means to evade, block, or defuse the oncoming attack. In the final moment before the fist's arrival, she summoned all her strength in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet, at this juncture, her efforts were futile, even in her peak condition. Subduing Yihan was an arduous task, let alone in her current injured state. Yin Tianxiu was sent flying, crashing hard Tianzhong away. Gouts of reverse blood spewed forth as her entire vitality dissipated, her essence utterly vanishing. Her energy reservoir had been obliterated by Yihan's strike. Life and death hinge on a mere thought. This battle was nearing its true conclusion. How could a cripple contend against Yihan on the life and death platform? Yihan, show mercy where mercy is due. Two figures manifested simultaneously outside the life and death platform, their unwavering gaze locked onto Yihan, exuding a threatening aura. If Yin Tianxiu dies, the Wuji sword sect will seek vengeance against you. Yihan turned around. You two again? Begone. These two were the earlier companions of Yin Tianxiu, both formidable masters of the Yuan body realm, esteemed disciples of the academy. Yet, regrettably, no true disciple could intimidate Yihan at this moment. Just then, from the depths of the nine heavens, it was as if a storm had descended. A terrifying aura coalesced above the life and death platform, accompanied by a merciless voice. If she dies, you shall pay with your life. This voice was all too familiar to Yihan. It belonged to Feng Wuliang. Chapter 98. The Death of Yin Tianxiu. Yihan's gaze pierced through the heavens and the earth. Above the life and death battle platform, a colossal figure emerged, swaying its head and tail, spiraling through the void. The void-devouring cloud dragon, the mount of Feng Wuliang. At this moment, standing atop the back of the void-devouring cloud dragon was a figure, none other than Feng Wuliang himself. This was not the true form of Feng Wuliang, but rather an embodiment of will, a fusion of power and a fragment of soul energy, akin to the avatars summoned by martial symbols. Feng Wuliang, are you threatening me? Yihan's cold eyes fixated on the figure above, the mockery in his gaze unabashed. Withdraw. Retreat. Let this battle come to an end. Feng Wuliang gazed down upon Yihan, his eyes filled with disdain, their depths unfathomable. The entire Reincarnation Academy trembled. Some elders of the Academy could not maintain their composure as they intently observed this scene. Feng Wuliang had appeared. Though merely an avatar, born by the void-devouring cloud dragon, it still exuded immense might. The mere appearance of that countenance seemed capable of imposing boundless pressure, rendering one breathless. The reputation of a person mirrors the shadow of a tree. "In Tianxiu, what great fortune you possess," remarked someone with a complex expression. "Life is the most precious of treasures. Should one sign the life and death contract and step onto the battle stage, only one may emerge alive. Even if you and your opponent were to suddenly reconcile and wish to dissolve the conflict, the Academy's rules would not permit it. Such an act would trample upon the Academy's regulations and treat life and death as trifling matters. Should such a situation arise, the Elder of Life and Death would personally intervene, executing the weaker party as a lesson to deter countless disciples. However, today was different, solely due to the emergence of Feng Wuliang. As the child of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang possessed the authority to partially disregard the rules of the life and death platform. He was indeed qualified to save Yin Tianxiu. Suddenly, a burst of blood erupted. Yin Tianxiu's head was pierced by a terrifying finger strike, as if it had been nailed in place. In her final moments, Yin Tianxiu did not even have the chance to struggle or speak. Her eyes bulged wide, frozen in that last instant. Even in death, her gaze seemed to harbor a trace of fear and reluctance. Perhaps she never anticipated that Yihan would act so decisively and audaciously, daring to extinguish her life entirely. "You seek death. Murder demands retribution. Such a sin is unforgivable." Feng Wuliang's voice, filled with fury, reverberated from the void. This embodiment of will was nearly as formidable as his true self, exuding a dominion that overshadowed all. No disciple dared to defy Feng Wuliang's will. Even the most esteemed disciples within the Academy would hesitate in such a scenario, lest they provoke Feng Wuliang's wrath. Yet, Yihan still acted, completely annihilating Yin Tianxiu in that moment. At the instant of her demise, Yihan experienced a fleeting transcendence. As if breaking free from a sinister inner demon, he shattered the shackles that confined his heart. His resolve in the martial way grew ever more steadfast and unyielding. In an instant, countless formidable figures fixated their gaze upon Yin Tianxiu's form, as though ensnared in a dreamlike illusion. Suddenly, the crowd regained their composure, erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. Who could have anticipated that the once mighty and distinguished Yin Tianxiu would swiftly be reduced to a lifeless corpse? No soul could suppress the frantic beating of their heart. In truth, certain illustrious figures within the Academy had just been contemplating whether to intervene and restrain Yihan. After all, someone of Yin Tianxiu's potential was far too significant to lose. Should she perish, the Academy would suffer the loss of a prodigy, one who had once dominated the yin-yang rankings for 9 consecutive years and was destined to ascend to the Yuan body realm. Yet, it was all too late. Words were futile. Yihan's actions had been exceedingly decisive, leaving no opportunity for anyone to rescue Yin Tianxiu. Standing resolutely at the center of the life and death platform, Yihan gazed skyward. A chilling demeanor enveloped his countenance, and he coldly regarded Feng Wuliang, declaring, "If I desire her demise, then she shall not live." Were the true self of his adversary to arrive, intent on disrupting the Academy's rules and forcibly taking Yin Tianxiu, perhaps the Academy would turn a blind eye, granting Feng Wuliang a semblance of favor. However, this presence before him was merely an avatar. How could Yihan regard it with any seriousness? Boom! A terrifying surge of energy cascaded down from above. An overwhelming, tempestuous aura suddenly emerged. The void-devouring cloud dragon stirred, extending a colossal claw to envelop the air above. An overwhelming ferocity permeated the atmosphere, intent on invading the life and death platform to annihilate Yihan's very being. This void-devouring cloud dragon, a descendant of the dragon lineage, possessed formidable bloodlines and considerable intelligence, capable of executing Feng Wuliang's will. "Beast!" Yihan scoffed coldly, taking a decisive step forward. The entire life and death platform seemed to tremble momentarily. Following this, a resounding sonic wave erupted, heralding the peak state of the soul-seizing thunder's roar. Feng Wuliang's avatar, positioned above, shattered with a thunderous explosion, dissipating into nothingness. Simultaneously, the dragon's claw, yet to approach the platform, retracted abruptly, revealing an expression of sheer terror. The once mighty and imposing figure began to tremble. A chilling howl of fear echoed. The unparalleled ferocity utterly extinguished. The massive dragon body, now in disarray, fled in a frenzy. Yi Han sneered, paying it no further mind, and turned his attention to Yin Tianxiu's lifeless form. Extending his arm, he summoned his vital energy, manifesting a colossal hand of essence. This hand directly retrieved the spatial ring left behind by Yin Tianxiu, presenting it before Yi Han. With her demise, the imprint within the ring vanished, rendering it a possession without an owner. Yi Han clasped it in his hand, channeling his Yuan power, and in an instant, he sensed a powerful and unique aura emanating from within the ring. The aura of the Nine Suns Fire Jade. At this moment, Yi Han finally nodded in satisfaction. This treasure originally belonged to his senior sister, Imo Qin Gru, but it had been split in two in the past, with one half acquired by Yin Tianxiu. Now, it could be considered as having been retrieved for his sister. The two halves of the fire jade fused together, and henceforth, they would undoubtedly further suppress the extreme cold prison water within her. Exhaling a long breath of stale air, Yi Han felt refreshed. Outside the life and death platform, the elder in charge of life and death remained in a state of shock and stupor. Upon seeing Yi Han emerge from the platform, the elder began to announce the result in a rather meaningless manner. In the life and death battle, Yi Han emerges victorious. A new king is born among the inner disciples. Killing Yin Tianxiu was tantamount to Yi Han directly ascending the Yin-Yang rankings, instantly becoming number 1. Furthermore, according to the Academy's regulations, the number 1 on the Yin-Yang rankings would be rewarded with a true disciple token. The elder gazed at Yi Han, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Yi Han, congratulations, you have survived. Moreover, as Yin Tianxiu was the first on the Yin-Yang rankings, her position will now be usurped by you, and your true disciple token will soon be bestowed upon you. Everything that transpired today is destined to be recorded and passed down through the ages. Throughout the countless years of Reincarnation Academy, such a situation has never occurred. A newcomer who has only been in the Academy for a little over 3 months has directly ascended to the rank of True Disciple. True Disciple? Elder of Life and Death. The True Disciple token is not granted so easily. On one side of the earth, 2 figures stepped forward simultaneously, their faces shrouded in shadows, exuding a profound murderous intent. Wang Sheng, Du Tianqi, are you two questioning my authority as the Elder of Life and Death? The elder's gaze shifted, and he let out a cold snort, his expression darkening. Chapter 99. The stray dog of the family. Wherever there is light, darkness inevitably lurks. Yet, light shall never be consumed by darkness. The Reincarnation Academy has withstood the test of time for many years, upheld by certain inviolable rules and boundaries. At the very least, these 2 individuals before me are not permitted to transgress them. In that fleeting moment, an indescribable aura of oppression emanated from the Elder of Life and Death, manifesting as an invisible storm that swiftly enveloped the 2 figures before him. Wang Sheng, Du Tianqi, I, the Elder of Life and Death, shall not tolerate your interference as mere disciples of the Academy. His tone was icy and resolute, as if poised to strike and subdue these 2 prodigies of the Academies without hesitation. Not everyone possesses the leniency of Master Chiu from the Enforcement Hall, who, despite his high rank within the Academy, must sometimes bow to certain disciples. The Elder of Life and Death stands as an exception. He governs the platform of life and death with integrity, adhering strictly to the Academy's regulations, impervious to any external influence. Yi Han has triumphed and survived. Thus, he is entitled to the rewards befitting a victor. The Elder of Life and Death shall ensure that Yi Han receives all that is rightfully his, without malice or favoritism. Elder of Life and Death, have you truly considered this? Each true disciple within the Academy holds an esteemed and vital status. To so recklessly bestow the true disciple token upon Yi Han would be an act of irresponsibility. The 2 spoke in succession, their attitudes unwavering despite their evident trepidation towards the elder. Yi Han took a deep breath, his gaze fixated upon the 2. They were none other than the individuals who had previously accompanied Yin Tianxiu to obstruct his departure from the academy, Wang Sheng and Du Tianqi. Once regarded as the pinnacle of talent within the celestial path, their status was profoundly significant. In their youth, they too had been luminaries among the disciples, overshadowing their peers in a fierce contest for the position of the celestial path's heir. However, their fortunes shifted dramatically with the emergence of Feng Wuliang, whose unparalleled prowess swept through the ranks, decisively defeating both of them. The dominance of Feng Wuliang humbled these two prodigies. Yet, rather than succumb to despair, they aligned themselves with a mysterious and formidable faction within the academy, the Holy Hall. The Holy Hall represents a convergence of true geniuses across various stages within the Reincarnation Academy, gathering the most exceptional talents among its million disciples. Even the weakest experts within the Holy Hall are akin to Wang Sheng and Du Tianqi, who had once vied for the identity of the Sixth Path successor but ultimately fell short. This assembly also includes the defeated reincarnated sons and saints, as well as other extraordinary individuals of unparalleled talent. The identities of the Sixth Path successors, the reincarnated sons, and the saints are few and far between. The failure of these individuals in their pursuits does not denote weakness. Rather, it signifies that they were not the unrivaled genius of their respective eras. Within the entire academy, these disciples remain the elite, each more formidable than the last. Does not Yin Tianxiu, as the foremost on the Yin-Yang rankings, command enough distinction? Within the Sacred Hall, every master, in their illustrious years, once held the title of the number one on the Yin-Yang rankings. Wang Sheng exemplifies this, as does Du Tianqi. Their ascent was not achieved through the academy's assessments, but rather by overpowering their competitors to seize the rank of the first on the Yin-Yang rankings, thereby acquiring the esteemed identity token of a true disciple. The Elder of Life and Death spoke truthfully. Wang Sheng narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of profound light flickering within. Yet, this Yi Han is merely an outer disciple. Indeed, an outer disciple elevated to the rank of a true disciple? Such a breach of the Academy's regulations is unprecedented. Du Tianqi interjected. An outer disciple? The Elder of Life and Death turned to gaze at Yi Han, his expression a mix of disbelief and uncertainty. Indeed, I am an outer disciple. Yi Han cast a glance at Wang Sheng and Du Tianqi, then addressed the Elder of Life and Death. There is no need for you to feel troubled, as I shall forego the identity token of a true disciple. As for the Yin-Yang rankings, they hold no significance for me. Speaking such trivialities is utterly meaningless. After entering the explosive realm, Yi Han did not regard the status of an inner disciple as important, nor did he seek to obtain the inner disciple identity token through assessment. Now, some individuals are nitpicking, deliberately seeking faults. Do they wish to hinder my ascension to true disciple? Yi Han is entirely indifferent. What Yi Han desires, he shall eventually attain through his own efforts. Wang Sheng, Du Tianqi, your impending downfall will be dire, destined to mirror that of Yin Tianxiu. With that, Yi Han turned to face them, a cold smile gracing his lips. Arrogant and ignorant, Wang Sheng and Du Tianqi exchanged glances, as if they had heard the greatest of jokes. This insignificant figure of the explosive realm, Yi Han, dares to threaten them? Such exaggeration. In the academy, even the most powerful true disciples, with their extraordinary identities and formidable combat prowess, tread carefully in their presence. The Sacred Hall must not be provoked. Within the Sacred Hall, even the weakest master could dominate the academy's 100,000 disciples effortlessly. They are true geniuses. To them, Yi Han is but a trivial character, easily subdued with a mere flick of their hands. Yi Han, turn back now, and it is not too late. Wang Sheng narrowed his eyes, a glint of amusement in his gaze. Otherwise, even if you depart from the Reincarnation Academy today, having provoked the unbounded sword sect in our Sacred Hall, you shall not survive long. No one will be able to protect you. Can you truly represent the unbounded sword sect in our Sacred Hall? Fool. Yi Han offered no favorable countenance. Despite his awareness of the formidable nature of these two, they were far beyond the likes of Yin Tianxiu. Kindness often invites exploitation. After Yi Han executed Yin Tianxiu, he gained profound insights into many matters. Under the somber gazes of the two, Yi Han advanced with purpose. Soon standing before his senior sisters, Chu Tianxin and Chu Yushi. Shall we depart? Chu Tianxin inquired, glancing at Yi Han. Let us go, esteemed senior. Yi Han affirmed with a nod. With a majestic stride that exuded unparalleled confidence, Yihan's spirit and demeanor had remarkably transformed, entering an entirely new realm, imbued with an ethereal quality. Although he had only been at the Reincarnation Academy for a few months, those fleeting moments had catalyzed his true growth, rendering him unrecognizable from his former self. A dog of a fallen family. Du Tianqi's voice echoed from behind, amplified by the force of Yuan power, resonating like a thunderous bell, reaching the ears of countless masters within the academy. Many could not help but display expressions of incredulity. A dog of a fallen family. The phrase was sharp and jarring, yet it seemed. Traitor, Yihan, should you dare to leave the Reincarnation Academy, you shall be deemed a true traitor. Wang Sheng's icy voice resonated. Traitors are destined for extermination. Even if you flee to the Burning Moon Academy, you will find no respite. Not a soul will regard you as anything other than a cowardly turncoat. In an instant, figures emerged, gathering around Wang Sheng and Du Tianqi, masters of the Wuji sword sect. A cacophony of terms such as traitor and rebellious wretch filled the air, intolerable to the ears. Yihan abruptly halted and turned to face the throng before him. In his eyes, a potent wave of murderous intent surged forth, akin to an invisible tempest, sweeping through the atmosphere in an instant. Wuji Sword Sect, Holy Hall. On the day of my return, I shall crush each of you beneath my feet. These two factions shall face their demise due to your reckless words today, leading to your utter obliteration. Yihan's voice was resolute and unwavering. Chapter 100. The Pristine Dynasty, Imperial Capital. The world fell into a hushed silence. Countless individuals gazed at Yihan, their eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions, astonished that he could utter such words. Yet, at that very moment, several elders from the academies shook their heads in disapproval. Brute, fool, unaware of his own mortality. Such were the thoughts echoing in the minds of the onlookers. Possessing strength undoubtedly allows for such arrogance. However, lacking the capability to back those grandiose claims could lead to a swift demise at the hands of another. This world is replete with prodigies. Yihan's defeat of Yin Tianxiu merely attests to his remarkable foundations, not necessarily to the strength of his innate talent. The battle of the day, one might surmise, has significantly depleted the reserves left to Yihan by Li Fuqilu, such as the emperor's dominance physique. Without these advantages, Yihan is but an ordinary warrior, as unremarkable as one could be, lacking even the most mediocre of extraordinary bloodlines or physical attributes. Had Yihan possessed sufficient inner fortitude, the academy might have been inclined to nurture his potential. At the very least, they could ensure his survival in the face of Feng Wuliang's lethal intentions. However, judging by his performance today, it is evident that Yihan lacks the promise that would warrant such cultivation. Even if resources were bestowed upon him to facilitate his rise, his current conduct could ultimately lead to his downfall. Arrogance must have its limits. Does he truly believe himself to be Feng Wuliang? Let him depart. How to adjudicate Yihan's fate shall await the return of the sect master. Before the members of the Wujian Sword sect, someone spoke, fixated on Yihan's retreating figure as if it were a lifeless corpse. With Yihan's departure today, he is under the protection of Chu Tianxin. Any attempt to detain him is evidently futile, for Chu Tianxin is the esteemed vice master of the Burning Moon Academy, a figure of exceptional status and formidable strength. Yet, Yihan's time is limited. His demise is imminent, unless he can swiftly escape from this vast expanse of the Taishu ancient domain. At the foot of the Reincarnation Academy, in Baiyun City, the four entered Baiyun City, and Yihan's gaze was filled with profound complexity. Just a few months prior, he was merely a boy from the rural Yin city, possessing only a meager cultivation at the gathering Yuan realm. Arriving in Baiyun City, everything appeared astonishing, a realm he had never previously encountered or envisioned. The Reincarnation Mountain Range, along with the Reincarnation Academy, evoked in him a sense of boundless grandeur, unfathomable depths. Back then, even the most trivial of disciples from the Reincarnation Academy, regardless of their status, surpassed Yihan in strength, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Remarkably, in just over 3 months, he has ascended to such heights. In the second explosive phase of the Qi explosion realm, the blast of Qi. If he were to return to Yin City now, not only would he be unopposed by the prominent families, but even the city lord's residence would find him unassailable. The city lord of Yin would be crushed beneath his fist, struck down without hesitation. The only regret perhaps lies in failing to eliminate Yi Zhishuan. Yi Zhishuan, recently training alongside Feng Wuliang, has ventured into the unknown, the extent of her achievements remaining a mystery. Yi Han understands that only by eliminating Yi Zhishuan can he traverse the path of martial arts with a clear conscience, devoid of regrets or obsessions. Within the city of Baiyun, a large-scale inscription teleportation array exists, capable of transporting individuals to any location at any time. After Chu Tianxin provided hundreds of vitality pills, the four of them finally entered the teleportation array and departed from that place. In a surreal haze, Yi Han felt as though he were traversing a temporal passage, moving through the depths of time and space, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived hundreds of miles away. Merely a quarter of an hour had passed when they found themselves in a completely new locale. Before them stood an ancient city, vast and immense, dwarfing Baiyun City by at least 20 times. The myriad streets crisscrossed, with various ancient and imposing structures standing tall, suffusing the air with an almost suffocating sense of oppression. Ancient, heavy, and grandiose. This was Yi Han's initial impression. This was Wuguqing, the imperial capital of the Wugucheo dynasty, one of the 8 great dynasties of the Taishu ancient domain. The expansive Taishu ancient domain is, in fact, governed by the territories of these 8 great dynasties. Countless sects, large and small, are established within the realms of these dynasties, all subject to their dominion and intimidation. However, entities such as the Reincarnation Academy, the Burning Moon Academy, the Dragon Slaying Academy, the Bawu Pavilion, the Fuma Mountain Manor, the Tai Sword Sect, and the Shimo Palace stand above the dynasties, existing as exceptions. The influence and foundation of these 7 great powers surpassed those of the dynasties. One of the 3 great academies, the Burning Moon Academy, is located within the Wuguqing. Chu Tianxin led Yi Han and his companions deeper into the city. As they progressed, Yi Han could sense the presence of countless formidable warriors surrounding them. Many possessed extraordinary foundations, their realms inscrutable to him, likely at least at the Yuan-Ti realm. Even the street vendors exhibited strength at the Divine Power realm, or even the Qi Explosion realm. This was beyond anything Yi Han had previously imagined. One should understand that any individual from this place could dominate smaller towns and establish families or sects, even ascend to the position of city lord. Yet, ambition drives people upward. Even if they exist at the lower echelons within the Wuguqing, struggling to survive, they prefer not to dwell in inconspicuous locales. Only within such cities can myriad opportunities arise, offering the hope for transformation. Perhaps today one is merely a humble street vendor. Yet tomorrow they could unexpectedly amass wealth or suddenly encounter fortuitous circumstances leading to their rise. So what are your thoughts, Yi Han? With a smile, Chu Tianxin began to speak. Although our Burning Moon Academy does not occupy the celestial realm of the Reincarnation Mountain Range, being only second to the Reincarnation Academy, it stands as an existence transcending the imperial dynasty. Moreover, for you, cultivating at the Burning Moon Academy may ultimately prove more beneficial than at the Reincarnation Academy. Chu Tianxin continued, expressing satisfaction with the current situation despite the initial disappointment of not having Yi Han join the Burning Moon Academy. She understood a singular truth. As long as one treats a person of Yi Han's caliber with sincerity, one is bound to reap rewards. While everyone at the Reincarnation Academy regarded Yi Han as a rebellious and reckless ordinary individual, Chu Tianxin recognized the extraordinary potential that surged within him when the dragon energy erupted that day. In the future, he would not necessarily fall short of Feng Wuliang. Oh, Yi Han said little, walking alongside Chu Tianxin with a watchful gaze. The dragon vein. Chu Tianxin uttered those 2 words, her voice resonating. This is the imperial capital, a place where the supreme fortune of the dynasty converges. Over the years, through countless cycles of prosperity and evolution, there exists beneath this pristine city an immensely vast dragon vein. With your unique constitution, cultivating here offers you the hope of connecting with the power of the dragon vein in the future, thereby enhancing the essence of your being. Chapter 101. The Burning Moon Academy. The dragon veins possess varying degrees of strength. The dragon vein birthed on the dragon hidden peak was but a feeble and ordinary one. In stark contrast, the dragon vein beneath the pristine imperial city has been nourished over countless years by the essence of imperial authority and the existence of myriad warriors, culminating in a supreme dragon vein. Upon hearing the words of Chu Tianxin, Yihan's eyes sparkled with intensity. The enhancement of the dragon vein renders one invincible in battle. Yihan had experienced this firsthand. Previously, when the dragon vein of Dragon Hidden Mountain revived and he harnessed its power, he transcended several realms to engage in combat, nearly defeating Yin Tianxiu at that time. However, the circumstances have changed. With the passage of time, if he could once more draw upon the strength of the dragon vein, who could possibly stand against him within the confines of the explosive realm? Yet, there is more than just that. It is the allure of dragon energy. Should he manage to refine the power of the dragon vein into his very being, the connection between himself and the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower would deepen, allowing him to condense more true dragon essence. His eternal and indomitable dragon physique could evolve into an even more perfect form, yielding additional dragon bones. As the group conversed, they ventured deeper into the heart of the pristine imperial city. An expanse of magnificent architecture unfolded before Yihan's eyes. Grand halls rose majestically, towers stood tall, and lofty pavilions loomed. In front of countless edifices lay various plazas, interspersed with intersecting groves of trees, scattered in all directions. Each structure seemed to shimmer with ethereal light. From a distance, they appeared as ancient dragons and serpents weaving and shifting through this realm. The radiant lights were manifestations of inscriptions, formations, and even other incredible energies of the earth converging in this place. Anyone who set foot here would feel their own insignificance, perpetually sensing a pressure from the heavens and earth. This is the Burning Moon Academy, one of the three great academies. Yihan gazed at this scene, his heart stirred, elevating his esteem for the Burning Moon Academy significantly. Although this academy did not occupy the celestial wonders of the Reincarnation Mountain range, nor did it boast the intertwining peaks shrouded in clouds and mist, the entire Burning Moon Academy exuded a sense of unity. Pull one thread, and the whole body moves. In the face of a dire crisis, under the communion and binding of countless inscriptions and the powers of the earth, the entire Burning Moon Academy would function as a cohesive entity, capable of unleashing unimaginable strength. Any expert daring to intrude would find themselves thoroughly ensnared and perished. Here, one could cultivate without the encumbrances of trivial matters. With his eternally indomitable dragon physique, Yihan was confident he could connect with the dragon vein, and his metamorphosis would surely accelerate. In the future, surpassing Feng Wuliang would pose no challenge. Yihan, do not underestimate yourself. Henceforth, you shall reside within the Cloud Pavilion. What do you say? Upon entering the academy, Chu Tianxin swiftly led Yihan to the front of a three-story loft. The loft was exceptionally spacious. Despite being 3 stories, it contained suites and even a training room. It could easily accommodate not just 2 individuals, but even 4 or 5 comfortably. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. Mo Qingru spoke up. Chu Tianxin shook her head, stating, the 3 great academies are united as one. Although you are not disciples of my Burning Moon Academy, I share a certain familiarity with this young man, Yihan. Thus, this minor matter is of little consequence. Indeed, Sister Ro, you may rest assured to stay here. The Cloud Pavilion and my Rain Pavilion are in close proximity, and I shall visit you for merriment in the future. Chu Yushir beamed with an innocent smile as she gazed at Mo Qingru and Yihan. After becoming genuinely acquainted, she no longer exhibited the same reticent demeanor she had upon first meeting Yihan. Observing the 2 women engaged in conversation, Chu Tianxin glanced at Yihan, her expression imbued with complexity. In days of yore, she had heard of Mo Qingru's extraordinary talent at the Reincarnation Academy, possessing a martial heart akin to a return to simplicity, with unparalleled character and disposition. Yihan, too, was noteworthy. Beneath the Reincarnation Mountain, she had sensed the emergence of his dragon aura, recognizing his formidable talent. Regrettably, he had declined to join the Burning Moon Academy. Yet, it was astonishing that within just over 3 months, Yihan had stepped into the realm of explosive vital energy, standing merely a step away from the pinnacle of this domain. Chu Tianxin spoke, a mocking glimmer suddenly gracing her features, as she lamented, alas. The Reincarnation Academy appears to undervalue Yihan's potential, wagering its future on Feng Wuliang. How laughable and short-sighted. Only Li Fuqilu has invited this young man into the realm of humanity, but, at this juncture, Chu Tianxin fell silent, a trace of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Now you may enlighten me. Teacher Li, what has transpired? Upon the mention of Li Fuqilu, Yihan's countenance grew solemn. It was possible that he had encountered peril. Chu Tianxin scrutinized Yihan's expression. What? Yihan's eyes widened in disbelief. Within the Reincarnation Academy, certain individuals had long desired to elevate Feng Wuliang to dominance among the six paths, crafting an invincible genius to secure the Academy's future ascendance to his sacred domain. It seemed that the other five paths had reached a consensus, willing to offer reincarnation stones to assist Feng Wuliang's cultivation. However, only Li Daozhu did not endorse this, fearing that should the equilibrium of the six paths be disrupted and they merge into one, it would not bode well for balance. Chu Tianxin continued. Yihan's fists clenched tightly. So, it means there are those within the Reincarnation Academy who seek to undermine Li Fuqilu? The notion of being retaliated against by the demons within the gate of hell was merely an excuse Chu Tianxin had previously used to persuade him. The stark reality was that Li Fuqilu was likely constrained by some of his own within the academy. This was an unbearable thought for Yihan. The atmosphere thickened with silence until, after a lengthy pause, Chu Tianxin finally nodded. Indeed, those within your Reincarnation Academy wish to leverage the gate of hell against Daozhu Li. It is exceedingly simple. Why did you not inform me sooner? Yihan's heart raced violently. Yihan, remain composed. Mo Qingru gently shook her head, assuring, regardless of the circumstances, Daozhu Li will not perish so easily. Indeed, Qiudiangxin gazed at Yihan, asserting that as long as Feng Wuliang had yet to acquire the reincarnation stone, they would not dare to eliminate Master Li, leaving room for a potential reversal of fate. She had previously refrained from sharing this information at Master Li's behest, as he believed Yihan's stubborn nature often clouded his judgment. These people are utterly despicable. Yihan erupted in fury. Once a child found abandoned, Yihan had become indifferent to the concept of family after the irrevocable fallout between the Yi family. Yet, he was not devoid of emotion. Although his acquaintance with Li Fuqilu was brief, the elder's unwavering dedication to nurturing him left an indelible mark on his heart. At this moment, as Qiudiangxin unveiled the truth, Yihan was consumed by rage, his very insides feeling as if they might explode. Simultaneously, within the depths of the Reincarnation Academy's Tongtian Peak, a harrowing scene unfolded. In a concealed cave deep within Tongtian Peak, Li Fuqilu was bound to a stone pillar, his body drenched in blood. Reveal the location of the reincarnation stone. Feng Wuliang's eyes gleamed with an icy menace. Crack! The whip in his hand lashed down mercilessly once more, splattering blood across the ground. Each stroke echoed painfully within the vastness of the cave. Chapter 102. The Madness of Feng Wuliang, You Must Be Dreaming. Li Futa's voice was hoarse. Such behavior renders the reincarnation stone forever beyond your reach. Crack! Another lash struck fiercely across Li Futa's back. Feng Wuliang's eyes were bloodshot with fury. Who could have imagined that the foremost disciple of the Reincarnation Academy, a paragon of the human dragon physique, would descend into such a frenzied state? Li Futu, your time has come to an end. The six paths shall inevitably merge. This is the great trend. Feng Wuliang's frenzied gaze fixed on the horizon. The course of fate is unalterable. Hand over the reincarnation stone, and you shall suffer less. Suddenly, Li Futu lifted his head, his bloodied visage illuminated by a profound sarcasm. There is a saying in this world, what joy is there in life, and what suffering in death? You. The malevolence on Feng Wuliang's face intensified. A warrior's life is a cycle of rise and fall. I have long since come to terms with it. Although you possess talent, Feng Wuliang, your heart is impure, and one day calamity shall befall you. Li Futu chuckled. Boom. Feng Wuliang pressed his palm down upon Li Futu's shoulder. The overwhelming force surged into Li Futu's limbs and bones, corroding his very essence. The agony of shattered meridians birthed within him, and he stifled a cry. Losing consciousness moments later, I shall see just how long you can maintain your bravado. With an ominous glint in his eyes, Feng Wuliang coldly uttered before departing the secret chamber. In the pure emperor capital, at the Burning Moon Academy, Yihan, no matter the circumstances, your sole focus must now be on enhancing your strength. In the future, when your realm catches up to Feng Wuliang's, you shall return to the Reincarnation Academy and vie for the identity of a reincarnation child. At that point, proving your talent and rescuing Master Li shall not be a daunting task. Before the Cloud Pavilion, Chu Tianxin gazed at Yihan. I understand. Yihan replied calmly. Deep within, a tempest of murderous intent and rage surged, which he forcefully suppressed. After conversing with Chu Tianxin, Yihan comprehended the unfolding events within the Reincarnation Academy and grasped Li Futu's plight. Within the entire Reincarnation Academy, some remained indifferent, while others subtly aided Feng Wuliang in dealing with Li Futu, and by now, it was possible that Li Futu had been detained. To save him was impossible. Even 100 Yihans could not rescue Li Futu, unless, as Chu Tianxin suggested, he truly proved himself, demonstrating to the Reincarnation Academy that he was not inferior to Feng Wuliang. They needed to realize that placing all their bets on Feng Wuliang was the most ludicrous of choices. After their discussion, Chu Tianxin departed with Chu Yushi. Yihan entered the Cloud Pavilion alongside his senior sister, Imo Qingru. Indeed, Chu Tianxin had good intentions. The third floor of the Cloud Pavilion could serve as a secluded training chamber, while the other two levels were assigned for Yihan and Imo Qingru's quarters. Sister, we shall inevitably return to the Reincarnation Academy. When that time comes, I will personally defeat Feng Wuliang and rescue Master Li. Yihan spoke earnestly. In the past, he had never paid heed to the status of inner disciples, true disciples, or even the sons of reincarnation. He was solely focused on diligently cultivating his own path. However, reality offered him no such reprieve. Given his relationship with Chu Tianxin, he could easily withdraw from the Reincarnation Academy and join the Burning Moon Academy, where he would undoubtedly be welcomed with open arms. Yet, Yihan refrained from taking such a step. He could not swallow his pride. To exit the Reincarnation Academy so directly would be far too humiliating. It was precisely as those people had said, a dog without a home. Yihan, I believe in you. Imo Qingru seemed perpetually gentle. Half an hour later, on the third floor of the Cloud Pavilion, Yihan sat cross-legged, exuding powerful waves of vitality and energy. Recently transformed, his realm was now being solidified under the operation of the Nine Heavens Dragon Control Technique. Simultaneously, Yihan sensed that upon entering the realm of explosive energy, his connection with the Nine Realms Dragon Tower deepened once again, allowing him to absorb even more dragon energy. In this state, the third piece of dragon bone within him was on the verge of manifesting. Within the human body, there are a total of 206 bones. In the time to come, every bone within Yihan would undergo a transformation, all turning into dragon bones. When that day arrives, Yihan would become a true humanoid dragon. Moreover, the dragon energy within him was of the most potent essence among the heavens, the five-clawed golden dragon energy, the aura of the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Sovereign. He would possess an innate dominion over any dragon form in existence, exerting a pressure upon them. Even beings like Feng Wuliang, who possessed a human dragon physique, would find it impossible to summon their powers before Yihan. Stronger dragon forms, such as the Earth Dragon, the Mystic Dragon, and the Celestial Dragon, would also have to bow in submission to him. I now realize that Feng Wuliang is a master of the third transformation in the origin body realm, the Diamond Transformation. Yihan's expression turned cold as he spoke to himself. In martial arts training, the acquired four realms are Gathering Essence, Divine Force, Energy Explosion, and Origin Body. Reaching the origin body realm signifies the pinnacle of these four stages. In this realm, every hair and fiber becomes a lethal weapon, capable of tearing apart beasts and demons with bare hands, shattering mountains, and splitting the earth. It represents the ultimate cultivation of both physical and spiritual power. The origin body realm comprises four transformations. The first transformation, blood-soul transformation, renewal of blood. The second transformation, divine aperture transformation, reconstruction of apertures and energy seas. The third transformation, diamond transformation, the unification of the three essences, steel-like bones. The fourth transformation, void transformation, the ability to traverse the void and cultivate divine abilities. Each transformation signifies an incredible change, and with each progression, the essence of life and its state undergoes a profound enhancement, particularly in the fourth transformation, the void transformation. Upon reaching that domain, a martial artist can truly traverse the skies, setting aside martial techniques to cultivate unparalleled, invincible martial divine abilities. That realm is the dream of countless martial artists, and even many elders of the Reincarnation Academy cannot step into the realm of void transformation. Yet, Feng Wuliang is but a step away from it. More importantly, Feng Wuliang is still in the bloom of youth, merely in his 20s. with ample time ahead to accumulate and forge his path toward the true realm of innate power. The disparity between Yi Han and Feng Wuliang at this moment is akin to that of a toddler, newly learning to walk, standing beside a fully grown man. It is almost unimaginable. This gap is as insurmountable as a chasm. However, for me, the hope of surpassing Feng Wuliang is abundant. Should I succeed in manifesting 49 dragon bones within my being, Feng Wuliang's draconic physique would be rendered utterly obsolete before me. At that juncture, even if I were to engage in a battle beyond my current rank, a single punch would suffice to obliterate him. Yi Han mused quietly, brimming with confidence. For the Nine Heavens dragon control technique and the eternal unyielding dragon body are exceptionally formidable and unique. In the course of my forthcoming cultivation, I might witness the emergence of astonishing transformations. For instance, should I manifest 18 dragon bones, combined with the true dragon essence, I would unlock the Dragon Emperor's Eye, a power surpassing that of mere martial eyes. If I were to generate 49 dragon bones, I could condense a true dragon's wing, enabling me to traverse the skies like a master of the void, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a mere thought. There are myriad transformations and techniques awaiting me. As I have now stepped into the realm of explosive vigor, everything has become possible, every opportunity ripe for the taking. As Yi Han diligently cultivates, deep beneath the pristine imperial capital, in the depths of the earth spanning 100,000 miles, a space that should be shrouded in darkness is instead suffused with golden divine light. Below, a colossal river, tumultuous and vast, flows ceaselessly, harboring immeasurable power. This river is the legendary dragon vein spoken of by Chu Tianxing. Typically tranquil, the dragon vein today has erupted into waves of great turbulence, shaking and rolling as if it were a restless, living entity. Chapter 103. Communicating with the Dragon Vein. Congealing the dragon elixir deep within the tumultuous depths of the dragon vein, a fearsome aura is brewing. Should one possess an unparalleled martial eye capable of piercing through 100,000 miles of earth, they would undoubtedly witness this astonishing spectacle. At the heart of the dragon vein lies a magnificent golden cocoon. This cocoon morphs in tandem with the essence of the dragon vein, constantly evolving, and as time flows, it subtly manifests signs of life. This nascent vitality, although just birthed, already exhibits an exuberant growth and a rapid transformative tendency. At the inception of any life form, such a robust life force is seldom encountered. Were it not for the dragon vein's aura concealing this vitality, the entire imperial capital would likely tremble. As all this unfolds, within the Yanhua Academy's cloud pavilion, Yi Han suddenly opens his eyes. The dragon vein has successfully connected. He senses a tumultuous resonance within the two dragon bones in his body, as if they are on the verge of breaking free. Across the vast expanse of the earth, an indescribable force of attraction emerges. Deep within the earth's crust, a formidable dragon vein is persistently quaking, exhibiting signs of detaching from the ground and defying the heavens. Through this connection, Yi Han discovers that the third bone within him has begun to transform into a faint golden hue. The third dragon bone is on the cusp of emergence. Splendid, Yi Han muses to himself. There is a saying in the world, reading 10,000 books is not as valuable as traveling 10,000 miles. This holds true in the realm of martial arts as well. If he had remained in Yen City or secluded himself in the Reincarnation Academy, tirelessly honing his skills, he would never have been able to absorb such a colossal essence of the dragon vein. It is essential to recognize that the dragon vein that was once revived in the Longing Peak pales in comparison to the dragon vein beneath the immaculate imperial city, being merely a fraction of its grandeur. Continuously absorbing and devouring, Yi Han's physique resembles an insatiable abyss, capable of containing all the condensed dragon vein essence. No matter the quantity, the essence of the dragon vein diverges from the golden dragon aura within the Nine Realms Dragon Tower. The five-clawed golden dragon aura is the most potent and purest form of dragon energy, unparalleled in the universe. Meanwhile, within the dragon vein, in addition to dragon energy, there exists various essences of earth veins and other atmospheric energies, all of which bestow immense benefits upon martial artists. The amalgamation of these two forces is unparalleled in its capacity to forge Yi Han's physique. Moreover, his bloodline begins to undergo a transformation, gradually taking on characteristics akin to dragon blood. Furthermore, as his practice continues, Yihan senses that while absorbing the dragon vein's essence, numerous dissipating dragon energies, including other atmospheric forces from the dragon vein, are also present. These superfluous and discarded elements can be refined through a technique embedded within the Nine Heavens dragon control art. This art is not merely a means for martial artists to cultivate. It encompasses a myriad of wonders and incredible secret techniques, all of which Yihan may have the opportunity to unleash as his realm advances. Dragon energy congeals into elixirs. After the emergence of Yihan's thoughts, he began his experimentation. A vast amount of dragon energy was absorbed from the depths of the earth, and after refining and assimilating it within himself, the residual aura rolled and coalesced before him, transforming from a gaseous state into a liquid, and then from liquid to solid. It ultimately manifested in Yihan's hand as a thumb-sized elixir, a dragon pill. More precisely, this was a human dragon pill. In the realm of martial artists, it is indeed possible to condense dragon vein energy into pills, a method employed by some ancient and supreme factions. Each dragon pill is extraordinarily precious, valued beyond measure, capable of inciting fervor among many, especially for beings with traits akin to Feng Wuliang's human dragon body, or the celestial flood dragon battle physique seized by Yi Xuan. Refining a dragon pill related to the dragon lineage yields astonishing enhancements. However, what typically circulates in the Taishu ancient domain are merely the most ordinary dragon pills. Ascending from there are the human dragon pill, earth dragon pill, mysterious dragon pill, heavenly dragon pill, divine dragon pill, sacred dragon pill, and even more unfathomable dragon-related elixirs. How intriguing! I have been lacking in other cultivation resources, and during my brief 3-month stay at the Reincarnation Academy, I received no benefits from the academy, nor did my senior sister. Yihan pondered. If he could condense more human dragon pills, he could exchange them in places like the Imperial Capital's Merchant Guild, auction houses, and trading markets for a variety of resources. What others deem rare and precious, the dragon pills, are mere byproducts of dragon energy for Yihan, of little consequence. With this thought, he began to refine continuously. One by one, human dragon pills materialized until he had produced over 1,000 in a single breath before finally pausing. Unbeknownst to him, he had immersed himself in cultivation for 3 consecutive days. On the 3rd day, Yihan suddenly felt a tremor throughout his body. In the depths of his being, he sensed a breath of life emerging from the infinite earth below. This essence resonated with his own vitality, forming an intangible connection. Unfortunately, Yihan's current martial willpower was insufficiently strong, and lacking the existence of a divine eye or similar faculties, he could not comprehend the mysteries of the earth's interior. Yet, he felt an indescribable impulse, a longing to capture that breath of life and integrate it within himself, which he believed would lead to a tremendous amplification of his realm and propel his strength into uncharted territories. Truly, the imperial capital of the Immaculate Dynasty, a place where imperial fortunes coalesce, was astonishing. Yihan murmured in his heart, finally emerging from his state of cultivation. The foundation of his vigor had grown even more formidable. In fact, within the realm of Qi explosion, there exist 3 stages: exhaling Qi into vigor, vigor transforming into armor, and vigor becoming weaponry. Leveraging the formidable primordial energy cultivated through the 9 Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique, Yihan had surpassed the exhaling Qi into vigor stage upon his breakthrough, directly achieving the ability to transform his vigor into armor. Now, having harnessed the power of the dragon vein beneath the imperial capital, Yihan could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his inner strength. If all proceeded smoothly, he would soon possess the means to manifest his vigor into a tangible force. Yihan felt that with further cultivation, he would swiftly reach a state of perfection and attempt to breach the realm of vacuum explosion. As Yihan descended from the cloud pavilion, he beheld his senior sister, Imo Qingru, engaged in discourse with Chu Yushi. Imo Qingru appeared to be elucidating certain principles of cultivation to Chu Yushi, and the two shared a harmonious rapport. "Brother Yihan," exclaimed Chu Yushi, rising swiftly. "Yushi, have you ascended to the 3rd tier of divine power?" Yihan inquired, somewhat taken aback. Although Chu Yushi bore the essence of the 10,000 demons' body, which had been suppressed by the dragon energy he had infused, it was important to note that dragons stood as the kings, emperors, and sovereigns of all beasts. For the 10,000 demons' body to truly flourish and undergo transformation, It required the refinement of the dragon lineage's blood and essence to be integrated within. Thus, Yihan's recent assistance had not only alleviated Chu Yosher's physical condition, but had also catalyzed a remarkable metamorphosis in her martial prowess. Her rate of cultivation could now be likened to Yihan's own during his earlier days within the divine power realm. Should she manage to refine the essence, blood, and source of strength from other formidable beasts, Chu Yosher's cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate, enabling her to surpass numerous inner disciples of the three major academies. This girl is in excellent form now. Yihan, if the opportunity arises, you should assist her in seeking out the bloodlines of some top-tier beasts, Imo Qingru suggested, evidently considering Chu Yusher as one of her own. Indeed, Yihan replied. Places like the immaculate imperial capital likely harbor trading opportunities. We should explore it in the coming days. At the Burning Moon Academy, one advantage it held over the Reincarnation Academy was its proximity to the immaculate imperial capital, a nexus teeming with powerful individuals from across the realms. Engaging in barter or procuring unique treasures would be greatly facilitated there, offering a comprehensive array of options. Auction house. Chu Yusher interjected, suddenly intrigued. Brother Yihan, Sister Ro, shall we visit the auction house? This fortnight coincides with the grandest auction event in the imperial capital each year. Chapter 104. The Thunderfire Auction House. The mere mention of an auction house sparked a flicker of interest in Yihan. Having lived and cultivated in a small locale, he had never encountered such spectacles before. Sister, shall we go explore? Yihan inquired. Imo Qingru shook her head, her smile warm. You and that girl, you sure? Go enjoy yourselves. I have only recently regained my ability to walk and wish to rest quietly in the Cloud Pavilion for a while. The auction and trading venues within the 8 imperial capitals are quite remarkable, she elaborated. Very well. Perhaps I can procure some treasures that can dispel the extreme cold prison water for you, Yihan replied with a nod. At that moment, Imo Qingru produced a palm-sized crystal vial. What is this? Yihan asked, intrigued. High-grade, earth-level elixir, the vitality pill, Imo Qingru explained. Each can be exchanged for 500 essence pills. Here are 10 vitality pills. Take them for your use. The vitality pill, akin to the essence pill, replenishes one's vitality. However, its efficacy is of a significantly superior caliber, making it exceedingly rare. In the realm of the ancient void, the common currency among warriors is the essence pill. While pills of such quality as the vitality pill are incredibly challenging to concoct, rarely traded by ordinary folk. A warm current surged within Yihan's heart. Sister, you should consume the vitality pills yourself. I don't want you to worry about me. Look, as he spoke, he activated his spatial ring, and a plump pill materialized in his palm. The human dragon pill? Both Imo Qingru and Chu Yusher exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. This was refined from the dragon vein beneath the imperial capital. However, sister, since you have already absorbed the true dragon essence, the quality of this human dragon pill is too low to be of any benefit to you. In the future, once I elevate my cultivation, I shall refine the earth dragon pill and the profound dragon pill, which you will then be able to utilize, Yihan elucidated. Very well. Sister will not worry any longer, Imo Qingru said as she carefully stored the vial of vitality pills. Having relied on each other throughout the years, they were open and sincere, harboring no ulterior thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, the boy who had once followed her in cultivation at the tender age of 6 had truly grown up. Time had flown. When Imo Qingru first encountered Yihan, she too was merely a child. Yihan and Chu Yusher soon exited the Burning Moon Academy. In the unblemished imperial capital, a throng of people bustled about, enveloped in an invisible aura of power. Yihan understood that this was a true imperial city, a metropolis far beyond the likes of the former Flame City. The unblemished imperial capital was not only vast in area, but also teeming with a multitude of beings, countless in number. Moreover, apart from the Burning Moon Academy, various other factions had established themselves within the capital, including generals' residences and royal courts. It could be said that a moment's carelessness could provoke formidable adversaries, necessitating that everyone remained perpetually vigilant. Although the royal family of the unblemished dynasty could not govern the Burning Moon Academy, all other warriors were bound to adhere to the laws of the city. Failure to do so would have long plunged this ancient city into chaos. The Thunderfire Auction House. This is the destination for Yihan and Chu Yusher today. Upon arriving, Yihan noticed that to enter the auction house, one must submit 10,000 vitality pills as proof of financial capability. Naturally, these vitality pills would be returned in full upon departure. Chu Yushi, possessing an extraordinary identity, effortlessly presented a token, granting them both smooth access into the auction hall. She is the daughter of Chu Tianxin, the vice master of the Burning Moon Academy, and such status requires no financial demonstration. They were even assigned a private box, which Yihan found quite peaceful. Inside the box, they observed many individuals entering below. Some merely came to witness the bustling auction, while others harbored anticipation, clearly prepared for the forthcoming event. Brother Yihan, over the past half-month, the Thunderfire Auction House has held 5 auctions daily. We have arrived just in time. Today marks the beginning of the 3rd auction, Chu Yushi remarked, revealing her familiarity with the intricacies of this unblemished imperial capital where she had grown up. What sorts of items are typically auctioned here? Yihan inquired, as he had never before encountered an auction house. Medicinal pills, spirit liquids, weapons, techniques, martial arts. Various items that we martial artists require could potentially be auctioned. Some treasures are collected by the Thunderfire Auction House itself, while others are consigned for sale. For instance, if we possess any treasures, we can also consign them for auction. I recall that Thunderfire charges a 20% consignment fee. Chu Yushi generously shared her knowledge, broadening Yihan's horizons. New ideas began to form in his mind. Yushi, what do you wish for? I shall assist you in procuring it, Yihan softly offered. Given that Chu Tianxin risked defending Feng Wuyang and even the Reincarnation Academy to bring them here, Yihan felt compelled to reciprocate and would not hesitate to be generous towards Chu Yushi. I desire nothing. Chu Yushi blinked her dark eyes. Brother Yihan, you still lack a weapon. Perhaps you could bid for a sword. A weapon? Yihan chuckled. Let us see first. No weapon could rival the strength of his own fists. At the very least, he had encountered weapons of the human, profound, and even earth grades, and their enhancement was negligible. Conversely, wielding such weapons would restrict him, as possessing the eternal invincible dragon body. No weapon could surpass his own fists. That Tianxiu, with a stronger realm, fought him wielding an earth-grade sword, and what was the outcome? As for weapons above the earth grade, they are immensely valuable, each a rarity. Many elders of the Reincarnation Academy do not possess weapons of such caliber. Yihan had no access to them and lacked the financial means to acquire them now. While conversing with Chu Yushi, Yihan realized that the entire auction house had filled to capacity, all populated by formidable martial artists. Some individuals are adorned in exceptionally unique attire, clearly not hailing from the vicinity of the imperial capital. They have journeyed from afar solely for this grand auction event. The auctioneer, an elderly man of formidable strength, has attained the realm of Yuan body. The first item up for bid is a low-grade, earth-level martial technique, the Crimson Flame King Fist. The opening bid is set at 3,000 yuan energy pills. A box is presented before the elderly man, containing what appears to be a weathered tome. 3,000 yuan energy pills? Yihan furrows his brow. Such an earth-level martial technique should undoubtedly hold immense value. How could it possibly be worth a mere 3,000 yuan energy pills? However, it soon becomes clear to Yihan that he is indeed a rustic. Bids are swiftly raised, escalating directly to over 10,000 yuan energy pills. The second bidder immediately increases the amount to 50,000. The pace of the bidding is astonishingly rapid, for the allure of earth-level martial techniques remains profoundly captivating to many martial artists. In less than half a tea's time, the Crimson Flame King Fist is claimed for a staggering 200,000 yuan energy pills. This is merely a low-grade technique. What then of the mid-grade and high-grade? Moreover, techniques of the same rank often surpass martial skills in value. What of the Sun Moon Universe technique in my possession? With this thought, Yihan strides towards the entrance of the private box, observing the attendants stationed outside each box in anticipation. I wish to consign a technique. How may I proceed? Yihan inquires of one attendant. Consigning a technique? Might you disclose its rank and your anticipated auction price? The attendant replies with utmost respect. The Sun Moon Universe technique. A high-grade, earth-level technique. Yihan states calmly. Sun Moon what? The Sun Moon Universe technique? The attendant's expression suddenly transforms in astonishment. Chapter 105. The blood of the Beast Emperor, have your auction house's steward come to see me. Upon observing the young attendant, Yihan quickly discerned that this individual lacked the authority to make decisions. The Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique, a superior grade martial art of the earth level, It can be asserted that within the entire Tai-Su ancient domain, apart from the 7 forces that transcend the imperial dynasties, most sects do not possess such high-caliber techniques or martial skills. The most prestigious techniques circulating outside are merely of inferior to middle-grade earth level. Techniques akin to the Sun and Moon Shinkoan technique are exceedingly rare outside of the underground black markets. Please wait a moment. May I inquire your name? The attendant immediately exhibited utmost respect. Yihan, he replied calmly. Before long, the attendant departed. After a mere 100 breaths, someone arrived at the private chamber where Yihan was situated. A middle-aged man appeared, hurrying with a demeanor of utmost seriousness. I am Lu Zifeng, one of the 9 stewards of the Thunderfire Auction House. Does this esteemed guest possess a superior-grade earth-level martial art for auction? The middle-aged man promptly inquired, his tone sincere. Yihan regarded him, his gaze sweeping over the individual, and swiftly identified his cultivation level, the pinnacle of the Qi explosion realm. What is the starting bid and estimated final value of the superior-grade earth-level martial art? Yihan inquired, observing the other man closely. The starting bid varies depending on the technique, Lu Zifeng responded promptly. May I ask how to address you? Yihan, he reiterated. Ah, Lu Zifeng nodded. I recently heard that the technique you wish to auction is the Sun and Moon Shinkoan technique, which is indeed the one left behind by the King of 9 Hells? Indeed, Yihan affirmed. Lu Zifeng's expression shifted slightly, revealing his astonishment. Have you inherited the legacy of the King of 9 Hells? Isn't that irrelevant to the auction house? Yihan replied with a tranquil smile, his gaze steady. Yes, yes. Lu Zifeng quickly acknowledged. If it is the Sun and Moon Shinkoan technique, the starting bid would be at least 100,000 essence pills, and the final estimated value could reach 10 million essence pills. 10 million essence pills? Yihan's eyes flickered, his heart racing fiercely. 10 million essence pills would be an insurmountable sum for many outer and inner disciples of the Reincarnation Academy, requiring decades of hard work to accumulate. Even for some elders of the Academy, procuring such a vast number of essence pills would be nearly impossible, necessitating years of diligent tasks to gather enough. In this world, resources are held in the hands of a privileged few. Very well, please assist me in auctioning the Sun and Moon Shinkoan technique at your Thunderfire auction house. What is the consignment fee? Yihan inquired. 20%. Lu Zifeng promptly replied. Agreed. Yihan directly retrieved the Sun and Moon Shinkoan technique from his spatial ring and handed it to the latter. Lu Zifeng's hands trembled. For such a level of martial art is indeed a rare sight. In this immaculate imperial capital, apart from the royal palace, only the Burning Moon Academy holds such prestige. However, within both the palace and the academy, only those of the highest status are deemed worthy of cultivation. There lies a minor issue, for the auction sequence has already been predetermined for each event. Thus, the Sun and Moon Qi method must be placed at the very end. What do you think? Lu Zifeng inquired, casting a glance at Yihan. Not a problem, Yihan affirmed with a nod. Soon, Lu Zifeng departed with the Sun and Moon Qi method in tow. Yihan felt a sense of assurance regarding the Thunderfire auction house. As Chu Yushir had previously mentioned that it is the largest and most reputable auction house in the capital, there had never been any incidents in the past. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted such a technique so readily. As the auction progressed, treasures were unveiled one after another. Yihan noticed that, at this auction, even the least impressive items were of the mystic rank, spiritual techniques, elixirs, and other exceedingly rare artifacts, such as Millennium Ginseng among other potent herbs, as well as beast cores from various magical creatures. After the passage of half an hour, a pristine treasure was presented. It was a transparent vial, sealed with runes, containing half a bottle of liquid shimmering with a violet radiance. This is the life essence of an adult purple-winged dragon, with an opening bid of 200,000 vitality pills, proclaimed the auctioneer. What? The mention of the life essence of a purple-winged dragon caused a stir among the many warriors gathered in the hall outside the private boxes. Excitement flickered in the eyes of numerous individuals. The purple-winged dragon is a legendary descendant of the dragon lineage. Although it merely bears the name of a dragon, it is uncertain whether it possesses any true draconic blood. Even if it does, it might be less than 1/10,000th or even 1/1,000,000th. Nevertheless, within the Great Void ancient domain, the purple-winged dragon remains an extraordinary and formidable being. Every adult purple-winged dragon ascends to a level beyond that of a beast king. In the realm of magical beasts, surpassing the ninth-tier Beast King enables the creature to enhance its intellect to the utmost and undergo a complete metamorphosis, evolving into a true Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor exists in 4 realms: first tier, second tier, third tier, and fourth tier, corresponding to the 4 transformations of a martial artist's vitality realm. Should one break through the limits of the 4th tier Beast Emperor, they would experience a qualitative transformation akin to that of humans entering the innate realm. At that juncture, they would no longer be referred to as beasts. The term beast would be shed, revealing their true identity as an extraordinary magical race. Some of the most potent bloodlines among these magical races could even transform into human forms, exhibiting astonishing prowess. These were the insights Yi Han had gleaned from the ancient records of the Great Void. At this moment, such memories surged within his mind, instantly locking onto the vial of violet blood. This essence he would secure. Chu Yushi, that girl, precisely needed this caliber of magical beast life essence for her refinement, to enhance her myriad demon physique. 200,000 vitality pills. Quite reasonable. Although the Sun and Moon Shinkuan technique had yet to be auctioned off, Yi Han remained extravagantly wealthy. He possessed the Dragon Essence pills, 300,000, for 100,000, a million. Within the hall, many individuals were engaged in bidding, and soon the price soared to 1 million. Some began to hesitate. Such a figure was not something they could casually afford. At that moment, a voice emerged from a private box. 2 million. What? 2 million? A glimmer of helplessness and regret flickered in the depths of many eyes. This was beyond their means. Not that they couldn't produce the sum, but it would require liquidating their entire fortunes, which was hardly justifiable. 2 million. Was there still someone willing to bid? The auctioneer raised the hammer, preparing to count down before striking. I bid 10 Dragon Essence pills. Yi Han finally made his offer. A momentary silence enveloped the auction hall, which was soon shattered by an uproar. Who is this? How could Dragon Essence pills be used as currency in an auction? Countless gazes instantly converged upon Yi Han's private box, each pair of eyes ablaze with curiosity, eager to uncover the identity of the mysterious bidder. Chapter 106. The fourth prince observing the astonishment of the crowd, Yi Han silently nodded. In this manner, no one would compete with him in bidding. The mature essence blood of the purple-winged dragon was akin to the blood of a beast emperor, a treasure that is rare and precious. At least for Yi Han now, even the most inferior beast emperor would compel him to flee, leaving no chance for conquest. 6 million vitality pills. At that moment, a voice emerged from the previously bidding box. Oh, Yi Han glanced over and then spoke. 15 human dragon pills. 1 human dragon pill was equivalent to 500,000 vitality pills. Thus, 15 would amount to 750,000 vitality pills, a sum Yi Han regarded with indifference. Such an item as the human dragon pill held no allure for him. Its refinement was exceedingly simple, at least in his estimation. Damn it! At this juncture, a man clad in brocade within another box erupted in fury. Behind him stood 4 guards, each wielding battle spears, emanating an aura of lethal intent, clearly individuals of extraordinary caliber, seasoned in the crucible of battle. The royal guard. Fourth prince, what shall we do now? Should we apprehend him? One guard inquired promptly. Investigate. First ascertain his identity. The brocade-clad man waved his arm, his expression icy, a palpable killing intent radiating from him. The human dragon pill is a unique treasure of our royal household. Even the Burning Moon Academy cannot produce it. As the fourth prince, it would be impossible for me to carelessly squander such a precious item. We must discover who this individual is. If it is the eldest, second, or third. The guard hesitated. If others dare flaunt the human dragon pill, they are courting death. The brocade-clad man snarled. Indeed. Soon, one guard departed. In less than the span of a tea ceremony, he returned. The bidder is named Yi Han, an obscure individual, seemingly lacking prominence at the Burning Moon Academy, though he arrived here with the daughter of Chu Tianxin. Oh, the fourth prince's gaze flickered, fixating on the box where Yi Han resided, a contemplative expression crossing his features. The human dragon pill can only be refined using the Dragon Path Chi array unique to our pure imperial dynasty. There are 3 such arrays within the dynasty. The other 2 are located in Qinghua City and Wanling City. The array in the imperial capital produces a finite number of human dragon pills, with no possibility of loss. The other 2 arrays, however, due to inadequate supervision, may indeed have a portion that circulates outside. Upon this analysis, the fourth prince revealed a cold smile. It appears that some fool has acquired our royal treasure and brazenly flaunts it here, unaware of the peril they invite. At this juncture, the fourth prince spoke again. Investigate further. Communicate with our contacts at the Burning Moon Academy. Before the auction concludes, ascertain whether there exists a disciple named Yihan. If not, there is no need for concern. Understood. The guard departed once more. Naturally, Yihan remained unaware of all that transpired. After producing 15 dragon elixirs, the essence of the purple-winged dragon was swiftly presented before him. You Yushur, do you possess a spatial ring? Yihan inquired, gazing at Chu Yushur. I do. She promptly replied. Good. Place this half-bottle of essence within it. Once we return to the academy, you may commence the refinement process. Yihan extended the vial to her. I do not require it. Chu Yushur immediately shook her head. If not, I shall leave the Burning Moon Academy tomorrow. Yihan regarded the girl with a bemused expression. Oh, Chu Yushur exclaimed, and proceeded to store the essence in her spatial ring. The auction continued for 2 hours before finally concluding, and Yihan felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, he had acquired the essence of the purple-winged dragon. Other auction items, such as techniques and elixirs, held no allure for him. He would scarcely accept them even if offered for free. However, the Sun and Moon Qian Kuan technique? Yihan's eyes gleamed with a flicker of coldness. Why was there no mention of the Sun and Moon Qian Kuan technique at the auction? Was it not promised to be auctioned at the end? It was not until the auctioneer declared the event concluded and the crowd began to surge out of the hall that Yihan finally grasped the truth. He had been played. In that moment, Yihan realized how naive he truly was. Previously, within the academy, regardless of the myriad challenges faced, even when encountering the formidable experts of the Wuji Sword sect, those individuals were ultimately bound by the academy's rules. For instance, if he were to challenge Yin Tianxiu and slay him before the gathered crowd, although many would be displeased, there would be no further repercussions. However, this was the Imperium of Wuku, not the confines of the academy. While the royal city had its own customs, they did not necessarily extend to a warrior of his caliber, one who wielded the power of the Qi explosion. Damn it! At the Thunderfire auction house, if they truly intended to seize his Sun and Moon Qian Kuan technique, Yihan would not rest until he had his vengeance. His expression darkened considerably as a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. He could not simply swallow this humiliation. You sure? I shall escort you back first. Yihan declared, planning to return Chu Yushur to the academy before devising his next steps. Yet, just as his words fell, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside the private room. A throng surrounded the chamber, and a young man clad in opulent attire stepped inside. Who are you? Yihan fixed his gaze upon him. Presumptuous. Kneel and repent. The man's eyes seemed to radiate an overwhelming authority that erupted in an instant. A terrifying aura surged forth like a deluge, pressing imperiously upon Yihan. This man was none other than the fourth prince. A somewhat familiar, chilling laughter resonated within the room. Yihan, wielding dragon elixirs and parading about, you exhibit a blatant disregard for life itself. This is the immaculate imperial capital, and yet you dare to employ the dragon elixir beneath the very gaze of the royal family, showing utter disregard for them? Lu Zifeng. In Yihan's eyes, murderous intent was palpable. Where's my cultivation technique? What cultivation technique? What are you talking about? Lu Zifeng appeared self-satisfied, feigning confusion. With a mere wave of his arm, a throng of individuals suddenly materialized outside the private room, densely packed, filling the space to capacity. A net of encirclement, impenetrable. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Yushur clutched Yihan's arm tightly, having never encountered such a spectacle. Yushur, fear not. Yihan gently grasped Chu Yushur's left hand, whispering words of comfort. Yet within the depths of his heart, murderous intent, fury, and the spirit of battle coalesced to an extreme, showing signs of an imminent eruption. The dragon elixir has been a royal possession since time immemorial. Even the 3 great academies are incapable of refining it. Your theft of the dragon elixir constitutes a heinous crime, deserving of imprisonment in the darkest depths. The so-called fourth prince interjected once more, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. He continued, now, surrender the blood of the purple-winged flying dragon and kneel in repentance. There is still time. Is that so? Yihan suddenly adopted an air of profound calm, his penetrating gaze fixed upon the fourth prince. Chapter 107. Directly discarded. Once a prince, incomparable in reverence, nobility, and splendor. In days gone by, such a being was exalted, existing in a realm far above the ordinary gaze. A mere figure like Yi Han appeared insignificant in their presence, with even a servant beside them possessing tenfold his strength. However, a thunderous rumble resonated throughout the chamber. In the vacuum, a tempestuous aura erupted violently. In the blink of an eye, Yi Han unleashed a powerful punch forward. Seeking death, the fourth prince's pupils contracted. How dare a mere character of such lowly stature challenge him? Leaving aside status, in terms of realm, he could easily crush Yi Han. In an instant, their energies clashed. A wail erupted as the fourth prince's arm trembled, feeling as though his very lifeblood had been shattered by Yi Han's blow. His body was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall behind him. Yi Han stepped forward, his palm descending with lethal precision, landing directly on the fourth prince's shoulder. Crack! The sound of shattered bone echoed. This entire sequence transpired in less than 5 breaths. No one had the time to react. Or perhaps they simply lacked the inclination to intervene. The fourth prince, a master of the vacuum explosion realm, was utterly beyond Yi Han. How could he possibly be so severely injured by a mere encounter? Insolent! Yi Han, you dare to strike the fourth prince! A chorus of furious voices erupted, particularly from Lu Zifeng, who at that moment exuded an unusual intensity, his eyes shifting as if concocting various schemes. All of you, get out of my way! Yi Han pressed down on the fourth prince. His force surged into the fourth prince's body, swiftly transforming into an invisible seal that confined his energy reserves. Thus, even if this individual possessed formidable strength, rendered incapable of harnessing his vital energy, he was as good as powerless, a mere shell, posing no threat whatsoever. Several formidable guards forced their way in, disregarding Yi Han's intimidation. Yet in that fleeting moment, Yi Han's finger penetrated the fourth prince's chest cavity. Thud! The force imbued with potent energy pierced through the fourth prince's torso. Get out! The fourth prince's expression was filled with despair, his rage boundless. Nearly shrieking his words. In that instant, the 4 guards, stricken with horror, could not help but retreat from the chamber. While they could disregard Yi Han, they had no choice but to heed the actions and words of the fourth prince. What do you intend to do? The fourth prince glared intently at Yi Han. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Though he was arrogant and reckless, he was not a fool, and he skillfully suppressed his murderous intent at this moment. Even now, he could not fathom how a mere martial artist of the vacuum explosion realm could subdue him so effortlessly. In that moment, when Yi Han struck, he resembled a colossal primordial elephant, a human-shaped true dragon, an unparalleled force, utterly unyielding. At that instant, the fourth prince could not withstand it. Let Lu Zifeng first surrender my techniques. Yi Han cast a glance at the fourth prince before turning his attention to Lu Zifeng. Lu Zifeng, what have you taken? Hand it over to him, the fourth prince bellowed. Sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, he realized that Yi Han's murderous intent and rage were directed at more than just himself. What technique? I know nothing, Lu Zifeng replied bluntly, sneering at Yi Han. Fourth prince, this brat is merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric and sowing discord here. Very well. Yi Han nodded, his patience wearing thin as he fixed his gaze upon the fourth prince. I have no time for idle chatter. The fourth prince's eyes widened in disbelief. With a single, thunderous punch, Yi Han struck. The fourth prince shrieked in agony, his vitality instantly waning. His energy reservoir had been shattered, transforming him into a martial artist devoid of power in an instant. You have shattered my energy reservoir? He gasped, his eyes wide as confusion overtook him. An overwhelming surge of hatred and murderous intent erupted within him, his terrifying glare seemingly intent on tearing Yi Han to shreds, vowing countless deaths. You are doomed. You lowly commoner of explosive energy levels. Your family, your friends, everything you hold dear shall face annihilation. All will be mercilessly slaughtered. His hysterical voice resonated with boundless malice and fury. The fourth prince could hardly fathom that he would be rendered powerless in the imperial capital, right under the nose of the royal family. If the assailant had been of high stature and remarkable identity, it might have been bearable. Yet, the reality was that it was a mere insignificant figure. Is that so? Yi Han appeared unfazed, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Do you understand why I have incapacitated you? Lu Zifeng refuses to surrender my technique and continues to obfuscate matters. Thus the blame lies squarely on him. As he spoke, Yihan turned his serene gaze towards Lu Zifeng. At that moment, Lu Zifeng's demeanor transformed dramatically, a compelling urge to flee surging within him. Yet, he knew he could not escape. The 4 formidable guards accompanying the 4th prince had already blocked his path. Today, he was in deep trouble. Fear gripped Lu Zifeng's heart, a paralyzing dread enveloping him. He had never anticipated that this insignificant figure named Yihan would act so decisively, heedless of the consequences. With such calamity unleashed, Lu Zifeng found himself powerless to intervene. To be incapacitated was still to be alive. As long as he lived, there remained a glimmer of hope for the future, a chance to witness the beauty of the world. But death would lead to nothingness, a mere scattering of bones. An empty grave, all would vanish into oblivion. At that moment, Yihan's voice resonated once more. His words struck the 4th prince like a thunderclap, causing his entire being to shudder. A glimmer of fear, unprecedented and profound, flashed in his eyes. Following the fear came a flicker of hope, the hope of survival. Spare me. The 4th prince endured the agonizing pain of a shattered energy reservoir, his body feeling as though it were being torn apart, as he fixed his gaze upon Yihan. If you compel Lu Zifeng to surrender my technique, we shall depart unscathed and return to the Burning Moon Academy, and I shall spare your life, Yihan stated coldly. The 4th prince represented a glimmer of hope for their escape. Having witnessed the auctioneer's formidable strength at the previous auction, Yihan realized that a direct confrontation was utterly impossible. Lu Zifeng, if you do not relinquish the technique today, my royal family will annihilate your entire lineage. And the Thunderfire Auction House will pay a catastrophic price for your defiance, the 4th prince declared, directing his gaze at Lu Zifeng. At this moment, Lu Zifeng comprehended the gravity of the situation. Although he was the manager of the Thunderfire Auction House, ultimately, he was nothing more than a pawn in the eyes of the powerful. I did not take it. Lu Zifeng suddenly shot a fierce glare at Yihan. Yihan, you cannot frame me with baseless accusations and sow discord between our Thunderfire Auction House and the royal family. It is impossible. You are merely a small player, a mere speck of dust in the realm of martial arts. How dare you threaten one of the managers of the Thunderfire Auction House with the 4th prince's backing? Unthinkable. Lu Zifeng, seasoned from years of navigating the treacherous world outside, made a swift decision. As long as he did not concede, no one would believe the words of Yihan and Chu Yushi. After all, the Sun and Moon Chi technique was a legacy of the King of Nine Hells. How could it possibly fall into the hands of such a minor figure? With matters having escalated to this point, he resolved to proceed down this dark path. The 4th prince had already been rendered powerless. If he were to surrender the Sun and Moon Chi technique and allow Yihan to leave alive, he would assuredly face dire consequences afterward. Hearing Lu Zifeng's words, the 4th prince trembled, and involuntarily, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Chapter 108. Annihilation. Take action. Eliminate this brat. At the same moment, Lu Zifeng's voice rang out sharply. Instantly, numerous elite fighters from the Thunderfire Auction House surged forth, recklessly charging towards the private box. This group comprised the auction house's hired enforcers, many of whom had once danced on the precipice of life and death. Their realms not particularly formidable, yet their bloodlust was palpable. They obeyed only the orders of the auction house's upper echelons, and at such a moment, hesitation and fear were utterly absent. Get out of my way. The 4th prince roared in fury, but his voice was quickly drowned out. The 4 formidable guards he had brought were swiftly blocked from entering by the throng. Although these guards were powerful, seasoned warriors who had faced the battlefield, for alone were no match for the multitude from the Thunderfire Auction House. Lu Zifeng was now completely deranged, even more so than the 4th prince had been. He commanded, "Kill this brat and save the 4th prince." Inside the box, Yihan struck fiercely. With a single blow, he sent a skilled fighter from the auction house crashing out. This individual, who had also entered the realm of explosive energy, was rendered unconscious, blood spewing forth, teetering on the brink of death. The disparity in strength was unfathomable, even with equal realms. Bring more people. There are fools causing a ruckus. Lu Zifeng's voice was crisp and decisive. The entire Thunderfire Auction House sealed off the area, and figures emerged from behind the auction house. Such places typically housed a significant number of enforcers, effectively private soldiers, to quell disturbances. In the cramped box, Yihan's vitality surged like a dragon, recklessly unleashed. In truth, at this moment, he felt no trepidation. With the fourth prince present, he had the perfect hostage. Unless the entire auction house was willing to disregard the prince's life, they would not allow him to be killed. Chu Yushi, the daughter of Chu Tianxin, would not encounter any trouble here in the imperial capital. Otherwise, the Thunderfire auction house would face ruin. Although she felt a tinge of fear, it did not mean she was naive. She subtly activated her energy, carefully observing the incapacitated fourth prince, ensuring that Yihan could act without concern. A violent turbulence surged through the space. The box felt as if it might be torn apart, as the auction house's elite fighters, upon entering, were often dispatched within 3 breaths, either killed or rendered crippled by Yihan. His fists were terrifying, continuously suppressing over a dozen experts in the explosive energy realm, showing no signs of fatigue, but rather growing in momentum. In a fleeting moment, 2 figures, both having entered the vacuum explosion realm, appeared simultaneously. The vacuum explosion marked the pinnacle of the explosive energy realm. The 2 radiated lethal intent, their gazes locked onto Yihan. The instant they breached the box, they unleashed a terrifying force. "Get out." Yihan uttered a single word: roll. The thunderous sound of the soul-seizing thunder erupted, a secret technique unleashed in full force. In the blink of an eye, the sonic waves reached the ears of the 2 formidable experts. Their expressions turned dazed, and suddenly their bodies swayed, feeling dizzy and disoriented, as if their very essence was on the verge of shattering. Boom! At that moment, Yihan struck. His fists thrust forward simultaneously. 2 beams of fist radiance coalescing with an incredibly pure and intense essence of energy, crashing down before the 2 men in an instant. The 2 vacuum explosive level masters, in the blink of an eye, had their chests caved in, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Just like the previous fourth prince, they posed no threat to Yihan and were swiftly defeated. Now, facing such peak experts of the energy explosion realm, Yihan fought with unparalleled ease, no longer experiencing the arduous struggles he faced when he vanquished Yin Tianxiu. This was thanks to the emergence of the 3rd dragon bone, which significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Additionally, the group had not anticipated Yihan's formidable capabilities, rendering their attempts at offense somewhat careless. After all, such prodigies capable of transcending levels in battle were typically disciples of great powers, renowned far and wide at a young age. Unless found within the 3 great academies or the 4 dominant sects that overshadow the empire, how often could one encounter such talent? After slaying 2 vacuum explosive beings, Yihan's momentum surged even further. Amidst the fearful gazes of the onlookers, pure energy began to coalesce and transform around him, and in the blink of an eye, a suit of energy armor enveloped his entire body. Internally, his vitality surged, meridians resonating, as he entered the pinnacle state of divine power. Given the reckless nature of the Thunderfire auction house, Yihan felt no reservations. He would fight to the end, even if it meant revealing his dragon form. He charged forward, unleashing punch after punch, each strike resonating with power that far surpassed that of ordinary energy explosions by several folds. This was without even invoking the eternal invincible dragon body. Otherwise, a single punch would yield a lethal force 100 times greater than usual. Within a mere span of time, the numerous experts summoned by Lu Zifeng had dwindled to less than half, as Yihan had ruthlessly slain over 30 opponents, over 30 energy explosion-level thugs. You little beast, you truly seek death. To dare commit such atrocities in the imperial capital, not only incapacitating the 4th prince, but also causing chaos in our Thunderfire auction house. Even the mightiest of gods cannot save you now. An elder figure, exuding an ancient and profound aura, suddenly appeared outside the private room, his eyes glinting with terrifying murderous intent. There were indeed experts within the auction house, yet none could have fathomed that a seemingly insignificant figure like Yihan could possess such dreadful combat capabilities. Despite having killed so many, Yihan showed no signs of fatigue. His energy seemed inexhaustible, as if it could never be depleted. Oh, Yihan's dual pupils condensed, revealing a hint of gravity. The Yuan body realm. This elder was none other than the auctioneer who had previously stepped into the Yuan body realm. It appeared that he was indeed the most formidable expert within this auction house. Get out. The fourth prince, though on the brink of collapse, had not yet lost his wits. He understood well what it meant to face a master of the Yuan body realm. Should Yihan be killed before his very eyes, he knew that his own life would be forfeit. The elder squinted, a profound and intricate light flickering in his eyes as he cast a glance at the fourth prince. What are you saying, fourth prince? I am here to save you. Damn it. The fourth prince was consumed by boundless rage. Everything that transpired today would undoubtedly leave a scar on his heart. First, he encountered Yihan, an inconspicuous figure, yet extraordinarily domineering and reckless. Then, the attitude of the Thunderfire auction house was unmistakably dismissive, clearly showing that they did not regard the life of the fourth prince with any seriousness. Otherwise, they would not have pressured Yihan so mercilessly. Suddenly, trembling, the fourth prince produced a palm-sized talisman from his robe. The surface of the talisman was adorned with countless mysterious and intricate martial patterns, infused with unimaginable power. However, it required the use of Yuan force to activate it, and unfortunately, the fourth prince was now rendered powerless, his body devoid of energy. Though Yihan had incapacitated him, the fourth prince was acutely aware that if he wished to survive, he must assist Yihan at this moment. Chu Yushi, being astute, promptly handed the talisman to Yihan, a martial talisman. Upon witnessing this scene, the elder of the Yuan body realm's expression suddenly changed. Meanwhile, above the imperial capital, an immensely powerful figure strode through the void, exuding an overwhelming aura as he advanced towards the Thunderfire auction house. Chapter 109. The overbearing principal of the Chu Academy within the imperial capital, countless individuals turned pale with fear. Numerous gazes were cast skyward, trembling inwardly. Chu Tianxin, the vice principal of the Burning Moon Academy, what was his intent? Many were taken aback. The imperial capital adhered to certain regulations. No one was permitted to traverse the skies, lest they become adversaries of the immaculate royal family. Only individuals of Chu Tianxin's stature, as well as some high-ranking officials from the Burning Moon Academy, could disregard the royal edicts. However, the royal family and the Burning Moon Academy had coexisted in the immaculate capital for many years. Although their relationship could not be deemed as closely intertwined, it was superficially amicable. Ordinarily, unless in extraordinary circumstances, the elite of the Burning Moon Academy would not brazenly soar through the imperial city. Amidst the astonishment, numerous gazes followed Chu Tianxin. Shortly thereafter, they all converged upon the Thunderfire auction house. Inside the Thunderfire auction house, bang, a terrifying pillar of primal energy shot skyward. Everything above the auction house erupted. Surrounding structures crumbled in an instant, reduced to ruins. The moment Chu Tianxin arrived, a thunderous roar emanated from his entire being, resulting from the maximum exertion of his primal energy. His murderous intent solidified into a tangible force, his eyes seeming to pierce through the heavens. Surveying the center of the explosion, "You sure, Yihan?" Chu Tianxin's voice was profoundly grave. In an instant, his gaze fixed upon a particular spot. His fingers shot forth, and a massive pillar of primal energy coalesced, resembling an extension of his arm. Rumbling, the air within a 10-mile radius trembled. An unparalleled pressure radiated outward, causing countless experts in the vicinity to prostrate themselves, paralyzed with fear. That arm descended, snatching a figure as if it were a mere chick, and then crashed down into the earth with a resounding thud. Blood splattered forth, a scene of utter despair. The surviving auctioneer, a master of the primal realm, now resembled a feeble old man, his essence shattered. "Where is he? Speak." Chu Tianxin descended from the heavens, his voice laced with lethal intent. Before the auctioneer could respond, Chu Tianxin struck again. A finger shot forth, piercing directly into the man's forehead. In an instant, that lethal strike traversed through his body, obliterating his limbs and internal organs. A master of the primal realm was instantaneously rendered powerless, his essence shattered, his cultivation annihilated. "Chu, Principal Chu, spare me." The auctioneer raised his bloodied head, collapsing to his knees, his voice quaking. Wasn't he this the chief steward of the Thunderfire auction house? What had transpired to provoke someone like Chu Tianxin? It seemed he truly wished for his demise. Many martial artists in the distance trembled, horrified as they beheld this scene. Within the capital, myriad powers vie for supremacy, and the Thunderfire auction house stands as a renowned entity. Not only does it operate within the capital, but it has also established branches in other cities and throughout the dynasty. Logically, such a force which prioritizes wealth above all else, would not dare to provoke the formidable Burning Moon Academy. Just then, amidst the ruins, a surge of primal energy shattered numerous dilapidated walls. From within emerged Yihan, accompanied by Chu Yushi. Not far from them lay the half-conscious fourth prince. "Father!" Chu Yushi exclaimed. Yushi Chu Tianxin stomped his feet, propelling himself through the air. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before Yihan and Chu Yushi. Upon seeing his daughter unscathed, the murderous intent surrounding Chu Tianxin dissipated somewhat, and he exhaled in relief. "Senior," Yihan uttered, feeling a twinge of shame. Just as he was about to speak further, Chu Yushi interjected, "Father, do not blame brother Yihan. The Thunderfire auction house took his belongings without return and prevented our departure." Chu Tianxin cast a peculiar glance at his daughter before turning his gaze to Yihan. "As long as you are both unharmed, what transpired today?" Yihan promptly relayed the events to Chu Tianxin in detail. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the 5 characters of the Daemoon universe technique at this moment. He comprehended its significance. Nearby, the elder who had been incapacitated by Chu Tianxin and nearly killed now wore a face of sheer terror, consumed by regret. In this moment, he realized that Yihan's relationship with Chu Tianxin had reached such an extraordinary level. Initially, they had presumed Yihan to be merely a personal guard assigned by Chu Tianxin to his daughter, a minor role akin to a martial attendant, or a suitor striving to win Chu Yushi's favor. They thought that as long as they did not harm Chu Yushi, eliminating Yihan would be of little consequence. Thunderfire Auction House. Very well, you seem to wish to forfeit your establishment in the capital. The murderous intent emanating from Chu Tianxin seemed to surge once more, unabashedly evident. Had it not been for a protective talisman safeguarding Yihan and Chu Yushi, the outcome might have been dire. At that moment, Yihan appeared to recollect something. Abruptly turning to the center of the ruins, his primal energy surged, once again cleaving through the debris. He seized the almost lifeless Lu Zifeng, casting him before him. "Where's my technique?" It's here." Lu Zifeng trembled in terror, producing the Daemoon universe technique from within his bosom. A glimmer of ferocity and determination flickered in the depths of his eyes. "The Daemoon universe technique is here." Lu Zifeng's voice escalated tenfold, nearly exhausting the remnants of his strength in a desperate shout. With a swift motion, a fierce blast of energy, imbued with unparalleled killing intent, struck his head. With a thunderous crash, Lu Zifeng collapsed to the ground. On that day, Yihan reclaimed the Qian Kuan skill, using his formidable energy, and upon seeing it remained unchanged. He felt a slight satisfaction as he stored it in his spatial ring. He then turned his attention to the fourth prince. "Yihan, I was provoked by the Thunderfire auction house. I did not intend to target you," the fourth prince said, having suffered a setback at Yihan's hands. He seemed to have fully grasped the situation, his demeanor now exuding utmost sincerity. "Moreover, I am also a disciple of the Burning Moon Academy." Not far away, Chu Tianxin observed the exchange but remained silent, seemingly allowing Yihan to handle the matter as he saw fit. Should Yihan decide to eliminate this individual, Chu Tianxin would not intervene, even though this person was a prince and they were within the imperial city, with the royal palace just inside the gates. Yihan fell into silence, gazing intently at the prince. As 10 breaths passed, the fourth prince felt as if he were teetering on the brink of hell, awaiting the grim verdict of death. Having witnessed Yihan's ferocious strike that incapacitated him, coupled with the swift and decisive activation of a martial symbol that obliterated the auction house, he realized that Yihan was not someone he could provoke. That martial symbol protected young Shi and saved your life as well. Yihan's voice suddenly broke the tension, calm yet resolute. He then extended his arm, a surge of energy piercing into the fourth prince's body. The prince, gripped by terror, soon discovered that his internal energy had returned. Not only that, but his shattered energy seemed to have restored itself completely. What? The fourth prince's eyes widened in disbelief. Restored? Only those who have faced death can truly appreciate the bliss of being alive. Casting a fleeting glance at the fourth prince, Yihan turned away. Part of his decision was influenced by the prince's willingness to offer a martial symbol, but more importantly, Yihan wished to spare Chu Tianxin any embarrassment. Although killing the fourth prince would entail no repercussions, the fact that he was also a disciple of the Burning Moon Academy meant Chu Tianxin would have to clean up after him. Yihan did not wish to owe such a favor. Approaching the elderly auctioneer at the Yuan body realm, Yihan's gaze swept over him, and in an instant, A burst of energy pierced the old man's heart. In the Yuan body realm, death meant the end of the path. Not killing the fourth prince did not guarantee the survival of others within the Thunderfire auction house. Senior, let us return. I apologize for the trouble. Yihan finally said to Chu Tianxing. As the three were about to depart, the fourth prince suddenly called out from behind. Yihan, wait. Yihan's eyes turned cold as he glanced back at the prince. Could it be that this fellow was still unaware of his own recklessness? Chapter 110. A touch of clarity previously, misunderstandings clouded the air, yet we are all disciples of the Burning Moon Academy, akin to family. The fourth prince hurried over. A sincere smile plastered across his face. Yihan was taken aback. Could it be that the fourth prince had been rendered foolish? Having been sealed in his energy sea by the Nine Heavens Dragon control technique, he was equivalent to having been incapacitated. Furthermore, he had just faced a life-and-death ordeal, nearly perishing alongside his guards, almost obliterated by the explosive force of martial symbols. How could he now converse so casually with me? As the fourth prince noticed Yihan's puzzled expression, he quickly forced a laugh and spoke up. Chu Tianxing cast a penetrating glance at him, but chose to remain silent. Guiding Chu Yushir ahead, the group swiftly returned to the Burning Moon Academy. Before the Cloud Pavilion, Chu Yushir entered to seek out Mo Qingru. Chu Tianxing turned to Yihan and remarked, Yihan, the day and night universe technique you possess is indeed the art of the king of the nine hells, the ruler of the Sun and Moon dynasty, which has reportedly been lost for many years. Even remnants are absent within the dynasty. Is it truly? Indeed, Yihan affirmed with a nod. I once ventured into the Nether Law realm and encountered the martial tomb of the king of the nine hells, from which I acquired this technique. However, it holds little value for me, and I have yet to cultivate it. Today, I intend to seize the opportunity to consign it to the Thunderfire auction house. Chu Tianxing shook his head in disbelief. You, my friend, are carelessly running with mountains of gold and silver. Excuse me? Yihan gazed at him, perplexed. In the vast void ancient domain, any low-grade earth-level technique or martial skill is exceedingly precious, holding remarkable value. Mid-grade earth-level techniques are a rare sight, often featured as the grand finale in the largest auction houses. As for high-grade earth-level techniques, they would never grace such venues, let alone a technique as significant as the day and night universe. Chu Tianxing continued, expounding on the matter. Upon hearing his words, Yihan could only muster a wry smile. He realized he had been overly naive, whether in Flame City or the Reincarnation Academy. He typically remained within the confines of the academy, entirely unfamiliar with the martial world beyond. How could he possibly comprehend such intricacies? Nevertheless, this experience served as a valuable lesson. Growth often arises from adversity. You are the heir of the human path and indeed do not require the day and night universe technique. However, this technique has now been disseminated, and it will likely soon reach the ears of the Sun and Moon dynasty. Chu Tianxing pondered thoughtfully. The Sun and Moon dynasty? Yihan's expression shifted slightly at the mention of those four words. That Lu Zifeng, utterly oblivious to the danger, chose to provoke me even in his dying moments by deliberately uttering the name of the day and night universe technique. The truth of this matter, whether real or fabricated, would inevitably lead to significant trouble. There are two courses of action. The first option is for me to facilitate communication with the Sun and Moon dynasty to return the day and night universe technique. In return, they will undoubtedly offer some form of recompense. The second option involves the underground black market. Hu Yangsen gazed at Yihan, pondering the allure of treasures and techniques such as the Sun and Moon Qian Kuan Gong, which could stir significant upheaval upon their emergence. The underground black market serves as an impeccable venue for such sales. No one would dare to present them at auction houses unless fortified by formidable strength and status to ensure that no one would dare to usurp them. The notion of the black market sparked a flicker in Yihan's eyes. He outright dismissed the idea of contacting the Sun and Moon dynasty. Otherwise, he would have pursued it long ago at the Reincarnation Academy. After all, he had inherited the legacy of their ancestor from 3 millennia past. Though this legacy comprised solely of this technique and the Earth Spirit Milk, who could fathom the ulterior motives harbored by the royal family of the Sun and Moon dynasty? Such treasures, difficult to part with, could often be sold with ease in the black market, where transactions tended to be fairer with fewer instances of backstabbing. Hu Yangsen continued, pausing to glance at the fourth prince, who stood discreetly at a distance. there lies an opportunity. You might consider accompanying him to the black market. It would facilitate matters significantly. Furthermore, the prices there can be quite substantial. With a stroke of luck, a unique item could fetch tenfold or even 100-fold its original worth. Understood. I am truly grateful for your guidance today. Yihan replied earnestly. Merely a trifling matter. Cutie Yangson remarked before departing. After a brief interval, the fourth prince approached Yihan, visibly flustered under his icy gaze. Yihan, today was a mere misunderstanding. Consider it a fortuitous encounter. We shall henceforth be brothers, or rather, friends, the fourth prince stammered, noting the furrow in Yihan's brow and hastily altering his words. And what of it? Yihan inquired, his suspicion of the fourth prince's mental acuity growing. Was it customary to seek camaraderie after being bested? Permit me to introduce myself. I am Gu Qiangang, the fourth prince of the Wugong dynasty, he continued. Speak plainly. Yihan retorted, exasperated. What was this individual truly attempting to convey? The royal family will be hosting 100 Dragons battle in a fortnight, and I wish to extend an invitation for you to participate. Regardless of your ranking, I, Gu Qiangang, shall ensure generous rewards for your involvement. Gu Qiangang rapidly articulated his intent. The 100 Dragons battle? You invite me after a single meeting? Yihan regarded him with bemusement. Upon hearing this, Yihan comprehended that the 100 Dragons battle had long been a tradition in the Wugong dynasty, aimed at selecting talent for the royal family, replete with substantial rewards, thereby showcasing the emperor's benevolence. Moreover, this iteration of the battle served as a trial for the 4 royal princes, allowing them to recruit skilled individuals and observe the final rankings. It was noteworthy that the crown prince of the Wugong dynasty had yet to be officially designated. Although this trial might not definitively determine the heir apparent, none of the 4 princes wished to lag behind. Today, you have personally experienced my strength. Beneath the Yuan body realm, I fear no rival. Gu Qianlong's gaze burned with intensity. If Brother Yihan is willing to lend his assistance, there will undoubtedly be a reward. Any request within my capacity will be fulfilled without hesitation. The Myriad Law's furnace. Yihan responded, fixing his gaze upon the man. If you can procure the Myriad Law's furnace for me, I shall aid you in this matter. What? The Myriad Law's furnace? Gu Qianlong's expression faltered. Brother Yihan, you cannot be jesting. That is the treasured artifact of the illusory sect, which has vanished for 3 centuries. If you cannot fulfill such a modest request, how can we discuss anything further? Yihan's demeanor turned icy, a hint of displeasure surfacing. Gu Qiangang nearly wept. The Myriad Law's furnace is indeed akin to a legendary artifact. Unless the ruins of the illusory sect are discovered in the future, I can only strive to assist you in acquiring it. With a shift in tone, Gu Qiangang gazed at Yihan with renewed hope. However, I can offer you other assistance. For instance, I can guide you in comprehending the martial arts royal diagram and the ancient seal. Moreover, I can facilitate your entry into several ancient martial tombs. Ah yes, regarding the human dragon pill, Brother Yi. Possessing it while trading in the imperial capital may inevitably provoke displeasure from the emperor and court officials, potentially leading to some troubles. With my presence, everything can be handled with ease. Gu Qiangang continued, his sincerity palpable, as if he would gladly offer his very heart, leaving Yihan utterly bewildered. How significant was the battle of the 100 Dragons to Gu Qiangang? Just as Yihan was about to speak, a voice from afar interrupted. Who dares to swagger through the imperial capital like a stray dog, causing trouble for my Burning Moon Academy and occupying a place like Cloud Pavilion? Chapter 111. Pressured. Yihan has no way out. Duan Tianling, the 4th prince, Gu Qiangang, exhibited a subtle change in expression, an indescribable sense of trepidation etched upon his countenance. Yihan's gaze sharpened as he beheld a tall, imposing figure approaching. A man adorned with an ancient long sword upon his back. You are Yihan. The man's demeanor was frigid, exuding an overwhelming presence. What is it? Yihan inquired, fixing his gaze upon the stranger. Duan Tianlang, as referred to by the 4th prince, radiated an air of arrogance and dominance, as if he were surveying all beneath him with an indifferent disdain. This individual appeared to possess an extraordinary level of prowess, his vitality surging with an overwhelming force, manifesting a unity of energy that hinted at a potential eruption capable of intimidating all around him. Yihan found it exceedingly challenging to discern the depth of his opponent's cultivation. This man had seemingly reached the pinnacle of the Qi explosion realm. embodying an essence that transcended all, stepping into the realm of the postnatal ultimate, the essence of the Yuan body realm. The Cloud Pavilion and Rain Pavilion had always been the apex of cultivation within the academy. Even the many prodigious disciples of my Burning Moon Academy had never been granted entry. What are you really? Duan Tianlang spoke with an air of indifference, gazing down upon Yi Han as if from a great height. His piercing eyes resembled two unparalleled sword energies, attempting to penetrate Yi Han's very being, seeking to obliterate any trace of vitality within him. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Han remained unmoved. Yet the fourth prince, Gu Qiangang, could no longer bear the pressure. Though Gu Qiangang was also of the Qi explosion realm, he felt as if he were worlds apart from Duan Tianlang. Duan Tianlang, what are you attempting? Gu Qianggang's countenance darkened. Yi Han is a distinguished guest of our academy. Silence. Duan Tianlang disparagingly cast a glance at the fourth prince. You are merely a worthless puppet, assembled from resources and unworthy to speak before me. You. Gu Qianggang's expression soured considerably, his gaze fixed intently upon Duan Tianlang. Yet soon after, his aura seemed to wither, for he dared not engage in further dialogue, genuinely fearing that Duan Tianlang would incapacitate him on the spot. Yi Han, witnessing this spectacle, felt an inexplicable sympathy for the young prince, the fourth prince of the Immaculate Dynasty. And here they were, within the very heart of the immaculate imperial capital, his father's domain. Yet, unexpectedly, within the academy, he found himself chastised by a figure like Duan Tianlang, unable to defy him. It had long been said that although the 8 great dynasties ostensibly ruled the ancient void, dominating their realms and boasting a legacy that spanned epochs, they were, in fact, subjugated by the 7 powers that transcended the imperial dynasties, effectively lacking any real voice. Moreover, princes, princesses, and dukes of various dynasties could potentially be slain by the extraordinary talents emerging from these 7 academies, with the royal families remaining utterly silent. In days of yore, when Feng Wuliang rose to prominence, he had once slain a prince of the Sun and Moon dynasty, after which he faced no repercussions. On the contrary, the Sun and Moon dynasty now found itself compelled to curry favor with him. It is said that Feng Wuliang holds the title of the national war god within the Sun and Moon dynasty, personally conferred by the Emperor Xiaoyan Chuan. 3 days. I grant you merely 3 days to vacate this place, to depart from the academy, or face death. At this moment, Duan Tianlang spoke again, casting a cold glance at Yi Han before turning to leave. Step by step, as he took his third stride, a murderous intent condensed in Yi Han's eyes. No need for 3 days. Oh, Duan Tianlang turned back, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze, slightly pleased. Now, Yi Han uttered these 2 words, an overwhelming surge of energy erupting from within him. I shall ensure your demise here and now. Newly arrived, Yi Han refused to be subjugated by anyone. He did not know this Duan Tianlang, nor had they any grievances. Yet, this individual clearly possessed knowledge of certain matters concerning him and had come deliberately to provoke him. Thus, silence was not an option for Yi Han. Let you die here? Duan Tianlang paused, doubting his own hearing. In the next instant, a sinister expression crossed his face. What are you saying, boy? Boom. A torrent of blood and energy surged within Duan Tianlang's body. Simultaneously, figures began to approach swiftly from the distance. Armed with swords, they exuded an imposing aura. Including Duan Tianlang, a total of 8 individuals had arrived. Each one had reached the pinnacle of the Qi explosion realm, masters of the vacuum burst domain. Brother Yi Han, quickly return to the Cloud Pavilion, Gu Qiangang urged, hurrying to Yi Han's side, speaking in hushed tones, filled with trepidation. These are members of the Wajijian sect. We cannot afford to provoke them. They are all ranked among the top 30 of the Silver Moon list. The Silver Moon list is akin to the Yin Yang list of the Reincarnation Academy for inner disciples. Those who make the list are undoubtedly the Academy's top talents. Wajijian sect? Upon hearing these words, a fierce murderous intent surged within Yi Han. The Burning Moon Academy also possessed ties to the Wajijian sect? Yi Han spoke gravely. Indeed, the response came from Duan Tianlang, his face cold and arrogant. Our Wajijian sect wields immense power, overshadowing the heavens. With influence spread across the 3 great academies and established in the 8 major dynasties, far beyond the comprehension of a stray dog like you. The 8 masters, led by Duan Tianlang, stood proudly before Yi Han, each casting scornful glances in his direction. What of you, Yi Han? So you fled from the Reincarnation Academy in disgrace? Did you think that by seeking refuge in the Burning Moon Academy, you would be free from worry? Dream on. Nowhere can you escape the threat and oppression of the Wajijian sect. Is that so? Then you shall meet your end. Yi Han felt an intense aversion to the very mention of the Wajijian sect, especially upon realizing that Feng Wuliang, representing the heavenly path, might have already acted against Li Futu. His disdain grew exponentially. Ignoring Gu Qiangang's attempts to dissuade him, Yi Han struck out decisively, locking onto Duan Tianlang. With a surge of power, the two engaged in a direct confrontation. Duan Tianlang grunted, his body retreating repeatedly. His visage was shrouded in shadows. Sensing the astonishing vitality emanating from Yi Han, he ceased the contest of physical prowess and unsheathed the sword from his back. The 9 transformations of the killing sword. As Duan Tianlang made his move, an infinite surge of sword energy instantly erupted. His body stretched forth, and waves upon waves of sword chi descended upon Yi Han, infused with an unparalleled intent to kill. Within the confines of the Burning Moon Academy, there existed rules against mutual slaughter. However, Yi Han was not a disciple of the Burning Moon Academy. Thus, Duan Tianlang felt no hesitation in his assault. To slay Yi Han would bear no consequence for him, perhaps merely a reprimand from the academy. This sword technique had been honed to perfection, the 9 transformations intertwining and shifting seamlessly. The sword energy coalesced into a celestial canopy, seemingly poised to envelop Yi Han instantly, seeking to suppress him utterly and bring about his annihilation. Seeking death. Amidst the earth, Yi Han's aura erupted, entering a state of divine power unleashed. It was no wonder that such a person had come to instigate trouble, incessantly uttering the phrase "a stray dog." It turned out he was also affiliated with the Wuji Sword Sect. The Wuji Sword Sect, established by Feng Wuliang, had grown to such formidable heights that it could even influence other academies. This was indeed something Yi Han had not anticipated. Yet, it mattered not. Times had changed, and Yi Han was no longer one to be trifled with. Did the Wuji Sword Sect wish to leave him with no escape? Then Yi Han would respond with death. Chapter 112. The Mighty Fist and the Invincible Body Boom. Within Yi Han's body, a force reverberated like the thunderous drum of the heavens. Entering the pinnacle state of divine power, 100 explosions, his vitality and spirit surged to an extraordinary level, becoming immensely powerful and astoundingly agile. His perception was sharp, his senses keen. He could observe every movement of Duan Tianlang with acute awareness. A sword struck forth. Yi Han let out a cold snort. His arms enveloped in a layer of formidable energy, and he suddenly grasped. The layers of energy were remarkably profound and unyielding, impervious to being severed. In an instant, with a resounding crash, he crushed the sword energy with his bare hands. What? The Emperor's dominance. You can still wield your Emperor's dominance? Duan Tianlang exclaimed in shock, evidently aware of something. Yi Han had displayed the Emperor's dominance during the 6 Paths competition. This was a physique that could only be forged deep within the realms of the sovereign's astonishing art. It was unattainable for warriors in the early stages unless they aspired to the primordial body realm in the future. Thus, to onlookers, Yi Han's Emperor's dominance was perceived as a gift from Li Fuchulu, bestowing a fragment of his innate essence upon Yi Han, allowing him to temporarily enter the state of the Emperor's dominance. Yet, as time passed, that essence would ultimately fade away. However, today, as Yi Han effortlessly shattered the sword energy, Duan Tianlang was horrified, believing that Yi Han's Emperor's dominance still remained. Is it merely the Emperor's dominance? Duan Tianlang, if you seek to provoke me, you are sorely mistaken. Yi Han sneered coldly, gesturing with his hand, unleashing a surge of energy infused with a golden radiance that surged forth like a tempest. The energy tore through the air, striking Duan Tianlang's shoulder in the blink of an eye. This strike was swift beyond measure, far beyond what Duan Tianlang could evade. Sizzle! In an instant, a gaping wound appeared on Duan Tianlang's shoulder, punctured by that finger strike. The Emperor's finger power? Duan Tianlang was alarmed. He seemed well acquainted with the sovereign's astonishing art that Yi Han cultivated, capable of discerning certain lethal techniques evolved from the Emperor's dominance. This Emperor's finger power could hardly be deemed a formidable martial technique. It was merely a subtle maneuver, a method of employing his innate strength. Yet for Yi Han, It was executed with effortless grace. This only served to demonstrate that Yi Han's emperor's dominance perhaps was not as feeble as the rumors suggested, and moreover, the essence of the emperor's dominance within him had not vanished. Yi Han cast a cold glance at Duan Tianlang, offering no explanation, and proceeded to strike again and again, unleashing a barrage of finger strikes. While the sovereign's astonishing art was indeed formidable, it paled in comparison to Yi Han's nine heavens dragon sovereignty. The world could scarcely imagine that for Yi Han, there was no need to cultivate the sovereign's astonishing art. All he required was a vigorous outburst of primordial energy and a flicker of strength from the eternal unyielding dragon body to directly manifest the myriad techniques of the sovereign's astonishing art. Techniques such as the Emperor's dominance and the Emperor's finger were merely illusions conjured by Yi Han through the nine heavens dragon sovereignty. In essence, the power he wielded was that of the nine heavens dragon sovereignty. What they beheld was merely a manifestation of 1% of Yi Han's invincible dragon body, an embodiment of the Emperor's might. Cursed be the situation. Duan Tianlang, injured and with a countenance shrouded in darkness, had lost his previous arrogance. His aura shifted as he consumed a special elixir, and with a sudden exclamation, he commanded, "Concentrate the killing formation." Boom, boom, boom. 8 figures swiftly converged. 8 distinct sword intents intertwined, their energies merging. The 8 extremes sword formation. The fourth prince, Gu Qiangang, stood in the rear, his expression fluctuating between light and shadow, his heart a tumult of conflict. Yet in the next moment, he stepped forward, altering his palm's gesture to manifest a battle blade in his grasp. Simultaneously, an elixir radiating immense energy appeared, which he swallowed whole. Yi Han cast a peculiar glance at Gu Qiangang. This fellow, previously chastised by Duan Tianlang and rendered speechless, now dared to step forward. This compelled Yi Han to regard him with newfound esteem. However, the elixir he ingested seemed rather dubious. Rumbling within Gu Qiangang's body, a tremendous power began to burgeon. The overwhelming force threatened to rupture his form, causing his flesh to tremble. Fool! Yi Han could not help but curse under his breath. With these few individuals, could they truly pose a challenge to me? Gu Qiangang had consumed a temporary strength-enhancing elixir. Yet such concoctions often bore significant drawbacks. Yi Han would never resort to such a measure unless absolutely necessary. In the midst of his thoughts, Yi Han advanced, and in an instant, the brilliance of his fist erupted. The tiger-leopard thunder fist, coalesced into 4 strikes, transcended all limits in his hands, achieving an ultimate sublimation into a superior form of martial art. Accompanied by a formidable surge of energy, his fist struck directly at the sword formation conjured by the 8 masters. Entering the realm of explosive energy, his strikes were indeed simplified tenfold, relying on his profound foundation. He could slay foes from afar, liberated from numerous constraints. Boom! The earth quaked. The sword formation, formed by the 8, seemed on the verge of being shattered by Yi Han's single punch. Meanwhile, Gu Qiangang gritted his teeth and charged forward. Having consumed the elixir, he could not afford to let it go to waste. Previously chastised by Duan Tianlang, he felt a need to unleash his pent-up frustration. In the expanse of the earth ahead, Duan Tianlang and the others had yet to truly enact their sword formation when Yi Han had already launched his assault. Seeking death, the 8 glanced at one another, recognizing the murderous intent and ferocity in each other's eyes. This Yi Han was utterly foolish, who would recklessly charge into a sword formation. Once within the formation, anyone would be ensnared and slain. The intertwining sword energies radiated, with terrifying sword chi slicing through Yi Han's protective aura, attempting to pierce through his defenses, flesh, and bones. Roar! Yi Han suddenly bellowed. The soul-seizing thunder sound erupted, sending shockwaves of sound directly into the ears of the 8. The 8 formidable masters were momentarily ensnared in a daze. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Yi Han surged forth, his body propelled with unparalleled force. As his palms unleashed an immense power that struck directly at Duan Tianlang's chest. With a grunt, Duan Tianlang expelled a mouthful of blood. His form sent flying 10 meters away. Death! The remaining 7, evidently well-trained and accustomed to working in unison, took advantage of Yi Han's momentary vulnerability after his attack. They simultaneously unleashed a barrage of sword strikes, aiming to ensnare his figure. 7 sword energies descended, as if deities themselves bowed in submission. A thunderous sound erupted behind Yihan. His entire being emanated a protective aura, as unyielding as the hardest metal, impervious to destruction. Astonishingly, the sharp seven-sword energies failed to penetrate his defenses, inflicting no harm upon him. At that moment, Gu Qiangang charged toward one of them, his battle blade slicing through the air with ferocity. A master of vacuum explosion within the formation suddenly changed countenance, trembling in fear, as he let out a mournful cry, nearly severed at the arm by Gu Qiangang's strike. Thus, the Qian Kuan 8 Extremes sword formation failed to exhibit its might and was utterly dismantled. Kneel before me, Yihan bellowed once more. As the sound waves reverberated, his right arm extended, revealing an extraordinarily robust aura in the form of a massive hand that descended with ferocity upon one of his adversaries. Boom! The man's vitality and energy seemed to erupt as if detonated. The ground trembled as the formidable hand crushed down upon his head, shoulders, and body, forcing him to his knees, bowing before Yihan. The Emperor's path knows no bounds. The intent of his fist is limitless. A unique and overwhelming imperial aura exploded from Yihan, and with a swift motion of his right arm, he unleashed another devastating punch. The Emperor's Fist. Chapter 113. All kneel. The force of the fist surged, shattering all illusions. A torrent of fist energy erupted, reminiscent of an emperor descending upon the world, dominating the 8 directions. Yihan's strike epitomized an overwhelming imperial might, drawing the attention of Gu Qiangang. As the 4th prince of the Immaculate Dynasty, he was intimately familiar with the grandeur of imperial authority and understood precisely what the aura emanating from Yihan signified. Boom! In this realm, the atmosphere erupted into a vacuum. The terrifying fist energy carried an unstoppable momentum, obliterating all sword energies. The fist pressed down upon the earth. In an instant, several talented disciples from the Burning Moon Academy trembled, their sword energies shattered and their essence dissipated. Gasping and staggering, they coughed up blood in sheer terror. The battle concluded. Gu Qiangang swallowed hard, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. He realized he had struck gold, no matter the cost. He must secure Yihan's favor, bind himself to him, for his own future would undoubtedly soar to great heights. It was indeed an astonishing thought for a prince. Yet at this moment, Gu Qiangang truly held such aspirations. Du Ntnling, where has your arrogance vanished? Yihan stepped forward, placing his foot squarely on Du Ntnling's chest, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Fear was the only expression on Du Ntnling's face. There was no trace of resentment or pride, merely silence. Where should I move to? Yihan spoke once more. At that moment, a severely injured disciple nearby shouted coldly, Yihan, we are disciples of the Wuji sword sect. If you dare to act against us, heaven and earth will condemn you, and no one will come to your aid. Now you understand. Within the entire Taishu ancient domain, there is no place you can hide from the overwhelming might of our Wuji sword sect. Swoosh! A domineering blast of energy pierced through 10 meters of vacuum. Accompanied by a chilling scream, the disciple who spoke had his energy sea pierced through. This was true devastation, entirely unlike the previous situation where Gu Qiangang was subdued. After striking, Yihan turned to face Du Ntnling once more. What do you have to say now, Du Ntnling? Provoking a master like you was my folly. Du Ntnling had completely lost his bravado. I will slap myself 10 times and kneel before the Cloud Pavilion to atone. Whenever your Wuji sword sect sends someone, I will depart, he lamented. Yihan cast a glance at Du Ntnling and then at the others. If you wish to survive, you must decide for yourselves. Slap, slap, slap. The resounding echoes of slaps filled the air. Yihan observed Du Ntnling as he struck himself, shaking his head inwardly. He recognized that Du Ntnling's mentality had utterly collapsed. His spirit had been crushed, leading to a profound descent in willpower. Henceforth, his heart would never return to its former state, and his martial aspirations would be extinguished, leaving him with no future. After a brief moment, all 8 individuals knelt in unison, too fearful to move. In the depths of every individual's gaze lies an amalgamation of fear and bewilderment. No one dares to threaten Yihan any longer. Having completed his intentions, Yihan turns towards the Cloud Pavilion. Come in, Gu Qiangang. His voice resonates through the air. The fourth prince, Gu Qiangang, hastily follows Yi Han into the cloud pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Gu Qiangang encounters two young ladies, Mo Qingru and Chu Yaoshi, whom he regards with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Mo Qingru slightly nods her head. This is my senior sister, Mo Qingru. Observing the demeanor of his senior sister, Yi Han feels compelled to address Gu Qiangang. Inviting Gu Qiangang into the cloud pavilion was also a way for him to seek his senior sister's insight, as her judgment invariably surpasses his own. Come forth. Without waiting for Gu Qiangang to speak, Yi Han strides towards the training room on the third floor of the pavilion. What elixir did you consume? Yi Han inquires, studying Gu Qiangang intently. The breaking barrier pill. Gu Qiangang replies. It can temporarily enhance one's combat prowess, even allowing for a breakthrough to a minor realm, albeit only below the Yuan body realm. What are the side effects? Yi Han presses on. At best, it may deplete half of one's vital energy and blood. At worst, it could lead to a decline in one's realm. However, since it was you who engaged in combat, I remain in a relatively stable state, avoiding a drop in my realm. Gu Qiangang responds with a bitter smile. Observing Gu Qianggang's pale countenance and the evident fatigue in his aura, Yi Han nods slightly. Since you have shown sincerity, I shall not treat you unfairly. Huh? Gu Qiangang looks at Yi Han, perplexed. With a flourish of his hand, Yi Han conjures 10 dragon pills, each the size of a thumb. Consume these, he commands. Gu Qiangang, taken aback by the sudden appearance of such precious dragon pills, which are typically exclusive to the royal family, refrains from questioning further. In the blink of an eye, Gu Qiangang ingests the 10 dragon pills. These elixirs yield extraordinary results for martial artists. However, they are exceedingly rare and valuable. Even as a fourth prince, Gu Qiangang would hesitate to use them so liberally, let alone consider auctioning them, as Yi Han does. Yi Han extends his arm, and as Gu Qiangang swallows the dragon pills, a surge of Yuan power flows into his body. Gu Qianggang's form trembles as he feels innumerable acupoints within him awaken instantaneously, the essence of the dragon pills permeating his entire being. A fierce and overwhelming force surges within him, coursing through his body. Gu Qiangang does not resist. If Yi Han intended to kill him, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. In mere moments, Gu Qiangang senses the essence of the dragon pills fully integrate into his being, while Yi Han's power circulates through his body for 3 complete cycles. This force, in conjunction with the medicinal potency of the dragon pills, feels as though it has shattered the numerous blockages within his meridians. In this moment, Gu Qiangang experiences an exhilarating clarity, every pore in his body opening up, granting him a sensation akin to enlightenment. What sorcery is this? He wonders. The ancient Qiangang stood in astonishment, utterly unable to believe the spectacle before him. Not only had the backlash from the barrier-breaking elixir vanished, but he was also exhibiting signs akin to the primordial body realm. Particularly, his pure royal body now bore the marks of a profound cleansing and tempering, rendering his physique increasingly formidable. A mere trifling technique. The inheritance of our human path is intrinsically linked to the imperial path, sharing commonalities with your royal lineage. Yi Han remarked. Though he had never practiced the imperial primal skill, it served as an impeccable safeguard, adept at concealing his 9 heavens dragon sovereign technique and the eternal invincible dragon body. By the way, let us venture to the underground black market, Yi Han suggested, turning to Gu Qiangang. You are no stranger to the black market of this pure royal capital, are you? Of course, Gu Qiangang replied. The black market brims with treasures. Brother Yi Han, feel free to express your desires. Within the confines of the Burning Moon Academy, Gu Qianggang's princely status held little weight, yet outside the academy, such a title alleviated many troubles in this imperial city. As the two exited the cloud pavilion, they intended to head towards the black market. Upon noticing the 8 individuals kneeling outside, including Duan Tianlang, Yi Han felt an increasing urgency. His breakthrough to the true vacuum explosion realm was imminent. Only through this enhancement could he adequately confront the impending challenges. It was fortuitous that within the black market, he might discover several treasures for his cultivation, while also seeking to dispose of the day and night universe technique as swiftly as possible. Just as they were about to set off, a large group of sword-wielding experts approached from the distance, all belonging to the Wuji sword sect. It seemed that someone had come to escort Duan Tianlang and the others back rather swiftly. Chapter 114. The 2 billion Qi Dan. What should I do? Gu Qiangang felt a twinge of trepidation. With me around, what is there to fear? Yihan cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qiangang. Soon, a throng of disciples approached. And to Yihan's surprise, leading them was a master of the Yuan body realm. Within the confines of the Burning Moon Academy, such individuals were indeed true disciples, exceedingly rare and often secluded, either striving for breakthroughs or wandering the ancient void in search of fortuitous encounters. Yihan, you truly know no bounds, scoffed one of the masters from the Wuji sword sect. A mere figure of the Qi explosion realm dares to act so recklessly here. Your fate is destined to be utterly tragic. Upon arrival, this individual immediately locked his gaze onto Yihan, his eyes glinting with an unsettling chill. Is that so? Yihan narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the man before turning his attention back to Gu Qiangang. Hand me a martial talisman. A martial talisman? Gu Qiangang was taken aback, but soon a flash of light emanated from his hand as he promptly presented 9 palm-sized martial talismans to Yihan. Such items were plentiful in his possession. As the 4th prince of the illustrious Wugou dynasty, Gu Qianggang's wealth was beyond ordinary imagination, his collection of treasures simply unparalleled. The reason he was so easily subdued at the Thunderfire auction house was solely due to Yihan's overwhelming prowess, which caught Gu Qiangang completely off guard, rendering any countermeasures ineffective. What were you just saying? Yihan toyed with the martial talismans, his gaze fixed on the approaching group. With a moment's negligence, the explosive power of a single talisman could obliterate a multitude. I. The countenance of the Wuji sword sect's experts darkened instantaneously. Silence your foul mouths if you lack strength, and take your blind entourage back where you came from, Yihan retorted with a dismissive glance. Very well, Yihan. I hope you remain ever so arrogant. The Yuan body disciple waved his arm, and his entourage hastily assisted Duan Tianlang and the others, swiftly exiting without daring to utter another word. The group was filled with frustration, particularly incensed by Yihan's remark about their lack of strength. How could a mere figure from the Qi explosion realm, wielding a few martial talismans, dare to call them weak? Why don't you toss those talismans away and see? They see that. Gu Qiangang, we shall remember you and speak to the 2nd prince about this. As the figures receded, a voice filled with deep fury echoed in the air. Get lost. Yihan's voice resonated like thunder, causing the group to involuntarily tremble and fall silent. Yihan tossed the martial talismans back to Gu Qiangang. With such fine items in hand, what is there to fear? Does a mere Duan Tianlang dare to reprimand you? Just blow him away. The academy has rules. Gu Qianggang's expression fell. Rules are always made for the weak, Yihan replied, casting a glance at him before striding towards the academy's exit. Gu Qiangang hurried to catch up, extending the martial talismans once more. Take these talismans with you. No. This sort of thing is merely a diversion to be indulged in occasionally. Relying solely on martial symbols for survival will inevitably lead to one's demise, often without a clear understanding of how it transpired, Yihan stated, shaking his head. For a martial artist, one's personal combat prowess remains paramount. All other external aids are but illusions, a belief Yihan steadfastly upheld. In the city of Wugong, the underground black market existed as a complex web of ancient streets. Gaining entry required navigating through layers of scrutiny, a labyrinthine process. However, with Gu Qiangang accompanying him, the journey was remarkably smooth and unhindered. This underground market was tacitly sanctioned by the Wugong royal family, as the world of martial artists necessitated its existence. Even if it were not situated here, it would manifest elsewhere. The black market also contributed significantly to the prosperity of Wugong. Is there a place here for the trading of martial arts techniques? Yihan inquired, glancing at Gu Qiangang. Are you truly considering selling the Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique? Rather, I could facilitate this. The Wugong dynasty would be willing to acquire it. Gu Qiangang proposed, eyeing Yihan. Yihan shook his head. The entangled grievances between your 2 great dynasties are not a matter I wish to involve myself in. Although the 8 great dynasties refrain from outright warfare, there exists a constant undercurrent of intrigue and discord. Should I hand over the Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique to the Wugong dynasty, it would bear significant implications, rendering me a thorn in the side of the Sun and Moon dynasty. Though they may feign indifference, the anxiety of being watched is ever present. One troublesome force, the Wuji sword sect, is already enough, I would rather not contend with the Sun and Moon dynasty as well. Very well, Gu Qiangang acquiesced, acknowledging that his suggestion was made in jest. As a prince, his own martial practices were by no means inferior to the Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique. Soon, Gu Qiangang led Yi Han to a street, entering a shop known as the Tianwai building at its northernmost point. Fourth prince, and this esteemed guest, please come inside. A voice welcomed them as they entered. Within moments, they were ushered to a private room upstairs, a clear indication of Gu Qiangang's familiarity with the establishment. What brings you here today, fourth prince? An elderly man inquired, his face adorned with a smile. Today as protagonist is not myself, Gu Qiangang replied with a grin, gesturing toward Yi Han. This is Yi Han, a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy. Oh, is this the individual who performed with such prowess in the Six Paths contest? The heir of the human path, Yi Han? The old man exclaimed, revealing an unexpected familiarity with Yi Han's accomplishments despite being far removed from Wugong. Indeed, Yi Han affirmed with a nod, feeling no need to conceal his identity given his association with Gu Qiangang. I am Xian Wuzi, the chief steward of the Tianwai building. The elder introduced himself with a grave demeanor. Xianlao, are you willing to accept the Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique? Gu Qiangang asked directly. Xian Wuzi's eyes widened momentarily, and then he unleashed a surge of energy to seal the surroundings, ensuring their conversation remained private. The Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique is a high-grade Earth-level martial art, personally created by the King of the Nine Nether. I offer 1 billion Shidan. Without waiting for a response from Yi Han and the others, Xian Wuzi continued. If it is the original manual of the technique, it would amount to 10 billion Shidan. 20 billion. Yi Han cast a glance at him, his expression calm. Yet within, his heart raced fiercely, especially when compared to the 10 million Shidan price mentioned by Lu Zifeng. He had nearly been a fool. Played for a fool by that Thunderfire auction house. What? The old man's eyes widened, utterly astonished. It was not merely the 20 billion figure that shocked him, but... May I have the honor of viewing it? Xian Wuzi inquired. Certainly. Although he had experienced the events at the Thunderfire auction house, Yi Han appeared unfazed, directly handing over the Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique to him. Xian Wuzi opened the manual, and after just a brief glance, he suddenly inhaled sharply. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Very well, 20 billion. He returned the book to Yi Han, saying, Please wait a moment. The 20 billion Shidan are cumbersome to carry. Shall we exchange them for Gang Shidan instead? That is agreeable. Yi Han nodded. Xian Wuzi swiftly took his leave. Do not worry. Although the underground black market has its own unique rules and is not governed by our royal authority, it is often the most equitable place, both in terms of pricing and reputation. Otherwise, who would dare to participate? Gu Chang proactively spoke, sensing Yi Han's potential misgivings. It is merely an Earth-level top-tier technique. Yi Han smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique was merely an opportunity for him to sell off in exchange for some Qidan. He was not particularly concerned. Before long, Xian Wuzi returned to the private room, holding a spatial ring and a pitch-black token. The 7-killing token? Gu Chang exclaimed, a trace of envy flickering in his eyes. Indeed, it is the 7-killing token. Xian Wuzi handed the spatial ring and token to Yi Han, stating, The 7-killing token is a gift for you, young friend. The Gangchi Dan is contained within this ring. Please verify the quantity. Yi Han's mind focused, and he infused a strand of spiritual energy into the ring. Immediately, he discovered that the interior was filled with 2 small mountains. A mountain of pills. Chapter 115, The 7-Kill Command, Star Liquid. The Vitality Pills. A staggering 400 million vitality pills amassed, forming 2 towering mountains of elixirs. Each vitality pill is valued at 5 essence pills. Yi Han contained the tumult within his heart and subsequently handed over the Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique. Deal. This transaction was executed seamlessly, devoid of the previous complexities encountered at the Thunderfire auction house. It was no wonder that Chu Tianxin personally recommended him to the underground black market. What is this token? Yi Han gazed at the ebony token in his hand. The 7-Kill Command. With this command, in the future, you can communicate with our celestial pavilion, availing yourself of 7 assassination opportunities at no cost, with the highest caliber of experts from the vitality realm available to safeguard you. Xian Wuzi elucidated with a smile. Assassination opportunities? Yi Han was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Gu Qiangang. The Celestial Pavilion conducts business while also offering such unique perks. Moreover, these perks allow for the summoning of their assassins for 7 attempts. Yihan. The business of the Celestial Pavilion is not merely the trading of treasures in the underground black market. It also allows for the engagement of Celestial Pavilion assassins. Though the price is exorbitantly steep, Gu Qiangang explained. Within the Celestial Pavilion, there exists a hierarchy of killing commands, ranging from 1 kill to 7 kills, with corresponding tokens that permit the summoning of Celestial Pavilion assassins a specific number of times. However, it is exceedingly difficult for outsiders to obtain them, and it is unexpected that Elder Xian would bestow upon you the highest 7-kill command. This 7-kill command is of extraordinary value. Upon hearing this, Yihan turned his gaze to Xian Wuzi. Xian Wuzi chuckled. Young friend Yi, the bestowal of this 7-kill command is well-deserved. I merely hope for future exchanges. Indeed, should there be more treasures available for sale in the future, I will certainly choose the Celestial Pavilion, Yihan replied. At this point, the smile on Xian Wuzi's face evidently broadened. Then I shall not impose further. Let us continue our exploration of the black market, Yihan suggested. Very well. In the future, no matter which branch of the Celestial Pavilion young Master Yi visits for business, you may enjoy a discount of 30% with that 7-kill command, Xian Wuzi stated as he rose. Exiting the Celestial Pavilion alongside Gu Qiangang, the envy and astonishment in Gu Qiangang's eyes had yet to fade. I never anticipated that the chief steward of the Celestial Pavilion would directly present a 7-kill command. Gu Qiangang lamented. In the past, I was quite familiar with the Celestial Pavilion, yet I never received such a gift. I didn't even catch a glimpse of the lowest level 1-kill command. It must be due to the uniqueness of the Sun and Moon Qianquan technique, Yihan replied. Some things hold little value in one's possession. Yet within a force like the Celestial Pavilion, their worth is immeasurable. If the Celestial Pavilion were to negotiate with the royal family of the Sun and Moon dynasty, this technique might be valued even more exorbitantly than 2 billion essence pills. Within the Celestial Pavilion, Elder Xian, was it not a tad too extravagant to directly present the 7-kill command to this lad? An individual appeared before Xian Wuzi. Extravagant? Xian Wuzi cast a glance at the individual before him, Li Fuqilu, the master of the mortal realm, who once stood as the sole being from the Taishu ancient domain to ascend into the top 10 of the 9 domain kings rankings. His only disciple, not worthy of a mere 7-kill order? Pausing for a moment, Xian Wuzi let out a cold smile. The world is filled with folly, especially since the emergence of Feng Wuliang, who has captured the attention of the masses. Yet, who can truly predict the future? Do you genuinely believe this Yihan to be a mere waste? Merely a puppet summoned by Li Fuqilu to contend with the 6 Paths conflict as the Reincarnation Academy has suggested? In the black market, as Yihan wandered between the streets, he observed the myriad shops and the stalls lining the sides. To an outsider, this place might appear as an ordinary street, seemingly not much different on the surface. However, Yihan understood that within every shop, every stall, no matter how unremarkable, there could lie treasures of extraordinary worth. Most importantly, all of them were genuine. While the prices might be exceedingly steep, the quality was undoubtedly impeccable, which explains why countless individuals flocked to the black market. After spending a full 3 hours perusing with Gu Qiangang, Yihan procured 5 different kinds of Beast Emperor's blood from various shops. Additionally, he acquired a vial of spirit liquid, starry liquid, and a crystal core the size of a fist, Beast Emperor's core. The total worth of the 5 types of Beast Emperor's blood amounted to 500,000 Qidan. Each type was several times more precious than the blood of the purple-winged flying dragon that had been auctioned previously, especially in the black market where prices soared. The Beast Emperor's core was even more remarkable, for the Beast Emperor exists on par with martial artists of the Yuan body realm. The core encapsulates all the power and essence cultivated by a Beast Emperor. Such an item, once refined, offers boundless benefits, and is nearly impossible to acquire outside the black market. The Beast Emperor's core is valued at 2 million Qidan. Furthermore, that vial of starry liquid is the most expensive and top-tier spirit liquid known to Yihan to date. It is said to be produced in only 2 locations within the divine martial continent, and is impossible to refine artificially, not belonging to the Taishu ancient domain. The starry liquid is valued at 2 million Qidan. In these 3 hours, he spent a total of 4 million Qidan. depleting all the earnings from selling the day and night Qiankuan technique. In the end, he even had to dip into 500 human dragon Dan to cover the shortfall. Initially, with several million Qi Dan in hand, Yi Han felt a sense of affluence and abundance, believing that even the true disciples of the Reincarnation Academy might not compare to his financial standing. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself financially constrained. The path of martial arts emphasizes wealth, partners, techniques, and land. Wealth is paramount. Without it, one cannot nurture their way. Yi Han truly realized this, understanding why individuals within various factions vie fiercely to elevate their status. For only with a higher status can one access greater resources. Upon returning to the academy, Yi Han proceeded towards the Cloud Pavilion, feeling thoroughly satisfied. "Are you still following me?" lingering by my side. Observing the tenacious Gu Qiangang, Yi Han was momentarily speechless. "When the Battle of the 100 Dragons commences, seek me out." "Absolutely," Gu Qiangang responded with a beaming smile, finally departing with a sense of fulfillment. As Yi Han entered the Cloud Pavilion, he discovered Chu Yushi still present. He produced 5 distinct vials from his spatial ring. "Yushi, you should refine these 5 types of Beast Emperor's blood along with the blood of the purple-winged flying dragon." "No, that's unnecessary," Chu Yushi interjected. "Sister, it appears someone is urging us to leave," Yi Han remarked, casting a glance at his sister, Imo Qingru. "Oh." Chu Yushi fell silent, her demeanor pitiful as she accepted all 5 crystal vials. "Enough, do not bully this girl," Imo Qingru chuckled softly. Yi Han then retrieved the star essence. "Sister, this star essence is said to purify the flesh and refine the soul. It should aid in your recovery." Gathering the stars of the heavens, condensing the supreme spiritual liquid, Imo Qingru was utterly astonished. "Oh, this star essence, is it truly remarkable?" Yi Han inquired, gazing at his sister. "Indeed, it is extraordinary." Imo Qingru's expression grew complex. "This is a spiritual liquid that cannot be crafted by mortal hands. It is a natural condensation of the essence of heaven and earth, and it is connected to the celestial martial god." "Martial god?" Yi Han's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 116. The legend of the martial god. The pinnacle of martial arts is, in essence, the divine path, which embodies the concept of divine martiality. Our continent is known as the divine martial continent, a name derived from this very principle. Imo Qingru's expression was intricate. She spoke of martial arts, which has 4 realms of postnatal development, with the ultimate limit being the Yuan body realm. Only by transcending the Yuan body can one qualify to step into the innate domain. Yi Han nodded, for he was somewhat familiar with the concepts of postnatal and innate. In the innate realm, one ascends step by step, comprehending the supreme martial arts. Only by surpassing the utmost of the innate can one grasp the divine path and achieve the status of the unparalleled martial god. Imo Qingru continued. Even her formidable heart was stirred at this moment, revealing a trace of longing. The martial god spoken of by her elder sister. Is that not the very existence that transcends the extremes of innate martial arts? Yi Han's gaze flickered. In truth, he was yet unable to fathom just how powerful this martial god truly was. He had only just cultivated to the 3rd realm of postnatal development, the Qi explosion realm. He had not even breached the threshold of the innate domain, let alone imagine the vastness of future possibilities. Particularly as the path of martial arts is akin to rowing upstream, progress becomes increasingly arduous as one advances. Indeed, the stellar martial god is such an exalted entity. Imo Qingru remarked, throughout the history of the continent, the instances of martial god appearances are exceedingly rare. They represent the ultimate dream for countless martial artists. Just as in our Taishu ancient domain, throughout endless epochs, a genuine martial god has yet to be born. What? Yi Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his elder sister. The divine martial continent is boundless, far beyond what he could currently comprehend. Yet he had at least gained some understanding of the Taishu ancient domain. The territories governed by the 8 great dynasties are indeed vast, with countless beings inhabiting this expansive ancient domain, suggesting that martial geniuses could emerge at any moment. As time flows and the years pass, there will inevitably arise those exceptional talents. Even a powerhouse as formidable as Feng Wuliang is but a rare occurrence over millennia, and the history of the Taishu ancient domain spans far beyond a mere 1,000 years. Throughout such a lengthy timeline, Could it truly be that no martial genius has ever ventured into the realm of the martial god? This is utterly absurd. The divine path is invincible. The martial god stands at the zenith of supremacy. The stellar martial god, having traversed the divine martial continent, was nearly invincible, reigning over it for 9,000 years. And after nearing the limits of his lifespan, he mysteriously vanished without a trace. Mo Chingru gazed at the starlight liquid in her hand, stating that this liquid is said to be the spiritual essence consumed and refined by the stellar martial god during his extraordinary rise, which facilitated the emergence of the unparalleled stellar battle body, ultimately leading to the realization of supreme martial arts and the attainment of the martial god position. Chu Yushir interjected. Sister Mo, Brother Yihan, I have also heard my father speak of this. It is said that the stellar martial god left behind a legacy, a sect known as the Xingyue Divine Sect, where exists a supreme treasure land called the Star Refining Pond. And the starlight liquid is a treasure that emerges from within the star refining pond. Mo Chingru nodded and remarked, indeed, within the star refining pool. Only 10 drops of stellar liquid can be condensed each year, rendering it extraordinarily precious. Today, with your acquisition of this half bottle, you possess at least 60 drops, equivalent to 6 years' worth of what the pool has yielded. Yihan expressed his astonishment. Then the Star Moon Divine Sect is surely a legacy of the martial deity, far surpassing the Reincarnation Academy, certainly more formidable than the Reincarnation Academy. Despite the passage of countless years, it remains a sect of the martial deity's inheritance. Mo Chingru affirmed with a nod. Taking a deep breath, Yihan felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Even if the martial deity is invincible, I, Yihan, shall one day emerge from the ancient void domain and reach such realms. His resolve was unwavering as he spoke with clarity. He understood that his senior sister spoke of the stellar liquid to broaden his horizons. One must not confine oneself to a single domain. A warrior must not be overly ambitious, yet they cannot remain oblivious to the vastness of the world. One must possess a powerful will and aspirations while progressing steadily. Yihan refrained from further inquiries, recognizing their futility. Each individual follows a different path. The journey of others may not be applicable to his own. At this moment, he ought to hasten his entrance into the void explosion, or even the origin body realm, for that is the path for Yihan. Yihan, the stellar liquid does not significantly benefit me, otherwise Mo Chingru suddenly interjected. Senior sister, you should refine it yourself. Though the stellar liquid is potent, it merely serves to temper the body in my case, falling short of the effects of harnessing the power of the dragon vein for body refinement. Yihan shook his head, fully comprehending his senior sister's intentions. He then turned to Chu Yushir. Yushir, you too? Today is perfect for refining all those Beast King's bloods and integrating them into the essence of the myriad demons. Treasures achieve their value only when put to use. Otherwise, they are mere waste. After a cup of tea, the three arrived at the training chamber on the 3rd level of the Cloud Pavilion. Mo Chingru began refining the stellar liquid, while Chu Yushir took out several vials of Beast King's blood. Given Chu Yushir's current realm, refining the Beast King's blood would ordinarily be as daunting as ascending to the heavens, risking backlash from the bloodline's power, potentially leading to dire consequences. However, with Yihan's presence, the situation was entirely different, especially since he could communicate with the unparalleled dragon vein below, channeling its power to assist Chu Yushir, making the process 100-fold simpler. As both entered a state of refinement, their auras quickly intensified. Mo Chingru fared somewhat better. The stellar liquid was inherently a supreme substance for tempering the body and soul, even capable of altering one's constitution, thus avoiding backlash. However, Chu Yushir soon furrowed her brow, revealing signs of distress. She bit her lip fiercely, struggling against the surge of power within her. At a critical moment, Yihan intervened, extending a hand to press against Chu Yushir's back. From deep within the earth, the mighty power of the dragon vein surged, instantly connecting with Yihan, who drew it forth, saturating the Cloud Pavilion. The strength of the dragon vein, transmitted through Yihan, swiftly entered Chu Yushir's body. As the anguish dissipated, Chu Yushir's vitality surged, revealing a potent indication of her imminent breakthrough into the explosive realm. Within the span of an hour, she had completely refined the blood of 6 Beast Kings. When the final strand of bloodline power seamlessly merged with her essence, Intertwining with the primordial force of the myriad demons, a momentous transformation occurred, shattering her constraints. The explosive realm. Chu Yushur ascended to this realm with astonishing swiftness. No one could fathom that within the confines of this modest cloud pavilion, she enjoyed a cultivation environment coveted even by the most esteemed disciples and elders of the three grand academies. Harnessing the unparalleled dragon vein beneath the imperial city for her training was a feat attainable only by Yi Han. Even the heads of the three academies or the formidable experts of the immaculate royal family lacked such means. Feng Wuliang, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming envy. At the very instant of Chu Yushur's breakthrough, a pure essence of the five-clawed golden dragon surged into her being once more. This infusion solidified her foundation, establishing the primordial essence of the explosive realm and igniting her vitality to foster a profound settling of her realm. Empowered by the five-clawed golden dragon essence, within 10 breaths, Chu Yushur trembled. An overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from within and around her, sending ripples that resonated far beyond the cloud pavilion, signaling a stirring of the winds and clouds. The dragon body was born. At this moment, Chu Yushur possessed a true dragon form, the human dragon body. The dragon race, a subset of the demon kin, stands as the royal lineage among the myriad demon tribes, rulers of all demons. Although the path of cultivating the myriad demon body was fraught with challenges and potential backlash, Yi Han's presence mitigated such risks. The power of the dragon vein, combined with the unique five-clawed golden dragon essence that could only be summoned by Yi Han, along with the fusion of the 6 Beast King bloodlines, enabled Chu Yushur to overcome the most arduous initial phase of her myriad demon body cultivation. Regardless of whether Chu Yushur could resolve future challenges related to her myriad demon body or attain perfection in her physique, the foundation laid at this moment was extraordinarily formidable, truly deserving of the term perfect. Suddenly, a sense of dread enveloped Yi Han and Mo Qingru as their eyes met, their brows furrowing in unison. The emergence of Chu Yushur's dragon form, with its foundational essence radiating outward, could no longer be concealed. Concurrently, as this scene unfolded within the cloud pavilion, the entire Burning Moon Academy was set abuzz, as countless powerful beings sensed the unique and terrifying fluctuations that seemed to transcend all other physiques in existence. An array of gazes converged upon the cloud pavilion, drawn by the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 117. Refinement. The 9-turn heavenly pill. What a formidable dragon aura. Within a grand hall of the academy, Chu Tianxin's eyes widened in astonishment. In an instant, his mental energy pierced through the barriers of space, seemingly revealing a scene within the cloud pavilion. Young poetry? Chu Tianxin gasped, his expression transforming into one of sheer delight. He had anticipated this moment, yet the swiftness took him by surprise. Back in the Reincarnation Academy, Yi Han had employed Dragon Aura daily to suppress the myriad demon physique of Chu Young poetry, unbeknownst to them, leading to a transformation in her being, with signs of evolving into a dragon body. The emergence of a dragon body is exceedingly rare. Most are merely the heavenly Jiao battle physique or the dragon python physique. However, what Chu Young poetry manifested today was a true dragon body, at least reaching the level of a human dragon physique. Human beings are inherently reciprocal. Therefore, Chu Tianxin's willingness to take risks in escorting Yi Han away from the Reincarnation Academy, and even to bestow the Cloud Pavilion for Yi Han's residence, stemmed not solely from his connection to Li Futu. At this moment, numerous figures surged around the Cloud Pavilion. A dragon body. Someone has actually been born with a dragon body, likely nearing the level of a human dragon physique. The experts from the Burning Moon Academy, astounded, revealed expressions of intense envy. Amidst this, a unique aura emerged, the essence of the myriad demon physique, belonging to none other than Chu Weistein's daughter, Chu Young poetry. An elder from the Burning Moon Academy, perceiving the subtler energies, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What? Chu Young poetry? The experts from various academies exchanged bewildered glances. The Reincarnation Academy had Feng Wuliang, and now, our Burning Moon Academy has witnessed the birth of a true dragon body. Could this be the will of heaven? The experts engaged in fervent discussion, each displaying a complex array of emotions. Chu Young poetry has given rise to a dragon body. Among the crowd, several experts from the Infinite Sword sect exchanged knowing looks. One of them suddenly spoke, We must report this matter to Feng Wuliang. It may be a significant accomplishment. Indeed, Feng Wuliang's human dragon physique seeks to evolve, requiring the convergence of numerous dragon-related physiques and the gathering of exceptional talents. If Chu Young Poetry's dragon body can assist him, we might facilitate a remarkable alliance, leading to a future of soaring success and recognition. After a brief discussion, the experts of the Infinite Sword sect hurriedly departed from the scene. Within the Cloud Pavilion, Yi Han's gaze flickered, already sensing the gathering of formidable presences around him. It seems that Young Poetry's dragon body cannot remain concealed. This matter will soon spread, bringing considerable trouble. I must find a way to remedy this. Yi Han's brows furrowed tightly, a multitude of thoughts flooding his mind. Chu Young Poetry also possesses a human dragon physique. This is significant enough to astonish the entire Taishu ancient domain, particularly drawing the attention of Feng Wuliang. Yi Han was well acquainted with Feng Wuliang's character, proud and unparalleled, looking down upon all, never allowing himself to be compared with others. Otherwise, he would stop at nothing to retaliate. The might of Feng Wuliang today is unparalleled, and the prowess of the dragon body cannot be overlooked. In the eyes of the world, this is Feng Wuliang's singular advantage. Young Poetry, I shall help you conceal half of the dragon body's power. It must not be revealed unless absolutely necessary, Yi Han instructed. Understood, Chu Yushur replied, her ebony eyes widening as she nodded in agreement. Yi Han unleashed a surge of vital energy, which immediately flowed into Chu Yushur's body. Harnessing the formidable strength of the eternal, unyielding dragon body, he swiftly suppressed her myriad demon form. With the myriad demon form subdued, the aura of the dragon body emanating from Chu Yushur also diminished significantly, losing its previous overwhelming presence. After all, the dragon clan is indeed a type of demon. In truth, the dragon body that emerged from Chu Yushur, while rooted in her myriad demon form, is merely a facet of it, not a pure dragon body. This realization simplified Yi Han's intervention considerably. As Yi Han acted, the higher-ups of various academies surrounding Yungu furrowed their brows, their eyes reflecting a sense of regret. What a pity! It is indeed the aura of the dragon vein. Indeed, one elder remarked, shaking his head, the dragon body is not so easily birthed. However, Chu Yushur's talent is remarkable. She has fortuitously connected with the dragon vein, allowing her myriad demon form to undergo a genuine first transformation. Although she has not manifested a full dragon body, she has achieved a half-step. Let us depart. The numerous higher-ups of the academies shook their heads and left, their initial excitement waning. Simultaneously, many disciples dispersed, their spirits soaring momentarily only to plummet again. The situation had finally stabilized. Yi Han breathed a silent sigh of relief, observing that many had departed. He turned to Chu Yushur and remarked, from now on, they will likely perceive your constitution as akin to the heavenly serpent battle body or dragon python body, which will alleviate much trouble. Chu Yushur nodded, emerging from her meditative state. At that moment, her senior sister, Mo Qingru, also exited her cultivation state. She had thoroughly integrated the stardust essence into her being, refining a portion of it. The remaining stardust essence would silently temper her physique and soul in the coming days, offering boundless benefits. Although Mo Qingru's current realm could not advance further, with long-term accumulation and refinement of such treasures as the stardust essence, the day the frigid prison water within her body is completely dispelled, she would soar to unimaginable heights, achieving the metamorphic speed that others can only envy. Mo Qingru and Chu Yushur soon departed from the third level of Yungu, knowing that Yi Han was about to commence his own cultivation. Within Yungu, the resounding aura of the dragon vein had not dissipated. Rather, it grew increasingly potent. Yi Han sat in meditation, eyes closed, attuning himself to the fluctuations of the dragon vein's power while gathering his essence, spirit, and energy to communicate with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower within him. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle yet profound connection and communication emerged between the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, Yi Han, and the unparalleled dragon vein beneath the earth, with Yi Han serving as the conduit and central figure in this intricate interplay. Once this communication system was fully established, in a daze, Yi Han felt the essence of the dragon vein and the five-clawed golden dragon aura emanating from the Nine Realms Dragon Suppressing Tower, refining his body in succession. The repeated refining bestowed upon Yihan an overwhelming sensation that the third dragon bone within him was becoming increasingly powerful and complete. Furthermore, he sensed a tremor in his bones, indicating the imminent transformation of the fourth dragon bone. Excellent. With relentless determination, I shall give birth to the fourth dragon bone within 3 days, and my realm shall consequently evolve, stepping into the domain of vacuum explosion. Yihan mused to himself before directly retrieving a box from his spatial ring. Upon opening the box, an extraordinarily potent and unparalleled elixir appeared before him. This was the 9-turn celestial pill. 9-turn celestial pill, 9 transformations of the acupoints, fist strength, splitting the void. The instant this pill was taken out, Yihan swallowed it whole. While Yihan was cultivating, several disciples from the Wanjua Sword sect of the Burning Moon Academy entered the Reincarnation Academy. They swiftly arrived at the Tongtian Peak and encountered Feng Wuliang. What? You say that Chu Yushi possesses a dragon body? A brilliant light erupted from the depths of Feng Wuliang's eyes. Indeed, one of them replied, we witnessed it with our own eyes. And it was also confirmed by an elder of the academy. Well, you have accomplished a great feat. Feng Wuliang gazed at the 5 disciples standing beneath the Wanjua Hall, flicking his fingers, causing 5 round elixirs to appear before them. This is the Dragon Force Breaking Pill, a heavenly grade elixir? The 5 exchanged glances, overwhelmed with ecstasy. Such an elixir, given their status, was nearly impossible to obtain, requiring a decade of arduous tasks within the academy to exchange for it. Feng Wuliang truly was extravagant, directly bestowing it upon them. Thank you, Sectmaster. The 5 immediately knelt in the Wanjua Hall. Though they were disciples of considerable standing in the Burning Moon Academy, they knelt before Feng Wuliang without hesitation, feeling a sense of pride and willingness. At that moment, Feng Wuliang's gaze shifted as if he began to ponder. His brow furrowed slightly as he spoke in a deep tone. Chu Yoshi's identity is somewhat special, standing behind a figure like Chu Tianxin. It is impossible for her to be directly employed by me. After a brief silence, his expression gradually calmed, as if a plan was forming in his mind. You all may return to the Burning Moon Academy and convey a message to Chu Tianxin, stating that I, Feng Wuliang, will bring a grand gift in 1 month to propose to Chu Yushi. Feng Wuliang continued to issue instructions to the 5 disciples. Chapter 118, Breakthrough of Realms. Rebirth of Dragon Bones. At this moment, within the Cloud Pavilion, Yihan's aura surged with increasing intensity. The 9 transformations celestial pill, the last and most precious of the 3 pills bestowed upon him by Li Fuqilu, was indeed a remarkable heavenly grade elixir. Many exceptional talents, even those who had joined the 3 prestigious academies or the 4 supreme sects that transcended imperial dynasties, lacked the qualifications to partake in such a treasure. This pill, a relic from ancient times, had survived until now, leaving only this final one to end up in Yihan's possession. It was not that no one in the world could concoct such a pill. Rather, the rare herbs necessary for the creation of the 9 transformations celestial pill were nearly impossible to find. Thus, it was regarded as a paragon of excellence. The medicinal potency of the 9 transformations celestial pill coursed through Yihan's meridians and bones, continuously refining and surging within him. With the accumulation of various foundational strengths, Yihan's aura experienced a frenzied escalation, particularly in the depths of his energy sea, where the rolling primal energy grew increasingly formidable and concentrated, compressing within him. As time flowed by, Yihan unknowingly cultivated until the 2nd day. At that moment, the medicinal power of the 9 transformations celestial pill was finally completely refined. In that instant, Yihan let out a thunderous roar. The 9 transformations of aperture, the 9 revolutions of primal energy, blood and chi coalesced, and his fist shattered the void. Yihan's will reverberated, his blood and chi surged, and his primal energy vibrated. In one powerful surge, his physical body trembled violently, breaking through the shackles of limitations and stepping into the realm of vacuum explosion. He had broken through to the 3rd peak of the chi explosion realm, vacuum explosion. Alongside this breakthrough, Yihan felt not merely an enhancement of strength, but a profound transformation of his very essence from within. His perception sharpened, allowing him to hear even the faintest rustle of leaves within a 5-mile radius. If he were to stand in the outside world, he could effortlessly perceive the intricate details of the distant lands and observe the subtle changes in myriad occurrences. In such a manner, during battles, Yihan would be able to sense his opponent's aura and rhythm with unparalleled precision, thus mastering the tempo of the fight and the rhythm of his adversary's strikes, yielding boundless advantages. Yihan understood that all of this was the culmination of prior accumulation, the precursor to the birth of martial will. With the enhancement of his realm and the increase of his accumulation, it was inevitable that one day he would give rise to martial will, which might exceed that of ordinary individuals. Yet, all was not finished. A rumble echoed. At this moment, Yihan's body suddenly trembled. In an instant, the fourth bone within his arm was cleansed by the essence of the dragon and the power of the dragon vein. After a duration of several breaths, this bone was enveloped in a golden radiance. The fourth dragon bone was born, completed in one continuous flow. With the augmentation of the 4 dragon bones, the foundational strength of the eternal, unyielding dragon body intensified further, and Yihan was overcome with an impulsive urge to unleash a punch that could shatter the vacuum. He felt an infinite reservoir of power, as if every acupoint in his limbs and bones were imbued with boundless primal energy and blood. With each breath, the volume of the world's primal energy he inhaled and exhaled was 100-fold of what it had once been. Moreover, his realm is remarkably stable, a testament to the potent efficacy of the 9 transformations heavenly pill. This extraordinary elixir not only allows one to ascend to the true vacuum burst, but, more importantly, fortifies the foundational strength of a martial artist, rendering it exceptionally robust and refined. Unlike an ordinary individual who, upon breaking through, faces an unstable foundation that necessitates a prolonged period of consolidation and accumulation, Yihan, despite his recent breakthrough, exhibits a stability that surpasses that of many seasoned true vacuum burst experts. His foundational strength is undoubtedly magnified 100-fold compared to that of Yin Tianxiu in his prime. This is no exaggeration. Were Yin Tianxiu alive today and standing before Yihan, he could be vanquished with a single, lethal blow. Harnessing the power of the dragon vein for cultivation is indeed a fortuitous blessing, a natural progression. Yihan cannot help but marvel at the swift emergence of this 4th dragon bone, which occurred with far greater ease than the previous 3. Thanks to his intrinsic connection with the exceptional dragon vein beneath the pure emperor city. Suddenly, Yihan's eyes widened. Through the subtle link between himself, the 9 realms dragon suppression tower, and the unparalleled dragon vein deep underground, he sensed a breath of life, a vitality that seemed to grow increasingly pronounced, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility, ancientness, and sanctity, akin to a sovereign presence. Regrettably, lacking the martial willpower and the divine eye of martial arts, Yihan is unable to penetrate the depths of the earth. Otherwise, he could discern the source of this life force. Is there life beneath the cloud pavilion? It is highly probable that the extraordinary dragon vein beneath the imperial city nurtures this existence. Yihan surmised on the spot. Beings born from the essence of heaven and earth are often extraordinary, referred to as the primordial embryos of the universe. Should any one of these embryos truly awaken and become a living entity, it would undoubtedly be an immensely formidable and unique existence. If one could acquire such a primordial embryo and integrate it within oneself, even a martial arts mediocre might transform into an unparalleled genius capable of shaping the world. How intriguing that I can only vaguely perceive the primordial embryo nurtured within this dragon vein through the 9 realms dragon suppression tower. Others would be utterly oblivious to it. Yihan mused. This is his unparalleled advantage. In the future, should his martial path advance further, he may have the opportunity to capture that primordial embryo. As his thoughts shifted, Yihan finally rose. This session of cultivation was nothing short of perfect, yielding benefits that far exceeded his initial expectations. His combat prowess has surged to unimaginable heights. In the domain of the vacuum burst, he is undeniably invincible. Any seasoned master of the true vacuum burst standing before him would be unable to withstand even a simple punch. Scores of such masters, in terms of explosive power, would be effortlessly overwhelmed by a single strike from Yihan. As for whether he could contend with someone at the primordial body realm, that remains uncertain. Yihan was entirely unacquainted with the origin body realm, possessing only its name, devoid of any understanding of its strengths, transformations, or techniques. Upon descending from the 3rd tier of the Cloud Pavilion, Yihan beheld his senior sister, Imo Qingru, in the company of Chu Yushi. The young lady, Chu Yushi, had taken a particular liking to frequenting the Cloud Pavilion, where she and Mo Chingru shared a harmonious bond. Perhaps her solitude in the Rain Pavilion had rendered her exceedingly bored. "What's the matter?" Yi Han inquired, observing a rare expression of gloom upon Chu Yosher's countenance. Mo Chingru, too, bore an expression of concern. "What troubles you, senior sister?" Yi Han's brow furrowed slightly, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. The news of Yosher's possession of a dragon body had circulated, word arriving from the Reincarnation Academy that Feng Wuliang intended to propose in a month's time. Mo Chingru cast a worried glance at Yi Han. Feng Wuliang proposing? Yi Han's eyes widened in shock, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surging forth. As if it might materialize. Has the Academy Master acquiesced? His voice turned chillingly cold. Such news has reached us, but it does not signify acquiescence. However, the Academy Master appears to be under considerable pressure. Perhaps you should pay him a visit, Mo Chingru suggested. Regardless, no one wished for this matter to unfold in Feng Wuliang's favor. "Yusher, take me to see your father," Yi Han declared without a hint of hesitation. "All right." Chu Yusher nodded obediently. The two swiftly exited the Cloud Pavilion. Yusher, with the proposal imminent, refrained from wandering about and causing trouble for the Academy Master. As Feng Wuliang's betrothed, you must learn to be self-disciplined. Indeed, at such a time, mingling with other men is utterly inappropriate. Ahead, several disciples of the Wujian sword sect loitered, seemingly stationed there. Upon spotting Chu Yusher, they immediately spoke up. You all." Chu Yusher's face turned pale. She wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Boom. Yi Han unleashed a surge of energy, stepping forward with a frosty expression. Die. Chapter 119. The Four True Inheritors, Boundless Killing Intent. Yi Han's murderous intent reached an unparalleled intensity. Everything was but an illusion. No regard was given to anyone's face. At this moment, his mind was consumed by but two words: kill. Without hesitation, the command was clear: annihilate them all. In an instant, Yi Han collided with four shadowy figures. A terrifying wave of energy erupted, creating a cataclysmic ripple in an instant. After a brief encounter, Yi Han staggered back 3 steps. It was then that he realized the 4 individuals before him, armed with their battle swords, were formidable indeed. For masters at the Yuan body realm, these were the elite disciples of the Burning Moon Academy and the upper echelons of the Wuji sword sect. "Foolhardy creature, what do you intend to do?" One of them sneered, regarding him as one would a mere jester. "Brother Yi Han, let us depart," Chu Yusher timidly suggested from behind, her trepidation evident. The true inheritors were not to be trifled with. Even though she was the daughter of the vice president, they would show no mercy. Though the Burning Moon Academy differed from the Reincarnation Academy, one principle remained the same: power reigns supreme. The lofty true inheritors acted with a domineering and arrogant demeanor, dismissing all with contempt. "Boy, why have you not made a move?" Another remarked mockingly, the derision in his gaze unmistakable. "I have long heard of your reckless nature. Your brazen defiance of heaven and earth, a mere brute. It appears today, those rumors hold true. Did you really believe that we are akin to the trifling weaklings you subdued days prior?" He continued, his tone dripping with disdain. "How blind you are. Oblivious to your own impending doom. Let us see how this unfolds." One among them spoke again, a sly smirk upon his face. "Yi Han, although you are not a disciple of the Burning Moon Academy, the 3 great academies are intertwined. As a trifling figure from the Reincarnation Academy, do you truly dare to provoke us, the true inheritors? I need not elaborate on the consequences." Bow. The 4th individual thundered with a voice like rolling thunder, declaring, "You shall slap yourself 100 times, then bow 10 times to each of us. If you concede today, we may spare your miserable life. Otherwise, you shall perish." At that moment, Chu Yusher surprisingly stepped forward, casting a timid glance at the 4. She tugged at Yi Han's sleeve, pleading, "Let us go. Please do not provoke them any further. Chu Yusher, be silent. This fool has dared to offend our Wuji sword sect. Even the heavens cannot save him now." A cold, merciless voice pierced through, directed at Chu Yusher. "Though you are the vice president's daughter, you cannot shield him." These true inheritors of the Burning Moon Academy were indeed lawless. They had previously refrained from forcibly taking Chu Yusher from the Cloud Pavilion to show respect to the vice president. Yet, in truth, they held her in little regard. "Yusher, you should return to the Cloud Pavilion." Yi Han gently grasped Chu Yusher's hands, speaking softly. His demeanor was remarkably calm, a tranquility so profound it was almost suffocating. Release me. Release your filthy hands. Or else when this reaches the ears of the Wind Sect Master, not even the annihilation of your entire clan will absolve your sins. Upon witnessing Yi Han grasping Chu Yosher's hand, the four formidable masters exuded an air of ferocity and reprimanded loudly. Yusher returned. Mo Qingru, the senior sister, appeared at the entrance of the Cloud Pavilion, her voice resonating. "Oh, Sister Mo." Chu Yusher replied, retreating to stand beside Mo Qingru. "You foolish girl." Mo Qingru gazed at the pitiable Chu Yusher, a gentle smile flickering in her eyes. She seemed unfazed by Yi Han's presence, knowing precisely how to act in such a moment, as she took Chu Yosher's hand and led her into the depths of the Cloud Pavilion. "Let us give you 10 breaths. Yi Han, you may choose to kneel or not." The four masters fixed their piercing gazes upon Yi Han, their overwhelming presence erupting like colossal mountains, perpetually pinning him down and suppressing his spirit. In the face of such prowess, even the most talented individuals on the Silver Moon ranking of the Burning Moon Academy would bow down in submission, fearing to act rashly. "You will all perish." Yi Han inhaled deeply, and in that instant, he was free of any lingering concerns. His spirit surged to its zenith in mere moments, and the blood and energy within him began to churn violently, as if on the verge of boiling over, erupting forth. "You." The four masters were taken aback at this sight. Yi Han remained momentarily speechless. They had anticipated his submission, yet he remained unyielding. "Kindness begets cruelty. Ever since I joined the Reincarnation Academy, your Wuji Sword sect has relentlessly pressured me." Yi Han's voice was calm, yet weighed down, as if years of oppression had coalesced within him. From the depths of his eyes, a torrent of murderous intent surged forth, each word deliberate. "Today, I shall make you four ignorant fools understand that it was not I who provoked the Wuji Sword sect. Rather, it is you who has foolishly drawn the ire of Yi Han. Presumptuous." A sudden wave of palm energy surged toward Yi Han, enveloping his head. "Begone." Yi Han's voice amplified tenfold. His power erupted entirely, his will shaking the very air, and with a single punch, an unparalleled force coalesced. With a thunderous boom, the terrifying palm strike shattered. Yi Han surged forward, akin to a tiger emerging from the mountains, or a celestial dragon descending from the heavens, carrying an unmatched ferocity. A tiger emerges from the mountain. The winds sweep away the clouds. Thunder and storms surge. The roar of the tiger and leopard. The four punches of the tiger-leopard thunder fist converged into one, amplifying Yi Han's strike. For fists united, obliterating all. With a resounding crash, his body collided head-on with the foremost disciple. The earth trembled as a vacuum erupted. The primal energy, vitality, and formidable aura intertwined like a surging mountain torrent, erupting from Yi Han's fist with overwhelming force. A piercing scream resonated through the air as a true disciple, who had ascended to the primordial body realm, was sent flying by Yi Han's single punch. "What? You beast, die?" The other three, witnessing this, were consumed by rage. They charged forth, locking their sights on Yi Han's corporeal form. "All of you shall perish. None shall survive today." Yi Han let out a resounding roar towards the heavens, his spirit, energy, and essence surging once more, reaching new heights. Having just stepped into the realm of vacuum explosion, he was primed for a peak battle. Destruction of the Aura Fist. Flame's ultimate palm. Soul's severing sword. Storm and rain sword. The four extraordinary martial techniques erupted simultaneously. The four elite disciples, brimming with murderous intent, were taken aback. They had not anticipated such defiance from someone they deemed insignificant. This blatant provocation was intolerable to them. It was akin to four ferocious tigers ruling the forest, suddenly confronted by a hapless rabbit, foolishly boasting of its power and vowing to slay them. Who could bear such insolence? Boom, 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 boom. The vacuums for explosions enveloped Yi Han as the four martial techniques converged in an instant. Yet, Yi Han's aura, unparalleled and transformed into a battle armor, forcibly withstood their assault. His hair danced wildly, battle energy surging within him. "You four shall become mere hounds of the windless realm, daring to pressure me, Yi Han. Today, I shall make you understand the consequences of provoking me." Chapter 120. The Dragon's Reverse Scale, Touch It and Face Death. A jest. The four formidable masters scoffed on the spot. How audacious for a mere insignificant figure at the explosive Qi realm to threaten them. What kind of foolhardy existence had managed to survive until this day? Two piercing sword energies surged forth once more. The Sword of Storms. The Sword of Soul Severance. Both types of sword energies targeted Yi Han's corporeal form and spirit simultaneously. It seemed capable of annihilating even a person's will, extinguishing their vitality and fighting spirit. Kill. Yi Han's bloodlust was boundless. His arms unleashed a barrage of strikes, his fists akin to thunderous hammers from the heavens, delivering powerful blows. The might of his fists, fortified by the primal power of an invincible dragon body, showed no fear of any sharp edge. With two resounding explosions, the two sword energies were obliterated at the very moment they struck Yi Han. What? The two masters who had unleashed the swords widened their eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing the most unfathomable and inexplicable scene in the world. Yi Han was a vacuum burst. How could a master at the level of vacuum burst wield such overwhelming strength? This was utterly preposterous. It must be noted that while vacuum burst represents the pinnacle of the explosive Qi realm, the disparity between it and the origin body realm is unfathomable. A single being at the origin body level could easily vanquish 100 vacuum burst practitioners without exaggeration. Dragon Claw. Yi Han made his move, swiftly launching a finger strike. The ferocious primal energy and blood vitality surged through it, shattering the vacuum with a sense of unstoppable force, capable of obliterating all in its path. The aura of annihilation, death, and slaughter coalesced within this singular strike. In an instant, the two masters who had unleashed the swords frantically retreated, feeling as if their very lifeblood was about to be dispersed, their bodies on the verge of being pierced. The finger strike, like a dragon, sought to devour and shatter everything. Boom. At that moment, the earth trembled. The other two masters joined the fray, manifesting two colossal arms of Qi, infused with a torrent of blood vitality, descending to envelop Yi Han's head. These arms resembled two towering mountains, intent on crushing everything, aiming to overwhelm Yi Han's very being. Emperor's Dominance. Yi Han intoned these four words solemnly. A golden radiance erupted from his entire body, as if clad in a layer of golden armor. He had entered a state of divine power, bursting forth with enhanced vitality and strength. With a mighty tremor, boundless power erupted from within him, and Yi Han launched two fists skyward. The vacuum roared with thunderous explosions. The two colossal arms of Qi were shattered by Yi Han's explosive strikes. His blood vitality was astonishing, his primal energy limitless. A true reflection of Yi Han in that moment. Blood Soul King Fist. At this instant, a fearsome fist radiance surged forth. A forceful strike, imbued with boundless momentum, shattered the vacuum wherever it passed, bearing the essence of destruction. Come on. Yi Han scoffed, launching a fist directly in response to that domineering blow. Stepping into the void, his latent power surged significantly. The martial techniques he once wielded were now enhanced, exhibiting signs of breaking through their limitations. With this strike, even in the face of a master from the primordial body realm, Yi Han felt no fear. The force of his punch reverberated, akin to a thunderclap. Yi Han was pushed back several steps, feeling the tumult of his vital energy. The master before him, too, appeared uncomfortable, retreating repeatedly with a look of horror. In the past, regardless of the rumors circulating, Yi Han had always been regarded as a mere inconspicuous figure by those of their caliber. His feats were dismissed as childish games in their eyes. Without entering the primordial body realm, the chasm between them remained immeasurable. As long as Yi Han did not break through, he would remain under their oppressive shadow. Who could have anticipated that such a situation would arise, allowing Yi Han to elude their grasp? It was utterly astonishing. You seek your own demise, do not blame us. The four formidable masters exchanged glances, nodding in unison. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, they wasted no time, swiftly converging together. Their energies seemed to meld, and simultaneously, they drew forth their swords. The grand sword art of heaven and earth. The four spoke in unison, their auras intertwining invisibly. For streams of sword energy surged forth, imbued with an unstoppable force capable of piercing through all. This technique, a precious mid-grade martial art belonging to the Burning Moon Academy, was extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, it had once been refined under the guidance of Feng Wuliang, whose astounding swordsmanship had transformed this technique, enabling these four to strike as one. Indeed, they were the four esteemed elders of the Grand Sword Sect, held in high regard. The Grand Sword Sect had evolved beyond merely an internal force of the Academy. It had matured into a thriving sect, meticulously organized under Feng Wuliang's leadership. If the Grand Sword Sect were to sever ties with the various academies, it could easily dominate a territory within the ancient void domain. As the sword energy approached, Yihan's form shifted continuously. His protective energy trembled, cleaved apart by the sword strikes. Yet, in the next instant, his protective energy revived, coalescing into battle armor, becoming one with him. Eliminate this brat. The four were growing impatient. Witnessing this scene shook them profoundly, instilling a sense of inexplicable dread. They believed that their combined strength could vanquish even those who surpassed them in rank, yet at this moment, they felt utterly powerless against Yihan. The intertwining sword energies formed a tempest of vacuum, enveloping Yihan's very being. The four figures surged forth, now devoid of any carelessness. At the heart of the storm, Yihan's arms intertwined like two dragons in flight, unleashing an astonishing display of power. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the sword energies were shattered by Yihan's relentless strikes. Though he lacked an arsenal of overwhelmingly powerful techniques, in this moment, Yihan showcased an exquisite mastery in capturing the movements of these four adversaries. The opponent's sword aura surged forth, and no matter the angle, Yihan could capture it in an instant and shatter it directly. The Human Emperor Fist. Yihan embodied the techniques from the Supreme Imperial Art. With the foundation of the former 8 Extremes Violent Fist and the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist, the manifestation of this Human Emperor Fist was not a daunting task. His movements flowed like water, utilizing every ounce of strength, muscle, and bone to their utmost potential. Amidst the tempest, he swayed precariously as if on the verge of collapse. Yet with the passage of time, Yihan persisted unwaveringly, never succumbing to defeat. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. The four formidable experts gasped for breath, experiencing a transient sense of emptiness, as their internal energy had been severely depleted, and their vitality waned unbeknownst to them. The sword path of heaven and earth, even united, we could slay the adept of the second transformation of the primordial body and the divine aperture. Yet we are utterly impotent against this beast. The four figures stood side by side, all struck by horror. Your energy. One of them fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yihan. Only then did they realize that Yihan's aura remained whole, seemingly undiminished. How terrifying this is. What does this imply? It signifies that Yihan's strength is boundless, and his energy has yet to be exhausted. Meanwhile, the four of them, having employed such fearsome sword techniques, had suffered severe depletion and were compelled to rely on medicinal pills for replenishment. Gasping for breath, the four exchanged glances before each swallowing several pills to restore their energy swiftly. You are doomed. None shall escape, Yihan scoffed. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and you shall die. Li Futuo, Chu Yushir, and Sister Imo Qingru. Each of them was Yihan's reverse scale. Yihan's killing intent intensified, almost materializing in its essence. These four reckless beings dared to proclaim Chu Yushir as Feng Wuliang's fiancé in his presence. To utter those 3 words sealed their fate. None of them would survive this day. Not only them, but the entire Infinite Sword sect would also face repercussions. Even Feng Wuliang would perish. Previously, Yihan regarded Feng Wuliang merely as an obstacle in his path to slay Yi Zhishuan, without harboring many other thoughts. However, with the involvement of Li Futuo and the news he had just heard today, Yihan had sentenced Feng Wuliang to death, regardless of the strength of the Infinite Sword sect. Regardless of whether Feng Wuliang is the greatest genius of the Taishu ancient domain, the ultimate outcome would lead them to meet the King of Hell. At this moment, while the four consumed their pills to regain strength, Yihan closed his eyes. His essence began to erupt, exhibiting signs of communion with the heavens and the earth. A warrior of the vacuum explosion could never achieve such communion. None could fathom Yihan's motives for this action at that moment. Chapter 121. The Elder of Slaughter. Enough is enough. Let us kill. This blind creature dares to provoke the 4 esteemed disciples of our sect. Slaying him would be of no consequence. Indeed, should we eliminate him, the Reincarnation Academy shall not hold us accountable, especially with Master Feng's authority looming over us. The 4 esteemed disciples, in this moment, clamored with boundless murderous intent. They represented the Boundless Sword sect, led by their master, the most prodigious talent of the Reincarnation Academy and currently the most formidable presence in the vast void ancient domain, thus harboring no concerns whatsoever. Within the Boundless Sword sect, every individual's actions resonate with this formidable ethos. They understood that as long as Feng Wuliang existed, they could maintain their arrogance. Kill. The ones who shall perish will not be me, but rather you four unseeing beings. Yihan abruptly opened his eyes, and two streams of terrifying will pierced forth from his gaze. Though limited by his realm, in this moment, he seemed to possess profound martial intent. A powerful vacuum storm suddenly erupted, centered around Yihan. The tempest grew increasingly ferocious, exuding a trend that threatened to reduce everything to ashes. The vital energy from all directions appeared to converge upon Yihan, assimilating into his limbs and bones, becoming his own. Boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled. An indescribable tremor coursed through the ground, as if a dreadful aura from the depths surged, poised to burst forth and ascend to the heavens. What is happening? The four esteemed disciples exchanged glances, sensing an inexplicable dread. Bang! Without warning, Yihan surged forth from the ground. His aura exploded, akin to the eruption of millennia of suppressed energy, suddenly unleashed upon the world. The vacuum detonated as Yihan unleashed a punch. The fist's radiance pierced through the vacuum, shattering the void, glimmering with resplendent golden light, and in an instant, it was before them. Oh no! The faces of the four men turned pale in unison. In a flurry, they scattered, abandoning any thought of resistance, seeking only to evade Yihan's strike. Beneath their feet, the earth split open, revealing a prominent chasm nearly 100 meters long, as if Yihan's punch threatened to cleave the ground in two. Unified as one, their vital energies converged, and they unleashed the formidable primordial sword chi. Four figures simultaneously executed this astonishing sword technique. This was the primordial sword chi, a method rivaling the profound sword arts of heaven and earth, yet it emphasized the effect of their combined assault. Unbeknownst to them, the four had seamlessly joined forces. The primordial sword chi? Yihan scoffed. Can you withstand my dragon-subduing finger? With a single finger, he severed the vacuum. The terrifying force erupted. A beam of light shooting skyward, instantly locking onto the four before him. This finger's brilliance resembled a divine dragon coiling and thrashing, poised to rend everything asunder. Even if Li Futu were to stand here and deliver the same strike, it would pale in comparison to the profound intricacy of Yihan's blow. For he is the bearer of the eternal unyielding dragon body, the most knowledgeable individual regarding the dragon clan and the path of dragons within this realm of divine martial arts, without exception. Possessing the dragon body and unleashing the spiral dragon finger, he embodies the essence of the dragon clan, a true humanoid dragon. With a swift motion, the force of his finger struck the chest of one individual. In an instant, the man's chest was rent asunder, revealing a conspicuous gaping wound, nearly punctured through. Impossible. My vitality, my essence, my corporeal form are in perfect unity. How could they be so easily breached? Roared the true disciple of the Origin realm in furious disbelief. Before he could comprehend the situation, Yihan unleashed another finger strike, an overwhelming force that seemed to condense the most intense and tyrannical power in existence, effortlessly overpowering all opposition. With a resounding crash, the protective aura surrounding this individual shattered. The second spiral dragon finger penetrated his being, plunging the disciple into a state of utter disarray. Though the spiral dragon finger is formidable, how can you, merely an embodiment of vacuum explosion, manifest such a formidable killing intent? The others gasped in horror. Before they could react, Yihan boldly advanced, delivering a series of 3 finger strikes that targeted the 3 remaining foes. The explosive force of his fingers pierced through all, obliterating everything in their path. Compared to the time he had barely executed the spiral dragon finger, the might of this technique now manifested a potency amplified several times over. Even against such adept practitioners of the Origin realm, he could inflict tremendous damage. With consecutive strikes, Yihan's might began to counteract the 4 formidable opponents, exhibiting a tendency to overwhelm all. Gradually, the gap in their realms seemed to diminish, as if on the verge of vanishing altogether. The 4 true disciples could hardly fathom that the mere pawn they intended to toy with could possess such immense strength. They had never encountered a master of vacuum explosion so formidable in their lives. In the distance, numerous experts from the Burning Moon Academy were drawn to the commotion. Even elders appeared, stirred by the tumult of Yi Han's fierce battle. Who is that? A person not of our Burning Moon Academy dares to act so brazenly, engaging in open combat? An elder inquired, his gaze fixed upon Yi Han's form. Reporting to the Slaughter Elder, that individual is named Yi Han. Seemingly a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy, someone promptly responded. Oh, Yi Han. So it is this individual, the Slaughter Elder remarked, his eyes narrowing as he locked onto Yi Han's aura. He shook his head repeatedly. I cannot see through him. What is it that makes him so unique? Why do I feel an unsettling sensation, as if my own power would be suppressed? However, even if he is a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy, daring to commit violence in our Burning Moon Academy warrants death. The Reincarnation Academy would be unable to justify his defense. The Elder of Slaughter gazed for a moment before speaking again. Indeed, the Elder's words ring true. This fellow, daring to provoke our Wuji sword sect, must face death. A disciple arrived at the scene and exclaimed, So, it is someone who has offended your Wuji sword sect? Upon hearing this, the Elder's pupils immediately flickered with intensity. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the earth ahead. It was one of the combatants engaged in battle with Yi Han, who underwent a startling transformation, seemingly ignited by a hidden bloodline. Entering a newly awakened state. Heavenly wolf body slay. This individual proclaimed, akin to a dark moon wolf king. As he extended his arm, sharp claws materialized at the tips of his fingers. This astounding metamorphosis temporarily granted him the prowess of a divine body, imperial body, and battle body through his bloodline. The numerous experts from the Burning Moon Academy were left dumbfounded. The four individuals were genuine disciples, each having attained the Yuan body realm. How could they be pushed to such extremes, resorting to the use of the secret technique of the heavenly wolf body? As this person transformed, the other three formidable masters also unleashed their most powerful techniques, either awakening some hidden force within or consuming a terrifying elixir, all enhancing their abilities to their peak. Dragon Vein power, empower me. Yi Han's voice resounded across the heavens and earth. With a sweeping motion of his arms, beams of golden light surged from the ground. In that fleeting moment, Yi Han's form was enveloped in the depths of golden radiance, appearing sacred, resplendent, and dazzling. This was the power of the Dragon Vein. The extraordinary Dragon Vein from the depths of the earth was communicated with by Yi Han amidst battle. Now, empowered by the Dragon Vein, it resembled the time he had suppressed In Tianxiu atop Longyin Peak using the Dragon Vein's strength. His state, his aura, his combat prowess, everything had finally ascended to an unfathomable level. Emperor's fist, Emperor's way to dominate the world. Yi Han bellowed, unleashing a punch. A series of golden rays converged, birthing a colossal fist with a diameter of 1 meter at the end. The fist's radiance surged forth, akin to a golden dragon devouring the very ends of the earth. In an instant, everything vanished, everything shattered. Boom. Among the four experts, the one who had manifested the heavenly wolf body let out a shriek. Sent flying 100 meters away, blood gushed forth from the earth, an unmistakably vivid sight. You as well. In your next life, do not serve as Feng Wuyang's dog. Yi Han shouted, stepping forward. A tempest of the Dragon Vein coalesced, sweeping towards the remaining few, directly suppressing them within. In a fleeting thought, life and death became uncertain. Do you dare? The Elder of Slaughter erupted angrily from the observing crowd. Chapter 122. The Golden Whip Strikes. What is there to fear? Yi Han let out a cold laugh, extending his arm to condense a formidable hand of celestial energy. This hand descended from the heavens, striking with the swiftness of lightning, seizing another formidable expert. In the firmament, the expert struggled relentlessly, roaring in fury, die. The hand of energy crashed down with tremendous force. Bang! A dull tremor resonated through the earth, revealing the true disciple sprawled on the ground, convulsing, inhaling but unable to exhale. You shall meet the same fate, death. Yi Han spoke with a chilling indifference, and as thoughts of their origins crossed his mind, recalling their earlier reckless demeanor, his murderous intent surged forth. You dare to kill? You are doomed. The two disciples continually retreated, gazing at Yi Han with terror. Even now, they could not fathom how four powerful beings in the Yuan body realm could be obliterated by Yi Han. When did warriors of the vacuum explosion realm become so formidable? Has the world descended into chaos? To leap and prance before me, and now threaten me, What folly! Yihan stepped forward, closing the distance to the remaining two. His body was enveloped in golden light, an aura not merely indicative of the indomitable dragon body, but also enhanced by the dragon veins of the earth. Despite still being in the vacuum explosion realm, his capabilities and combat prowess had surged to a terrifying extent. Wretched beast, return. An ancient voice resonated. In an instant, the Elder of Slaughter appeared, seemingly teleporting directly above Yihan, pressing down with an imposing hand. Thunder roared, and the vacuum exploded. Yihan looked up at the sky, dragon-suppressing finger. With a single gesture, he severed the heavens and disrupted the firmament. The power of the dragon veins, the might of the dragon body, the force of blood and energy, all converged into this singular attack. Sensing the immense pressure from the Elder, Yihan held nothing back, unleashing his full potential. Bang! The martial techniques of the two collided midair. Yihan trembled violently, a mouthful of reverse blood spewing forth. Nevertheless, the Elder's terrifying hand was pierced by his dragon-suppressing finger. Yet, the force of the finger did not dissipate. Bolstered by an overwhelming strength, it continued its trajectory, appearing before the Elder in an instant. Sizzle! A gaping wound was torn into the Elder's shoulder. His body trembled in midair, forced to descend, staring fixedly at Yihan. An infinite rage emerged as the Elder extended his hand, summoning a long whip of gold and iron, pointing it at Yihan. You, a wretched disciple of the outer court, dare to harm others in the Burning Moon Academy and disregard my authority as the Elder of Slaughter? You shall be executed. Oh, so you are the Elder of Slaughter? Yihan cast a glance at the man, unmoved. Were you merely watching the farce when those four ignorant fools joined forces against me? In the Reincarnation Academy, there exists a hall of law enforcement, while the Burning Moon Academy harbors a hall of slaughter. The individual before me, being an Elder of Slaughter, reveals his background without further elaboration. He is unruly. It becomes evident why the Reincarnation Academy expelled you. This Elder of Slaughter spoke with a voice laden with menace, as he wielded a golden whip, striking fiercely towards Yihan. With a swift motion, Yihan gathered the surging energy of the dragon vein within his palm, launching a direct counterattack. The approaching golden whip was seized by Yihan with strength in an instant. With a powerful yank, the Elder stumbled, losing control of the whip, which was effortlessly snatched away by Yihan. The crack of the whip echoed through the air, reminiscent of an explosion. The Elder let out a cry of agony as a mark from the whip appeared upon his body. Kneel before me, or perish. Yihan's voice was icy. You are audacious, the Elder began to retort. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the whip lashed out once more, sending forth a spray of blood. Infused with Yihan's vitality, the whip extended with ferocity, targeting the two surviving true disciples nearby. Those two, already terrified and nearly depleted of their energy, were far from their peak fighting condition, possessing merely a fraction of their power. Faced with the terrifying golden whip, they could not mount any resistance. A single strike rendered them screaming in despair, their energy shattered, collapsing to the ground. They struggled to rise but found themselves utterly incapable. Yihan glanced at the golden whip in his hand, somewhat surprised. It appeared to be a specially crafted weapon, imbued with unique power, designed specifically to dismantle a warrior's protective aura, energy, and vitality. Had it not been for his own vigorous vitality and the enhancement from the dragon vein, elevating his combat prowess to its zenith, he might have indeed fallen into its trap. Casting his gaze towards the two prostrate disciples, he suddenly extended his fingers. Two streams of force pierced through the void, directly striking their energy seas. Heart-wrenching screams ensued as both energy seas shattered simultaneously. Just moments ago, these two true disciples had exhibited arrogance, reprimanding Yihan, but in the blink of an eye, they became utterly incapacitated. You two, return and deliver a message. From now on, any member of the Wujian sword sect who dares to act pretentious before me shall be utterly crippled, all to be slain. With a sweep of his arm, a surge of vacuum energy erupted. The two disciples, along with two lifeless bodies, were hurled 100 meters away, crashing into the crowd. Witnessing this, a group of disciples from the Burning Moon Academy were struck with terror. Many fled, unwilling to assist, fearing immense trouble. True disciples, esteemed true disciples, who, upon leaving the academy, commanded authority in their domains, had been killed and incapacitated by Yihan? It was utterly barbaric, almost beyond belief. How preposterous, how terrifying. An elder of slaughter? Yihan shifted his gaze towards the elder of slaughter, who was suppressed by the aura of the dragon vein, rendered immobile by fear. A chilling smile spread across his face. Do you take pleasure in punishing others, in meting out retribution? Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. With a swift motion, the golden whip was unleashed, striking with the force of a tempest. The long whip vibrated through the void, descending with tremendous might. Infused with boundless vitality and the essence of the dragon vein, the protective energy the elder had summoned faltered and shattered within a breath, leaving his back a gruesome sight. 3 lashes followed in quick succession. After the third strike, the elder's aura diminished, his spirit utterly crushed. He dared not display any further hostility towards Yihan. The 2 corpses that lay nearby served as a stark warning. The elder had no desire to share their fate. He could not comprehend how one from a different academy would dare to take a life within the hallowed grounds of the Burning Moon Academy, a phenomenon unprecedented in the past. The whip was discarded by Yihan, and with a fleeting glance at the elder, he turned his attention to the distance. There, Chu Tianxin approached with measured steps, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the academy, all wearing expressions of cold disapproval. In their presence, 2 true disciples had perished, and the elder of slaughter had been subdued by Yihan, the golden whip wielded as a tool of punishment, an affront to the dignity of the Burning Moon Academy. Yet, it appeared that Chu Tianxin had quelled any immediate reprimand, refraining from chastising Yihan. Director Chu, Yihan addressed him, his tone shifting as he met Chu Tianxin's gaze unwaveringly. Chapter 123, The Limit Beyond Tomorrow. The 4 Transformations of the Primordial Body, a Proposal? Chu Tianxin furrowed his brows and glanced around. Follow me. With a wave of his arm, a surge of primordial energy enveloped Yihan, and in an instant, they vanished into thin air. They materialized before a grand hall, where 2 characters were inscribed above. Chu Hall. This was the residence of Chu Tianxin, the Vice Dean, a place not meant for ordinary folk. Upon their entry, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Sit. Once inside the Chu Hall, Chu Tianxin gestured to the side. Yihan remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the other. You remind me of Li Fuchelu from years past, always so stubborn and proud. Chu Tianxin said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Vice Dean Chu, do you not wish to respond to me? Yihan's brow furrowed. Chu Tianxin's smile faded, and he spoke earnestly. Feng Wuliang is a man of immense pride and arrogance, incapable of tolerating even a grain of sand in his eyes. And so? Yihan replied calmly. To speak bluntly, such a temperament is devoid of compassion. These individuals see only the path of martial arts, power, and strength. Chu Tianxin exhaled deeply. As a father, I certainly do not wish to marry my daughter to such a person. However, but what? Yihan's brow knitted tighter. There are matters beyond my sole discretion, Chu Tianxin explained. It also depends on the wishes of Yusher's mother. Mother? Yihan regarded him intently. Indeed, her mother is the daughter of the sect master of the Tai Sword sect. Chu Tianxin clarified. Messages have already arrived from Tai Sword sect, indicating that her mother is somewhat favorable towards this union. So, disregarding your daughter's future, you wish for Yusher to marry Feng Wuliang? Yihan clenched his fists. That Feng Wuliang only covets Yusher for her dragon body. He seeks to gather all those with dragon physiques to cultivate together, aiming to consolidate the purest dragon energy to elevate his own dragon human body. I understand, as do you, but her mother does not comprehend this. The Tai Sword sect remains oblivious, Chu Tianxin sighed. Esteemed senior, as a distinguished vice dean of the Burning Moon Academy, are you truly powerless in this matter? The Tai Sword sect is ultimately an outsider. Cannot you persuade her mother, Dean Shu? Yihan sensed that this matter was becoming increasingly complicated. He had somewhat misjudged Chu Tianxin, who seemed to harbor his own difficulties. Yet, Yihan could not fathom the source of such burdens given Chu Tianxin's stature. The prevailing tide. It is the trend of the times. Chu Tianxin lamented. Kindly elucidate further. Yihan's brow furrowed even deeper. For nearly 1,000 years, no one from the ancient void domain has ascended into the 9 domains king ranking. Within the 9 domains, the ancient void domain has always been at a disadvantage, nearly eradicated and consumed, deprived of any surplus resources. It was only a century ago that the human path lord, Li Fuchelu, defied the odds, and entered the top 10 of the 9 Domains King ranking, thus fortuitously preserving the status of the ancient void domain. Yangsen continued to speak. The 9 Domains King ranking? Yihan's mind flipped through memories, yet he found no connection to it. The 9 Domains King ranking consists of 2 categories, the heavenly ranking and the earthly ranking. The earthly ranking encompasses masters of the acquired realm, while the heavenly ranking is reserved for those of the innate level. The rankings and the number of entrants in the 9 Domains King ranking signify the overall strength of the 9 ancient domains. Every contest for the 9 Domains King ranking reveals that while some from our Taishu ancient domain have made it to the earthly ranking, their positions are not particularly high. However, as for the heavenly ranking, apart from the initial presence of Li Fudu, not a single person has been admitted. Yangsen stated thus. Regardless of the sects or powers within the Taishu ancient domain or the 8 great empires, there exists a common aspiration, the hope that someone will again enter the heavenly ranking. Unfortunately, with Li Futu's decline in strength, it is impossible for him to be included in the next contest for the 9 Domains King ranking. Yihan's eyes narrowed. So, Feng Wuliang is the hope for certain individuals? For instance, the Tai Sword sect, some higher-ups of the Reincarnation Academy, and even your Burning Moon Academy may harbor hopes regarding Feng Wuliang? At this point, Yangsen noticed that Yihan had suddenly grasped many things. Indeed, Feng Wuliang is currently the most gifted individual in the Taishu ancient domain. Certain forces will go to great lengths to accommodate his demands. Even if he establishes the Wujian sect within the Burning Moon Academy, we will turn a blind eye, even adopting a supportive stance. Feng Wuliang seeks to propose marriage to the girl Youngshe precisely because everyone is aware that he aims to enhance himself through her dragon body. Thus, it is a prevailing trend. When the time comes, your Reincarnation Academy, Tai Sword sect, and even the Burning Moon Academy, as well as the Dragon Slaying Academy, will likely support this endeavor. Yangsen ceased to speak, having conveyed enough detail and clarity. Silence enveloped the hall as the two stood facing each other. Do you have any suggestions for a resolution? After a prolonged silence, Yihan suddenly spoke. Whatever happens, I cannot allow this to transpire. My suggestion is simple. Prove your talent and potential, and then demonstrate that you can surpass Feng Wuliang. However, mere proof is insufficient. There are countless burgeoning geniuses. Yangsen fixed his gaze on Yihan. At that point, regardless of Feng Wuliang or the other forces backing him, they will spare no effort to eliminate you and sever your future. What realm does Feng Wuliang occupy? Yihan gently closed his eyes. The Yuan body realm, 3rd transformation. The diamond transformation. Moreover, given his talent, he will likely soon attain the 4th transformation, which represents the pinnacle of the Yuan body realm. The ultimate limit of the acquired realm, the void transformation. In fact, he may have already surpassed it. Yangsen replied, 1 month is far too brief. Yihan seemed to respond to Yangsen while also speaking to himself. The Yuan body realm, 4th level of the acquired realm, the utmost limit of the acquired realm. Within the Yuan body realm, there are 4 transformations. The first transformation, Blood Soul transformation. The second transformation, the Divine Aperture transformation. The third transformation, the Diamond transformation. The 4th transformation, the Void transformation. These 4 profound transformations are as distinct as the chasm between clouds and mud, and bear no comparison to the trifling changes of the Qi explosion realm. To put it plainly, the threefold transformations of the Qi explosion realm merely pertain to the accumulation of vital energy and primordial power, nothing more. Thus, given Yihan's formidable primordial power and physique, it is entirely natural, indeed effortless, for him to transcend realms in combat. Any genius endowed with a supreme constitution could potentially achieve similar feats of surpassing their realm in battle. However, the 4 transformations of the primordial body realm grow increasingly intricate with each stage. Every breakthrough heralds a cataclysmic transformation in both combat prowess and the essence of life itself. Particularly at the 4th transformation, the void transformation, those who reach this pinnacle can traverse the skies with but a thought. This phenomenon, often referred to by common folk as flying or evading the earth, is profoundly mystical and represents an ultimate state pursued by countless martial artists throughout their lives. Currently, Yihan need not ponder such a distant realm, for it lies far beyond his reach. Meanwhile, Feng Wuliang may have already entered the domain of the void transformation. Ascending further leads to the astonishing and unfathomable realm of the innate. Given just a month, even if Yihan were to reside within the dragon vein, consuming heavenly-grade elixirs daily, surpassing Feng Wuliang would be an unattainable feat due to the brevity of time. In this month, while we may not be able to alter the prevailing circumstances, we can at least prove ourselves to the mother of Yushur. Chu Tianxin seemed to suddenly resolve upon a certain determination. Oh, what do you mean? Yihan's eyes sparkled with vibrant intensity. Chapter 124. The dragon pill is sustenance. Though the combat strength and realm may be somewhat lacking, in terms of innate talent, you stand equal to any. The day of the proposal will also be the day of our engagement. On that day, you shall prove yourself. Chu Tianxin spoke. If you can demonstrate to Young Shi's mother that your talent rivals that of Feng Wuliang, then I shall have a chance to persuade her. Prove my talent is not inferior to Feng Wuliang's? Yihan exhibited a contemplative expression. At this moment, Chu Tianxin continued. If I can reach an agreement with her mother, and both of us oppose this matter, could it be that the world would force my daughter to marry Feng Wuliang? What if you cannot persuade her? Yihan fell silent for a moment before speaking again. If you cannot persuade her, you, Young Shi, and your senior sister Imo Qingru must leave the Tai Su ancient domain together. Chu Tianxin immediately replied. Leave? Yihan chuckled. Images flooded his mind, accompanied by a cacophony of unpalatable words. A stray dog. Because of the incident involving Li Fuchulu, he was compelled to temporarily seek refuge in the Burning Moon Academy for cultivation. After a month, would he have to leave the Tai Su ancient domain once more? Yihan would never allow such a scenario to unfold. If you cannot persuade her, I shall employ my own means to resolve this matter. Yihan suddenly smiled. Chu Tianxin's eyes flickered. As formidable as he was, gazing at the calm demeanor of Yihan, an unsettling sensation crept over him. Do not act foolishly, Li Fuchulu. I hope you can rise for the sake of humanity rather than act impulsively. Chu Tianxin frowned. Very well, senior. I shall return to the Cloud Pavilion now. Yihan offered no further response and turned to take his leave. Upon returning to the Cloud Pavilion, Yihan's expression lightened. Young Shi, do not worry. Feng Wuliang's proposal a month hence will surely fail. Trust me, Yihan spoke softly. Chu Young Shi's voice was as faint as a whisper, her dark eyes glimmering with a hint of grievance that elicited sympathy. Yihan ascended to the third floor of the Cloud Pavilion, seated himself in a meditative posture, and sunk into silence. His mind surged with thoughts concerning the 9 domains. The divine martial continent is vast and boundless, with various states coexisting. The Tai Su ancient domain actually belongs to the territory of Nanman Songzhou. Within Nanman Songzhou, there are 9 ancient domains, namely, Tai Su ancient domain, Tian Mo ancient domain, Zhu Mo ancient domain, Xingshan ancient domain, Qilong ancient domain, Hanming ancient domain, Manhuang ancient domain, Wanxiang ancient domain, and Tianlei ancient domain. These 9 ancient domains are immeasurable and expansive, filled with countless martial artists and powerful beings. However, when he perused the Tai Su secret record, he found it merely mentioned the 9 domains in passing. Yihan was aware of the division of the 9 domains, yet he was unfamiliar with all matters beyond the Tai Su ancient domain. The 9 domains king ranking, which lists the mightiest experts among these ancient domains, revealed that Li Fuchulu had astonishingly entered the top 10 of the 9 domains king ranking in his earlier years, an incredible feat indeed. Who could have imagined that a seemingly ordinary and unassuming individual within the Cycle Academy was once a formidable master who traversed the 9 domains of Songzhou, nearly reaching the pinnacle of power? Some individuals now await the rise of Feng Wuliang, hoping to see another figure akin to Li Futu emerge from the ancient void realm, or perhaps even a being more potent than Li Futu of old. To be frank, Yihan finds this incomprehensible, particularly regarding the attitudes of certain factions like the Tai Sword Sect and the Burning Moon Academy. Do they not see the necessity of nurturing the talented disciples within their own ranks? They have all placed their hopes on Feng Wuliang. What if he fails in the future? The coldness in Yihan's gaze is piercing. He has resolved to enter the Yuan body realm within a month. Furthermore, he intends to establish a connection with the unparalleled dragon vein beneath the unblemished imperial city. Feng Wuliang's most remarkable talent, as perceived by the world, is his human dragon physique. Beyond this, he possesses the martial Dao Heavenly Eye. It is these 2 attributes that elevate Feng Wuliang above all other prodigies, earning him widespread acclaim. As for the 6 Dao inheritance he has received, It merely serves as an additional boon. Sitting in contemplation, Yihan suddenly reveals a chilling smile. Feng Wuyong, I, Yihan, shall ensure that your proposal a month from now does not come to fruition. In an instant, Yihan's essence surged forth, beginning to communicate with the Earth's dragon veins. Within the entire cloud pavilion, an abundance of dragon energy began to converge. Yihan activated the Nine Heavens Dragon Sovereignty technique, while simultaneously connecting with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower within him, embarking on a continuous refinement process. Before long, a brand new pill, radiating a soft, golden glow, materialized before him. The Human Dragon Pill. The last time he refined over 1,000 Human Dragon Pills was merely a preliminary attempt. Today, with remarkable skill, he refined them at an even swifter pace. Pill after pill emerged, 10, 100, 1,000. Unbeknownst to him, 8 days had passed, and within Yihan's spatial ring, the Human Dragon Pills had amassed into a small hill, totaling 5,000. 5,000 Human Dragon Pills. That could sustain a person for a month or two. The experts of the royal family present were left utterly astonished. The 3 dragon vein formations of the unblemished imperial family produced a daily yield of Human Dragon Pills that barely amounted to half of what Yihan had refined. It was time. He would visit the black market today as the 100 Dragon battle was approaching. On the 9th morning, Yihan finally concluded his work. Thousands of Human Dragon Pills in hand constituted a fortune that could drive anyone to madness. Even the top elders of the 3 great academies would find their wealth insufficient to match Yihan's. Importantly, Yihan's Human Dragon Pills are invaluable treasures, not something that can simply be exchanged for goods unless one is of high standing within the royal family. Alas, my cultivation level is still insufficient. If I were to step into the realm of the primordial body, with means as boundless as the heavens, my communion with the Dragon Suppression Tower of the 9 Realms would deepen further, and I might even refine the Earth Dragon Pill, Yihan mused to himself. The Human Dragon Pill and the Earth Dragon Pill are worlds apart, their value beyond imagination. With his breath settling, Yihan meticulously counted all the Human Dragon Pills before departing from the Cloud Pavilion, making his way alone to the black market. The black market seemed perpetually vibrant and bustling. As he traversed its expanse, Yihan once again felt an overwhelming sense of wealth and opulence. He returned to the Celestial Tower. Upon his arrival, he was promptly ushered to a private room where the esteemed steward, Xian Wuzi, had come personally last time. Young friend Yi, it has only been a few days since we last met, yet you have astonishingly entered the realm of Void Burst. Such a metamorphosis is truly remarkable, Xian Wuzi remarked, his face reflecting disbelief at the sight of Yihan. Although Yihan had evidently just broken through, his foundation appeared more formidable than that of many seasoned experts who had lingered in the Void Burst realm for years, showing no signs of instability typical of recent breakthroughs. Not a big deal, Yihan replied with a faint smile. Senior Xian, what do you think? Were you satisfied with the Sun and Moon Universe technique from our last encounter? I have returned today to conduct business. Certainly satisfied. What brings you here today? Young friend Yi? Xian Wuzi inquired, a hint of anticipation in his tone. The Human Dragon Pill. Are you interested in acquiring them? Yihan fixed his gaze upon Xian Wuzi. How many? Xian Wuzi promptly asked. 4,000 pills. Yihan declared, intending to reserve 1,000 for his own use. For 4,000. Xian Wuzi's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling slightly. Chapter 125, The Imperial Palace. What do you require? Xian Wuzi immediately spoke. Rest assured, young friend, that conducting business with our Tianwai Tower is entirely reliable. We offer elixirs to break through to the Yuan body realm. In addition, we also require healing potions, the kind that can resurrect the dead. I wonder if these Renlong Dan will suffice? Yihan fixed his gaze upon him. They are more than sufficient. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian Wuzi agreed. He then expressed some surprise, saying, since you possess such an abundance of Renlong Dan, why did you choose to sell the Sun and Moon Shinkuan technique previously? 1 Renlong Dan is equivalent to 500,000 Yuanqi Dan. Today, Yihan produced 4,000 Renlong Dan, which amounts to an astonishing 20 billion Yuanqi Dan. Moreover, Renlong Dan is invaluable and exceedingly rare, something the 3 great academies cannot concoct. Ordinarily, no one would be foolish enough to trade Renlong Dan for Yuanqi Dan, as that would be an egregious waste, akin to tossing money into a garbage heap. Thus, it stands to reason that Yi Han should not be lacking in elixirs. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. You should understand that I am a disciple of the human path. The techniques of the human path are not inferior to the sun and moon Qiankuan technique. Yi Han responded vaguely. That is indeed true. Xian Wuzi nodded. However, ordinary individuals do not possess the same audacity as you, young friend. To dismiss such a high-level technique is no small feat, Yi Han chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. What is the sun and moon Qiankuan technique, after all? Merely a superior-grade, earthly technique. Even if it were a heavenly-grade technique. In Yi Han's eyes, it would hold no significance, akin to mere stones on the ground. Perhaps a legendary divine-grade technique might warrant a glance from him. Yet, in this Tai Su ancient domain, there has been no mention of divine-grade techniques or martial skills. Divine-grade elixirs and spiritual liquids seem to have appeared, but they are hardly attainable by the common person. Young friend Yi, please wait a moment. Xian Wuzi stepped out, not yet having retrieved the 4,000 renlong dan, but already commencing preparations for what Yi Han required, demonstrating ample sincerity. After approximately half an hour, upon returning to the private room, Xian Wuzi presented Yi Han with a spatial ring. The indestructible Thunder Calamity Dan. Xian Wuzi began, a true heavenly-grade elixir, captured and refined from the thunder pool of the ancient domain of heavenly thunder. Heavenly-grade elixir? Yi Han's expression grew serious. He was quite familiar with heavenly-grade elixirs and understood their astonishing effects. This indestructible Thunder Calamity Dan can aid warriors in forging their bodies and refining their souls, propelling them toward the Yuan body realm with remarkable efficacy. Ordinary individuals would not dare to consume it lightly, but given your constitution, young friend Yi, you should be able to withstand it, Xian Wuzi remarked. Excellent. Yi Han nodded. Additionally, there is a vial of Thunder Calamity liquid, which is also the essence from the Thunder Pool, capable of helping refine your constitution at critical moments. Furthermore, there are 3 types of healing elixirs: the Purple Qi Revival Dan, the Yuan Recovery Dan, and the Soul Resurgence Jade Dan. Each of these elixirs serves to restore the physical body, Yuan power, and soul, respectively, Xian Wuzi continued. Very well, I appreciate the assistance. Yi Han carefully stored the ring away. Subsequently, he presented another ring to Xian Wuzi, the very same spatial ring that had previously sealed 20 billion Qi Dan. Xian Wuzi, upon sensing its essence, was immediately taken aback. For 1,000 pieces, each of exceptionally high quality, he involuntarily spoke. The quality of alchemical elixirs can vary greatly, with some even turning out defective. Even the human dragon elixirs produced by the 3 dragon path Qi formations of the Wuguei dynasty are no exception. However, the 4,000 elixirs that Yi Han produced were all of the highest quality, remarkably pure. Such rarity and value. The Celestial Tower has shown its sincerity, and I, Yi Han, shall reciprocate with equal earnestness, Yi Han remarked with a smile. Young friend Yi, it seems we have successfully concluded yet another business transaction. Should there be any further needs in the future, our Celestial Tower will strive to accommodate. In this black market, we can generally procure any treasures that can be obtained, Xian Wuzi stated with utmost seriousness. Certainly, familiarity breeds comfort. Yi Han nodded in agreement. As Yi Han stepped out of the Celestial Tower, he sighed once more, reflecting on the fleeting nature of wealth. He wondered how other martial artists manage their resources, but he felt that if he did not possess the 9 Heavens Dragon Control Technique, the Eternal Invincible Dragon Body, and the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower to harness the power of dragon veins and condense human dragon elixirs, he would undoubtedly face destitution. In such a scenario, resources would be elusive, leaving him to rely solely on arduous self-cultivation. Although he was a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy, his time there had been brief, and he had not witnessed any substantial resources or benefits being provided. In truth, disciples of the Academy receive a monthly stipend. Yet with Feng Wuliang reigning supreme at the Reincarnation Academy, many high-ranking officials there aligned with him, covertly siphoning off their entitlements was to be expected. Sooner or later, Yi Han would reclaim his rightful share, expelling the frustrations that had accumulated within him. With no other places to explore, Yi Han made his way directly back to the Burning Moon Academy. Outside the Cloud Pavilion, Gu Qiangang awaited with a furrowed brow. Upon spotting Yi Han, he seemed to come alive, a smile breaking across his face. Yi Han, is the 100 Dragons War about to commence? Gu Qiangang inquired. As Yi Han surmised he had come seeking him, Starting the day after tomorrow, shall we first take residence in the palace? Gu Qiangang suggested, looking at Yi Han. Certainly, Yi Han responded, entering the cloud pavilion to inform his senior sister before setting off with Gu Qiangang to the depths of the Wugui imperial capital. The palace. It was an expanse of unparalleled grandeur and magnificence. Numerous palaces were arranged with meticulous order. Various pavilions and towers coexisted harmoniously with the royal gardens. Everywhere, purple pillars and golden beams adorned the structures, epitomizing opulence. The vast palace resembled a labyrinth, capable of ensnaring the unwary within its confines. The grounds were imbued with powerful martial formations and intricate inscriptions, exuding an air of mystery, antiquity, and profound weight. Yi Han harbored a profound sense of trepidation. Without the guidance of the fourth prince, he feared that venturing alone into the imperial palace would render him ensnared. A moment's carelessness could lead him into perilous atmospheres, where suppression and backlash awaited, leaving him utterly powerless to escape, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Within certain unique halls of the palace, a chilling aura faintly permeated the air, indicative of formidable masters of uncharted realms stationed within. The elite protectors of the imperial court, it was said, could rival the masters of many sects, and even stand shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed elders of the three great academies, their prowess undeniably formidable. The 8 great dynasties have reigned over the vast ancient domain for countless years, and such a feat is not without cause. While they may lack direct influence over the 3 great academies and the 4 supreme sects, one must never underestimate the profound heritage of these dynasties. Yi Han, our early rest in the palace also serves to acclimate you to the surroundings. The Battle of the 100 Dragons will commence in the royal martial arena deep within the palace, Gu Qiangang remarked as they progressed. Yi Han turned to glance at Gu Qiangang, his tone serene. Since I have pledged my word to you, I shall indeed give my utmost during the Battle of the 100 Dragons. Ah, Gu Qiangang revealed a stiff smile. Although we belong to different academies, one could argue that the 3 great academies are akin to one family, rendering us as brothers without distinction in status. You are a prince and a warrior. We, as warriors, must cultivate a robust heart and indomitable will. Even when soliciting assistance, demonstrating sincerity suffices. There is no need for excessive deference. And I expect the same from you. Yi Han could no longer contain himself, as he found Gu Qiangang's demeanor rather uncomfortable. In his view, their dialogue should be one of equals. Very well. Gu Qiangang fell silent for a moment before managing a wry smile. Ah, is that not the 4th prince? Hiding in the Burning Moon Academy, it has been some time since we last met. I thought perhaps you had encountered some misfortune and intended to forego participating in the Battle of the 100 Dragons. At that moment, as the two continued their path, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of a garden to their right. Chapter 126. The overbearing second prince brother. Gu Qianggang's expression shifted slightly. In the blink of an eye, several figures appeared before Yi Han and him. At the forefront stood a man clad in a python robe, his deep-set eyes sharp and piercing, as if concealing a celestial sword within. What? You brought such a minor character to the 100 Dragons battle? The man in the python robe squinted. Gu Qiangang remained silent, pulling Yi Han in an attempt to leave the scene. The man in the python robe let out a cold snort, his body trembling slightly. Instantly, the 5 warriors accompanying him blocked the path of Yi Han and Gu Qiangang. Has the 4th brother become so arrogant as to disregard me? Your second brother? The man in the python robe's face darkened. Second prince, Gu Qiansha. Yi Han furrowed his brow as he regarded the opponent. When they had come to the palace, Gu Qiangang had briefly mentioned that the 3 princes above him were all extraordinary figures. The first prince, Gu Qiansheng, the second prince, Gu Qiansha, and the third prince, Gu Qianquan. All 3 were masters who had stepped into the Yuan body realm, with 2 of them joining the Burning Moon Academy, while the third prince was part of the Dragon-Slaying Academy, each holding the esteemed position of true disciple, considered the pride of the immaculate royal family. Only Gu Qiangang, despite possessing considerable talent, found the Yuan body realm to be a threshold not easily crossed. The path of martial arts training is such that many prodigies, who initially advance rapidly, may inexplicably find themselves stymied at a certain level, unable to progress further, ultimately leading to their gradual decline. It is no wonder then that Gu Qiangang exhibited a lack of confidence in his demeanor, often resorting to bullying the weak. yet shrinking back in the face of stronger opponents. Being pressured by these brothers on a daily basis, it is only natural for his confidence to be undermined. Each aspired to compete for the position of crown prince. Even though they were brothers, they were pitted against one another, devoid of any familial affection. Second brother, I harbor no intention of provoking trouble. Please do not make things difficult for me. Gu Qiangang's complexion shifted between light and dark. Ha ha ha! Gu Qiansha burst into laughter. The 5 men beside him laughed raucously, disregarding their surroundings. Harbor no intention of provoking trouble? Gu Qiansha scoffed at his fourth brother. Are you implying that should you intend to provoke, you could defeat me, your second brother? What exactly do you mean? Gu Qiangang's expression grew even more grim. The second prince, Gu Qiansha, coldly snorted, It means nothing. Today, I merely wish to see your attitude. Attitude? Gu Qiangang gazed at him. In the 100 Dragons battle, the eldest brother exceeds the age limit and cannot enter the arena. The third brother's strength is inferior to mine, so if you and I join forces, I could contend for the position of crown prince. Gu Qiansha surveyed Gu Qiangang and Yi Han, speaking with confidence. Before Gu Qiangang could respond, Gu Qiansha continued, I know. Fourth brother, you have gathered a group of strong individuals, but alas, they are of little use. To be frank, I possess the greatest advantage this time, as masters from the Wujian sword sect are actively assisting me. And what of my position? Gu Qiangang paused for a moment before abruptly speaking. If I help you vie for the title of crown prince, what about myself? I am also a prince. I too possess the qualifications to contend for the position of crown prince. On what grounds should I relinquish this title to you? Gu Qiansha seemed to find this notion utterly absurd. He coldly regarded Gu Qiangang, the threat in his gaze unmistakable. Fourth brother, let me be blunt. In the past, no matter the circumstances, I have turned a blind eye. However, this time, you must consider your options carefully. After a brief pause, Gu Qiansha continued, You should be unaware that our father has declared his intent to retreat from the throne and dedicate himself to the pursuit of the ultimate martial path. The title of crown prince is, in essence, the future position of emperor. Gu Qianggang's expression transformed dramatically, his visage becoming exceedingly complex. What did you say? He exclaimed. If you refuse to comply, very well. Once you step onto the battlefield, life and death are indifferent. There will be no brothers, only adversaries. Should anything untoward occur, do not blame me, your second brother, for not offering assistance. Gu Qiansha narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Gu Qianggang's reaction. The path of martial arts enhances one's foundation and prolongs life. Moreover, as the emperor of a dynasty, one would receive unparalleled benefits, ensuring a longer lifespan. Presently, the immaculate emperor Gu Tianxiao has reigned for merely 200 years and is in the prime of life, with no concerns regarding longevity, under normal circumstances. He should not abdicate. If what Gu Qiansha asserts is true, then the 4 imperial princes indeed find themselves without a path of retreat, bereft of time to slowly strategize and accumulate strength. This upcoming battle of the 100 Dragons is essentially a pivotal contention for the future crown prince and, ultimately, the throne. Let us proceed. At this moment, Yi Han spoke up, gently patting Gu Qiangang on the shoulder. Do not overthink it. Yi Han's 4 words served as a soothing balm, restoring clarity to Gu Qianggang's previously bewildered expression in an instant. He turned to glance at Yi Han, seemingly recalling the day when Yi Han's extraordinary prowess and unparalleled combat abilities were on display. Impudent. Who do you think you are to interject? Gu Qiansha suddenly fixed his gaze upon Yi Han, a chilling malice igniting in his eyes. His aura darkened to an extreme, as if he had emerged from the depths of a hellish abyss, a consequence of his unique cultivation methods. And who might you be? Yi Han shot a disdainful glance at Gu Qiansha, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Second prince, Yuan-Ti realm? Within the Burning Moon Academy. Even the 4 of the Yuan-Ti realm are no match for me. I have publicly slain 2 of them. Although we are within the confines of this royal palace today, I harbor no fear. Impudent. A hand suddenly swung forth, aiming directly for Yi Han's face. At that moment, Gu Qiangang stepped forward, intertwining his arms in an attempt to shield Yi Han from the blow. Boom. In a mere exchange, Gu Qiangang was sent flying 3 paces away by a surge of violent force. Following his strike, Gu Qiansha pressed the advantage, locking onto Yi Han. His fingers danced with a mystical energy, unleashing a powerful palm strike once more, fierce and imbued with lethal intent. Yi Han let out a cold snort, his robes billowing as he trembled with the force. An overwhelming protective aura materialized around him, and he abruptly raised his arm to meet the impending attack. Bang! The palms of the two collided. Yi Han remained as steadfast as a mountain, his breath steady and unyielding, impervious to all techniques. In contrast, Gu Qiansha's expression shifted dramatically. As he was forcefully pushed back 3 steps by the tremendous power, his countenance darkened further. Being repelled by Yi Han's strike was akin to provoking a tempest, causing his hair to stand on end, his blood to surge, and his emotions to explode. You shall perish. Gu Qiansha's energy roared in a tumultuous wave. With a swift motion of his arm, the 5 formidable experts trailing behind him stepped forward simultaneously. Each of their gazes was as venomous as that of a serpent, fixated entirely on Yi Han. They had not anticipated that a seemingly unremarkable martial artist, wielding the power of a vacuum explosion, would dare to retaliate here, within the palace. Against the second prince. Do you wish to fight? Yi Han responded with a confident smile. Within him, the 4 dragon bones stirred, the ancient and indomitable strength of the dragon body subtly coursing through him. Several figures gathered in the vicinity. Even before they made their move, their collective aura surged, distorting the surrounding vacuum and targeting one another. A decree against violence in the palace loomed heavy. Any act of aggression would result in imprisonment. Suddenly, from the nearby earth, an elderly eunuch approached, wielding a feather duster, his narrowed eyes surveying the scene. Yi Han turned to regard him. In that instant, a chill ran down his spine, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping him. A master of the inner court. Chapter 127. Yi Han's intentions within the palace. The renowned masters of the inner court command respect throughout the realm. These formidable individuals serve as the backbone of the great dynasties, embodying their true core. Their conduct is marked by audacity and defiance, unrestrained by any authority, heeding only the commands of the sovereign. Even princes like Gu Qiansha and Gu Qiangang cannot impose their will upon them. A wave of despair washed over the group. The murderous intent of Gu Qiansha remained unabated as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Han, declaring, "It appears you are the 4th prince summoned to join the fray. In the battle of the 100 dragons, your demise is assured. Is that so?" Yi Han's eyes sparkled with determination. "Princes can be slain as well. Let us hope I do not encounter you in the battle of the 100 dragons." Indeed, princes can be slain. As a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy and half a disciple of the Burning Moon Academy, with a figure like Chu Tianxing backing him, how could he possibly regard this second prince with any seriousness? In the past, numerous princes, princesses, and noble ladies from various royal families had perished upon entering the 3 prestigious academies, cut down by those unmatched disciples of true lineage. The great dynasties dared not utter a word of grievance, acknowledging their inability to seek retribution. The esteemed master of the inner court lingered on Yi Han for 3 breaths, yet uttered no words. With each step he took, it seemed as though he traversed the very fabric of space, vanishing into the distance in mere strides, an occurrence most bizarre. The second prince, Gu Qiansha, departed with his entourage. Yi Han approached Gu Qiangang's side, inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" "I am well." Gu Qiangang shook his head, his countenance heavy with concern. The future remained uncertain. Although he was the weakest among the 4 princes, it did not preclude his potential rise. Yet time was of the essence. Once the position of the crown prince was firmly established, the days of leisure would be irrevocably lost. He might find himself as powerless as those nobles exiled to the frontier. "Let us proceed to your residence," Yi Han remarked casually, glancing in the direction the second prince had departed. The two swiftly made their way to a grand palace. "Please enlighten me about your royal court and the specifics concerning your 4 princes," Yi Han said, fixing his gaze upon Gu Qiangang. "My elder brother, Gu Qianxing, is 100 years old and has attained the 3rd transformation of the Yuan body, the diamond transformation. However, there is no cause for concern regarding the battle of the 100 dragons, for he exceeds the age limit and cannot participate directly, only sending others in his stead." Gu Qiangang continued, "My second brother, whom you just witnessed, is Gu Qiansha. He has reached the 2nd transformation of the Yuan body, the divine aperture transformation, and is 48 years old. My third brother, Gu Qiankuan, is 40 years old and has achieved the 1st transformation of the Yuan body, the blood soul transformation. He is a disciple of the Dragon Slaying Academy." Yi Han regarded him thoughtfully, It appears you are indeed the most diminutive among them. This is a realm for martial artists. Gu Qiangang replied. The dynamics within the great dynasties reflect this truth. The other three princes have already become true disciples within their respective academies, having stepped into the Yuan body realm, showcasing remarkable potential. Only Gu Qiangang remains a mere inner disciple at the Burning Moon Academy. Lacking strength, he has no voice or influence upon returning to the palace. And even the noble ministers would not support him. Defeat in competition would surely mean death. Gu Qiangang's countenance darkened as he remarked. Especially his second brother would not let him off the hook. Is it really that exaggerated? Yihan expressed his surprise. In the past, he would not have feared such a fate. After all, his father would never allow his son to perish. However, if his father truly abdicated in pursuit of martial arts, he would become indifferent to all affairs within the royal family, and soon enough, he would be covertly eliminated. Gu Qiangang spoke, acknowledging that despite his previous arrogance in front of ordinary martial artists, he was quite astute regarding the current situation. The position of the crown prince. I will help you seize it, Yihan suddenly declared. Gu Qiangang trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Yihan. What? Nevertheless, in the future, I wish to borrow your imperishable dynasty's imperial seal for 3 days of cultivation. Yihan regarded him. Weigh the pros and cons carefully. I agree. In an instant, Gu Qiangang spoke without hesitation. What is the imperial seal? Merely a 3-day loan. In comparison to his life, it was inconsequential. As for the rest, you need not concern yourself. During the battle of the 100 dragons, simply follow my lead. Yihan replied with satisfaction. Good. Gu Qiangang felt an unexplainable sense of calm wash over him at that moment. Although he did not know how Yihan would assist him, he inexplicably trusted him to help him inherit the position of crown prince. Yihan, rest here for a while. I shall return shortly to introduce you to a few individuals, Gu Qiangang stated. Go ahead. Yihan waved his hand, watching Gu Qiangang's departing figure. Yihan took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on one side of the hall, entering a meditative state to regulate his breath. The imperial seal. This was Yihan's true objective. Otherwise, he would not have the leisure to assist Gu Qiangang in participating in the Battle of the 100 Dragons. Although the battle was a grand event of the imperishable dynasty with extraordinary rewards, Yihan was not particularly impressed. The imperial seal symbolizes the authority of the dynasty, the embodiment of dominion. It signifies that the ruler acts on behalf of heaven, commanding all beings. Without the imperial seal, the ruler cannot issue edicts or gain the recognition of heaven and earth, nor earn the reverence and awe of all beings. The seal is passed down through generations, representing the fortune of the dynasty and the collective faith of the populace. Especially for the martial arts dynasty like the imperishable dynasty, the imperial seal is exceptional, embodying the might of the emperor and serving as an immensely powerful weapon. By borrowing the imperial seal, Yihan would be able to cultivate the unparalleled technique within the supreme royal arts, the diagram of heaven, earth, and humanity. Originally, one would need to cultivate the supreme royal arts to near perfection to have a chance of evolving into the diagram of heaven, earth, and humanity. Even though Yihan can utilize the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique to advance the Imperial Extreme Shocking skill to its later stages, the evolution of the celestial, earthly, and human sovereign diagram will still require at least several years. However, he cannot afford to wait even a year. Initially, Yihan intended to employ the prince's seal for his cultivation, but now he may have the opportunity to directly utilize the imperial seal, which would amplify the effects at least tenfold. Regardless of the circumstances, Gu Qiangang is undoubtedly the prince. Yihan has devised a definitive plan and possesses unwavering confidence in supporting Gu Qiangang's ascension to the throne. As for the likes of Gu Qiansha, they can only blame their misfortune. I wonder if I will successfully break through to the Yuan body realm during this 100 Dragons War. If I can achieve that breakthrough, coupled with the celestial, earthly, and human sovereign diagram, my combat prowess will undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. A month later, when Feng Wuliang proposes, I will have a genuine opportunity to thwart this marriage alliance. A multitude of thoughts surged through Yihan's mind at this moment. A quarter of an hour later, he saw Gu Qiangang return, accompanied by several figures. Their realms were quite commendable, their steps steady, and their foundations robust. The weakest among them was a void-exploding martial artist, and there was even a master of the Yuan body realm among them. Chapter 128. I am your father. This is Yi Han, the one I mentioned. As Gu Qiangang and his companions entered the grand hall, they promptly began their introductions. He then turned to Yi Han. Allow me to introduce this individual, Zhang Chun, a master of the Yuan Ti realm. And these are Xiqing, Tianshan, and Shun. Before Gu Qiangang could complete his introductions, Zhang Chun waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the pleasantries. You brought me all this way for a mere minor figure in the Qi explosion realm? A few gazes converged upon Zhang Chun, tinged with a hint of reverence. Gu Qiangang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yi Han is not an ordinary person. His strength is formidable. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Chun frowned. All right. I understand. So it's Yi Han, is it? When you enter the dragon arena, simply follow my lead. By the way, Zhang Chun turned to Gu Qiangang. What is the matter with the martial aura formations in your royal palace? Huh? What do you mean? Gu Qiangang responded, bewildered. While I was cultivating within them, I found no benefit at all. In fact, it left me feeling unsettled and in poor condition. If this continues, I will be unable to accumulate my state for the impending 100-dragon battle. Zhang Chun narrowed his eyes, casting a cold gaze at Gu Qiangang. This. Gu Qiangang hesitated momentarily. Then, after a determined breath, he produced a spatial ring, and several palm-sized crystal vials appeared before him. Each vial contained 10 medicinal pills. By the way, the last batch of dragon pills you provided had quite a favorable effect on my cultivation, Zhang Chun remarked. Dragon pills? Gu Qiangang gritted his teeth. He then retrieved over 100 dragon pills. These are all I currently possess. Even as a prince, there are limits to the number of dragon pills one can consume each month. Given Gu Qianlong's status as the fourth prince, he could acquire only 240 dragon pills throughout the year. Of course, other rewards are calculated separately. If he accomplished something noteworthy, perhaps the pure sovereign would bestow him with a substantial number of dragon pills in one go. Within the palace, these are among the most precious resources. Well, the fourth prince certainly shows sincerity. With these pills, I shall refine them and accumulate my foundation. The upcoming 100-dragon battle will surely. Zhang Chun began to smile with satisfaction. However, before he could finish, his words were abruptly cut off as he fixed his gaze intensely upon Yi Han. Yi Han extended his hand, retrieving all the crystal vials and dragon pills, returning them to Gu Qianlong's grasp. With only 1 day remaining until the 100-dragon battle, what effect could these preparations have? Put these away. Yi Han gazed at Gu Qiangang with an unexplainable persuasiveness that compelled him to comply. You seek death? Zhang Chun's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. His emotions ignited in an instant. What's wrong? Is there an issue with what I said? Yi Han glanced at Zhang Chun. Boom. Zhang Chun's face twisted in rage. With a sudden movement, his arm trembled, fingers coalescing into claws as he lunged towards Yi Han's head. The winds howled. A tremendous force unleashed. The master of the Yuan body realm, having reached the pinnacle of the postnatal four realms, possesses a depth of skill beyond the imagination of those present. Bang! In an instant, two figures collided thrice within the grand hall. With the third impact, Zhang Chun was sent staggering back to the entrance of the hall, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Yi Han. Who are you to obstruct my affairs? I am your father, Yi Han replied, narrowing his eyes. Stepping forward, an invisible force swirled around him, resonating with the very void of the cosmos with each breath he took. The extraordinary power of his vital essence surged forth. Rather than feeling the slightest trepidation in the presence of such a Yuan body master, he instead felt a thrilling anticipation, as if regarding prey. Impudent. Have you lost your mind? Gu Qiangang, what is this creature you have summoned? Zhang Chun, his long hair disheveled and eyes wide with fury, fixed an intense glare on Gu Qiangang. The 100-dragon battle. Do you mean to exclude me from participating? Gu Qiangang chose silence. While he could mediate disputes among others, Yi Han was his true hope for the upcoming 100-dragon battle. Cease your barking. If you wish to avoid humiliation, I suggest you leave, lest you dirty my eyes and find yourself crushed underfoot. Yi Han scoffed disdainfully at Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun's eyes widened in rage, a palpable killing intent flaring momentarily before vanishing just as swiftly. The earlier collisions had clarified one thing for him. This seemingly insignificant figure, appearing to be merely at the Qi burst realm, was indeed extraordinary, perhaps even a concealed top-tier master. Very well, Gu Qiangang, I understand now. I shall seek out the second prince, and we shall meet at the 100-dragon battle. With a venomous remark, Zhang Chun turned and departed. Yi Han cast a glance before shifting his attention to the others beside Gu Qiangang. With a flick of his fingers, numerous human dragon pills materialized, 5 for each individual. You few need not participate in the 100 dragon battle. You may return home, Yi Han declared. The group turned to Gu Qiangang, seeking clarification. Given the circumstances, you need not partake in this 100 dragon battle. Gu Qiangang hesitated slightly before speaking. The group erupted in joy, hastily bidding farewell. As warriors of the Qi Burst realm, despite achieving the vacuum burst, they remained mere minor players until they stepped into the Yuan body realm. In the 100 dragon battle, they would merely serve as fodder, risking their lives in the fray. To receive several precious human dragon pills today was a windfall, a fortunate gain indeed. Once everyone had departed, only Yi Han and Gu Qiangang remained. Do not look at me like that. Shall we allow these individuals to enter the battlefield? Will we intervene or not? If they perish before our eyes, shall we rescue them or let them fall? Yi Han inquired. As for Zhang Chun, he is merely a man driven by profit, a petty extortionist. You cannot genuinely expect to rely on such a person to contend for rankings or vie for the title of crown prince, can you? Yi Han continued. Aye. Gu Qiangang fell into silence. The battle of the 100 dragons awaits. I shall aid you in ascending to the position of crown prince. So you need not harbor any concerns. Yi Han spoke. Very well. Gu Qiangang nodded, having no recourse left. By the way, follow me, Yi Han. I promise you the martial arts imperial scroll. As Gu Qiangang spoke, he led Yi Han deep into the palace, revealing a secret chamber. Before this chamber hung 3 ancient scrolls. I have collected a total of 10 martial arts imperial scrolls. These 3 are a set, known as the Invincible Sunflower Imperial Scroll. If one can comprehend it, the benefits will be immense. They were left behind by the foremost master of our pure royal dynasty from centuries past, Gu Qiangang explained, hoping that Yi Han would grasp its essence and elevate himself. That foremost master was a eunuch, wasn't he? Yi Han gazed at Gu Qiangang. Indeed, what of it? Gu Qiangang inquired, puzzled. What is this? Yi Han pointed to a specific section of the first scroll. To practice this skill, one must first. Gu Qiangang stumbled over his words, his expression utterly captivating. Chapter 129. The Art of Killing Intent. Would you care to practice? Yi Han scrutinized Gu Qiangang, his gaze fixated on the latter's lower half. Shall I assist you? Gu Qiangang felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He hurriedly shook his head and fled the confined chamber. Here, take a look at these, Gu Qianggang's voice echoed. Yi Han exited, trailing Gu Qiangang to another secret room, where a scroll also hung on the wall. Is this one all right? Yi Han cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qiangang, harboring doubts about whether this individual was merely an aficionado of collections, having never truly examined these martial imperial scrolls. It should be fine, right? Gu Qiangang glanced at Yi Han, instinctively retracting his neck. Yi Han's focus intensified upon the scroll, and soon he was taken aback. Who left this behind? He inquired. 900 years ago, it was bequeathed by the armored warlords of our pristine empire, Gu Qiangang promptly replied. Remarkable, Yi Han exclaimed, his eyes locking onto the scroll, disregarding Gu Qiangang entirely. Observing this, Gu Qiangang discreetly withdrew, letting out a quiet sigh of relief, wary of disturbing Yi Han. Having grown familiar with Yi Han, he understood that while the latter acted with overwhelming dominance, leaving no one able to restrain him, he was also capable of jest among friends. Still, a shadow of apprehension lingered in Gu Qiangang, fearing that this martial imperial scroll might yield unforeseen complications. Within the secret chamber, Yi Han fixated on the scroll for a full hour. At last, ripples of realization surged in his eyes. The art of killing intent. The art of killing intent. In the absence of sunlight, killing intent surges. The heavens tremble, heralding war. Above the scroll, 2 imposing lines of text radiated a boundless aura of murderous intent. For an hour, Yi Han found himself ensnared in an abyss of killing intent, unable to extricate himself. He felt as though his soul were being drawn into the scroll, engulfed in an overwhelming sense of bloodshed and annihilation, crushed underfoot. It was akin to a perpetual descent into hell, forever barred from the light of day. What a formidable art of killing intent. Were it not for the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, I might have succumbed to madness, even losing my very soul, Yi Han muttered to himself. This scroll, to be precise, was a repository of boundless killing intent. The one who condensed this imperial scroll had undoubtedly been extraordinary. A terrifying entity who traversed a life filled with death and slaughter. Gu Qiangong's assertion that it was left by a former armored warlord provided sufficient explanation. This imperial scroll embodied unyielding fortitude and boundless killing intent, concealing profound mysteries within. The art of killing intent serves as the overarching principle, while the imperial scroll contains the true essence. To comprehend it fully would yield immeasurable benefits. Though it is not a martial technique, in Yihan's eyes, it was 100 times more precious than any previous martial arts he had encountered. The art of killing intent emphasizes the cultivation of boundless murderous intent, fostering an indomitable martial will. It amplifies combat intent through killing intent, thereby enhancing one's own combat prowess. The killing intent technique consists of 9 levels. Should one ascend to the 9th level, the essence of killing intent reaches its zenith, allowing even an ordinary martial artist to contend with a prodigious genius of equal standing. In the heat of battle, one could potentially shatter the opponent's fighting spirit through the killing intent technique, compelling them to surrender without a fight. This technique bears resemblance to the divine power of 100 explosions, yet it carries no adverse effects. It does not lead to the degradation of one's mental faculties nor diminish one's strength. It offers only benefits without drawbacks. However, mastering it is exceedingly challenging. One must immerse oneself wholeheartedly into this scroll, akin to reliving the life of a legendary armored general, absorbing the essence of the battlefield's deadly silence, and subsequently integrating it into one's own will. A moment's carelessness could lead to an inescapable descent into this profound realm, resulting in the obliteration of one's will and the extinguishment of the soul, leading to death. Yihan felt a surge of awareness, having nearly succumbed to the allure. I am safeguarded by the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. In critical moments, this tower can protect my soul and preserve a fragment of my martial intent, preventing me from becoming completely ensnared by this imperial vision. Thus, I can practice without restraint. Thoughts flickered through Yihan's mind. The sun and moon are devoid of light. The killing intent rises. He murmured these phrases, contemplating their essence and grasping the underlying principles. Concurrently, his spirit and energy once again immersed themselves in the imperial scroll. An hour slipped by unnoticed. A peculiar killing intent began to coalesce around Yihan. As time progressed, this intent intensified. His spirit and energy underwent a transformation, achieving a transcendence, an amplification, yet fundamentally, they remained unaltered by the killing intent, preserving a thread of his true will. 2 hours passed, then 3. After 3 hours, the air within the chamber felt as though it had turned frigid. Once the killing intent surrounding Yihan reached its peak, an aura of lethal energy erupted, affecting the surrounding void. The convergence of his will and the essence of his body manifested a transformation. This state persisted for over 20 hours. In a fleeting moment, Yihan's body finally stirred, emerging from this profound state of comprehension. His murky eyes regained clarity, returning to their natural state. At this moment, the chamber felt like the depths of winter. A powerful and chilling aura of slaughter radiated outward, enveloping not just the chamber but the entire hall in an overwhelming killing intent, instilling fear and deterring any approach. Yihan gestured with his hand and retrieved the martial arts imperial scroll. Regardless of whether others might also practice the killing intent technique, this scroll must not fall into their hands. After placing the scroll into his spatial ring, Yihan exited the chamber, taking a moment to sense his surroundings before stepping outside the hall. Yihan Yu. Gu Qiangang had long awaited him outside the hall, his eyes flickering with trepidation. It's nothing. I have gained insights from the martial arts imperial scroll, Yihan replied. It is truly terrifying. The murderous intent felt almost palpable, and I nearly could not escape. Gu Qiangang forced a smile, yet deep within his brows lay a flicker of hope. The stronger Yihan became, the greater the chance of assistance he could provide, a notion Gu Qiangang could comprehend. By the way, I have taken that martial emperor diagram with me. Is that acceptable? Yihan inquired. Perhaps I could purchase it with a dragon essence pill? Gu Qiangang hastily waved his hand, stating, You may take it. It holds no value for me. You may also take the other emperor diagrams whenever you require them. He then looked at Yihan with a peculiar expression, asking, Where did you acquire so many dragon essence pills? I have not heard of the 3 great dragon path formations being plundered. Casting a glance at Gu Qiangang, Yi Han replied nonchalantly. Dragon essence pills are not solely the domain of the royal families of your 8 great empires. By the way, how long have I been cultivating? The battle of the 100 dragons is about to commence, is it not? It will begin shortly. Shall we proceed to the battlefield? Gu Qiangang suggested. Let us set off. Yi Han inhaled deeply, brimming with vigor. Chapter 130. The Battle of the 100 Dragons. A single day's cultivation has led to an astonishing transformation. No one could fathom the extent of the benefits that Yi Han has reaped. The art of killing qi. Yi Han would gladly declare it the preeminent secret technique of the world. By harnessing killing intent to cultivate combat spirit while simultaneously restraining opponents, it elevates a warrior's combat prowess in an instant. Truly an unfathomable marvel. Deep within the imperial palace, at Ningyang Square, numerous masters have gathered in a state of vigilant anticipation. Surrounding the square, many noble lords and ministers are seated in a sequential manner. At the very center, a middle-aged man radiating vitality is adorned in a dragon robe, exuding unparalleled authority. Yet, despite his youthful appearance, his true age spans several centuries. When a warrior's realm reaches a certain level, they can achieve a semblance of eternal youth. Maintaining their visage, Yi Han casts a glance and immediately feels an intangible pressure. The pure sovereign, the father of Gu Qiangang, Gu Tianxiao. This pure sovereign is not inferior to the Sun Moon sovereign, Xiao Yinchuan, whom Yi Han had encountered previously. The appearance of Yi Han and Gu Qiangang has drawn countless gazes, with many expressing astonishment, unable to comprehend why the 4th prince, Gu Qiangang, has arrived with only one companion. The so-called Battle of the 100 Dragons entails numerous participants vying to emerge among the top 100, rather than a mere 100 individuals engaging in battle amongst themselves. Thus, beyond the royal family's delegation and the many invited masters, the several princes should have brought along numerous followers and combatants. This is also a demonstration of each prince's ability to command followers, serving as an unspoken test. The fact that only Yi Han stands beside Gu Qiangang is exceedingly peculiar. Several royal experts are momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of complexity. Some shake their heads in dismay, while others exhibit disdainful smirks. Has the 4th prince completely relinquished his aspirations for the battle of the 100 dragons? As a prince, such a lack of resolve is unbecoming. Even if he cannot prevail, he must strive fiercely, showcasing his will to garner greater support from the noble lords and ministers. As the 4th prince has now arrived, the Battle of the 100 Dragons is set to commence. At the center of Ningyang Square, an elderly eunuch approaches, squinting as he speaks. He then gestures with his arm, and a ranking board appears. This board is the 100 Dragons list. The Battle of the 100 Dragons will last for 3 days, and after this period, the rankings will be finalized. Those who secure a place on the 100 Dragons list will be recognized as the top 100 masters and shall receive rewards. Yi Han listens intently to the elderly eunuch's proclamations while surveying his surroundings. He senses the realms of various masters. The weakest among them are at least experts at the true qi explosion level. There are also several existing at the Yuan body realm, though most appear to have just recently entered this stage, merely within the domain of the 1st transformation. Experts who have reached the 2nd transformation, the divine aperture transformation, are exceedingly rare. As for those who have attained the 3rd transformation, the diamond transformation, it is virtually impossible. Such experts are at least 50 years of age, thus disqualified from participating in the battle, unless one is a distinguished disciple among the elite of the 3 prestigious academies, such as the top-tier experts within the Holy Hall of the Reincarnation Academy. It is improbable for anyone under the age of 50 to enter the realm of diamond transformation. With a mere observation, Yi Han comprehended everything, now imbued with a heightened sense of confidence. After all, he had slain experts of the primordial body realm and had, with the aid of the power of the dragon vein, managed to contend against 4 formidable adversaries of the same realm without suffering defeat. Claim your battle orders. On the battlefield, defeating your opponent will allow you to seize their battle order. In 3 days, the individual with the highest number of battle orders will attain the highest rank, the old eunuch continued. With a wave of his arm, numerous palm-sized tokens materialized, accumulating at his side. As the crowd acquired their tokens, they also left their marks on both the tokens and the 100 dragon ranking. Numerous experts meticulously recorded their names. Consequently, Once they entered the battlefield, the quantity of battle orders in each person's possession would be continuously displayed on the 100-dragon ranking. This ranking and the tokens were formed through intricate inscription techniques, profound and enigmatic, leaving Yihan unable to fathom their depths. However, this arrangement indeed facilitated matters considerably. Outsiders could ascertain the number of battle orders each participant possessed and witness the fluctuations in rankings. After half an hour, all combatants had obtained their tokens. With another wave of the old eunuch's arm, a luminous portal materialized in the square, an utterly marvelous sight, once again birthed from inscription techniques. Entering this portal could potentially transport one to any location within the secret battlefield. Is that so? Yihan furrowed his brow. Indeed. It is also to prevent certain individuals from forming alliances at the outset, as that would create an overwhelming advantage, Gu Qiangang elucidated. In that case, I shall imprint this mark within you for your convenience. Yihan extended his arm and directly pressed a mark into Gu Qiangang's back. Gu Qiangang smiled ruefully. Any mark is futile. Our Pureless dynasty has certainly anticipated this. As one enters through this portal, any mark will be obliterated. Do not concern yourself. Yihan uttered 4 words. If a mere portal could erase the mark he had inscribed through the techniques of the 9 Heavens Dragon Sovereign, then Yihan might as well headbutt a wall. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the crowd gradually stepped into the portal. Ultimately, following Gu Qiangang, Yihan too stepped into the gateway. In an instant, the world spun as time and space morphed. On the other side of the portal lay a passage of time and space, directly transporting Yihan to a brand new realm. This was a world within a world, a secret domain. It was hardly surprising that the Reincarnation Academy possessed not just one, but multiple secret realms akin to the Netherworld Law Realm. As the Pureless dynasty also wielded control over secret domains, Yihan surveyed his surroundings. He found himself atop a peak, devoid of any other martial presence. It appeared that the transportation was indeed random, with each participant entering the battlefield at a distinct location. Those of slightly lesser strength, if they can remain hidden, may indeed endure until the end. However, without a battle order in hand, their efforts are futile. The existence of the battle order serves to compel individuals to seek one another out, to contest, and even to engage in fierce combat. The 100-dragon battle is, in truth, a brutal affair, not merely a simple contest of prowess. The pure royal family endeavors to identify a select few true elites and geniuses through this event. 30 miles. Gu Qiangang is situated 30 miles to the east. Yihan closed his eyes, and with a slight sense, he discerned Gu Qiangang's location. With a surge of vital energy and spiritual force, Yihan transformed into a swift cheetah emerging from the mountains, racing towards the eastern direction. First, locate Gu Qiangang. Then he could ensure his protection. With this, Yihan would have no lingering concerns. Halt. Return and surrender the battle order. As Yihan advanced, he suddenly encountered a combatant at the Yuan body realm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the perception of this individual, as if he were merely an illusion. Concurrently, as Yihan sought Gu Qiangang, a man was abruptly teleported to a certain location within the secret realm. This man bore a battle sword on his back, his features sharp as a blade, and his gaze piercingly fierce, as if capable of slicing through the void. His aura, which had been subdued, suddenly erupted like a torrent, intensifying rapidly. In mere moments, he ascended from the vacuum blast realm to the 3rd transformation of the Yuan body realm, the diamond transformation. Feng Wuliang's abilities are indeed extraordinary. He can traverse the heavens and the seas without revealing my true realm. He instructed me to capture Yihan alive, which is feasible. However, incapacitating this individual is also permissible, for none may provoke our holy hall. Upon finishing his words, the man with the sharp brows and star-like eyes flickered and leaped, swiftly disappearing into the distance. Chapter 131. Slaughter and Plunder. Finally stepping onto the battlefield. Once one enters the secret realm, there is no retreat, only life and death. In another part of the secret realm, a shadow descended, a cold smile gracing their lips. If Yihan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as a peerless genius who had also joined the Hall of Reincarnation, Wang Sheng. He was the one who, alongside Yin Tianxiu, sought to prevent Yihan from leaving the hall. Yihan likely did not anticipate Wang Sheng's arrival. Moreover, in another area of the secret realm, a new figure was abruptly teleported in, another companion of Yin Tianxiu, Du Tianqi, Wang Sheng, and Du Tianqi. Had it not been for the unwavering and stern stance of the Elder of Life and Death, would have directly stormed the stage to forcibly capture Yihan. In this 100-Dragon War, these two formidable experts had traveled great distances to the Immaculate Empire and entered the fray. Yihan, your demise is assured. Yihan was the coveted prize, the finest quarry, and no one could be allowed to seize him first. Wang Sheng spoke, his expression dark, and quickly moved forward. Whoever could suppress Yihan would earn merit, and Wang Sheng aimed to claim that honor before anyone else. Upon entering the battlefield, Du Tianqi also hurried forth. For them, participating in the 100-Dragon War was of little significance. The numerous rewards paled in comparison, for the unimaginable benefits from Feng Wuliang awaited whoever could subdue Yihan. At this moment, Yihan had traveled 30 miles and soon found himself before Gu Qiangang. Yihan, you have arrived. Gu Qiangang exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him. Upon entering this place, he discovered that the mark Yihan had inscribed within him had not faded, filling him with hope. The secret realm was not small, and failing to reunite in a timely manner could spell disaster. At least Gu Qianggang's strength was negligible among the many combatants. While ordinary people would hesitate to kill him, seizing his battle order would be a trivial task. Surely there are many eyes upon you? Yihan inquired, gazing at Gu Qiangang. My second brother, third brother, if they cannot win me over, they may resort to killing me. And my eldest brother, though unable to enter this place himself, seems to have invited several extraordinary figures who may also intend to act against me, Gu Qiangang lamented. As the fourth prince, he had no avenue for retreat. Unless he abstained from the 100-Dragon War, he would be forsaken by the royal family. The competition for the imperial throne was merciless. The Immaculate Emperor cared little for which of the four princes would emerge victorious. He only regarded the final outcome. To him, the defeated were worthless, even if they were his own sons. Then let us kill. Yihan's eyes glimmered. We shall slay Gu Qiansha and Gu Qianquan. The position of prince shall surely be yours. No, that course of action. Gu Qiangan's expression changed dramatically. Enough with the idle chatter, come with me. Yihan, weary of further conversation with Gu Qiangang, recognized the man's timid nature, which would not change in a short span of time. The two continued their journey, traversing the earth on foot. Within a mere quarter hour, they encountered 5 formidable experts of the Qi explosion realm. If they wished to avoid death, they must surrender their battle orders. Yihan exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, his murderous intent palpable upon their first meeting. Impudent. You are merely at the Qi explosion level. How dare you act so arrogantly towards us? The 5 were incensed by Yihan's demeanor. In an instant, 5 powerful auras converged, transforming into an invisible force of nature that bore down upon Yihan. In the realm of life and death, a single thought could shift the tide. Yihan uttered 7 words, the very air trembling with his might. With a single punch, just one blow was sufficient to shatter the arrogance of the 5 masters before him. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted, a relentless onslaught that obliterated them completely. In less than 10 breaths, the 5 experts lay defeated on the ground, their vitality in turmoil, blood spewing from their mouths. They gazed at Yihan as if he were a demonic entity. Without hesitation, they presented their respective battle orders with the utmost reverence. Let us go. Yihan inscribed his mark upon the battle orders before stowing them away. After a brief moment of advance, 2 more experts of the Qi explosion realm emerged. The scenario unfolded similarly. With Yihan taking the lead, Gu Qiangang could only watch in astonishment, doing nothing but standing behind him, utterly at ease. Fourth Prince, Gu Qiangang? A chilling voice echoed through the air. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them. Hand over your battle orders, and then leave. The individual radiated an undeniable authority. Xiao Gangyu. Gu Qiangang, clearly recognizing the visitor, was aware of his background. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Yihan had already taken action. Akin to a ravenous wolf or a fierce tiger, brimming with combat fervor. Bang! The earth trembled, and the vacuum quaked. The fierce energies collided, and the 2 figures engaged in a fierce exchange for 20 breaths, until they abruptly separated. Gu Qiangang stood in a state of shock. Yihan remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. While not far from him, Xiao Gang coughed up blood, half kneeling on the ground, his body trembling as if afflicted with a grave illness. Surrender all 3 battle orders, or face death. Yi Han sensed the hidden battle orders on Xiao Gang through their mutual connection. Even if they were contained within a spatial ring, an invisible link persisted. The battle orders forged by the Pureless dynasty were extraordinarily unique, rendering the process of the 100-Dragon War brutally unforgiving, leaving no room for retreat. Yi Han, taking the battle orders is futile. I do not hesitate to inform you that experts from the Limitless Sword sect have entered this realm to confront you. Xiao Gang's complexion darkened, and he continued, I can ally with you to deal with certain individuals. Enough with the empty words. Yi Han's fingers extended, unleashing a formidable force that pierced through all. In an instant, Xiao Gang's protective aura was shattered, his body pierced, and blood gushed forth. Give it to me. Give it to me, Xiao Gang exclaimed, as he produced 3 battle tokens, sending them forth to Yi Han with his elemental energy. Boom. At that moment, the surface of the battle tokens surged with chaotic energy, resulting in an explosion. The terrifying force shattered the vacuum within a 10-meter radius, and even the residual shockwave compelled Gu Qiangang to retreat several dozen meters, too fearful to approach. What a foolhardy wretch! A mere pawn in the vacuum explosion domain dares to seize my battle tokens. You shall perish. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Gang's previously timid demeanor morphed into a grotesque mask of fury. Is that so? A merciless voice emerged from the center of the chaotic explosion, shrouded in dust and smoke. As the debris settled, Xiao Gang's gaze fell upon Yi Han, enveloped in a protective aura, his robes immaculate, and his breath steady, utterly unaffected. This is impossible, Xiao Gang stammered, unable to fathom how a warrior from the vacuum explosion realm could emerge unscathed from the cataclysm he had orchestrated. It was utterly bizarre. Since you wish for death, I shall grant your desire. Yi Han raised his arm, unleashing a thunderous strike with his middle finger, manifesting a shadow of dragon-like force. Dragon Coil Finger. With a single movement, Xiao Gang's energy reservoir detonated, his life force extinguished on the spot. Within this secret realm, Yi Han maintained peak condition, embodying the zenith of divine power. Executing the Dragon Coil Finger was as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Having slain Xiao Gang, Yi Han extended his arm, and a surge of energy swept forth, claiming the opponent's spatial ring. Inside, the 3 battle tokens lay in wait. You killed him? Gu Qiangang stood in shock, muttering, Xiao Gang is a true disciple of the Burning Moon Academy, and his father, Xiao Xiong, is an elder of the academy. Had it not been for my formidable physique and abundant elemental energy, I would have been the one who perished. Yi Han's tone was icy as he deemed it necessary to clarify to Gu Qiangang that this battle of the 100 dragons was no trivial matter. You'd best worry about yourself. Suddenly, Yi Han cast a glance into the distance, where 3 figures approached in unison. One of them wore a robe strikingly similar to that of the second prince, Gu Qiansha. Their identities were unmistakable. The third prince, Gu Qiankuan. Run. Gu Qiangang's face paled as he followed Yi Han's gaze. What do you mean, run? Yi Han retorted coldly. How can we not feast upon the fat sheep at the entrance? First, we must seize the battle tokens. Chapter 132. Shattering the immaculate royal body, Gu Qiangang felt a tremor within as he observed Yi Han, who was brimming with eagerness. The opponents before him were 3 formidable beings who had ascended to the Yuan body realm, among whom his third brother, Gu Qiankuan, was the most enigmatic. Having joined the Dragon-Slaying Academy, it appeared that he had mastered an unparalleled secret technique, merging his imperial aura with the Academy's mystical arts to forge an extraordinarily powerful foundation. Ordinary experts of the same rank, like Xiao Gang, whom Yi Han had just slain, were mere trifles compared to Gu Qiankuan. Accompanying him were 2 other experts, both of whom were also of the Yuan body realm. These 3 could easily sweep through their adversaries and would undoubtedly secure a position on the 100 Dragons list. Yet, Yi Han dared to vie for their battle orders? In an instant, Gu Qianlong's thoughts raced, contemplating various scenarios. However, he ultimately restrained his impulse to flee and swiftly began to introduce Yi Han. The Dragon-Slaying Academy? How intriguing. I am most curious to see what this institution has to offer. Yi Han narrowed his eyes, feeling an increasing sense of anticipation. Among the 3 great academies, he was least familiar with the Dragon-Slaying Academy, yet it was clear to him that this institution was his sworn nemesis. What does it mean to be a nemesis? Yi Han cultivated the 9 Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique, embodying the invincible dragon body of ancient times, traversing the path of the human emperor, and embodying the might of the dragon monarch. However, The Dragon-Slaying Academy sought to eliminate dragons. They practiced the supreme technique, the Heavenly Dragon Slaying Method. Any warrior possessing a dragon body, even one akin to a flood dragon or a serpent dragon, was a target for their slaying. To eradicate such dragon-related physiques would yield boundless rewards and significant advancement for any expert of the Dragon-Slaying Academy. Fourth brother, what a coincidence. As the three approached, the third prince, Gu Qianquan, revealed a bemused expression. Third brother, Gu Qiangang bowed his head slightly. Hand over the battle order, and I shall spare your life. Gu Qianquan said, narrowing his eyes. You wish to kill me? Gu Qiangan's pupils constricted. He was all too familiar with his third brother. Gu Qianquan chuckled. Fourth brother, you have matured quite a bit, but alas, it is too late. A hint of murderous intent surfaced in his smile. Yesterday, I sent someone to seek your cooperation in the 100 Dragons battle, yet you refused. It seems even a waste like you harbors ambitions for the position of crown prince. Wait, to kill him personally? A sudden voice interjected, abruptly disrupting the exchange between the two brothers. Several gazes converged upon Yihan. Who are you, insignificant fool, to dare interrupt? Gu Qianquan's eyes glinted with a sinister light. Yihan's current realm was the void explosion. Even 10 void explosions would not match Gu Qianquan, a mere minor figure who he regarded with disdain. The words spoken by Yihan were perceived by Gu Qianquan as an extreme provocation, almost akin to courting death. And what are you, but a mere waste? Yihan, weary of idle chatter, stepped forward with a thunderous stride, his arm reaching directly for Gu Qianquan. Between his fingers surged an overwhelming force, his vitality boiling like a tempest. Boom! As he made his move, the vacuum around him seemed on the verge of explosion, resonating with a thunderous roar. What? Gu Qianquan was taken aback, his countenance shifting dramatically. He unleashed all of his primal energy without reservation, launching an unparalleled strike toward Yihan. Bang! The two figures collided head-on. Yihan's hand transformed, unleashing waves upon waves of concentrated power, erupting over 100 times in an instant. The surging force completely engulfed Gu Qianquan. At that moment, absolute power surged forth. Yihan stood as the very source of all force in the cosmos, exuding an indomitable ferocity, as steadfast as a mountain, unshakable by the heavens. The primal energy roared, shattering the air around them. Gu Qianquan staggered back several steps, his expression utterly transformed, as though he had encountered the most inconceivable entity in existence. A vacuum-level martial artist had repelled him head-on. A grimace flickered across Gu Qianquan's face as he steadied himself, his robes billowing, blood and energy surging through him, imbuing him with the might of the unblemished royal body. He advanced, a boundless intent to kill emanating from him. The unblemished royal body, the most formidable physique within the royal lineage of the unblemished empire. This entire empire had been established by an invincible master who had perfected the unblemished royal body to its pinnacle. In comparison, Gu Qianquan's mastery of this physique was evidently more potent, far surpassing that of Gu Qiangang. As he approached, an awe-inspiring power enveloped him, each movement resonating with the surrounding vacuum, affecting the very fabric of space. Emperor's Fist. Yihan unleashed a majestic and straightforward punch, devoid of technique, merely showcasing the eruption of his unmatched vigor and the embodiment of absolute strength. Following the strike, Yihan leapt forward with explosive force, his arms entwining and shifting, the invincible punch radiating toward Gu Qianquan. Gu Qiangang, witnessing this from a distance, felt his heart race with trepidation. If Yihan were to falter, he too would meet his end here today. His brother had cultivated the unblemished royal body to the 6th level, its might unimaginable. Gu Qiangang frowned, his vigilance heightened. However, in that fleeting moment, a deafening blast resounded. The surging punch erupted upon Gu Qianquan, obliterating his protective aura in an instant. Not only that, but the very essence of Gu Qianquan's unblemished royal body was shattered by this single blow. A mouthful of reverse blood spewed forth. Gu Qianquan was sent flying 100 meters, akin to a kite severed from its string. What is this physique? Gu Qianquan exclaimed in bewilderment, repeatedly howling in disbelief. He possessed an unwavering confidence in his immaculate royal body, renowned throughout the vast expanse of the primordial void. Little did he anticipate that, in mere moments, it would be shattered by a few punches from Yihan. Let us all attack together and eliminate this brat. The two bystanders, who had previously been mere spectators, were suddenly engulfed by a surge of murderous intent. When they chose to strike, their assault was nothing short of earth-shattering. Their energies intertwined, amplifying one another as though they had mastered a synergistic combat technique. Two distinct martial arts techniques erupted simultaneously, one from the left, the other from the right, rushing towards Yi Han with lethal intent. Kill! Gu Qianquan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He gritted his teeth and, after swallowing a medicinal pill, charged once more towards Yi Han. At this moment, the three formidable beings of the Yuan body realm united against Yi Han. This is splendid. It saves me quite a bit of trouble. Yi Han let out a long, resounding roar, filled with vigor and an elevated fighting spirit. An intensely frigid and piercing aura erupted from within him, transforming the very atmosphere within a radius of 1,000 meters into an icy realm of despair. Killing intent technique. A terrifying wave of murderous energy unfurled, akin to a tempest that tore through the heavens, swiftly enveloping the three adversaries before him. The land morphed into a domain of slaughter, a domain of death, a realm steeped in murderous intent. Within this arena, Yi Han felt as though he had received unparalleled empowerment. Meanwhile, Gu Qianquan and his companions found their eyes flickering, their breaths ragged, as a momentary confusion clouded their wills. Chapter 133, The Eight Desolations Dragon-Slaying Technique, The Emperor's Dominance. Yi Han emitted a chilling aura, his presence formidable. In an instant, golden divine light enveloped his entire being, as if clad in an unparalleled suit of battle armor. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated. His fist collided head-on with that of a formidable opponent at the Yuan body realm. In the blink of an eye, the expert was forced to retreat several steps, staggering back. Outrageous. Another Yuan body expert's eyes blazed with a myriad of icy glints. A layer of jade-like armor materialized around his arms, culminating in heavier, more resilient gauntlets that encased his fists. Iron jade gauntlets? Gu Qiangang gasped in astonishment from behind. This was a specialized weapon of the Dragon-Slaying Academy, known as the Iron Jade Gauntlets. They allowed warriors to unleash their fist strength, physical prowess, and vital energy without restraint, indulging in unbridled slaughter while offering unparalleled defense. A top-tier earthly weapon. Such a weapon was exceedingly rare, even in the hands of the true disciples of the three major academies. It was astonishing that this individual wielded it so freely. Clang, clang, clang. A series of collision sounds erupted, as surging blood vitality and elemental energy burst forth. The very vacuum of space trembled, and the astonishing waves radiated outward, forcing Gu Qiangang at the edge of the battlefield to continually retreat, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of crisis that threatened to pierce his very being. He could hardly fathom how Yi Han managed to sustain himself in battle. How could someone of the same martial realm as Yi Han dare to engage in direct combat with a Yuan body expert? Each punch unleashed seemed to birth boundless power. Yi Han's strikes, devoid of intricate changes or remarkable enhancements, were nonetheless underpinned by an inexhaustible strength, perpetually maintained at its zenith, never waning. This scene was exceedingly bizarre, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. Explode for me. At that moment, Yi Han coldly uttered 3 words. His fist radiated an astonishing might, surging forth to strike down upon the Yuan body expert before him. His essence, his strength, his murderous intent, everything coalesced into a singularity, forming a flawless whole that was perfectly imbued within this punch, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous tremor of the earth, a crack resounded. The Yuan body expert let out a pained scream, sent flying by Yi Han's fist. In midair, blood sprayed wildly from him. His arm hung limply, a clear sign of being brutally shattered by Yi Han's overwhelming force. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, Yi Han's form remained steadfast against the onslaught of punches from Gu Qianquan and another expert. At that moment, Yi Han stood immovable as a mountain, akin to a primordial divine peak, merging with the earth beneath him. He was the very embodiment of the land, unshakable, indestructible. Even as Gu Qianquan and the other expert unleashed a flurry of 100 punches in an instant, they could not advance further nor inflict any true harm upon Yi Han. Get lost. Yi Han's voice erupted like thunder on a clear day, infused with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. In the eyes of Gu Qianquan and his companions, a fog of confusion returned, accompanied by fleeting moments of fear. It was as if, in that instant, their hearts trembled, rendering them as two befuddled fools, their will momentarily diminished and their spirits momentarily crushed. Boom, boom. Two explosive sounds resounded. Within Yihan, an immense force surged violently, rebounding with ferocity. The two men were akin to kites severed from their strings, unable to control their bodies as they crashed to the ground several meters away. The three masters of the Yuan body realm now resembled subservient slaves, half kneeling in the earth, their eyes filled with fear and helpless indignation. In stark contrast, Yihan stood enveloped in a faint golden glow. This manifestation seemed to arise from his mastery of the emperor's body technique, reflecting a divine, supreme, imperial majesty, akin to the arrival of a great emperor. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Qianquan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, as if he sensed something profound. The dragon vein. How could you have gained the blessing of the dragon vein? Gu Qianquan was struck with an inexplicable horror, roaring in an outburst of reluctance, extreme anger, and envy. Beside him, the other two were equally perplexed. Unlike Gu Qianquan, they perceived even more. It was not merely the aura of the dragon vein that enveloped Yihan, but a far more substantial essence, inherently more powerful, suggesting that all vitality was suppressed. Although Yihan concealed it well, who were they? They were masters from the Dragon Slaying Academy. Their sensitivity and grasp of such energies were unparalleled. That was the dragon body. Die. Yihan cast a glance at the three, uttering a single word, death. Truly, the prowess of the Dragon Slaying Academy was formidable. He finally realized that in battle with these three, they could discern his possession of the dragon body. This revelation must remain hidden until he attained 10 dragon bones, at which point it could manifest in the world. Otherwise, complications would arise, as this was one of his ultimate trump cards, invaluable in critical moments, especially against Feng Wuliang. The 8 Desolations Dragon Slaying Technique. In an instant, Gu Qianquan and his companions exchanged glances and acted in unison. The three of them combined their efforts, each executing the same lethal technique, the 8 Desolations Dragon Slaying Technique. This was the Dragon Slaying Academy's supreme method of annihilation, effective against other martial artists. Yet against one who possessed the dragon body, it was extraordinarily advantageous, endowed with a natural counter. The trio's combined energies disrupted the very fabric of the cosmos. As they unleashed their attack, the earth trembled, and the heavens above resonated with the gathering of vital energy, empowering the three. The previously injured masters seemed to experience an instantaneous revival, returning to their peak form. The three individuals moved their arms in a dance, creating intricate and unparalleled trajectories. They summoned the essence of the universe, giving rise to astonishing transformations. Above their heads, waves of primordial energy manifested, radiating with brilliance. The light converged and transformed, surging towards Yihan's form with overwhelming force. As it approached, the myriad beams coalesced into an unparalleled lattice, akin to a celestial battle net, a vacuum web intended to ensnare Yihan and sever all paths of retreat. How foolish! Yihan scoffed, his gaze aloof and disdainful. The 8 Desolations Dragon Slaying Technique was indeed formidable, momentarily instilling a sense of oppression within him. Yet, that sensation dissipated as swiftly as it had come, leaving no trace behind. Such tactics were insufficient to vanquish this true dragon in human form. A poison devised for serpents and pythons could hardly hope to afflict a peerless celestial dragon soaring through the heavens. While the dragon-slaying technique might yield some efficacy against lesser dragon-like forms, it stood no chance against Yihan's invincible dragon body. It would only lead to their own demise. Since you are aware of this secret, then you shall perish. As the vacuum web descended, Yihan did not flinch or evade. He appeared to relinquish all resistance. Speaking with an unperturbed tone, the heavenly net enveloped him in an instant. The three, Gu Qian and his companions, saw a glimmer of hope, their eyes alight with excitement. If they could slay Yihan, they would reap immense rewards, seizing a fragment of his innate essence. Break for me, Yihan declared, extending his arms as he seized the celestial net before him. With a sound akin to a rip, the vacuum shattered. The celestial web trembled violently, unable to withstand even a breath's duration before being torn apart by Yihan's bare hands. The three before him gasped in shock, spewing blood, their faces etched with terror. Retreating unsteadily. Boom. A terrifying fist radiated with power. No. The three revealed expressions of utter despair. Chapter 134. The death of the third prince. The force of the punch cleaved the air in two. In an instant, the bodies of two disciples from the dragon-slaying academy were obliterated, their life forces shattered, resulting in their immediate demise. Only the third prince, Gu Qianquan, remained. Trembling in utter despair. Yi Han, spare me. I am the third prince, backed by the dragon-slaying academy, and I have the greatest hope of inheriting the throne. I can assist you, Gu Qianquan hastily implored. The fact that Yi Han had slain the other two but spared him ignited a flicker of hope within Gu Qianquan, a hope for survival. Beg me. Do not plead with Gu Qiangang, Yi Han interjected, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the individual before him with a hint of amusement. I have entered this battlefield to aid Gu Qiangang. Gu Qianquan momentarily froze, his gaze shifting towards Gu Qiangang. Yet, deep within his eyes, an immense fury and a murderous intent coalesced, skillfully concealed beneath a facade of desperation. Fourth brother, we are blood brothers. In the past, I failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, but now I understand. If you spare my life, I shall assist you in dealing with eldest brother and second brother, elevating you to the throne. You will become the sovereign of the Immaculate Dynasty. Gu Qianquan spoke rapidly, his tone seemingly sincere. He was acutely aware of what to say to strike at Gu Qiangang's heart. Family ties and the coveted throne. One was a vulnerability in Gu Qiangang's character, the other a tremendous power. All four princes coveted the position of crown prince, and Gu Qianquan was convinced that Gu Qiangang would not be so cold-hearted as to truly end his life. Gu Qiangang remained silent, his expression an intricate tapestry of emotions, as he turned his gaze towards Yi Han. Make your choice, Yi Han remarked, casting a glance at Gu Qiangang. Consider whether your life is of greater importance than the fraternal bond he professes. 3 breaths passed. Gu Qiangang closed his eyes, enveloped in silence for just 3 breaths. Within his mind, echoes of the past, including Yi Han's voice, reverberated endlessly. Suddenly, Gu Qiangang's eyes flew open, resolute determination igniting within them. Third brother, I wish to live. On this day next year, I shall personally honor your memory. Then you must take action yourself. Yi Han observed Gu Qiangang intently. At the same time, he raised his arm, a surge of energy coalescing into a powerful force that utterly suppressed Gu Qianquan, rendering him incapable of resistance. Gu Qiangang stepped forward, drawing forth a sword. No, Gu Qianquan howled in despair. With a single stroke, the sword pierced through. The body that knelt upon the ground collapsed, and in his final moments, his eyes remained wide open, filled with resentment and fury. If I do not perish, you will soon become a corpse. Yi Han regarded Gu Qiangang, who stood frozen in a state of desolation, and spoke coldly. Having practiced the killing intent technique, Yi Han was now acutely attuned to the murderous intentions of warriors. Gu Qianquan's plea for mercy was far from genuine. If he were to survive, he would undoubtedly transform into a ravenous wolf, poised to consume both Yi Han and Gu Qiangang. Must it truly come to the point of slaying second brother as well? After a prolonged silence, Gu Qiangang finally regained his composure, recalling the words previously spoken by Yi Han. Otherwise, with Gu Qian's death, your opportunity to inherit the prince's throne would be significantly greater, Yi Han remarked nonchalantly. With a flick of his arm, he swiftly seized the battle orders from Gu Qianquan and the others. Astonishingly, the 3 of them collectively possessed 10 battle orders, greatly benefiting Yi Han. Soon, Yi Han advanced toward the vast earth ahead, prompting Gu Qiangang to abandon his thoughts and hastily follow. Gradually, it seemed that his resolve was being transformed by Yi Han. Accompanying Yi Han, this grand battle of the 100 dragons might indeed lead to the pinnacle of success. At the very least, he could attain an unimaginable ranking, significantly enhancing his chances of contending for the prince's position. Meanwhile, as the battle of the 100 dragons persisted, outside the Wugong Palace, the sovereign perched atop the Ningyang Square suddenly trembled, his eyes narrowing sharply. He appeared to sense something, a fierce murderous intent flickering in his gaze. At that moment, countless beings within and beyond the palace quaked, as if they were experiencing an overwhelming cataclysm. Report. An elderly eunuch hurriedly approached, visibly anxious. Your Majesty, the third prince. His voice trembled, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Enough, I am aware. The Wugong sovereign, Gu Tianxiao, waved his arm and then closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to something, calculating an unknown outcome. For a full quarter of an hour, Gu Tianxiao abruptly opened his eyes, and the overwhelming aura surrounding him dissipated, the murderous intent vanishing entirely. Fourth, Gu Tianxiao calmly uttered 2 words, his gaze penetrating through the layers of void to perceive all that transpired upon the battlefield of the 100 Dragons. Look! Suddenly, a minister exclaimed. The collective attention of the crowd fixed upon the 100 Dragons' ranking, and as they scrutinized it, they were astonished to find a name appearing in the 10th position, Gu Qiangang. The 4th prince, Gu Qiangang, ranked 10th on the 100 Dragons list. Many were left utterly astounded, some in disbelief. They were well aware of the 4th prince's level, merely at the vacuum explosion stage. A warrior at the vacuum explosion level could only be considered mid-tier or even at the bottom in this battle, as the weakest contenders were also at that level. Though this ranking was temporary, the 4th prince's entry into the top 10 was already remarkably impressive. Look, there's another, Yi Han. Many once again focused on a name. Yi Han. His ranking soared at an astonishing pace, also breaking into the top 10 with the same level of vacuum explosion. The first day of the 100 Dragons battle showcased such phenomena, leaving many bewildered. In the past, even the most unexpected contenders often concealed their prowess in the early stages, rarely exhibiting such dominance from the outset. A dark horse is often employed to commend certain individuals, yet it also signifies that they may not necessarily be the most formidable presence. They are merely astonishing, erupting at the most critical moment to seize an impressive ranking. Individuals akin to Yi Han are indeed rare, perhaps even unprecedented. In the Void Explosion realm, the first day of the 100 Dragons War unfolded with such unabashed ferocity that it resulted in the demise of the Plunder Battle Decree, leaving one utterly bewildered by the manner of their passing. Indeed, such individuals will swiftly attract attention and ultimately face annihilation. Numerous nobles and ministers, along with the skilled practitioners gathered within the imperial palace, whispered in hushed tones. Yi Han is the contender that the 4th prince has invited, is he not? The unblemished sovereign, Gu Tianxiao, observed a venerable eunuch beside him with a tranquil demeanor. Indeed, the eunuch promptly responded. He is a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy. Reportedly ostracized there, compelled to depart with Chu Tianxin of the Burning Moon Academy. He is also the mortal heir sought by Li Futuo back in the day. The eunuch spoke swiftly, demonstrating an astonishingly profound understanding of Yi Han's background. Quite intriguing. We must keep a watchful eye on this individual, Gu Tianxiao remarked calmly, his countenance exuding authority, revealing no other emotion. The first day of the 100 Dragons War swiftly elapsed. In the early hours of the second day, Yi Han and Gu Qiangang opened their eyes atop a peak deep within the battlefield. So, Gu Qiangang, after a night of contemplation, what insights have you gleaned? Yi Han inquired, turning to face Gu Qiangang. The gains are immense. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. Yi Han, what manner of being are you? Atop the peak, Gu Qiangang gazed at Yi Han in sheer astonishment. At this moment, he felt as though he had undergone a cataclysmic event, his entire being quivering with excitement and profound reverence for Yi Han, unable to attain calmness. No one could fathom the experiences he had endured the previous night. The extraordinary fortune and monumental transformation bestowed upon him by Yi Han were beyond imagination. Chapter 135. The astonishing appearance of the disciple of the Holy Hall and the blessing of the Dragon Vein. For the first time in his life, Gu Qiangang experienced the enhancement of the Dragon Vein. He finally understood the secret behind Yi Han's ability to slay beings of the origin body realm. The Dragon Vein, in this vast, ancient realm, represents the pinnacle of geomantic forces, especially for those of royal lineage. The acquisition of the Dragon Vein's power would be an unimaginable stroke of fortune. Unfortunately, only Gu Tianxiao, the reigning monarch and Gu Qianggang's father, could temporarily harness the power of the Dragon Vein through the imperial seal. The princes, including Gu Qiangang, could only dream of wielding such strength. However, last night, Yi Han directly activated the unparalleled Dragon Vein beneath the imperial capital, channeling its power into this secret realm, thereby reaping immense benefits for himself. Gu Qiangang felt a stirring within. If he could cultivate under the influence of the Dragon Vein for 10 days. Yi Han, with just 10 days, could allow him to break through to the origin body realm. Gu Qiangang, suppressing his excitement, blurted out, 10 days? Too slow. Yihan shook his head. Although he hailed from humble beginnings, he possessed a clearer understanding of certain matters than Gu Qiangang. After 10 days, whether you can even survive is uncertain, let alone achieve a breakthrough. Yihan cast a glance at Gu Qiangang. Gu Qianggang's expression changed dramatically. At this moment, he was utterly in awe of Yihan, believing without question everything he said. I do not know when your royal family will inherit the throne, but Gu Qiankuan is dead, and Gu Qiansha will not easily spare you. Yihan looked earnestly at Gu Qiangang, and your elder brother, having reached the age of 100, is even more formidable. Age signifies everything. It represents his supporters within the royal family and the depth of his resources, far beyond what you can compare. After the 100-dragon battle, everything will be unveiled, and I must let the world witness your talent. Once your abilities are revealed, certain individuals will undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate you. Yihan concluded. To secure the use of the pristine royal seal, Yihan was truly sincere towards this individual. What should I do now? Gu Qiangang asked, a look of confusion and a bitter smile on his face as he gazed at Yihan. Practice. Yihan replied succinctly. For the next 2 days, focus on your cultivation and strive for the origin body realm. I will assist you. As for the contention for the battle orders, you need not concern yourself with that. While the quantity of battle orders is one aspect, for your father, Gu Tianxiao, he values talent and potential far more. Understood. Gu Qiangang nodded earnestly. Then, Gu Qiangang flipped his hand, and numerous medicinal pills and spiritual liquids appeared. He even produced an exceedingly precious origin stone. You possess such treasures? Yihan cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qiangang. You could have revealed these sooner. The primal stone is the quintessence of the world's vital energy, having coalesced over millions, even billions of years. Its cultivation through the primal stone yields extraordinary results. Despite his extensive training, Yihan had never encountered such a phenomenon. However, with the formidable power of the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique, his ability to absorb the world's vital energy was unparalleled, rendering the primal stone relatively inconsequential to him at this stage. I possess 10 primal stones. Would you care for a share? Gu Qiangang eagerly presented all 10 stones to Yihan, his expression earnest. Well, these hold little value for me, Yihan replied, a faint smile curving the corners of his mouth. Upon getting to know Gu Qiangang, he found the fellow rather intriguing, devoid of any airs of a prince. Soon after, the two refreshed themselves in the mountain spring, and Gu Qiangang resumed his cultivation. Within a 10-meter radius atop this peak, an abundance of vital energy enveloped the area. In addition to this energy, the powerful earth vein and dragon vein energies surged, all summoned and condensed by Yihan to assist Gu Qiangang in his training. Yihan's intention was straightforward, bolstered by unwavering confidence, to force Gu Qiangang to break through. Even if it meant directly infusing him with elemental force or overwhelming him with dragon vein energy, he was determined to help him achieve the primal body realm. As several hours passed, Gu Qianggang's aura grew increasingly potent. The transition from the vacuum explosion to the primal body realm was a complex process, demanding profound accumulation. Many individuals, despite having the most favorable conditions, could not achieve a breakthrough in a short span. However, in Yihan's view, nothing was impossible. What constitutes the primal body realm? Every hair and fiber becomes a lethal weapon. The physical form rends beasts asunder and cleaves mountains with bare hands. This realm signifies that the cultivation continues to focus on the physical body, the accumulation of elemental force, and the fortification of vital blood. A qualitative transformation emerges from quantitative change, ultimately enhancing and refining the soul until it breaks through. This endeavor becomes considerably simpler with the support of dragon vein power, accelerating the process tenfold, even 100-fold. In the entire realm, only Yihan possessed the means to communicate with dragon veins at will and assist others in their cultivation. 2 days should suffice, especially with the assistance of the primal stones. Yihan observed Gu Qianggang's transformations, nodding in approval. Yihan, it has been a long time. I have missed you dearly. Suddenly, a cold, merciless voice pierced the air. Yihan turned abruptly to see a figure standing 100 meters away on the mountaintop, gazing intently at him. Is it you? Yihan scrutinized the individual before glancing behind him, noting the absence of any accompanying figures. Wang Sheng. He instantly recalled the person's identity, a true disciple of the Reincarnation Academy and a top genius who had joined the Holy Hall. When I initially dispatched Yin Tianxiu, he was accompanied by Du Tianqi, both of whom nearly infiltrated the life and death arena to rescue someone and disrupt the Academy's regulations, seizing the opportunity to eliminate me. How intriguing that this individual has appeared on the battlefield of the 100 Dragons War. You are doomed. Before Wang Sheng could utter another word, Yi Han had already taken a forceful step forward. What? Wang Sheng stood there, stunned. He had anticipated that Yi Han would be filled with fear and hesitation, perhaps even turn and flee. Shouldn't this statement come from him towards Yi Han? Has Yi Han lost his senses? To claim that a master of the primordial body realm is doomed? Does he even comprehend the significance of being a disciple of the Sacred Hall? Before he could fully register the situation, Yi Han's murderous intent erupted. Wang Sheng, you may have been able to survive for a while hidden deep within the Sacred Hall of the Reincarnation Academy, but now that you are here, I will not allow you to leave alive. That day, the phrase "a dog of a ruined family" first emerged from the mouths of Wang Sheng and Du Tianqi. Had it not been for Chu Tianxin escorting me away, my fate would likely have been death at the hands of Wang Sheng and Du Tianqi, or being captured by them, imprisoned within the Wuji sword sect or the Sacred Hall. The moment I departed that day, I resolved to one day avenge myself upon Wang Sheng to relieve my pent-up rage. Boom! A tremendous aura surged forth from within Yi Han. With a powerful stride, he launched a domineering punch directed at Wang Sheng. There is nothing further to discuss with such a person. His presence here warrants his demise. Chapter 136. A grand scheme. Death, seeking death. You insolent creature, daring to provoke me, a genius of the Yuan body realm, deserve a fate of 1,000 cuts. Your demise is of little consequence. Wang Sheng's face contorted with rage, his murderous intent boundless as he spoke in fury. His dignity, his pride as a genius of the Yuan body realm, had been severely affronted. Even with Feng Wuliang's will compelling him to capture Yi Han alive, he was determined to cripple him, to trample him thoroughly beneath his feet. A sword aura emerged, like a cataclysmic judgment descending upon the world, intent on severing all things and hunting every living being. With Wang Sheng's initial strike, the heavens and earth trembled in chaos. The brilliant sword energy surged forth, aiming to cleave Yi Han directly in the face of his fist. The wills of both combatants surged to their zenith, reaching the very pinnacle of their capabilities. What a splendid swordsmanship! Yi Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. This individual was indeed a prodigy, a true genius, with an unparalleled mastery of the sword. Although he could not rival Feng Wuliang, he was certainly not comparable to the fools Yi Han had encountered before. No wonder he was accepted into the Sacred Hall. However, today, even the mightiest genius would become his stepping stone, a support for his own ascension. Step, step, step. Yi Han retreated 3 steps. His fist's radiance was shattered by the sword aura. That invincible sword energy remained undiminished, still carrying an overwhelming murderous intent as it advanced towards Yi Han. Wang Sheng sneered coldly. He acknowledged Yi Han's strength, even recognizing his near capability to transcend levels in combat. Yet, he remained confident that Yi Han was no match for him. He was a master recruited by the Sacred Hall, possessing unparalleled martial talent and formidable combat prowess. The Emperor's Fist. Yi Han launched his attack, the power of his fist boundless, striking down with the force of a thunderous hammer from the heavens, intent on obliterating everything in its path. The Emperor's Fist, a technique belonging to the transcendent legacy of the Imperial Extreme, was a heritage of the human realm. Yi Han had not consciously practiced it in the past, but with his understanding and talent cultivated through the 9 Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique. This fist technique came effortlessly to him. Especially since this was not his first time employing the Emperor's Fist, it had now evolved with numerous profound and novel transformations, seemingly infused with an essence that transcended the technique itself. This was the way of the dragon, integrated into his martial art. Boom! A punch erupted, surging with blood and vitality, the force astonishing. The residual sword energy was obliterated by Yi Han's fist. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Han uttered the word kill 3 times in succession. At this moment, the killing chi technique was in full effect. The aura within him shifted, entering a state of divine power explosion. With the strength derived from the dragon vein, Yi Han had the capability to utterly annihilate Wang Sheng. However, relying on external forces was not the righteous path. The less he used, the better. Moreover, this 100 Dragons battle was also an opportunity for him. Like Gu Qinggang, he too wished to unlock the door to the Yuan body realm. Engaging in combat through one's own prowess, honing oneself in the crucible of battle, and undergoing transformation therein is eternally the righteous path of martial arts. Two figures commenced their direct entanglement. The resounding clash of metal echoed incessantly throughout the mountain peak, where aside from the ancient training ground of Qiangang, chaos reigned supreme. Yihan's protective energy was shattered time and again, yet in the blink of an eye. New energy emerged, continually withstanding the pressure of his opponent's sword strikes and the onslaught of sword qi. In this process, Yihan vividly felt his vitality and corporeal form invigorated, with each collision further amplifying his blood vitality. The four swords of demon slaying. Wang Sheng, consumed by fury, altered his sword qi, unleashing an unparalleled technique. The four swords of demon slaying, a treasured swordsmanship inheritance of the Reincarnation Academy, is classified as a medium-grade martial skill. Indeed, only the true disciples of the Reincarnation Academy and the other two prestigious academies have the privilege to cultivate such skills. Other disciples, even if they wish to acquire medium-grade martial techniques, would require an enormous quantity of energy pills, which might take decades to amass. For strands of sword qi intertwined and were unleashed by Wang Sheng, forming an extraordinary sword array. From the four cardinal directions, the sword qi descended simultaneously, rendering one incapable of response. Unless one possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, the only options were to withstand or evade. Yet at this moment, Yihan was filled with exhilaration. His speed was astonishing, and within the span of a single breath, he unleashed 2 powerful punches that obliterated 2 strands of sword qi. Subsequently, his protective energy surged as if augmented by tenfold, becoming immensely thick and resilient. Crack! The sound of 2 simultaneous fractures resonated. The remaining 2 strands of sword qi struck Yihan's shoulder, shattering his protective energy. Foolish creature, Wang Sheng sneered. Unless you don rare battle armor, relying on your energy to block my sword qi is nothing short of a dream. What if your energy is broken? Yihan stepped forward, shaking his body, causing the residual sword qi and fragments of energy clinging to him to vanish without a trace. His aura, apart from its intense fluctuations, showed no signs of alteration, nor any diminishment. What? Inexplicably, Wang Sheng felt an ominous premonition. He observed that Yihan bore no injuries. At the moment his protective energy shattered, his shoulder should have been cleaved by the sword qi. However, Yihan's robe remained intact, revealing no wounds. Unleash your killing move, otherwise it is of no consequence to me, Yihan declared, charging forward, his voice resonating once more. The prodigious disciples of the Holy Hall cannot possibly possess such limited abilities. Damn it, damn it. 4 swords unite, attack. Wang Sheng seemed to descend into madness. He was a prodigy revered by countless disciples, a formidable presence who once contended for the title of Reincarnation's Chosen. Yet today, he found himself unable to subdue a mere warrior at the qi explosion stage. In this lifetime, when has he ever encountered such an event, suffered such a loss? For streams of sword energy surged forth once more. However, this time, they converged mid-course, transforming into an unparalleled celestial sword, aimed squarely at Yihan's head. A strike of absolute lethality emerged, a sword imbued with the essence of annihilation, sending forth an overwhelming wave of energy that disturbed the very fabric of the void. Yet, Yihan remained steadfast as a mountain, his gaze fixed upon everything before him. Within him, the power of 4 dragon bones ignited, the strength of the eternal, undefeated dragon body finally manifesting at this moment. The concealed power of the dragon bones coalesced within his right fist in the fraction of an instant, permeating every bone and sinew of his being. This fist of his was now a true dragon fist, transcending the boundaries of flesh and bone, reaching an extraordinary pinnacle of existence. The sword energy sliced through the air. Yihan met it with a punch, a direct confrontation. The strike of the 4 unified sword energies did not merely quadruple in power, it surged to a tenfold amplification. Yet, this very sword was met head-on by Yihan's formidable and unyielding punch, exploding into ashes in an instant. A radiant golden light enveloped his right hand, as if an extraordinary gauntlet had materialized to shield his flesh. This gauntlet was unparalleled in hardness, indelible, indestructible, and impervious to disappearance. With a single punch, he shattered the sword energy at its zenith, his vitality erupting in full force. His body surged forward, unleashing the full might of his punch, dispensing with any semblance of technique or variation, embodying a raw and unrestrained power that pierced through the air. Boom! His fist struck the weakened Wang Sheng, sending him flying over 100 meters away, nearly tumbling from the peak of the mountain. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining the ground, as Wang Sheng's face turned pale, filled with horror and resentment. Your emperor body has actually been cultivated to such a degree? Wang Sheng exclaimed in shock, his voice laced with fury. He could neither fathom nor dream that Yi Han possessed the invincible physique of the eternal undefeated dragon body, still perceiving Yi Han as merely an emperor body practitioner. It was only by reaching the pinnacle of the emperor body that such unparalleled strength and defense could be achieved. Indeed, my talents are beyond your imagination, Yi Han retorted coldly, conceding the point. Just wait, Yi Han, I will not allow you to continue your arrogance, Wang Sheng shouted, his body retreating in haste, fleeing down the mountain as if in panic. However, observing the retreating figure, Yi Han merely chuckled, choosing not to pursue. Anticipate my surprise. A wretch like you is scarcely worthy of my efforts, and your demise bears no significance to my transformation. Yi Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking to himself as he gazed into the distance. The recent battle had illuminated for him that one Wang Sheng was insufficient to unlock his potential, unable to compel the emergence of his peak combat prowess. Since this individual had arrived, it was likely that Du Tianqi had also entered the fray. Indeed, it is likely that formidable experts dispatched by Feng Wuliang, as well as individuals from other sanctuaries, will arrive. These individuals are all in pursuit of their own destinies, adhering to the mission bestowed by Feng Wuliang. Furthermore, there exists the second prince, Gu Qiansha, along with several elite masters from the Burning Moon Academy who harbor disdain for him. All these factors, alongside a multitude of exceptional talents, compel Yi Han to enlist the aid of Wang Sheng, drawing them all to this locale. Indeed, he envisions a grand spectacle, summoning all the adept individuals to transform this place into a battleground of ultimate confrontation, a site of burial for the bones of the fallen. A general's triumph often comes at the cost of countless lives. It is imperative that the strongest contenders participating in the 100 Dragons battle are indeed his rivals. Transformation through combat. Breakthroughs achieved amidst the fray. Shatter the shackles of limitations and attain the realm of the Yuan body. Chapter 137. With no escape. Above and below, after a moment of contemplation, Yi Han turned around. How is your cultivation progressing? He inquired. It seemed as though he was just a step away from a breakthrough, yet he remained stagnant. Gu Qiangang opened his eyes and smiled wryly. The path of cultivation should not be rushed, he remarked. Yi Han replied. A breakthrough is merely the finishing touch. The essence lies in the dragon vein. Do you understand? Dragon vein? Gu Qiangang echoed, suddenly jolted. Are you suggesting? Indeed, I will ensure that everyone witnesses your ability to summon the Earth's dragon vein. Yi Han spoke eloquently. Especially your father, the emperor, must witness and personally experience this. At that point, all else will be mere chatter, and you will surely inherit the title of crown prince. Can it truly be accomplished? Gu Qiangang asked in astonishment. Absolutely. Yi Han stood confidently, hands clasped behind his back. He had meticulously planned every detail, and failure was not an option at such a critical juncture. The imperial dragon vein is the culmination of the faith of the people, nurtured through generations. With the dragon vein's blessing, one embodies the true son of destiny, the true dragon prince. With such a legitimate son of destiny in existence, as long as the unblemished Emperor Gu Tianshao is not a fool, he will undoubtedly elevate Gu Qiangang to the position of crown prince, perhaps even directly passing the throne to him. Prepare yourself, consume some transformative elixirs, and adjust your state. Await my battle, await my breakthrough. Yi Han cast a glance at the distant horizon. By noon today, at the latest by tomorrow, this mountain peak will be stained with blood, and I shall break through to the Yuan body realm. At that moment, you will sense the energy of my breakthrough. Perhaps it will guide you to discover the hope of stepping into the Yuan body realm as well. Ah, the human dragon pill. Yi Han waved his arm, presenting Gu Qiangang with over 100 of the elixirs. What? Gu Qiangang was momentarily taken aback. Consume them, Devour them vigorously, Yihan urged, narrowing his eyes. Finish them all before the conclusion of the 100 Dragons War. Can I? Gu Qiangang hesitated. Failure to consume them all means we have nothing to discuss. It's up to you, Yihan continued. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiangang was resolute, swiftly swallowing several human dragon pills, beginning to fervently refine their powers. The human dragon pills, composed of dragon vein energy, were a remarkable boon for him at this moment, as he cultivated with the aid of the dragon vein. In almost an instant, Gu Qiangang felt the energy within his limbs and bones surging, as if ready to explode, threatening to shatter his very form. Frenzied refinement, relentless compression, and intense transformation ensued. A brand new source of energy emerged deep within his sea of qi, incredibly pure and immensely powerful. One day of cultivation equated to a year of arduous training, if not more. Excellent. Devour them vigorously, Yihan nodded, thoroughly pleased with Gu Qiangang's condition. To Yihan, the human dragon pill serves merely as a means to replenish his expended primal energy, proving useful only in moments of dire extremity. At all other times, it holds no value, for the dragon energy coursing through his veins vastly surpasses the essence of the human dragon pill by countless, unfathomable magnitudes. Within him resides the majestic and unparalleled energy of the five-clawed golden dragon. However, for someone like Gu Qiangang, a practitioner of martial arts, it is undoubtedly a supremely nourishing elixir. Although Gu Qiangang usually has access to the human dragon pill, the quantity is limited, and he is reluctant to consume it today. However, he has graciously bestowed it by Yihan, allowing him to experience the sensation of feasting upon the human dragon pill. As more than 10 hours swiftly elapsed, Yihan sat cross-legged, quietly attuned to the fluctuations of the cosmos, keenly observing the subtle movements of the environment and adjusting his own state of being. In his mind, he was devising a martial technique known as the Imperial Ghostly Steps. On that fateful day, Li Fuchalu bestowed upon him the legacy of the human realm, which included 3 martial arts techniques: the Imperial Ghostly Steps, the Coiling Dragon Finger, and the Void Human Sovereign Slash. He had already mastered the Coiling Dragon Finger, a skill he acquired fortuitously at the Enlightenment Cliff. In truth, at his current level, he should have only just begun to qualify for the practice of the Coiling Dragon Finger. The Void Human Sovereign Slash requires one to have reached the primal body realm to even attempt its training. However, at present, to amplify his combat prowess and expand his repertoire of techniques in a short time, the Imperial Ghostly Steps are indeed within reach. This technique demands explosive speed, rendering one formless and invisible, akin to a specter, elusive and unpredictable. As Yihan pondered these thoughts, a vast and ethereal expanse unfolded in his mind, where he ceaselessly transformed and advanced. With the passage of time, his understanding deepened and grew increasingly adept. In a sudden moment of clarity, he sprang to his feet and surged forward, his figure weaving atop the mountain peak, gliding like a dragon in flight, elusive and difficult to capture. Regrettably, the Imperial Ghostly Steps are profoundly intricate. For now, he could only grasp the first step, yet it should suffice for the imminent battle. After several hours of relentless training, Yihan shook his head in mild disappointment. Unbeknownst to him, night had already descended. Gu Qiangang remained entrenched in his cultivation, diligently accumulating fresh primal energy. Meanwhile, Yihan gradually relaxed, closing his eyes to restore his spirit, ceasing his training. Suddenly, amidst the darkness of night, he opened his eyes. With his senses heightened, he perceived the world around him with extraordinary clarity. Possessing 4 dragon bones, even without having practiced similar secret techniques or having awakened martial intent, he could discern subtle changes within a 100-mile radius to a certain extent. Have they arrived? Yihan abruptly rose, his robes billowing in the night breeze. 9, 17, 23. He murmured to himself, as if counting. Ultimately, his voice settled upon the figure 108. 108 individuals. Yihan suddenly broke into laughter. My allure cannot be so formidable. Could it be that Feng Wuliang has placed a bounty on my head? What is happening? Gu Qiangang opened his eyes, withdrawing from his meditative state, hesitant to continue his cultivation. The instinctual warning of a martial artist told him that something significant was about to unfold. In the battle of 100 dragons, I am the true dragon. Yihan's gaze swept across the darkness, his eyes radiating a brilliant light as if capable of piercing through the heavens and the earth. The ground trembled ominously. A terrifying aura was drawing near. One formidable figure after another swiftly approached the mountain peak, sensed by Gu Qiangang as well. It's over, it's over. Gu Qiangang was overtaken by panic, exclaiming in horror, "We must flee." He could never have anticipated the arrival of so many masters. 108 top-tier experts, all having entered the Yuan body realm. Among them, some had even achieved the second transformation of the Yuan body realm, the divine aperture transformation. A level of mastery beyond imagination, their combat power unparalleled. There was no escape. The only choice was to engage in battle. It was time to prepare for action. Yi Han cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qiangang, pondering whether this individual would undergo a transformation tonight. "Yi Han, you are doomed." A chilling voice echoed from the distance. Wang Sheng, who had fled during the day, reappeared, seemingly fully recovered from his injuries. Du Tianxi stood beside him, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Second brother," Gu Qiangang murmured softly. Ahead, the second prince Gu Qingsha approached, flanked by a group of experts from the Wuji sword sect. Yi Han scanned the area ahead and sensed several individuals with distinctly unique auras, a vague feeling of hostility emanating from them. He understood that these individuals belonged to the Dragon-Slaying Academy, intent on either slaying him or capturing him to claim Feng Wuliang's reward. The battle of 100 dragons continued into the second night, with many allies having already gathered. A throng of individuals surrounded the mountain, completely encasing it, sealing all of Yi Han's escape routes. In the sky and on the ground, there was nowhere to flee. Chapter 138. The battle begins. Wang Sheng, you are truly a useless being. Yi Han narrowed his eyes at the group before him, having fled in a state of bloodshed during the day. Wang Sheng now returned with a band of followers. Silence. Wang Sheng inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to suppress the resentment and fury bubbling within him. He fixed an intense gaze on Yi Han, his eyes darkened to the utmost. Today, I shall capture you, and personally render your energy useless, transforming you into a pitiful creature, begging like a dog. Let us see how arrogant you remain then. Beside him, Du Tianxi cast a sidelong glance. Wang Sheng, I did not anticipate you being subdued by this boy. However, rest assured, the sanctity of the Holy Hall cannot be trifled with. This young man will undoubtedly pay a grievous price. The two disciples of the Holy Hall regarded Yi Han as one would a lifeless corpse. Yi Han, we meet again. The second prince, Gu Qiansha, glanced at Gu Qiangang before his eyes settled upon Yi Han. His murderous intent was palpable, his gaze narrowing. Yi Han, I offer you a chance. Kneel and repent, delivering Gu Qiangang into my hands, and I may consider sparing your life today. The onlookers smirked at Yi Han, one of them chiming in. Second prince, while your strength is formidable, simply subduing this boy today will suffice. Killing him would be unnecessary. Unnecessary? The second prince frowned. Presenting him before Feng Wuliang could yield immense benefits, yet to slay such a waste would be utterly meaningless. The speaker was a master from the Wuji sword sect, a true disciple of the Burning Moon Academy, who had voluntarily allied with the second prince for this battle. Feng Wuliang. The second prince murmured the name, his expression shifting slightly. Then, incapacitate him. Despite being the second prince of the pure royal dynasty and a top-tier expert in the second transformation of the Yuan body realm, he could not afford to overlook Feng Wuliang's presence. The aura of the dragon vein. At that moment, a master from the Dragon-Slaying Academy suddenly spoke. His eyes seemed capable of penetrating the void, scrutinizing Yi Han closely. After a moment of contemplation, he squinted. Dragon energy? You possess a form of dragon physique. Let me see what your constitution entails. In the midst of his words, he launched an attack. With a single strike, the silence was shattered. A massive arm of Yuan force pierced through 100 meters of void, enveloping the heavens and earth. An overwhelming pressure emerged, distorting the very vacuum above due to the might of that arm. Begone! Yi Han swept his gaze, lifting his arm in response. The earth quaked. The mountain beneath him trembled violently, and in an instant, the surging energy of the dragon vein surged forth. A faint golden aura erupted upwards, colliding directly with the center of that arm. Boom! The terrifying arm of Yuan force shattered instantly, vanishing without a trace. The masters of the Dragon Slayer Academy were momentarily struck with a pallor of dread, their faces ashen. One of them fixed an intense gaze upon Yi Han, exclaiming, You can truly summon the essence of the dragon vein. At his side, 7 or 8 figures materialized, each one staring intently at Yi Han as though he were an extraordinary treasure. For those at the Dragon Slayer Academy, someone capable of invoking the dragon vein was considered a prime quarry. In that instant, every adept present was electrified with excitement, eager to capture Yi Han and unveil his secrets. The onlookers, too, were filled with trepidation, casting uncertain glances at Yi Han. Wang Sheng furrowed his brow and remarked, "Du Tianqi, do you comprehend now? This lad is not as feeble as the rumors suggest. No wonder Feng Wuliang wishes to capture him alive." Du Tianqi cast a fleeting glance at Yi Han, stating blandly, "He is indeed somewhat extraordinary, but alas, with so many present today, he shall not escape." With that, Du Tianqi's body trembled as he suddenly stepped forward. His eyes shimmered with an uncanny light, his entire being undergoing a transformation as his blood surged, and a faint red-scaled armor manifested upon him. On that day, the Reincarnation Academy allowed you, this stray dog, to flee. Today, fortune shall not favor you. Du Tianqi's voice boomed with a fierce resolve. As he advanced, he coalesced a formidable punch aimed directly at Yi Han. Many spectators displayed expressions of astonishment. A master from the Dragon Slayer Academy narrowed his eyes, remarking, "Du Tianqi, truly a genius of the Sacred Hall, able to refine the blood of the scarlet-scaled beast, integrating it into himself to forge the scarlet-scaled battle body." As Du Tianqi made his move, the others unleashed their auras, each one poised and ready to act. Everyone aspired to claim the glory for themselves. Whoever could subdue Yi Han and present him to Feng Wuliang would reap immense rewards. Gaining Feng Wuliang's favor could lead to the bestowal of exquisite treasures, supreme techniques, and martial skills, an unparalleled opportunity indeed. On the mountain's terrain, Du Tianqi's feet struck the ground, propelling him upwards like a ravenous wolf lunging for its prey. His aura was wild and tumultuous, resembling a humanoid beast intent on tearing Yi Han apart. In the blink of an eye, his fist descended with tremendous force. Human Emperor Fist. Yi Han uttered calmly. With a single strike, he unleashed the Human Emperor Fist, causing the air to tremble with the force of the vacuum. Their fists collided fiercely, and in that moment, Du Tianqi let out a cry as his body jolted violently. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Han's fist struck, sending Du Tianqi staggering backward, and without hesitation, he pressed forward with a flurry of 3 successive punches. After the third blow, Du Tianqi spat blood, collapsing before the mountain, his body quaking and struggling. "Is this it? A genius of the Sacred Hall? You cannot even withstand my 3 punches. Worthless." Yi Han's eyes remained cold as he advanced step by step towards Du Tianqi. In the Reincarnation Academy, Du Tianqi and Wang Sheng had stood above all, arrogant and disdainful, treating someone of Yi Han's stature with utter contempt. However, on this battlefield of the 100 Dragons, Du Tianqi is no longer a match for Yi Han. His so-called scarlet scale battle body is nothing more than a jest in the presence of Yi Han. It merely integrates the blood essence of the scarlet scale beast. What kind of inferior bloodline is that to be compared with the noble 5-clawed golden dragon? How could it possibly compare? Wang Sheng, observing from behind, felt a chill run down his spine. Witnessing Du Tianqi succumb to Yi Han's 3 punches, he was indeed alarmed at that moment. He had previously failed to realize that Yi Han could possess such formidable strength. How could a practitioner of the vacuum burst possess such combat prowess? Capable of severely wounding a practitioner at the essence body realm with just a few strikes? Boom. The ground trembled as a figure suddenly leapt forth, 1 man, 1 sword, charging towards Yi Han in an instant. The second prince, Gu Qiansha, had made his move. He was not someone to be compared with Du Tianqi or Wang Sheng. Among the 4 transformations of the essence body realm, Gu Qiansha had stepped into the second transformation, the divine aperture transformation. With a sword raised high, the unparalleled sword energy surged. In an instant, the terrifying sword energy enveloped the entire realm. The entire expanse transformed into a sea of sword energy, and at its zenith, in the very center, a sword energy imbued with the overwhelming aura of imperial might emerged. This supreme sword energy carried an essence that seemed to extinguish all, slicing towards Yi Han's form in an instant. Chapter 139. Hand-crushing sword chi shatter for me. Yi Han uttered 4 words. Despite the sword descending with overwhelming force, he did not flinch. Or rather, in the presence of such a top-tier expert at the second transformation of the Yuan body realm. He found himself devoid of the opportunity to retreat. He could only confront it head-on. "You brat, I will ruin you," Gu Qiansha's voice echoed, filled with malice and murderous intent. Yi Han responded with a cold snort. Golden light surged from his right arm as his fingers spread wide, forcibly grasping the sword qi in his palm in the mere fraction of a moment. The immense sword qi, stretching dozens of meters, carried the power to sever and obliterate everything. Yet at this instant, it abruptly halted, failing to descend even a fraction further. Yi Han's arm stood as an insurmountable barrier. No matter how Gu Qiansha struck, he could not shatter it. Bang! A deafening explosion of Yuan power resonated. The tumultuous and chaotic Yuan energy erupted, the sword qi shattering into disarray. Remarkably, Gu Qiansha's invincible sword qi had been crushed by Yi Han's bare hands. Not only that, but Yi Han's unstoppable momentum surged forth as he stepped forward, launching another assault towards Gu Qiansha, who stood not far away. Fists surged forth like a tempest, a ferocious aura coalescing within. Yi Han's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Gu Qiansha. Boom, boom, boom. One punch after another rained down like a torrential storm. The two clashed fiercely, each unleashing breathtaking combat techniques, and in the end, Yi Han's fist met Gu Qiansha's sword with unwavering force. Thud, thud, thud. Gu Qiansha's body reverberated with explosive sounds. Every acupoint, every bone within him vibrated, unleashing unfathomable power in the contest against Yi Han. In the second transformation of the Yuan body realm, the divine acupoint transformation, the acupoints are reforged, and the qi rebuilt. Experts who reach this realm undergo a profound leap in the essence of life, their physical bodies nearing completion and approaching the threshold of innate martial prowess. Even without possessing any divine body, imperial body, or battle body, their physical combat strength is astonishingly formidable. Moreover, as the second prince of the Immaculate Dynasty, Gu Qiansha had cultivated the immaculate imperial body. Achieving such a feat was indeed remarkable, explaining why he was regarded as a formidable opponent by the Supreme Sword Sect. As Gu Qiansha launched his attack, he shouted fiercely, "What a pity, everything ends here. Yi Han, daring to step into this battlefield of the 100 dragons, you are destined to leave no trace of safety." As the two continued their fierce battle, Yi Han found himself gradually retreating. The power of the divine acupoint realm was overwhelming. Each strike unleashed a surge of energy, with astonishing strength embedded in every inch of his skin. In the fight of warriors, the outcome is heavily influenced by the advantages of their realms. A powerful realm inherently possesses greater strength, making it exceedingly difficult for Yi Han, no matter how profound his Yuan power, to defeat Gu Qiansha. No martial skill seemed to bear any fruit, nor did any secret technique or divine power wield significant influence over Gu Qiansha. "Very well, Gu Qiansha, you have not disappointed me." At this moment, Yi Han erupted into hearty laughter and suddenly produced a pill. The indestructible Thunder Tribulation Pill. This celestial-grade elixir, procured from the heavenly outer pavilion, was swallowed whole by Yi Han. The potency of the pill, under the operation of the 9 Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique, was almost instantaneously dissolved, merging into Yi Han's very being. In an instant, he felt as though his body might burst apart. A tingling sensation enveloped him, akin to being struck by thunder, threatening to obliterate all vitality within him. Yet, as this thunderous power erupted, he could distinctly sense his flesh being continuously tempered, even his soul reaping substantial benefits, enhancing itself imperceptibly. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Han channeled his energy with all his might, embodying the ferocity of a dragon and tiger. Reaching an apex of power, in the repeated clashes with Gu Qiansha, he harnessed the force of these encounters to draw forth the latent potential of his physical form, allowing the effects of the indestructible Thunder Tribulation Pill to fully manifest within him, yielding immense advantages. Lightning danced around him, resembling serpents of electricity weaving across the surface of his body. Gu Qiansha, before him, began to feel a sense of numbness. How could a mere underling such as you be worthy of such a precious celestial-grade pill? Gu Qiansha, possessing remarkable insight, recognized the elixir Yi Han had consumed. This pill could not be concocted by the warriors of the primordial void. It could only originate from the Thunder domain. Even Gu Qiansha, a prince, had never been afforded the opportunity to partake in it. Subsequently, a fierce rage ignited within his eyes. Yi Han intended to use him as a stepping stone to elevate his own realm through this battle. If Yi Han were to succeed, Gu Qiansha felt he might as well throw himself against a wall in despair. Pristine royal body. Crescent moon, killing sword. Gu Qiansha retreated explosively, creating distance between himself and Yi Han as he summoned the essence of the pristine royal body to its utmost limit. Simultaneously, a breathtaking sword technique unfurled. Sword energy swirled, resonating in the void, coalescing into the imprint of a crescent moon. This strike, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, landed squarely upon Yi Han's chest. Crack! The protective aura around Yi Han's chest ruptured, revealing a crimson wound. However, the emergence of this injury propelled Yi Han into a state of heightened mental tension. Within this state, the power of the indestructible Thunder Tribulation Pill was further refined. Yi Han felt his bones solidifying, his bloodlines vibrating with a sensation akin to a complete renewal of his essence and a transformation of his spirit. Again he cried out, "Kill!" and his body surged forth, charging once more at Gu Qiansha. In this fierce battle, Yi Han did not invoke the power of the dragon veins, which was why, to outsiders, his struggle appeared so arduous. Yet, this is precisely the effect that Yi Han seeks. The formidable presence of the second transformation of the Yuan body realm serves as a stepping stone for him today. Under the absolute pressure exerted by such an individual, Yi Han's metamorphosis will become even more exquisite. Something feels amiss. At this moment, the disciple of the sacred hall, Wang Sheng, spoke up. At this rate, Yi Han is bound to break through. His complexion was exceedingly grim. If we do not act soon, it may lead to trouble. Gu Qiansha cannot suppress him for long. As he spoke, Wang Sheng erupted, letting out a long howl as he charged towards Yi Han. Likewise, several experts from the Dragon-Slaying Academy, along with others from the Wuji Sword sect, all focused their energies on Yi Han's true form. The crowd stepped forward, unleashing a myriad of powerful martial techniques, recklessly converging upon Yi Han. It was utterly terrifying. These individuals were all geniuses from various academies, empires, and factions, inherently extraordinary, many of whom had previously possessed the capability to slay foes beyond their rank. Yet, this was the first time they encountered someone like Yi Han, who could stand in the void of the explosive realm and engage in direct combat with a master of the second transformation of the Yuan body realm. If Yi Han were to succeed in breaking through, what would ensue? The summit of the mountain instantly became a domain of ruthless slaughter and utter annihilation. The collective murderous intent of the crowd coalesced, crashing down like an invisible tidal wave, overwhelming all directions. Gu Qiansha, who was in the midst of an attack, changed countenance, his expression darkening. However, he had no choice. He understood that he could not suppress Yi Han in such a short time and had to allow others to join the fray. 108 figures, each embodying a formidable will, completely disrupted the vacuum of this space. Excellent. All of you shall be my stepping stones. If that is the case, I shall suppress you all. Yi Han raced across the battlefield, his body shifting, his will surging, as he finally began to commune with the power of the dragon vein. He too aimed for a complete eruption, to perfectly unleash his strength. Perhaps in a fierce battle, he could awaken his strongest potential and achieve a direct breakthrough. Chapter 140. Into the realm of Yuan body, a myriad of formidable martial techniques surged forth like an overwhelming tide. As the radiant lights flickered and the primordial energy fluctuated, Yi Han's form seemed ensconced and pressed upon. Yet, at that very moment, the mountain quaked. A tremendous force suddenly enveloped Yi Han, elevating him to the stature of a martial deity among mortals. Boom! Yi Han struck with a colossal fist, channeling the potent force of the dragon vein, consolidating his essence, and unleashing an awe-inspiring attack. The void reverberated, and the very earth trembled. Explosions erupted continuously, as Gu Qiangang, who had taken refuge in the rear, beheld this astonishing spectacle. Countless martial techniques, both profound and earth-shattering, were obliterated in an instant. Regardless of whether they were of the Xian or more formidable earth grade, none had any discernible effect. Yi Han resembled an unparalleled martial god, akin to an emperor of humanity, gracing the battlefield, empowered by divine light and the dragon vein. He struck again with ferocity. He advanced with great strides, his form shifting like a specter, weaving through the throngs, wreaking havoc. Each blow seemed to unleash boundless power. Those who encountered Yi Han were inevitably sent flying. 108 individuals, all of Yuan body realm, dominated Yi Han in terms of realm. Yet the scene that unfolded was akin to a wolf among sheep. It appeared as though Yi Han were the invincible presence towering above all. "Ah, my flesh!" a Yuan body expert roared. A conspicuous blood hole marred his chest, pierced directly by Yi Han's punch. In an instant, another formidable expert began to howl. His protective aura completely shattered, suffering a grievous wound that penetrated deep into his being. The Yuan body realm signifies the pinnacle of a martial artist's physical form and soul, a culmination of continuous enhancement and refinement, ultimately achieving a tripartite unity, rendering the body invincible, capable of tearing apart beasts and splitting mountains with bare hands. However, today, amidst this assembly of Yuan body experts, regardless of their specialized physiques or powerful bloodlines, all proved futile. In a mere encounter with Yi Han, they faced either death or grievous injury. As the battle escalated, Yi Han unleashed a devastating blow that sent the second prince, Gu Qiansha, flying over 100 meters. The prince's chest nearly shattered, 3 of his ribs broken. Even his purity royal body could not withstand the might of Yi Han's fist. How could he be this strong? The second prince seethed with fury, suddenly fixating on Gu Qiangang in the rear. A potent mix of jealousy, resentment, and mortification surged within him, and he charged toward Gu Qiangang. "Second brother." Gu Qiangang gritted his teeth fiercely. "If you wish to kill me, I shall not remain idle. Why must you press so painfully?" With a swift movement, Gu Qiangang also manifested the purity royal body and engaged in direct combat. Roar! In a moment of daze, a sound akin to a dragon's roar emanated from behind Gu Qiangang. His strike incited a violent shift in the vacuum of reality, the transformation of heaven and earth, and was further augmented by the power of the dragon vein. Originally, Gu Qiangang's realm was akin to a vacuum explosion, a chasm separating him from his second brother, rendering any confrontation utterly impossible. However, at this moment, Gu Qiansha was grievously wounded by Yi Han, while Gu Qiangang could summon the power of the dragon veins. This shift in circumstances created a delicate equilibrium. In fact, as the two engaged in fierce combat, Gu Qiangang gained a decisive advantage. "Damn it, the dragon veins! How could you harness their power?" Gu Qiansha roared, fully aware, as the second prince, of the terrifying implications of his fourth brother's ability to draw upon the dragon veins. Once they departed this place, regardless of the outcome of the 100 Dragons battle, their father, Emperor Gu Tianshao, might well declare Gu Qiangang the crown prince. At that point, any schemes he devised would be futile, and many officials in the court would likely turn to support Gu Qiangang. "You wretched fool, I shall end your life." Gu Qiansha's fingers shifted, unleashing a martial talisman. Gu Qiangang scoffed, conjuring a talisman of his own, infusing it with his essence, which soon erupted with astonishing power. Within the crowd, Yi Han's body began to swell, a torrent of energy surging through his limbs and bones. His spirit seemed to fuse with the void and the earth, entering a state of profound unity, reminiscent of the harmony between heaven and man. Under the enhancement of the dragon veins, this realm transformed into Yi Han's private battlefield. Within this domain, every movement of those present, including their strength and fluctuations in aura, was captured with exquisite precision by Yi Han. As an adversary rushed in with a sword, Yi Han sensed the threat before it materialized. He pivoted with swiftness, countering with force that sent the assailant hurtling away. Above him, the power of a martial talisman manifested, a resplendent beam cascading from the heavens, shrouded in an aura of lethal intent. Yet in an instant, Yi Han evaded this fatal strike by invoking the imperial ghostly steps, seamlessly avoiding the blow. What? A multitude of formidable warriors gasped in horror as the day's events shattered their understanding of martial arts and cultivation. How could a practitioner of the vacuum explosion be so overwhelmingly powerful? "Form a coalition, quickly," Wang Sheng shouted amidst the throng, rallying the wills of the crowd. A sense of urgency gripped him. If this continued, Yi Han's momentum would become unstoppable, leading to an unimaginable outcome. "Coalition?" Yi Han sneered, his gaze piercing through the crowd to lock onto Wang Sheng's essence. An immense force erupted as Yi Han leapt, soaring a distance of 10 zhang, and suddenly materialized before Wang Sheng. "Die!" Yi Han's fist struck with tremendous force at the center of Wang Sheng's chest. "Pooh! Blood erupted from Wang Sheng's mouth as he fell to his knees, howling in agony. His body was pierced, his essence shattered. Even more terrifying was the lingering force of Yi Han's strike, continuing to rampage within him, wreaking havoc. You regard me as an insignificant insect, believing that your affiliation with the Holy Hall elevates you above others. Today, I shall end your life here. In your next existence, may you never again exhibit such arrogance. As Yi Han spoke, he raised his arm and delivered a powerful punch directly towards Wang Sheng's energy core. No, don't kill me, spare me. I can assist you, Wang Sheng pleaded, his face drained of color. Alas, Yi Han's strike was decisive, showing no mercy whatsoever. With a resounding boom, Wang Sheng's energy core shattered, and under the overwhelming force, he exhaled his last breath. His life extinguished. What? A dragon body? I sense it. This young man possesses a dragon body, deceiving everyone. At that moment, several experts from the Dragon Slaying Academy behind them exchanged startled glances, their expressions shifting. Excitement surged within each of them. Kill him. Seize the essence of the dragon body. We shall undergo a monumental transformation. Upon returning to the academy, we can ascend to discipleship within the Dragon Slaying Hall. Those who possess a dragon body are coveted prey for countless skilled individuals within the academy, and a successful hunt would yield unimaginable rewards. The group communicated discreetly, fearful that the prize before them might be snatched away by others. In an instant, they struck in unison, the 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Technique. Above Yi Han's head, 4 enormous palms materialized. These palms seemed to possess an astonishing restraining force over his physical form, exuding an oppressive aura that compelled one to bleed, kneel, and submit. Now ascend. Break through. Yi Han howled to the heavens, his power surging to a boiling point as he unleashed a punch that resonated with the cosmos. Boom. Yi Han's fist energy split into 4, intercepting the 4 palms mid-flight. At that moment, a tremendous vibration coursed through his body, and his essence underwent an unprecedented transformation. Not only was his physical form evolving, but his soul was also changing, amplifying, and refining. The very essence of his being reached an entirely new domain. His strength surged to unprecedented heights, each movement capable of unleashing a torrent of power and vitality. In an instant, the primal force within Yi Han swelled tenfold, continuously escalating to dozens, even hundreds of times. His body and spirit became one. Every motion could shatter mountains and cleave stones. The first transformation of the elemental body realm, blood-soul transformation. Yi Han had finally succeeded in his breakthrough, unleashing his utmost potential amidst the fray. Aided by the indestructible Thunder Calamity Pill to step into the elemental body realm. Slay dragons. If you seek to eliminate me, I shall take all 4 of you down. In the moment of his breakthrough, Yi Han's speed exhibited an incredible surge. In a single breath, he found himself before the 4 individuals. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive punches erupted like lightning, each one striking with devastating force upon the bodies of his adversaries. For true disciples of the Dragon Slayer Academy, beings of formidable prowess, were utterly incapable of withstanding Yi Han's ferocious onslaught. In a mere exchange, one of them found himself prostrate on the ground, spirit diminished, blood gushing forth. Damn it, you actually managed to break through. One gasped, struggling to articulate. No sooner had his voice faded than a powerful surge descended upon him, extinguishing his life. The remaining 3 disciples met a similar fate, swiftly dispatched by Yi Han's wrath. These individuals had sensed their own draconic essence, indeed, as disciples of the Dragon Slayer Academy. Their training in a unique discipline endowed them with an acute sensitivity to the Dragonkin. Yet, this only sealed their doom. After all, anything pertaining to the dragon body must not surface at this juncture. Otherwise, an overwhelming tide of pressure would descend upon Yi Han, leaving him no respite. In the brief span of time it took to eliminate these 4, the fervor and emotions of the surrounding crowd began to wane, replaced by a chilling calm. All gazes converged upon Yi Han, regarding him as though he were a demon incarnate. They had not anticipated that he could achieve a breakthrough amidst such a multitude of formidable adversaries. What an extraordinary talent he possessed. More importantly, following his breakthrough, Yi Han's combat prowess surged exponentially, rendering him utterly uncontainable. Infinity Sword Sect, Yi Han proclaimed, his eyes scanning the crowd for those he recognized from the Infinity Sword Sect. His form shifted, weaving through the throng with remarkable swiftness. Cries of anguish echoed as, in mere moments, several experts from the Infinity Sword sect fell victim to his might. Nearly one-fifth of their elite cadre perished in this place. In the eyes of the remaining onlookers, only regret and terror remained. One by one, they began to retreat, instinctively seeking to distance themselves from Yihan. Hand over your battle tokens, or face death. Yihan's voice resonated with a profound gravity, steeped in palpable malice. Chapter 141. Final Rankings. Yihan, you are exceedingly domineering. Who do you think you are, demanding our battle orders? The expressions of those present turned profoundly grim, their gazes fixed upon Yihan, brimming with resentment and fury. They had regarded Yihan as their quarry, intending to subdue him and subsequently claim accolades before Feng Wuliang. However, unbeknownst to them, a multitude had perished, and they had inadvertently become stepping stones for Yihan. Who am I? I am your progenitor. Yihan's lips curled into a chilling smile. In an instant, he surged forth, resembling a humanoid dragon, traversing dozens of meters and materializing atop a mountain peak. Here, the two imperial princes, Gu Qiangang and Gu Qiansha, were locked in a fierce clash, unable to ascertain a victor. Yet, the moment Yihan appeared, he forcefully pressed down with his arm, directly subduing Gu Qiansha's shoulder. Boom! The earth trembled as Gu Qiansha collapsed to the ground. Fixing his gaze upon Yihan with malevolence, "You shall perish. Dare to lay a finger on me, and your entire family will face annihilation." Gu Qiansha seethed with rage. "I am aware that you do not belong to the Burning Moon Academy. As long as you exist within the Pure Emperor City, you shall inevitably face retribution. No amount of protection from Chu Tianxin will save you." "Oh, is that so? I, for one, detest being threatened." Yihan raised his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a devastating punch. Ah! A wail reverberated across the mountain peak. Gu Qiansha's energy core was instantaneously shattered, his entire reservoir of power dissipating. Yihan seized Gu Qiansha by the neck, leaping several times until he stood before the gathered throng. He discarded the man onto the ground, placing his foot upon Gu Qiansha's head, and coldly remarked, "Will you voluntarily surrender your battle orders? Or shall I extract them one by one?" The formidable figures present turned pale, scarcely daring to breathe. After a tense silence lasting 10 heartbeats, an indescribable pressure enveloped the atmosphere. At last, someone could no longer bear it, and presented 3 battle orders, respectfully extending them toward Yihan. "You may leave." Yihan cast a glance at this individual. The warrior who relinquished his battle orders, though his countenance was grim, said nothing and turned to depart. With this example set, the remaining individuals' mental fortitude crumbled. One after another, they approached, handing their battle orders to Yihan. The battle orders resonated with one another, and Yihan was acutely aware of the quantity each individual possessed. None dared to conceal their holdings. Suddenly, Yihan seemed to sense something amiss. His body surged forth like a wraith, darting through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the throng and charged 100 meters away. A piercing scream erupted unexpectedly as an adept at the energy transformation realm, attempting to flee covertly, found himself forcibly subdued beneath the earth by Yihan. The tyrannical force of Yihan's punch penetrated his body, corroding his limbs and meridians, nearly erupting his energy channels and core. "If you wish to escape, let this serve as a lesson." Yihan extended his fingers, and a bloodied arm was instantly severed before him. A heart-wrenching, agonizing roar reverberated, as the master of the Yuan body realm was engulfed in terror, daring not to entertain even a flicker of defiance. The 4 battle orders in his possession were swiftly handed over to Yihan. With a cold snort, Yihan disregarded the man and returned to his original position. His gaze swept across the crowd. "I understand your discontent, your reluctance to be vanquished by what you deem a mere trifler." The crowd fell into silence, their eyes cast down upon the earth, expressions complex and filled with resentment. Yet this is the truth. I, Yihan, have indeed broken through, have ascended to the Yuan body realm, and I have triumphed over you. Yihan chuckled coldly. "You regarded me as prey, seeking to incapacitate me in order to curry favor with Feng Wuliang, and thus you must bear this cost. Do not blame others, for it is your own doing." No one dared to retort further. The earlier arrogance had been extinguished, leaving only meekness in its wake. In a short while, all the battle orders were surrendered to Yihan. After the crowd finally departed, At Yihan's behest, Gu Qiangang gathered all the battle orders held by the fallen warriors. In this battle, without delving into other matters, they had amassed over 300 battle orders, coupled with the ones already possessed by Yihan and Gu Qiangang. The final tally reached 396. What of Gu Qiangang? At this moment, Yihan cast a glance at Gu Qingsha, who lay trembling on the ground. Gu Qiangang's expression was exceedingly complex. His face shifted as inner turmoil and conflict surged within him. Second brother, I spare your life. Should I not inherit the title of Crown Prince, it would be as it is. But if I do, I shall ensure you live your remaining days in peace. Gu Qiangang declared. Gu Qingsha's countenance was filled with rage and boundless killing intent, spiraling into a state of hysteria. Beast. You vile beast, colluding with outsiders against your brother. You shall face retribution. Gu Qiangang closed his eyes, offering no response. Father will not stand idly by. No matter what, you can never be the crown prince. Eldest brother has plotted for years. All your efforts merely serve to adorn his ambitions. Gu Qingsha howled once more. As for you, born of a lowly concubine, daring to aspire to the crown prince title, it is sheer folly, and you shall meet your end soon enough. What did you say? Gu Qiangang's eyes widened, unleashing a violent surge of energy. His arm rose, and with a single strike of his sword, Gu Qingsha's gaze fixed in horror as he succumbed, his life extinguished. Eyes failing to close. Had he not spoken to belittle you, would you have spared him? Yihan stood calmly by, observing it all. Gu Qiangang exhaled deeply, regaining his composure after several breaths, and with a bitter smile, he turned to Yihan. I had no intention of killing him, but his arrogance was excessive. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivialities. Throughout history, royal rivalries have led to dire fates for the vanquished. Remember this well. Yihan had no time for Gu Qiangang's superfluous words. Indeed, after this battle, I have once again felt the state of my ascension to the primordial realm. Do you have any insights? Yihan shifted the topic. Indeed, Gu Qiangang became invigorated. It seems that I am but a hair's breadth away from the primordial realm. Yet I remain unable to shatter that barrier. A hair's breadth away? That should mean it is imminent. Yihan nodded. If you can break through at a critical moment, it would further secure your claim to the position of crown prince. After a brief conversation, Gu Qiangang could not bear to bury the second prince, Gu Qiansha, with his own hands. With this matter concluded, the two departed, relocating to another place where they meditated and cultivated for a day and a night. On the afternoon of the third day of the 100 Dragons battle, an unusual ripple seemed to manifest throughout the entire secret realm. Dozens of portals, both large and small, emerged, formed through the evolution of inscribed techniques. The remaining participants in the battle utilized these portals to exit the battlefield. The 100 Dragons battle had finally come to an end. Yihan claimed over 200 battle orders, while Gu Qiangang secured 196. In the Wugo Imperial Palace, at Ningyang Square, under the eager gaze of countless spectators, figures began to materialize. As Yihan and Gu Qiangang made their appearance, they immediately beheld the 100 Dragons ranking, suspended above the heads of the crowd in the center of the square. First on the 100 Dragons ranking, Yihan. Second on the 100 Dragons ranking, Gu Qiangang. A multitude of gazes converged upon them, all scrutinizing Yihan and Gu Qiangang. In that moment, tranquility was a stranger to anyone within the palace. Chapter 142. The Crown Prince's Provocation. Behold, the second prince has not made an appearance. The third prince is also absent. It seems he has. Gradually, as more individuals exited the battlefield, a cacophony of discussions erupted around them. Could it truly be Yihan? Suddenly, someone spoke up, their icy gaze fixated upon Yihan. At that moment, within the square, the old eunuch commenced the announcement of the rankings and various rewards. Wait, a voice, cold as ice, pierced through the air. A man clad in a dragon robe materialized at the edge of the square, his eyes locking onto Yihan. Yihan, this individual has slain 2 princes of my immaculate dynasty. He deserves the death penalty. How can he be ranked first? Elder brother? Gu Qianggang's expression shifted dramatically as he focused on that imposing figure. A flicker of undeniable trepidation crossed his eyes. Yihan was correct in one regard. His elder brother was no ordinary man. His longevity had afforded him a wealth of resources and astounding capabilities. Within the entire immaculate royal family, his elder brother, Gu Qianxing, commanded an unparalleled following and possessed a foundation beyond the comprehension of outsiders. His cultivation was exceedingly formidable. Having reached the third transformation of the Yuan body realm, the diamond transformation. This transformation, a union of the three essences, forged a body of steel and iron. Masters who attained such a realm epitomized the true culmination of both flesh and spirit, achieving a state of perfection, even without any extraordinary physique. They were immensely powerful and terrifying. Even within the three prestigious academies, they had the potential to become elders, while in the immaculate royal family. Many seasoned warriors merely reached the level of diamond transformation. Yihan's gaze hardened, an icy glint flickering in the corner of his eye. Has he made his presence known directly? Gu Qiansheng, the eldest among the four princes and the strongest in terms of cultivation? And what of the fourth prince? The fourth prince's cultivation was merely at the third level of Qi explosion. How could he possibly rank second on the 100-dragon list? It must be that Yihan intervened, directly bestowing tokens, hence he ought to be stripped of his rank. The crown prince, Gu Qiansheng, exuded an overwhelming authority as he straightforwardly entered the square, his piercing gaze filled with an inexhaustible majesty, fixated upon Yihan and Gu Qiangang. Gu Qiangang felt a tremor run through him, an instinctual urge to turn and flee. In the face of such an absolute disparity in cultivation, Gu Qiangang lacked the courage to confront his elder brother directly, let alone engage in a conversation. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, with the gazes of many growing increasingly complex. At last, someone spoke again. Indeed, Yihan is embroiled in controversy. The speaker was another expert of the Yuan body realm who had also participated in the battlefield. His eyes were filled with hatred and fury as he looked at Yihan. This Yihan personally murdered the third prince, Gu Qiangang, and subsequently slaughtered the second prince, Gu Qiansha. Indeed, we have witnessed it with our own eyes. In an instant, one figure after another stepped forward, each bearing a grim visage, eager to seize the opportunity to crush Yihan beneath their feet. They all testified, each claiming to have witnessed Yihan slay the two great princes. Yet, the battle atop the mountain peak, where Yihan subdued all and seized their battle orders, was conspicuously omitted. Indeed, Yihan stepped forward, surveying the assembly. The two great princes were indeed slain by my hand. What did you say? Some stood there in shock. They had prepared an arsenal of retorts, intent on countering Yihan and leaving him with no opportunity for redemption. Yet, to their astonishment, Yihan admitted it outright. They wish for my demise. They also desire the downfall of the fourth prince, Gu Qiangang. Yihan cast a glance at the gathered throng before turning his gaze towards the congregation of royal elites. Given this, their deaths were well-deserved. Insolent, unaware of their impending doom, the faces of numerous court officials darkened at this moment. Some high-ranking figures even rose with palpable killing intent, indicating their intent to stride into the square and crush Yihan right there. They were secretly aligned with the second and third princes. Now that both great princes had perished, their discontent was palpable, their fury extreme. Boom. In a moment of daze, an overwhelming force erupted. The imperial might. This aura emanated from the pure sovereign, creating a realm that seemed to envelop the entire palace. With the princes deceased, regardless of the outcome, the sovereign Gu Tianshao had to make a statement. Thunderous rumbles echoed, shaking the very vacuum, akin to the sound of distant thunder. In that instant, it felt as though Yihan would be crushed to dust, his existence obliterated right there. I am the heir of the Tao of humanity. Pure sovereign. You do not intend to oppose the Reincarnation Academy, do you? Yihan narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing through the crowd to fixate on the pure sovereign. Under the overwhelming pressure of the latter's might, Yihan's body trembled slightly, but showed no further change, as if impervious to the weight of the situation. The might of the emperor can suppress heaven and earth. Yet, regrettably, Yihan also walked the path of the emperor, transcending that of the pure sovereign by countless layers. Even if the pure sovereign Gu Tianshao were 100 times stronger, he could not subdue Yihan through sheer force. At this juncture, Yihan continued, in the 100 Dragons battle, the rules are well known to all. Those who lack strength and perish on the battlefield can blame no one but themselves. If you fear the conflict, do not participate. Pausing, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Yihan added, moreover, the demise of two ineffectual beings matters little. Your pure dynasty has Gu Qiangang to rise in the future. Do you realize the gravity of your words? A towering figure spoke sharply. his voice resonating with the force of elemental energy. This was a warrior of the pure dynasty, seasoned in bloodshed and battle, exuding an immense aura of pressure as he stood. Did I say something wrong? Yihan cast a glance at the individual before turning to Gu Qiangang, giving a slight nod as a gesture of acknowledgement. Suddenly, the ground beneath the crowd began to tremble violently. The earth's veins surged, resonating with a thunderous roar. What was happening? Many were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. This disturbance persisted for only a brief moment, and then, in an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from Gu Qiangang's body. Waves of earth vein energy began to manifest, ceaselessly enveloping him in a radiant cocoon. The swirling energy was immensely pure and formidable. Dragon Qi. How could this be? No, it was the energy of the dragon veins. The fourth prince had actually summoned the power of the dragon veins. In a heartbeat, a cacophony of astonished voices erupted from all directions. Disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at Gu Qiangang, as if they were beholding a rare treasure. The immaculate emperor Gu Tianxiao, his eyes converging into a piercing beam of light, abruptly rose to his feet. His gaze was fixated upon Gu Qiangang, seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of his son's very being. Ganger, you can summon the dragon veins? Gu Tianxiao inquired. Indeed. At this moment, Gu Qiangang found himself with no recourse and grew emboldened, nodding affirmatively. He then approached Yihan's side and declared, all of this is thanks to Yihan. He taught me the art of cultivation, helping me to unearth my potential and advantages, thereby enabling me to invoke the dragon veins. As for my second and third brothers, their attempts to slay me during the battle of the 100 dragons forced my hand. Their demise bears no relation to Yihan. Gu Qianggang's voice resonated powerfully. Upon his declaration, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of whispers and murmurs, a cacophony of speculation and intrigue filling the air. Chapter 143, The Emperor's Reward Impossible. The first prince, Gu Qiansheng, abruptly interjected. He stepped forward, his eyes brimming with a fierce killing intent and rage. An invisible force erupted, seemingly sweeping relentlessly towards Gu Qiangang. The overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped Gu Qiangang. The thought of Gu Qiangang tapping into the dragon vein? Such an occurrence was utterly unacceptable to Gu Qiansheng. Brother, what do you intend to do? Gu Qianggang's expression changed. Are you questioning me? His body trembled slightly, as if he could barely withstand the weight of his brother's imposing presence. However, in the following moments, bolstered by the dragon vein, Gu Qiansheng's dominance dissipated, completely dispersed by the power of the dragon vein. Boom, boom, boom. Within Gu Qianggang's body, a series of thunderous sounds resounded. Subsequently, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he seated himself upon the ground, channeling his energy and entering a state of cultivation. Is the fourth prince about to break through? Outside the square, many voices echoed in unison. Gu Qiangang was but a hair's breadth away from the Yuan body realm. With just a sliver of opportunity, he could directly transcend. The oppressive force of the first prince, Gu Qiansheng, inadvertently facilitated Gu Qianggang's breakthrough at this very moment. Observing this spectacle, Yihan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and relief. Although it seemed Gu Qiansheng was poised to act again, just as he prepared to advance, an invisible barrier appeared before him, preventing him from proceeding any further. This was the direct intervention of the pure sovereign, Gu Tianxiao, who safeguarded Gu Qiangang, ensuring that no one could disrupt him. This state of breakthrough did not last long. In merely a quarter of an hour, everything seemed to fall into place. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Qiangang grew increasingly formidable, ultimately shattering the barriers of his realm and stepping into the Yuan body realm. Moreover, this success was achieved with the enhancement of the dragon vein, further highlighting his talent and potential. Good, good, good. Gu Tianxiao exclaimed thrice, his brows relaxing, clearly pleased with his fourth son. As an emperor, it was generally inappropriate to openly express such sentiments before the throne was secured by the crown prince. Nevertheless, Gu Tianxiao did so unabashedly, showering praise without reservation. In an instant, he gestured with his arm. Eldest, step back. Father. Gu Qiansheng's countenance darkened, filled with reluctance. Step back. Gu Tianxiao's tone remained calm, yet the two words resonated with an unyielding authority that swiftly spread through the air. The first prince's expression drained of color, and he reluctantly turned to exit the square, his demeanor marked by a sense of desolation and unquenchable resentment. Before the assembled crowd, Gu Tianxiao's voice boomed. The fourth prince, Gu Qiangang, ranks second on the 100 Dragons list, showcasing his extraordinary talent and potential. Our pure dynasty must have such an individual as crown prince. After I abdicate, Gu Qiangang shall ascend to the throne. As Gu Tianxiao's voice fell, he waved his arm, and a shimmering token of purple-golden light pierced through the air, landing in Gu Qianggang's hand in the blink of an eye. The prince's token. It was astonishingly established with such simplicity and decisiveness, devoid of any superfluous rituals. After completing this, Gu Tianxiao cast a deep glance at Yi Han, regarding the first place on the 100 Dragons list, Yi Han, for aiding the prince. You are rewarded with 500 human dragon pills, a piece of high-grade Earth-level snow silkworm armor, and a volume of high-grade Earth-level martial technique, the Dragon's Claw. Upon finishing his words, an elderly eunuch stepped out from the crowd, retrieving 500 human dragon pills from his spatial ring, along with an incredibly lightweight armor and a martial arts secret tome, which he presented to Yi Han. After all these arrangements, Gu Tianxiao waved his arm and departed with a throng of followers. With a sigh of relief, Yi Han exhaled a breath of turbid air. The outcome had finally been determined, and it could be deemed a narrow escape. Indeed, in the face of absolute talent, everything else is but an illusion, utterly inconsequential. It sufficed for Gu Qiangang to demonstrate his aptitude before all, while earning the unblemished Emperor Gu Tianxiao's recognition. There was no need for concern over anything else. Let us depart, Yi Han said, glancing at Gu Qiangang. The rewards had been secured, rendering all else meaningless. The two swiftly returned to the grand hall of Gu Qiangang. Upon arriving, Gu Qianggang's emotions were finally liberated. It was truly incredible, almost as if he were in a dream. He spoke with ease, then turned to Yi Han, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Yi Han, I have truly gained immense benefits this time, and I owe you a great deal. These are merely trifling tactics. Yi Han replied nonchalantly. You can no longer be called the fourth prince. You ought to be addressed as Prince Qiangang. No, please just call me by my name. Otherwise, I might feel uneasy, Gu Qiangang said with a wry smile. He then continued, how about you reside in the royal palace for your training in the meantime? If all goes well, the prince's seal should be delivered soon. Yes, that sounds good. Yi Han nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation. However, concerning the imperial seal, it may take some time. Gu Qianggang's expression turned troubled. I understand. Once you ascend to the throne, it will not be too late for me to utilize the imperial jade seal, Yi Han responded with a smile. Both of them felt entirely at ease, exchanging glances. Gu Qiangang seemed to recall something and spoke. Yi Han, while I have reaped great benefits this time, what about you? Those who perished were mostly experts from the Dragon-Slaying Academy and the Limitless Sword Sect. The leader of the Limitless Sword Sect is Feng Wuliang, a figure whose demeanor is notoriously domineering. He is known for his unyielding nature and does not tolerate any provocation. It is said that if he is displeased, even the elders do not escape his ire. Feng Wuliang. Yi Han gazed at the sky outside. What is he? I will eventually eliminate him. He cannot suppress me nor intimidate me. As for those deceased individuals from the Dragon-Slaying Academy, they brought this upon themselves. They intended to treat me as prey, to refine my innate essence for their own advancement. It is nothing short of absurdity. Their lack of strength led to their demise at my hands, and they have only themselves to blame. Yi Han continued, the Dragon-Slaying Academy will undoubtedly seek vengeance. For the time being, you must not leave the imperial capital. At least remain within the watchful gaze of the Academy's head, Chu. Gu Qiangang spoke earnestly. They may not relent, but what can they truly do to me? Yi Han scoffed. The rules, while established for the weak, do serve a purpose in times of necessity. Since I eliminated those individuals during the 100 Dragon War, the Dragon-Slaying Academy cannot pursue repercussions, at least not openly. Shortly after conversing with Gu Qiangang, a palace eunuch arrived bearing a royal decree, presenting the prince's seal along with various rewards from Gu Tianxiao. Upon receiving the seal, Gu Qiangang promptly handed it to Yi Han. With the prince's seal in hand, Yi Han made his way into the depths of the grand hall, entering the secluded meditation chamber. With the seal, the subsequent task of consolidating the heavenly human sovereign diagram would pose no challenge. Moreover, having broken through to the origin body realm during the 100 Dragon War, Yi Han had begun to sense a deeper connection with the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower within him. there appeared to be some extraordinary changes occurring within the tower. Chapter 144. The birth of the true essence of martial arts. In the past, Yihan was, in truth, not well acquainted with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. He had always passively absorbed the dragon aura emanating from within, using it to condense fragments of dragon bone. However, with his ascension to the primordial body realm, he established a profound connection with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. Within the confines of the secret chamber, Yihan entered a state of cultivation. In a fleeting thought, his consciousness descended into a realm that felt entirely new. Vast and boundless, the expanse of time and space unfolded before him. Before his eyes stood a colossal nine-tiered tower, the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. Filled with fervor, Yihan boldly pushed open the portal to the first level of the tower and stepped inside. It had been quite some time since he had truly entered the inner sanctum of the tower, the last occasion being the day it melded with his very being. The sight that greeted him was as breathtaking as before. 9 obsidian chains descended from the void, ensnaring a 5-clawed golden dragon, a creature stretching over 100,000 miles. Within the confines of the tower, as Yihan materialized in this realm, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming, unparalleled dragon might. The sheer intensity of this pressure threatened to suffocate him, compelling him to kneel or even perish. The 5-clawed golden dragon emperor. Yihan murmured to himself. He understood that even if a true dragon were to manifest in the void ancient domain, it could not possibly compare to the majesty of this 5-clawed golden dragon emperor. Despite having perished countless ages ago, its remnants of dragon might still resonated powerfully. Had it been alive, the sheer imagination of its strength was unfathomable. A single claw could effortlessly obliterate the unblemished empire into dust. No dragon in this world can rival my prowess. All divine bodies, imperial forms, and battle physiques shall inevitably be subdued by me. I, Yihan, am not inferior to anyone. Standing there, Yihan's will began to expand, his eyes sharp and piercing. Bestow upon me the power to refine. After a brief moment of silence, he activated the Supreme Dragon Control Technique. Gradually, a startling transformation occurred. The surging essence of the true dragon began to converge from the front. In a fleeting instant, Yihan's body trembled, and he felt an incredible enhancement to his soul. Human beings possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, combined with the vitality of the flesh, forming the essence of life. In the primordial body realm, the first transformation is termed blood-soul transformation. This signifies a simultaneous metamorphosis and enhancement of the bloodline, physical strength, and spiritual power, achieving unparalleled refinement. It represents a significant elevation in the state of life, entering an entirely new domain. Although Yihan had successfully transitioned to blood-soul transformation amidst the chaos of the Dragon War, he lacked the time to refine himself and his spirit on the battlefield. Hence, his breakthrough was not entirely flawless. It necessitated a prolonged period of settling to stabilize his realm and foundation for further cultivation. Yet at this moment, by employing the supreme techniques of the 9 Heavens Dragon Control Technique to absorb the essence, will, and power of the 5-clawed golden dragon within the Dragon Suppression Tower, Yihan circumvented much of the arduous process. A quarter of an hour, half an hour, a full hour. In the span of a complete hour, the aura emanating from Yihan had intensified tenfold. He was unaware of the myriad benefits he had reaped. The strength of his soul had been refined to an exquisite perfection, surpassing that of ordinary warriors of his caliber. Entering the depths of the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower for cultivation offered benefits that were simply beyond articulation. Even Yihan himself could scarcely fathom such a monumental surprise. Suddenly, Yihan's body trembled. He sensed a profound alteration in the scenery before him. The heavens collapsed, the earth quaked, the sun and moon alternated. An expanse of infinite radiance unveiled an extraordinarily mysterious world. At the horizon of this vision coiled an unparalleled golden dragon soaring through the heavens. This golden dragon stretched not merely for 100,000 miles, but rather for millions, even billions of miles. Its colossal form swayed majestically, each flick of its tail and swipe of its claws capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the cosmos and shattering countless stars. In this vast and distant realm, myriad human tribes and billions of sentient beings thrived. Yet, the golden dragon hovered above, wreaking havoc at will, devouring indiscriminately. as its claws obliterated countless human cities and extinguished innumerable lives. Blood flowed like rivers, and the cries of the suffering echoed throughout. Countless humans knelt in supplication, beseeching mercy. Among them were formidable warriors, capable of soaring through the skies and wielding astonishing power. Yet before this terrifying golden dragon, they were as helpless as mere insects, crushed to dust beneath its might. In an instant, numerous human empires and cities were reduced to ashes, entire worlds plunged into ruin. A sense of dread enveloped Yihan. He was gripped by an unprecedented feeling of powerlessness, as if he were on the brink of demise, facing annihilation and utter obliteration. Suddenly, the enormous dragon head pivoted sharply towards Yihan. In the distance, a voice resonated, imbued with supreme authority. Humans, mere ants, shall perish. Boom! A golden dragon claw, vast enough to eclipse the sun, descended from the heavens, locking onto Yihan with lethal intent. Faced with this scene, Yihan's mind descended into chaos, his eyes clouded with confusion. In that moment, only one thought persisted: to kneel in submission and await his fate, utterly relinquishing any notion of resistance. The dragon's claw drew ever closer. In the next instant, he felt he would be reduced to nothingness. No, I cannot die. All of this is an illusion, a mere mirage. Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, grant me your power. Suddenly, clarity returned to Yihan's eyes as a deep-seated desire for survival ignited within him. The line between illusion and reality blurred his judgment. Yet in the face of impending doom, he ultimately discerned the truth. Thunderous roars echoed. At the pinnacle of infinite time and space, a colossal tower of 9 tiers, shimmering with resplendent divine light and imbued with formidable suppression power, descended from the unknown. Just as the dragon's claw approached within 1,000 meters of Yihan, the radiant light from the tower enveloped the golden dragon, accompanied by a fierce, wrathful, and sorrowful roar of the dragon. The formidable golden dragon was directly suppressed within the tower. In that fleeting moment, Yihan's body trembled, and he shook his head vigorously. He realized that he remained ensnared within the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. Beast! Yihan gazed at the suppressed dragon form before him, involuntarily uttering those 2 words. He understood that everything that had just transpired was an illusion, a vivid reenactment of scenes from the past. He had not anticipated that even after the fall of this 5-clawed golden dragon emperor through countless ages, remnants of it will still lingered within its corporeal form. By invoking the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique to refine and capture the essence of the golden dragon, he was influenced by this residual will. Had his resolve wavered at that moment, he might have met his demise. Yet, amidst the peril and terror, Yihan reaped astonishing benefits. Following that recent episode, he discovered that his soul had grown exponentially stronger, as if attaining an unparalleled refinement, becoming resilient, profound, and indomitable. Thoughts blossomed, hinting at a capacity to influence the surrounding void. In a mere moment, it seemed he could condense his martial will within his thoughts and directly penetrate the minds of his adversaries, thereby affecting their resolve. This sensation was ineffably mystical, a novel experience for Yihan. What is this? The true essence of martial arts. I have, indeed, birthed the true essence of martial arts. Yihan was both astonished and exhilarated. Chapter 145. The Sovereign Diagram of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity in the Vast Universe, among the myriad of sentient beings. The pursuit of martial arts knows no distinction. It is only through the manifestation of true martial intent that one can genuinely discern the disparities in talent among various warriors. True martial intent is the embodiment of a warrior's intrinsic will, emanating outward to commune with the cosmos, instilling fear in adversaries. In the midst of combat, one can infiltrate the opponent's will, instigating suppression and disruption, thereby diminishing their fighting spirit and combat prowess. Typically, a warrior can only attain true martial intent upon reaching the 3rd transformation of the origin body realm, the diamond transformation, achieving the unparalleled unity of the 3 elements. At that juncture, Feng Wuliang had previously employed true martial intent to subdue Yihan. Yihan could hardly have anticipated that, despite facing great peril, he would emerge with such an extraordinary boon. To manifest true martial intent in the 1st transformation of the origin body realm is an unimaginable advantage, enabling Yihan to refine his will and hone his true martial intent in advance. When he ultimately ascends to the third transformation, his martial intent will surpass that of any other. Moreover, true martial intent heralds the emergence of psychic power. In the future, once Yihan possesses psychic abilities, they will be significantly more potent than those of the average individual. Indeed, even Feng Wuliang cannot claim to have attained true martial intent at the first transformation of the origin body realm as I have. In this regard, I have utterly surpassed him. As thoughts of Feng Wuliang crossed his mind, Yihan felt a surge of confidence and elation. With a steely gaze, he looked ahead. You vile creature, having slaughtered countless lives in the past, it is no wonder you have been subdued. You deserve this fate. You nearly caused my demise here. But mark my words, one day I shall completely refine you. What five-clawed golden dragon emperor? What dragon clan 9 emperors? They are nothing, Yihan proclaimed emphatically. With that, he concentrated his thoughts and vanished within the confines of the dragon suppression tower. As his soul returned to his corporeal form, his will awakened. Upon opening his eyes, Yihan felt a tinge of regret. Alas, his current realm was still insufficient, allowing only his soul to enter the 9 realms dragon suppression tower. He had merely entered in a spiritual state. Although he had gained immense benefits, it was solely the enhancement of his soul. The path of martial cultivation necessitates the simultaneous advancement of both body and soul. If his physical form could also enter, Yihan would be able to directly wield his abilities, commencing the grand refinement of the five-clawed golden dragon's essence, even capturing the bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon for his cultivation. In such a scenario, the emergence of dragon bones would no longer pose a challenge. In merely half a month's time, he could transform over 200 bones into dragon bones, thereby becoming a true dragon among men. At that moment, even 100 Feng Wuliangs standing before Yihan would be no match for him. As his thoughts settled, Yihan retrieved the prince's seal and began to cultivate the 9 heavens dragon sovereign technique. Before him, radiant streams of energy began to materialize. Simultaneously, deep within the boundless earth, an unparalleled dragon vein began to stir, drawn forth by Yihan's intent. The power of the dragon vein surged upwards, converging upon the secret chamber where Yihan resided, continuously melding into his being and the radiant aura before him. In a moment of reverie, numerous luminescent energies intertwined and transformed, seemingly coalescing into a vacuum-like pattern. However, this design appeared rather simplistic and vague, merely a nascent form. As Yihan persisted in his cultivation, the pattern evolved into a more intricate design, adorned with additional embellishments and intricate lines. The process of refining this was arduous and demanding. Yet, with the enhancement of the prince's seal, many challenges became significantly simpler and more manageable. Before he realized it, 3 days had elapsed. At the end of this period, the design before Yihan finally solidified, stabilizing as though it had been inscribed out of thin air. Exuding an extraordinary aura, he murmured to himself, I have completed the first step, the embryonic form of the diagram of heaven, earth, and humanity. The subsequent step involved infusing the will of imperial authority within it, embedding his own essence into the design. This second phase consumed Yihan a full 10 days. Unbeknownst to him, an overwhelming force seemed to manifest within the confines of the chamber. This force radiated outward, enveloping the hall, causing even the formidable Gu Qiangang to tremble with trepidation. Were it not for Yihan's unwavering focus on his cultivation, the mere presence of such intent would have compelled Gu Qiangang to kneel in reverence. How terrifying! Who exactly is Yihan? How could he possess such incredible abilities? Gu Qiangang's heart raced with fear. Could it be that he was cultivating a celestial-level technique? That seemed implausible. The celestial-level techniques were non-existent in our pure royal dynasty. It is said that even among the 3 great academies, only a select few are deemed worthy of such cultivation. As Gu Qiangang pondered these thoughts, a scroll shimmering with golden divine light finally materialized before Yihan. This scroll was mysterious and substantial, brimming with boundless power, its surface adorned with myriad martial patterns. Should these patterns erupt in battle, they could unleash unimaginable strength. At the center of the scroll, a faint eye seemed to emerge, reminiscent of Yihan's own gaze, as if it were the imprint of his true self. The diagram of heaven, earth, and humanity had finally been successfully refined. Warriors of the first transformation of the primordial body are no longer my match. As for those of the second transformation, I can slay them effortlessly, obliterating them completely. Yi Han spoke confidently, armed with this diagram of heaven, earth, and humanity, even when faced with 10 opponents at the first and second transformations of the primordial body. I shall be able to subdue them all. His combat prowess had escalated to an unimaginable level, and the foundation of his martial arts had remarkably advanced during these days of training. The most significant gain was not merely the emergence of the diagram of heaven, earth, and humanity, but also a brand new dragon bone. With the aid of the dragon vein's power, and by drawing upon the dragon energy within the dragon suppression tower of the 9 realms, Yi Han has finally birthed the 5th dragon bone within his being after days of refining the Heavenly Emperor's diagram. At this moment, my combat prowess rivals that of many talents from the Sacred Hall of the Reincarnation Academy. Indeed, I may even have the opportunity to subdue certain elder members of the Academy who are comparatively weaker. Yi Han pondered his newfound strength with quiet contemplation. Armed with formidable confidence, he ultimately broke through the barriers and emerged from the secret chamber. In the Grand Hall, Gu Qiangang was utterly astonished at Yi Han's sudden appearance, feeling an overwhelming impulse to kneel before him. "Your aura is truly terrifying," Gu Qiangang exclaimed, alarmed. As a prince, he sensed an energy emanating from Yi Han reminiscent of his father, Gu Tianxiao. "There has been a transformation these days," Yi Han remarked, presenting the imperial seal of the crown prince through his innate power to Gu Qiangang. "I owe the fruition of this metamorphosis to your support with the imperial seal. Otherwise, it would have taken me at least 2 to 3 years to achieve such progress. By the way, during my seclusion, what has transpired outside?" Yi Han inquired further. Gu Qiangang's expression changed dramatically as he responded. "The situation is dire. It appears that Vice Dean Chu has taken Chu Yoshi, our junior sister, to the Tai Sword sect." "The Tai Sword sect?" Yi Han clenched his fists tightly, recalling the significance of the matter at hand. He realized that he would have needed to attempt the refinement of another dragon bone before emerging otherwise. Over at the Reincarnation Academy, and even the Burning Moon Academy, it seems that important figures have also set forth. Tomorrow is Feng Wuliang. Gu Qiangang hesitated, reluctant to continue. "I understand," Yi Han declared, striding purposefully out of the Grand Hall. "Allow me to escort you." Gu Qiangang promptly followed suit. Chapter 146. Journey to the Tai Sword Sect. Upon exiting the Imperial Palace, Yi Han remained silent. Gu Qiangang dared not utter a word, closely following Yi Han until they swiftly arrived at the Burning Moon Academy. "Yungu, senior sister." As Yi Han stepped into Yungu, he was greeted by a familiar silhouette, which brought him a modicum of reassurance. "Yi Han, you have finally returned." Mo Qingru looked at Yi Han, a flicker of concern evident in her eyes. When did you go to the Tai Sword sect?" "It has been 5 days. I have heard that tomorrow is the day Feng Wuliang goes to propose," Mo Qingru replied. "I understand." Yi Han gazed at Mo Qingru. "Senior sister, regardless of the circumstances, do not leave the Burning Moon Academy these days. Await my return. Rest assured, bring that girl, you sure, back with you," Mo Qingru said, her gentle smile illuminating her exquisite eyes as they focused on Yi Han, nodding slightly. Taking a deep breath, Yi Han exhaled a sigh of relief. He was striving to suppress the anger and murderous intent boiling within him. Anger clouds one's judgment, Mo Qingru advised, regardless of the situation. One must always leave oneself an escape route. She recognized that she could no longer merely guide Yi Han towards the right path, for he had long outgrown the child he once was. Yet, at that moment, her words inexplicably calmed Yi Han's heart. His fury and bloodlust receded to the depths of his being, and his eyes became clear and serene. "I know, senior sister. If anything were to happen to me, you would be left unprotected," Yi Han replied, displaying a radiant smile, reminiscent of the earnest child who once diligently practiced alongside Mo Qingru. "Senior sister, I am heading to the Tai Sword sect." Yi Han rose to take his leave. Outside Yungu, Gu Qiangang awaited patiently. He was not a foolish man. Despite any past disagreements with Yi Han, gratitude filled his heart. Without Yi Han's intervention, he might have witnessed the imperial throne snatched away by another, or even met his demise on the battlefield of the 100 Dragons War. "Yi Han, I have prepared the map to the Tai Sword sect. I have arranged for 2 Wanli Yunxiao cranes to be ready at the city gate," Gu Qiangang announced promptly. 2. Yi Han regarded Gu Qiangang seriously. "Are you also going to court death?" Gu Qiangang was taken aback, then chuckled. "How could it be death? I am now the prince of the Wugong dynasty. With both of us traveling together, they will surely grant me some respect and not make things difficult for you. Let us go." Yi Han patted Gu Qiangang on the shoulder, a smile gracing the corners of his eyes. At the exit of the Wugong imperial capital, two royal experts awaited, flanking two snow-white cranes, their feathers groomed to a brilliant sheen. The Wanli Yunxiao crane, a unique beast mount of the Wugong royal family. Gu Qiangang had long since orchestrated everything. Reflecting on this, Yi Han leaped onto the back of a magnificent crane soaring high into the sky. He squinted his eyes and remarked, "As for you, the crown prince of this dynasty, they may not hold you in high regard. They can kill at will. And I cannot protect you. Without my guidance, you may not find the Tai Sword sect. I was taken there once by my father, but the sect did not accept me." As he spoke, Gu Qiangang jumped onto the back of another white crane. The two birds flapped their wings, stirring up a fierce wind, and in an instant, they ascended into the sky, spiraling high above, departing under Gu Qiangang's direction. Within the cloud pavilion of the Burning Moon Academy, Mo Qingru emerged, gazing upward at the vast expanse of the sky. "Yi Han, my strength as your senior sister may falter, and I may not accompany you to the pinnacle, but at the very least, I can protect your exit from the ancient void domain." Mo Qingru murmured to herself, her eyes gradually reflecting a resolute determination. With a flicker of her spatial ring, an ancient jade pendant appeared in her hand. Infusing a trace of her essence into the pendant, it erupted in a dazzling display of light, transforming in an astonishing manner. Mo Qingru parted her lips, resolutely declaring, "I am Mo Qingru, located in the immaculate imperial capital, Burning Moon Academy, Cloud Pavilion. I can promise to return to the Mo clan, but you must agree to one of my requests upon finishing." She crushed the jade pendant. In that instant, a stream of light pierced through the void, vanishing into the heavens, its destination unknown. Mo Qingru stood there quietly, seemingly reluctant to part with the sky and earth. In the depths of her eyes, glimmers of tears began to shimmer. "Yi Han, do not think of me in the ancient void domain." Above one of the 8 great dynasties, the Holy Light Dynasty, two cranes flew side by side in the vast sky, with Yi Han and Gu Qiangang standing on either side. Yi Han's body trembled, and suddenly his face turned pale. "What's wrong?" Gu Qiangang asked, his expression changing. This was a perilous height. If something went awry, a fall could lead to severe injury or even death. Entering the Yuan body realm would be of no use. One would still be shattered upon impact. "I'm fine." Yi Han steadied himself, furrowing his brow. For some reason, he felt a sense of unease, as if an ominous event was unfolding beyond his perception, tugging at his heart. "Are we almost there?" Yi Han inquired of Gu Qiangang. "Indeed, we shall first descend into the imperial capital of the Holy Light Dynasty," Gu Qiangang replied, sensing Yi Han's anxious thoughts. He quickly added, "Yi Han, it is unwise for us to proceed directly now, as it may expose us and alert certain individuals, potentially restricting our actions. The Tai Sword sect would be concerned about us interrupting Feng Wuliang's courtship." "Oh, what do you suggest?" Yi Han turned to Gu Qiangang, eager to hear his thoughts. "The Holy Light Imperial capital is not far from the Tai Sword sect. We should rest here for a while and gather information. As the dawn of tomorrow approaches, the esteemed masters from across the realm shall gather to celebrate, marking the commencement of their grand assembly. It is then that we shall infiltrate their midst, catching them utterly off guard. Who would ever anticipate your audacity in attending personally? They would be at a loss on how to respond to you. Moreover, when the moment arrives, whatever your intentions may be, the execution will become significantly more effortless." Gu Qiangang spoke with conviction and clarity, weighing the pros and cons, swiftly elucidating everything at hand. As the 4th prince of the Immaculate Dynasty, he had been nurtured amidst the treachery of the imperial palace from a young age. Although Gu Qiangang was not inherently cunning, his analytical prowess was commendable, and his thoughts were remarkably lucid. After listening, Yi Han fell into a contemplative silence for 3 breaths before conceding, "Very well, I shall adhere to your counsel." In contrast, the present Yi Han found himself unable to ponder such complexities. Before long, a vast cityscape unfurled before their eyes. As Yi Han and Gu Qiangang descended from the sky upon their ethereal cranes, the words Holy Light Imperial Capital were emblazoned majestically across the city's entrance. "We have arrived," Gu Qiangang announced, and with a swift surge of energy, The two cranes took flight once more, vanishing into the clouds. The Holy Light imperial capital lay a mere 10 miles from the Kunwu sacred mountain, home to the Tai Sword sect, and they would soon embark upon their journey there. As they entered the imperial city, Gu Qiangang continued to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 147. The pinnacle of swordsmanship within the resplendent capital of the Holy Light Empire. There exists an abundance of formidable warriors. As Yi Han and his companion stroll through the streets, they are struck by the sight of numerous masters who have ascended to the Yuan body realm. Such a spectacle is truly astonishing. Even within the pristine capital, where the Burning Moon Academy flourishes, the presence of so many Yuan body experts is unparalleled. Moreover, Yi Han senses an overwhelming aura emanating from an elderly man who passes by with a swift motion. This elder has likely transcended the Yuan body realm, entering the terrifying domain of innate mastery. The invitation extended to such a formidable figure speaks volumes. A cold glint flickers in Yi Han's eyes as he contemplates the concerted efforts of the Tai Sword sect, the Burning Moon Academy, and the Reincarnation Academy, which have long been orchestrating this event to bolster Feng Wuliang's reputation. In the past, even during the Grand Six-Path contest, the number of experts attending the Reincarnation Academy did not rival this occasion. Feng Wuliang has already integrated the quintessence of the 5 paths into his being, further amplifying his dragon-human physique. Undoubtedly, the essence of the 5 paths will soon culminate in the perfection of his 6-path body. Unfortunately, the obstinate disciples of the human path refuse to relinquish their knowledge, hindering the synthesis of the 6-path source. Had they complied, Feng Wuliang would have directly birthed the unparalleled 6-path reincarnation body, an amalgamation of 2 extraordinary physiques. Surrounding the streets, countless martial artists engage in fervent discussions about Feng Wuliang. The 5-path source. A deeper chill settles in Yi Han's gaze. It appears that Li Futuo yet lives, which brings him a measure of relief. The ambitions of Feng Wuliang and his allies to seize the entirety of the human path make it improbable for them to easily extinguish Li Futuo's life. Have you heard? Chu Yushir has also attained the dragon body, with a remarkably pure physical essence. Should this union succeed, with her assistance, Feng Wuliang's dragon-human physique may soon evolve into the legendary Earth Dragon body. Someone interjects, their enthusiasm palpable. Further discourse reveals that Chu Tianxin seems to oppose this marriage, and Chu Yushir has been forcibly brought to the Tai Sword sect. Yet another voice chimes in, what does their disagreement matter? The tide of fate cannot be resisted. Indeed, the momentum is undeniable. Feng Wuliang is a genuine prodigy. Should he rise, he could become the second Li Futuo, perhaps even surpassing the original, thereby positioning our ancient void realm among the foremost in the 9 domains. Anyone who dares to obstruct this union would be deemed a pariah in the eyes of the world. At Yi Han's side, Guchang trembles slightly, casting furtive glances at him. He fears that, should Yi Han become displeased, his wrath would unleash chaos, potentially revealing their identities. However, his concerns are unwarranted. Yi Han's expression gradually settles into tranquility, his eyes betraying no emotion, as if the discussions around him bear no relevance to his existence. As he walks alongside Gu Chang, he observes the surroundings with a profound curiosity about this imperial capital. Are you certain that the Tai Sword sect is merely 10 miles away? Yi Han abruptly inquired as he navigated through the bustling streets. Absolutely, Gu Qiangang replied with unwavering conviction. Excellent. Yi Han narrowed his eyes. Soon, the 2 men expended considerable wealth, utilizing a total of 20 human dragon pills, to secure a much-needed room at an inn. Gu Qiangang, should the situation take a turn for the worse tomorrow, you are to seek out Vice Principal Chu without concern for me, Yi Han cautioned. Their focus will solely be on me. Do not act rashly in a moment of passion, or I will be unable to assist you. Act rashly. Gu Qiangang, visibly perturbed, looked at Yi Han. Am I really that dramatic? One can never be too sure, Yi Han remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Qiangang. After exchanging a few casual words, Yi Han closed his eyes and assumed a meditative posture in a corner of the room. Meanwhile, in the Holy Light Imperial capital, within the black market, an establishment of the Heavenly Tower could be found. Inside, 2 figures were engaged in a conversation. Xian Lao, are we truly going to take action this time? A middle-aged man expressed his concern. Of course, replied an elderly man calmly. If Yi Han were present, he would instantly recognize this elder as Xian Wuzi. whom he had met in the immaculate imperial capital. Just 2 transactions. It can only be considered a fleeting encounter. It is far too risky and unnecessary. The middle-aged man continued. This is an unprecedented opportunity. You do not comprehend, Xian Wuzi said, his aged eyes gleaming with fervor. To offend various major powers is one thing, but to incur the wrath of Feng Wuliang is quite another. It is well known that Feng Wuliang possesses unparalleled talent, and his future potential is limitless. The middle-aged man spoke patiently, seemingly attempting to dissuade Xian Wuzi from his course of action, to offend Feng Wuliang. In the entirety of the vast ancient domain, neither the 8 great dynasties nor the 7 top powers would dare to do so lightly. Indeed, it is an offense, not mere provocation, Xian Wuzi countered. Oldly, do you believe that the esteemed vice principal of the Burning Moon Academy, Chu Tianxin, is a fool? Xian Wuzi suddenly laughed. The middle-aged man was taken aback. What jest is this, Xian Lao? If Chu Tianxin were a fool, how many wise individuals would there be in this world? Then why does Chu Tianxin go to such lengths to protect Yihan, even at the cost of displeasing many within the Reincarnation Academy and even the Burning Moon Academy? Do you truly think it is merely due to his friendship with Li Fuqilu? Xian Wuzi continued, gazing intently at his companion. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Is it not so? In terms of friendship, from the moment he led Yihan out of the Reincarnation Academy, he had already fulfilled his obligation. However, the relationship between Chu Tianxin and Yihan is evidently more complex. Xian Wuzi smiled lightly. He is not a fool, and neither am I, Xian Wuzi. The middle-aged man spoke hesitantly. Could it be that Yihan possesses some unique qualities? Xian Lao, could you elaborate? Xian Wuzi shook his head, stating, as long as you have faith, I, Xian Wuzi, am not yet dazed and disoriented. That is sufficient. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. The middle-aged man, referred to as Old Li, nodded in agreement. This time, we may have no choice but to summon a top-tier assassin. No, all you need to do is arrange for support. As for the rest, Xian Wuzi narrowed his eyes, declaring, I shall handle it personally. What? The middle-aged man was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. The following day, at dawn, as the first light of morning broke, Yihan's eyes suddenly flew open. Move out, he uttered decisively. Understood. Gu Qiangang simultaneously opened his eyes. The 2 figures departed the inn, leaving the Holy Light Imperial capital. En route to the Tai Sword sect, as they advanced, they encountered a bustling scene ahead, with numerous experts from all directions already on their way. Some even practiced their cultivation in open-air meditation the previous night. Today marked a grand matrimonial event at the Tai Sword sect, promising to be a splendid celebration. The union of Feng Wuliang and Chu Yushi would, in essence, align the formidable forces of the Reincarnation Academy, the Burning Moon Academy, and the Tai Sword sect on a singular front. Kunwu Divine Mountain, the foremost peak of swordsmanship in the ancient realm. Beneath the sacred mountain, countless figures congregated, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a pilgrimage from all corners. Many experts had gathered, yet none were permitted to ascend. Only those who had attained the 3rd transformation of the Yuan body realm were granted entry. Rest assured, everyone, as the union commences, our Tai Sword sect will manifest a luminous inscription barrier, allowing those who remain at the foot of the mountain to witness the ceremony. A master from the Tai Sword sect floated in midair, with a battle sword astonishingly positioned beneath his feet. Chapter 148. The day of the union. As the renowned Shao Sword Immortal himself has spoken, we shall naturally comply. Beneath the sacred Kunwa mountain, countless experts immediately voiced their agreement. You flatter us. I am merely at the threshold of becoming a sword immortal, remarked the figure suspended in the void, a subtle smile gracing his lips, yet his self-satisfaction was unmistakable. The path of the sword, where attaining the status of a sword immortal is the ultimate aspiration of the common folk, renders Shao Sword Immortal's humility quite unnecessary. He stands mere steps away from the innate realm. Who could contest his claim to be a sword immortal? Every gaze was filled with deep envy as they beheld the ethereal figure, while anticipation for the union today swelled within them. It was said that Feng Wuliang would reveal his Dragon Man physique to the world, a spectacle destined to become a timeless marvel. To miss witnessing it would be a profound regret in one's life. Within the vast expanse of the ancient void, many gifted individuals existed, some possessing equally remarkable physiques. However, Compared to the Dragon Man physique, others seemed less extraordinary. At least those other physiques had a chance of being cultivated, with a few emerging every few years. Yet, the Dragon Man physique had not been seen for countless years, in an era devoid of true dragons who could possess such a form. Feng Wuliang was not merely a prodigy. He was an anomaly. Yihan and Gu Qinggan finally arrived at the scene. Those below the third transformation of the Yuan body realm were not permitted within the sect. Soon, the two understood the situation. What shall we do? Gu Qinggan inquired, his brow furrowed as he looked at Yihan. Fear not, Yihan replied with a cold, resolute gaze. Money can move mountains, we shall wait. In that moment, Yihan exhibited an unexpected calmness. As time flowed, the sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the vast earth. Suddenly, countless experts turned their gazes toward the void behind them. At the pinnacle of the void, 6 figures traversed the air, steadily approaching Kunwu Mountain. Quick, look, they have arrived. Feng Wuliang has made his entrance. In an instant, the area erupted in commotion, a tide of people surged, and countless eyes converged upon the 6 individuals. Ultimately, all attention focused on the foremost young figure, Feng Wuliang. Within their gazes resided only envy, reverence, and admiration. When one has the opportunity to surpass others, feelings of discontent and jealousy arise. Yet, when faced with an immortal and indomitable monument, a mountain that cannot be surpassed throughout eternity, one is left with nothing but awe and admiration. Feng Wuliang embodied that mountain, a towering presence that loomed above all, a celestial peak to which all could only look up and aspire. If one cannot stand shoulder to shoulder, let alone surpass, then what merit does jealousy hold? Soaring through the air, a half-step sword immortal, someone exclaimed in astonishment. It is simply inconceivable. Feng Wuliang has already reached the status of a half-step sword immortal, and he is but 20 years old this year. In that moment, many finally grasped the reality that Feng Wuliang indeed walked through the air. Without relying on anyone's strength or riding any mystical beasts, he relies solely on himself. This exemplifies the 4th transformation of the Yuan body realm, the Void transformation. Among sword cultivators, only those who transcend the limits of the acquired realm and step into the innate domain are worthy of the title Sword Immortal. And a master of the Void transformation like Feng Wuliang is undoubtedly a half-step Sword Immortal. With just a small step forward, should he break through another barrier, a brand new Sword Immortal will emerge from the Taishu ancient domain. How could it be possible? Feng Wuliang has actually stepped into this realm. Gu Qinggan gazed in astonishment and trepidation at this scene. His elder brother, Gu Qiansheng, is also a martial genius, yet at the age of 100. He has only reached the 3rd transformation of the Yuan body realm, the Diamond transformation. However, at this point, Gu Qinggan suddenly turned to look at Yihan beside him, abruptly silencing himself, afraid to continue speaking. The 4th transformation of the Yuan body realm, the Void transformation? Yet Yihan appeared unfazed, as if indifferent to it all. To envy, one must have the opportunity to surpass the other. But regrettably, in Yihan's eyes, Feng Wuliang lacked even the qualifications to invoke his jealousy. The individual behind Feng Wuliang, I believe I have seen once, seems to be one of the 6 Tao Lords of the Reincarnation Academy, the Lord of Azura. A martial artist suddenly spoke, his eyes wide with shock. Are the other 5 all Tao Lords of the Reincarnation Academy? Indeed, the Lord of Azura, the Lord of Ghosts, the Lord of Beasts, the Lord of Hell, and the Lord of Celestials. 5 of the 6 Tao Lords personally came, willingly accompanying Feng Wuliang, showcasing his unparalleled might. This is utterly incredible. In today's world, aside from the head of the Reincarnation Academy personally appearing, who else could enjoy such treatment? Many masters gazing up at the void were equally astonished. It appeared that the 6 had simply stepped into the air. Yet this scene was far more shocking than any formation. This represented the highest courtesy, reflecting the utmost sincerity of the Reincarnation Academy, while also highlighting Feng Wuliang's remarkable presence. At the age of 20, Feng Wuliang soars through the skies. Among his peers, he stands as the only one to have entered the 4th transformation of the Yuan body realm, a prodigious talent. Even upon exiting the Taishu ancient domain, he would draw the world's attention, becoming a dazzling figure that instills fear in countless warriors. At Kunwu's sacred mountain, 4 beams of sword light suddenly appeared. In an instant, the sword light extended, its aura spreading for miles, like a vast celestial pathway welcoming the arrival of Feng Wuliang and his companions. At the origin of this sword energy, four figures stood in the void before Kunwu sacred mountain, each radiating unparalleled brilliance and might. The four great sword emperors. Countless martial artists exclaimed. It is unimaginable that all four sword emperors of the Tai sword sect have personally come to greet Feng Wuliang. Yihan also focused his gaze, instantly recognizing one of them, a somewhat familiar face. The second sword emperor, Jian Wuji, cultivating the path of the great annihilation sword. His swordsmanship reaches celestial heights, and it seems he had already attained the status of a sword immortal many years ago, his combat prowess astonishing and unfathomably formidable. The other three sword sovereigns must be equally impressive. According to Yihan's understanding, the sword sovereign of the Tai sword sect holds a position akin to that of the esteemed elders of the three great academies, revered beyond measure. Soon, amidst the gasps and admiration of countless onlookers, Feng Wuliang and his companions were welcomed into the inner sanctum of the Tai sword sect, vanishing atop the Kunwu divine mountain. At last, Feng Wuliang has arrived. We shall soon witness the union ceremony, many powerful beings exclaimed in excitement, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming events. Not long after Feng Wuliang and his entourage made their appearance, a radiant veil gradually manifested above the crowd, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent form. Within the veil, a grand scene unfolded. A towering hall of the Tai sword sect emerged, with the colossal characters Tai inscribed above. The Tai Hall, a hallowed sanctuary for countless sword cultivators. Many had never glimpsed the true visage of the Tai Hall in their lifetimes, and today they were fortunate enough to fulfill that wish. The first mountain of swordsmanship, ordinarily, it would be impossible to approach. Before the Tai Hall lay a vast plaza. Surrounding the plaza were 9 towering sword-shaped sculptures, arranged in a harmonious manner, embodying the essence of the 9 palaces and symbolizing the utmost reverence. At that moment, numerous powerful figures congregated within the plaza, each a master of no less than the third transformation of the Yuan body realm. Look, that is the Sun and Moon Sovereign, Xiao Yinchuan. Not only the Sun and Moon Sovereign, but it appeared others from various dynasties had also arrived, including the Sovereign of Holy Light and the Sovereign of Purity. The gaze of the assembled strong was irresistibly drawn to the luminous inscriptions suspended in the void. Yihan turned to Gu Qiangang. Has your father, Gu Tianxiao, also come? Ah, I did not expect this. My father's actions are beyond our speculation, Gu Qiangang replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice, before adding, however, he undoubtedly has no connection to the Tai sword sect. Fear not. Yihan smiled. With Feng Wuliang's union, it is only natural for the leading powers to gather here. Some have little choice in the matter. As one of the 8 sovereigns, your father's presence here is entirely normal. You need not worry, since he has arrived. Your safety is assured. With that, Yihan took a deep breath and declared, let us ascend the mountain. Chapter 149. The Proposal, Yihan's Appearance. Stop. Your cultivation level is insufficient. You may not enter. A voice, cold and indifferent, echoed through the air. It was Xiao Jianxian, the guardian of this place, speaking sternly. With a mere wave of his hand, Yihan conjured forth a dazzling array of over 100 human dragon pills. The sight of these pills caused Xiao Jianxian's pupils to contract in surprise. Not enough. Yihan cast a glance at him, then waved his arm again, summoning another 100. Still not enough? Yihan uttered 3 words, and with a decisive flick of his arm, an astonishing 300 human dragon pills appeared in an instant. A total of 500 pills, shimmering with a faint golden hue, manifested before him, supported by his profound energy. Remember, once inside the mountain, do not reveal your cultivation level. With a flick of his robe, Xiao Jianxian made the 500 human dragon pills vanish without a trace. I understand. I will not reveal my level, Gu Qiangang responded promptly, nodding vigorously. The 2 figures were escorted to the foot of the mountain, where a teleportation array inscribed with ancient runes activated, and in the blink of an eye, Yihan and Gu Qiangang found themselves atop the mountain. Yihan, you truly gave him 500 human dragon pills. It was entirely unnecessary, Gu Qiangang remarked. Do not worry. This person has an insatiable appetite. He will eventually have to relinquish what he has taken from me. Yihan replied with an air of indifference as he glanced down the mountain. Kunwu Divine Mountain. In the ancient realm of Tai Su, It stands as the foremost mountain of the sword path, revered as a sacred ground for numerous sword practitioners. Countless warriors aspire to join the Tai sword sect within this divine mountain as their lifelong pursuit and honor. For most, the first choice to enter such sects is undoubtedly the Tai sword sect rather than the three esteemed academies. Standing upon this sacred land, Yihan closed his eyes momentarily, feeling the pervasive sword intent that enveloped the world. It was as if an unparalleled battle sword hung high in the heavens, poised to strike at his very head. If all goes as expected, a sensational sword array exists within Kunwu Divine Mountain. Anyone daring to act recklessly here will undoubtedly face annihilation from the sword array. Unlike the inscribed formations, sword arrays belong to the realm of martial formations and require immense energy to activate fully. Images of these concepts flashed through Yihan's mind. In preparation for this journey to the Tai sword sect, he had done extensive research days prior. If I were to invoke the power of the dragon vein, the sword array would not be able to activate in time, Yihan thought to himself, a cold smirk forming as he walked forward with Guqian Gang. Once inside the mountain, there was no need for others to guide them. As they approached the gathering of formidable warriors, an array of powerful auras filled the air, and Yihan quickly sensed their positions. Before the Tai Great Hall, numerous experts were assembled, their gaze fixated intently on a tall, imposing figure at the forefront. Feng Wuliang sat cross-legged among the crowd, a gentle smile gracing his face as he engaged in conversation with several masters from various sects and royal dynasties, nodding in acknowledgement. He appeared as if surrounded by a constellation of stars, commanding their attention. Today, I extend an invitation to all, as it is widely known that our esteemed Tai Sword Sect S Jr., and also a disciple of the Burning Moon Academy, Chu Yushi, is to be united in marriage with Feng Wuliang from the Reincarnation Academy. An elder, having emerged from the Grand Hall at an unknown moment, spoke with a resonant voice. This event signifies the camaraderie among our Tai Sword Sect, Burning Moon Academy, and Reincarnation Academy, marking a significant occasion that will undoubtedly influence our entire Tai Su ancient domain. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the elder continued, stating that while today is merely a betrothal, it feels akin to a wedding. Suddenly, upon reaching this point, the elder's words struck a chord within everyone present, who fixed their attention upon him. The two newlyweds will exchange tokens, signifying the success of their union. In due time, a grand wedding ceremony will be held at the Reincarnation Academy, where all are welcome to partake in the joyous celebration. Of course, today we still host a grand gathering, and our Tai Sword Sect will graciously entertain all, as this is a time of joy for all present. The elder continued with a series of platitudes, which, while innocuous, were met with spontaneous exclamations of congratulations from numerous masters, filling the air with well wishes. Observing this scene, a chilling smile spread across Yihan's face. A betrothal? A wedding ceremony? The planning was indeed flawless. Initially, Feng Wuliang had intended to come today to propose, but Yihan had come to understand that the notion of a proposal held no real significance. The reason was clear. Feng Wuliang, a man of such stature, once he set his intention and spoke, few would dare to refute him. From the moment he declared his intention to propose, the marriage was effectively sealed, rendering the proposal itself unnecessary. Everything today merely served to fulfill a formality, a demonstration of Feng Wuliang's might, and a showcase for all to witness the impending alliance of the Tai Sword Sect, Reincarnation Academy, and Burning Moon Academy, akin to a pact of unity. Chu Yushi was merely a tool in this arrangement, a means to facilitate Feng Wuliang's transformation. Once the elder of the Tai Sword Sect concluded his speech, he wore a broad smile and light-heartedly remarked, "Indeed, for the two newlyweds, this significant life event must adhere to the proper protocols. So let us allow Feng Wuliang to propose." Feng Wuliang rose, nodding respectfully to the many masters present. He then approached nearby, addressing them with a smile. "I, Feng Wuliang, a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy, seek to marry Chu Yushi. I come to request your consent, esteemed elders." Before him sat a couple, one of whom was the vice principal of the Burning Moon Academy, Chu Tianxin, alongside Chu Yoshi's mother, Shen Yu. As the only daughter of the Tai Sword Sect's master, Shen Qianxin, this union seemed divinely orchestrated. Should Feng Wuliang and Chu Yushi unite, their pairing would indeed exemplify the perfect match. Whispers of speculation and admiration arose in waves. Setting aside the implications of their union, who could deny their compatibility in terms of talent, background, and appearance? How many people dream of marrying someone like Feng Wuliang? I, too, at the side of Chu Tianxin, Chu Yoshir's mother, Xinyu, wore a smile. I disagree. I do not wish to marry him. Suddenly, a voice of sorrow echoed within the grand hall of Tai. Dressed in a crimson gown, Chu Yoshir ran out of the hall in tears, followed by two helpless maidservants. Father, mother, I refuse to wed this man. Chu Yoshir burst from the hall, her cheeks glistening with tears. Typically reticent, she would cower when speaking to strangers, yet in this moment, she displayed an audacity that was utterly unexpected. Yoshir, you are being outrageous. Xinyu's expression turned exceedingly grim. Brother Yihan, where are you? Chu Yoshir, however, paid no heed, scanning her surroundings as tears cascaded down her face. In the depths of her eyes, a glimmer of helpless despair lay hidden. Yihan. In an instant, the expressions of numerous masters transformed, revealing a spectrum of emotions. The high-ranking members of the three great powers, the Reincarnation Academy, the Burning Moon Academy, and the Tai Sword Sect, simultaneously contorted their faces in dismay. The day of the alliance was meant to be a joyous occasion. At such a time, Chu Yoshir's rejection of the union, openly calling out another man's name, was akin to a resounding slap to the faces of the three great powers. It was a profound humiliation for Feng Wuliang, the very man involved. If you do not wish to marry, then you shall not. I will take you home. A sudden voice, amplified by the energy of the elements, resonated throughout the realm. Chu Yoshir abruptly turned her gaze. Her tear-streaked face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. Yihan. Without a second thought, Chu Yoshir dashed towards the right front, as if grasping a lifeline at the precipice of despair. In an instant, she leaped into Yihan's embrace, clinging tightly, unwilling to let go. There, do not cry. I am here for you, Yihan spoke gently, wiping the tears from Chu Yoshir's face. Yi-Han, a voice, filled with unbridled fury and murderous intent, reverberated through the heavens and earth. With a clang, a battle sword soared into the sky. Feng Wuliang fixed his gaze on Yihan, seething, "You are courting death." Chapter 150. The humiliation of Feng Wuliang. Unbridled fury, unparalleled humiliation, an overwhelming intent to kill. All of these sentiments converged upon Feng Wuliang in an instant, driving him to the brink of insanity. Never before had anyone dared to provoke him in such a manner. His voice echoed with a profound heaviness, and his expression darkened, enveloping the atmosphere in palpable tension. Today, he had come to engage in a betrothal, a fact known throughout the realm. Representatives from the 7 foremost powers and the 8 imperial dynasties had gathered, including 5 masters from the 6 paths, all to underscore his might and exceptional stature. It was a spectacle that captivated the attention of the world, more astonishing than the conflicts of the 6 paths, with all eyes fixated upon him, revering his presence. Yet, at this moment, the very girl he was to be betrothed to was cradled in the arms of Yihan, embraced by a mere ant in his eyes, one he could easily crush underfoot. This scene was witnessed by the high-ranking officials of the major factions within the vast Void Ancient region. No one could fathom the depths of the murderous intent brewing within Feng Wuliang. This was the most profound humiliation he had endured in his life. Yoshir, come back. Xinyu's countenance darkened as he rose with an authoritative shout. No. At this moment, Chu Yoshir was resolute. Her body trembled slightly as she looked up at Yihan, pleading, "Shall we leave this place?" "Do not fear." Yihan spoke softly, his eyes radiating an unwavering determination. In that instant, Chu Tianxin also stood, swiftly positioning himself beside Yihan. He uttered not a word, merely casting a calm glance over the assembled crowd, his intentions unmistakable. He would protect Yihan. Chu Tianxin, return at once. Xinyu glared at him, his voice tinged with anger. This was a family disgrace. It was one thing for Chu Yoshir to rebel, but for her father to join in such folly? What would the world think if this were to spread? Xinyu, I have long declared that Yoshir's future should be dictated by her own desires. The will of others need not be imposed upon my daughter, Chu Tianxin replied calmly. While he did not always heed Xinyu's words, he held a deep respect for him. However, on this day, he stood as resolutely as his daughter, unwaveringly by her side. What do you intend to do, Chu Tianxin? The aged voice of Shun Qianxin, the leader of the Tai Sword Sect, resonated, fixating upon him. Impudence. The Lord of the Reincarnation Academy, the God of Heaven, also spoke in anger. A multitude of cold, piercing gazes converged upon Chu Tianxin and Yi Han. Among them, the Sun and Moon Sovereign, Xiao Yinchuan, spoke with a calm demeanor. The union of Feng Wuliang and Chu Yushi is a match made in heaven. A joyous occasion for the entire vast void ancient region. It is a matter of parental decree and the will of matchmakers. The Lord of Hell from the Six Paths also chimed in. Any one of these formidable masters, if they were to emerge, would undoubtedly be a figure of immense stature within the vast realm of Taishu, possessing a status of the highest order. Each individual could easily dominate a region and establish a formidable sect. Today, all present share a common resolve to bring this matter to fruition. At that moment, a sardonic smile unexpectedly surfaced on Chu Tianxin's face as he cast a glance at the Lord of the Underworld. Parental decree? I, Chu Tianxin, the father of Chu Yushi, have not consented to this union. From whence comes this so-called parental command? The Lord of the Underworld's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance a tumult of emotions. He glared fiercely at Yi Han, exclaiming, Yi Han, depart at once. You have brought disgrace upon the Reincarnation Academy. If you do not leave, you shall be expelled. The Lord of Shura spoke coldly, unable to suppress Chu Tianxin, yet questioning if he could not also subdue Yi Han. This event was unstoppable. No one could alter the inevitable conclusion. I, Yi Han, am the inheritor of the path of humanity. Yi Han shot a glance at the various lords, asserting, even if expelled from the academy, you seem unqualified to act, unless the academy master intervenes personally. Rebellious. The Lord of the Celestial Gods cast a shadowy gaze upon him. Yi Han, if you seek death, no one can stand in your way. At that moment, Feng Wuliang suppressed his boundless fury and murderous intent, standing calmly in the background. With Chu Yushi still in Yi Han's embrace, he dared not take direct action. Regardless, he wished to see the union succeed today, as it pertained to his ability to cultivate his physique to fruition and transform into the dragon body. However, one thing was clear to him. Yi Han would not witness the moon tonight. He was doomed. Yi Han, I am aware of you. The nearly expelled inheritor of the path of humanity from the Reincarnation Academy. Shin Yu spoke again, scrutinizing Yi Han. One must understand the balance of advance and retreat, and discern the prevailing circumstances. And the matter of Yoshi's marriage should be determined by her own will. Yi Han replied calmly, gazing at Shin Yu. Silence. Shin Yu's face turned icy. Yi Han, release Yushi. Do you presume to lay claim to my daughter? Shin Yu, your words are rather harsh. Chu Tianxin frowned, uncertain of how Yi Han might respond given his temperament. Yet he knew that the hope of saving his daughter today rested upon Yi Han. Yi Han smiled, seemingly unfazed. Aunt, some matters may not be clear at present, but perhaps in the future, one may come to regret them. I believe that in life, fame and fortune are but illusions. The happiness and joy of loved ones are what truly merit pursuit. You, a junior, dare to presume to critique here? Shin Yu's anger flared, and she took several steps toward Feng Wuliang, who stood a short distance away. Feng Wuliang, the possessor of the dragon body, a being of the fourth transformation of the primordial essence, a half-step sword immortal at the age of 20. It is only fitting that Yushi marries him, as it is the true embodiment of happiness. After a brief pause, she cast a cold glance at Yi Han, her indifference palpable. As for you, what do you possess? A mundane physique, an ordinary bloodline, and a commonplace realm. Before Yi Han could respond, Shin Yu continued, as for today's events, I shall not pursue accountability. For the sake of our late friend, Li Futu, turn around and descend from Kunwa Mountain, and I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. Li Futu? Yi Han's eyes narrowed slightly. If you truly regard Li Futu's reputation, should you not persuade Feng Wuliang and the Master of the Five Paths to release him? You. Shin Yu's voice faltered, leaving her momentarily speechless. What could talent truly prove? Yi Han glanced at Shin Yu, then surveyed the assembly before him. Boom. The ground trembled beneath them, and Feng Wuliang's body shook. In that instant, a remarkable transformation unfolded. A faint golden light emerged, enveloping Feng Wuliang in a divine armor. Subsequently, a vertical eye manifested between his brows. The dragon-human physique. The martial Dao heavenly eye. These were the unparalleled talents long coveted by the world, now embodied in Feng Wuliang alone. Yet the spectacle was not over. A powerful aura erupted from within him once again. Above his head, a vacuum light wheel materialized. 1, 2, 5. A total of 5 light wheels appeared, exuding an overwhelming presence that struck deep into the hearts of all present. This was the Six Paths reincarnation body, nearing perfection, merely lacking the essence of the human path. 2 astonishing physiques, combined with the martial Tao heavenly eye. Birthed at such a young age, this was true talent. Feng Wuliang uttered no words, standing there with an air of superiority, surveying the myriad beings of the world beneath him. His eyes radiated pride, indifference, and disdain. What do you possess? Feng Wuliang finally spoke again, addressing Yihan, but also directing his words toward Chu Yushi. He intended to make her comprehend who the true genius was, to understand that Yihan, in his inadequacy, was unworthy even to carry his shoes. Before the Grand Hall of Tai, the onlookers were aghast. Even the esteemed elders, sect leaders, and sovereigns from various powerful factions could not maintain their composure. The Six Paths of Reincarnation, with just one path remaining, was the legendary reincarnation body. The true Six Paths reincarnation body has not appeared for 8,000 years. If my memory serves me correctly, murmured the sun and moon sovereign, Xiao Yinchuan. Suddenly, Yihan burst into laughter. Chapter 151. Apologies, I am the Earth Dragon Body. What are you laughing at? Feng Wuliang gazed solemnly at Yihan. The group before them wore peculiar expressions. Could it be that Yihan was a fool? Was he laughing in fear of Feng Wuliang's innate talent? I possess nothing, Yihan replied, casting a glance at Feng Wuliang before turning to Shenyu. But I am aware that everything I, Yihan, desire will be achieved through my own efforts, rather than relying on the hands of others. Before the assembly, Yihan boldly grasped Chu Yoshi's right hand. Shenyu inhaled deeply, seemingly struggling to suppress her inner fury, yet she managed to maintain her composure. She looked at Yihan and stated, Yihan, reality and ideals are entirely different matters. What does that mean? Yihan inquired, fixing his gaze upon Shenyu. Without talent, how can one discuss the future? Everyone present here are esteemed individuals from the Taishu ancient domain. One must ask, in their youth, who among them was not a true prodigy of heaven? Where have those who once accompanied and competed with them now gone? Who truly knows? It is precisely because of them that the Taishu ancient domain has endured until now. Shenyu spoke with a tone that bore a hint of earnestness, striving to persuade Yihan. After all, her daughter was right beside him. It was not entirely untrue that she felt a profound disdain for this obstinate youth. Who wouldn't wish for their daughter to be guarded by someone with such responsibility and conviction? Under a collapsing nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? If the skin is gone, where will the hair attach? Shenyu spoke calmly. Yihan, you are an intelligent individual. Indeed. Only if Feng Wuliang is bestowed with the Earth Dragon body and rises in the future can he take the place of the Taishu ancient domain and battle for supremacy on the 9-domain king ranking, securing a lofty position and glory for the Taishu ancient domain. The Lord of the Divine Path among the Six Paths also interjected. Feng Wuliang, to attain the Earth Dragon body, must he not strive himself? Yihan cast a scornful glance at the Lord of the Divine Path. What does this have to do with Yushi? On what grounds should a forced union be imposed? Only with Yoshi's assistance and cultivation is there a possibility for the Earth Dragon body to manifest. The Lord of the Divine Path spoke indifferently. Yihan, your rebelliousness, fixated solely on yourself, disregards the greater circumstances. All present are prominent figures from various factions, masters from the Dragon Slaying Academy, experts from the Burning Moon Academy, rulers from various empires. The Lord of the Divine Path continued, to speak frankly, who desires the disciples of other factions to rise? Who wishes for their own disciples to be overshadowed? No one wishes for such, yet those present, your predecessors, have still come to congratulate this union. What does this signify? This is selflessness, this is magnanimity. Silence enveloped the space, with only the voice of the Lord of the Divine Path resounding. Feng Wuliang. With the Earth Dragon body and the Six Paths reincarnation body, lies the hope of the future, the hope of the entire Taishu ancient domain. Yihan, do you wish to oppose the Taishu ancient domain? Clap, clap, clap. The sound of resounding applause echoed throughout the hall. A splendid display of hope for the Taishu ancient domain, a bold challenge to oppose it, a masterful act of moral coercion. Yihan gazed disdainfully at the celestial divine lord. To kill the chicken for its eggs, to drink poison to quench thirst. Yi Han surveyed the so-called prominent figures of the Taishu ancient domain present. What if one day, Feng Wuliang were to fail? The mere mention of failure caused many to pale, and even some at the sovereign level exhibited complex expressions. His voice resonated once more. For the sake of nurturing Feng Wuliang, you have not hesitated to turn against your own, to persecute and imprison Li Futuo, all in pursuit of the earthly Tao. You wish to forcibly promote this union, disregarding the feelings of the innocent, you sure? A flicker of murderous intent erupted from the celestial divine lord. Yi Han, what are you insinuating? Sacrificing the individual for the greater good. If one day our Taishu ancient domain stands at the pinnacle of the 9 domains, surely all will be grateful for the sacrifices of those who came before. Very well. In that case, celestial divine lord, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself, to sacrifice Feng Wuliang, to elevate me, Yi Han? Yi Han's eyes brimmed with boundless killing intent. A chilling light bursting forth, his voice icy. His murderous intent was uncontainable. Had he not been limited by his realm, he would have ensured the celestial divine lord's demise here and now. You are audacious, transgressing the hierarchy. How could our reincarnation academy produce a rebellious soul such as you? The celestial divine lord seethed with rage, stepping forward. Yet at that moment, Chu Tianxin, standing beside Yi Han, let out a cold snort and took a small step forward as well. Boom! Yi Han's body trembled. The ground beneath him shook violently in an instant. An extraordinarily potent and fierce vein of earth energy surged forth. Golden light, resplendent and dazzling, erupted from the earth, enveloping Yi Han's being. The dragon vein? The holy light sovereign's countenance shifted, involuntarily gasping in disbelief. The aura of the dragon vein. This essence was unmistakably familiar to the holy light sovereign. It belonged to the dragon vein of the Holy Light Empire, lying beneath the imperial capital. How could the energy of the dragon vein suddenly appear here, 10 miles away? Celestial divine lord, would you sacrifice yourself to elevate me, Yi Han? Yi Han continued to regard him calmly, his eyes filled with irony. Would you sacrifice your individual self for the greater good? Surely, in the future, the world will be grateful for your contributions. An incredibly wild and surging pure dragon energy erupted from within Yi Han. In an instant, the golden light surrounding him intensified. Boom! The myriad forces and origins within him vibrated. Yi Han radiated an increasingly potent spirit, evoking a sensation of communicating with the heavens, suppressing the 4 corners of the world. The pure dragon's might and the sovereign's aura coalesced, evolving into an unimaginable momentum. This tremendous force proliferated and resonated, allowing every warrior atop Kunwu Divine Mountain to sense it. Roar! In a moment of dazed clarity, amidst the convergence of overwhelming forces, a deafening roar echoed, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's chant. Above Yi Han's head, an ethereal dragon figure materialized. In that instant, all divine lights converged and enveloped him entirely. Yi Han shone like a deity. Countless gazes were drawn to him, all captivated by such radiance. For a fleeting moment, they forgot about Feng Wuliang. What is happening? A voice quivered with disbelief. Now, Yi Han cast his eyes upon the celestial Tao Master and Feng Wuliang, the dragon form. Shen Yu's gaze fixated on the entity above Yi Han, the human dragon form. It was the immaculate Emperor Gu Tianshao who spoke. He had witnessed Yi Han firsthand and had bestowed upon him generous rewards. Yet at that time, he had not perceived Yi Han as particularly extraordinary, certainly not to this exaggerated extent. How could there be another human dragon form in the Tai Su ancient domain? And that this individual happened to be Yi Han? This question echoed in the minds of all present. No, it is the earth dragon form. Chu Tianxin glanced at his wife, Shen Yu. He should have informed her of this matter sooner. Yet he understood that the news of Yi Han possessing the earth dragon form might not be favorable if revealed prematurely. Impossible. The celestial Tao Master's voice turned sharp as he repeatedly exclaimed, absolutely impossible. In an instant, Feng Wuliang's eyes were fixated on Yi Han. Everything Yi Han displayed surpassed Feng Wuliang's imagination. He could never have dreamed that within the Tai Su ancient domain, someone bore the earth dragon form, the very physique he had yearned for. Chapter 152, The Clash of Twin Dragons. I am the true genius. Heavenly Path Master, are you willing to sacrifice your small self, to relinquish everything for my rise, Yi Han? Yi Han cast a cold gaze upon the Heavenly Path Master, his voice resonating with a powerful wave. The Heavenly Path Master stared intensely at the dragon shadow hovering above Yihan's head, feeling as if he had swallowed something foul. Rendered speechless, who among us is not a dragon in essence? Yihan glanced at Feng Wuliang before turning his attention to Chu Yosher's mother, Xinyu. Aunt, how can one discuss the future without talent? Am I now worthy to speak of what lies ahead? Xinyu fell silent, her gaze fixed upon Yihan, as if attempting to unravel all the secrets he harbored. She too sought to discern the truth of Yihan's so-called earth dragon body. If it were a mere fabrication, perhaps it could be conjured through the power of the dragon veins, deceiving all. But if it were genuine, Xinyu could scarcely fathom the strength of an earth dragon body, pondering the heights such a genius might achieve in the future. It was said that in the vast realms of the ancient void, as well as within the 9 ancient domains of the southern barbarian Songzhou, the earth dragon body had not appeared for countless years. This physique was only documented in ancient texts. Could it be that I was truly mistaken? A surge of sword energy erupted. The ultimate sword energy manifested. Feng Wuliang's battle sword could no longer be contained, and in an instant, he slashed toward Yihan's brow. Bang! At the same moment, Chu Tianxin intervened, obliterating the sword energy with a decisive strike. Chu Tianxin cast a glance at Feng Wuliang. This is not the Reincarnation Academy. Feng Wuliang, what are you attempting to do? Yihan, you seek death. Feng Wuliang seethed with fury. You invoke the dragon veins, fabricating a false earth dragon body, attempting to deceive everyone. You treat the world like fools. You deserve to perish. Invoke the dragon veins? Yihan replied with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Then, why not try invoking a dragon vein yourself? You. Feng Wuliang clenched his fists tightly, momentarily at a loss for words. You claim I wish to deceive everyone. Why do you not expose me? Yihan continued, his resolve firm. With the manifestation of the dragon body, Yihan was resolute in his determination to engage Feng Wuliang in earnest. He would show no mercy today, unwilling to suffer indignities for himself or for Chu Yusher. Then I shall expose you. Feng Wuliang's voice grew hoarse, his overwhelming rage nearly driving him to madness. Stepping forward, the essence of his human dragon body erupted forth. Above him, a faint dragon shadow materialized, its claws poised to descend with crushing force. Yusher, come stand by your father. Yihan spoke softly. Chu Yusher hurriedly moved to stand beside Chu Tianxin. Roar! A sudden dragon's roar erupted above Yihan, resounding with unparalleled clarity and depth. The dragon shadow above his head, fierce and menacing, seemed poised to rend the very fabric of reality, charging forth with an unstoppable momentum. This contest transcended mere realms. It was a primal clash of innate physical essence, a brutal struggle to determine who truly embodied the dragon's spirit. Boom! The two dragons collided, and in an instant, claws lashed out ferociously. One strike. The ethereal image conjured by Feng Wuliang's humanoid dragon form let out a mournful cry before shattering into oblivion. The world fell into utter silence, as if a pin drop could be heard. Every breath became labored, and the rhythmic thumping of hearts echoed in the stillness. Stunned into silence, what had they witnessed? Feng Wuliang's humanoid dragon form had been defeated. After the dragon shadow atop Yihan's head obliterated all opposition, it released a resounding roar, proclaiming its dominion as the true sovereign. Impossible. The Six Paths body. Feng Wuliang howled, unleashing the very essence of the Six Paths body. The fusion of the Six Paths body and the humanoid dragon form manifested once more above Feng Wuliang, appearing even more formidable. The dragon shadow gaped, ready to devour, lunging forward to consume Yihan's dragon shadow, reminiscent of that fateful day atop the dragon-hidden mountain, when he had ingested the essence of the dragon vein summoned by Yihan. Fool, what do you intend to do? Yihan sneered, making no move, leisurely observing the unfolding spectacle as if regarding a mere jester. The two dragon shadows clashed again, fiercely battling and tearing at one another. This was no longer a mere contest of martial origins. It was an implicit collision of the true philosophies of their martial paths. The vacuum erupted with a thunderous roar. This spectacle lasted less than 5 breaths. Once again, the dragon shadow conjured by Feng Wuliang was dispersed, vanishing into nothingness. The combined essence of two physical forms proved insufficient against Yihan's singular essence. Unmask me, I implore you. Unveil my true self. Yihan spoke calmly. A petty man revels in his moment of triumph. The celestial Tao master finally finds his voice. Indeed, you have seen through me. You are quite astute. I am but a petty man basking in his moment of glory. Old dog, will you also expose me? Yihan retorted with a cold smile. Staggering back, Feng Wuliang took 3 steps, his countenance contorted with a tumult of emotions, at times brimming with murderous intent, at others blank with confusion, and yet again laced with bitterness. This is impossible, Feng Wuliang muttered to himself. Talent? If talent were the sole determinant, then I would prevail. Yihan turned his gaze toward the various Tao masters of the Reincarnation Academy, then to Shun Qianxin, the leader of the Tai Sword sect, along with the monarchs and high-ranking officials of the great sections. The proposed union is hereby annulled, since you deem Feng Wuliang, this worthless fool, capable of ascending the 9 domains king rankings to bring glory to the ancient void realm, then I, Yihan, am far more worthy. Yihan's clear and resolute voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the ears of all present. In every mind, the reverberation of those 2 words lingers, worthless. The term worthless, as uttered by Yihan, refers to Feng Wuliang. Gazing across the vast expanse of the ancient domain, despite the multitude of so-called geniuses, who possesses the authority to declare Feng Wuliang as worthless. Yet, when Yihan vocalizes those 2 words, no one can refute him. Alas, Chu Yosher's mother, Xinyu, appeared to lose all faith in an instant. After uttering those 2 words, she turned and strode towards the grand hall of the Tai Sword sect. Death, you shall surely meet your demise. Today, none can save you. In the silence, Feng Wuliang's heart seemed to suddenly solidify with resolve. He raised his head abruptly, fixing his gaze fiercely upon Yihan. If I refine your earth dragon body, I can give birth to the true Xianlong body. The phrase Xianlong body struck like an invisible thorn, piercing the hearts of many present. Numerous faces shifted in expression, reflecting profound complexity. Feng Wuliang's assertion seemed to bear truth. The crux lies in the fact that he is now a master of the 4th transformation of the Yuan body, a practitioner of the void transformation, standing at the precipice of the sword immortal realm. Engage. Feng Wuliang calmly uttered those 2 words. At that moment, he appeared to regain his former lofty stature, commanding the winds and clouds. The 5 great masters flanking Feng Wuliang simultaneously stepped forward, each locking onto Chu Tianxin beside Yihan. If they could subdue Chu Tianxin, none would be able to protect Yihan's departure. The Sun and Moon Sovereign, Xiao Yinchuan, unknowingly took a step forward as well, a staunch supporter of Feng Wuliang, having even proclaimed him the divine guardian of the Sun and Moon dynasty. A chorus of affirmations arose, and in an instant, figures from the Dragon-Slaying Academy also emerged. Even an elder from the Burning Moon Academy, of unclear identity, directed his words at Chu Tianxin. Chu Tianxin, step aside. Behind Yihan, Gu Qiangang, who had gone unnoticed until now, unexpectedly stepped forward to stand beside Yihan. Gu Qiangang looked towards his father in the crowd. Father. Without further words, Gu Qiangang's stance was unmistakably clear. Despite being merely an inconspicuous junior at this moment, he commanded attention. Ganger, you have grown. Gu Tianxiao chuckled, then stepped forth from the crowd, approaching Yihan with just a few strides. Yihan, this lad is commendable. I admire his character. A middle-aged man emerged, smiling gently as he positioned himself beside Yihan. Many were taken aback, as they did not expect Qin Xiong, the leader of the Ba Wu Pavilion among the 7 premier powers, to express his support for Yihan at such a critical moment. Yihan, you speak truth. If talent could represent all, you would be even more qualified to contend for glory on behalf of the ancient domain in the future. Another voice chimed in, that of Huangfu Chuan, the master of the Demon's Sealing Mountain Manor. These true titans of the ancient domain, figures of dominance, exhibited such decisive choices at this juncture. You cannot escape, Yihan. Feng Wuliang appeared to be assured of victory, remaining unfazed even in the face of this unfolding scene. On that day, it was my folly that allowed you, this wretched creature, to escape from the Reincarnation Academy. However, today, the Kunwu Sacred Mountain shall serve as your burial ground. Upon uttering these words, Feng Wuliang turned to face the master of the Tai Sword sect, who is also Chu Yosher's grandfather, Shen Qianxin. At last, Shen Qianxin began to move slowly forward. Chapter 153, The Innate Sword Embryo, Heart of the Sword Sovereign, Invincible Swordsmanship. Shen Qianxin cast a fleeting glance at Yihan, then coldly uttered 4 words. Feng Wuliang has already reached the threshold of a sword immortal. He has nurtured his innate sword embryo and will refine the heart of the sword sovereign within a year. Shun Qianxin continued, her tone light as a breeze. Yet in an instant, it stirred up a tremendous uproar. Countless individuals changed countenance, their eyes shimmering with an awe-inspiring shock. An innate sword embryo? Among sword practitioners, 1 in 100,000 might nurture such an entity. It is only after stepping into the true realm of sword immortals that one has the chance to give rise to an innate sword embryo. Feng Wuliang is merely at the 4th transformation of the Yuan body realm, thus only considered half a sword immortal. Yet, to think he has already attained an innate sword embryo. No wonder the Tai sword sect regards this union with such importance. Even Shun Qianxin, a pinnacle existence dominating a realm, openly declares her allegiance to Feng Wuliang. What defines a genius? Feng Wuliang remains the unrivaled prodigy of this domain. His human dragon physique, though not as formidable as Yihan's earth dragon physique, raises a pertinent question. What else does Yihan possess? His realm is inferior to Feng Wuliang's. His bloodline pales in comparison. The inheritance he has received cannot possibly rival that of Feng Wuliang. Most crucially, if Yihan's innate constitution could be bestowed upon Feng Wuliang, then the latter would attain near perfection in the martial realm, his foundation nearly flawless. Yet, that is not all. The most significant aspect is the heart of the sword sovereign. The heart of the sword sovereign, once birthed by an unparalleled sword sovereign of the Tai sword sect, swept across the heavens and stirred the winds of various domains, instilling fear in countless powerful beings. As that supreme sword sovereign approached the end of his lifespan, unwilling to fade into oblivion, he bequeathed the heart of the sword sovereign, entrusting the Tai sword sect to seek out an extraordinary sword talent as his successor. However, as time passed, how many truly invincible geniuses remained? Even fewer could gain the Tai sword sect's recognition within the sword domain. Although swordsmanship is invincible, those endowed with top-tier sword talent are exceedingly rare. Today, when Shun Qianxin mentioned the heart of the sword sovereign, Feng Wuliang is indeed the one you have chosen? Qin Xiong, the master of the Ba Wu Pavilion, exclaimed in astonishment. I shall personally intervene and assist Feng Wuliang in refining the heart of the sword sovereign within a year. Shun Qianxin shot a cold glance at Qin Xiong, causing his complexion to change instantly, his brows furrowing deeply. Many other experts were equally shaken, caught off guard. The recently outspoken lord of the Fengma Mountain Manor, Huang Fuchuan, also revealed profound astonishment and trepidation on his face. In this world, genius is merely the key to ascend to greatness. Possessing talent signifies an increased opportunity to reach the pinnacle, but it does not guarantee one's rise. The fallen genius, a mere jest, destined to rest beneath the earth, transformed into a cup of yellow earth, forgotten by all. What the world esteems and reveres are only those who ascend step by step, ultimately towering above all, casting their gaze over everything as supreme beings. With a single utterance from Shun Qianxin, it has been predetermined that Feng Wuliang shall become the successor of the Tai sword sect. Simultaneously, he is also the reincarnation of the 6 realms at the Reincarnation Academy, destined to eventually consolidate the power of the 6 realms within himself, becoming the sovereign of them all. Furthermore, at the Burning Moon Academy, aside from Vice Dean Chu Tianxin, the others clearly wish to support Feng Wuliang. Among the 3 great academies, it seems that the Dragon-Slaying Academy has also intentionally chosen to stand behind Feng Wuliang. What can Yihan contest with? Under the collapsing nest, there are no intact eggs. Should the ancient domain of the void fall, these lofty figures present will inevitably be implicated, unable to enjoy their current glory. As long as Feng Wuliang can rise, and the ancient domain of the void can secure a commendable ranking in the War of the 9 Domain Kings, then the ancient domain of the void will still possess a future, and the various factions may coexist. One person determines the fate of an entire realm. It may sound exaggerated, yet reality unfolds thus. Numerous gazes now converge upon Huang Fuchuan, Qin Xiong, and Gu Tianxiao. These 3 have just explicitly stated their willingness to support Yihan. And now, the situation seems somewhat awkward. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Who could have anticipated that Shun Qianxin would go so far as to present the heart of the Sword Emperor for Feng Wuliang? With a life-bound sword embryo and the heart of the Sword Emperor refined, the heights Feng Wuliang could achieve are simply beyond imagination. For countless years, the ancient domain of the void has not seen such a talent. There is no need for the esteemed elders to feel troubled. Yi Han cast a glance at Shun Qianxin, Feng Wuliang, and others, before shifting his gaze to Huang Fuchuan, Qin Xiong, and Gu Tianxiao. I appreciate your goodwill, but today, I shall not fall here. Yi Han took a deep breath. Regardless of the circumstances, I, Yi Han, shall rise in the future in the demon-sealing mountain manor, the dominant martial pavilion, and the immaculate dynasty within the ancient domain of the void shall endure through the ages. Of course, should I perish here, you may consider it a jest. Let us take action. Feng Wuliang spoke once more. For reasons unknown, he felt an indescribable sense of trepidation. This sudden sensation left him feeling inexplicably unsettled. It would be best to act swiftly, to sanction and suppress Yi Han. Today, perhaps the union may fail. Yet one thing is certain. He has encountered the greatest opportunity in history. As long as he can seize Yi Han's Earth Dragon body essence, he can forsake all else. Boom. Within and around the body of the Divine Pathmaster, surging primordial energy began to erupt. The other four Pathmasters had also commenced their power activation. Chu Tianxin, step back. The master of the Tai Sword sect, Shun Qianxin, spoke coldly at this moment. Father-in-law Chu Tianxin's expression changed. Silence. Upon finishing, Shun Qianxin's right arm shot out in an instant. A sword forged from the essence of primordial energy materialized in the palm of his hand in an instant. With a single stroke, an overwhelming sword aura surged forth like an unstoppable tide, crushing all in its path and charging directly towards Chu Tianxin. In this place teeming with formidable warriors, only Chu Tianxin stood unwaveringly by Yi Han's side, willing to safeguard him. If Yi Han were to force Chu Tianxin back, he would be reduced to a powerless insect, utterly inconsequential. Chu Tianxin's expression darkened considerably, as he had not anticipated that his formidable father-in-law would truly strike against him. In a moment of desperation, a layer of battle armor enveloped him, imbued with potent energy. He stepped forward to confront the oncoming threat, unleashing a powerful palm strike to meet the terrifying sword. The astonishing momentum of the sword threatened to obliterate everything, and the immense force coalescing within it caused Chu Tianxin to stagger back 3 steps, his breath uneven. Meanwhile, the 5 leaders of the divine path stepped forward, their formidable wills converging upon Yi Han. Such sheer dominance was overwhelming. Qin Xiong, the leader of the dominance martial pavilion, spoke calmly, taking a step forward. Having made his choice, he would not waver. Despite Feng Wuliang's considerable advantage and Yi Han's apparent lack of escape routes, Huang Fuchuan, the master of the demon sealing villa, glanced at Qin Xiong and remarked, "Your resolve is indeed formidable, while I, Huang Fuchuan, find myself somewhat lacking." Having said this, Huang Fuchuan also advanced, his robes billowing as a powerful aura expanded, locking onto the 5 leaders. These 2 titans, who traversed the pinnacle of the ancient void realm, despite being swayed by Shun Qianxin's words, ultimately remained steadfast in their choice to stand with Yi Han. In light of this, it was time to activate the sword formation. Shun Qianxin cast a cold glance at Qin Xiong and Huang Fuchuan, her expression unchanging. In an instant, numerous skilled warriors sprang into action, dispersing in all directions. Surrounding the earth, soaring sword auras manifested, dense and layered, gradually enveloping the entire expanse. This unfolding transpired in less than 20 breaths. The Tai Sword Sect's protective formation, the God-slaughtering sword array, was activated. Chapter 154, The Celestial Sword, the God-slaying sword formation. In an instant, Huang Fuchuan, Qin Xiong, and Chu Tianxin exchanged glances, a palpable sense of trepidation evident in their eyes. Suddenly, Chu Tianxin turned and urged, "Yi Han, you must descend the mountain quickly. I will lead him away." At that moment, Gu Tianxiao spoke up, a formidable aura of imperial majesty enveloping Yi Han. "It is too late," came the cold voice of Shun Qianxin from the earth ahead. The sword formation had long been activated. It was merely being triggered at this moment. Unless one could forcibly break through the formation and carve a path, no one would escape from Kunwu Divine Mountain today, including the esteemed Qin Xiong and Huang Fuchuan. The air was thick with sword intent, an endless torrent of sword energy proliferating, dominating the entire realm. Kunwu Divine Mountain transformed into an unparalleled sword mountain, where all would turn to desiccated bones. Qin Xiong, Huang Fu Chuan, since you choose to stand beside this little beast, prepare to experience the might of the god-slaying sword formation today. Shun Qianxin's aged visage bore no emotion, her eyes aflame with a frenzied sword intent. An ancient battle sword emerged from the Tai Great Hall, swiftly appearing in Shun Qianxin's grasp. With a single stroke, the dazzling sword energy split into three, simultaneously locking onto the three formidable figures, Chu Tianxin, Qin Xiong, and Huang Fuchuan. Swish! The sword energy resonated through heaven and earth, surging like a tempest. Chu Tianxin's expression changed, retreating several steps, his robes threatening to be torn asunder. Yushi, step back, he urged, clenching his fists tightly. As his daughter, Chu Yushi, retreated, a battle sword also materialized in Chu Tianxin's hand. Father-in-law, forgive my unfilial actions. His determined gaze pierced forward, his voice somber. Chu Tianxin, return to me. Shinyu could no longer bear to witness this scene and appeared at the entrance of the Tai Great Hall. Chu Tianxin glanced at Shinyu, shaking his head indifferently. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. I, Chu Tianxin, have made a promise to Yihan. What extraordinary qualities does this youth possess to compel you so? Shinyu's expression darkened. The Chu Tianxin standing before her, fighting for Yihan, seemed a stranger, a man transformed. All are rebels. The master of the Tai sword sect, Shin Qianxin, was seething with anger at his son-in-law's demeanor, disappointment etched in his eyes. His gaze swept forward. With your few, do you think you can protect this little beast, Yihan? You underestimate the Tai sword sect. As he spoke, Shin Qianxin's vitality seemed to swell, his power escalating, embodying a transformative essence, as if entering a realm of rebirth. No one could overlook the might of a sword immortal, especially one as formidable as Shin Qianxin, a true celestial sword immortal. Stepping into the realm of innate power, one earns the title of sword immortal. The path of the sword immortal is divided into the lesser sword immortal, greater sword immortal, and heavenly sword immortal. Shin Qianxin had long ago ascended to the domain of the heavenly sword immortal. Atop Kunwa Mountain, under the enhancement of the slaughtering god sword array, Shin Qianxin stood invincible. Take him away. Chu Tianxin directed with a glance towards Huang Fuchuan, Qin Xiong, and Gu Tianxiao. And bring along that girl, you sure? I shall forge the path. Chu Academy head you. Huang Fuchuan expressed profound astonishment, sensing Chu Tianxin's unwavering resolve. If a path were truly to be forged, given Chu Tianxin's realm and combat prowess, he would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes after this day. The road of martial arts demands sacrifices. If I survive today, I, Chu Tianxin, shall undergo a transcendental rebirth. Should I fall here, I would have no regrets towards Yihan or Li Fuda. Chu Tianxin spoke with a calm smile, appearing to have transcended all worldly concerns. No. Yihan's pupils constricted, and in that instant, his true will surged forth. His voice thundered, Dragon Vein Empowerment. Dragon Vein Empowerment. Not only does it enhance oneself, but also, Chu Tianxin, Huang Fuchuan, Qin Xiong, Gu Tianxiao. The four formidable experts suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through their bodies. Unbeknownst to them, even their very life force experienced an instantaneous metamorphosis. Boom, boom, boom. The four experts trembled as every breath drew in an overwhelming force. How is this possible? Gu Tianxiao exclaimed in shock. The power of the dragon vein has never been this formidable. He sensed a trend towards a potential breakthrough in his realm. If this continued, with the aid of the dragon vein's power, he could achieve a breakthrough within a year or even as short as 6 months. Elders, you may commence breaking the array. Yihan maintained his composure, speaking calmly. Kill. Chu Tianxin's voice resonated with murderous intent. He struck forth with a sword aimed at the front. Though his mastery of the sword may not rival that of his father-in-law, Shin Qianxin, in this moment, his fighting spirit was invincible. Empowered by the dragon vein's strength, Chu Tianxin possessed the might to transcend realms. The two figures entwined in an instant, colliding amidst the heavens and earth. In midair, two dazzling sword energies intertwined, ceaselessly cutting through the air, the sound of sword chants echoing continuously. Furious wave, overwhelming fist. Qin Xiong unleashed his strike, his fists unmatched, as if capable of shattering the heavens. A torrent of fist intent imbued his very being, terrifying power erupting through his limbs. Frozen Mountain River Palm. Huang Fuchuan waved his sleeve, extending both palms forward. A frigid aura enveloped him, infused with potent martial intent, crashing forward with tremendous force. The two great experts simultaneously clashed against the five-path masters. Be cautious. The three of you must not stray more than 3 meters from my side. Gu Tianxiao warned Yi Han, Gu Qiangang, and Chu Yushi. The fingers of the Immaculate Emperor transformed with an astonishing swiftness, and in an instant, a grand seal materialized in his grasp, the imperial seal of the Immaculate Dynasty. To everyone's astonishment, this emblem of sovereignty was carried by none other than this individual. Within the seal, a torrent of imperial and divine energies surged forth, merging with the power of the dragon veins summoned by Yi Han, resulting in an unparalleled augmentation. Under such enhancement, although Gu Tianxiao's realm was inferior to those of the leaders of the major sects, the disparity had become subtly bridged. How enigmatic is the power of the dragon vein! In days passed upon the summit of Longyin Mountain, Yi Han's cultivation was far beneath that of Yin Tianxiu. Yet with the dragon vein's support, he had delivered several resounding slaps to Yin Tianxiu's face. The dragon vein invoked today was the unparalleled dragon vein of the entire Holy Light dynasty, vastly superior to the diminutive one found in Longyin Mountain by countless magnitudes. Immaculate Emperor, I shall engage you. An elder from the dragon-slaying academy stepped forward, his gait steady and imposing, locking his gaze upon Gu Tianxiao. At that very moment, a chilling, bone-deep aura, cold and sinister, emanated from the distance. The aura of the demonic path. A formidable figure from the hall of the primordial demon had made their move, also targeting Gu Tianxiao. Today, Gu Tianxiao had produced the imperial seal, which appeared as a delectable prize in the eyes of many. If they could seize the seal and completely refine it, the benefits would be boundless. Damn it! Gu Tianxiao could not help but utter these words, a flicker of helplessness surfacing in his eyes. Nevertheless, without a moment's hesitation, he boldly advanced, ready to confront two top-tier masters simultaneously. On the earth beneath them stood Yi Han, Gu Qiangang, and Chu Yushi, united like 3 lambs awaiting slaughter. Facing the multitude of indifferent gazes ahead, seemingly devoid of any path for retreat or resistance. Before them, the piercing gaze of Feng Wuliang loomed. Yi Han, what now? I shall suppress them. The Sun and Moon Emperor, Xiao Yinchuan, cast a detached glance at Yi Han before finally stepping forth. With each stride he took, it was as though he summoned the very changes of the heavens and earth. As one of the 8 great emperors, Xiao Yinchuan was an undeniably formidable presence. Though his realm was slightly inferior to that of Shun Qianxin, Huang Fuchuan, and Qin Xiong, before Yi Han and his companions, he was undoubtedly an insurmountable mountain. Ha ha ha, today, the Kunwu Sacred Mountain is truly bustling with activity. A voice, aged and resonant, suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. This sound seemed to emanate from all directions of time and space, profound and elusive, impossible to grasp. Accompanying this voice was an overwhelming aura of killing intent, battle fervor, and the essence of martial truth, manifesting as an invisible celestial curtain that enveloped the entire Kunwu Sacred Mountain. Even the fearsome god-slaying sword array appeared to be influenced by this will, its power diminished inexplicably. Who is it? What is happening? Such a terrifying presence. The crowd was astir, each individual filled with uncertainty and dread, scanning their surroundings in search of the source of the voice. Xianlao? Yi Han immediately displayed a look of astonishment and delight. Chapter 155. The appearance of nobles and powerful beings, the manifestation of the divine marquis. Xianlao Xianwuzi, the overseer of the celestial tower. In an instant, the figure of Xianwuzi appeared on the summit of Kunwu Mountain like a specter. Yi Han, it has been a long time. Xianwuzi squinted, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Yi Han. Xianlao, Yi Han replied with a smile, astonished by Xianwuzi's unexpected presence. It appeared that he was indeed aligned with him. Their interactions had been limited to a mere 2 transactions, a fleeting acquaintance. Yet here he was at such a critical moment. Just as Yi Han greeted him, the Sun and Moon Sovereign, Xiao Yinchuan, was already approaching. A colossal hand of primordial energy descended from the heavens, transforming into a vacuum cage intended to ensnare Yi Han. In a critical moment, as the massive hand descended, Xianwuzi's body seemed to teleport, swiftly moving 10 paces to stand beside Yi Han. He raised his arm, effortlessly countering Xiao Yinchuan's formidable hand of energy. Boom. The hand of primordial energy exploded with a deafening sound. An astonishing wave of force erupted from within Xian Wuzi, akin to a tidal wave sweeping across the landscape, crashing toward Xiao Yinchuan. Bang! Xiao Yinchuan was sent flying as if struck by an invisible wall. As the sun and moon sovereign, he possessed extraordinary combat prowess, ranking among the top in strength among the 8 sovereigns. Yet, before Xian Wuzi, the disparity was glaring. He could not withstand a single strike and was left spitting blood. Xian Wuzi. Xiao Yinchuan glared at him, each syllable heavy with disbelief. His eyes reflected sheer shock and incredulity. The Celestial Tower has branches in every major dynasty and black market. Yet, Xian Wuzi, merely the overseer, typically kept a low profile, revealing no extraordinary traits. Who could have anticipated that his strength had reached such heights, capable of utterly overwhelming a sovereign? Indeed, it was an overwhelming superiority. Noble Marquis. Xiao Yinchuan's voice, strained, almost emerged from his throat as he spoke those 2 words. In the entire ancient void domain, only 3 nobles were publicly acknowledged: the head of the Reincarnation Academy, the lord of the initial demon palace, and the elder of the demon sealing manor. While other noble-level powerhouses were undoubtedly hidden among the 7 premier factions, they were exceedingly rare. To encounter a true noble here today was nothing short of astonishing. The Celestial Tower engages solely in commerce, remaining indifferent to worldly affairs. Xian Wuzi. As the overseer, what is the meaning of this today? Xiao Yinchuan inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment as he fixed his gaze on Xian Wuzi. Nothing in particular, only that Yi Han and I share a bond. Xian Wuzi narrowed his eyes, stating, "Whoever dares to harm him shall find themselves at odds with me, Xian Wuzi." You. Xiao Yinchuan's face darkened. Yet he found himself without a counterargument. Boom. In the midst of the air, countless strands of sword energy converged, transforming into a central celestial sword. With a single, powerful strike, it descended upon Chu Tianxin. Blood stained the azure sky as Chu Tianxin's chest was nearly torn apart, leaving a long gash, and he plummeted from the heavens. "Father!" Chu Yusha cried out in anguish. At that moment, the master of the Tai sword sect, Shun Qianxin, who had grievously injured Chu Tianxin, descended from the sky. His gaze locked onto Yi Han, then shifted to Xian Wuzi, a noble. "Xian Wuzi, do you wish to take your people and depart? Do you not desire to establish yourself in the ancient void domain anymore? Shun Qianxin, are you threatening me?" Xian Wuzi scoffed, casting a dismissive glance. "With the enhancement of the sword formation, you are merely my equal. As for whether our celestial tower can maintain its footing, it would be prudent for you, Sect Master Shun, to refrain from making such statements lightly, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. Yi Han, we must depart." Xian Wuzi spoke calmly, turning to Yi Han and his companions. "You sure, go with Elder Xian. Do not worry about me." Chu Tianxin urged urgently towards Chu Yusha. Under the God-Slayer sword formation, who can escape? Shun Qianxin sneered, and in an instant, an invincible sword intent radiated from his body. This sword intent seemed to connect heaven and earth, swiftly intertwining with the God-Slayer sword formation of the Tai sword sect. Empowered by the God-Slayer sword formation, billions of sword energies enveloped the realm, blocking the path of Xian Wuzi and Yi Han. "No one is permitted to leave," Shun Qianxin stated coldly. Behind him, 4 figures simultaneously manifested. The 4 sword emperors of the Tai sword sect emerged, their sword intents interwoven, gathering a formidable aura that exuded a genuine regal presence. Had this occurred elsewhere, it would have sufficed, but this was Kunwu Sacred Mountain, the ancestral ground of the Tai sword sect. Should Yi Han attempt to flee, the entire Tai sword sect would undoubtedly become a laughingstock among the world. "Fear not, at worst, we shall perish together," Xian Wuzi observed Yi Han and his companions, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "The Celestial Tower is a killer organization. Assassins must lurk in the shadows, yet the Celestial Tower continues to operate openly, which gives us ample confidence. We harbor no fears, for there are plenty of skilled fighters present." In the vague depths of the void, it seemed as though terrifying killing intents emerged simultaneously from all directions. The multitude present felt an indescribable dread surge within them, as if an unparalleled killing sword loomed overhead, ready to descend and deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the heavens. It was as if a thunderous hammer from the nine heavens struck down with ferocity. With a single blow, it shattered countless strands of sword energy. Arrogance. Who dares to invade? Shun Qianxin's eyes widened, brimming with battle intent as he simultaneously locked onto Xian Wuzi. Does the Celestial Tower seek war? Before Xian Wuzi could respond, all present beheld two enormous hands emerge from the heavens. Those hands tore through the void from the two ends of the universe, suddenly ripping apart the emptiness before them. The heavens and the earth were torn asunder. In that fleeting moment, Yihan instinctively sensed the vanishing of the boundless sword intent that had pervaded the skies and the land. The god-slaying sword array was thus dismantled. Immediately, two astonishing hands of primordial force descended, indiscriminately suppressing the celestial beings engaged in battle, including Qin Xiong and Huang Fuchuan. In the blink of an eye, the presence of these formidable experts was shattered, causing them to plummet from the skies. Each individual gazed with terror towards the void of the nine heavens. Those two hands were truly invincible. How could such a terrifying aura manifest? Who could be the one to unleash such power? Yihan turned his eyes toward Xian Wuzi, only to be taken aback by the flicker of astonishment that danced in Xian Wuzi's eyes, accompanied by a hint of uncertainty. Xianlao, is it not someone from the outer tower who has intervened? Yihan could not help but inquire. Xian Wuzi shook his head gently, his expression grave, and then suddenly turned to Yihan. You are unaware? If I were aware, would I be embroiled in such troubles today? Yihan replied with a wry smile. Who desires to eliminate Yihan today? A faint voice echoed from the distant void, elusive and ethereal. As the gazes of the crowd converged, a figure approached, swiftly appearing above Kunwu Divine Mountain. The newcomer hovered in the nine heavens, their gaze surveying the assembly of formidable beings, including Shun Qianxin and others, with an unsettling calmness devoid of any emotion, arrogance, or disdain. Yihan and the other martial artists of slightly lower realms felt little. Yet, he distinctly perceived Xian Wuzi beside him tensing, as if facing a dire threat, brimming with utmost vigilance. What kind of expert is this? Yihan inquired in a whisper only audible to the two of them. Divine Marquis. Xian Wuzi uttered two words. Divine Marquis? Yihan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such an invincible existence appear to rescue him? Instantly, fragments of the realms of innate martial arts began to surface in Yihan's mind. Chapter 156. You are but a pitiful wretch in the realm of martial arts. The fourth transformation of the primordial body signifies a half-step into the realm of sword immortals. Surpassing this postnatal limit and stepping into the innate realm leads one to the law manifestation stage. The law manifestation stage is divided into three tiers: Earth Law Manifestation, Heaven Law Manifestation, and Martial Soul. These three realms correspond to the Minor Sword Immortal, Major Sword Immortal, and Celestial Sword Immortal among sword practitioners. Throughout the vast expanse of the Tai Su ancient domain, those who have attained the Martial Soul realm have already ascended to the pinnacle of existence. Even Shun Qianxin, the leader of the Tai Sword sect, exists within this realm. Similarly, Chu Tianxin, the esteemed vice principal of the Burning Moon Academy, remains at the Heaven Law Manifestation stage. For countless martial artists within the Tai Su ancient domain, achieving the Law Manifestation stage is the lifelong aspiration of many. As for what lies beyond the Law Manifestation stage, it is the Sovereign Realm. The Sovereign Realm is further divided into three tiers: Earth Sovereign, Heaven Sovereign, and Divine Sovereign. Even the most basic Earth Sovereign is a rarity, with only 3 known individuals in the Tai Su ancient domain. As for the Heaven Sovereign, none exist. To become a Heaven Sovereign is to be an unrivaled king within the Tai Su ancient domain. The so-called Divine Sovereign, a figure of unparalleled might, can effortlessly crush all challengers and suppress entire sections. Such masters, upon entering any sect or royal family, can wreak havoc and dominate without restraint. Today, a true divine sovereign has appeared. This unparalleled powerhouse, gazing down upon the entire Tai Su ancient domain with invincibility, is here to render aid. Yihan cannot recall having ever encountered such a character. Before entering the Reincarnation Academy, he was entirely unaware of the existence of the divine sovereign realm. Crack! The earth began to fissure. The vacuum quivered, heralding a cataclysmic omen. The might of the divine sovereign swept through, threatening to collapse all, subjugating the entirety of Kunwu Divine Mountain beneath its feet. The four sword emperors of the Tai sword sect trembled, not daring to breathe. Their sword intent was firmly suppressed within them. Even Shun Qianxin, the originally invincible figure, now resembled a meek lamb, standing obediently in place, afraid to make any rash movements. A slight misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Should they take action? The divine sovereign, appearing to be in his 30s, cast a disdainful gaze, locking eyes with Shun Qianxin. Shun Qianxin attempted to speak, yet found himself unable to utter a coherent word. Senior, I am Feng Wuliang of the Cycle. A smile appeared on Feng Wuliang's face as he clasped his hands. The divine sovereign's eyes narrowed upon him. An overwhelming force seemed to descend, striking deep into Feng Wuliang's heart, halting his voice abruptly. A profound terror manifested as Feng Wuliang's brow furrowed tightly, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Mo Qin grew, ensnared by the frigid abyssal waters. Who is responsible for this? The divine sovereign fixed his gaze upon Feng Wuliang, suddenly inquiring. His eyes, akin to two unparalleled blades, pierced directly into Feng Wuliang's very soul. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Feng Wuliang manifested a look of confusion, almost as if he were murmuring to himself. Mo Qingru was imprisoned in the frigid waters of the abyss, a consequence of her battle with Yin Tianxiu, which has nothing to do with me. However, Yin Tianxiu has already met his demise at the hands of Yi Han. Upon uttering these words, Feng Wuliang's eyes suddenly regained clarity. He exhaled a deep breath, seemingly relieved at last. The immense pressure that had enveloped him dissipated, lifted by the young divine Marquis hovering in the air. The Marquis turned his gaze toward Yi Han, his tone softened. Descend the mountain. Thank you, Senior. Yi Han responded with a respectful gesture. The Marquis waved his hand, interrupting Yi Han, and regarded him deeply. There is no need for superfluous words. Let us depart. Yi Han approached Chu Tianxin, assisting him as they began to descend. Xian Wuzi, Huang Fuchuan, Qin Xiong, Gu Tianxiao, Chu Yushi, Gu Qiangang, and others followed closely behind Yi Han, swiftly making their way down the mountain. At that moment, Feng Wuliang and the others, including the master of the divine path, trembled slightly. Each one clenched their fists in secret, begrudgingly watching the retreating figures of Yi Han and his companions. Such a perfect opportunity had slipped away. Despite mobilizing so much power and so many top-tier experts, they had ultimately failed to subdue Yi Han. No one could fathom the resentment and fury brewing within Feng Wuliang. After today, slaying Yi Han would become exceedingly difficult. As long as Yi Han was not a fool, he would not easily reveal himself again. Ahead in the crowd, Yi Han halted abruptly after walking 100 meters. He turned his gaze, his eyes locking onto Feng Wuliang's across the void. Feng Wuliang. Yi Han's voice echoed powerfully. Feng Wuliang's expression darkened. You are merely a facade of strength, a pitiable wretch with a fragile and inferior heart, utterly useless, a waste. A radiant and carefree smile appeared on Yi Han's face. You dare? Feng Wuliang's fury erupted, a murderous intent enveloping him. Yet, upon casting a glance at the divine Marquis trailing behind Yi Han, he ultimately refrained from uttering the final fatal word. We shall see, Yi Han concluded, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he turned and departed with Chu Tianxin and the others. Once their figures vanished completely, Feng Wuliang stamped his foot violently before unleashing a furious roar to the heavens, a terrifying aura radiating from him. Rage, resentment, and frustration consumed him. In his 20 years of life, he had never felt such a sense of helplessness. If a mere gaze could bring death, Yi Han would have perished 1,000 times over in his eyes. I vow that if I do not slay Yi Han, I shall not be human. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Feng Wuliang's fingers dug deeply into his palm. It matters not. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Shun Qianxin, with a somber expression, stepped forward to face Feng Wuliang. Once you refine this sword emperor's heart, in a year's time, you will truly soar. Yi Han is insignificant. Beneath Kunwu Divine Mountain, as Yi Han and his companions descended, the numerous experts gathered in this place displayed expressions of complexity. Today, they had anticipated witnessing the extraordinary presence of Feng Wuliang. Who could have foreseen that they would ultimately bear witness to the emergence of the terrifying Earth Dragon body? In front of the Tai Hall, the human dragon form of Feng Wuliang became the subject of ridicule. Yi Han, a figure appeared before him. Is that not the famed Xiao Jianshan? Yihan gazed intently at the individual. Xiao Jianshan, now markedly different from his earlier demeanor upon entering the mountain, appeared somewhat timid. With a shifty gaze, with a wave of his arm, numerous human dragon pills materialized, which were originally meant to be returned. Yihan narrowed his eyes and patted the man's shoulder. You are quite impressive, far more promising than Feng Wuliang. Would you be interested in training with me? Xiao Jianshan offered a bitter smile. Previously, my vision was limited, so please refrain from jesting at my expense. Yihan chuckled, retrieving 500 human dragon pills into his spatial ring, choosing not to say more, and soon departed with Chu Tianxin and the others. Once they were completely distanced from the Tai Sword sect, the group came to a halt. Yihan, you are always welcome to visit our Bawu Pavilion. Qin Xiong spoke. You are also welcome at the Feng Imo Mountain Manor. A smile graced Huang Fuchuan's face. Certainly. Yihan responded earnestly. Since both seniors are willing to engage in a battle for me today, I, Yihan, am not one to be ungrateful. Very well, then we shall take our leave. Qin Xiong and Huang Fuchuan exchanged glances, their smiles broadening. Yihan's attitude made everything worthwhile. May I ask how to address you, esteemed senior? As he watched the two depart, Yihan turned to the revered figure. The man before him smiled but did not respond, instead stating, take care of yourself. After uttering these 4 words, he stepped into the air and vanished in the blink of an eye. This esteemed senior? Gu Qinggang looked at Yihan with curiosity. I do not know him. Yihan shrugged, feeling quite perplexed. Doing good deeds without seeking recognition? There are no free lunches in the sky. I firmly believe in this. However, he could not fathom when he might have encountered such a formidable presence. This level of expert certainly did not belong to the Tai Su ancient domain. Let us return for now, lest we attract trouble, Xian Wuzi suggested. With a wave of his arm, it seemed a special aura was drawn forth, and moments later, several cloud cranes descended from the heavens. The group quickly boarded the cloud cranes and disappeared into the horizon. Wugong Dynasty, Imperial Capital. The moment they returned to this place, everyone finally felt a sense of relief. We are finally back. Gu Qinggang exhaled a breath of pent-up air. Yihan, you are always welcome to visit the palace again. Gu Tianxiao said as he looked at Yihan. Certainly. Yihan nodded. Soon, Gu Tianxiao departed with Gu Qinggang. Yihan, should anything arise in the future, feel free to seek me out. If I am not present, simply activate the 7-kill order, and I will sense it. After Su Wuzi concluded his words, he returned to the Celestial Pavilion. Yihan, along with Chu Yushi, supported Chu Tianxin as they swiftly made their way back to the Burning Moon Academy. Do not concern yourself with me, Yihan. I shall tend to my injuries. During these days, please exercise caution and refrain from leaving the city. With the Divine Marquis making his presence known today, certain individuals within the academy would dare not act against you. Thus, you remain safe, Chu Tianxin advised. Understood. We shall discuss other matters once your injuries have healed, Yihan replied, nodding as he led Chu Yushi back to the Cloud Pavilion. Sister, Yihan exclaimed lightly upon entering the Cloud Pavilion, intending to share the good news. However, as he stepped inside, a sudden frown creased his brow. Where is everyone? What is this? His gaze quickly fell upon a note resting on the table. In an instant, Yihan's body trembled, his complexion turning an ashen hue. Brother Yihan, what has happened? Chu Yushi inquired anxiously. Chapter 157. The disappearance of my senior sister Yihan. Take good care of Yushi. Do not forget. Do not think of me. Do not seek me. The note bore this simple, yet poignant message. Yihan gazed at his senior sister's familiar handwriting, his expression a tumult of emotions. Chu Yushi approached, and upon seeing the note, her countenance shifted. Sister Ro, where has she gone? The atmosphere in the room seemed to fall into an oppressive silence. The two exchanged glances, rendered speechless, enveloped in a profound quietude. It was inconceivable that something could have happened to his senior sister. Yihan's eyes turned icy in an instant. He directed his gaze towards the sky beyond Yungo, toward the direction of the Reincarnation Academy. Could it be that during his absence at Tai Sword sect, someone from the Reincarnation Academy had come and taken her away? This was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, she would never have left without a word. Unbeknownst to him, Yihan closed his eyes, emanating the essence of martial intent. Beginning to sense everything within Yungo, there had been no signs of battle. Yihan uttered a grim statement, his brow furrowed deeply. He practiced the supreme technique of the Nine Heavens dragon control, and with the aid of his martial intent, he possessed an extraordinary acuity for perceiving the energies of the world. If a martial artist had fought within this vicinity in the last 3 days, any combatant who had reached the realm of Qi explosion would leave behind residual energy, which Yi Han would be able to detect. This indicated that his senior sister had left of her own volition. You sure? Did Sister Ro mention anything peculiar during her time with you? Yi Han inquired, looking towards Chu Yushur. Chu Yushur earnestly reflected, shaking her head after a moment. No, Sister Ro never indicated her intention to leave. With those words, her spirit visibly dimmed. Growing up in the immaculate imperial city, she had no friends her age due to her father, Chu Tianxin, being the vice principal of the Burning Moon Academy. The time spent with Mo Qingru had brought her immense joy and ease. Yet, after the upheaval at Tai Sword Sect, she had come to share good news, only to find that Mo Qingru had vanished. I refused to believe it. Yi Han inhaled deeply, exhaling a long, heavy breath. My senior sister could never leave without reason. There must be a compelling circumstance behind her departure. The note from Mo Qingru offered no further details and even urged Yi Han not to search for her. However, that was simply inconceivable. Regardless of the situation, Yi Han was determined to uncover the whereabouts of Mo Qingru and the truth behind her predicament. Images flashed through his mind in an instant. Scenes from recent days unfolding before him. From his first day at Yungu to bidding farewell to his senior sister as he set off for Tai Sword Sect. And now to this very moment. Shenhe. Suddenly, a realization struck Yi Han. Shenhe. Aside from the mysterious departure of his senior sister, the only other enigma that had perplexed him was the sudden appearance of the Shunhe-level expert who had come to his rescue. A powerful being not belonging to the Tai Su ancient domain. Could it be that this Shenhe was summoned by his senior sister? Yi Han suddenly spoke. Senior sister, there exists a profound connection between that divine lord and us, a shared essence that resonates deep within our bloodlines. Perhaps this divine lord is a kin or elder of yours. While Yi Han had not felt this distinctly during his time at the Tai Sword Sect, upon reflection, an inkling of this sensation began to emerge in his mind. Could it be related to your family, senior sister? He continued. Brother Yi Han, are you suggesting that the divine lord we encountered during the day was summoned by Sister Ro? But why did she leave so abruptly? Chu Yushur blinked her dark eyes, displaying a hint of perplexity. I do not know. All of this is merely conjecture on my part. Yi Han took a deep breath. However, it seems to be the only plausible explanation, as it accounts for the divine lord's sudden appearance. Regrettably, the cultivation techniques and martial skills that senior sister practices belong to the Reincarnation Academy and are entirely distinct from that divine lord's. Otherwise, I could have confirmed my hypothesis without hesitation. With this thought, Yi Han felt a slight sense of relief. At least, it appeared that senior sister would not be facing any imminent life-threatening crises. It seems that upon returning to the Reincarnation Academy, I must inquire thoroughly with elders Gu Yunzhu and Ji Yuanming. They may possess some insights. Never mind. Yushur, let us focus on our cultivation. Once we grow stronger, we will be able to locate senior sister, Yi Han said, easing his demeanor. Chu Yushur nodded earnestly. Brother Yi Han, where will you go next? You want to leave the Burning Moon Academy, will you? At this moment, Chu Yushur gazed at Yi Han with anticipation. Having endured the turmoil instigated by Feng Wuliang, even her own mother had sided with him. After being rescued by Yi Han and witnessing Mo Qingru's departure, Chu Yushur felt as though she had lost her anchor. Her support. I will always be here. Yi Han gently brushed a strand of hair from Chu Yushur's face. Chu Yushur's voice was barely audible. Her cheeks flushed. With a soft sound of acknowledgement, she turned and dashed out of the cloud pavilion, leaving behind a trail of words. Brother Yi Han, I will remain in the rain pavilion to cultivate diligently. I won't go anywhere. All right, Yi Han muttered to himself as he made his way to the third-floor training room of the cloud pavilion. Seated in the training room, Yi Han's aura began to fluctuate, and a fierce killing intent gradually emanated from his eyes. Feng Wuliang, since I have managed to leave Kunwu Divine Mountain alive, the next time, it shall be your turn to flee. Yi Han clenched his fists, determined. I will make you understand that your talent means nothing before me. Even if you refine the heart of the Sword Emperor, you will still be no match for me. Yi Han knew that Feng Wuliang represented the greatest obstacle looming over him. Though his initial motive for entering the Reincarnation Academy was to eliminate Yi Zhishuan. He had constantly been unable to escape the influence that Feng Wuliang exerted over him, preventing him from slaying Yi Zhishuan and provoking the Five-Path Lords, alongside numerous high-ranking elders of the Reincarnation Academy, to unite against Li Futuo. Once again, the desire to unite with Chu Yushi surged within Yi Han, rendering him unable to contain his emotions. The thought of not vanquishing Feng Wuliang ignited a fierce anger within him, a murderous intent that could not be quelled. Feng Wuliang, the so-called prodigy, I have seen through your faade, yet you remain oblivious to the depths of my capabilities. Contemplating this, a cold smile crept across Yi Han's face. This time, he had prepared the heavenly, earthly, and human sovereign diagrams, as well as the Killing Chi Sutra, and was even ready to engage in a fierce battle with Feng Wuliang. Although this confrontation had ultimately not transpired, Yi Han understood that these reserves would only grow more formidable with time. When the moment arrived, he would fear no stratagem from Feng Wuliang. As these thoughts settled, Yi Han promptly immersed himself in rigorous cultivation. A vial of purple liquid materialized in his hand, Thunder Calamity Liquid, a treasure acquired from the Celestial Tower. It contained the essence of the Thunder Pool. Without hesitation, Yi Han uncorked the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Boom! His physical form began to tremble violently, and arcs of lightning erupted from his body. Suddenly, a wound appeared on Yi Han's flesh, blood oozing forth. What? The power of this Thunder Calamity Liquid is astonishing. Yi Han was taken aback, fervently operating the Nine Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique to suppress and refine the potent energy coursing through him. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Tai Sword sect, Feng Wuliang sat cross-legged, mirroring the posture of a figure before him. The sect master, Shen Qianxin. Are you prepared? Shen Qianxin inquired. Ready. Feng Wuliang's eyes sparkled with intensity. Let us commence the refinement. Upon Shen Qianxin's words, his hands shifted and intertwined, and faintly, a series of blood-red glimmers materialized before him. These myriad lights coalesced, ultimately forming a pulsating, Crimson Heart. Chapter 158, The 10th Dragon Bone, the Heart of the Sword Emperor. This heart conceals an unimaginable power. Within it, a potent life force surges forth like a torrent, transcending mere flesh and blood, manifesting instead as a substance akin to gold or divine jade. It appears no longer as a mere heart, but rather as a treasured artifact born from the endless epochs of the cosmos, invaluable beyond measure. This heart of the Sword Emperor, when presented, surpasses even the most exalted techniques, martial skills, and elixirs. Is this truly the heart left behind by the Annihilation Sword Emperor? Feng Wuliang took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within. Indeed, with a full year devoted to its refinement, he could ultimately inherit the legacy of the Annihilation Sword Emperor and, a year hence, ascend directly to the realm of sword immortals. Shen Qianxin spoke, seemingly placing all hope upon Feng Wuliang, brimming with boundless anticipation. At that time, with a single stroke of your sword, all laws shall be annihilated. And combined with your own sword path, you will be utterly invincible. Very well, I, Feng Wuliang, shall forever remember the gift of the Sword Emperor's heart today as I rise to prominence. With that, Feng Wuliang opened his mouth wide and swallowed the heart of the Sword Emperor whole. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy erupted from within him, hinting at an imminent cataclysm. Refinement. Feng Wuliang's aura surged at an astonishing pace. Shen Qianxin, not daring to grow complacent, occasionally infused his power into Feng Wuliang, assisting in the refinement of the heart. Meanwhile, within the Cloud Pavilion, Yi Han was undergoing a rapid metamorphosis. A vial of Thunder Tribulation essence entered his body, continuously refining him, infusing his flesh with explosive power. Deep within each acupoint, the essence was relentlessly tempered, harboring a newfound reservoir of strength. Within Yi Han's skin, a divine essence seemed to awaken, amplifying the very essence of his being. This was the purest enhancement of power, a deepening of fleshly strength, utterly unrelated to any physical constitution or bloodline, akin to the most primal and fundamental transformation. What an extraordinary Thunder Tribulation essence! It seems I must procure several more vials. After thoroughly refining the essence, Yi Han could not help but express his anticipation. He sensed that with the successful refinement of the Thunder Tribulation essence, The connection between himself and the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower had grown significantly stronger. The dragon energy coursing through him made the changes within his bones ever more pronounced and swift. Originally, it would have taken at least another half-month to give rise to the sixth dragon bone, yet upon refining the Thunder Tribulation essence, he was astonished to discover that the sixth bone within him had begun to emit a faint golden glow. The sixth dragon bone had appeared. He hastily communicated with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, and waves of dragon energy surged forth, beginning to nourish and empower the sixth dragon bone. This state continued for 3 days. After 3 days, the sixth dragon bone had perfectly formed. At this point, Yihan gradually concluded his efforts, ceasing his cultivation, and instead connected with the dragon vein beneath the imperial capital. The dragon vein was awakened. In the cloud pavilion, Yihan's hands continuously transformed, ceaselessly coalescing. One after another, fresh human dragon pills materialized, 10, 100, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 10,000. Yihan's seclusion lasted a full half-month, resulting in the remarkable creation of 10,000 human dragon pills, each of exceptional quality. Compared to the pills he had previously refined, those crafted this time were even more powerful and pure, their medicinal effects elevated by several tiers. With a deep exhalation, Yihan emerged from the cloud pavilion, bearing the 10,000 pills. With practiced ease, he made his third appearance at the Black Market's Outer Sky Pavilion. Yihan, Xian Wuzi greeted him with a smile, ushering him into a private room. It has been half a month, and your foundation has grown even stronger. Excellent. The last vial of Thunder Calamity liquid has been refined. I was wondering if I could procure more? Yihan regarded Xian Wuzi. Certainly, human dragon pills are in ample supply. What did you say? In just this half-month, you refined an entire vial of Thunder Calamity liquid? Xian Wuzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, what of it? Yihan scratched his nose. It's my own purchase. Am I not allowed to refine it? That quantity is meant to last a year, Xian Wuzi remarked, staring incredulously at Yihan. Even I would require a month to refine such an amount, he added, bemused. Ah, really? Yihan was taken aback. Xian Wuzi stepped closer, examining Yihan's arm and shoulder as if searching for something. Yihan instinctively recoiled, taking 2 steps back. I am not interested in men. Did you not explode? Xian Wuzi shot a glance at him. Of course not, though I did sustain a minor injury, which I managed to suppress, Yihan replied. Truly worthy of the Earth Dragon physique. It is maddening how one can compare. Xian Wuzi regarded him. How many vials of Thunder Calamity liquid do you wish to purchase? 10 vials. How many human dragon pills will that require? As he spoke, Yihan began to produce the pills from within his spatial ring, laying them out before Xian Wuzi. In the midst of Xian Wuzi's astonishment, Yihan amassed the human dragon pills, forming a small hill upon the ground. Here are 10,000. If this is insufficient, I shall prepare more. Where on earth did you acquire such a plethora of pills? Did you rob the royal family? Xian Wuzi's eyes widened, his breath faltering. I possess the Earth Dragon physique, allowing me to easily obtain some of the wasted pills from the pure royal family. I can refine them a second time, transforming them into perfect human dragon pills, Yihan explained, carefully omitting the truth of their origins, knowing Xian Wuzi might not believe him regardless. Very well. A standard vial of Thunder Calamity liquid indeed costs around 1,000 human dragon pills, but given your large order and the discounts we offer at the Outer Sky Pavilion, I can secure a total of 16 vials for you. Xian Wuzi began to collect the human dragon pills. 16 bottles of Thunder Calamity liquid were swiftly placed before Yihan, their enchanting purple liquid radiating an irresistible allure. Yihan accepted them all, addressing Xian Wuzi. Senior, is it possible to procure other treasures from the Celestial Tower? Similar to this Thunder Calamity liquid, the Dragon Soul Pill is not an issue. There are certainly many such treasures. Yet those that can match the refining effects of Thunder Calamity liquid are rare. However, I shall inquire on your behalf, and should an opportunity arise, I will secure them for you, Xian Wuzi replied. Very well, I appreciate it. Yihan responded before rising to take his leave. Upon returning to the Cloud Pavilion, Yihan, with no other matters at hand, immersed himself once again in his cultivation. Time is invaluable. Time is the future. The events at the Tai-E Sword Sect had deepened his understanding of this truth. He must strive earnestly to elevate himself during the year when Feng Wuliang refines the heart of the Sword Emperor. Otherwise, certain matters may become exceedingly troublesome after a year. After all, it is not every time that a master of the divine marquis level is present to safeguard him. Time flew by. Within the cloud pavilion, Yihan diligently refined bottle after bottle of Thunder Calamity liquid. Essentially, every 2 days, he managed to refine one bottle. After successfully refining 3 bottles in succession, his connection with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower deepened once more, and he vaguely sensed the emergence of the 7th dragon bone within him. He continued to refine and cultivate. 10 days, half a month, 2 months. After 2 months of relentless cultivation, Yihan had completely refined all the Thunder Calamity liquid. His physical form had grown immeasurably stronger. This strength was unrelated to whether he possessed a dragon body. It was a fundamental metamorphosis of flesh and bone, a transformation at the essence and origin of his physique. The 7th dragon bone was already flawless. Having refined all the Thunder Calamity liquid, Yihan, due to his enhanced physique, established an unprecedented connection with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. He was now capable of condensing a drop of true dragon liquid within a single day. Drops of true dragon liquid continuously emerged, entering his bones, merging and evolving. The 8th dragon bone, the 9th dragon bone, the 10th dragon bone. This transformation was seamless and accomplished in one breath. In just over 2 months, Yihan's metamorphosis was unparalleled, forcibly leveraging the Thunder Calamity liquid to transform himself and communicate with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, resulting in the emergence of his 10th dragon bone. Yihan's body became akin to a furnace, filled with astonishing power and profound depth, burning brightly, providing him with formidable vitality and martial prowess. In a vague sense, with the complete birth of the 10th dragon bone, Yihan finally felt an unprecedented and profound connection to the world around him. His eyes seemed capable of piercing through all things, discerning the essence of reality. Upon opening his eyes, a divine light concealed within could unveil any truth, even imbuing the martial intent within. A single gaze could unleash a force akin to powerful martial techniques, delivering a devastating blow to his adversary. What is this? Yihan's heart leapt violently, and he muttered to himself, could it be the martial Tao Heavenly Eye? Have I given birth to the martial Tao Heavenly Eye? Suddenly rising to his feet, Yihan was overwhelmed with emotion and surged out of the cloud pavilion. Chapter 159, The Birth of the Heavenly Eye. Beyond the cloud pavilion, Yihan's gaze pierced through the fabric of time and space. In an instant, it seemed as though he could unravel all the secrets of the universe, perceive the essence of all things, and discern the illusions that veiled reality. With a mere thought, his eyes unleashed a dazzling energy that struck the earth before him, creating a fissure 100 meters wide. Had Yihan not restrained himself and utilized only 30% of his power, the devastation would have been catastrophic. As power coalesced within his eyes, Yihan could perceive an ant deep within the soil 100 meters away, tracing the path of a loach as it moved, feeling the vibrancy of life emanating from the ant. This was the manifestation of the martial Tao Heavenly Eye. Was this the boon granted by the 10 dragon bones? Yihan mused, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes brimming with boundless anticipation. At present, he had only attained the first transformation of the origin body realm, the blood-soul transformation, yet had already birthed the martial Tao Heavenly Eye. If memory served him correctly, Feng Wuliang had only awakened his heavenly eye upon reaching the 3rd transformation of the origin body realm. In the throes of battle, the advantages bestowed by the martial Tao Heavenly Eye were limitless, allowing Yihan to anticipate his opponent's moves and detect subtle fluctuations in their aura. Moreover, as his own cultivation grew stronger and the essence of the martial Tao infused within him, a single glance could instill terror in his foes, leaving them paralyzed with fear and compelled to kneel and surrender. Excellent. Yet the martial Tao Heavenly Eye is but a stepping stone. I currently possess only 10 dragon bones. Once I acquire 18, I shall be able to condense a brilliant light ignited in Yihan's eyes as he calmly uttered 4 words. The Eye of the Dragon Emperor. The Eye of the Dragon Emperor, the supreme gaze of the Dragon Path domain, is one of the most fearsome ocular techniques across the heavens. With the essence of the Dragon Emperor infused, it can pierce through all defenses and instill dread in all beings. Once the Eye of the Dragon Emperor is born, none in the origin body realm will stand a chance against Yihan. At that moment, The convergence of these two visions will render Yi Han's ocular techniques unparalleled, transcending all limitations. Just as Yi Han's resolve surged, a figure approached from the distance. "Senior," Yi Han called out, recognizing the newcomer as Chu Tianxin. Time had passed, and it seemed that Chu Tianxin's aura had returned to its peak, with a hint of further advancement, his injuries now completely healed. "Yi Han, it has been over 2 months since we last met. Your cultivation seems more stable. When will you break through?" Chu Tianxin inquired with a smile. "Breakthrough?" Yi Han assessed his internal condition. "I could do so at any moment." The foundation he had built over these days was astonishingly robust. He was ready to reconstruct his Qi and enter the realm of divine aperture transformation at will. However, the allure of a breakthrough held little temptation for Yi Han. What he sought was true perfection, a natural progression rather than a forced ascent. He merely required an opportunity to take that step at his leisure. Chu Tianxin nodded and then, with a flick of his fingers, produced a token. "What is this?" Yi Han inquired, gazing at Chu Tianxin. "The Tao Master Token." Chu Tianxin uttered 3 words and then said, "Li Fudu has already bestowed upon me the token of the Human Realm Master, which I am to pass on to you once you have matured." Yi Han held the token in his hand and immediately sensed an indescribable fluctuation of energy emanating from it. Within the token lay the essence of Li Futu's will and power. In an instant, Yi Han could invoke the token, awakening its latent strength, which at critical moments could even manifest an invincible strike, delivering a devastating blow to his adversary. Having received the token, from this moment forth, you shall be the Human Realm Master. Chu Tianxin gazed intently at Yi Han. "Li Futu has placed all his hopes upon you." "I understand," Yi Han responded, stowing the token away and taking a deep breath. The thought of Li Futu stirred a profound sense of frustration and intense anger within him. Currently, Li Futu was being suppressed by the divine masters behind Feng Wuliang, his fate uncertain. This thought weighed heavily on Yi Han's heart. "What do you plan to do next?" Chu Tianxin inquired. "This year is crucial. I am well aware." Yi Han turned his gaze towards the direction of the Reincarnation Academy. "I wish to return to the Reincarnation Academy." "Return to the Reincarnation Academy?" Chu Tianxin furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Yi Han looked at him. "It is perilous. The current Reincarnation Academy is akin to a den of tigers and a lair of dragons for you. Once you enter, you may not be able to exit. Even I may not be able to protect you." Chu Tianxin advised, "I suggest you remain at the Burning Moon Academy and focus on your cultivation." Yi Han shook his head. "I fully comprehend, but I am not acting impulsively. Today, you have granted me the Master-S token. I have already severed my ties as a disciple within the Reincarnation Academy and am now one of the 6 Path Masters, so I should not encounter significant troubles." Pausing for a moment, Yi Han continued, "Certain individuals wishing to target me must also consider their actions. After all, the Reincarnation Academy is not a demonic sect like the beginning Demon Hall, and they still uphold some level of dignity." This, Chu Tianxin hesitated, feeling that this was too risky. "There is a mounting pressure. If I do not express it soon, I fear I may suffocate." A glint of coldness flickered in Yi Han's eyes. After a brief preparation, he and Chu Tianxin took to the skies on 2 cloud cranes, heading towards the Reincarnation Mountain range. Arriving once more at the foot of the mountain, Yi Han inhaled the familiar aura and instinctively closed his eyes. On that day, he had left in humiliation. Had it not been for Chu Tianxin's protection, he might have been slain within the academy, reduced to mere bones. Months later, he had finally returned. Time had passed, and he was no longer the weak boy he once was. "Is that him? Yi Han, am I not seeing things? He dares to return?" Countless disciples, now keeping their distance, fixed their astonished gazes upon Yi Han, filled with uncertainty. "The Wuji Sword sect will not let him escape." A voice resounded gravely. "If he dares to return, his fate is sealed." Indeed, although Brother Feng is currently cultivating at the Tai Sword sect, the Wuji Sword sect still boasts a multitude of formidable experts stationed there, perpetually surveilling the academy. The moment Yi Han reemerges, he will be detected. Nods of agreement echoed among the disciples. Amidst the myriad discussions, Yi Han and Chu Tianxin swiftly made their way to the summit of the Reincarnation Mountain. "Yi Han, now that you have returned, according to the instructions given to me by Li Futu, you are to make a visit to the Human Sovereign Peak," Chu Tianxin stated. "Human Sovereign Peak?" Yi Han narrowed his eyes. "Excellent. At this moment, he is the lord of the mortal realm. Since Li Futu has left such a message, Perhaps there exists something within the human sovereign peak that pertains to his current self. As for other matters, they can be addressed gradually. While journeying to human sovereign peak alongside Chu Tianxin, news of Yihan's return had already spread like wildfire among the Academy's disciples. Yihan has returned. This revelation swiftly reached Tantian Peak and the Wuji Sword Sect. At the pinnacle of Tantian Peak, numerous figures converged in an instant. Several high-ranking members of the Wuji Sword Sect gathered, exchanging words. Is this matter true? With Yihan's return, he shall not entertain thoughts of leaving. A surge of murderous intent ignited in their eyes, their aura chillingly severe. He is accompanied by Chu Tianxin. Someone cautioned. Chu Tianxin? A disciple standing at the forefront of the crowd sneered. Although Chu Tianxin is formidable, she remains the vice principal of the Burning Moon Academy. And such a status imposes limitations. There is no need for concern. First, inform the 5 great lords. In that moment, the high-ranking members of the Wuji Sword Sect began to devise their schemes right there. Chapter 160. Annihilate all of you at the Human Emperor Peak. When Yihan arrived at this place, an intense, frigid killing intent erupted from his eyes. The Human Emperor Peak was teeming with people, with numerous disciples milling about. Astonishingly, over 100 disciples from various academies had converged here, and within the Human Emperor Hall, some entities at the Origin Realm were seated in meditation. A group of individuals had evidently claimed the Human Emperor Peak as their territory. Search thoroughly, search diligently. A domineering voice resonated within the Human Emperor Hall. Whoever can locate the treasures of the human Tao shall become the elder of our Wuji Sword Sect, and furthermore, the sect master will directly elevate him to the status of an inner disciple. Upon hearing this proclamation, the many powerful figures gathered here grew even more invigorated, rummaging through everything in sight. In fact, behind the Human Emperor Hall, vast tracts of land had been excavated in pursuit of the so-called treasure. The entire Human Emperor Peak was in disarray, a far cry from its former glory. Seeking death? Yihan's pupils constricted as he instantly entered the hall. The moment the doors swung open, numerous gazes converged upon him, initially filled with uncertainty, but soon transforming into an icy coldness. Yihan, is it truly you? How dare you return? A voice spoke, fixated on Yihan with a cruel smile spreading across his face. You have arrived just in time. You shall be the one to suppress the heir of the human Tao and assist us in uncovering its treasures. Another individual stepped forward, arm outstretched towards Yihan in an attempt to subdue him. Origin Realm. Here, at least a dozen Origin Realm experts had gathered, many of whom had attained the second transformation of the Origin Realm. One among them had even reached the third transformation, the Diamond Transformation. Each was more formidable than the last. Not only had they ascended to high ranks within the Wuji Sword Sect, but they were also inner disciples within their academies. Get lost. Yihan scoffed coldly, taking a step forward. At the instant the opponent's palm reached out, his arm shot forth like lightning. Boom. Their powers clashed violently. A resounding explosion echoed through the hall, filled with an indescribable, domineering force. In that moment, the Origin Realm expert who had attacked Yihan let out a wretched scream, being sent flying several meters away. Stepping forth, Yihan suppressed the individual and seized his shoulder. With a swift motion, he tossed him out of the Human Emperor Hall as if he were a mere chick. Impudent. 5 or 6 figures roared in unison, charging towards Yihan with murderous intent. This group was brimming with animosity, enraged that Yihan dared to retaliate. In the Reincarnation Academy, the Wuji Sword Sect's influence loomed large, to the extent that even a brutal slap to many faces would elicit nothing but submissive nods and forced smiles. Where was there someone like Yihan who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation? You ignorant fools, daring to step onto the Human Emperor Peak. Today I shall render each of you utterly incapacitated. No one could fathom the depth of Yihan's fury at that moment. The Human Emperor Peak, the domain of the human Tao, one of the 6 principal peaks. Even the elders of the Academy must announce their presence. None may tread lightly within its hallowed halls. Such is the decree of the institution. Who would dare to rummage through another's abode in the absence of its master? With a thunderous crash, a barrage of martial techniques descended upon Yihan. Undeterred, Yihan let out a cold laugh, his entire being enveloped in a dense aura, transforming into a formidable battle armor. It appeared as though no technique could breach this layer of defense. The multitude of forces rained down upon him, sinking into oblivion without leaving a trace. With a swift motion, Yihan extended his arms and seized the arm of a practitioner at the Yuan body realm, commanding, "Come forth." Within mere breaths, he dragged the Yuan body cultivator out of the imperial hall. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive punches struck the man's chest. A sickening sound echoed as his ribcage nearly caved in, his heart shattered. The protective auras and blood defenses were rendered mere laughter in the face of Yihan's tremendous strength, surpassing tens of thousands of pounds. Even the most extraordinary divine bodies or imperial physiques could not withstand such force, let alone an ordinary practitioner of the Yuan body realm. With a resounding thud, after enduring 3 blows, the man crumpled to the ground, convulsing and gasping for breath. Not far away, a throng of experts, previously gathered in the imperial hall, surged forth. Their gazes fixed on Yihan as though he were a specter of death. His arrogance was unparalleled. He was doomed. "You dare to injure a disciple of the Wujia sword sect? You truly do not know the meaning of peril," one individual snarled, his face a mask of fury. Before he could finish, Yihan, like a phantom, darted before him. "What did you say?" A chilling smile graced Yihan's lips. "I said you seek your demise." The Yuan body practitioner, filled with malevolence, roared in response. With a swift motion, a surge of energy pierced into the man's dantian, overwhelming him. Yihan seized his arm and effortlessly hurled him into the air. Bang! With a swift kick, Yihan sent the esteemed practitioner of the Yuan body realm, a true disciple of the academy, flying 100 meters like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Kill. Observing this, the gathered masters were taken aback, yet their sense of authority was provoked. Within the Reincarnation Academy, none dared to treat the disciples of the Wujia sword sect in such a manner. No one, not even certain elders, would risk such affront. Why did Yihan dare to act with such reckless abandon? Martial techniques reverberated throughout the venue, transforming the plaza before the Imperial Hall into a battlefield. Dozens of figures converged, completely encircling Yihan, launching a ferocious assault. The Dragon Claw technique. With his aura enveloping him, Yihan's fingers sliced through the air. Each strike possessed the power to pierce a warrior's arm or body. Unfathomable strength surged forth as he combined the Dragon Claw technique with the Imperial ghostly steps, weaving through the crowd with agility and finesse. Boom! Suddenly, a fierce burst of power resonated. With the enhancement of 10 dragon bones, Yihan, even without harnessing the innate strength of his constitution, unleashed a single punch that was beyond the comprehension of this group. It was akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains or a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep. This was not a scenario where a multitude besieged Yihan. Rather, it was he who surrounded them single-handedly. With each encounter, his formidable might erupted, sending disciples hurtling backwards, some even spitting blood upon impact. The disciples of the Wujia sword sect, who were accustomed to bullying others in the academy, were now ensnared in a nightmare. They were utterly outmatched. Even those who had reached the second transformation of the Yuan body realm, with their profound foundations surging forth, found themselves incapable of even a direct confrontation with Yihan, suffering instead grievous injuries that shattered their arms. A mere flock of lowly fowl. Yihan's icy gaze swept over them. In just a quarter of an hour, over 100 figures lay sprawled before the Emperor's Hall. Regardless of whether they were at the Qi explosion or Yuan body realm, all were gasping for breath, their energies in disarray. Some even had their energy seas shattered, rendering their martial paths irrevocably destroyed. Audacious! Yihan, how dare you lay a hand on us? Today will be your undoing. The Wujia sword sect will not let you escape. A chorus of furious voices echoed, filled with resentment and threats. The Wujia sword sect? That is precisely what I await, Yihan replied with a cold smirk. Very well, return to summon the Wujia sword sect to the Emperor's Peak. If they do not arrive within the hour, I shall incapacitate you all. Chapter 161. A flock of local chickens and stray dogs. Furthermore, there is the matter of compensation. Yihan spoke once more. There are a total of 113 individuals in your midst, thus I demand compensation equivalent to 113 Earth-grade weapons. The disciple before him, who was about to rise and depart, suddenly changed countenance. Earth-grade weapons? Yihan actually seeks compensation? It is utterly preposterous. Who would dare to demand compensation in front of the Wujia sword sect? To utter such words is tantamount to courting death. Yet, this individual found himself incapable of retorting. and could only leave in a dejected manner. Before the imperial hall, a group of formidable experts from the Wuji sword sect gazed at Yi Han with boundless resentment. Each one of them clenched their fists in secret, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Among them, the least esteemed were inner disciples of the academy, and there were even numerous true disciples. Yet today, they were suppressed by a mere Yi Han, too intimidated to act recklessly. Were they to have the Wuji sword sect come forth to redeem them? Regardless of the outcome, the news of this incident would undoubtedly spread as a monumental disgrace, transforming into a source of ridicule among countless disciples. Yi Han, you still have time to turn back. One among them spoke, attempting to persuade Yi Han from a different angle. Silence. Yi Han cast a cold glance at the group. Are you all dissatisfied? Unwilling? Have you mistaken my territory on the imperial peak for your own backyard? None of you shall leave easily today. Kneel before me, and do so properly. His icy voice resonated, amplified by the force of his yuan power, crashing like thunder against the eardrums of everyone present. The disciples' faces suddenly paled. Kneel? Yi Han, do not overstep your bounds. You may either kneel obediently, or I shall cripple your chi seas. The choice is yours. Yi Han sneered coldly. No words would suffice. This matter would not conclude amicably. Now that Yi Han had returned to the Reincarnation Academy, it was clear he would no longer be as cautious as in times past. Those who dared to provoke him or challenge the dignity of the human path must be prepared to pay the price. Over 100 figures densely knelt in that place, each brimming with humiliation and helplessness. They had never endured such indignity. Typically, it was others who knelt before them. Yi Han, isn't this a bit excessive? Chu Tianxing frowned. Speaking quietly, he had been observing everything from the sidelines, and as the vice president of the Burning Moon Academy, he understood the troubles that Yi Han's actions would inevitably bring. Not at all excessive. Yi Han replied nonchalantly. The strong are revered, while the weak are trampled upon. When I, Yi Han, joined the Reincarnation Academy, whoever showed me any deference, everyone sought to trample me underfoot, eager to curry favor with Yi Zhixian and Feng Wuliang. Taking a deep breath, it is not only these individuals. Even some of the Academy's higher-ups have repeatedly made things difficult for me. Whom should I turn to in my grievances? To live is to navigate fortune and misfortune, to focus solely on one's own affairs. Yet it is absolutely unacceptable to exist like a coward, cowering in fear of this and that. In the past, Yi Han lacked strength. However, in the present day, Yi Han can regard these so-called true disciples and the Wuji sword sect with indifference. So why should he show them any mercy? He is certainly not a weakling. Time passes relentlessly. Yi Han calmly observes everything on the Emperor Peak, his anger mounting with each passing moment. The once glorious Emperor Peak now lies in utter disarray. Not to mention that many precious medicinal herbs and even entire fields have been devastated by these individuals. The restoration of such destruction will undoubtedly be a monumental task. These disciples, emboldened by their backing from the Wuji sword sect and Feng Wuliang, have become utterly audacious, disregarding many of the Academy's established rules. Alarmingly, many elders and higher-ups within the Academy turn a blind eye. No one wishes to provoke Feng Wuliang over trivial matters, allowing the reckless behavior of this group from the Wuji sword sect to go unchecked. Where there is light, there is also darkness, and even a sacred martial arts ground like the Reincarnation Academy is not exempt. Yet, Yi Han will never allow the shadows to envelop him. Within less than an hour, formidable experts from the Wuji sword sect made their appearance. 20 individuals. A swift group emerged, all exuding an aura of lethal intent. Each one was at the Yuan body realm, with nearly all of them having reached the second transformation of the Yuan body, the divine aperture transformation. To Yi Han's astonishment, there were even 3 martial artists who had attained the third transformation, the diamond transformation. Each of them was like a dragon, each stronger than the last. Yi Han was somewhat taken aback, if his memory served him right, although the Wuji sword sect had previously gathered numerous experts. The actual number of those who had reached the Yuan body realm was not particularly high. Those who could stand at the Yuan body realm were regarded as geniuses within the Academy, each possessing their own pride and holding the status of true disciples. Even if they joined the Holy Hall, they would not be inclined to be swayed by Feng Wuliang and the Wuji sword sect. However, it now appeared that these were not merely ordinary true disciples. There were likely many within the Holy Hall who had joined the Wuji sword sect, serving Feng Wuliang. In the eyes of all, Feng Wuliang's rise to power seemed inevitable, growing stronger by the day. To remain silent now would mean that in the future, opportunities to join the Wuji sword sect would be non-existent. Release him. A diamond transformation expert spoke indifferently, exuding immense authority. Where are the items? One earthly-grade weapon in exchange for one person to leave. There is nothing else to negotiate. Yihan cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly. Presumptuous. Yihan, who do you think you are? The diamond transformation expert laughed heartily. In our holy hall, there are none as arrogant and oblivious to danger as you. Do you dare to threaten us? I am your father. Yihan displayed a disdainful smile. And what are you? Strutting about here. If you don't want to kneel alongside them, then shut your foul mouth. With those words, the members of the Wuji sword sect present were left wide-eyed, their murderous intent coalescing. They had never encountered someone so audacious, especially since just a few months prior, Yihan had been a mere ant they could crush at will. Boom. The ground trembled as the diamond transformation disciple could no longer restrain himself, charging directly at Yihan. A sword cleaved through the void, its terrifying blade radiating a chilling aura as it surged towards Yihan. With the transformation of a diamond, the unity of three essences forged an indomitable physique. The prowess of such a master, having achieved the pinnacle of physical strength, was incomparably superior to that of warriors in the initial or second transformations, easily tenfold stronger. A resounding explosion echoed as the lethal sword energy aimed at Yihan was obliterated by a single punch. Yihan's aura remained unchanged, his form resembling that of a humanoid behemoth as he charged forth. Two figures collided repeatedly before the grand hall of the human emperor. The energies of their essences clashed, their corporeal powers engaged in brutal combat. The spectacle the onlookers yearned to witness did not unfold. This master of diamond transformation, not merely belonging to the Infinite Sword sect, but also a prodigy of the Academy's Holy Hall, was unable to subdue Yihan. Yihan, what are you doing? This is outrageous. To act recklessly within the Academy, suppressing so many, you deserve to be cast into the depths of a death prison, irretrievably doomed. Just as Yihan was embroiled in battle, a multitude of figures reappeared atop the human emperor peak. It was none other than Xiao Ling, the vice master of the law enforcement hall. Yihan's return to the academy, was it not akin to courting death? Those who served Feng Wuliang would not let this opportunity slip by. Boom. A thunderous roar resonated throughout the area. A piercing scream followed as the disciple of diamond transformation was sent flying by Yihan's punch, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After repelling this adversary, Yihan's gaze abruptly shifted to Xiao Ling. Xiao, I have been waiting for you. Yihan sneered, unleashing his overwhelming might with unrestrained audacity. He charged directly towards the vice master of the law enforcement hall. Chapter 162. The destruction of Vice Hall Master Xiao. What? You insolent creature, do you dare? A look of incredulity ignited within Xiao Ling's eyes, his fury reaching a boiling point. That Yihan would audaciously strike at him was beyond Xiao Ling's wildest imagination. In a fleeting moment, the two clashed, unleashing a relentless barrage upon one another. Xiao Ling unleashed his myriad martial techniques, ruthlessly attacking Yihan. Today, Vice Hall Master Xiao was truly unrestrained. A mere disciple dared to challenge him publicly. According to the rules, he could be summarily executed. Moreover, as the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, he wielded the authority to enforce such judgments. Boom, boom, boom. The surface of Yihan's body trembled incessantly. Xiao Ling, a seasoned master with years of cultivation, may not have differed much in realm from some of the top true disciples, yet his mastery over power was unparalleled. Any martial technique in his hands was capable of yielding unfathomable transformations. Each casual strike was imbued with immense power. Unfortunately, he faced Yihan. After a brief bout, Xiao Ling abruptly retreated, gazing at Yihan with uncertainty. A grave expression surfaced in his eyes, disbelief etched upon his features. Yihan's protective aura remained unbroken. How could this be possible? Swish! A chain suddenly sliced through the air, resembling a vacuum serpent, intent on ensnaring Yihan's form. This chain, forged with intricate inscriptions, was far more formidable than the typical chains wielded by enforcers, capable of directly diminishing a warrior's essence. In an instant, Yihan felt his protective aura shatter, unable to withstand the onslaught. At the moment of collision, the chain wrapped around Yihan's body. Xiao Ling's cruel smile emerged, What of your Earth Dragon physique? You dare challenge me, the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall? Today, I shall cripple your martial prowess." Meanwhile, a multitude of disciples from various academies had gathered in the distance. Many true disciples, rarely seen, along with the leaders of their sects and even prodigies from the sanctum, began to appear. Yi Han had become a veritable figure of renown. His return was enough to stir the entire academy. "Well done." A prodigy from the sanctum sneered. "This Yi Han, who killed 2 of our sanctum's geniuses during the 100 Dragons War, is destined for calamity. Even if the Wuji Sword sect and the Law Enforcement Hall refrain from acting against him, we shall not let this man escape unscathed. Indeed, the sanctum's authority does not permit provocations. Even Feng Wuliang must show us some respect." Another sanctum genius added. The elders of numerous academies remained indifferent, their gazes cold and detached. Although they had not served Feng Wuliang, they were unwilling to provoke him or the Wuji Sword sect due to Yi Han. Thus, the battle ceased. Before them, Yi Han stood steadfast as a mountain, surrendering to the binding of the chain as if he had relinquished all resistance. Xiao Ling approached with a chilling smile, exclaiming, "Yi Han, I never imagined that the once inconspicuous individual has now acquired the body of a dragon. Alas, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain." With a swift motion, he raised his arm and delivered a thunderous strike aimed at Yi Han's vital energy center. His intent was not to kill Yi Han, but rather to incapacitate him and present him before Feng Wuliang as a trophy. Bang! The forceful punch struck Yi Han's abdomen, sending tremors through the earth, as a torrent of power surged forth like a tidal wave. Within Yi Han's body, an unfathomable force of elemental energy rebounded violently. Crash! The chains quivered, and Xiao Ling cried out in agony. His fist had collided with something as unyielding as divine metal, not only failing to shatter it, but also causing self-inflicted injury. The overwhelming energy coursed back up his arm, inflicting excruciating pain, making him feel as though his arm had been shattered. What? Xiao Ling was taken aback. Just then, the chains entwined around Yi Han burst apart with a resounding crack. An inexhaustible surge of vitality surged into Yi Han's arm, and combined with the rolling elemental force, he unleashed a devastating punch. In close quarters, even though Xiao Ling had surpassed Yi Han by 2 realms, he could not evade the blow. His vital energy center erupted violently, blood gushed forth, and his face twisted in agony, cries of torment escaping his lips. "Who do you think you are, attempting to incapacitate me, Yi Han?" Yi Han stepped forward boldly, seizing Xiao Ling's arm and lifting him effortlessly, slamming him down onto the ground. Boom! Another kick followed, embedding half of Xiao Ling's head into the earth, rendering him as helpless as a puddle of mud, struggling yet devoid of any power to resist. With his vital energy center exploded, he was utterly defeated. The third transformation of the elemental realm became a mere joke in Yi Han's presence. Boldness! In an instant, furious shouts erupted. Several elders, unable to contain themselves, approached with fierce expressions, admonishing him harshly. "How dare you incapacitate the Vice Master of the Law Enforcement Hall? You are doomed. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? You have committed a heinous crime. You should be cast into the depths of the abyss. Your life is not worth a moment's pity." A cacophony of reprimands ensued, as a throng of enforcers and elders surged forward, each one seemingly eager to devour Yi Han. "What are you all saying? This Xiao Ling sought his own demise by provoking me, Yi Han. Killing him is no overstep." Yi Han narrowed his eyes, surveying the crowd, a cold smile gracing his lips. These individuals were laughable. Moments ago, they had watched passively as Xiao Ling attempted to suppress him, none willing to speak in his defense. Now, witnessing the tide of battle shift, they rushed forward, feigning moral outrage, their hypocrisy laid bare. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Tianxin stepped forward, his aura enveloping Yi Han, casting a menacing gaze upon the gathering crowd. When the disciple strikes, it is one matter, but should a senior member of the academy lay hands on Yi Han, Chu Tianxin would certainly not let it go unchallenged. He is resolute, having endured the trials of the Tai Sword sect, and is unafraid to continue antagonizing the Reincarnation Academy. "Chu, stand aside," a mocking elder warned. "Do not forget your place. This is a family matter of the Reincarnation Academy, and as an outsider, you have no say here. The 3 great academies are one." Chu Tianxin narrowed his eyes. "Yi Han is also a junior of mine." Boom, boom, boom. The distant void suddenly trembled violently, Figures began to descend in a continuous stream. The Lord of the Divine Path, the Lord of the Azura Path. All 5 Path Lords made their appearances. The Lord of the Divine Path led the charge, casting a cold gaze upon Chu Tianxin. Deputy Head Chu, though your strength is formidable, you seem to underestimate our Reincarnation Academy. The presence of the 5 Path Lords had, in an imperceptible manner, locked onto Chu Tianxin's essence. Should he make even the slightest move, these 5 would strike without hesitation. No one would save Yihan today. They could hardly believe that Yihan would return to the Reincarnation Academy. It was nothing short of a death wish. Now, he had incapacitated Xiaoling. This act of rebellion warranted severe punishment, perfectly justifying their actions against him. Have you all taken the Imperial Peak as your private garden? Entering without so much as a notice? Yihan surveyed the 5 Path Lords and the experts present from the Academy, his voice icy. Notice? What are you to demand a notice from us? The Lord of the Divine Path's expression darkened ominously. To engage in open conflict, to incapacitate an Academy disciple, and to render the vice head of the Law Enforcement Hall powerless, this is treason. No sect or race would allow such a rebel to exist. If everyone acted thus, where would law and order stand? Ah, treason indeed. Yihan's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he surveyed the assembly. Treason should be met with the death penalty. Should it not? Indeed. The Lord of the Divine Path coldly replied. Chapter 163. The Supreme Elder with a sharp sound. A beam of energy soared into the sky. An overwhelming imperial aura emanated from Yihan's entire being. In that fleeting moment, a token materialized in Yihan's hand, displayed before all present. The Human Path Master token. Now, what shall transpire? Yihan surveyed the 5 Path Masters. To defy authority is a capital offense. I shall execute Xiaoling this very moment to serve as a lesson. No. Xiaoling's terrified voice reverberated throughout the space. A surge of power pierced through his forehead. He breathed his last. The crowd barely had time to react before Xiaoling lay lifeless before them. At last, Xiaoling has met his demise. Little did he expect that I, Yihan, would rise so swiftly. Yihan scoffed, deeming the man unworthy of lamentation. Back when he was merely an outer disciple, Xiaoling had sought to subdue him, attempting to capture and suppress him on multiple occasions. With Xiaoling's death, Yihan felt an immense relief wash over him, releasing pent-up frustration that had long lingered within. To violate the law and commit further offenses. Slaying such a fool poses no problem, does it? Yihan glanced at the Celestial Path Master and spoke in a deliberate manner. You. The Celestial Path Master glared, his eyes filled with a seething rage. And as for this group of blind fools who dared to provoke me, Yihan, they too shall be suppressed without hesitation, Yihan continued. The 5 Path Masters and numerous elders stood in stunned silence, the air thick with tension. All eyes were fixated on the token Yihan had unveiled, as if discerning its authenticity. Previously, Yihan had obtained a token representing his identity within the human path. However, today, this was the genuine Path Master token, signifying his esteemed status as one of the Lords of the 6 Paths. From this moment forth, Yihan would ascend as the Human Path Master, surpassing all disciples and elders. At that instant, a silvery aura materialized in the northern void. The energy surged forth, as if weaving a celestial pathway through the ether, and an ancient figure drew nearer. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming presence filled the air, causing every individual present to tremble with reverence. The Supreme Elder has arrived. The Path Masters, along with the elders and disciples, spoke in hushed tones, their voices laced with awe. What? It is truly the Supreme Elder? Yihan's eyes widened in surprise. Within the academy, the hierarchy of elders was distinctly defined. Many ordinary elders were simply former elite disciples who had risen to prominence. Above them were those with unique identities and significant responsibilities, referred to as titled elders. At the pinnacle were the Supreme Elders. The Supreme Elders were no ordinary beings. Each possessed formidable strength, profound heritage, and extraordinary credentials. Their status rivaling that of the Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Treasure Hall, the Alchemy Hall, and the Herbal Hall. Yet Yihan was acutely aware that above the Grand Elders, there existed the legendary Supreme Grand Elders. They were deemed legendary because these Supreme Grand Elders typically secluded themselves within the depths of certain academies, rendering any public appearance virtually impossible. Many disciples of lesser status within the academies were even oblivious to their appearances. There were only 5 Supreme Grand Elders across the entire academy. Each of these 5, whether in terms of experience or cultivation, represented an unimaginable realm, wielding authority akin to that of a vice president. Should 3 of the 5 Supreme Grand Elders share a consensus, they could even influence a portion of the will of the Academy's head. In the void, the suddenly appearing Supreme Grand Elder waved his hand. Disperse, Heavenly Path Master. Do not be overly harsh on the younger generation. The 5 Path Masters exchanged glances, their hearts racing. The presence of the Supreme Grand Elder indicated that certain matters might become complicated. Yi-Han, having inherited the Path Master's token. You are now the new mortal Path Master, the Supreme Grand Elder stated, directing his gaze towards Yi-Han. The disciple understands. Yi-Han responded with a respectful bow. The Elder in the void nodded, then flicked his fingers, summoning 3 radiant golden pills that descended before Yi-Han in the blink of an eye. These 3 plump elixirs contained an astonishing aura of dragon essence. Compared to the dragon pills Yi-Han had forged, these were not merely 100 times, but infinitely more powerful, brimming with immense allure. They were invaluable earth dragon pills. The onlookers felt their eyelids twitch, their breaths becoming heavy. As a Yuan body realm practitioner inheriting the Path Master title, though there is no precedent, it is not without merit. Cultivate diligently and elevate your realm swiftly. Do not tarnish the dignity of the mortal Path Master, nor diminish the prestige of our Reincarnation Academy. The Supreme Grand Elder spoke once more. After finishing his words, he traversed the air, as if compressing space, and vanished into the depths of the celestial path in mere steps. Yi-Han swiftly stored the 3 Earth Dragon pills within his spatial ring, astonished that the Supreme Grand Elder would bestow such a reward upon him. It was akin to receiving timely aid in the midst of a snowstorm. What is it, Heavenly Path Master? Do you have anything further to say? Without the luxury of contemplation, Yi-Han turned to the fluctuating countenance of the Heavenly Path Master and his companions. If you have no more to say, then depart from the mortal Emperor Peak together. Very well, Yi-Han, you are quite impressive. The Heavenly Path Master struggled to suppress his anger, at a loss for words. I am indeed quite well. Now be gone. Yi-Han had no intention of granting them even the slightest favor. This group, intent on subduing him, seeking to incapacitate him and then claim credit from Feng Wuliang, was no different from Yi-Han's own desire to confine them here. May you continue to be this audacious. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenly Path Master departed, accompanied by the other Path Masters. The surrounding elders of the Academy were left in a state of shock. Those of lesser cultivation regarded Yi-Han with trepidation, hastily retreating as well. The ordinary elders, in terms of cultivation, do not possess significantly greater strength than many true disciples. In fact, the most formidable among the true disciples could easily suppress them. Now, with Yi-Han having publicly slain Xiaoling, who had attained the 3rd transformation of the original body, others must think twice before provoking him. Yi-Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing as the crowd gradually dispersed. It was only when the higher-ups of the Wuji sword sect prepared to leave that a glimmer of sternness appeared in his eyes, a terrestrial-grade weapon in exchange for a single head. Have you forgotten my words? The crowd was taken aback, and the disciple who had initially proclaimed himself from the holy hall turned pale. Yi-Han, your appetite seems excessively large. If over 100 terrestrial-grade weapons are not presented within the next quarter of an hour, you may as well await your doom. Yi-Han cast a glance at him. According to the Academy's rules, rebellion against authority is punishable by death. Surely, you are not deaf to the words of the Divine Path Master? After speaking, Yi-Han remained poised, embodying an air of unyielding authority. A multitude of faces turned as grim as if they had tasted excrement, utterly stifled and vexed. In mere moments, one weapon after another began to be produced, steadily accumulating. Chapter 164. The Reincarnation Stone Earth-grade weapons are indeed quite precious. However, for this group, gathering them together is not particularly challenging. The crux of the matter lies in their pride. They find themselves in a predicament, unable to simply stand by as Yi-Han suppresses over 100 individuals. If word of this gets out, even their own disciples would lose faith, and who would dare to join the Wujijian sect in the future? Ultimately, more than 100 Earth-grade weapons, including various swords, blades, axes, and halberds, were delivered to Yi-Han without hesitation. Leave now. From this day forth, anyone who trespasses onto the human Emperor Peak without prior notice shall face death. In an instant, a large number of warriors departed from the human emperor peak, vanishing without a trace. This time, the Wajijian sect suffered a significant loss of face. With their disciples subdued, and even some high-ranking officials brought to their knees by Yi Han. The most pressing concern was that even the likes of the god of heaven and others had appeared here, only to leave in disgrace. Yi Han's reputation would undoubtedly soar in the short term. Once everyone had departed, Chu Tianxin looked at Yi Han with a peculiar expression. No wonder you dare to return so brazenly. This display of suppression has utterly crushed the arrogance of the Wajijian sect. Chu Tianxin's heart trembled. He recognized Yi Han's strength, but had not anticipated such an overwhelming display. The Earth Dragon body is simply terrifying. This level of combat prowess is something Chu Tianxin had never encountered in his life. Even in the past, their Burning Moon Academy had seen many top-tier talents. Yet none could slay an opponent from the third transformation while in the first. Yet this is not enough. The Wajijian sect will not simply let this go. Yi Han narrowed his eyes. However, it matters not. I shall slowly mete out justice and suppress those who wish to hinder my cultivation. If they do not wish for me to train in peace, I shall engage with them to the end. However, I did not expect the Supreme Elder to show up. Yi Han continued. The Supreme Elder? Chu Tianxin's expression turned curious. The 5 Supreme Elders of the Reincarnation Academy were once the most outstanding prodigies of the Void Ancient Domain. In their youth, they all shone with unmatched brilliance. Their status within the Academy is exceedingly high. With a Supreme Elder supporting you, the path ahead will be considerably easier. At the very least, the God of Heaven and others will have to think twice before confronting you. Indeed, Yi Han smiled lightly, then added, however, there is no such thing as a free lunch. He provided me with 3 Earth Dragon pills, which are not easily acquired. Did you not notice the hint? He wants me to elevate my realm as soon as possible. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Yi Han continued. The art of balance has been thoroughly understood by these individuals. If my realm is insufficient in the future, I fear I may still be abandoned. You need not worry. After all, you are the possessor of the Earth Dragon body. The Reincarnation Academy cannot solely focus on Feng Wuliang. They will ultimately have expectations and support for you as well, Chu Tianxin reassured. After conversing for a while, the two returned to the Human Emperor Hall. What did the elders say these days? Yi Han inquired, gazing at Chu Tianxin. I plan to cultivate at the Reincarnation Academy for 2 to 3 months to recruit disciples for the human path. 2 to 3 months? Very well. I shall remain here for the time being, Chu Tianxin remarked with a smile. After conversing with her, Yi Han ventured alone to the rear of the Human Emperor Peak. The scene before him was one of devastation, as the land appeared ravaged by those who had come before. This group, were they in search of treasure? The human realm had languished for many years. Treasures were but a myth. Otherwise, when Li Fuchelu sought to assist me in refining my physical form, he would not have had to leave for so long in search of resources. However, the 6 paths of the Reincarnation Academy each possess their own respective legacies. What they seek is likely the inheritance of the human realm. Yi Han fell into a contemplative silence, activating his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to probe the area. Alas, after an extended search, he remained empty-handed. At that moment, he produced the Human Realm Master token from his possession. If there were indeed any treasures, I should be able to locate them, he mused. He then channeled the Emperor's extraordinary technique, infusing a stream of primal energy into the token. Instantly, the Master token radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the entire Human Emperor Peak in its glow. Yi Han felt the ground tremble beneath his feet, and vaguely, he sensed a ripple deep within the earth, responding to the token in his hand. With his eyes gleaming with anticipation, he surged forth with energy, reinforcing the token a second, then a third time. The disturbance beneath the earth became increasingly pronounced. In a fleeting moment, a sharp sound resonated, and Yi Han beheld a white light piercing through the soil, soaring skyward. An overwhelming and intense aura of imperial might filled the air. The Reincarnation Stone. Yi Han exclaimed involuntarily. He extended his arm and captured the white light in his grasp. Opening his palm revealed a stone, roughly the size of a fist, that was neither entirely stone nor entirely jade. Upon holding it, Yi Han felt a surge of primal energy coursing through him. Even his blood seemed to boil with vigor. The essence contained within this stone forged an invisible connection with the power residing within him. Was this the greatest treasure of the human realm, the true ultimate legacy? Yihan's gaze upon the stone was laden with complexity. He understood that those who had captured Li Fuchulu did so in pursuit of the so-called inheritance of the human realm. To put it plainly, their goal was this very reincarnation stone. Each of the 6 paths of the Reincarnation Academy possesses such a unique stone, totaling 6 reincarnation stones. By harnessing the power of these stones, one can cultivate a corresponding source of strength and constitution within themselves. Feng Wuliang had already gathered 5 reincarnation stones, giving rise to what is known as the 6 paths of reincarnation body. However, without this particular reincarnation stone from the human realm, Feng Wuliang's so-called 6 paths of reincarnation body remains incomplete. Excellent. With this reincarnation stone in hand, I shall be able to fully recruit disciples and followers for the human realm. Moreover, my Heavenly Earth Human Emperor diagram has already coalesced. Henceforth, I shall be able to further refine the myriad Human Emperor diagrams, and even the subsequent creation of the myriad realms Dragon Emperor diagram will become significantly simpler. Yihan pondered earnestly before speaking. Feng Wuliang, the reincarnation stone of the human realm path is now under my control. You shall never achieve perfection in your 6 paths of reincarnation body in this lifetime. Shortly thereafter, Yihan stowed away the reincarnation stone and set off down the mountain. Upon descending from the Human Emperor Peak, he quickly located Nie Yuan, He Qingfeng, and Zhao Yijian. The 3 of them had now transformed into outer disciples, each possessing the strength of the divine power realm. Nie Yuan, do you 3 wish to join the human realm path? Yihan inquired, gazing at the trio before him. Without a moment's hesitation, they replied in unison, we do. Although they had shed their identities as menial workers to become outer disciples, their circumstances remained challenging, as they were still fundamentally at the bottom tier of the academy. Now that Yihan had returned, the prospect of joining the human realm path was something they had never dared to dream of. Very well, from today onward, you shall accompany me to cultivate at the Human Emperor Peak. Once you all step into the explosive Qi realm, I shall assign each of you a peak belonging to the human realm path. By the way, Nie Yuan, go spread the word that from today forward, the human realm path is recruiting disciples, and those who pass my examination shall be admitted. Recruiting disciples? Excellent. Nie Yuan nodded in agreement. Albeit with a hint of hesitation, the human realm path has long been in decline. Suddenly recruiting disciples may prove challenging. Even if there are some who join, they will likely be. Yihan waved his hand dismissively. That is of no concern. I shall personally evaluate them. Furthermore, disseminate additional news. Any inner disciples who join the human realm path will receive a monthly benefit of 1 human dragon pill, while true disciples will enjoy 10 per month. Should any from the Holy Hall wish to join, each shall receive 100 human dragon pills per month. Human dragon pills. Nie Yuan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, overwhelmed by a surge of excitement, his heart racing. Such generosity is indeed astounding. Even some elders in the academy would go wild over such benefits. The offerings of the Wujian sword sect, though generous, could not compare to this magnitude. Go spread the news and return to the Human Emperor Peak once it's done. After finishing his words, Yihan took the lead, accompanied by He Qingfeng and Zhao Yijian back to the Human Emperor Peak. With a flurry of arrangements made, Yihan was resolute in embarking on a significant undertaking over the next 2 months. He was determined to reshape the dynamics within the academy. Chapter 165. The affluent Yihan at the summit of the Human Emperor Peak. Yihan addressed Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng, instructing them to find a suitable place within the inner sanctum of the Human Emperor Hall to cultivate. He then presented 2 sets of profound martial arts scriptures, the Royal Extreme Marvelous Technique, handing them to each of the 2. This is the cultivation method of our human path. Dedicate yourselves to mastering it, and should you make significant progress in the future, I may elevate you to inner disciples of the academy, or even to true disciples. Elevate. Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng exchanged incredulous glances, feeling as though they were ensnared in a dream. It was utterly astonishing that, within just a year, Yihan had already attained the standing to utter such words. Not long ago, when Yihan first joined the academy, they had invited him to undertake tasks together. Now, while the 3 of them had barely managed to become outer disciples, Yihan had the authority to promote them. We shall not disappoint you, they declared, their hands trembling as they accepted the Royal Extreme Marvelous Technique. This was the most essential legacy, a complete cultivation method that, under normal circumstances, could not be directly acquired even by those who joined the human path. Yet, Yihan had effortlessly transcribed it for them. When Nie Yuan returns, ensure he cultivates alongside you, Yihan instructed. No problem. They responded eagerly. At that moment, Yihan gestured, conjuring 300 human dragon pills from his spatial ring. Each of you shall receive 100 pills, with the remaining 100 given to Nie Yuan. Train diligently. Within a year, I expect you to become inner disciples. He continued to issue commands. The two stood in a state of near stupor, numbly accepting the precious pills. They were astounded. Such a bounty was beyond their wildest dreams. The mere thought of receiving one human dragon pill was unfathomable. Many outer disciples, and even inner disciples, would vie fiercely for just a single one. Moreover, as we prepare to recruit disciples for the human path, collaborate with Nie Yuan to establish certain regulations and guidelines, along with preparing some rosters. Feel free to utilize everything within the Human Emperor Hall, Yihan further instructed. Upon finishing his directives, he noticed Nie Yuan returning to the Human Emperor Peak. What news do you bring? Yihan inquired. I've disseminated the information, but it seems no one is paying attention, Nie Yuan replied with a wry smile. That is to be expected, Yihan said calmly, then departed the Human Emperor Peak, heading towards the treasure-gathering hall of the academy. In the treasure-gathering hall, disciples congregated, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Numerous disciples were there to accept missions, exchange resources, or purchase treasures, martial arts techniques, and skills. As Yihan entered the hall, he beheld a myriad of human experiences. Some disciples were overjoyed, having finally accumulated enough energy pills over 3 years to purchase a low-grade, earth-level martial technique. Others, having saved for a decade, were equally thrilled to acquire a weapon. This excitement was evident among ordinary disciples, and even some true disciples were not exempt from such fervor. The treasures sought by the true disciples are often of extraordinary value, and even with their prowess, means, and resources, acquiring such treasures proves to be an exceedingly troublesome endeavor. Wealth stands paramount in the realms of finance, relationships, law, and land. It is only through wealth that one can gain access to the resources necessary for cultivation, thereby ensuring the most fundamental guarantees for one's practice. This reality reflects the plight of countless disciples within the Cycle Academy, who toil relentlessly in pursuit of resources. Yihan's gaze was fixed upon the upper reaches of the treasure hall, where a curtain displayed an extensive list of numerous alluring treasures, each imbued with irresistible temptation. Regrettably, many disciples could only gaze in longing. I require 100 spatial rings, 30 vials of body-tempering elixir, and 300 earth-grade body-forging pills. In addition to 100 earth-grade superior weapons, Yihan approached a steward within the hall and began to speak rapidly. The steward, momentarily bewildered, stared at Yihan with a look of disbelief. This totals 500 million vitality pills, he calculated thrice before arriving at the figure. His eyes wide as he looked at Yihan. Moreover, we currently have only 80 spatial rings available. Only 500 million vitality pills. Yihan frowned, seemingly displeased. Is the treasure hall merely ornamental, lacking sufficient spatial rings? The materials required for crafting spatial rings are exceptional, exceedingly complex, and necessitate custom orders. The steward chuckled ruefully, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Within the treasure hall, at least several dozen stewards are tasked with assisting the Academy's disciples in buying and selling treasures, registering transactions, and exchanging task rewards, among various other duties. Each steward earns a commission for their efforts. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Yihan continued. Then bring forth all that you currently have. We shall address the rest later. With that, he flipped his hand and produced 1,000 dragon essence pills in an instant. Dragon essence pills? The steward's eyes glimmered, and his breath quickened dramatically. These need to be authenticated. He hastily replied. 1 dragon essence pill is worth the equivalent of 500,000 vitality pills. Thus, 1,000 amounts to 500 million. Proceed with the authentication, Yihan commanded, flicking his fingers to reveal 10 additional dragon essence pills. These 10 are a gift for you. A gift for me? The steward's voice quivered, and he hurriedly accepted the 10 dragon essence pills, bowing deeply in a gesture of utmost respect. Disciple Li Feng expresses his gratitude to the Lord of the mortal realm. Typically, it is the disciples who are obliged to curry favor with the stewards of the treasure hall, but today, they humbly bowed in deference for the dragon essence pills. Enough, go now. Once authenticated, bring me the items I requested. Yi Han waved his hand dismissively. As Li Feng entered the inner sanctum of the treasure hall with over 1,000 dragon essence pills, an uncanny silence enveloped the surroundings, a stillness akin to death itself. All eyes were fixated upon Yi Han, as if he were an extraordinary rarity. Some rubbed their eyes, seemingly attempting to ascertain whether they were ensnared in a dream. In an instant, after a moment of silence, the entire treasure hall erupted with fervor. The lord of the mortal realm, Yi Han, what could he possibly desire? To purchase such an abundance of treasures? The breaths of numerous disciples quickened, their hearts pounding vigorously. In the depths of their gazes, envy radiated as they envisioned the myriad of spatial rings, elixirs, weapons, and treasures Yi Han had just enumerated, items that were the very dreams of this assembly, often requiring an extensive accumulation of time to acquire even a fraction. He was trading with human dragon pills, not vitality pills. Someone interjected, reminding the crowd. Have you heard? A recent announcement declared that the mortal realm is recruiting disciples. Even the most ordinary of disciples are promised human dragon pills as rewards. Another individual swiftly began to circulate the news of the mortal realm's recruitment. It is indeed human dragon pills. Yi Han truly possesses them, casually producing thousands, leading to speculation about his immense wealth. The disciples continued to murmur and speculate, seemingly attempting to glimpse within the confines of the spatial ring in Yi Han's possession, eager to uncover its hidden treasures. At that moment, Li Feng finally returned, appearing with a plethora of treasures. Chapter 166. The Imperial Capital of Sun and Moon, Abundant Elixirs Indeed. Yi Han meticulously gathered all these items. He turned to Li Feng and inquired, how long will it take to assemble the next batch? The next batch? Li Feng's eyes flickered, his heart racing. What else do you require? Tenfold. Yi Han declared. The treasures I acquired today, I need 10 times more. How long will that take? 1 month. Li Feng restrained his excitement. Moreover, the Lord has mentioned that if you continue to trade using the human dragon elixir, you will receive a 70% discount. Understood. The next transaction will also be with the human dragon elixir. Yi Han responded, his gaze fixating on the curtain ahead. Are all the treasures inscribed there available in stock? Indeed. Li Feng nodded promptly. I see. Let us proceed with this arrangement, but a month is too prolonged. I shall wait only 10 days. Yi Han turned to depart. I will return in 10 days to collect the items. If the Pavilion of Treasures cannot fulfill the order, I shall have to seek alternatives in the black markets of the various imperial dynasties. As Yi Han's figure faded from view, the Pavilion of Treasures erupted into a flurry of activity and commotion. From the ordinary servants and outer disciples to the inner disciples, and even a few esteemed elders from the academy, everyone felt a surge of exhilaration, unable to contain their astonishment. The spectacle of the day would undoubtedly etch itself as an indelible mark in their minds and souls, impossible to erase. They witnessed firsthand what it meant to possess immense wealth and influence. Is it true that the human path intends to recruit disciples? Someone ventured after a considerable silence following Yi Han's departure. Indeed, this information was relayed by an outer disciple named Nye Yuan, who has had a favorable relationship with Yi Han in the past and may have already joined the human path, came the response. An outer disciple? How could such a mere outer disciple gain admission to the human path and enjoy its resources? That seems implausible, the crowd murmured, filled with skepticism regarding the recruitment of disciples by the human path. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Han was oblivious to the unfolding discussions. He returned to the Emperor's Peak with a substantial collection of treasures, placing them alongside the more than 100 Earth-grade weapons he had previously acquired. Nye Yuan, spread the word that in 10 days, we shall commence recruiting disciples at the base of Emperor's Peak. There are no restrictions on identity. Anyone who can pass my personal assessment may join. Yi Han instructed Nye Yuan, organizing various matters. Understood, Nye Yuan affirmed. As for those weapons and other items, feel free to choose whatever you desire. Additionally, here are spatial rings. Each of you 3 may take one. Yi Han expressed his goodwill towards Nye Yuan and his companions. Not for any particular reason, but because these 3 had initially invited him to the Demon Ridge and had tried to escape together in times of peril. When they were at the mercy of Lu Yunxiao on Divine Power Peak, they exhibited courage and resilience, urging him to flee. As time flows, the entire Reincarnation Academy buzzes with discussions regarding the recruitment of disciples by the human path, as well as Yihan's impressive display earlier in the treasure hall. As night begins to descend, many disciples retreat to rest and meditate, and the daytime clamor gradually subsides. Yihan descends from the Emperor's Peak. He neither mounts any beast nor utilizes the Academy's teleportation array. His form flickers and shifts, disappearing from the Academy in mere leaps, without alerting a soul. Upon departing the Academy, Yihan employs the Imperial Ghost Steps, traversing the ground on foot, racing through the night with remarkable speed. In just over half an hour, he covers a distance of several hundred miles, ultimately arriving before an ancient, vast, and magnificent city, the Sun and Moon Imperial Capital. This city serves as the capital of the Sun and Moon dynasty. Although it is late at night, the capital remains bustling with activity, seemingly devoid of any distinction between day and night. Many warriors enter the city alongside Yihan, merely required to pay a small fee in vitality pills. Upon entering the imperial capital, Yihan takes a deep breath. In his eyes sparkles a radiant light. Truly, the capital of the Sun and Moon dynasty is extraordinary. Having visited the pure imperial capital and the holy light imperial capital, he is quite familiar with cities ruled by a single dynasty. Xiao Yinchuan, the emperor of the Sun and Moon. If you wish to deal with me within the Tai Sword sect, do not blame me for retaliating. Though I, Yihan, am but a minor figure at the Yuan body realm, I will not remain passive in the face of your bullying. Yihan casts a cold smile in the direction of the imperial palace. Soon after, he locates the black market within the imperial capital. The imperial capitals of these great dynasties share many similarities, both in terms of prosperity and internal layout. Within the black market, Yihan swiftly finds the Heavenly Outer Tower. Indeed, the Heavenly Outer Tower has branches in all 8 great dynasties, as well as in several ancient cities. Could you arrange a training chamber for me? Yihan enters the Heavenly Outer Tower and directly presents the 7-kill order. The mere mention of the 7-kill order causes the managers and attendants of the Heavenly Outer Tower to exhibit astonishment. After confirming that the order is genuine, Yihan is treated as an esteemed guest. He is granted access to an incredibly secure and discreet chamber. Once Yihan enters the chamber, the group hastily begins to communicate with the outside world using inscribed sound transmission techniques. Master Xian, a young man bearing the 7-kill order, has arrived at the tower, seeking a training chamber. As this news spreads, a venerable voice soon echoes from the sound transmission crystal before them. Regardless of his requests, fulfill them all. Should he encounter any danger within the Sun and Moon Imperial Capital, the Heavenly Outer Tower will spare no effort to rescue him. Understood, Master Xian. The group responds promptly. In the pristine capital of the Immortal Empire, amidst the underbelly of the black market, Xian Wuzi retracted a crystalline transmission inscribed with runes, revealing an expression of peculiar intrigue. That rascal Yihan possesses audacity beyond measure, daring to return to the Reincarnation Academy so soon, even venturing alone into the capital of the Sun and Moon. Meanwhile, within the concealed chamber of the Sky Tower in the Sun and Moon capital, Yihan sat cross-legged, the air suffused with an overwhelming and awe-inspiring essence of dragon veins. However, this potent energy was deftly contained by Yihan, remaining confined within the chamber without any leakage, ensuring no one was alerted. As he channeled his power, his fingers danced in intricate patterns, incessantly communicating with the dragon veins beneath the capital. Beside him, numerous elixirs materialized, each one a human dragon pill. 10, 100, 1,000. As time elapsed, Yihan appeared engrossed in his task, tirelessly refining the human dragon pills. With 10 dragon bones in his possession and a deepened connection to the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, his speed in concocting the pills had multiplied several times over compared to before. Furthermore, the quality of the pills he produced was impeccable, devoid of any flaws. Each human dragon pill's efficacy surpassed that of those produced by the major empires by several magnitudes. A day and a night passed, and Yihan had successfully crafted 5,000 human dragon pills. The following day, he produced 6,000. On the 3rd day, 7,000. By the 4th day, his techniques grew increasingly adept and pure. 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the 10th day, Yihan finally emerged from his retreat, stepping out of the chamber. At that moment, his spatial ring brimmed with a staggering total of 80,000 human dragon pills. For now, that was sufficient. Yihan squinted his eyes, thoroughly satisfied. If converted to vitality pills, that would amount to 4 billion. 4 billion vitality pills could easily become a formidable mountain, capable of crushing a multitude of warriors. It was time to return. Henceforth, the dragon veins beneath the sun and moon capital would be my private garden. Yihan mused inwardly. Today marked the day for the human realm to recruit disciples. Whether he could transform everything within the academy hinged upon the prowess he displayed today.